Chapter 1. The Dragon Ball System. Lin Feng, a 20-year-old male with a fondness for the fairer sex, possesses both a car and a home. Orphaned at a young age due to a tragic car accident that claimed his parents, he received a substantial insurance payout. Though this windfall allowed him to lead a materially comfortable life, free from the worries of daily sustenance, Lin Feng preferred the solitude of his home, seeking joy and a sense of existence within the virtual realms of the internet. This inclination is perhaps the reason many online enthusiasts find solace in such digital escapades. As the night enveloped the sky, adorned with twinkling stars and bathed in the enchanting glow of the moon, Lin Feng remained wide awake, fixated on his computer screen, fingers dancing furiously across the keyboard. Furrowing his brow, he exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it, I refuse to believe that I can't obtain exquisite gear." The game he was engrossed in was the immensely popular online game, Dragon Ball, Otherworldly Continent Battle, colloquially known as Super Dragon Ball. Despite its popularity, the game had garnered a reputation for its punishing mechanics, leading many players to abandon their quests entirely. In the midst of his fervent gameplay, Lin Feng's focus sharpened as he executed a series of rapid keystrokes, unleashing an array of skills that quickly vanquished the boss of the dungeon. With a resounding thud, an abundance of sky blue and white cloud gear materialized, yet it was all merely a collection of worthless trinkets. What in the world? Grasping his head in sheer exasperation, Lin Feng felt a surge of madness creeping in. This was far too cruel. This was already the umpteenth time he had traversed this dungeon, yet he had yet to receive even a single piece of divine equipment. Breathe. Lin Feng sighed, lighting a cigarette in a moment of despair, seeking solace in its smoke. After a brief pause, he extinguished the spent cigarette, but, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I refuse to give up." With renewed determination, he dove back into the depths of the game, vowing not to retreat until he had procured some god-tier gear. Curiously, despite having played through this dungeon nearly 8,000 times, he had yet to see a single piece of divine equipment drop. Although he often contemplated joining the ranks of those who had long since abandoned the game, he found himself unwilling to let go, driven by a stubborn sense of pride. A sudden thought crossed his mind, recalling a friend who had once poured every last resource into securing exceptional gear by renting a booth in an internet CAF for an entire month. After days and nights of relentless effort, he finally obtained the coveted equipment. In that moment, his friend had been left utterly bewildered, staring at the computer screen in disbelief before erupting in joy. Ah, the extraordinary Frostblade. That unexpected outburst had nearly scared the CAF owner into a state of panic. As for where Lin Feng's friend was now, perhaps the grass on his grave had grown a meter high by this time. Ah, the capriciousness of fate. The heavens are unpredictable. The moon waxes and wanes, and human joy and sorrow ebb and flow. Lost in thought, Lin Feng snapped back to reality, realizing he had completed the dungeon, dispatching the boss with a few swift keystrokes. "Ah, no way," he exclaimed in astonishment. What on earth was this treasure chest of equipment? Could one truly obtain a chest of gear from a dungeon run? With a heart brimming with anxious anticipation, Lin Feng opened the epic chest in his inventory, excitement coursing through him as he beheld a flurry of exquisite equipment names flashing before his eyes. Ding dong, the Dragon Ball System? What on earth is this? Lin Feng's lips twitched as he stared at the newly revealed equipment, rendered speechless. As he regained his composure, fury ignited within him, and he cursed, "What the hell is this nonsense?" This game, which had promised gear, had instead bestowed upon him a Dragon Ball System. Frustrated, Lin Feng seized a teacup from his desk, preparing to hurl it at the computer screen. However, it was of no consequence. At that moment, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, smoke billowing skyward, and his entire room was reduced to rubble. And thus, the tale unfolds here. Surely, no elaborate explanation of a transcendental experience is required, right? On the Demon Star, under the dominion of the Demon Queen Morgana, the planet had long since become unrecognizable. Fearsome energies roamed freely, and the barren land bore no signs of life, save for an array of repugnant, unidentified vermin crawling about. In a shadowy forest, beside a meandering stream, lay a ragged young man Lin Feng. His brow was furrowed, contorted in agony, and just then he felt a slight movement in his left hand. Slowly, he opened his eyes, confusion clouding his gaze as he surveyed his surroundings. Where am I? Am I not dead? With uncertainty, Lin Feng rose to his feet, taking in the towering trees that surrounded him. He recalled the moment of the explosion when his consciousness had faded. Was this place a manifestation of hell? Yet, it did not appear to resemble one. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his head as an overwhelming influx of information flooded his mind. He clutched his head and collapsed to the ground, wailing in distress. A series of mechanical voices echoed within Lin Feng's mind. Activating the Dragon Ball system. Binding activation successful. Parsing the energy information of the current dimension. In a daze, Lin Feng rolled on the ground, slipping into unconsciousness, uncertain if he was dreaming, for he now found himself in a kaleidoscopic world. What kind of place is this? Lin Feng cried out in despair, overwhelmed by the bizarre turn of events. Greetings, host. Welcome to the Dragon Ball system. Who are you? Where's this place? Lin Feng gazed around, unable to identify the source of the voice. This is the internal space of the Dragon Ball system, and I am the system administrator. The Dragon Ball system? Lin Feng's previously dismal spirits began to brighten. Could it be that he had stumbled upon a narrative akin to those in novels, where one is bestowed with a golden finger system and transported to another world? Though it seemed improbable, based on the current circumstances, it did appear to align with reality. Lin Feng's excitement bubbled forth as he asked, does this Dragon Ball system possess elixirs that grant eternal life and everlasting youth? System, no. Is there an elixir that can augment my power by several thousands? Lin Feng felt his exhilaration wane as he became increasingly despondent, akin to consuming expired medication. System, no. Chapter 2. Power level of 5. What then is your purpose? Lin Feng's frustration flared. With nothing to offer, what use was this system? The Dragon Ball system is a marvel of technology from the 60th century of the galaxy, featuring functions such as skill acquisition, skill enhancement, book detection and analysis, spatial transportation, and ability plundering. The system began to elucidate the functionalities of the Dragon Ball system. As Lin Feng listened to the system's explanation, he observed a screen materializing before him, resembling a shop filled with skills from characters within the Dragon Ball universe. Instant transmission, Kamehameha, Ultimate Flash, Spirit Bomb, Kaioken, and more. The array of options dazzled him, as every skill associated with the characters from Dragon Ball was present. Upon reaching the final page, he was astonished to find even the super healing immortality technique of the formidable Majin Buu listed. If Lin Feng were to master such a skill, he could become invincible, surviving with just a single cell. After absorbing the system's words, Lin Feng began to grasp the essence of the Dragon Ball system, realizing that the most crucial element was points. With points, one could learn any skill from the system, akin to Majin Buu's super healing immortality technique. However, upon examining the required points 10, 0, 0, 0, 0, so Lin Feng could only stammer in disbelief. 7 zeros 10 million points. Glancing at his own tally, he found it to be a resounding 0. Lin Feng navigated to the Saiyan section, where he discovered the stages for advancing to Super Saiyan forms. The first stage required 100,000 points, the second stage 1 million points, the third stage 10 million points, and the fourth stage 100 million points. Lin Feng soon comprehended that the point requirements escalated exponentially, each subsequent stage demanding 100 times the previous. Points. Points. Lin Feng's mind was consumed by the notion of points. He reluctantly checked his combat power. Base combat power 5. 5? Damn it. My combat power is only 5? Lin Feng exclaimed in despair, realizing he was merely a weakling with a power level of 5. System, where exactly have I been transported? Lin Feng wiped away his feelings of despair, recognizing that understanding his current situation was of utmost importance. Host, the location you currently find yourself in is the dimensional realm of the Super God Academy, on the Demon Planet. What? Are you saying that I have entered the world of the Super God Academy? Lin Feng exclaimed, appearing quite bewildered. Wasn't the Super God Academy merely an anime? Had he truly traversed into a world of 2 dimensions? System. Indeed. Lin Feng proceeded to inquire further, and the system answered each of his questions in detail. Upon learning the method to exit the system space, Lin Feng returned to the real world. Ugh! Lin Feng groaned softly as he opened his eyes and sat up, his head still somewhat foggy, evidently due to the excruciating pain he had just experienced. Standing up, Lin Feng brushed off the dust from his clothes and muttered to himself, Demon Planet? As a reclusive individual in his previous life, he had certainly watched this anime, yet it seemed that the original narrative did not feature a planet named Demon Planet, did it? Just as Lin Feng felt a wave of thirst wash over him, he noticed a small stream nearby. As he approached, he realized something was amiss. There seemed to be something swinging behind him. He turned around and was nearly taken aback, for he had grown a furry monkey tail from his backside. What the hell? How'd I grow a tail? Lin Feng exclaimed, touching his monkey tail and instantly feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Host, upon the activation of the Dragon Ball system, You also awakened the Saiyan bloodline within you, which naturally resulted in the growth of a monkey tail. Is that so? Lin Feng pouted, feeling an inexplicable oddity regarding this sudden tale. As Lin Feng reached the stream and gazed into the water's surface, he saw his reflection. His face remained unchanged, but his hair was rather alarming, standing up in all directions like a lion's mane. His was, of course, the distinctive rocket head hairstyle of the Saiyans. After cupping his hands to drink from the stream, he turned to leave as the sky was gradually darkening, and he needed to find a safer place. Lin Feng discovered a hollow in a tree within the forest and squeezed himself inside, sitting cross-legged. Although the space was somewhat cramped, it could accommodate him adequately. Lin Feng closed his eyes and entered the system space, purchasing the method to gather energy from the system shop, and began his training. Fortunately, the method was free, as Lin Feng had yet to earn any points. Qi. Every individual possesses qi, which is not merely the oxygen found in the air, but rather a profoundly intricate energy. Within the human body, qi comprises three components: innate qi, heavenly and earthly qi, and the qi derived from grains. The amalgamation of these three forms the essence of life. Lin Feng's current task was to concentrate this qi in his dantian. As time passed, the dawn light began to break, and Lin Feng had been meditating throughout the night. To his delight, he had finally gathered qi in his dantian. Whether this was due to his extraordinary talent or the influence of his Saiyan bloodline, Lin Feng, in his extreme self-admiration, attributed it to the former. Emerging from the tree hollow, Lin Feng's stomach growled audibly, indicating that he was ravenously hungry. He realized this was a consequence of successfully refining qi, as qi is derived from the energy of every cell in the body, thus significantly increasing food consumption during training. In the original Dragon Ball narrative, which Saiyan did not have an astonishing appetite, Lin Feng stood and ventured deeper into the forest, uncertain if there were formidable beasts lurking in this desolate place, knowing full well that his current strength was quite inadequate. However, hunting lesser aggressive creatures was still feasible. Chapter 03. After the battle. After stealthily moving 200 to 300 meters into the forest, Lin Feng concealed himself in the underbrush. Soon, a rabbit came into view, but to his astonishment, its fur was a striking blue. A blue-furred rabbit? Lin Feng fixated his gaze on the blue rabbit, and as it passed by his hiding spot, a faint white glow suddenly emanated from his body, an outcome of his night of training. However, the energy within him was still too meager, merely clinging to him with the fragility of a fleeting whisper, and its duration was exceedingly brief. After all, he had only trained for a single night. Lin Feng swiftly channeled the gathered energy and darted towards the rabbit, throwing a powerful punch. Bang! The blue rabbit, caught off guard, was unable to evade the strike and collapsed, twitching its legs before losing consciousness. Lin Feng seized the rabbit by its ears and picked up a stone from the ground, cruelly ending the life of the once vibrant creature. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the water Gulu rabbit. You have earned 100 points. The system's voice resonated in Lin Feng's mind. Upon checking, he was pleased to see his points had increased from 0 to 100. I never anticipated that hunting could also yield points. How delightful. Lin Feng's spirits soared as he returned to the streamside with the water and the wild rabbit in hand. He retrieved a sharp stone from the brook and began the meticulous task of skinning the rabbit. This was certainly no trivial endeavor for Lin Feng in his past life. However, after yesterday's training, he found it to be relatively manageable. Once he had skillfully cleaned the rabbit, a wave of concern washed over him. After all his efforts, he realized he had no means to create a fire. Was he to resort to consuming it raw? The sight of the bloodied rabbit meat nearly made him retch. With no alternatives left, he resolved to emulate the great primitive civilizations and attempt to kindle fire by friction. Lin Feng placed the rabbit meat upon a smooth stone and searched the vicinity for a piece of dry wood. He then gathered a handful of dried grass and picked up a sharper twig. Lowering himself to the ground, he began to rotate the twig rapidly against the dry wood. At last, through his unwavering determination, the dried grass atop the wood began to smolder and ignite. Lin Feng hurriedly added more twigs and leaves to the fledgling flames. Fearful that the hard-won spark would extinguish, Lin Feng was busy for quite some time before finally igniting a fire. Skewering the rabbit meat onto hastily gathered branches to commence his outdoor camping barbecue. Just as Lin Feng's stomach began to rumble with hunger, the rabbit meat was perfectly roasted, golden and crispy on the outside while remaining tender within, exuding a rich and savory aroma that made his mouth water. As the meat cooled slightly, Lin Feng could hardly contain his eagerness and began to feast. To his pleasant surprise, The flavor of the rabbit was delightful, although lacking elaborate seasoning. It was remarkably satisfying, greasy yet not overwhelming, unlike the dry, bark-like lean meats or the excessively fatty cuts he had endured in his past life. In a swift manner, Lin Feng devoured the entire rabbit, only to be taken aback by the realization that he was still not full, after all. This rabbit weighed at least 4 or 5 pounds. In his previous life, finishing half of such a rabbit would have been commendable. It was evident to Lin Feng that this insatiable hunger stemmed from his scion lineage, compelling him to venture back into the forest in search of another water rabbit. A week later, surrounded by towering ancient trees that reached heights of 100 meters, Lin Feng dozed beneath their shade, feeling drowsy. Having arrived in this world several days ago, he pondered when he might escape this desolate forest. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind, announcing the system's alert. Ding. Host. A red-haired wild boar has appeared at 12 o'clock. Danger level. None. That cursed pig. Lin Feng, heavy with sleep, lamented the interruption of his rare peaceful nap. Yet, for the sake of earning points, he knew he had no choice but to endure it. Lin Feng stifled a yawn as he rose to his feet and inquired of the system, "What is the exact location of that pig now?" Ding. It is located 151 meters at 11 o'clock. Lin Feng picked up a rusty knife he had found lying on the ground and departed. Despite its dilapidated appearance, the blade had been honed to an exceptional sharpness by Lin Feng and had proven to be quite useful over the past few days. At that moment, the red-haired wild boar remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom, busily foraging in the underbrush with its snout, its tail wagging joyfully as it reveled in its feast. Suddenly, a shadow leaped out from behind the boar, issuing a loud command. Attack. Startled, the red-haired wild boar attempted to evade, displaying a quick reaction, however. It was evidently too late. The rusty machete descended upon its head with tremendous force. Although the boar possessed tough skin and thick meat, it could not withstand such a powerful blow, and its brain was instantly stunned, leaving it dazed and bewildered. Although it was Lin Feng's first time slaughtering a pig, his recent training had equipped him with a proficient understanding of harnessing qi, allowing him to execute the task with remarkable skill and swiftness. Thus, the fate of the adult red-haired wild boar was sealed in tragedy. Lin Feng grasped the rusted machete firmly in both hands, taking a swift step forward to launch the red-haired wild boar into the air. With a powerful slash and a precise thrust, he executed a flawless series of strikes. Indeed, the combination was so effective that it was nearly impossible for the boar to survive, letting out a mournful cry. Its limbs convulsed uncontrollably before it succumbed to blood loss and asphyxiation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the red-haired wild boar. You are awarded 300 points. Lin Feng had long since grown numb to the auditory prompts of this cerebral system. He seized the lifeless hoof of the wild boar and, exhibiting a brutish demeanor, dragged it across the ground with little regard. Lin Feng arrived by the stream to begin the process of preparing the wild boar's carcass. This wild boar, devoid of any significance, was merely his dinner for the evening. Although it weighed between 200 to 300 pounds, it was only sufficient to satisfy Lin Feng's appetite for a single meal. After several days of relentless cultivation, his appetite had indeed doubled, and his physical condition continued to improve. Moments later, Lin Feng suspended the wild boar on a tree branch as the sun still hung high in the sky, indicating that it was only around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 04. From joy to sorrow, Lin Feng sought refuge in the shade of a tree, settling himself cross-legged and closing his eyes as he entered the realm of the system. System, how many points do I possess now? He inquired, having recently vanquished numerous beasts and accumulated a modest sum of points. Ding. Host, you currently hold 2,205 points. Over 2,000, is it? Lin Feng murmured, perusing the skill offerings within the shop system. After flipping through several pages, he soon realized that this amount was woefully insufficient, as even the most basic skill required 5,000 points. The shop skills were meticulously categorized into ordinary skills, ultimate skills, auxiliary skills, and movement skills. Lin Feng opened the section for mobility skills, contemplating for a while before finally settling his gaze on the sky dance technique. Acquiring it required an expenditure of 2,000 points, and at this moment, the sky dance technique undoubtedly represented a skill of significant utility for Lin Feng. System. Purchase the sky dance technique. Ding. Purchase successful. Remaining points, 205. Lin Feng emerged from the system space, and soon, a method for cultivating the sky dance technique materialized in his mind. It is important to note that the Dragon Ball system merely offers the inheritance of skills. The specific mastery of these abilities requires Lin Feng to learn and awaken them himself, in order to possess and utilize them. The method for cultivating the sky dance technique is not particularly challenging. It involves gathering all the gas within the body and continuously releasing it, thereby using the reaction force to elevate oneself. The more gas contained within, the longer one can sustain flight. Within less than an hour, Lin Feng had already mastered the sky dance technique. Although his form wavered slightly during ascent, after flying a few circles in the sky, he became remarkably adept. Haha. The sensation of flight is truly delightful. Lin Feng maneuvered through the air with the sky dance technique, feeling an exhilarating sense of freedom akin to a fish swimming in vast oceans and a bird soaring in the boundless sky. After several days of training, Lin Feng's foundational combat power had risen from 5 points to 34 points, marking a commendable beginning. However, despite the advantages of the sky dance technique, it does consume a considerable amount of internal energy, particularly for Lin Feng at this stage. As he found himself expending half of his energy within just a few short minutes, Lin Feng settled by the brook, crouching down to splash his face with the cold water. As he gazed at his reflection, a visage marked by dust and grime, he realized that since his arrival in this world, he had yet to take a single bath. Lin Feng seated himself upon a large boulder nearby. Once he had sufficiently replenished the energy within him, he soared upstream along the gentle brook. Over the past few days, Lin Feng had been wandering in the vicinity and had yet to explore the upper reaches of the stream. Lin Feng hummed an unfamiliar tune as he soared through the sky. After approximately 20 minutes, a lake emerged within his line of sight, unexpectedly revealing that the upstream of the stream was indeed a lake. Lin Feng descended and shouted towards the lake's surface, his voice echoing through the surrounding valleys. These past few days had been quite distressing for him, as he had no one to converse or share thoughts with. After Lin Feng's mood improved significantly, he began to remove his clothing, preparing to take a leap into the lake like a carp, indulging in a sun bath. What is this? Just as Lin Feng was about to undress, he suddenly noticed a pile of garments beside the haystack ahead. Lin Feng approached, the monkey's tail swaying behind him. He crouched down to sift through the pile of garments, which included not only bras but also panties. Undoubtedly, these were women's clothing. Lin Feng picked up a peculiar black top. Its design was odd, neither resembling a shirt nor a tank top, yet it was indeed quite revealing. Lin Feng gazed at the black attire in his hands for quite some time, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. He stroked his chin in contemplation. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This was none other than Morgana's outfit. In the original narrative, Morgana always favored making her entrance clad in this very ensemble. Thus, the question arises, how did Morgana's garment come to be by the lakeside? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. He struggled to turn his head, gazing at the tranquil surface of the lake. Given that Morgana-esque garments lay by the lakeside, there could be but one possibility. Suddenly, a splash resonated, shattering the serenity of the lake. Lin Feng stared intently at the silhouette emerging from the water, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Suddenly, he recalled a phrase that perfectly encapsulated the moment. Turbulent waves. Her skin was not the delicate and fair type, but rather radiated a healthy, sun-kissed glow. Every inch of her figure was devoid of excess flesh, and the pair of black wings behind her revealed her demonic identity. She was not particularly short, standing almost at the same height as Lin Feng, and her well-proportioned limbs showcased an enchanting allure. Most striking were her long, slender legs, capable of captivating any male gaze. What was most surprising, however, was that Morgana's face was devoid of the heavy makeup typically described in the original text. It was only then that Lin Feng realized Morgana was truly a stunning beauty. Lin Feng was utterly bewildered, completely taken aback. He had never anticipated encountering Morgana by the lake, and to his astonishment, she was entirely unclothed, offering him an unobstructed view. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind, causing his heart to sink ominously. Ding. Character information analysis in progress. Name, Morgana. Occupation, Necromancer. Basic combat power, 560812. Danger index, SSS. What the heck? What the heck? Lin Feng's heart roared, 1,000 wild steeds galloping through his mind, with a staggering combat power of 560,000. He mused that perhaps a mere finger could easily bring about his demise. Chapter 05. Reluctantly marrying you upon reaching the shore. Morgana likely did not anticipate the presence of anyone by the lakeside. She reached up to caress the water on her cheek and, feeling utterly content, stretched her perfect form in an exaggerated manner. In the next moment, the joyful expression on Morgana's face abruptly vanished, her movements becoming stiff and rigid. Instantly, she crossed her arms over her chest, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her lips as she addressed Lin Feng. Human, have you feasted your eyes enough upon this queen? A palpable aura of menace enveloped the air, locking onto Lin Feng with an intensity that made him feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His legs trembled involuntarily, and he stammered, "I was merely passing by." Morgana's playful smile faded, her voice turning sharply cold. "If that is the case, this queen shall graciously leave you with a complete corpse." As Lin Feng beheld Morgana approaching him with her hands shielding her upper body, a singular thought consumed his mind. Flee. Depart. Leave this place at once. Lin Feng cast a glance at Morgana's garments atop the haystack, a rather unorthodox idea blossoming in his mind. With little time to deliberate, he swiftly gathered all the clothes strewn on the ground into his embrace and employed the technique of flight, soaring away in the opposite direction. "Stop. Human." Morgana's voice rang out sharply, her hands poised to conjure a spell. However, as she released her grip, her chest became exposed to the open air, a blush of unnatural crimson rising to her cheeks. As Lin Feng soared into the sky and noticed Morgana remaining rooted in place, a wave of relief washed over him. He called out, "I assure you, I am merely passing by." Morgana, filled with wrath, retorted, "If I catch you, I shall gouge out your eyes, sever your tongue, shatter your teeth, and remove your limbs, casting them into an ant mound." Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine, nearly plummeting from the sky, his anger eclipsing his fear as he spat venomously, "You ancient spinster, your heart is so wicked that it's no wonder no man desires you. Ah, cursed humanity! I shall end your life." Morgana, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, roared ferociously, disregarding the need to conceal her exposed form. A surge of dark magic enveloped her, and a tempest erupted around her, spiraling into the heavens. Alas, Lin Feng was nearly paralyzed with fright. Witnessing the storm barreling towards him, he desperately summoned the energy within him to soar through the air. Yet, it was a futile struggle, for he was woefully inadequate in strength, appearing no more than a mere ant before the formidable Morgana, whose battle prowess exceeded 560,000. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying storm descended upon him, rendering him defenseless. He coughed up blood, akin to a bird with severed wings, plummeting to the ground and creating a substantial crater upon impact. Soon after, the unabashed Morgana, brandishing her ebony wings, materialized before Lin Feng, placing a foot upon his face as she sneered, "Run, human. Why have you ceased your flight?" Coughing, Lin Feng spat blood repeatedly, a disdainful smile curling his lips as he retorted, "Are you truly incensed because you're an ancient spinster? With your disposition, I doubt even a desperate man would seek you." Lin Feng realized he was likely facing certain death once more, feeling an acute sense of injustice. Having just traversed into this realm, must he now confront death again? Will there be another chance for reincarnation? "You wretched human, silence." Morgana seethed, forcefully pressing Lin Feng's head into the earth with her foot. Lin Feng's vision blurred as consciousness faded away. After an indeterminate period, he slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with excruciating pain coursing through his body. Struggling momentarily, he realized he was utterly immobilized, bound to a tree stump deep within the jungle. "Oh, I didn't expect you to awaken so soon," Morgana remarked, her hands resting on her slender waist, an air of surprise lacing her tone. With a face smeared in dirt, Lin Feng lifted his gaze, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips as he retorted, "You ancient spinster, what are you planning?" Though Lin Feng was no notable figure, surrendering was not in his nature. Death would come before he yielded. Morgana seemed particularly sensitive to the title of ancient spinster, her frustration boiling over as she exclaimed, You despicable wretch." Lin Feng gazed lecherously at Morgana's bosom and jested, "I have already explained. I was merely passing by the lakeside. Of course, if you insist on holding me responsible, I suppose I could reluctantly suffer a loss and marry you." Morgana let out a cold snicker, her expression darkening as she fixed her gaze upon Lin Feng. "You, a mere human, believe yourself worthy to be my consort?" With that, Morgana produced a vial filled with a colorless liquid, forcefully pressing Lin Feng's mouth open to pour it in. "What is this?" Lin Feng attempted to struggle, but his hands were firmly bound to the tree stump, leaving him powerless to resist. Morgana leaned closer to Lin Feng's ear, her voice dripping with malice. "Soon, I shall make you yearn for death." Despite his futile resistance, Lin Feng was ultimately compelled to swallow the colorless potion. Soon, the effects began to take hold, and he felt an intense heat coursing through his body, as if he had plunged into molten lava. He gasped, "What on earth did you make me drink?" Morgana replied with a sly smile, "It's a waterfly potion." but I imagine you've never heard of it. Just a single drop can drain the strength from a robust bull. Lin Feng's expression was one of astonishment as he stammered, "Are you giving me an aphrodisiac?" Morgana leaned in closer to him, the distance between them merely a foot. A devilish smile graced her lips as she inquired, "How is it?" "Quite delightful, wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 06. The Scion Possession. Even if you are a perennial virgin, there is no need to seek my assistance for your first experience, is there? Nonetheless, even under such circumstances, you need not force me to drink that wretched concoction. I am quite resilient. Lin Feng's face contorted in agony. Teetering on the brink of collapse both physically and mentally, his gaze towards Morgana grew increasingly unfocused. In this moment, she appeared to him as an embodiment of irresistible allure. Lin Feng resembled a ravenous wolf, with Morgana undoubtedly the most exquisite of prey. "Humph, you truly are stubborn," Morgana scoffed, leaning further into Lin Feng. Her hands exploring his body, igniting the flames of desire. Lin Feng endeavored to retain his last shred of sanity, aware that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. An ominous premonition stirring within him. Suddenly, Morgana violently stripped Lin Feng of his trousers, leading to an unexpected revelation. This was no mere defenseless creature. Due to the effects of the waterfly potion, the diminutive had transformed into the formidable, a small bird metamorphosing into an eagle. A tiny insect evolving into a colossal dragon, an awe-inspiring and terrifying spectacle. Lin Feng was utterly petrified, exclaiming, "Hey, you can't be serious, can you? I'm still a virgin." A faint blush crept onto Morgana's face as she teasingly slid her hand up and down, leaving Lin Feng on the brink of collapse. He feared that in the next moment, he would meet a tragic end, becoming the first protagonist in history to perish in such a manner. Finally, Morgana released her grip on Lin Feng, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, though he was reluctant to part with the sensation from earlier. However, his heart sank once more as Morgana unsheathed the colossal sword embedded in the ground, smiling at him as she declared, "Human, since you have spied on your queen while she bathed, I shall castrate you. You may gaze upon your fate, for once it is lost. It shall never be seen again." In Lin Feng's heart, a myriad of frustrations surged forth. As he finally comprehended the reason behind Morgana's decision to administer an aphrodisiac to him, she was evidently concerned that her own castration might not be sufficiently thorough. "Hey, hold on. Do not approach. Impulsiveness is the enemy. Let us converse calmly," Lin Feng exclaimed in a state of panic. While internally cursing Morgana's ancestral lineage of women across generations, a smirk of mockery danced at the corners of Morgana's lips as she advanced towards Lin Feng. Wielding her great sword with deliberate steps, it was over. Truly, it was over. Lin Feng's hands were tightly bound by coarse ropes, struggling to break free. Yet the pressure left deep welts on his wrists, proving futile. He was genuinely on the brink of despair, facing the grim reality of becoming the first protagonist in history to be transformed into a eunuch. Just then, a voice resonated in his mind. "Ding. Host detected in danger. Would you like to activate automatic defense for 60 seconds? What is this automatic defense for 60 seconds? Lin Feng pondered, engaging with the system, marveling at his own mental fortitude in the face of adversity. Ding. Basic combat power temporarily increased by 100 times. You may also utilize Super Saiyan Phase 3. This is a defensive function of the system, but it can only be used once. Do you confirm usage?" "Absolutely," Lin Feng asserted, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Who wouldn't use it in such a critical moment? Ding. Enhancing the host's basic combat power. If Lin Feng were to check the system at that moment, he would find his combat power surging from 34 to an astonishing 3,400, an increase of 100-fold. Morgana observed Lin Feng, perplexed by his stunned silence. Had he been rendered speechless by fear? Suddenly, a look of astonishment spread across Morgana's face as she sensed a profound danger emanating from him, compelling her to evade. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated, sending dust soaring to great heights and fracturing the earth beneath. Morgana had already spread her wings, hovering in midair, vigilant as she watched the dust engulfing the ground. Thankfully, she had vacated the surface in time, otherwise, she would have surely been caught in the blast, which, while not fatal, would have inflicted severe injuries. Could it be that humans self-destructed? Morgana murmured. Yet even she found it hard to believe that a feeble human could unleash such devastating power. However, the current circumstances did seem to align with that possibility. Moments later, as the dust began to settle, a figure emerged, radiating golden light. Once the haze cleared completely, Morgana's eyes widened in horror, filled with dread. Lin Feng, once with dark, spiky hair, now boasted long, golden locks cascading to his waist, and his green eyes glinted coldly at her. Yet, what struck her most was the overwhelming aura surrounding him. She instinctively felt that should Lin Feng harbor the slightest malevolent thought, her demise would be inevitable. Super Saiyan Phase 3, Basic Combat Power 200 Total Combat Power. Thus, Lin Feng's combat power had surged to an astounding 680,000. Lin Feng approached Morgana with an expressionless visage, moving at a deliberate pace that exuded an overwhelming pressure, causing Morgana to break into a cold sweat. She flapped her dark wings in a desperate attempt to flee from this ominous place. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Lin Feng vanished from the ground, reappearing without warning behind Morgana. Before she could react, he struck with a single, decisive move, forcing her to spit blood, akin to a wingless bird plummeting toward the earth. Bang! The ground was forcefully struck by Morgana, creating a deep pit. Injured and trembling, her face was etched with terror. She could hardly believe it. With just a single move, no, to be more precise, she was unable to withstand even a single strike from that human. How terrifyingly powerful could such strength be? Perhaps no one anticipated that the formidable Queen Morgana, with a power level of 560,000, would be utterly vanquished in a single blow by Lin Feng's third transformation into a Super Saiyan, leaving her no opportunity for resistance whatsoever. A ripple stirred the air as Lin Feng's figure emerged from the deep pit in the ground. This was not a mere act of instantaneous movement, rather. Lin Feng's speed had reached an extraordinary pinnacle, making it challenging for the naked eye to perceive, let alone military satellites. Chapter 07, Reaping the Consequences. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. In less than a minute, the roles of Lin Feng and Morgana had completely reversed. Morgana, trembling with fear, struggled to sit up, leaning against the earthen pit. Lin Feng advanced towards her step by step, leaving her with no avenue of escape. In a quivering voice, she asked, "What do you intend to do?" A vague premonition of what was to transpire lingered in her heart. Hiss. The sound of fabric being torn echoed through the air. Indeed. Lin Feng, with an impassive expression, forcefully pried apart Morgana's slender legs, ruthlessly shredding the garments beneath her. Then, devoid of any foreplay or warning, the abruptness of the moment unfolded. "No, please." Morgana let out a piercing scream, her most genuine sensation being that of an intrusive force assailing her. It seemed as though she were under the delusion that Lin Feng intended to rend her body asunder. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Feng remained utterly silent, akin to a pile driver, relentlessly and rapidly engaging with Morgana. My first experience was utterly ruined by this fellow." Morgana let out a mournful cry. And alongside the tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, crimson plum blossoms bloomed upon the ground, silently narrating the events that had transpired. Within the silent tears lay a tumult of emotions, humiliation, pain, regret, and an array of inexplicable complexities. The vivid red blossoms on the ground symbolized the woman's chastity, or perhaps served as a testament to the earth that yet another girl had transformed into a woman. You wretched creature, how dare you return? Do not linger within. Enough is enough. Spare me, O Queen. I shall not dare again." The voice of Morgana emerged from the depths of the pit, soon followed by her sounds that oscillated between anguish and ecstasy. Ultimately, all of this could only be attributed to Morgana herself, had she not forcefully administered an entire vial of waterfly potion to Lin Feng. The current predicament would never have arisen. The waterfly potion, a unique creation of the demon star, is derived from a creature known as the waterfly. Found in the depths of the black mist forest, with minimal refinement, it can be transformed into a colorless, odorless elixir, boasting an extraordinarily potent effect. Even a mere trace of it can ignite an insatiable desire, rendering one unable to control themselves, teetering between life and death. Most alarmingly, regardless of one's strength, no matter how formidable, once exposed to this waterfly potion, self-rescue becomes impossible. From a certain perspective, this potion can indeed be likened to a toxin. It merely serves as a catalyst for stimulating male and female hormones, thereby preventing the exertion of one's formidable power to expel it from the body. Whether in suffering or in pleasure, the passage of time becomes inconsequential. Clearly, throughout that day and night, Morgana endured excruciating torment, as Lin Feng bore down upon her relentlessly, akin to a pile driver. Despite Morgana being a frail sorceress, she was nonetheless a powerful entity on the verge of divinity. Were she an ordinary person beneath Lin Feng, she would likely have perished within the hour. When Lin Feng finally ceased his relentless actions, Morgana exhaled in relief, her body rendered numb and immobile, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. When Lin Feng regained his senses and opened his eyes, he was taken aback, for he found himself still atop Morgana. Most importantly, the two remained intimately entwined, interwoven in a union of flesh. Given the circumstances, had he truly just engaged with the demon queen Morgana? Lin Feng was startled by the audacity of his own thoughts. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the passive skill, Demon Body. Reward, 200,000 points. 200,000 points. Lin Feng murmured, momentarily struck dumb by the revelation. What? 200,000 points? He exclaimed in excitement, only for his legs to weaken, causing him to collapse back onto Morgana. The unconscious Morgana let out a soft whimper, her delicate brows furrowed in evident pain. Lin Feng initially intended to inquire about the nature of this demonic body and the origin of the 200,000 points of experience. However, upon witnessing Morgana beneath him, he was overwhelmed with compassion. Her entire body was marred with wounds, the blood still fresh and uncoagulated, and the state beneath her was even more tragic, resembling a flower bud battered by a tempest, a sight that was utterly heart-wrenching. Lin Feng descended from Morgana and settled down beside her. He felt utterly drained of strength, his legs trembling at the mere thought of standing. A chill coursed through his body, and without needing to look, he was acutely aware of his own state of undress. Glancing around, he noticed the ground littered with fragments of clothing, a mix of his own and Morgana's. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before inquiring. Could you first enlighten me on what the demon body is? The system replied, this is a result of your acquisition of the Queen Morgana's vital essence, which has granted you the passive skill known as the demon body. Vital essence? Lin Feng's gaze shifted to Morgana's battered lower body, and he wickedly pondered. Could this precious life essence be her virgin blood? Yet, even if it were not, it would be close enough to the truth. Lin Feng inquired. What is the purpose of this passive skill? The system replied, this skill belongs to the growth system and will integrate into your bloodline, evolving with your strength. Lin Feng nodded, though he still found the usefulness of the demon body's passive skill somewhat unclear. However, as long as it posed no harm to him, it sufficed. The prospect of effortlessly acquiring 200,000 points did not elate Lin Feng to the point of frenzy, for he understood that this was merely a preliminary step towards becoming a Super Saiyan. It is crucial to note that in the system shop, advancing to the second stage of Super Saiyan required 1 million points. As for the subsequent third and fourth stages, the required points would escalate exponentially, a 100-fold increase. Hence, this 200,000 points could be regarded as but a mere drizzle, albeit it did represent his first significant earnings. Chapter 08, Spatial Teleportation, however. It was clear that this was not the time for such musings, nor for reveling in the acquisition of 200,000 points. What should be done now that Morgana had awakened? Lin Feng was acutely aware that the only reason he could engage in such an act with Morgana was due to the system's defensive capabilities. The Super Saiyan transformation lasted a mere 60 seconds and was a one-time opportunity. This chance had been expended on Morgana, leaving him in a precarious situation. What if Morgana woke up, furious, and sought retribution against him? As it stood, his combat power was barely over 1,000. Of course, should he choose to utilize the 200,000 points to enhance his strength, he might attain a power level of 10 to 20,000. Yet, when faced with Morgana's formidable combat power of 560,000, this would hardly suffice. What to do? It is worth recalling that Morgana had previously threatened to gouge out Lin Feng's eyes, sever his tongue, and amputate his limb. Lin Feng was suddenly startled by the thoughts swirling in his mind. He shook his head. Although he was not a paragon of virtue, he certainly was not a heartless beast capable of committing heinous acts. Regardless of the circumstances or motivations behind it, Lin Feng had indeed succumbed to the allure of Morgana. If Morgana were merely a promiscuous woman, engaging in fleeting pleasures, then what of it? However, that was not the case. The idea of reveling in ecstasy and then brutally eliminating the woman he had been with was something Lin Feng could not fathom. But what options remained? Escape? To where? In this realm of demons, where could one flee? It was essential to recognize that this was Morgana's territory. Frolicking here would be tantamount to courting disaster. Lin Feng's expression was one of deep distress, truly a conundrum that left him perplexed. Suddenly, he recalled the Dragon Ball system. He mentally reached out to the system and inquired, do you possess any means to facilitate my departure from this cursed demon planet? Ding. Host. You can utilize the system's spatial teleportation. This teleportation allows you to reach any planet in the universe. Is that truly the case? Can you send me back to Earth? Lin Feng exclaimed, fully aware that this ability far surpassed any aircraft carriers or rockets. Ding. Indeed, however, each use of spatial teleportation requires a payment of 500,000 points. What? 500,000 points? Lin Feng shouted in exasperation. Isn't that a scam? Considering I just managed to earn 200,000 points after, well, you know, with Morgana. Now, to use spatial teleportation, it costs 500,000 points? This is absurd. Those points weren't stolen. I was merely fortunate enough to have that encounter with Morgana. What shall I do next? Go to the sun? Should I then change my name to Linri Tian? Although that idea has its merits, I doubt I could bring myself to do it. Ding. Host. The first use of spatial teleportation is complimentary, requiring no points at all. Complimentary for the first use? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Is this system deliberately toying with me? Lin Feng couldn't help but express his frustration. System, how long is your after-sales service? Is there a warranty? Do you offer free shipping? Is cash on delivery an option? Lin Feng felt that his physical strength had significantly recovered. As he stood up, a chill swept over him. He was unaccustomed to being entirely bare. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He pondered, System, if your spatial teleportation function were to transport me to Earth, to which location would I be sent? Ding. Naturally, you would be teleported to the coordinates designated by the host. What? I have no idea about coordinates. Lin Feng exclaimed. Bewildered. What exactly are coordinates? Ding. The host may also provide a rough geographical location, and the system will randomly transport the host to a certain spot within the city. What should I do then? Lin Feng glanced around at the scattered fragments of clothing, troubled by the notion of arriving on Earth in the nude. The system chimed in his mind again. Ding. Host, you can purchase essential living supplies in the system shop. Does this system sell clothing as well? Lin Feng mused. Closing his eyes, he entered the system space and opened the shop, quickly locating a section for daily necessities. Inside, he found various items essential for life, all requiring sufficient points for purchase. Clothing was merely one category among a plethora of eclectic items, including the frequently used space compression capsules from the original Dragon Ball series. However, the prices were exorbitant, demanding 50,000 points for such capsules, alongside a multitude of other necessities. Lin Feng began selecting clothing, not as a woman might, deliberating over which garments were aesthetically pleasing or suitable, but rather focusing on the prices. The clothing was, of course, inspired by the original Dragon Ball series, including Goku's martial arts uniform priced at 100,000 points and Vegeta's blue outfit with a silver vest at 150,000 points. The system boasted an array of outfits from the series, albeit at shockingly high prices. Ultimately, Lin Feng discovered the garb of an unnamed minor character, a black trench coat priced at 5,000 points. After much hesitation, Lin Feng ultimately decided to purchase 2 such garments, despite the fact that his assets had now reached a commendable 200,000 points. Nevertheless, the decision still caused him a pang of discomfort. Ding. Is the host certain about purchasing 2 black trench coats? Lin Feng gritted his teeth and declared, absolutely. He certainly does not wish to return to Earth in an undignified state. Ding. Successfully purchased for 10,000 points. Remaining balance, 190,255 points. Note, the black trench coat possesses a passive skill that can activate a defensive barrier, along with a 10-second invisibility duration. Upon hearing the system's commentary, Lin Feng felt considerably relieved. After all, spending such a significant amount of points on an ordinary trench coat would indeed have been a tremendous loss. Lin Feng placed the 2 garments on the ground, casually selecting one to don. As he put on the trousers, he made a small incision at the back, not to expose his modesty, but rather to free the tail of the monkey adorning his posterior. After donning the black trench coat, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that it fit him perfectly, not too large, nor too small, but just right. Lin Feng took another set of clothing from the ground, flinging the trench coat over Morgana, concealing her voluptuous and graceful figure. Lin Feng gazed at the unconscious Morgana with a complex expression. Although he had taken her first experience, she had also claimed his in return. The impressions of one's first encounter are deeply etched in the memories of both men and women alike. Lin Feng never anticipated that after his demise in a previous life, he would be transported to the world of the Super God Academy. Even more surprising was that within mere days of arriving in this dimension, he found himself entangled with a woman, and not just any woman, but one of the formidable antagonists, a major boss among them. Lin Feng gently caressed the furrowed brow of Morgana, his voice laden with astonishment. We shall meet again. I hope you will not harbor any resentment towards me." After a prolonged silence, Lin Feng let out a melancholic sigh and bestowed a fleeting kiss upon Morgana's alluring lips, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. System, activate spatial transmission. Ding. The system is establishing the transmission function. Please select a planet. Host. Earth. Ding. Success. Please select a location. Julie Gorge City. Ding. Success. Please choose specific coordinates. Random coordinates. Ding. The system has successfully established spatial transmission. Please prepare for the transfer. 3, 2, 1. There was no cataclysmic upheaval, merely the gradual dissolution of Lin Feng's figure, as the surrounding space rippled and tore apart until he vanished entirely. In the silent pit, only the unconscious Morgana remained, draped in a black trench coat. Perhaps when she awakens, she will never fathom that her millennia-old purity was unwittingly claimed from her. As night fell, the stars twinkled brilliantly, and the moonlight cast an enchanting yet desolate glow. High above, a black hole resembling a chrysanthemum hung ominously, known as a space-time wormhole. Its origins remain shrouded in mystery, however. It is rumored that an immensely powerful dark deity from outer space stole a certain artifact and punctured a great hole in Earth, causing a cataclysmic eruption of crimson light, popularly termed as the destruction of conventional understanding. It is also foretold that extraterrestrial civilizations will soon invade Earth. In the stillness of the deep night, with the moon perched upon the treetops, Julie Gorge City appeared to be enveloped in slumber. At that moment, within an inconspicuous industrial ruin of a derelict building, the fabric of space suddenly shifted, revealing a faint, swirling vortex. With a flash, a dim blue light illuminated the space, and Lin Feng's figure abruptly materialized. Gasping for breath, Lin Feng collapsed to the ground, feeling as though his body had nearly been torn asunder by the void during the transmission, though thankfully, this disorienting sensation lasted but a minute. Lin Feng wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead, standing up to survey his surroundings. It was evident that he was in a forsaken, half-finished building. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. A primary mission has been issued, requiring the host to join the Super God Academy within 3 days. Reward, 10,000 points. Lin Feng completely disregarded the prompt. He was so famished that he felt close to death. As for joining the Super God Academy, what a trivial matter. Isn't it a necessity? Having traversed into the dimension of Super God, wouldn't it be futile if he did not enroll in the academy? When Lin Feng emerged from the abandoned building, he realized that it was not just this site. The surrounding area was filled with dilapidated structures. It was evident that this was a slum, and Lin Feng was unaware that this was the most impoverished, filthy, and chaotic part of the entire Juxia city. Were it not for dire circumstances, it is unlikely that anyone would willingly set foot here. The air was thick with the pervasive stench of decay and mildew. Lin Feng walked along the path, furrowing his brows. Beneath the moonlight, though dim, he could still discern the rampant rats scurrying across the filthy drainage. Lin Feng found himself bereft of all necessities, contemplating the prospect of merely finding a place to endure the night, with plans to devise a strategy for procuring food come dawn. Within a span of 3 days, he aimed to join the Super God Academy. Even if the system did not mandate this task, Lin Feng would still seek to immerse himself in the academy, for he had perused the original text in his previous life and possessed a modicum of insight into the storyline. He was keen to discover whether the trio of Daban was indeed coerced by Katarina to linger on the balcony, and he harbored curiosity about the dawn goddess, Reina, and whether she truly did not rely on solar energy for sustenance. Additionally, he wished to ascertain whether the policewoman, Catherine, was as haughty as rumored. However, these musings were secondary. The crux of the matter lay in completing the task at hand, which promised a reward of 10,000 points. Though the sum seemed somewhat meager, even the smallest morsel holds value, does it not? Chapter 10. The dark daughter Lin Feng, feeling utterly bored, suddenly halted in his tracks. A grave expression etched upon his face. Such a palpable scent of blood? Lin Feng furrowed his brow and, once more, inhaled deeply, the pungent aroma of blood intensifying. Lin Feng squinted his eyes. He was no longer merely a street brawler. Following the scent of blood, he ventured into an old alleyway. Before he could draw near, he could faintly discern the sound of weeping emanating from within the dilapidated passage. Lin Feng concealed himself in the shadows, attentively listening to the sound of weeping, reminiscent of a young girl's cries. Could it be that he had encountered a vengeful little ghost? Lin Feng mused inwardly, a shiver running down his spine at the thought. The ethereal nature of spirits evoked an innate fear. After all, Humanity is often plagued by trepidation towards the unknown. Curiosity, they say, can be fatal. And Lin Feng felt as if his heart was being scratched by a cat's claws. His curiosity piqued, even as he instinctively urged himself to vacate the premises. A persistent voice whispered in his ear, "Just take a glance, just one glance. What might a female ghost look like?" Lin Feng swallowed hard, his curiosity ultimately triumphing over his fear. He cautiously approached the old alleyway, step by step. Closer, closer. With just one more step, he would enter the dilapidated passage. However, he paused at the corner, for the weeping that had echoed from the alley had abruptly ceased. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he exhaled a sigh of trepidation. Slowly peering into the alley. Blood. It was splattered everywhere, the ground seemingly stained crimson in layers. Flesh. Scattered remnants of human limbs and dismembered pieces lay strewn about. This alley resembled a miniature slaughterhouse, but instead of poultry or livestock, it was the lifeblood of living beings that had been mercilessly spilled. Lin Feng suddenly recalled a peculiar set of lyrics. "The scene is so beautiful that I dare not look." Alas! A wave of nausea surged within him, and he leaned over the edge, retching violently. Fortunately, after his encounter with Morgana, he had gone an entire day and night without sustenance. Otherwise, he would have surely vomited profusely. Lin Feng retched for an entire half-day, yet ultimately produced nothing of consequence. However, he did find some psychological relief. Huh. Lin Feng gasped for breath, utterly unwilling to cast another glance at the dilapidated alleyway. He feared that doing so might compel him to expel his very bile. As for the harrowing experiences that had transpired here, the reasons behind the nightmarish devastation, it was knowledge he wished to forego, lacking the emotional fortitude to delve into such matters. As the saying goes, what does not concern me, I shall not heed. Just as Lin Feng turned to depart, a chilling voice echoed from the depths of the alley, "Please, do not leave Nini all alone." However, instead of pausing, Lin Feng quickened his pace. At that moment, the alley resonated with the sound of helpless weeping. The sorrowful cries, however, possessed an almost irresistible allure, rendering it difficult for Lin Feng to move away. Perhaps it was fate. If death awaited him, so be it. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and came to a halt, laboriously turning his head to glance back into the old alley. At that moment, he discovered a small girl helplessly seated on the ground amidst the pool of blood, gazing at him with tear-streaked cheeks that tugged at his heartstrings. Her entire body was marred with bloodstains. Could she be a little ghost? This thought suddenly burst forth. Lin Feng was uncertain as to the reason. Perhaps it could be attributed to an instinctual understanding. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What brings you here alone?" Although the moonlight was dim, he could still discern the figure of a pink-haired little girl sitting in the old alley. There was something familiar about her, as if he had encountered her somewhere before. The little girl, wiping away the traces of her tears, spoke with a choked voice, "Nini, I don't understand what happened. When I woke up, everyone was gone, all gone." Lin Feng felt a twinge of vigilance and commanded the system in his mind. Activate the combat power analysis function. Ding. Analyzing the combat power of the individual before him. Name, any. Profession, none. Base combat power, 3. Any? Lin Feng gasped internally. Which Annie could it be? Could she be the Dark Child from League of Legends? However, it seemed that Annie had never appeared in the Super God Academy. Although Lin Feng was aware that the system's analysis function was infallible, he still inquired, "What is your name?" The petite girl with short pink hair looked up at Lin Feng with tearful eyes and whispered, "My name isn't an NIE." 3 days later. It was the 3rd day since Lin Feng arrived on Earth. Just yesterday, he successfully joined the Super God Academy. But he had not anticipated that the entrance process would be so straightforward. All it took was a mere formal resume to seal the deal. What surprised him further was that he was the very first student of the Super God Academy, as the institution had yet to commence its official enrollment. It appeared that the storyline from the original narrative had not yet begun. In the afternoon, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, and a gentle breeze occasionally swept through the streets, yet the air felt stiflingly hot, stirring a sense of restlessness within. It must be said, the heat of this day was truly unbearable. Lin Feng was truly sweltering to the point of discomfort, and beside him was an unwelcome burden, clinging to his arm as if fearing he might escape. Lin Feng came to a halt, somewhat amused and bewildered as he gazed at the little girl beside him. "Nini, don't you feel hot?" Chapter 11. Halt. It's a robbery. This petite figure with pink hair was none other than Annie, whom Lin Feng had encountered in the old alley that fateful night. Annie shook her adorable head and, with a hint of contradiction, declared, "Brother Feng, Nini is not hot at all." As she spoke, she clung tightly to Lin Feng's arm. even though beads of sweat were forming on her brow. She stubbornly insisted that she was not hot at all. Goodness. Lin Feng truly wished to express, you may not feel the heat, but I certainly do. Can't you see I'm nearly melting? However, upon gazing at Annie's pitiful little face, which radiated a profound sense of insecurity, he couldn't bear to voice his thoughts and instead reached out to gently tousle her hair. As for Annie's origins, they remained shrouded in mystery, even to Lin Feng, who could not ascertain any details. In fact, even the little girl herself was oblivious to her past, having suffered amnesia. Or perhaps it was a traumatic event that transpired one fateful night in an old alley that rendered her memories lost. Thus, the enigma surrounding this little girl remained unsolved. Lin Feng took Annie out merely for a leisurely stroll to ease their minds. As they passed through an alleyway, a sudden shout pierced the air. Stop! It's a robbery! In an instant, several ruffians emerged from the shadows, encircling Lin Feng and Annie. Brother Feng. Annie, filled with fear, nestled into Lin Feng's embrace. Lin Feng shielded Annie behind him, raising his head to gaze at the leading ruffian, who appeared momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the notorious Drealos of Noxus? The brash thug arrogantly tossed aside the brick in his hand, menacingly proclaiming, "This path is mine, and this tree is of my planting. If you wish to pass, you must pay the toll." Robbery, after all, thrived on such bravado. With a burst of laughter, Lin Feng responded earnestly, "Oh, my dear brother, I implore you. I have an elderly mother aged 80 and a 3-year-old child relying on me. I truly possess no wealth. Please, spare me. How dare you mock me?" The thug bellowed, pointing to himself with indignation. "Do you even know who I am? I am known as the head collector, and you dare provoke me." Just as tensions escalated, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop!" Coughing, the thug unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of sour liquid, nearly losing his footing. The newcomer was a towering figure clad in a blue shirt, his face bearing the marks of 2 black eyes. Yet, these details paled in comparison to the fact that he was none other than Garen, the embodiment of Damatian strength. The thug glared at Garen, his demeanor unfriendly as he remarked, "Ah, look who we have here, a meddler, I see." Garen, despite feeling slightly intimidated by the sheer number of adversaries, stood resolute, his voice ringing with righteousness as he declared, "Release them and face me." Lin Feng had already become aware of the impending events, although the original narrative had not unfolded in such a manner. Could it be that his very presence had instigated a butterfly effect in this world? As anticipated by Lin Feng, Didi was nearly driven to the brink of madness by Garen's audacity. Seizing a brick from the roadside, he charged forward. Bang! The brick shattered into fragments, leaving Garen momentarily dazed from the unexpected blow. Didi grinned widely, exuding arrogance as he delivered a kick to Garen, vociferously declaring, "You little brat! Do you know who I am? I am known as the head hunter, and you dare provoke me? I will kick you." However, before Didi could finish his boast, he let out a cry of anguish, for before him loomed a brick that had suddenly enlarged, hurtling towards his forehead with no chance of evasion. Crack! The sound of another brick shattering echoed through the air. Didi, left disheveled and dizzy from the blow, began to regain his senses when he heard someone exclaim in astonishment, "Indeed, the physical resilience is unlike that of ordinary individuals." The speaker was Lin Feng, who observed that standard logic would dictate that a brick striking someone's head would result in a bloody mess. Yet, both Didi and Garen appeared wholly unscathed, despite the brick's pulverization. Upon recognizing the individual standing before him, Didi's anger flared. "How dare you, known as the head hunter?" he bellowed. Thud, with a muffled impact. Accompanied by Didi's scream, his body flew several yards, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing into the alley wall with enough force to reduce it to rubble. What speed! Didi had not even caught a glimpse of Lin Feng's movement before he was sent sprawling. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent this time. Garen, wide-eyed with disbelief, was not the only one astonished. The other ruffians present were equally taken aback by Lin Feng's prowess, trembling in fear, their bodies betraying their terror with beads of sweat. It was evident that even combined, they could not match Didi, who had been effortlessly subdued by Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. Little Annie gazed at Lin Feng with admiration, while the others, including Garen, were left agape, as if a chicken egg could fit in their mouths. Goodness, this speed was truly extraordinary. It was Didi who, quick to react, cried out in desperation, "My lord! My lord! I was wrong. I beg for mercy." Lin Feng stifled a laugh, pondering the adaptability of Big D. He rubbed his nose and inquired, "What do you propose we do about this?" Big D, observing Lin Feng's unfriendly demeanor, nodded obsequiously. Understood. Understood. Chapter 12. A sudden retreat. Upon finishing his words, Big D turned to his cronies behind him and shouted, "For heaven's sake, why aren't you rushing over here?" Subsequently, the group deliberated for quite some time before each of them began rummaging through their pockets to gather funds to settle the matter. With a stack of cash in hand and an awkward smile on his face, Big D approached Lin Feng, saying, "Brother, this is the compensation for your losses." He nervously scrutinized Lin Feng's expression, anxious that any sign of dissatisfaction might provoke another kick from him. Lin Feng took the cash from Didi's hands and patted him on the shoulder, unabashedly praising, "Very well done. You've got quite the knack, my friend. You have a promising future ahead." With a sense of relief washing over him, Didi thought to himself that in their world, conflicts could typically be resolved with monetary compensation, as long as it wasn't a matter of life and death. "Let us go. Let us go." Lin Feng waved his hand with an air of confidence. With Lin Feng's approval, Didi and his companions, their faces covered in dust, departed hastily. Little lowly Annie, regaining her composure, dashed over to Lin Feng's side, her eyes filled with admiration as she exclaimed, "Brother Feng, you're amazing. All right, let us go. It's time for some shopping," Lin Feng declared, lifting the stack of cash in his hand, a substantial sum he had earned since arriving in this world. Lin Feng gently ruffled Annie's hair and said, "Let us go. We shall seek out a clothing store." As they walked, Annie inquired, "Brother Feng, what purpose do we have in visiting the clothing store?" Lin Feng waved the banknotes in his hand and smiled gently. "Of course, it's to buy you 2 outfits," and was taken aback upon hearing this. Her eyes began to glisten with tears, and she suddenly leaped into Lin Feng's embrace, choked with emotion. "Brother Feng, you are so kind to me." Lin Feng strolled through the pedestrian street with Annie, having recently earned a dwindling amount of cash from Didi, while the bags in his hands multiplied. Accompanying a woman on a shopping expedition proved to be quite a daunting task, although Annie was merely an adorable little girl. Her enthusiasm for shopping rivaled that of any seasoned shopper, leaving Lin Feng utterly exhausted. By the time they returned to the Super God Academy, night had already fallen. They had spent 4 or 5 hours shopping, and neither had even had a meal yet. While out, the little girl was brimming with excitement, eagerly examining and touching every novel trinket she encountered. However, upon their return to the academy, she was utterly drained. In the dormitory, room A205, Lin Feng finally managed to open the door, struggling to bring all the bags inside. Annie flopped onto the bed, too fatigued to move. Yet it was evident that she was exceptionally happy today. Lin Feng chose not to disturb Annie, allowing her to indulge in a restful slumber, especially after a day filled with exuberance that even Lin Feng found somewhat exhausting for his own constitution. One can only imagine how it must feel for such a delightful little girl. Observing Annie, though she appeared exceedingly fatigued, her demeanor was still imbued with a vibrant excitement throughout the day, leaving Lin Feng somewhat speechless. He could only inwardly lament that this was indeed an inherent trait of femininity. Due to Annie's age not meeting the academy standards, she was unable to enroll in the Super God Academy. However, she received the institution's approval to reside there. Thus, she now shares the same dormitory as Lin Feng. Lin Feng's dormitory is a suite, ample enough for 2 occupants. Meanwhile, his 3 close friends have successfully settled into the academy. However, those 3 fools genuinely believe the words of the person who invited them to the academy, naively longing to reside in Duchangi's dormitory. As expected, they were swiftly defeated, just as Lin Feng had anticipated from the original narrative. "Sister, spare me." "Sister," the foolish fellow exclaimed, "my ancestor is Zhao Yun, with flowing hair, you know?" Thud. Before he could finish his sentence, a flurry of flying daggers whizzed through the air, prompting him to duck down in fear, silencing his chatter. Javon and Garen had already been knocked down, kneeling on the ground, pleading for mercy. "Damn it, where's the promised beautiful dormitory? Now, at the slightest disagreement, we give in. How can I, Garen, continue to survive in the academy?" Garen muttered softly, only to be met with another dagger. Contrary to the original storyline, this time the 3 of them had come together to Duchangi's dormitory. They had been bickering, but Garen managed to seize the opportunity. However, upon opening the door, they were instantly taken aback, followed by Javon, and eventually, Xian also followed suit. Total defeat. Mercy is an option, but now you all kneel on the balcony. Duchangi's icy voice sent shivers down their spines, filling them with a sense of impending doom. "Sister," they cried. Swish, swish, swish. In response, a flurry of daggers flew towards them, leaving their faces dejected as they reluctantly knelt on the balcony. At the slightest disagreement, we yield. Is that so? Thus, the 3 friends lamentably shouted their submission, ensuring that the entire academy could hear them. "After all, I am a prince. What nation do you belong to? This was a ridiculous predicament. Before they could utter another word, Duchangi's daggers once again swept through the air, leaving them with sorrowful expressions as they continued their lament. Sister, is that enough? Spare us, please. Yes, sister, have mercy on us. As nightfall approached, the trio shouted until their throats were hoarse, desperately pleading for leniency. Spare you? That can be arranged, but you must challenge that fellow in A205. A rare seriousness appeared in Duchangi's gaze. Her purpose for coming to the Super God Academy was to seek stronger opponents. Previously, she had encountered Lin Feng, who was accompanied by a little girl, and sensed a powerful aura emanating from him, one that filled her with trepidation. After some inquiries, she learned that this individual was favored by the Academy, possessing an independent suite, which piqued her curiosity about Lin Feng's identity. Seeing these three friends now naturally sparked an idea in her mind. Unbeknownst to the trio, they had been duped. All they desired was to avoid kneeling and singing their submission again. Who dares to provoke you, sister? I shall deal with them. Such matters were best left to me, Xian thought proudly. The three friends, filled with enthusiasm, were met with a cold snort from Duchangi, who said, in that case, why not hurry and leave? Thus, the trio scurried away in defeat. In the dormitory, Lin Feng, relieved by the absence of their pig-like singings, let out a sigh of relief. It was truly a torment. Lin Feng was on the verge of losing his composure. Yet the little girl clung tightly to his arm in her slumber, fearful that any disturbance might disrupt her sweet dreams. It was this tender connection that compelled Lin Feng to restrain his rising frustration. Lin Feng gently caressed the little girl's hair, then contentedly drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 13. A disagreement leads to action. After the trio of friends finally fell silent, Lin Feng believed he could enjoy a restful sleep. However, to his surprise, under the directive of Duchangi, the three friends approached Lin Feng's door. Xingyi, did you not claim that your ancestor was Zhao Yun? This time, you shall stand guard. As they reached Lin Feng's door, Garen instinctively took a few steps back, hiding behind Zhao Xian and Jarvan. Jarvan, did you not assert that you are a prince? Then it is your turn, Zhao Xian remarked, sensing the precariousness of the situation, and promptly retreated, pushing Jarvan forward. Jarvan, on the brink of tears, gazed at the two, feeling a sense of regret for his choice of companions. The three had become increasingly cautious, especially considering the formidable beauty they were tasked to confront. Undoubtedly, she possessed extraordinary skills. The thought of who would enter first filled them with trepidation, prompting them to step back. Enough hesitation. Let us shout Damation charge in together. After much debate without resolution, Jarvan proposed this rather harebrained idea, which, for their current predicament, was the best option they had. Thus, they unanimously supported Jarvan's suggestion. Demacia. The trio roared in unison, surging forward and delivering a kick to Lin Feng's door. Yet at the crucial moment, Jarvan and Garen, with an unspoken agreement, held their feet back, clearly having never intended to actually kick it. Only Zhao Xian, the fool, believed their words. In contrast to the two who had prepared in advance, Zhao Xian summoned an extraordinary amount of courage for his kick, rendering retreat impractical. Like an arrow released from a bow, it could not be undone. Zhao Xian immediately felt a bitter pang akin to swallowing a fly and cursed, "Damn it. You two have led me astray." With a resounding crash, the door swung open. As Zhao Xian turned to look back, he was astonished to see the two individuals within. Good heavens, you do not spare even the little girl. Beast, you perverse lowly enthusiast. Upon witnessing Annie tightly embraced by Lin Feng in slumber, Zhao Xian forgot his earlier grievances of being duped by Garen and Jarvan. Particularly, the sight of the charming Annie's face left him feeling utterly despondent, pondering why it was not he in that position. Xingyi, what is the matter? Jarvan and Garen, observing Zhao Xian's outburst, were momentarily perplexed and approached to investigate. Their reaction was even more intense than Zhao Xian's. In a state of hazy confusion, Lin Feng sensed the presence of others. As he slowly regained consciousness, the commotion at the door caused his expression to darken instantaneously, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping the surroundings, instilling a profound sense of pressure within the three individuals present. How formidable! This is outrageous. How can one possess such strength? We have been deceived. The faces of the trio turned a shade of purplish hue, regret gnawing at their hearts. Yet it was evidently too late for lamentation. Bang! With a series of 3 explosive sounds, the trio had scarcely grasped the situation before they were sent flying, crashing through the glass of the exterior, plummeting from the 2nd floor. Their anguished cries echoed throughout the campus, resembling the wails of slaughtered pigs. It hurts so much. Garen, realizing he had escaped relatively unscathed, rubbed his back and suddenly recalled the man he had glimpsed on the bed. He was struck dumb. Could it be that man? The memory of Lin Feng's swift elimination of the self-proclaimed headhunter D was vivid in his mind. How did I attract the ire of such a formidable individual? What are you stuttering about, Zhao Xian? And you, Jarvan, stop looking so dazed. Garen waved his hand in frustration. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and turned sharply. No way. A flying person? Must it be so outrageous? This is absurd. It turned out that Lin Feng had executed a technique of aerial maneuvering. Descending from the shattered window of the second floor, exuding an aura reminiscent of a war god. However, the murderous glint in Lin Feng's eyes filled the others with a bitter apprehension. At that moment, Lin Feng was consumed by fury, truly infuriated. How dare you wail and howl all day long while I had yet to seek you out? Now you audaciously attempt to kick down my dormitory door? I can tolerate much, but not this. The thought of the recently awakened Annie, her exquisite face reflecting a look of shock, ignited a volcano of rage within Lin Feng. He vanished. Jarvan exclaimed in astonishment at Lin Feng's sudden disappearance. Bang! Accompanied by a pitiful scream, Garen was hurled backward. Next was Zhao Xian, followed by Jarvan, each suffering increasingly dire fates. Lin Feng tormented them for a full half hour. Observing the trio sprawled on the ground, resembling beaten dogs pleading for mercy, Lin Feng's ire gradually subsided. He couldn't help but admire their resilience. Truly, they were a mass of flesh. Big brother, we are innocent. It was that woman who sent us here. They pleaded. Yes, we have been deceived. This has nothing to do with us. The three friends lay prostrate at Lin Feng's feet, desperately imploring him, fearing that he might unleash further wrath upon them. What kind of absurd institution is this Super God Academy? Wasn't the promise to save the world? This is nothing but a scam, luring us in to serve as practice dummies. The trio's faces turned a deep shade of purplish hue, their minds cursing the individuals who had recruited them, along with their ancestors for countless generations. I want my mother. I want to go home. I shall no longer engage in this. This is truly a task unfit for any human being. As Lin Feng listened to their weeping, his expression darkened instantly. I haven't said anything yet. Why are you all crying? In response to Lin Feng's words, the three of them felt a tumult of thoughts racing through their minds. Indeed, dear brother, you may not have uttered a word, but your abrupt aggression left us in this swollen state, to the point that even my mother would scarcely recognize me now. However, none of them dared to voice such sentiments. Lin Feng harbored no intentions of pitying these three individuals. With a furrowed brow, he spoke in a low, stern voice. It is not impossible for me to spare you, but you must first stand over there by the dormitory and loudly proclaim, "We three are good friends." No way. That is ridiculous. They protested, their expressions filled with dismay. You refuse? Observing their hesitant demeanor, Lin Feng fixed them with a dark gaze, causing them to scatter in fear. Despite their grievous injuries, they managed to flee with remarkable speed, proving that the potential of humanity is indeed boundless, without the impetus to push oneself. One remains oblivious to the extent of their own capabilities. Lin Feng's voice resounded clearly in the ears of the three, causing them to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. Chapter 14. Escaping the Pit of Combat Level 5. Not long after the trio departed, Lin Feng sensed a pair of eyes intently observing the situation from a nearby balcony. Casually, he turned his gaze towards the balcony and glimpsed a graceful figure hastily retreating behind the door. This individual was none other than Duchangi. Feeling Lin Feng's gaze upon her, she quickly concealed herself behind the door, her heart racing as she patted her chest, appearing visibly shaken. What have I done? Why should I hide from his gaze? There are so many watching. Duchangi felt a twinge of guilt akin to that of a thief. After muttering a few words to herself, she promptly returned to her room, no longer daring to steal glances. Although Duchangi maintained a facade of calmness, turmoil raged within her, surging like tempestuous waves, especially when she recalled Lin Feng's ethereal descent from the second floor, as if he were a deity. It stirred emotions in her icy heart. Merely a facade of mystery. Duchangi sat on her bed, feeling a pang of unease. After a quiet murmur, she succumbed to slumber. Lin Feng's lips curled into a knowing smile, as if to say, "Do not fear, for I am always on your mind." Within the realm of the Super God Academy, he could effortlessly recount the beauty of each enchanting figure. Now, having arrived in this new world, blessed with the protagonist's halo, how could he not entertain certain thoughts? During a previous encounter with Duchangi, Lin Feng immediately recognized her. However, due to the urgent hunger of the little girl, Annie, they merely brushed past each other. Yet, Lin Feng was left with an overwhelming sense of awe at her extraordinary beauty. Lin Feng chuckled softly before returning to his dormitory, where little Annie was still in deep slumber. Not far from the dormitory building, his three friends were exuberantly shouting, "We are best buddies." And the fame of the trio swiftly spread throughout the Super God Academy. Lin Feng felt little sentiment about this. Upon seeing Duchangi, he couldn't help but recall Morgana, who had taken his first experience. Alas, the disparity was still considerable. Regardless, he needed to swiftly enhance his combat prowess. Lin Feng understood that to be responsible for a formidable woman like Morgana, the foremost requirement was to surpass her strength. After accomplishing the task of entering the Super God Academy within 3 days, he earned 10,000 points, which perfectly offset the points he had previously spent on 2 capes. Consequently, Lin Feng's total points rose to 255. However, these points were almost entirely utilized for skill exchanges. The first stage of Super Saiyan consumed 100,000 points, and he spent an additional 65,000 to elevate the first stage of Super Saiyan to level 3. Simultaneously, he invested 10,000 points to acquire Vegeta's Final Flash. Lin Feng did not consider purchasing the Kamehameha for a simple reason. He believed the pose of the Final Flash was far more impressive than that of the Kamehameha. Moreover, the combat capabilities were contingent upon one's own abilities, and it was evident that Kakarot's abilities slightly surpassed Vegeta's. Thus, Vegeta's Final Flash could never rival Kakarot's Kamehameha. Lin Feng had no cause for concern regarding this matter. Given his strength, acquiring combat power merely required him to undertake more tasks and accumulate points, and soon enough, that combat power would come rolling in. After purchasing the Final Flash, he spent another 15,000 points to upgrade it to level 2, leaving him with 255 points. Yet, this was not the end. He found the first level of flight inadequate for his needs, so he spent 5,000 points to elevate it to level 2. As for the remaining 15,255 points, he allocated them entirely to purchasing and upgrading instant transmission. Of course, this instant transmission was only at level 2, allowing him to teleport within 1,000 miles, far from achieving Kakarot's stellar instant teleportation. At this moment, Lin Feng's personal interface had transformed to reflect. Host, Lin Feng skills, level 3 first stage Super Saiyan, duration, 180 seconds, base, 60 seconds, each level increases by 60 seconds. Level 2 flight, level 2 final flash, level 2 instant transmission, passive skill demon body. Base combat power, 5601 points. 255 The first stage of Super Saiyan can augment the base power tenfold, and each subsequent level doubles the base combat power. Regardless of the skill, upon initial purchase, it remains in its nascent stage and requires points for enhancement to reach level 1. The initial state of the air cannon can amplify by 0.5 times, with each level increase doubling its power. In short, Lin Feng has undeniably transformed into a formidable expert, completely transcending the stage of mere 5 combat power. However, in comparison to Morgana's formidable combat strength of over 500,000, Lin Feng feels a profound sense of inadequacy. Yet, upon reflection, he realizes that he has only just arrived in this world and has remarkably evolved into a master with an overall combat power exceeding 80,000. Such rapid advancement is indeed astonishing. Nevertheless, Lin Feng does not allow himself to bask in arrogance, for his strength still pales in comparison to the esteemed instructors at the academy. Consequently, he discreetly conceals his tail when venturing outside, fearing the onset of unnecessary troubles. Gazing at the charming little girl, Lin Feng is filled with confidence for the future. After organizing his thoughts, he drifts into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Lin Feng takes the little girl out for breakfast, where the most talked about topic is the embarrassing incident involving his 3 friends and the powerful, enigmatic figure who reprimanded them. Many are curious about the identity of this mysterious individual. However, due to the nighttime circumstances and Lin Feng's remarkable speed, no one was able to discern his appearance, and thus, no one recognized him. Lin Feng paid no heed to the gossip surrounding these individuals. He felt no sympathy for the unfortunate trio of friends, initially. He harbored some compassion for them, yet these 3 impertinent souls dared to kick his bedroom door. If he did not show them their place, they would remain blissfully ignorant of the consequences. "Brother Feng," they murmured, as they cast lingering glances at Annie. The little girl became frightened by the presence of both the petite girl and Lin Feng in the cafeteria, which inevitably stirred quite a commotion. While Lin Feng's appearance did attract some attention, it was indeed the enchanting beauty of little Annie that captivated the crowd. compelling many to resist the urge to pinch her cheeks. Lin Feng also noticed the gazes of these individuals, and with a cold snort, he gently caressed the little girl's head and said, "Shall we go out to eat?" Little Annie, her eyes shimmering as she timidly avoided their stares, nodded and then tightly clung to Lin Feng as they exited the cafeteria. Bang! It's you. As Lin Feng stepped outside, he felt as though he had collided with a massive sponge. Still taken aback, he looked at the newcomer and exclaimed. Chapter 15. What does it mean to be provoked? Duchangi was momentarily taken aback. She clearly did not expect Lin Feng to directly call her name. Her cold eyes scrutinized him with curiosity, as if attempting to discern some hidden truth about him. However, in the end, she withdrew her gaze without any revelations. Brother Feng. Is something wrong? The little girl inquired, tugging at Lin Feng's arm with a bright and innocent tone. Lin Feng cleared his throat gently and then smiled tenderly. It's nothing. Let us be on our way. Considering the circumstances of the young girl and his own rather delicate situation, Lin Feng deemed it unwise to stir any trouble within the academy. Thus, he intended to avoid any entanglement with Duchangi and was about to turn away with the little girl in tow. However, having finally found an opportunity to confront Lin Feng, Duchangi was not inclined to let him depart so easily. With a disdainful huff, she remarked, "You think you can simply leave without even offering an apology for bumping into my sister?" Lin Feng was taken aback when Duchangi suddenly appeared before him. To make matters worse, without uttering a word, she hurled 3 flying knives in his direction. "What on earth are you doing?" Lin Feng exclaimed, as he swiftly picked up the little girl and deftly evaded Duchangi's blades. Character analysis. Name, Duchangi base combat power, 7,900 overall combat power, 9,000 danger level. An intense confrontation is about to unfold. Lin Feng was instantly consumed by fury. This woman was the very embodiment of someone who would take advantage of leniency. A slight concession led her to believe in her own formidable prowess. Originally, Duchangi's instigation of her 3 friends to challenge Lin Feng had ignited within him a desire to teach her a lesson. Now, with her brazen public ambush, it became clear to Lin Feng that a lesson was indeed warranted. "Annie, would you wait here for Brother Feng?" he asked. Brother Feng, be careful." The little girl, though appearing innocent and untainted, exhibited a surprising degree of understanding regarding the situation, showing no inclination for unreasonable antics. This left Lin Feng somewhat astonished as he affectionately patted her head before directly confronting Duchangi. With over 7,000 in base combat power, Duchangi far surpassed the current capabilities of Javen and his companions, who had yet to fully activate their genes. In contrast, Duchangi had endured a rigorous training regimen. Although she had not completely unlocked the potential of her Novastar civilization genes, they were developed to a considerable extent, making her strength incomparable to that of the inexperienced trio. "Listen here, little girl," Lin Feng declared. "I had intended to let you enjoy yourself a while longer. But since you were so eager to exchange for another form of enjoyment, I shall oblige you." As he spoke, his gaze shamelessly lingered on Duchangi's bosom. His expression a blend of wicked charm and mischief, resembling that of a rogue. Duchangi cursed angrily and retreated a few steps, exclaiming, "Pervert." Lin Feng's figure swiftly followed. And in terms of speed, the second-level void dance technique could easily surpass Duchangi, provided that she refrained from employing spatial powers. Such incredible velocity! Duchangi realized that Lin Feng had already appeared before her, leaving her utterly startled and pale. Lin Feng flashed a grin at her. "Hee, you little seducer." At that moment, Duchangi felt a profound regret. Had she known, she would not have acted so recklessly. Previously, Duchangi had been observing from the balcony as Lin Feng effortlessly subdued his 3 companions, whose combat prowess was so feeble it hardly showcased Lin Feng's formidable strength. Thus, she had seized the opportunity to test Lin Feng's depths. Immeasurable. This was the conclusion Duchangi had drawn from their brief exchanges. Now, however, her regret was palpable, and it was far too late to turn back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several flying daggers sliced through the air once more. The cafeteria had emptied to the sides, with onlookers captivated by the duel unfolding before them. The new recruits were agog with excitement upon learning they possessed the ability to save the world. Especially with the gigantic flower hanging in the sky, no one could fathom what might emerge from it, causing their dreams of world-saving to swell infinitely. Witnessing the clash between Duchangi and Lin Feng sparked a profound sense of possibility for the realization of those dreams. Goodness! Who would have thought these two were so powerful? We foolishly rushed in without a second thought. One does not approach such formidable opponents so naively. The trio, famished, hurried to the cafeteria, only to be greeted at the entrance by the sight of the two combatants, instantly leaving them exasperated. Jiawen and Garen shared their disbelief. What? You can control spatial powers too. After a brief exchange of attacks, Duchangi found herself momentarily stunned, realizing she lacked the strength to confront Lin Feng directly. She resorted to evading his assaults using her spatial manipulation. Initially, she managed to dodge Lin Feng's aerial maneuvers, but as he unleashed his spatial teleportation, she was left bewildered. A perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment when Duchangi was distracted, Lin Feng executed another teleport, appearing behind her. He wrapped his arms around her, emitting a powerful aura that locked her in place, preventing any chance of escape. Hee, my dear, I told you some individuals are not to be trifled with. Lin Feng held Duchangi firmly, greedily inhaling the unique fragrance that clung to her. Fuming with rage as veins pulsed at her temples, Duchangi realized she was immobilized, left only with her frustration. You bastard. You finally understand. Lin Feng replied with a smirk, rendering her momentarily speechless. Ah, how scandalous, oh Emperor Lin. The crowd erupted in chaos. Meanwhile, a little girl blushed as she gazed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly recalled the fish from Morgana. A wave of wicked desire surged within him. However, upon noticing the atmosphere and the glances directed at him from afar, he swiftly quelled the fire of temptation within. I shall let you off this time, but I must first reclaim a measure of interest. Moreover, it is imperative that you learn to discern those who are not to be trifled with. Lin Feng chuckled darkly, his arms encircling themselves before ascending. Ah, scoundrel. We are sworn enemies. Duchangi's voice resonated throughout the cafeteria, causing an uproar among the patrons. Yet, none of this held any significance for Lin Feng. For after successfully executing his audacious act, he instantaneously transported himself and the little girl away from the scene. Chapter 16. The shock of Rise. By the window of the office building stood two figures, the gentle and exquisite Miss and the blue-headed teacher, Rise. Miss fixed her captivating gaze upon Lin Feng as he departed the cafeteria with the little girl, her voice like tinkling silver bells as she inquired of Rise, Teacher Rise. Who exactly is he? Although he doesn't seem particularly powerful, I cannot shake the feeling that he is perilous. Is it wise to admit him into our Super God Academy at such a sensitive time? Concern filled Miss's eyes. She was inherently kind-hearted and devoted to the defense of her nation. Given the current tense climate, her unease regarding Lin Feng's unexpected emergence was palpable. After all, even her considerable combat prowess sensed an aura of danger, and Lin Feng's behavior struck her as rather peculiar. Rai shook his head, speaking earnestly, if harnessed wisely. This individual could become a formidable blade. However, if mismanaged, it could lead to irrevocable calamity. It ultimately depends on how we choose to wield this power. Teacher Rise. Wouldn't this be too risky? Mrs. Worry remained unabated. Rise displayed a rare look of perplexity, his gaze lost in the void, ultimately dissolving into silent sighs. He too felt a profound sense of bewilderment regarding the impending war. Lin Feng was oblivious to the fact that he had already caught the attention of the higher-ups at the Super God Academy. At this moment, he found himself at a quaint restaurant outside the campus, accompanied by a little girl. The establishment, though not extravagantly adorned, possessed a certain elegance, and the two settled into a relatively secluded corner. They proceeded to order an array of dishes, leaving the waiter perplexed as he glanced at the extensive list on the menu. Although Lin Feng appeared somewhat robust, he certainly was not of a stature to consume such a copious amount, and the petite girl, clearly unable to eat much, was an unlikely companion for such an order that could serve a dozen people. Was this not reminiscent of some otherworldly creature? With a disdainful snort directed at the waiter, Lin Feng sent him scurrying back to the kitchen. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that if this continued, it would indeed lead to unnecessary troubles. After joining the Super God Academy, he could no longer afford to dine in the cafeteria. As his strength grew, his appetite for grains and cereals increased significantly. Previously, he had scoffed at the sight of cockroach in the Long Pearl, devouring stacks upon stacks of noodles. Now, he found himself following in his footsteps. Brother Feng, is something wrong? The little girl looked at Lin Feng with concern, her pitiful demeanor evoking a sense of affection. Lin Feng smiled gently, stroking her head, and spoke softly. It's all right. Is little Annie reluctant to come out for a meal? How about this? In the future, Brother Feng will cook for you. Okay. Great. Wonderful. Little Annie danced joyfully on the spot. Her happiness was beyond measure. Inadvertently, a sense of concern blossomed within Lin Feng's heart. And that concern was none other than for little Annie. He vowed to himself that he would protect this unfortunate child in the days to come. As the meal progressed, It drew considerable attention. It was no longer Annie's innocent and charming visage that captivated the diners, but rather Lin Feng's astonishing appetite that left them astounded. Although Lin Feng could choose to disregard the gazes of others, little Annie, with her delicate sensibilities, felt uncomfortable under scrutiny. Thus, he swiftly cleared the table of its dishes and departed with Annie by his side. After leaving the restaurant with little Annie, Lin Feng made his way to the furniture store. His dormitory allowed for cooking, thus he needed to acquire some kitchenware. In the days when his parents were still alive, he often learned culinary skills from his father, which enabled him to master the art of cooking. However, following the untimely demise of his parents, he had resorted to a life of takeout meals. Now, for the sake of little Annie and to avert unnecessary troubles, he found himself compelled to recommence a life of self-sufficiency, where he would once again prepare his own meals. After a long day of diligent work with Annie, Lin Feng finally managed to resolve all matters at hand. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Who is it?" Upon opening the door, Lin Feng was greeted by the sight of a beautiful and graceful woman, instantly recognizing her as Mississippi. However, this time, Lin Feng refrained from foolishly calling out her name. Previously, his impulsive utterance of Duchangi's name had aroused her suspicion, while Duchangi might merely speculate that Lin Feng had ulterior motives. Someone of Mrs. stature within the esteemed academy would undoubtedly ponder more intricate implications. Thus, to avoid any unnecessary complications, Lin Feng resolved to feign ignorance. Miss smiled at him, her charm particularly enchanting. "You must be Lin Feng," she said. "Teacher Liu has some matters he wishes to discuss with you. If you are available, please accompany me." Lin Feng let out a soft sigh, and then followed Miss closely behind, accompanied by little Annie, as they made their way to Rise's office. Along the journey, Lin Feng keenly observed a flicker of intrigue in Mrs. gaze upon noticing Annie, though it was subtle enough that he could not discern its exact nature. Nevertheless, Lin Feng understood that the individuals within the Super God Academy were likely aware of Annie's true identity. It seemed imperative for him to devise a strategy to unearth Annie's identity within the confines of the academy. As Lin Feng walked alongside Miss, engaging in conversation, his mind was already racing with plans to inquire about little Annie's origins. Before long, the trio arrived at Rise's office. True to his recollection, an eccentric old man with a blue bald head greeted them. "Lin Feng, is it? Please, take a seat," Rise said, gesturing for him to sit down. However, Lin Feng also noted a glimmer of astonishment in Rise's eyes. It appeared that the Super God Academy indeed recognized little Annie's identity. Although they quickly masked their reactions and refrained from mentioning it, it was evident that Annie's identity was somewhat sensitive. Making it unrealistic for Lin Feng to extract information from them directly, it seemed he would have to rely on his own resources. During this discussion with Rise, no significant matters arose. Rise persistently attempted to subtly probe Lin Feng, hoping to elicit some information. Yet Lin Feng was no fool and had no intention of revealing his own background. Lin Feng subtly probed into little Annie's identity, yet Rise maintained an enigmatic demeanor. As if to say, "You brought this person, you should inquire." Their interaction devolved into a dance of ambiguity, ultimately leading to an unsatisfactory conclusion. Chapter 17. The Tragedy of Big D. The conversation with Rise felt shrouded in mystery, yet Lin Feng discerned a glimmer of insight. It appeared that the Super God Academy had taken notice of him. However, based on Rise's current behavior, it seemed they harbored no ill intentions towards him. As for little Annie, their expression suggested a depth of meaning, indicating that friendship was still a possibility. Lin Feng had no desire to be targeted by a demon angel with a staggering battle power exceeding 560,000. Nor did he wish to stand against humanity on Earth. Such a scenario would render him universally adversarial. Given his current combat prowess, he would soon find himself at the very bottom of the hierarchy. By noon, all the new students of the Super Divine Academy had gathered in the classroom. Due to her shyness, little Annie chose to stay behind in the dormitory to rest rather than accompany Lin Feng. Upon entering, Lin Feng immediately spotted his three close friends. The sight of their battered faces elicited a chuckle from him, as he realized he had been rather lenient, considering their enhanced physiques. They ought to engage in more rigorous training. It seemed he would need to find opportunities to assist them further. "That guy seems to be watching us," one of them exclaimed. "What kind of wretched academy is this? They promised to save the world. I refuse to share a classroom with such a demon. Someone explain why this powerful monster is still a student. It's absurd." Noticing Lin Feng's slightly raised eyebrows, the trio exchanged mischievous glances, instinctively lowering their heads and averting their gazes from him. At that moment, Rise entered, presenting a rambling monologue, much as Lin Feng had anticipated. If these individuals truly possessed such high awareness, Ruai's lengthy discourse would be unnecessary. They ought to be diligently training rather than having some withdraw from the Super Divine Academy midway through his speech. The author feels no need to reiterate the original storyline here, as future content may diverge into original creations, which I trust the readers will appreciate. The trio wasted no time in mercilessly critiquing Ruai's words, though Lin Feng remained largely indifferent. However, based on his understanding of the plot, he knew that the Super Divine Academy would soon face a significant defeat, plunging Earth into a precarious situation. Thus, he needed to devise a strategy either to alter this dire circumstance or to establish his own faction. Ruai's verbose discourse dragged on for nearly 2 hours, which proved quite tiresome for Lin Feng. Why do leaders insist on being so verbose? Is this pretentiousness truly enjoyable? If I ever establish my own power, I will ensure to engage him in an all-night dialogue. Several times during his speech, Ruai's cast glances in Lin Feng's direction, leaving him puzzled. Although their morning encounter had ended on an awkward note, it was merely a matter of failing to extract the information they sought from one another, which left both somewhat vexed. Yet now, Ruai's gaze bore an additional significance, prompting Lin Feng to remain vigilant. Lin Feng regarded Rise with a wary gaze. Seething within, "Old man, you had best refrain from harboring any nefarious intentions towards me, lest I ensure your losses are both considerable and profound. In any case, the Super God Academy is destined for defeat, and several factions will inevitably emerge. Should you act recklessly, I shall undoubtedly recruit your personnel, leaving you with not a single woman to retain." Upon observing Lin Feng's malevolent expression, Rise felt a sudden jolt. A foreboding sense creeping over him. Could it be that this young man is privy to my intentions? Does he possess the extraordinary ability to read minds? As Rise concluded his lecture, he hastily departed from the classroom. Not long after his exit, a boisterous voice echoed from the entrance. "Is this truly the Super God Academy? It feels remarkably akin to an ordinary university. Am I not the one destined to lead these individuals to unprecedented heights, as they are dubbed head count dogs?" Before D could finish his proclamation, chaos erupted within the classroom. These individuals had been informed that they would possess the powers to save the world. Yet now, a brazen individual had appeared, boldly declaring his intent to trample upon them. How could they possibly refrain from indignation? Is it him? Garen held a vague recollection of D, for it was through a particular incident that he came to recognize Lin Feng's formidable strength. It was precisely Lin Feng's extraordinary prowess that made Garen remember D so vividly. Damn it, this person is audacious enough. Do you know him? With a mere disagreement, Xinyi rose to roll up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Jarvan expressed his concurrence, bemused by the audacity displayed before a prince. Was this not a death wish? Thus, he too stood up. Garen rose alongside them. Harboring a grudge yet to be avenged, he would not squander the opportunity for support. He waved his hand dismissively and declared, "He is merely a fool, not worthy of concern." Lin Feng observed the situation with a detached demeanor. According to the original narrative, the foolish character, Big D, was swiftly overpowered by his 3 friends upon entering, followed by the entrance of the bumbling police officer, Catherine, renowned as the epitome of beauty. Lin Feng found himself rather eager for her appearance. At that moment, the trio had concealed themselves behind the door, while Big D swaggered in with an air of arrogance, exuding the attitude of someone who believed himself to be superior, which almost compelled Lin Feng to confront him. Suddenly, the chaos erupted. Bang! Crack! Boom! "How dare you act so brazenly before me?" The trio seized the opportunity. Whether it was benches or shoes, everything was hurled at Big D without restraint, targeting him relentlessly. Initially, Lin Feng and Jiawen harbored some reservations. However, upon hearing Galen dismiss Big D as nothing more than a fool, their concerns dissipated. They no longer feared that the assailants would possess the prowess akin to Lin Feng or Duchangi. Thus, the frustrations from yesterday were now unleashed upon Big D. Lin Feng observed their methods, his forehead adorned with beads of sweat, pondering the depths of their animosity. Yet, given to D's robust constitution, he would not easily succumb. Thus, Lin Feng refrained from intervening, trusting that should a crisis arise, the Academy would take action. After all, one who does not provoke, does not perish. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Lin Feng redirected his gaze towards the window. Suddenly, a rather theatrical sound reached his ears, signaling the arrival of yet another stunning beauty. Chapter 18. What happened to the original plot? Police, stop right there. Just as in the original narrative. The moment Catherine made her entrance, her commanding presence as a heroine left the trio of freshmen utterly astounded, prompting them to raise their hands in surrender, hastily asserting their innocence. Meanwhile, Didi had already collapsed at Catherine's feet, his pitiful appearance coupled with a sorrowful plea for help from the police lady. Although Didi seemed particularly wretched, his tattoos and unmistakable rogue demeanor suggested he was far from innocent. However, he had been thoroughly incapacitated by the freshman trio, rendering him no threat to Catherine. When a group of individuals clad in black informed Catherine that she could gain superpowers and save the world by joining a place called the Super God Academy, it became clear to her that this was an opportunity to realize her dream of upholding justice. Officer Catherine could be described as a rather naive patriot with a penchant for excitement, believing that the students at the Super God Academy possessed extraordinary abilities. She sought a thrill, however, with Didi rendered utterly ineffective, she turned her attention to the freshman trio. Yet, the trio was not foolish. They recognized this as a mere campus dispute. Although they had subdued Didi, they deemed it excessive to involve the police, preferring instead to leave matters to the school authorities. Thus, they remained in place, earnestly pleading for mercy rather than fleeing. Upon witnessing their demeanor, Catherine felt a surge of frustration. How could she stage a dramatic scene of a valiant policewoman subduing 3 notorious bullies if they refused to flee? Consequently, Catherine devised a scheme to feign the image of a delicate damsel in distress. However, her strong initial entrance thwarted any hopes of deception, and the trio saw through her ruse. In a moment of desperation, Catherine fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Alas, not a single soul to assist me." She lamented internally, forced to rise on her own. Lin Feng observed everything with a detached gaze. The entrance of Di was markedly different from the original narrative. Thus Lin Feng found himself rather eager for the unfolding scene. In particular, the sight of Catherine clad in her police uniform evoked a sense of astonishment within him, stirring some unusual thoughts in his mind. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, the subsequent events indeed diverged from the original plot. Before the trio of freshmen could make their escape, Duchangi approached from the adjacent class. Di was originally a student of her class, so the disruption he caused without any reaction left Duchangi feeling uneasy, especially with Catherine's presence, which exuded a considerably stronger aura. Worry washed over her, prompting her to walk over directly. "How dare you attack my class's big brother?" she exclaimed, glaring at Di sprawled on the ground and the 3 freshmen with their hands raised, mistakenly attributing the assault to Catherine. After all, any other police officer encountering a thug like Di would have been unable to resist the urge to teach him a lesson, inciting Duchangi's anger. As soon as Duchangi made her entrance, Catherine took notice, for her presence was far more formidable than the 3 burly men before her. Almost instinctively, Catherine acted. As a ranged combatant of the ADC, her instincts were remarkably accurate. Bang! A bullet fortuitously struck Duchangi's flying knife, sending shockwaves through her hand and propelling her backward. Duchangi could hardly fathom that the police would shoot without hesitation. Just as she was about to voice her indignation, she was met with 2 bullets. As an assassin, Duchangi's reflexes were sharp, and given her combat prowess vastly exceeded Catherine's, whose strength was primarily a result of her police training, she easily evaded the attack. The police are firing. After Catherine discharged 3 shots, the students in the classroom scattered in panic. However, the trio of freshmen remained rooted in place, as Catherine stood right beside them, making it clear that they were in her crosshairs. Being shot at was no trivial matter. They also noticed that Lin Feng, seated by the window, remained unmoved, which provided them with a sense of reassurance. "Why aren't you running?" Zhao Xian asked Garen, perplexed. Garen shot him an incredulous glance and replied, "I'm not a gangster. Why should I flee? Enough bickering. Let's take cover to avoid becoming collateral damage. That would be unfortunate." Just as Javin's words fell, not only Zhao Xian and Garen, but even Di wisely crawled to the side. With so few people left in the classroom, Di quickly spotted Lin Feng, who sent a shiver down his spine, nearly losing his composure. "Damn it! Had I known that this ruthless individual was here, I would have refrained from stirring any trouble." At this moment, Di truly wished to slap himself, urging himself to confront reality and to comprehend that one must never act so recklessly in the future. Lin Feng remained unaware that his presence had profoundly influenced Di, bringing significant advantages to their future endeavors. With a sheepish grin, Di, having lost a tooth in the altercation, spoke with a lisp, retracting his head slightly in an apologetic gesture towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's lips curled into a sinister smile, causing the 4 of them to instinctively recoil. However, when they noticed Lin Feng's gaze remained fixated upon the 2 women, they finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, Catherine observed Duchangi effortlessly evade her bullet, her excitement surging. "This fine university has been turned into a chaotic mess by a woman like you, hasn't it? Was that ruffian you dispatched just now?" Your attire speaks volumes about your character, revealing you as no virtuous individual. It seems today I must rise to uphold justice and vanquish evil on behalf of the people. Catherine shrieked defiantly, yet cautiously advanced step by step toward Duchangi. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Duchangi abruptly shifted her stance, materializing in the corridor with a swift motion. With an elegant sweep of her arms, 6 gleaming throwing daggers sliced through the air with deadly precision. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sharp cry of pain pierced the tense atmosphere. Catherine, after all, is a woman. Faced with such a dire situation, she suddenly gasped in astonishment, her voice, a pure, resounding soprano, echoing through the air, causing Lin Feng and the others to wince, their brows furrowing in response. Wow, what have I just witnessed? I never expected to discover such unexpected fortune upon arriving at the school. The 3 new friends, along with the D, stared in astonishment at the current state of Catherine. Their mouths agape, unable to contain their drool. Chapter 19. When it gets hot, just strip. Before them, Catherine's police uniform had been torn by Duchangi's flying knife, exposing her delicate shoulders, with hints of pink lingerie barely visible. In a flurry, Catherine clasped her hands over her chest, shooting a fierce glare at Duchangi. Humph. Duchangi let out a triumphant snort and teased. Oh, your figure is quite impressive. Ah, I shall slay you. Catherine's complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and ashen, rendering her appearance quite ghastly. With both hands firmly gripping the firearm, she aimed at Duchangi. Bang! A golden bullet erupted from the chamber, slicing through the air toward Duchangi. In an instant, Lin Feng's figure abruptly materialized in the middle of the corridor, standing in front of Duchangi. Lin Feng gazed at Catherine and calmly declared, "All right, this is where it ends." As he spoke, he cast the bullet in his hand onto the ground. What? Catherine exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. The person before her had actually caught a bullet with his bare hands? Such terrifying speed. Duchangi regarded Lin Feng's retreating figure with a complex expression. Not only Catherine and Duchangi, but even the 3 bystanders, Deban and his companions, were utterly astonished. Rendered speechless. Gritting her teeth, Catherine thought to herself that it must have been an illusion, and with unwavering determination, she fired another shot. Bang! The bullet erupted from the chamber, slicing through the air. Lin Feng's face betrayed no hint of alarm, with a casual flick of his right hand. He expertly pinched a bullet between his fingertips. Catherine, who had always taken pride in her marksmanship, now felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Galen, observing the scene, exclaimed in awe, "Impressive." Zhao Xian, equally astonished, remarked, "This is the true embodiment of exceptional talent." Lin Feng discarded the bullet from his hand onto the ground, removed his shirt, and approached Catherine. "What are you doing?" Catherine stepped back, watching Lin Feng with caution. Lin Feng touched his nose and nonchalantly asked, "Do you really wish to return like this?" "Ah." Catherine lowered her head and hurriedly covered her chest with her hands, although it wasn't to the point of complete exposure. It was certainly quite close. Lin Feng draped his shirt over Catherine's shoulders and softly said, "Do not act unruly. It is time to return." With that, he turned away, not waiting for Catherine's response. Catherine, her cheeks flushed, gazed at Lin Feng's retreating figure and exclaimed, "What is your name?" Lin Feng, without turning back, declared, "Shuangmu Lin." Lin Feng. Catherine bit her lip in annoyance and continued, "That insufferable fellow, we shall meet again. What kind of spectacle is this? It feels rather like a playful banter, doesn't it?" The trio of friends, observing from the sidelines, felt a pang of jealousy. Garen indignantly remarked, "Why doesn't he, that female officer, inquire about my name?" Zhao Xian, equally frustrated, retorted, "Indeed. My ancestor was the renowned General Zhao Yun. I too am a dashing young man with flowing locks." Jarvan scrutinized Garen and Zhao Xian earnestly, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "If you both could catch bullets with your bare hands, perhaps anything is possible." Garen quickly conceded, "Let us not entertain that thought." Zhao Xian, bewildered, added, "My life is far more precious." Duchangi watched Lin Feng's departing figure thoughtfully, reflecting, "What an odd individual. A man with a tail akin to that of a monkey." As night fell, the raucous chatter of the academy's students gradually faded, and the dormitory building dimmed its lights, embracing tranquility. Within the dormitory, amidst the darkness, Lin Feng lay comfortably at the edge of his bed, murmuring to himself, "Tomorrow, the goddess shall descend." Will events unfold as they did in the original tale? Just as he was on the brink of slumber, a voice broke through the silence. "Brother Feng Feng, are you asleep?" What is it?" Lin Feng replied, his words slurred with drowsiness. Then came a rustling sound, and he felt someone slip into his embrace. Soft and cool to the touch, perfectly fitting. Wait a moment. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his hands roving over the figure in his embrace. Despite her youth, she possessed an alluring silhouette. No, that was not the crux of the matter. Annie, resembling an inquisitive child, inquired, Brother Feng, why are you constantly touching Nini? Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly as he inquired, Nini, why are you not wearing any clothes? With an air of nonchalance, Annie adorably pouted and replied, Nini, when it gets hot, I just take them off. Lin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment and fell silent for a moment. Adopting a tone of admonishment befitting an elder brother, he remarked, this behavior is quite improper. What kind of girl would strip off her clothes and seek refuge in another's embrace? And, unfazed, replied, but Feng Gu is not just anyone. What is wrong with that? Lin Feng, with an impish demeanor, found himself exploring the delicate form of Annie, whose body was as supple as jade. The allure of her youthful figure, with its soft curves, was indeed tempting. Fortunately, Annie was merely a young girl, and Lin Feng was not a creature devoid of morals. Otherwise, the night might have taken a most inappropriate turn. Annie, resembling a koala, descended from Lin Feng's embrace and, holding on to the furry tail behind him, inquired with innocent curiosity. Brother Feng, I have always wondered, why does your bottom have a monkey's tail? As she spoke, she playfully tugged at his fluffy appendage. A sharp gasp escaped Lin Feng as he felt his strength weighing. He quickly extracted his tail from her grasp, cautioning, Nini, you mustn't touch my tail so recklessly. This mischievous little girl, with her delicate nose, sniffed around Lin Feng, posing an odd question. Brother Feng, could it be that you are a monkey sent as a savior? The jest was indeed rather frosty. Lin Feng smiled wryly and replied, I suppose that could be one way to interpret it, and found the conversation rather dull and decided not to linger on Lin Feng's words. Instead, she leaped back into his embrace, clinging to him like a koala to a tree. Chapter 20, A Collective Deception After a Brief Silence. Just as Lin Feng presumed that the little girl nestled in his arms had fallen asleep, she posed a question that left him utterly flabbergasted. Brother Feng, do you also have a monkey's tail in front? Why is it so hard? It's a bit uncomfortable for me. Cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed violently, nearly choking on his own saliva. Without hesitation, the little girl attempted to tug down Lin Feng's trousers for a closer inspection. This audacity startled Lin Feng, prompting him to firmly grasp her and sternly say, Nini, this is a man's most powerful stick, and at your tender age, it's not appropriate for you to see. And quickly inquired, Brother Feng, when can I see it? Then, cough, cough. Lin Feng feigned a cough to mask his embarrassment and replied, well, that might take another 2 or 3 years. As he spoke, he glanced around nervously, fearing that someone might report him for inappropriate behavior. Seated on Lin Feng's waist, and pouted, Brother Feng, you must keep your promise. When I grow up, you have to show me the powerful stick. Lin Feng's face flushed, and with a lack of conviction he nodded, and delighted by Lin Feng's response, dove back into his embrace, exclaiming, Brother Feng is the best. Lin Feng inhaled sharply. The sensation was exhilarating beyond measure. Duchangi entered the dormitory and spotted Catherine tidying her bed. Catherine turned to Duchangi, continuing to organize her belongings, and remarked, I was rather rude today, but I didn't expect we would share a dormitory. Duchangi, seated on her bed and removing her short socks, scoffed, humph. If it weren't for your status as a police officer, I would have already sent you packing with a flying knife. Catherine shrugged and waved her hand dismissively. Say what you like, my gun has been confiscated, and I'm currently on unpaid leave. Duchangi changed out of her clothes and donned her bathing attire, heading to the balcony bathroom to fill the tub. Inside, Catherine asked, Hey, I heard that some kind of deity is coming for dinner tomorrow. Do you know anything about it? Yes. Apparently, we are to witness what is known as a super deity. Duchangi emerged from the bathroom, hurrying back into the room, arms laden with a multitude of flying knives. Catherine, unfazed, replied casually, no worries. When the time comes, I'll just lie still. After all, I'm a woman. So they wouldn't dare to do anything to me, right? Duchangi listened with an expression of annoyance. Catherine glanced at Duchangi and, covering her mouth, chuckled. Those who play with flying knives must endure the daily toil of practice. Duchangi retorted defiantly, better than a woman who spends her days indulging in self-pleasure. Sighing, Catherine shook her head and remarked, These days, even the desire for self-indulgence has dwindled. After a pause, she feigned nonchalance and inquired, By the way, this afternoon, that person with the peculiar tail, do you know him well? Duchangi scrutinized Catherine curiously, circling her several times in silence. Catherine, feeling a chill from Duchangi's gaze, nervously asked, "What are you doing?" Duchangi suddenly queried, "You haven't developed a crush on him, have you?" Catherine nearly choked, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? How could I possibly like someone like that?" Duchangi stroked her chin thoughtfully and said, "That's for the best. My intuition tells me that fellow is no ordinary person, and he is likely not human." "Not human?" Catherine exclaimed, then asked, "Could he be an alien?" "Indeed." Duchangi nodded seriously. "Moreover, it's evident he is not a good character. He is nothing short of a scoundrel, a lecher." "Oh." Catherine regarded Duchangi with newfound interest and speculated. "It seems you have quite a history with him." "Humph." Duchangi scoffed. "Who would know someone like that?" Catherine added fuel to the fire, saying, "I've encountered many duplicitous women, but I've never met one as contradictory as you. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'm off to take a shower." Duchangi dismissed the pointless squabble with Catherine. In the dorm of the three friends, deep in the night, they were still awake, engaging in an animated discussion. Zhao Xian curiously asked, "By the way, what does your family do, Javen?" Javen waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's a secret." "A secret? In any case, I have royal blood." Garen suddenly interjected, "I didn't expect that female police officer was also a classmate. This indicates she possesses superpowers." Zhao Xian remarked, "Regardless of how formidable she is, she'd still be easily defeated by Lin Feng." Javen nodded in agreement, saying, "Exactly. Lin Feng's speed is utterly terrifying. We three should avoid provoking him." Garen readily conceded, "Right? If you two attract his ire, just don't mention that you know me." Zhao Xian disdainfully gave Garen a middle finger and said, "By the way, what if a goddess comes tomorrow?" Garen lecherously grinned, "Then we'll just have to charm her." "No way. She is a deity, not just any goddess. She is reportedly here to punish us." Javan's words doused Zhao Xian with the cold reality. Frustrated, Zhao Xian lamented, "Why must we endure punishment every day? Shall we all gather to witness the summoning?" Garen proposed. With an air of authority, Javan responded, "Of course. Let us invite everyone. If anything arises, we shall face it together." Meanwhile, from the adjacent wall, a disgruntled voice belonging to a rather unsavory uncle bellowed, "Quiet. It's noisy every day. Can't a man get any sleep around here?" In the thicket, the trio of companions. Chapter 21. A different narrative. The night passed without incident. The following morning, as dawn broke and the horizon revealed a faint blush of light, the resounding clang of bells echoed throughout the academy. Lin Feng opened his eyes, awakening from slumber, and turned to find Annie, the petite girl, nestled against him, soundly asleep. A crescent-shaped smile graced her lips, evidently a sign of delightful dreams. He gently shifted Annie away from his side, donned his shoes, and descended from the bed to freshen up and prepare for the day. In the academy's assembly hall, a throng of students had already gathered, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the fabled goddess. Lin Feng, too, was among the crowd. Well aware from his previous life of the original tale, he knew that, summoned by Riais, the goddess of dawn, Lena would make her grand entrance with a colossal bathtub, dazzling all with her brilliance. On the podium, a six-pointed star teleportation array was etched into the ground, while an enchanting nebula hovered in mid-air, from which Lin Feng could sense a potent magical aura. "Are you all ready to behold the spectacle?" Riais chuckled, raising his hand dramatically. "A magnificent goddess, radiant as the sun, is about to dazzle your eyes." A figure clad in a warrior's robe, with a wooden sword at his side and a device resembling night vision goggles adorning his face, recoiled in fright and anxiously queried, "Riais, will she harm us?" This individual was the infamous lewd uncle, the sword saint of infinity. Riais shook his head, slowly elucidating, "Theoretically, she will be your class leader, honing your skills and weeding out those unworthy of heroism. She is real and beyond your wildest imagination, the goddess you seek." Clearing his throat to capture the crowd's attention, Riais declared, "Very well. Let the ceremony commence." He turned, silently reciting an incantation as the nebula within the star began to whirl rapidly, its speed escalating until it erupted in a blinding flash of light. The spectators instinctively shut their eyes, and when tranquility returned, they beheld Lena, adorned in a black cloak with golden trim, standing at the center of the teleportation array. "Ah, is this enchanting beauty the goddess?" murmured the onlookers. "Why does she appear so fragile?" "Riais, surely you haven't summoned the wrong entity?" The gathered students engaged in animated discussion. Lin Feng stared in astonishment at Reina, impeccably attired in the stance. This was not in accordance with the narrative. Hey, this is not what was agreed upon. In the original story, Reina should be bathing and summoned by Rise with her bathtub in tow. Rise addressed Reina, saying, "The next part is entrusted to you." "Don't worry, Rise-sensei. Reina with her hands tucked into the pockets of her trench coat, strode forward gracefully, her long, silk-clad legs commanding attention. She surveyed the assembly of students and proclaimed loudly, "I am the embodiment of the sun, your goddess, and you shall all bow at my feet." Ha. A goddess? What kind of goddess are you? Perhaps the goddess of homebodies? Ha. The students erupted in laughter, and the scene appeared quite ludicrous. Lin Feng was taken aback, his face adorned with dark lines, which was quite reminiscent of the original text. Indeed, the goddess of dawn, Reina, possessed an extraordinarily carefree demeanor, her imagination boundless to the point of being nearly irreparable. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. Analyzing character information. Name, Reina. Occupation, light elemental warrior. Base combat value, 20, 812. Comprehensive combat value, 821. 350. Danger index, Super S. Startled, Lin Feng inhaled sharply, his gaze fixed on Reina in the stands, his heart racing with trepidation. A comprehensive combat value of 821,000? Could this truly be real? It surpassed that of the Demon Queen Morgana by over 300,000. Lin Feng meticulously reanalyzed the data pertaining to Reina and, predictably, arrived at the same conclusion as before. The system's analytical capabilities could not possibly be flawed. Upon reflection, Lin Feng uncovered a perplexing issue. Despite Reina's comprehensive combat value soaring beyond 800,000, her fundamental combat value was lamentably low, merely exceeding 20,000, barely twice that of Duchangi. Indeed. Lin Feng came to a realization, recalling the storyline from the original work. It is worth noting that Reina possesses a formidable ultimate move, the colossal solar flare. With effortless ease, she could obliterate an entire planet. In the original narrative, the Angel Queen, Kale, met her demise at the hands of Reina's solar flare. Reina smirked, teasingly saying, Hey, you've been staring at this goddess nonstop. Are you captivated by my unparalleled beauty and intellect? Lin Feng regained his senses, his face a picture of bewilderment, clearly unaware of why the gazes of those around him were fixated upon him. With a captivating smile, Reina beckoned Lin Feng with a delicate gesture, enticingly proclaiming, "Come on up. This goddess may graciously grant you an opportunity." An opportunity? What sort of opportunity? Her words ignited boundless speculation among the onlookers. As for the old blue-haired Rise, he stood idly by, merely observing the scene, entrusting the gathered students entirely to Reina. Yet, it was evident that Reina was not as simple-minded as she appeared. What followed would likely be her demonstration of a lesson, dealing with the troublemaker among the students. Lin Feng glanced around, noticing everyone staring at him, and asked in confusion, "Is it me?" "Indeed, it is you, the one with the peculiar monkey tail," Reina affirmed, resembling a hunter in pursuit of a fox. Although he was uncertain of the situation, Lin Feng approached Reina nonetheless. Chapter 22. Warm my bed with her hands tucked into the pockets of her trench coat, Reina circled Lin Feng, sizing him up, and praised, "Not bad. You possess some strength. But I wonder, is it sufficient? Reina, you summoned me here. Do you have any guidance?" Lin Feng responded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Sufficient? If you wish to ascertain that, why not simply wait for him in bed after a refreshing bath tonight?" Upon hearing this, Reina, who was rather oblivious, saw no issue with his words. However, RYDZ's gaze on Lin Feng grew intense, contemplating, "This fellow is intriguing. It seems this is their first encounter. How does he know Reina's name?" A teasing smile crept across Reina's lips as she offered, "I present you with an opportunity to challenge this goddess. Will you accept?" To accept or not to accept? From a more profound perspective, this posed a significantly grave question. At that moment, the familiar notification from the system echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. Mission issued. Defeat the goddess of dawn, Reina. Mission reward, 50,000 points. Mission failure, erasure. What the hell? Lin Feng could not restrain his exclamation. Erasure upon failure? How am I supposed to navigate my future? Oh, Reina observed Lin Feng's face, which was etched with resentment, and inquired with curiosity, "Why do you seem so burdened with grievances? You should feel proud that this goddess has granted you a day to challenge yourself." A thought blossomed in Lin Feng's mind as he casually touched his nose and remarked, "What benefit would I gain from defeating you?" Benefits? Reina was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this individual truly believed he could overcome her? Lin Feng, unperturbed, continued, "Of course, I never engage in ventures that lead to loss." Reina furrowed her delicate brows and inquired, "What benefits do you seek?" After a prolonged gaze upon Reina, Lin Feng finally replied, "If you were to lose, How about you keep me warm at night? The moment those words escaped his lips, astonishment rippled through the crowd. His audacious request echoed in the ears of the onlooking students. "Wow, I am utterly in awe of this guy. He could boldly utter such a demand," exclaimed one. "This is simply outrageous." Another chimed in. "Hey, goddess, weren't you the one who challenged him? The opportunity is now yours. It's up to you to respond." Laughter and banter filled the air. "This guy dares to jest with our goddess. He deserves a thorough beating." Reina seethed internally, her face flushing a deep crimson. Whether from anger or some other emotion remained uncertain. "Dear goddess, what are you pondering?" Lin Feng mused, observing Reina's silence with delight. Reveling in the fact that this so-called dawn goddess was indeed haughty and oblivious. With a composed demeanor, Reina retorted, "Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider?" Her resolve had solidified. It was no longer a matter of merely ensuring Lin Feng's defeat. Lin Feng gazed at Lina with a teasing smile, remarking, "With a goddess warming my bed, how could I possibly feel regret? It seems you have lived so comfortably that you have forgotten the days of desolation." Lina cast a cold glance at Lin Feng, thinking how audacious he was to flirt with her so brazenly. It was utterly reckless. Lin Feng continued to jest with Reina for a moment, yet Reina no longer afforded him the opportunity to strike first. Blade of Dawn. Without a word of preamble, Reina summoned her weapon, the sword of the sun god's legacy, Blade of Dawn. Dance of the Skies. The playful smirk on Lin Feng's face vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. It is crucial to note that his foundational combat value remained a mere 10,000, a stark contrast to Reina, whose prowess was nearly double. Among the onlookers, a student exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, aerial acrobat." However, the trio of Debong, well-versed in Lin Feng's capabilities, displayed little surprise. They had long been aware of his ability to fly. Yet the question lingered, could he truly defeat the divine being summoned from another planet by teacher Ruiz? As the tension between Reina and Lin Feng escalated, Ruiz swiftly intervened, pushing back several meters before commanding the students, "All students, retreat to my side." "Why? From such a distance, it feels akin to making a long-distance call," one student queried. Unwilling to elaborate, Ruiz simply stated, "Those who wish to live, stand behind me. Those who court death may remain where they are." At this admonition, the students, fearing for their safety, hastily complied, positioning themselves behind Ruiz. "Humph," Reina scoffed, gazing at Lin Feng hovering in midair. "Do you think your flight grants you immunity?" In an instant, a golden aura enveloped Reina, lifting her off the ground in a graceful suspension. A certain student, observing the scene, commented with the air of a judge, "This goddess certainly possesses some remarkable skills. Though I cannot comprehend it fully, she exudes an undeniable power." In his previous life, Lin Feng had already gleaned from the original text that Reina possessed the ability of levitation, and it is imperative to note that it is levitation and not mere flight. The distinction between the two is indeed profound. His aerial dance technique embodies a form of flight that allows for precise navigation in the skies. In contrast, Reina's levitation merely entails the utilization of the intrinsic energy within her body, which can be simplified as the ability to momentarily defy the gravitational pull of the Earth, allowing her to hover in midair. However, this method is markedly more clumsy than the aerial dance technique, significantly diminishing agility and speed. Chapter 23. Surrender. As Lin Feng's figure flickered and reappeared, he swiftly advanced to stand before Reina, launching a lightning-fast kick directly at her. "Such astonishing speed," Reina exclaimed in astonishment, hastily raising her dawn blade to intercept and counter the assault. Lin Feng, possessing a keen intellect, would not foolishly engage in a direct confrontation with the dawn blade held by Reina. Instead, he deftly sidestepped, swiftly grasping the hilt of the sword from her hand, leaving Reina at a disadvantage as the dawn blade was effortlessly seized from her grasp. With a clang, Lin Feng discarded the dawn blade onto the ground without a second glance. Rise, with his eyes narrowed, observed the aerial duel between Lin Feng and Reina. Finding the spectacle increasingly intriguing, he had not anticipated that merely within a single round, Reina would suffer such a considerable setback. Lin Feng, undeterred, once again launched himself at Reina. For a Saiyan, there exists no better weapon than the fist and feet, though trunks might be an exception. Reina soon found herself unable to withstand the relentless barrage of Lin Feng's fists, ultimately being sent flying to the ground by a swift side kick. Thud. Dust billowed as she crashed into the earth, creating a sizable crater. Fuming, Reina rose to her feet, glaring at Lin Feng, who hovered effortlessly above her. Though her divine physique remained unscathed, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness against him, akin to a dog biting a hedgehog, unsure of where to strike. Most critically, Lin Feng's speed was overwhelming. She understood that in the air, she was at a significant disadvantage. As she gazed up at Lin Feng, a wave of inexplicable humiliation washed over her, reminiscent of a powerful attack that, when unleashed, merely met the resistance of a sponge, utterly ineffective. No, I'm a goddess. How can I be so subdued by an ordinary human? I must devise a strategy to confine him within a specific range, thereby nullifying his speed advantage and turning it into a liability. An idea sparked in Reina's mind, her thoughts racing. Though she often appeared carefree and, to put it mildly, proud, or, more bluntly, somewhat foolish, when it came to battle, her combat instincts were remarkably sharp. Lin Feng executed the sky dance technique, refraining from a direct descent. Although he harbored a desire to seize the opportunity and strike her down while she was vulnerable, he recognized that this was not a matter of life and death. Furthermore, such an approach would likely fail to earn Reina's trust. His intention was to win her over completely. If she exhibited temper, he would ensure she had none left. Suddenly, an unsettling premonition coursed through Lin Feng as his brows furrowed. Ah, only now do you realize? It is too late, Reina declared with a triumphant smile. With her hands clasped together, she unleashed a powerful shout, "Flame! Break!" In an instant, as her commanding voice echoed, the atmosphere around Lin Feng transformed into a searing inferno, enveloping him in a heat so intense it felt akin to being on the surface of the sun, threatening to dissolve him in mere moments. Lin Feng felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary. Just as he intended to teleport, he discovered that the surrounding space had become unstable due to the extreme temperature, rendering teleportation impossible. Reina observed Lin Feng's furrowed brows and grave expression, reveling in her triumph. However, she had no intention of granting him another opportunity. Explode. The flames began to converge menacingly towards Lin Feng. Cursing under his breath for his negligence, he swiftly erected a blue protective shield around himself. In an instant, the fiery space contracted violently. Poof. Lin Feng felt as though his body was on the verge of disintegrating. A tightness gripped his chest, and a sweet taste filled his throat as a mouthful of crimson blood erupted forth. His body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater. Wow! Incredible! The surrounding students were witnessing such an extraordinary battle for the first time, a spectacle that seemed to exist only within the realms of television magic and martial prowess. Humph! Reina chuckled triumphantly to herself, approaching the pit where Lin Feng lay in disarray, her expression laced with mockery. This is the fate that befalls one who dares to underestimate the goddess. Coughing lightly, Lin Feng replied, not yet finished. His clothes were heavily singed from the earlier flames, leaving him resembling a coal miner emerging from the depths of a rock, his entire figure cloaked in soot. No. Reina shook her head slowly. It is over. With a commanding shout, Blade of Dawn, Reina summoned the discarded weapon, which seemed to respond to her call, humming as it flew into her grasp. As she wielded the Blade of Dawn, the surrounding fire elements surged and coalesced around the sword, its flames intensifying in response to her battle spirit. Panic surged within Lin Feng as he sensed the impending danger emanating from Reina. He realized that his protective shield would not withstand a single strike, and the inevitable outcome would be his utter defeat. Yet, he could not afford to lose. A defeat would mean obliteration by the system. Flame strike, Reina commanded, gripping the Blade of Dawn to unleash the accumulated sword skill. At that moment, a terrifying storm swept through, obliterating all structures in its path. Boom. Shield of Dawn. Reina hastily conjured her protective barrier to shield against the storm's assault. The onlookers were struck with horror, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos, desperately attempting to flee. Yet their trembling legs betrayed them, rendering them immobile. With a focused gaze, Riai's intoned, Array, Elemental Shield. A deep blue, eggshell-like barrier enveloped Riai's and the students behind him, warding off the residual fury of the storm. As the obscuring winds began to dissipate, a figure radiating golden light emerged from the chaos. Is that Lin Feng? What has happened to his hair? Can he truly transform? This is beyond belief. The crowd gasped in astonishment as they beheld the transformation. Lin Feng's once black crew cut had turned to a shimmering gold, his green eyes coldly fixed upon Reina. You? Reina stared at Lin Feng in disbelief, utterly perplexed by the drastic change in his presence, an overwhelming aura emanating from him that made it nearly impossible for her to breathe. Whoosh! The afterimage of Lin Feng vanished in place, only to reappear as he swiftly stepped upon Reina beneath his foot, rapidly, at an astonishing speed. Lin Feng's expression was devoid of any emotion as he coldly gazed down at Reina, saying, "Surrender." Reina gritted her teeth, staring fiercely at Lin Feng, unwilling to accept defeat. For the goddess of dawn to concede, It would take nothing short of her demise. Chapter 24. I want you enough. Reina has lost. Ruiz suddenly interjected. If the duel between Lin Feng and Reina continued, the academy's structures would surely be left in utter ruin. What? How can this be? I have not yet lost. Reina exclaimed in disbelief. No. Ruiz shook his head and continued. You have already lost. Unless, of course, Reina were to unleash a colossal flare. Then the situation would be entirely different. However, at that point, it would not merely be a matter of winning or losing, but rather whether the Earth could withstand complete annihilation. Lin Feng touched his nose, the aura around him dissipating and his hair returning to its usual state as he removed his foot from atop Reina. A notification chimed. Congratulations to Lin Feng for successfully defeating Reina. Reward: 50,000 points. Ruiz addressed the students behind him. All right, everyone, you may disperse. He then turned to Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, follow me to the office. Understood. Lin Feng nodded and left with Ruiz. Reina brushed off the dust from her clothes and stood up, watching Lin Feng's departing figure with indignation. What a rude fellow. Does he not understand the concept of cherishing delicate beauty? She was still resentful about being trampled by Lin Feng earlier. After all, she was the goddess of dawn. What an insufferable brat. In the office on the 5th floor of the teaching building, Ruiz entered and took a seat in his chair, saying, close the door. Of course. Although Lin Feng was somewhat perplexed, he complied with Ruiz's request and shut the office door. Ruiz narrowed his eyes, fixing an intense gaze on Lin Feng without uttering a single word. Lin Feng felt a wave of unease wash over him. He twitched his lips and asked, Teacher Rise, what is it that you require of me? Rise, with an unhurried demeanor and a serious expression, replied, I desire you. Lin Feng nearly choked on his own breath, his body stiffening in shock. He quickly covered his rear with both hands and exclaimed, Teacher Rise, I am not that kind of person. Rise let out a sly chuckle, rising from his seat and reiterating, I desire you. Lin Feng, startled, took several steps back and hurriedly exclaimed, I truly do not have such a penchant. Rise leaped forward and delivered a sharp knock to Lin Feng's head, scolding, You little rascal, where are your thoughts wandering? I merely wish for you to assume the role of captain of the Super God team. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief and said, Oh, so I am to be appointed as the captain of the Super God team. What? Me, the captain of the Super God team? Lin Feng exclaimed, regaining his composure in astonishment. Rise picked up a cup from the office and walked over to the water dispenser to refill it, slowly stating, Indeed. Why? Lin Feng inquired with confusion. Has the captain of the Super God team appeared in the original work? Rise, composed and unperturbed, settled into the sofa, took a sip of his tea, and cryptically replied, Potential. You possess unparalleled potential. Potential? Lin Feng scrutinized Rise with curiosity and after a moment, asked, You old rascal. Are you not suggesting that I serve as cannon fodder? Pfft. Rise unexpectedly spat out his tea, exclaiming in surprise, How did you know? Cough, cough. No, that's not it. He hastily coughed to cover his embarrassment, adding, Surely, a teacher would not commit such a cruel act. Oh, is that true? Lin Feng regarded Rise with skepticism. Rise. His old face flushed with embarrassment, quickly changed the subject, asking, By the way, you are of the Saiyan race, correct? Lin Feng furrowed his brows and inquired, Are you familiar with the Saiyan race? Is it possible that this dimension, the Super God Academy, is home to such a fervent warrior lineage as the Super Saiyans? When you transformed during your duel with Reina, your combat power surged dramatically, which aligns perfectly with the traits of the Saiyan race. Riaz explained that upon first encountering Lin Feng, he sensed an unusual aura emanating from him. Could it be that Super Saiyans exist in this world? Lin Feng asked in astonishment. Indeed, they do exist, Riaz replied, casting a curious glance at Lin Feng. However, this passionate warrior race was exterminated thousands of years ago. Exterminated? Lin Feng felt an inexplicable sense of desolation wash over him. Alas, Riaz sighed and continued, It is said that they were consumed by the ultimate fear. What exactly is the ultimate fear? Lin Feng questioned, puzzled, recalling how this term had been frequently mentioned by Morgana in the original narrative. Riaz stood up, gesturing dismissively. I fear that no one truly knows. Those who might have had the knowledge have likely vanished from this universe. He then turned to Lin Feng and asked, So, I am quite curious about your origins. Lin Feng approached the windowsill and gazed up at the sky, declaring, I am not of this world. I hail from a distant realm. Riaz, perplexed, inquired, What is your perspective on the future? Lin Feng gazed intently at the sky and spoke in a solemn tone. In the future, the dark forces of the organization will invade Earth, engulfing it in smoke and chaos, leading to untold suffering and devastation. Our planet will confront a monumental crisis. Ruizi, unfazed, regarded Lin Feng thoughtfully and remarked, "It seems you are also aware of this." Lin Feng stretched lazily and yawned, saying, "Teacher Ruizi, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Wait." Ruizi called out to Lin Feng, who was about to depart, and remarked, "The little girl living with you is quite extraordinary." Lin Feng halted his steps, awaiting Rise's ensuing words. Rise took a sip from his cup of tea and continued, "She bears the curse of the Dark Lady within her." "The curse of the Dark Lady? What is that?" Lin Feng inquired, his brow furrowed. "Isn't Annie the Dark Lady?" Leaning back in his chair, Rise closed his eyes and replied, "As for the specifics, you should take that little girl to the medical room." "Understood." Lin Feng nodded and turned to depart. "In the future, on which side will you stand?" Rise called out to Lin Feng once more. Lin Feng touched his nose, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, somewhat off-topic, "I am the captain of the Super God Squad. What do you think?" Lin Feng's figure departed from the office, leaving Ruizi staring blankly at the ceiling, filled with concern. Can the Earth survive this calamity? Chapter 25, premeditated. The setting sun cast a splendid glow, yet it heralds the approach of twilight. As evening descended, the students had all finished their classes, and it was mealtime. Fortunately, the cafeteria of the academy was spacious enough to avoid a sense of overcrowding. At that moment, an unusual scene unfolded within the cafeteria. The students were wide-eyed and speechless, their gazes fixated upon the table where Lin Feng sat, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Little Annie stared in astonishment at Lin Feng, who was engrossed in devouring his meal, slowly shoveling spoonfuls of white rice into his mouth. Lin Feng was hardly inclined to pay attention to such trivial matters. He swiftly wielded his chopsticks, devouring the rice in his bowl with astonishing speed, while fervently scooping up several dishes from the table. The surface was cluttered with a pile of 20 or 30 bowls. Burp. Lin Feng let out a satisfied belch, reclining comfortably in his chair, exclaiming, "At last, I can barely say I am full." The others felt a shiver run down their spines. For Lin Feng's consumption in one sitting nearly equated to an average person's intake over half a month. Annie gazed at Lin Feng timidly, her voice barely a whisper as she said, "Brother Feng, please don't eat me, okay?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, then reached out to gently pat Annie's small head, smiling warmly as he said, "As long as Nini behaves obediently, brother won't eat you." Upon hearing this, Annie confidently patted her flat little tummy and assured, "Brother Feng, Nini will be good." "Haha." Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, wiping the remnants of food from Annie's face. Just then, Raina approached, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Feng, and remarked, "Humph, truly a lecher. Not even sparing a little girl." Lin Feng raised his gaze, disregarding Raina's words, and inquired, "Raina, do you have something to discuss?" Raina glared at Lin Feng, her teeth clenched in frustration, and suddenly exclaimed, "You fool, do you not recall what you yourself said earlier today?" "What did I say?" Lin Feng scratched his nose, perplexed. "Once a goddess has spoken, her words are as binding as the swiftest steeds. I shall honor my promise." Raina's eyes flickered with uncertainty, and a peculiar blush crept across her face. Without waiting for Lin Feng's response, she hastily turned and departed. "A promise?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow in confusion, and suddenly a thought struck him. Could it be? Is Raina truly intending to warm my bed? He had merely jested with her, unable to tolerate her domineering demeanor. Surely she wouldn't take it to heart. As night descended, the starry sky shimmered brilliantly. Lin Feng returned to the dormitory with Annie and promptly filled the bathtub with warm water for their bath. The little girl, Annie, lay blissfully on the bed, imitating Lin Feng's tone as she exclaimed, "At last, I can barely say that I am full." Lin Feng hummed a little tune as he began to dress, addressing the young girl with a playful tone. "Nini, I shall take a bath first. You should wait a while before washing up." Annie sat up, looking at Lin Feng with a pitiful expression, and asked, "Can't Nini wash with brother?" "No." Lin Feng firmly rejected. "Ah," Annie exclaimed in surprise, pouting in displeasure, "Brother Feng. How cunning." Lin Feng let out a cold snort, casting a sinister glance at Annie as he warned, "If you don't behave, brother might just have to eat you." "Eat? What kind of eat?" Annie inquired, puzzled. The meaning behind this ominous phrase was known only to Lin Feng. Startled, Annie quickly assured him, "Brother Feng, please don't eat Nini. Nini will be good." Chuckling, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile, ruffling Annie's little head before departing to the balcony and entering the bathroom. Meanwhile, Annie's porcelain-like face contorted into a similarly sinister expression as she fumed. That wicked brother Feng. Moments later, her eyes twinkled with intelligence as a clever idea struck her mind. Waving her little pink fists, she secretly admired her own cleverness. In the bathroom, Lin Feng relaxed in the tub, closing his eyes to dispel the fatigue from his body. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed, accompanied by Annie's voice from outside. Brother Feng, open the door. Nini wants to come in and bathe too. Lin Feng, startled, replied, Nini. Wait a moment. Brother will finish soon. He was taken aback by the little girl's audacity, realizing she had employed a surprise attack. No. Nini wants to wash with Brother Feng. Outside the door, Annie tugged at the handle with all her might, determined to break in and join Lin Feng in the bath. Lin Feng, with a headache, said, Nini, be a good girl and listen to me. Later, I'll buy you some candy. Brother Feng, do you really not want to bathe with me? Have you started to dislike me? Little Annie's choked sobs echoed from outside. All right. Lin Feng sighed in resignation. Standing up from the bathtub and wrapping a towel around his waist, he walked over and opened the bathroom door. As soon as the door swung open, Annie dashed in. Her little body completely bare, having already shed her clothes. With an air of maturity beyond her years, she looked at Lin Feng and said, Brother Feng, you are still too naive. It seems you had this all planned, Nini. Lin Feng's face darkened, realizing that Annie had been pretending to cry for sympathy. Such a clever tactic. Annie, brimming with pride, declared, Nini is quite intelligent, you know. Come on, Brother Feng, let's bathe quickly. Annie tugged at Lin Feng's hand, leading him into the bathtub. Lin Feng, with no choice, allowed Annie to take charge. Brother Feng, this feels so nice. Annie nestled in Lin Feng's embrace, her porcelain-like face flushed. Whether from the steam or something else, he could not tell. Lin Feng's heart raced unexpectedly, although Annie was merely a little girl. Her petite figure hinted at the beauty she would blossom into, a true enchantress in the making. There was an old saying, little girls have 3 virtues, delicate form, supple waist, and easily toppled. Annie splashed her hands in the water and teased, Brother Feng, you seem quite nervous. Lin Feng nearly choked on his own breath in response, awkwardly laughing and feigning ignorance. After all, he was a passionate adult, and to claim he had no desires would be deceiving. Brother Feng, could you help Nini wash her back? Annie playfully pinched her adorable cheeks, her voice sweet. Lin Feng struggled to swallow, absent-mindedly missing what Annie had just said. He repeatedly reminded himself not to be that kind of lecherous gentleman. Hold it together. Annie pouted. Nini just asked if you could help wash her back. Oh, all right. Lin Feng trembled as he reached out to begin washing Annie's back. As he scrubbed, the motion gradually transformed from washing to massaging. Lost in the moment, Lin Feng found himself engrossed, barely aware of what he was doing, as he continued to knead her smooth, fair back. Suddenly, Annie exclaimed, Hey, Brother Feng, what are you doing? Lin Feng snapped back to reality, stammering incoherently. It's okay. Nini isn't mad at you. Annie playfully pouted, settling quietly in the water. At that moment, 2 thoughts arose in Lin Feng's mind, to indulge or to refrain. Suddenly, Lin Feng was overwhelmed by a wave of weakness coursing through his body. With a wry smile, he remarked, and I. Didn't we agree not to tug at your brother's tail? Indeed, the Saiyan tail proved to be a significant vulnerability, akin to the original narrative. Merely being grasped would sap all his strength, and released Lin Feng's monkey tail with her small hand, pouting in displeasure as she exclaimed, Brother Feng, you are so stingy. Oh my, how unsightly. The little girl, was startled, and, in a moment of mischief, pulled aside the towel draped over Lin Feng. And I stop that. You truly are an unruly little sprite. If this continues, trouble is surely on the horizon. Noticing Lin Feng's apparent irritation, and playfully stuck out her tiny tongue and assured, And I didn't mean to. Lin Feng, in the end, Lin Feng did not cross the threshold of restraint. After their bath, the two returned to their room. Annie, clinging to Lin Feng's arm, softly inquired, Brother Feng, are you upset? Lin Feng gently patted the little girl's head, perplexed as he inquired, Why should I be angry? Annie, with her innocent and pure demeanor, gazed at Lin Feng and replied, Because just a moment ago, Nini peered at your tail without obtaining Big Brother Feng's permission. Lin Feng's lips twitched involuntarily as he chuckled helplessly, saying, No, please don't pay attention to that matter. Annie pouted and replied, But Brother Feng has been wearing such a stern expression, it's quite terrifying, and Nini is frightened. Lin Feng smiled gently, ruffling Annie's little head, and said, All right. Let go of those peculiar thoughts and get some rest. Tomorrow, dear brother will take you to the infirmary. What? Annie exclaimed in alarm, covering her bottom and timidly replied, "But I'm not sick. Why do I have to go get a shot?" Lin Feng touched his nose and remarked, "When did I ever say I was going to get an injection?" "Ah." Annie sighed in relief and patted her little chest, saying, "That's wonderful. I absolutely detest injections." Lin Feng gazed at the ceiling. Taking Annie to the medical room was, of course, to seek out Shauna. What exactly was the curse of the Dark Daughter that plagued Annie? Chapter 27. The goddess comes to warm the bed as Duchangi returned to her dormitory. She noticed Reina silently packing her belongings. Duchangi furrowed her brows and coldly inquired, "What is this? Are you moving out?" Reina, without turning her head, replied, "Yes. I'm moving to another dorm." Catherine, clad in pink pajamas, approached and leaned against the doorframe, asking, "Where are you moving to?" Reina leisurely replied, "To Lin Feng's dorm." Duchangi, having just taken a sip of water, sputtered it all out in shock, exclaiming, "You're moving to that scoundrel's dorm?" Catherine stepped forward, checking Reina's forehead for fever. Puzzled, "You don't seem to have a fever." Reina took Catherine's little hand away, slightly irritated. "That's all because of that scoundrel." Duchangi advised, "Hey, you don't need to take him so seriously, right?" Reina shook her head and stated earnestly, "That simply will not do. A goddess's words are as binding as spilled water." Duchangi rolled her eyes, correcting her, "You've got it wrong. It's supposed to be words spoken are like spilled water." Reina waved her hand dismissively, slightly embarrassed. "Oh, don't mind the details. It's all the same." It was evident that Reina was quite anxious at that moment. Catherine cautiously glanced at Reina and asked, "So, are you really going to warm that scoundrel's bed?" "What? Warm the bed?" Reina exclaimed, pausing before adding with a sinister smile, "That depends on whether he has the fortune for it." Upon hearing this, both Duchangi and Catherine looked at Reina with curiosity, their teasing gazes making her feel quite embarrassed. Coughing lightly to mask her blush, Reina said, "I heard that Lin Feng lives with his sister, so if I go over, I'll just be sharing a bed with that little girl. Where are your thoughts wandering?" Catherine and Duchangi exchanged glances and said in unison, "Is that really all there is to it?" Catherine, with an enigmatic smile, warned, "You'd better be careful. I've heard that beasts can do anything." Duchangi nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. Reina, you must be cautious not to lose yourself." "Ugh, what losing myself? What nonsense is this?" Reina retorted, flustered, as she hurriedly grabbed her belongings and left the dorm. Duchangi watched Reina's departing figure with a complex expression, feeling an inexplicable surge of emotions, which she found utterly perplexing. Catherine, observing Duchangi lost in thought, leaned in and teased, "Are you envious? Jealous? Would you like to move in with that scoundrel like Reina?" Duchangi shot Catherine a glare, coldly retorting, "Boring." "Oh, is that so?" Catherine leaned closer to Duchangi, a playful smile adorning her face, and inquired, "Why is your face flushed?" "Flushed?" Duchangi's eyes flickered as she flusteredly explained, "You must be mistaken. It is merely the effect of the setting sun." Catherine gazed at Duchangi with a knowing glint, her expression one of epiphany as she remarked, "Ah, it is indeed due to the sunset." Yet, upon this utterance, Duchangi felt her cheeks involuntarily warm, and nonchalantly responded, "Yes, precisely that." "Humph." Catherine scoffed lightly and queried, "But the stars have already emerged. From where does the sunset arise?" I must go take a bath," Duchangi stammered, her voice tinged with urgency as she fled the room. "Ah." Annie stifled a yawn, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "It's time for bed." Lin Feng observed the little girl's drowsiness and prepared to extinguish the lights for the night. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Bang, bang, bang. "Who is it?" Lin Feng asked, perplexed as to who might be returning at this hour. "You fool, it is I," came Reina's voice from outside, followed by her declaration. "I am the embodiment of the sun, your goddess." Lin Feng felt a rush of embarrassment, his face marked with dark lines, as he opened the door to find Reina standing outside with her luggage, looking quite charming. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Reina, with an air of self-assertion, swiftly pushed Lin Feng aside and entered the room, dragging her baggage along. "Well, the conditions here are far superior to my assigned dormitory," Reina exclaimed as she explored the space. The apartment was well furnished with essential amenities: air conditioning, a refrigerator, a microwave, a range hood, a complete set of kitchenware, a water dispenser, along with a separate kitchen, living room, bathroom, and wash basin. With a hint of jealousy, Reina pouted and remarked, "Isn't it a bit foolish of Professor Ruiz to allow that scoundrel to reside in such a splendid accommodation?" Lin Feng touched his nose, speechless, and inquired, "May I ask what brings you here?" Reina glanced at Lin Feng behind her, lowered her head, and nervously fiddled with the hem of her clothing, murmuring, "A warm bed." Uft. Lin Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his face in disbelief and muttered frantically, "How could this be? Could it be that my protagonist's aura has finally taken effect, and the girls in this dimension have begun to notice my striking handsomeness, flocking to offer me their warmth? Hey, what are you mumbling about?" Reina regarded Lin Feng as though he were a fool. "And nothing." Lin Feng retreated to the side of his bed, cradling the silent Annie in his arms, and said, "You can observe for yourself." Chapter 28. A Tale to Tell. Reina scrutinized Annie nestled in Lin Feng's embrace, approached, and pinched the little girl's cheek, striving to appear amiable as she smiled. "You must be this rascal's sister, right? You are quite adorable." However, Annie showed no appreciation for the compliment. She wrinkled her cute little nose and glared at Reina, exclaiming, "You are the rascal. Your whole family is full of rascals, always slandering my brother Feng." If anyone claimed that the little girl harbored no animosity towards Reina, it would be a blatant falsehood. Reina awkwardly scratched her nose, forcing a smile as she continued, "So, would you like to sleep with your sister tonight?" The little girl, Annie, immediately turned her head to the side, pouting, and declared, "No, I prefer to sleep with my brother." "Hiki, is that so?" Reina took a deep breath, seemingly quite irritated by Annie's demeanor. Lin Feng discreetly gave a thumbs up to Annie, signaling that her actions were in perfect harmony with his sentiments. Lin Feng glanced at Reina and said, "Reina, I was merely jesting about the warm bed. You needn't take it to heart." Reina pouted and, with a decidedly domineering tone, retorted, "I don't care whether you're joking or not. In any case, this goddess is serious. One must understand that once I speak, my words are like water spilled, they cannot be retrieved. So be it." With that, Lin Feng simply embraced Annie and laid down on the bed, drifting into slumber. As for Reina, she could frolic as she pleased. However, Lin Feng found himself perplexed by the inexplicable nature of women. They come in all varieties, even those who insist on throwing themselves at a warm bed. Such peculiarities abound each year, yet this year seems particularly rife with them. It appears that Reina is not only thick-skinned, but also possesses a mind so vast that it is nearly unfathomable, truly a rare blossom. How strange. How strange. This goddess truly resides here. Infuriated by Lin Feng's demeanor, Reina promptly dumped her belongings onto the bed that originally belonged to Annie. Lin Feng embraced Annie, relishing the softness of the little girl, and remarked, "Remember to turn off the lights when we go to bed." "You scoundrel." Reina spat through gritted teeth, her frustration manifesting as she stomped her feet. After all, she was the illustrious goddess of dawn, possessing beauty that could rival the moon and flowers, captivating enough to enchant nations and cities. She had the charm of wealth and a figure to match, yet this fellow blatantly disregarded her, utterly ignoring her existence. Was this truly acceptable? Was it truly acceptable? At that moment, Reina felt an overwhelming urge to hang Lin Feng up and give him a thorough beating. Within the confines of the dormitory, the lights had been extinguished. In the darkness, Reina tossed and turned on her bed, unable to find solace in sleep. She pondered with curiosity about what was troubling her this evening. Typically, she would fall into a deep slumber at the mere proximity of Lin Feng. After a while, she could no longer contain herself and quietly called out, "Lin Feng, are you asleep?" Only when Reina assumed Lin Feng had drifted off did he lazily reply, "Almost." Reina murmured softly, "Lin Feng, I can't sleep." In Lin Feng's embrace, the young girl Annie peered into the darkness, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. "Brother Feng, Nini cannot sleep either," she lamented, her tiny hands clutching Lin Feng tightly, as if fearing he might vanish or be taken away by someone like Reina. Lin Feng, with a hint of indifference, remarked, "I cannot sleep. Simply closing my eyes forcefully should suffice." "No way," and pouted, playfully shaking Lin Feng's arm, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Nini wants to hear a story from Brother Feng. Is that all right?" "A story? What kind of tale does Nini wish to hear?" Lin Feng, feeling helpless, had no choice but to inquire, as the little girl's adorable antics had effortlessly subdued him, and tilted her charming little head, pondering for a moment before declaring, "As long as it's Brother Feng telling it, Nini will love any story." In the adjacent bed against the wall, Reina remained silent, her ears perked up, eagerly listening to their exchange, curious about the story Lin Feng would narrate next. "Very well," Lin Feng mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Then let us recount the tale of Grandma Rabbit and the Little Grey Wolf." However, as soon as Lin Feng concluded his sentence, both Anne and Reina chorused in unison. "No." Lin Feng pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Then let us recount the tale of Snow White and Cinderella." And Lena, in perfect harmony, exclaimed, "No." This left Lin Feng in a quandary, and after racking his brain, he proposed, "How about the story of the little girl who sold matches?" Yet, and Lena remained steadfast in their disapproval, replying, "No." Lin Feng was on the verge of exclaiming in frustration, wondering who had suggested that he could narrate any story he wished, only to now find them being excessively selective. What was going on? These 1.5 women, considering the little lowly as merely half, were not resting at this late hour. Whom did they intend to disturb? At that moment, Annie timidly spoke up. "Brother Feng, why not choose a story you prefer?" No. Lin Feng was determined not to fall for the little lowly's charm this time. He quickly shook his head and replied, "Let's first discuss what stories you both enjoy." Annie rose from Lin Feng's embrace, sitting astride his waist, and declared, "Nini wants to hear something interesting." Reina chimed in without hesitation, "This goddess desires something thrilling." Annie continued to sway playfully on Lin Feng, saying, "Nini wants to hear adventure tales." Reina, not to be outdone, asserted, "This goddess wishes to hear about the unknown." Lin Feng felt his head throb as he pondered whether he was to narrate a tale or share a jest. Chapter 29, Terrifying the Little Girl. "Very well. I shall recount a most captivating story for your amusement." In the enveloping darkness, neither of the two young women could perceive Lin Feng, whose face bore a mischievous grin. Indeed, both Annie and Lena, who were akin to 1.5 women, required profound ideological enlightenment. Lin Feng mused inwardly. Annie, brimming with joy, playfully swayed around Lin Feng, urging him, "Come on, Brother Feng, tell us quickly." Meanwhile, Lena, seated on the adjacent bed, eagerly listened, anticipating the so-called extraordinarily captivating tale that Lin Feng was about to unfold. Lin Feng sat up, leaning against the edge of the bed, cradling the little girl in his arms as he spoke in a low voice. In a private school, there was a student named Wang Ming who experienced a most peculiar incident. Over the past few days, he felt as though someone was whispering in his ear or playfully scratching his nose while he slept. This phenomenon always occurred after he drifted into slumber, and upon awakening, everything seemed entirely normal, as if nothing had transpired. Could it be an illusion? No. Wang Ming began to harbor doubts. Lin Feng spoke with a keen sense of rhythm, skillfully creating an engaging atmosphere. After a brief pause, he continued. This situation persisted with Wang Ming for several days. Eventually, Wang Ming could no longer contain himself. He suspected that one of his roommates was deliberately playing tricks on him. Thus, on this particular evening, after refreshing himself during the day, Wang Ming resolved to uncover the identity of the one tormenting him. As the lights in the dormitory were turned off and bedtime approached, he closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, determined to discover the truth. Lin Feng took a deep breath and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Time passes by, moment by moment. When the clock strikes midnight, the once tranquil campus is unexpectedly filled with the distant sound of bells tolling clang, clang." The eerie voice of Lin Feng echoed as he continued, "The bell tolls not a moment too soon or too late, precisely striking 12 times. This signifies that it is now midnight." Suddenly, at that very moment, Wang Ming, in a state of drowsiness, sensed a breath whispering beside his ear. He cautiously opened his eyes a mere crack. Lin Feng, while speaking, gradually elevated his tone, skillfully amplifying the air of terror. Meanwhile, little Annie had unknowingly clutched Lin Feng's arm tightly, while Reina, equally anxious, clung to her blanket, eagerly awaiting Lin Feng to continue his tale. Lin Feng ominously began to speak. Upon subtly opening his eyes, Wang Ming discovered a ghostly figure clad in white had inexplicably appeared in the dormitory, and shockingly, the specter had hanged herself on the balcony. At this moment, fear gripped Wang Ming, nearly causing him to leap from his bed. Just then, the ghost in white, who had been hanging lifelessly, eerily turned her head to gaze at Wang Ming. Lin Feng, in a sudden burst of fright, let out a piercing scream. Following this, 2 high-pitched screams echoed through the room. Of course, these shrill cries originated from Annie and Reina. Hee. Lin Feng stifled a laugh and asked, "Now, you two should be able to fall asleep, right? You scoundrel." Reina, dismissive of Lin Feng's antics, buried herself under the covers, intent on sleeping. Meanwhile, the little girl Annie, nestled in Lin Feng's arms, began to weep. Lin Feng, flustered, hurriedly wiped away the tears on Annie's face and, with a hint of anxiety, inquired, "Nini, what is the matter?" Annie, with a mix of snot and tears, spoke in a choked voice, "Brother Fofeng, this is truly excessive. How could you frighten Nini like that? What a situation this is." Lin Feng, caught between laughter and tears, gently rubbed Annie's small head and said apologetically, "All right. It is indeed my fault, dear sister. I sincerely apologize to you, so please do not cry, all right? Yet, despite his soothing words, Annie continued to sob vigorously in Lin Feng's embrace. Lin Feng held Annie's delicate frame tightly, at a loss for words of comfort. What on earth was happening? After a while, Annie's sobs gradually subsided, and she fell asleep in Lin Feng's embrace. Lin Feng, too, was heavily engulfed in drowsiness and soon succumbed to the realm of dreams. Meanwhile, it seemed that both Lin Feng and Annie had drifted off to sleep. While on the adjacent bed, Reina found herself plagued by insomnia. Each time she closed her eyes, she felt an unsettling sensation that a pair of eyes lurked in the dark corners, watching her. Yet, she was too fearful to open her eyes and confront the source of her dread. With a furtive glance, she cracked her eyelids slightly, instinctively turning her gaze towards the balcony, wondering if the tale Lin Feng had recounted earlier about a ghostly figure in white was indeed true. Thus, Reina remained in a state of paranoia, tossing and turning until the first light of dawn began to break. After a moment of hesitation, she finally descended from her bed, and after much deliberation, she cautiously approached Lin Feng's sleeping area. In the midst of slumber, Lin Feng found himself in a state of semi-consciousness, wherein a soft, jade-like figure nestled into his embrace. Instinctively, he assumed it to be the little girl, Annie, and thus, he cradled the delicate form within his arms. After a brief tremor, the being in his embrace gradually succumbed to tranquility. Chapter 30. The enchantress in black silk. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a gentle glow upon the floor, while the air was imbued with the refreshing essence of damp earth. Beneath the eaves, the melodious chirping of birds filled the atmosphere. Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes upon awakening, stifling a yawn as he attempted to rise. However, he soon realized that the small figure nestled in his embrace clung to him tightly. This little girl truly was quite the affectionate one, Lin Feng mused inwardly. Lin Feng intended to shift the person cradled in his arms aside, only to discover that he had encountered something soft and delicate. What could this be? Lin Feng grasped again, perplexed by the nature of the object. He lowered his gaze to the person in his embrace. Upon recognizing the person in his arms, Lin Feng was taken aback, stammering, "Reina?" Indeed, it was Reina. Lin Feng's hand rested upon her shoulder, utterly astonished by this unexpected turn of events. How did Reina end up on his bed? What had become of the little girl? Lin Feng glanced over and discovered that Annie was peacefully slumbering on his other side, her lips making soft smacking sounds in her sweet dreams. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed a stir from Reina, who lay nestled in his embrace. Just when he thought she was about to awaken, he realized that Reina merely furrowed her delicate brows and burrowed deeper into his arms, resembling a docile kitten, yet remaining blissfully asleep. Lin Feng gazed at the sleeping beauty in his arms, her face resembling that of a delicate swan, with doe-like eyes shimmering with innocence. Long eyelashes reminiscent of a fan, a petite nose, and a cherry blossom-like mouth. Her skin was as smooth as ice, her bones as exquisite as jade. Her visage adorned with floral elegance, her spirit as ethereal as the moon, her grace akin to flowing water. Disregarding Lena's brash demeanor, clumsiness, and eccentricities, she truly embodied the essence of an unparalleled goddess. Lin Feng suddenly realized that Reina was wearing an off-shoulder top paired with exceedingly short shorts. Most notably, she was adorned with black stockings that exquisitely accentuated her long and graceful legs. A vision of elegance, a vision of allure. It was utterly intoxicating. Why, he pondered, would Reina wear such stockings while merely resting? Was it a deliberate attempt to entice him into temptation? Although he understood that there could not possibly be anyone else in the room, Lin Feng felt a twinge of guilt as he glanced around, before cautiously reaching out towards Reina's enchanting legs adorned in black silk. The exquisite, smooth texture was nothing short of sublime, an irresistible invitation to indulge in forbidden desires. Lin Feng remained oblivious to the fact that Reina, with her eyes tightly shut, had suddenly fluttered her long eyelashes a few times. Her cheeks appeared slightly flushed, and her breathing had become somewhat erratic. All of this indicated that Reina was indeed awake, feigning slumber. However, given Lin Feng's dire predicament, he had no time to attend to Reina's peculiarities. Lin Feng gently extricated Reina from his embrace and quietly slipped out of bed, careful not to disturb her slumber. The prospect of awakening her would certainly lead to an awkward situation for both. Unbeknownst to him, Reina had already roused from her sleep. She slightly opened her eyes and observed Lin Feng making his way to the balcony to freshen up. In fact, she had awakened even before him. Yet she had not anticipated finding herself nestled in his arms, her hands clasped tightly around him. Oh dear, what should she do? The The thought of Lin Feng discovering that she had fallen asleep in his bed was mortifying. She could almost envision him looking at her with that teasing smirk, mockingly saying, "Well, who would have thought the illustrious goddess of dawn would be so frightened by a ghost story that she couldn't sleep? Disgusting. How infuriating this rascal was." No. She could not allow such a situation to unfold. Thus, as Reina prepared to stealthily leave the bed, Lin Feng, in an unfortunate turn of fate, awakened. Panic-stricken, she had no choice but to close her eyes and feign sleep once more in his embrace. And thus, this was the conclusion of the entire affair. Lin Feng was unaware of these matters. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he returned to his room to change into a fresh outfit. Preparing to leave for school, Lin Feng approached the edge of the bed, nearly bursting into laughter, for the sleeping posture of the little girl was utterly adorable. Her tiny lips were adorably puckered, and drool was about to escape. Leaning down, Lin Feng nestled his face close to Annie's, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her, and murmured softly, "What an irresistibly charming little girl you are." Lin Feng glanced once more at the slumbering Reina, sensing that she would not awaken easily. He gently kissed her smooth forehead, murmuring softly, "So stunningly beautiful, yet with a rather fiery temperament." With that, the soft sound of a door closing echoed as Lin Feng departed the dormitory. The room fell into a serene silence. But Reina felt her heart racing as if it were about to leap into her throat, like a startled fawn in frantic motion. Suddenly, Reina sat up, her hands touching her flushed cheeks, her eyes brimming with disbelief. She muttered in a daze, "That scoundrel, he actually kissed me." A wave of embarrassment and indignation washed over her. As a goddess who had never before tasted the sweetness of romance, an unfamiliar sensation stirred within her. Reina recalled Lin Feng's parting words, "So stunningly beautiful, yet with a rather fiery temperament." She felt herself blush, clenching her teeth in indignation, exclaiming, "Where is this goddess's temperament lacking?" Chapter 31. A successful landing in the Durban classroom. All the students had finally arrived. Lin Feng stifled a yawn, his eyes heavy with sleepiness, a testament to the late-night storytelling sessions with Annie and Reina that had left him feeling utterly exhausted. It was hardly surprising that he felt drowsy. Zhao Xian, seated in front of him, turned around upon hearing Lin Feng's yawn, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he remarked, "Brother Feng, I heard that the goddess of the mansion moved into your dormitory yesterday. Is it true?" "Indeed. Did anything extraordinary happen?" Garen chimed in, casting a suggestive glance at Lin Feng. Javen, however, interjected with a serious tone, scolding, "You two, stop fooling around. Is Brother Feng really that kind of person?" After that, Javen leaned closer to Lin Feng, whispering, "Brother Feng, is there any truth to this matter?" In response, both Garen and Zhao Xian raised their middle fingers towards Javen simultaneously. Lin Feng rested his head on the desk and spoke leisurely, "She is sleeping together with my sister. What else could possibly happen?" Dabang's trio of friends exchanged knowing glances and remarked, "Oh, so that is how it is." Lin Feng squinted at the three individuals before him, a hint of menace in his voice as he inquired, "Are you three feeling particularly mischievous? Would you like me to assist you in loosening your bones?" The trio, known as the D, promptly acquiesced, exclaiming, "Please, do not. We need not your assistance." Just then, old Bluehead Rise entered the classroom, making his way to the podium. Addressing the students, he declared, "Class, today is rather uneventful, so feel free to study on your own. Shortly, your class leader will arrive to deliver a few words." Without waiting for a response, Rise exited the classroom. Class leader? Who is this class leader? The students were left puzzled, engaging in a flurry of discussions. While others remained oblivious, Lin Feng was well aware that the class leader in question was none other than Reina, whom Rise had summoned and who was likely still nestled in the comfort of her bed. However, if Reina were to sleep past midday, it was improbable she would grace the classroom with her presence. Thus, Lin Feng settled down, resting his head on his desk and drifting into slumber. After 2 class periods, Reina finally made her tardy entrance at the door of the D classroom, clad in a form-fitting brown trench coat and black stockings paired with knee-high boots. Strutting in like a catwalk model, with dark circles under her eyes, she stood at the podium, her drowsiness evident as she proclaimed, "I am the embodiment of the sun. Your goddess, and you shall all kneel before me." Laughter erupted among the students, one of whom queried, "Goddess, you must be our class leader, right?" Reina's mood was far from pleasant. A sleep-deprived woman is often irritable. Pointing her finger at the ceiling, she exclaimed, "Star of the blazing sun." The students were taken aback, sensing an overwhelming intensity, though they could not quite fathom the situation. However, as time passed, nothing occurred. leading to an awkward moment for Reina, who then apologized. I apologize. I momentarily forgot that we are on Earth, and the solar induction formula requires redefinition. In the hallway, Dee strode in with a swagger that would provoke anyone to confront him. Duchangi casually remarked, Dee, I heard that the goddess is supposed to handle all of us today. Dee, with a dismissive snort, retorted, handle? In what manner? Should I be on top or beneath her? Duchangi regarded Dee with a look of disbelief. Had he witnessed the duel between Reina and Lin Feng the previous day, he would not have been so brazen. As the two passed the entrance of the D classroom, a sudden and thunderous explosion erupted. Boom. A blinding golden light burst forth from within the classroom, shattering the window glass into fragments. Furthermore, the students were flung from their seats, soaring out the windows. Chaos ensued, with cries of despair echoing throughout. We're doomed. Mother, help us. Yumiiti. What the heck? In a state of half-sleep, Lin Feng suddenly realized he had been propelled into the air. Swiftly, he employed his aerial technique to hover gracefully above the ground, thus avoiding a humiliating fall. However, contrary to Lin Feng's fortune, the other students were not so fortunate. Bang, bang, bang. With several muffled thuds, the students who had plummeted from the building had successfully landed, prompting Lin Feng to silently mourn for them for a brief moment. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Dee was consumed by fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he nervously peered down to check if those who had landed were still alive. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of high-heeled boots echoed through the corridor. Reina emerged from the classroom, yawning, and approached Dee with an unusually kind inquiry. Care to join the party? What? No. Thank you. My parents are calling me home for dinner. Dee replied with a forced smile, attempting to make his escape. However, Reina's expression darkened ominously, and she executed a swift kick, sending Dee tumbling down the stairs. Dee cried out in despair, lamenting, What have I done to deserve this? I was merely passing by. Meanwhile, the author was also in tears, having created a group for 3 to 4 days without a single reader joining. Support me, dear readers, and mend my shattered heart. Chapter 32. The goddess's assignment. Below, Reina paced back and forth, her small steps echoing, while the trio of Dee and his friends cowered on the ground, hands clasped atop their heads in fear. Though Lin Feng was notably absent from this display of trepidation, Lin Feng sat on the steps, stifling a yawn as he vaguely inquired, Reina, is this assignment something that old Rise taught you? How did you know? Reina replied in astonishment, her gaze evasive and hesitant to meet Lin Feng's eyes. Although Lin Feng was puzzled by Reina's demeanor, he did not dwell on it. Instead, he continued to ask, Then this list of assignments surely does not include that, does it? To his surprise, Reina, resembling a bashful bride, lowered her head and nervously fidgeted with the hem of her garment, nodding in affirmation. In that instant, the eyes of everyone present widened in disbelief. Lin Feng approached Reina, gently measuring her forehead temperature with his hand, and remarked in puzzlement, You're not running a fever. Everything seems normal. Could it be that you were frightened yesterday? Affecting your mind? Lin Feng, you scoundrel. Reina, feeling both embarrassed and irate, swatted his hand away and swiftly delivered a kick to his calf. Lin Feng quickly stepped aside, stifling a yawn as he remarked, It seems there is nothing to be concerned about, is there? Reina's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she retorted angrily, You're the one who is abnormal. Your entire family is abnormal. All right. It was just a jest. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, remaining unfazed by Reina's words. At that moment, both Lin Feng and Reina became aware that everyone present was regarding them with a suggestive gaze. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would notice Lin Feng yawning intermittently, while Reina bore the telltale signs of fatigue with dark circles under her eyes. If one were to claim that the two had not engaged in any scandalous escapades the previous night, even a ghost would find it hard to believe. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as he pretended to shift the topic, saying, By the way, you all are truly remarkable. To fall from such a height and emerge unscathed. Zhao Xian exclaimed in astonishment, I too believe that I would suffer severe injuries from the fall, but upon your suggestion, I realize I am perfectly fine. Garen looked over his body in disbelief and remarked, Initially, I thought I was doomed, yet upon falling, I discovered that I had sustained no harm at all. Javen, stroking his chin in contemplation, stated, This indicates that we all possess extraordinary potential. Reina's lips curled into a slight smile as she kindly inquired, So, would you like to try falling from the 10th floor? No. Absolutely not. The trio of Damar replied in unison, fearful of seeking such perilous thrills. The thought of truly ending up incapacitated from such a fall was far too grave a concern. Lin Feng touched his nose from the side, feeling quite pleased that this ruse had successfully diverted the attention of those present. Of course, Duchangi was an exception. She gazed at Lin Feng and Reina with a complex expression, her mind seemingly adrift in thought. Reina glanced at the crowd and exclaimed, "You all are doing quite well. You should feel joyous. Just look, if I were to drop them from above, they would surely meet their demise." I hardly glanced their way. The crowd broke into a cold sweat, silently huddling on the ground with their hands clasped over their heads. Reina paced back and forth, surveying the crouched figures, and sighed. "Is there not one among you who wishes to resist? How shall we accomplish the task that Teacher Rise has entrusted to us?" The trio of friends squatting on the ground exchanged glances, and Zhao Xian slowly rose to his feet. Javan looked at the standing Zhao Xian with admiration, praising. As expected of Master Xian. However, before Javan could finish his compliment, Zhao Xian turned his back to Reina and squatted down again, muttering, "You can't see me. You can't see me. You can't see me." Ugh. Javan scoffed, giving Zhao Xian an obscene gesture. Garen glanced around, noticing that no one else was willing to stand up. After a moment of hesitation, he finally rose, declaring, "It seems I am the toughest among you." Reina's lips curled into a devilish smile. Suddenly, a scream erupted from Garen. In the blink of an eye, he was effortlessly knocked out by Reina, lying face down on the ground, frothing at the mouth and twitching. Finally, the so-called headhunting dog, the robust D, stood up, cracking his knuckles as he cursed. "Damn it, let me handle this. Master Xian, who have I not climbed over? Demacia, I am a prince." Without breaking a sweat, in another instant, all the men present were easily dispatched by Reina, their limbs convulsing as they knelt and lay on the ground. Except for Lin Feng. Reina turned to Duchangi and said, "All right, now it is your turn." Duchangi pointed at herself in confusion and asked, "Am I to participate as well?" Reina nodded affirmatively, "Of course." "Very well." Duchangi replied coldly, producing a flying knife from a miniature wormhole. "Not bad. The micro-wormhole transportation technology is at least 3,000 years ahead for Earth," Reina remarked with a smile, though she often appeared carefree and oblivious. That did not mean she was foolish. Duchangi, feeling impatient, said, "Enough with the chatter. My jacket is quite expensive." "Oh." Reina removed her fitted windbreaker, and a flying knife came hurtling toward her. Without flinching, Reina caught the knife between her teeth, crushing it to pieces, and spat it out, declaring, "Not tasty at all." Chapter 33. Your legs are beautiful. Lin Feng, watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected this goddess to revel in such dark humor. As for the question of strength and weakness, the outcome has long been predetermined. Through the analysis provided by the system within Lin Feng, it was revealed that Du Xiangwei's combat power barely exceeded 10,000. In stark contrast, Reina's fighting prowess was astonishingly formidable, rendering Du Xiangwei's defeat utterly humiliating. It is essential to note that she lacked Lin Feng's remarkable speed, leaving her with virtually no means to retaliate against Reina's relentless assaults. Reina, exhibiting no mercy, delivered a brutal beating to Du Xiangwei, culminating in a final kick that sent her flying a considerable distance, concluding the encounter. Du Xiangwei's body traced a solitary arc through the air before crashing into the surrounding wall, reducing it to ruins and plunging her into unconsciousness. The trio of friends, who had been unaware of when they had regained consciousness, were fortunate enough to witness this spectacle. "Oh my goddess, that was truly savage." Reina turned to face them, her expression devoid of emotion as she declared, "If none of you possesses the potential for extraordinary talent, you shall all be deemed unqualified and must gather your belongings and leave the academy." Zhaoan slowly rose to his feet and inquired, "What if one of us does possess extraordinary potential?" Reina shrugged dismissively and replied, "Then you would all be deemed qualified." Lin Feng, who had been an idle observer for quite some time, found his patience waning. If nothing unexpected occurred, Zhaoan would undoubtedly awaken his earth manipulation abilities. Much like in the original narrative, knowing the outcome already, what purpose did it serve to remain here? He might as well return to his dormitory for a nap. Just then, Lin Feng was about to turn away when he recalled the unconscious Du Xiangwei amidst the debris. Lin Feng arrived amidst the ruins, cradling the unconscious Du Xiangwei in his arms. Coughing softly, Du Xiangwei opened her eyes and regained consciousness. "Oh, you're awake so soon?" Lin Feng remarked with surprise, having anticipated that she would remain in a stupor for a while longer. Lin Feng, as Du Xiangwei recognized the figure before her, she suddenly realized that she was being held like a princess, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She struggled and exclaimed, "You lecher! Why are you holding me? Put me down at once." "Oh." Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, gently setting Duchangi down on the ground. However, as soon as she steadied herself, a sharp pain caused her to cry out. "Ah, what's wrong?" Lin Feng inquired, swiftly supporting her. Duchangi shook her head, biting her lip as she insisted, "I'm fine." It was evident even to the most foolish observer that she was merely putting on a brave front. Lin Feng glanced down at Duchangi and inquired, "Have you twisted your ankle?" "No, I haven't," Duchangi stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Ah, what are you doing?" With a startled exclamation from Duchangi, she found herself once more cradled in Lin Feng's arms. "Don't move," Lin Feng said indifferently, employing his levitation technique to ascend into the air with Duchangi. Not far away, Reina, who had been quietly observing the two, was infuriated to see Lin Feng carrying Duchangi away. She stomped her foot in frustration, nearly causing the ground to cave in, and seethed inwardly. "Damn it. That despicable Duchangi. How dare she entice my Lin Feng?" The dormitory building loomed nearby. Lin Feng, cradling Duchangi, inquired as they walked, "Where is your dormitory?" "A 305, Duchangi replied in a voice as faint as a whisper. Lin Feng carried Duchangi to room A305 on the 3rd floor. After she opened the door, he gently placed her on the bed by the window, holding her close. "Thank you," Duchangi said awkwardly, a blush creeping across her cheeks. After Lin Feng set Duchangi down, he turned and strode toward the door. Just as Duchangi thought Lin Feng intended to leave, he unexpectedly merely approached to close the door, subsequently locking it securely. "What are you planning to do?" Duchangi asked weakly. Lin Feng touched his nose and approached, casting a scrutinizing gaze over Duchangi from head to toe, retorting, "What do you think I intend to do?" Duchangi bit her lip tightly, her face flushed with embarrassment as she softly replied, "And no." Lin Feng knelt down and gently removed Duchangi's shoes and socks, revealing a pair of delicate, fair-skinned feet. One ankle was swollen and reddened, indicating a severe sprain. Duchangi clutched the bedspread tightly, too embarrassed to meet Lin Feng's gaze, fully aware of his impending intentions. Lin Feng gently held Duchangi's delicate foot in his hand, the translucent toes resembling exquisite jade blossoms, undeniably charming. It was evident that Duchangi took great care in her cleanliness. There was not a hint of perspiration, only a faint, unique fragrance that exuded from her youthful skin. Lin Feng, entranced, found himself absent-mindedly caressing her foot, his heart racing in a tumult of emotions. When he finally regained his composure, he noticed the blush that had crept to the very roots of Duchangi's ears. With an awkward smile, he remarked, "It might hurt a bit. Please bear with me." Duchangi replied softly, her gaze cast downwards, too shy to meet Lin Feng's eyes. Unbeknownst to him, this was her first experience of physical contact with someone of the opposite sex. Lin Feng gently grasped Duchangi's delicate foot, turning it slightly as he remarked, "Your legs are exquisite." "What?" Duchangi felt as though she had been struck by lightning, utterly astonished by Lin Feng's brazen audacity. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, exerting a sudden force with both hands to realign Duchangi's dislocated joint. "Ah!" Duchangi let out a piercing scream, only now realizing that Lin Feng had intended to distract her all along. Lin Feng listened to Duchangi's moans, nearly losing his composure, filled with a sense of fury that seemed to reach the heavens. Chapter 34. The Fairy of the Zither and the Harp. Lin Feng rose to his feet and said, "All right, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Duchangi, somewhat flustered, replied, "Ah? Oh, thank you." As Lin Feng opened the door, preparing to step outside, he turned back to gaze at Duchangi, chuckling softly, "But honestly, your legs are truly exquisite." With that, Lin Feng, rather oddly, placed his hand to his nose and inhaled deeply, exclaiming in delight, "Ah? Such a refreshing fragrance." Duchangi was momentarily taken aback, staring at Lin Feng, rendered speechless, her mind a blank slate. After an indeterminate period, when she finally regained her composure, she realized that Lin Feng had departed without her noticing. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she muttered in indignation, "Pervert! Scoundrel! How dare he tease me?" Yet, despite her words, an unusual sentiment began to blossom within her heart, one that was not negative in nature. Most remarkably, Duchangi found herself surprisingly unperturbed by this burgeoning feeling. Lin Feng returned to his dormitory, and upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of the adorable little girl, Annie, rubbing her eyes as she sat up in bed, evidently having just awakened. Upon noticing Lin Feng's return, Annie paused for a moment before hastily leaping out of bed without even putting on her shoes. and she rushed into Lin Feng's embrace, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, why are you back so early today? I missed you so much." "Is that so?" Lin Feng found himself both amused and touched as he gently ruffled Annie's hair, feeling an increasing affection for the little girl in his arms. Annie gazed up at Lin Feng with innocent eyes and replied, "Of course it's true. I would never lie." Lin Feng gently lifted Annie, approaching the bedside where he carefully placed the proud little girl. He tenderly dusted off the dirt from her adorable little feet and said, "Nini, you mustn't run around barefoot on the floor, do you understand?" Annie swung her delicate little legs back and forth, her brow furrowed in confusion as she asked, "Brother Feng, why can't I?" Lin Feng, with a stern expression, adopted an authoritative demeanor as he admonished, "Because Nini is a lady, right? Therefore, she should not run around barefoot on the ground." Annie blinked her small eyes and responded with a bright, cheerful voice, "All right, Brother Feng, Nini understands." Meanwhile, a rumble echoed from Annie's stomach, signaling her hunger. Lin Feng smiled gently and inquired, "Nini, are you feeling hungry?" Annie exaggeratedly gestured, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, Nini is very, very hungry right now. Please take Nini to eat something delicious. Then let us be off." Lin Feng replied, crouching down to assist the little girl in putting on her shoes before leading her out of the room. For Lin Feng, Annie was the first person he encountered upon arriving on Earth, and she was an adorable little girl who held a significant place in his heart. Although it was not yet lunchtime, Lin Feng decided to take the little girl to the cafeteria for a delightful meal. "Brother Feng, where are we going?" Annie asked, puzzled. For this was not the path back to the dormitory. Lin Feng grasped Annie's small hand, strolling along while saying, "Let us head to the infirmary." Annie looked up at Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she inquired, "Why, dear Brother Feng, are we going to the infirmary?" Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words, ultimately resorting to a vague response. "It's nothing particularly special, just taking NINI for a health checkup." He refrained from revealing to Annie the existence of the dark curse of the Lady of Shadows that plagued him. Annie tilted her adorable little head, pondering for a moment, before innocently remarking, "Is it like how you check, Brother Feng, by rubbing around on NINI? Cough. That's not quite the same." Lin Feng nearly choked on Annie's words, his face flushing with embarrassment. It seemed he still had a rather thin skin, which certainly called for some fortification. Annie nodded, seemingly understanding, and said, "Oh, I see." Lin Feng arrived at the medical room with Annie, gently tapping on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A light and melodious voice emanated from within, inviting, "Please come in." Lin Feng pushed the door open, accompanied by Annie, and before them appeared a woman adorned in a delicate azure gown, her hair styled in twin ponytails. She was draped in a cerulean palace dress, accentuating her slender waist, with dark, enchanting eyes framed by long lashes, and elegant brows that resembled the graceful arches of willow branches. She moved with a serene grace, her complexion as ethereal as ice and her demeanor exuding an enchanting aura. At times, words seemed woefully inadequate. Her beauty transcended the mundane, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the earthly realm. Yet, she was not entirely unattainable. Her presence bore a refreshing charm akin to a gentle spring breeze. However, of utmost significance was the way her 36E figure captivated Lin Feng's gaze. Noticing Lin Feng's mesmerized stare, Annie pouted playfully and remarked, "Brother Feng, you naughty rascal." Lin Feng quickly diverted his gaze from the woman, offering a polite greeting. "Hello." Although the lady had not introduced herself, Lin Feng had already deduced her identity, judging by her attire, particularly her alluring 36E figure. It was unmistakable that she was none other than the enchanting fairy, Suona. "You must be Lin Feng," Suona remarked, fully aware of the captivating allure of her appearance. She had long grown accustomed to the somewhat intrusive stares from individuals like Lin Feng, and thus paid little heed to it. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Indeed. It was that old man Rise who sent me to find you." Sona glanced at Annie, whom Lin Feng was holding by the hand, and gently replied, "Yes. Don't worry, I will take care of everything from here on." Chapter 35. The fire dance sorceress Sona took Annie's delicate little hand and addressed Lin Feng. "To be honest, I'm not entirely certain either. A thorough examination is required." Lin Feng nodded slightly, furrowing his brow as he said, "I understand." The little girl, Annie, gazed up at the two, completely oblivious to the meaning of their conversation. Sona crouched down, gently tousling Annie's hair, and said softly, "Annie, why don't you go inside with the teacher for a checkup, all right?" Annie, feeling a bit conflicted, looked at Lin Feng, seeking his approval. clearly indicating that he was the person she trusted the most. Lin Feng gently touched his nose and smiled faintly, saying, "It's all right. The elder sister is not a bad person. Please wait here for a moment." Suona led Annie into the medical room and closed the door behind them, leaving Lin Feng to wait in the corridor. Lin Feng, feeling a sense of ennui, let his hands dangle at the edge of the corridor. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and from a distance, several massive boulders erupted from the earth, reaching a height of 2 to 3 stories, while the surrounding structures were reduced to mere ruins. As Lin Feng gazed into the distance, a solitary smile graced his lips. He was acutely aware that Jia Wen had awakened, much like in the original narrative. Upon reflection, it had been nearly 2 weeks since Lin Feng had arrived in this realm. According to the storyline, the plot had progressed to the point where Jia Wen's earth-shifting abilities had emerged. This indicated that the arrival of Jess was imminent, heralding the commencement of the new recruits training for the Super God Squad. Consequently, the legendary Monkey King, Sun Wukong, was poised to make his grand entrance. If that were the case, it meant that the cosmic forces were beginning their invasion of Earth, and the battle for its defense was about to unfold in earnest. With a loud click, the door to the medical room swung open. Lin Feng regained his senses and turned to look, as Suona gracefully emerged from the medical room. He inquired, "Suona, how is Nini?" Suona regarded Lin Feng with a hint of curiosity and surprise, asking, "How do you know my name?" Lin Feng, scratching his nose, hastily waved his hand. "That's not important. Let us not dwell on such trivial details." This was a frequent mistake of Lin Feng's. Having read the original text in his past life, he naturally recognized all the characters within the Super God Academy. "She is already asleep," Suona remarked, casting a brief glance at Lin Feng, pondering that perhaps he had learned her name from Rise. Lin Feng hurriedly inquired, "Not that. I mean to ask if there is truly a curse upon Annie?" Suna's expression grew serious as she replied, "I was initially uncertain, but upon examination just now, it is evident that Annie is indeed afflicted by the curse of the Dark Lady." Lin Feng's expression darkened as he inquired with confusion, "What exactly is the curse of the Dark Maiden?" Suna gently shook her head, moved to the corridor's edge, and gazed at the azure sky, slowly articulating, "Upon careful investigation, no one truly comprehends the curse of the Dark Maiden. It is merely known that those favored by her will face the ultimate dread when the dark curse fully manifests, bestowing upon the host the sinister power of ultimate terror, a force that poses a perilous threat to the universe. Is there any way to lift the curse?" Lin Feng asked, his brow furrowed. Though he did not fully grasp the implications, he understood that anything associated with ultimate fear was undeniably treacherous and formidable. Suna turned to Lin Feng and shook her head, saying, "No. My knowledge about the curse of the Dark Maiden comes solely from an ancient chronicle." Lin Feng cupped his chin, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "Did you not mention earlier that someone once bore the dark curse upon them? What became of that individual in the end?" Sona replied with a serene demeanor, "It is said that eons ago, a person unleashed an unfathomably malevolent power through the dark curse, resulting in the shattering of the cosmic energy shield. This calamity permitted the dark forces of the void to invade the universe, leading to a period when all galaxies faced annihilation. Countless souls perished at the hands of their adversaries, and the cosmos was shrouded in a dark crimson hue, with millions of restless spirits wandering amidst the dust." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and murmured, "Such devastation?" Although he had not witnessed the event firsthand, he could vividly imagine the countless souls drifting through the sky. An agonizing tableau of sorrow, anger, loss, despair, disgust, and confusion, a congregation of negative emotions suspended above. It was the lamentation of all living beings in the natural world. Suona continued, "In the end, the universe united the alliance of true gods, comprising hundreds of formidable deities who sacrificed their very life essence to permanently seal the dancing fire witch within the cosmos, ensuring she would never be resurrected. Consequently, these hundreds of powerful beings from the alliance perished." "Dancing fire witch?" Lin Feng inquired, a sense of bewilderment gripping him. Suona elucidated, "The dancing fire witch is the one responsible for this calamity, the individual who awakened the dark curse." "What manner of person is the dancing fire witch?" Lin Feng asked, sensing an underlying peculiarity that eluded his grasp. Suona shook her head softly and replied, "I fear no one can provide an answer. For those who have encountered the dancing fire witch have descended into hell. It is said that she possesses the appearance of an eternal young girl, seemingly innocent and adorable. Yet she is a terrifying witch capable of annihilating true deities in an instant. Allegedly, she wields mastery over fire magic, endowed with the cataclysmic power to incinerate all." It is rumored that her ambition is to obliterate every galaxy in the universe. In truth, there are countless legends surrounding the dancing fire witch. Chapter 36. Suona's request. Lin Feng continued to inquire, what kind of existence is this true god? With remarkable patience, Suona elucidated. A true god is an individual who has ascended to the pinnacle of cultivation within this world, nay, within the very cosmos itself. Such beings possess the capacity to effortlessly obliterate a planet, rend the fabric of space, and annihilate mountains and rivers. Astonished, Lin Feng pondered. If the true gods are indeed so formidable, then the fire dance demons, who required the life force of hundreds of true gods to seal away, must possess an utterly terrifying level of power. Lin Feng silently clicked his tongue, contemplating, and then inquired, how many true divine beings remain in the universe now? Sighing softly, Suona replied, when we sealed the fire dance sorceress, all true divine beings in the universe perished. However, later, a true divine being emerged on the Sunfire star. Yet, due to certain conflicts a millennium ago, that divine being detonated and obliterated the Demacia planet. In the end, he took his own life to atone for the grave error he had committed. Lin Feng, without a moment's hesitation, inquired, you cannot possibly be referring to the sun god. Can you? Oh. Suona gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment, her expression contemplative as she asked, how did you come to know this? Ahem. Lin Feng cleared his throat a couple of times, hastily gesturing with his hands. All right, let us not dwell on the minutiae. Internally, he felt a pang of frustration, pondering why he continuously made such elementary mistakes. Is this the case of the eternal lowly? Lin Feng murmured to himself, sensing an unsettling coincidence. While some may be unfamiliar with the term eternal lowly, Lin Feng was well aware that it referred to a woman whose age far exceeds that of a typical lowly yet retains a youthful appearance, or whose physical development has halted, forever embodying that youthful form. But wait, why was Suona sharing this with him? Lin Feng. Suona regarded him with an impassive expression, her tone devoid of warmth as she said, if possible, I hope you can help this little girl depart from this world in happiness. Lin Feng listened to Suona's words, and the expression on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a grim inquiry. Do you mean for me to eliminate her before the dark curse within Annie awakens? Unfazed by Lin Feng's demeanor, Suona replied softly, you are aware that if the dark curse within Annie awakens, the world, nay, the entirety of the universe, will once again be subjected to the calamities of eons past, and at that point, the impending crisis will become insurmountable. Thus, it is imperative to act preemptively. Lin Feng's emotions were somewhat agitated as he shook his head and exclaimed, impossible. I cannot do it. What kind of joke is this? Asking me to take the life of Annie, this adorable little girl, is akin to demanding that I obliterate the entire world, an insurmountable task. After spending these days together, for Lin Feng, who feels no sense of belonging in this world, and he has become an indispensable part of his life, he cherishes and cares for her dearly. Now, to ask him to kill Annie is truly a joke that fails to amuse. Lin Feng's reaction was entirely anticipated by Suona. She spoke slowly. I understand that this is cruel for you. If you find it unbearable, the Academy can send someone to handle it. Cruel? It was far beyond mere cruelty. For the innocent little Annie, it was sheer madness. No. Lin Feng grasped Suona's arms tightly, his emotions spiraling out of control as he exclaimed. No one is allowed to harm her. Unknown to them, just behind the door of the medical room, Annie had been eavesdropping on their conversation the entire time. The innocence that usually graced her face had vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness that was suffocating, exuding a maturity that was incongruous with her tender age. In the corridor, Suona furrowed her brows and said, You're hurting me. Lin Feng took deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down, gradually releasing his grip on Suona's hands. His mind devoid of chaos, unable to think. It is essential to understand that when the dark curse within Annie awakens, she will no longer be Annie. She will become a slave to the Dark Maiden, transformed into a fire dance sorceress. I hope you can consider the implications for all living beings. After Suona spoke, she fell silent, knowing that Lin Feng needed time to contemplate the gravity of the situation. Behind the door of the medical room, Annie also fell silent. Although her face bore a mask of tranquility, her erratic breathing revealed her underlying tension. Indeed, Annie was anxious, not only for Suona's sake, but also awaiting Lin Feng's response. Contrary to Suona's sentiments, Annie did not resent her words. From the moment she joined the Super God Academy, she had anticipated that this day would inevitably arrive. Lin Feng's mind was in disarray. He understood the profound principles at play, yet and now loomed over them like a colossal, ticking time bomb, the moment of its detonation shrouded in uncertainty. Once it exploded, not only the Earth but all celestial bodies within the universe would be ensnared in its catastrophic aftermath, potentially recreating the tragic event of sealing the witch that transpired eons ago. Hence, it was not that Sona wished to eliminate Anne, nor did Reina, the Academy of Super Gods, or any others. The truth was that Anne could not coexist in this world, for those marked by the dark curse must not inhabit it. Indeed, Anne was innocent, yet for the sake of the tranquility of all living beings, the sacrifice of this young girl became a necessity. Chapter 37. An interesting individual. After a considerable time, Lin Feng finally emerged from his bewilderment, his gaze regaining its vibrancy and becoming resolute and profound. Surely, you have contemplated this thoroughly, have you not? Sona noticed the change in Lin Feng and was somewhat taken aback, not expecting him to rally so swiftly. Of course, Lin Feng replied, brushing his nose lightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of solitary joy. Sona inquired further, have you decided when to take action? Concealed behind the door of the medical room, Anne's expression darkened, settling into despair. Was it as she feared? Did this world truly have no place for her? It seemed as though she could hear the sound of shattering. Was her heart breaking? No? Then why did it ache so painfully that it felt as though she might suffocate? Take action? What action? Lin Feng responded, puzzled, as if he had yet to articulate anything at all. Sona furrowed her delicate brows, gazing at Lin Feng, and remarked, do you still fail to grasp the gravity of this situation? Lin Feng shook his head slowly, speaking with an air of calmness. Regardless of the dark curses or the fire dance sorceress, it all seems rather chaotic. With an expressionless gaze fixed upon Sona, he absent-mindedly touched his nose and stated flatly, if you wish to harm my little loli, you must first step over my dead body. Lin Feng's words stirred a tempest within Annie, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Her heart, once as stagnant as a still pond, now roiled with emotion. She desperately covered her mouth with her hands, tears brimming in her eyes, fearful of betraying her sorrow with a sound. The tears flowed freely, like pearls strung on a broken thread, cascading to the ground without restraint. Her heart was flooded with a profound sense of happiness. Was this the joy of being protected and cherished? Was this the bliss of having someone to shield her from the storms of life? Outside the door, Sona looked at Lin Feng in astonishment and reiterated, do you realize the consequences if the dark curse within Annie awakens? Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively and replied, isn't the dark curse within Annie still dormant? Sona cast a cold glance at Lin Feng and sternly questioned, can you guarantee that tomorrow or the day after, the dark curse within her will not awaken? Lin Feng spoke in a deep voice, I will prevent such occurrences from happening. Sha Na looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression and retorted, it seems you are quite confident. Perhaps, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, pausing for a moment before adding, I apologize, but my mood is rather poor at the moment. So I shall take my leave. Thank you for your suggestion. With that, Lin Feng pushed open the door and entered the medical room, and had already feigned unconsciousness on the hospital bed before his arrival. Lin Feng approached the bedside and gently lifted Anne into his arms, ignoring Sha Na as they brushed past each other in the corridor. Any lingering affection Lin Feng had harbored for Sha Na was entirely extinguished at that moment. Sha Na, gritting her teeth and stamping her feet in frustration, angrily exclaimed, foolish fool, you will regret your actions today. Lin Feng halted his steps, turning his face with an air of indifference as he declared, I shall bear all responsibilities and consequences. If death is to befall us, I shall be the first. In Lin Feng's embrace, Annie could no longer restrain her emotions and wept uncontrollably, her small hands clutching tightly at his garment. She buried her head in Lin Feng's chest, sobbing and choking on her words, Brother Feng, I do not deserve such devotion from you. Lin Feng affectionately ruffled Annie's small head and whispered softly in her ear, it is worth it. After speaking, Lin Feng, at a leisurely pace, embraced Annie and gradually vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Su Na, who had initially appeared furious and distressed, gazed at Lin Feng's disappearing figure with an expression of peculiar intrigue. Suddenly, she could no longer suppress her laughter, murmuring to herself, as expected, Teacher Riais was right. He truly is an amusing individual. Indeed, this was a scheme devised by Riais and Su Na, and it was evident that Lin Feng had qualified. In the near future, he would undoubtedly become the leader of the Super God team. At the base of the dormitory building, Lin Feng, gazing at the weeping Annie in his arms, could only chuckle helplessly. Nini, please do not cry. I feel as though I might drown. Annie sniffled, her eyes glistening with tears as she lifted her gaze to Lin Feng, her voice trembling. "Brother Feng, why are you so kind to me? Why?" Lin Feng scratched his nose, deep in thought, and replied with a bemused expression, "Indeed. To be honest, I am not quite sure myself." Annie, pouting and shaking her tiny fists, playfully struck Lin Feng a few times, her voice laced with sorrow. "Brother Feng, you are such a big silly. A big silly." Lin Feng paused, taken aback by her words, and chuckled softly. "Perhaps that is true." Annie wiped her nose and tears on Lin Feng's clothing. Her face filled with regret as she said, "I'm sorry, Brother Feng. Nini should not have said that. Nini likes you the most. Is that so?" Lin Feng's lips twitched as he looked down at his clothes, now stained with her tears and snot. Had it not been for this little girl treating him like a handkerchief, he might have almost believed her. Suddenly, Annie burst into laughter, her giggles ringing like silver bells. She wrapped her small arms around Lin Feng's neck and whispered warm breaths in his ear, her voice bright and clear. "Nini truly likes Brother Feng the most." Chapter 38. "Thought you were pregnant." Lin Feng felt a sense of unease wash over him. Why was it that this mere little girl, Annie, could evoke the most primal desires within him? Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng forced himself to calm the tempest within. Kneeling down to gently set the little girl in his arms onto the ground. To his surprise, Annie clung tightly to him, fearful that he might release her. With a pitiful look in her eyes, she implored, "Nini just wants Brother Feng to hold her." Caught off guard, Lin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His gaze flickered as he carelessly stammered, "Brother is a bit tired. Why don't you walk on your own for a while, Nini?" Annie pouted, burying her small head in Lin Feng's embrace, and sweetly insisted, "No, no. Nini just wants Brother Feng to carry her upstairs." As she spoke, the little girl wriggled restlessly against him, provoking an involuntary reaction from Lin Feng. "Ah!" Annie exclaimed, lifting her flushed face to pout. "Brother Feng, you're such a bad egg." Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly, attempting to mask his discomfort. He was all too aware of what Annie meant, and a wave of embarrassment washed over his face. Lin Feng narrowly escaped a dire fate as he carried the young girl Annie back to his dormitory. Fortunately, the ascent provided him with a brief respite. Otherwise, should any of the other students have caught sight of the rather conspicuous bulge in front of him, Lin Feng would have been utterly humiliated. Lin Feng was about to unlock the door when he realized that the dormitory entrance was slightly ajar. At that moment, a soft sobbing sound escaped through the crack. "Wow, this goddess is doomed. Where on earth can I find so much money?" Lin Feng's expression darkened as he heard the voice. It belonged to none other than the goddess of dawn, Reina. It struck him as peculiar that Reina had come to the dormitory in tears. Lin Feng cast a puzzled glance at Annie, who promptly stuck out her little tongue and, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, "Nini did not cry at all." Lin Feng felt a flush of embarrassment, speechless as he recalled the little girl who had been weeping inconsolably in his embrace just moments ago. Annie, with her tiny hands wrapped around Lin Feng's neck, mischievously remarked, "Nini didn't cry at all." Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Reina, who had been lost in her tears, quickly wiped her face upon hearing Lin Feng and Annie's conversation outside the door, and exclaimed in a delicate yet commanding voice, "Who is it? Who's out there?" Lin Feng gently pushed the door open, cradling Annie as he entered. After placing the petite girl on the bed, he turned to face Lena, who occupied another bed, feigning ignorance, and exclaimed, "Oh, is that not the goddess of dawn? What brings her to my dormitory, secretly weeping?" "You scoundrel! You despicable wretch!" Lena retorted through gritted teeth, her cheeks still glistening with remnants of tears. Despite her carefree demeanor and expansive imagination, she was acutely aware that Lin Feng was deliberately teasing her. Very well, Lin Feng said, scratching his nose as he settled down, pulling the delicate form of Annie into his embrace. "Now, let us discuss our goddess of dawn. Why is she hiding here, shedding tears? This goddess cries? Are you joking?" Lena shot back defiantly, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng's infuriatingly smug expression, wishing to land a few kicks on his annoyingly handsome face. Beside them, Annie pouted and murmured, "What a woman of contradictions." Before she could say more, Lena burst into tears, the pent-up emotions flooding forth as her suppressed tears cascaded down her face. Lin Feng, feeling a slight headache, touched his forehead and stood up, approaching Reina. He gently patted her shoulder, offering solace. "All right, stop crying. What could possibly be so distressing? One might think you were with child." To his surprise, Reina dove into Lin Feng's embrace, her voice choked with tears and snot. "You're the one who is pregnant. Your whole family is." Annie, puffing her cheeks in irritation, thought to herself, that insufferable woman must be doing this on purpose. Humph. She thinks she can steal my brother phone away from me. Was it because of Gavin's awakening of the earth element, resulting in the destruction of the Academy's buildings? Lin Feng could only remark on Reina's childish behavior. Indeed, it is said that women and petty men are difficult to nurture. The ancients do not deceive. Reina, much like Annie, rubbed her tears onto Lin Feng's clothes and, in a sobbing tone, lamented, "Now I'm in dire straits. How can I possibly repay the Academy?" Annie, infuriated, clawed at the air behind Reina, thinking, "That despicable woman dares to use such a lowly excuse to cling to my brother phone. What a wretched creature. Since it has come to this, I shall cover the repair costs for the Academy's buildings for you. Just remember to pay me back when you have the means." Lin Feng glanced at the enraged Annie, who instantly transformed into a demure, adorable little girl. Reina's sobs abruptly ceased as she freed herself from Lin Feng's embrace. Sitting up and twisting the hem of her garment, "What do you want from me? I refuse to offer myself." Annie, in despair, clutched her head. Her little nose nearly crumpled with frustration. "That wretched woman has the audacity to openly seduce my brother Feng. This is utterly unforgivable." Chapter 39. Devastating Damage. Reina, "I admit I am rather handsome, but must you declare it so boldly?" Lin Feng remarked narcissistically, startled by Reina's openness. How could she possibly think of offering herself? Was she simply audacious, or was she blissfully naive? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Reina felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks flushing crimson. She retorted, "You scoundrel! Do you truly believe that this goddess would ever harbor feelings for you? Dream on." Yet, her demeanor bore the unmistakable signs of a playful quarrel typical of young lovers. With her chin held high, Reina declared with haughty pride, "Even if this goddess were to take a liking to you, it would be your fortune. Do you understand?" Just then, a rumble emanated from her stomach, startling her into realization. I've been so preoccupied that I haven't tea even at lunch. Truly, beauty is a fleeting fate." With that, she made to leave, exclaiming, "Farewell." Wait, what the? Lin Feng barely had the chance to respond before Reina hurriedly departed, leaving him with the impression that she had fled in disarray. Her behavior today struck him as peculiar. What could be the reason? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that Reina harbored feelings for him? "Feng Gu, you naughty rascal. Even after she has gone, you still stare," Annie grumbled, storming over and stamping her foot on Lin Feng. So it seems this little girl was indeed jealous. The pot of jealousy had been overturned, and the sourness was palpable. Lin Feng could only gently rub Annie's little head, soothing her like a child, and said, "All right, do not be upset, for you must know that you are my favorite, dear Nini." Annie inquired with a look of skepticism, "Is that truly the case?" Lin Feng smiled gently, playfully tapping Annie's adorable nose, and said, "Of course it's true. Since Brother Feng has said so, Nini will generously forgive you." Annie, hands on her petite waist, declared with a sense of magnanimity. Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had previously overlooked the fact that she was a rather proud little girl. In the bathroom, Lin Feng lay comfortably in the tub, eyes closed, indulging in a warm soak. Initially, he intended to change out of his clothes, which were stained with tears and mucus, but after a moment's reflection, he decided it was far more convenient to simply take a bath. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks on the bathroom door. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, a sense of dread washing over him. How could he have forgotten about that spirited little girl? As expected, a sweet, playful voice floated in from outside the door. "Brother Feng, Nini wants to wash together too." "No way. I'm almost done. You wait a moment." Lin Feng swiftly refused, recalling the last time he had bathed with the little girl, which had nearly cost him his moral compass. If he were to repeat that experience, he could hardly guarantee that he wouldn't succumb to unspeakable impulses. "I absolutely will not. Nini wants to wash with Brother Feng," and pouted, clearly displeased. That cunning Brother Feng had the audacity to lock the bathroom door this time. How despicable. Clang, clang. The sound of the bathroom door being rattled echoed as Anne exerted all her strength on the doorknob, determined not to relent until she had forced her way inside. If things continued this way, there were only two possible outcomes. Either the little girl would manage to break the lock, or she would damage it, leaving Lin Feng utterly bewildered and trapped inside the bathroom. The odds of the latter scenario occurring were undoubtedly around 70%. Resigned, Lin Feng wrapped a white towel around his waist and reluctantly approached the bathroom door, conceding to open it. With a click, as soon as the door swung open and dashed in like a bolt of lightning, Lin Feng cast a glance at her, nearly choking on air. He struggled to suppress his primal instincts and managed to stammer, "Nini, where did you get that?" To his astonishment, and had stripped down completely, save for a pair of alluring black lace stockings. Shyly lowering her head, she murmured, "Does Brother Feng not like it?" "Of course I like it." "No, wait." Lin Feng quickly shook his head. "I meant, why are you wearing those stockings to come in here?" And, shaking her little fists in indignation, retorted, "That's because Brother Feng always stares at that nasty woman's legs." "Nasty woman? Is it Lena?" Lin Feng internally protested. When had he ever fixated on Lena's beautiful legs clad in stockings? Well, perhaps he had glanced a few times, and sidled up to Lin Feng, wrapping her arms around his, and bashfully asked, "Brother Feng, do you like this?" Oh my, that was an overwhelming blow. Lin Feng's mind screamed in turmoil, leaving him utterly incapable of responding to any inquiries. Taking his hand, and led him towards the bathtub, her cherubic voice chiming, "Last time, Brother Feng helped me scrub my back, so this time it's my turn." Lin Feng sat in the bathtub like a mechanical puppet, his legs crossed as he allowed Annie to manipulate him. Annie, ever diligent, picked up a towel and earnestly began to scrub his back. After a moment, she wiped the sweat from her brow and exclaimed, "Done. Now onto the front." Chapter 40. Can this thing be eaten? Sighing, Lin Feng shook his head and remained silent. Annie, wrapping her arms around his, queried with a hint of confusion, "Brother Feng, do you not like me?" Lin Feng gently rubbed Annie's little head, affectionately saying, "Of course I like you. However, it seems the time is not yet right." Indeed, the thought of consuming someone as innocent as Annie left Lin Feng feeling quite uneasy. With her tiny hands wrapped around Lin Feng's neck, Annie leaned in and whispered softly into his ear, "Nini will always belong to Brother Feng. Brother Feng, please consume me." The repetition of her words echoed in Lin Feng's mind like an enchanting melody, stirring up tumultuous waves of emotion. He struggled to maintain his composure and, with a wry smile, replied to Annie, "Not yet. The time is not right." Annie's little face reflected her distress as she said, "Nini does not want to see Brother Feng in such pain." Lin Feng inhaled sharply, nearly succumbing to her plea. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as a thought emerged in his mind. He smiled radiantly at Annie and said, "There is a way that could assist Brother Feng. Would you be willing, Nini?" "What method?" Annie inquired innocently. Lin Feng whispered a few words into Annie's ear, akin to a cunning wolf. "Ah," Annie gasped, gazing timidly at Lin Feng, and timidly inquired, "Brother Feng, is this truly edible?" "Of course," Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. Annie, her small fist raised and her face brimming with determination, declared, "All right. So, what should Nini do?" Lin Feng touched his nose, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It's just like enjoying a popsicle. Yet, I dare say it won't be as delightful." Annie pouted, slowly bowing her little head. 2,000 words have been omitted here. For those desiring to read the words of Lord Hixia, feel free to join the readers group. The author has uploaded this chapter to the group files. To join, simply search for the title of this book, Super God Academy, Longzhu System, within the group. Thank you for the support over these past few days, dear friends. Hiss. Lin Feng inhaled sharply, a mournful expression crossing his face as he exclaimed, "Nini, please refrain from using your teeth. It will cry." Brother Feng, I understand now." Annie, the little lowly, replied in a muffled tone. "Cough, cough." Annie spat out what was in her mouth, coughing violently, tears nearly spilling from her eyes as she looked at Lin Feng with an expression of profound grievance. "Brother Feng, you don't care about Nini at all. That wretched Brother Feng made me swallow quite a bit, yet I still ended up with my little lips smeared all over." Lin Feng tenderly embraced Annie, whispering with sensitivity, "Nini, you truly are adorable. I find myself unable to resist." It is indeed astonishing that Lin Feng and Annie spent nearly 2 hours bathing together as the sky began to darken. Lin Feng had accomplished nearly everything he intended to do, yet he ultimately refrained from taking that final step. One might say it simply was not the right moment. A night passed in silence. The following day, as dawn broke, the intrusive bell of the academy rang out, disrupting the tranquil slumber. Ding, ding, ding. Lin Feng opened his eyes and awoke, slightly parting his lips to stifle a yawn. He discovered that the little lamb, a darling girl, was still peacefully slumbering in his embrace. With great care, he gently lifted her from his body and quietly descended from the bed to commence his morning ablutions. School is arduous, school is exhausting, and one must also pay tuition fees. Although it is true that the Super Divine Academy waives the tuition, there are always regulations that bind one, rendering the spirit less free. After Lin Feng completed his morning routine, he returned to his room, where Reina lay sprawled across her bed in a most undignified manner. The blanket had been kicked to the floor, and her sleeping posture was nothing short of unfortunate. Had her nightgown not been securely fastened, one could only imagine the embarrassing consequences. It seemed that even a missile might fail to rouse this unfortunate goddess from her slumber. Lin Feng couldn't help but comment on Reina's disheveled state as he picked up the fallen thin blanket and neatly placed it aside before exiting the room. In the office building, Lin Feng savored the pancake he had purchased from the cafeteria, making his way down the hallway. He had not forgotten his promise to help Reina settle the expenses for the building repairs. Although his own finances were rather limited, suddenly a melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark song, rang out. Lin Feng, good morning. Lin Feng turned his head to see that it was Suona who greeted him. He furrowed his brows slightly, but still responded politely, good morning. Suona, well aware of Lin Feng's indifference towards her, smiled softly and remarked, it's evident that you were quite reluctant to converse with me. Is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Feng coldly inquired. Having lost all fondness for Suona after the events of the previous day, even harboring negative feelings towards her, it seems you hold quite a strong opinion of me. However, this was all that old fool Ruizi's idea. Suona replied with a playful smile, gracefully turning on her heel and departing. Ruizi's idea, you say? Lin Feng speculated on the meaning behind Suona's words, pondering why she attributed the idea to that old man Rise. Chapter 41. Early Graduation. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and vaguely discerned Rise's ulterior motives. Although Rise's actions posed no real threat to Lin Feng, the sensation of being ensnared and manipulated by another was undeniably displeasing. Having come to a realization, Lin Feng ascended the staircase while savoring the pancake in his hand. Ultimately arriving at the office of Ruiz on the 5th floor. With a nonchalant demeanor, he pushed open the door without bothering to greet anyone and strode directly inside. Ruiz, squinting slightly, regarded Lin Feng with curiosity and inquired, young man, what brings you to seek me so early? Is there something on your mind? Lin Feng chewed on the pancake in his mouth and, with a muffled voice, inquired, may I ask who the captain of the Super God team is? Oh. Rise glanced at Lin Feng with a slight smile and shook his head, saying, surely you are not upset about yesterday's events? Lin Feng retorted, old man. What do you think? Rise raised his hand and replied, all right. It is indeed somewhat excessive, but what Sona said is true. That little girl harbors the dark curse within her. So what if it's true? Lin Feng dismissed nonchalantly, then paused before asking, you wretched old man. You're not going to make me decide something again, are you? Rise leaned back in his chair, gazing at Lin Feng as he said, very well. Now, do share the purpose of your summons. Lin Feng approached Rise, affectionately patting him on the shoulder, and with a charming smile inquired. As the captain of the Super God team, I must surely receive a salary, right? Although Rise found the question somewhat perplexing, he nodded in affirmation and replied, indeed. There are comprehensive benefits, including social insurance and housing fund. The remuneration is quite generous. Lin Feng quickly ingratiated himself with a smile. Then let me overdraw a year's salary. What? Ruizi exclaimed, looking at Lin Feng with bewilderment. Why would you want to overdraw a year's salary? Even if you spent it all on purchasing condoms, you wouldn't be able to exhaust it. Bah. Lin Feng retorted with irritation, you old codger, just give me a straightforward answer, will you? Very well. Ruizi, with a pained expression, scratched his bald blue head and conceded. Lin Feng's hand rubbed against Rise's shoulder as he spoke. That's settled then. The repair costs for the buildings damaged yesterday will be charged to my account. If there's any surplus in my overdrawn salary, just keep it with you for now. With that, Lin Feng swiftly exited the office before Rise could even react. Could this lad truly be so benevolent? Rise pondered, momentarily taken aback. It was only when he glanced down that he noticed his shoulder was smeared with grease. Damn it, he exclaimed, realizing that the wretched boy had used his shirt as a rag, leaving behind traces of pancake oil. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Lin Feng stepped into the classroom, the bell rang. As he settled into his seat, a distinct sound of high heels approached, echoing from afar, and soon a captivating figure appeared at the classroom door. The attention of the students was instantly drawn, and they gasped in awe, wow, a beauty, ahem. Zhao Xian cleared his throat, rising with a keen gaze. Excuse me, miss. What brings you to our class? Yet, his demeanor was as lewd as it could be. Xingyi, you ought not to be so crude, lest you frighten her away. Jiawen teased. Garen stood up, shoving Zhao Xian aside with a serious expression. This matter requires no lead from Brother Heir. Allow me to take charge. Hey, you all can't possibly not recognize Miss Teacher, can you? Lin Feng interjected unexpectedly. Indeed, This enchanting figure was none other than Miss Teacher. Adorned in a rose-colored off-shoulder top and a black miniskirt, revealing her fair, elongated legs complemented by elegant black high-heeled sandals. Her alluring silhouette nearly caused the male students' eyes to pop out. With a gentle smile, Miss Teacher approached the podium and addressed the class. "Hello, everyone. I have an important announcement to make today." Wow, Miss Teacher's voice is so soothing. "Miss Teacher, please, just let us know what it is. I would brave any peril for you." The classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement. The announcement was, in fact, that 1 week from now, the school would be forming an elite group known as the Super God Squad, and the names read by the teacher would belong to those graduating early. Miss Teacher, unfazed by the commotion, spoke softly, viewing her students as mere children yet to mature. The once boisterous classroom fell into a hushed silence as students exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing. Some hoped their names would be among the selected for the Super God Squad, while others dreaded the prospect, fearing the ominous fate that awaited them. As they all understood that joining the squad meant confronting the malevolent forces invading Earth through the black wormholes from above. Is the life at the Academy truly coming to an end so swiftly? Lin Feng murmured to himself. The formation of the Super God group signified the impending invasion of the universe's malevolent forces upon Earth, heralding a tumultuous beginning filled with smoke and chaos. He had been living in a state of complacency for far too long, and soon he would bid farewell to his tranquil and peaceful existence. Among those graduating early was Lin Feng, as Miss Teacher's voice resonated from the podium, first calling out his name. Naturally, even if she had not mentioned it. Lin Feng was well aware of who else would be graduating ahead of schedule: the comical trio of the dumbass youth class, the cunning little police officer Catherine, the aloof assassin Duchangi, the so-called head dog Didi, and of course, that ostentatious sword saint, Iwujia, who was perpetually donning night vision goggles. Chapter 42. The Thoughts of the People 5 days later. Indeed, tomorrow marked the graduation day for the members of the Super God group. That night, under the starry sky, countless stars twinkled, while the crescent moon lingered over the treetops, casting its cool and luminous glow upon the earth. The darkened Super God Academy was enveloped in serenity and peace. In room A205, within the bathroom, little Annie was diligently scrubbing Lin Feng's back, while he closed his eyes. Resting his head against the edge of the bathtub, Annie tilted her little head and curiously inquired, "Brother Feng, what are you thinking about?" "Oh, why do you ask, Nini?" Lin Feng opened his eyes and gazed at the little girl. "Look," Annie exclaimed, clutching the ugly creature as if it were a chick, explaining, "It has been so well behaved today. Usually, it is quite terrifying." Hiss. Lin Feng inhaled sharply, startled by Annie's sudden grip, as all his troubling thoughts were swiftly dispelled. Lin Feng gently removed Annie's small hand, pinching her rosy cheeks as he warned, "Nini, do not provoke it. Otherwise, there will be tears." Nini was wrong. "Nini will be good," the adorable little girl Annie replied, seizing the opportunity to lightly poke the ugly creature when Lin Feng was inattentive. "Ah, Nini. It seems you have forgotten yesterday's lesson. Do not behave this way. Brother Feng, spare me." "Humph. Now you know to plead for mercy? Too late for that." "Ah, Brother Feng, you big bad guy." In the room, Reina clenched her teeth, clutching a pillow as she listened to the sounds of Lin Feng and Annie frolicking in the bathroom. Her heart was filled with jealousy, especially since Lin Feng had been bathing with that adorable little girl for the past few days. Initially, Reina had felt uneasy about it, but with Annie constantly calling Brother Feng, she assumed they were siblings and dismissed her concerns. Believing that bathing together was merely an expression of Lin Feng's affection for his little sister, Reina herself acknowledged that she was somewhat oblivious. But that did not imply she was foolish. If she still could not discern the inappropriate relationship between Lin Feng and Annie, then she might as well smash her head against a wall. Later, upon discovering that Lin Feng and Annie had no blood relation, she felt a surge of crisis stemming from the little girl. Reina had thought she could gain favor by being close to Lin Feng, only to find that Annie had already stolen his heart. How infuriating. How dare she snatch away the man destined for this goddess? Reina was so enraged that she nearly crushed her pillow to bits. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open and Lin Feng emerged, cradling the freshly bathed and fragrant Annie in his arms as they returned to the room. Lin Feng gently placed the weak little girl on the bed, glancing at the still-awake Reina with a puzzled expression. Reina, why are you still awake?" Typically, by this hour, Reina would be sound asleep. With a disdainful snort, Reina retorted impatiently, "I don't need you, you jerk, to tell me what to do." After saying this, she ignored Lin Feng, pulling up the blanket and closing her eyes to sleep. Lin Feng, scratching his nose in confusion, could not comprehend Reina's sudden irritation. He felt he had not provoked her in any way. Perhaps it was that time of the month for women. Could it be that Reina was experiencing her own discomfort? Most likely. If Reina were to discover Lin Feng's thoughts, she would likely explode in rage, exclaiming, "You think I'm on my period? Your entire family is." This could not entirely be blamed on Lin Feng, for he had been preoccupied with the little girl these past few days, his focus solely on her, leaving no room to notice Reina's jealousy. However, if Lin Feng were to realize that Reina was indeed envious, he would surely feel a twinge of guilt, lamenting, being so handsome is quite the burden. In room A2010, Garen stood on the balcony, gazing at the starry sky with a forlorn expression. Frustrated, he scratched his head, pondering, what exactly is my superpower? So far, it seems to just cause temporary lapses in thought, which I shall dub brain dead split. Additionally, my physical resilience is extraordinary. I can fall headfirst from the second floor and still not perish. As Garen mused, he struck a pose, trying to appear impressive, before pausing in contemplation. I wonder if I've tried the third floor yet. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhao Xian and Jarvan were tossing a pillow back and forth, both thoroughly enjoying their playful antics. In room A305, the lights had been extinguished, plunging the space into darkness, save for the silvery moonlight streaming through the window onto the floor. However, the two young women inside were far from sleepy. Catherine was preoccupied with thoughts of her upcoming early graduation and impending rookie training. Sensing that her roommate, Duchangi, was similarly restless, she inquired, "Duchangi, you've seemed troubled these past few days. Are you worried about the new recruit training?" Duchangi, lost in her thoughts, replied absent-mindedly, "I suppose so." Unbeknownst to Catherine, Duchangi was merely responding without much thought. Catherine offered reassurance. "Why are you so anxious? It's not like they're sending you straight to the battlefield. It's just training." Duchangi sighed and remarked, "Yes, you're right." Yet, Catherine remained oblivious to the turmoil within Duchangi's heart. The image of Lin Feng, that oddly charming man with a monkey tail, lingered incessantly in her mind. She recalled the day he had told her, "Your legs are beautiful." As she touched her delicate, lovely legs, she pondered, why had he said that? Did he perhaps have feelings for her? In recent days, Duchangi has consistently summoned the courage to approach Lin Feng, yet each time she lays eyes on him, her heart races and her mind goes blank, leaving her at a loss for words. Duchangi finds it perplexing, questioning what has come over her. Has her heart truly gone astray? Chapter 43, The Advancing Reina. In the dead of night, the stillness deepens. In a state of drowsy slumber, Lin Feng felt a slight movement from the little girl nestled against him, only to find her retreating back into his embrace. Instinctively, he squeezed the figure in his arms. But a sudden jolt of awareness dispelled his sleepiness entirely, for the size of the presence was far from that of a young girl. Realizing that Lin Feng had uncovered her true identity, the figure hastily covered his mouth and whispered in his ear, "Sho, it's me. Reina? What are you doing here?" Lin Feng softly inquired, bewildered by how Reina had found her way onto his bed. Unbeknownst to him, the genuine little girl had been quietly carried away by Reina to her own bed. Furthermore, Reina had employed a thread of divine power to seal off Annie's senses, including her hearing, ensuring that even amidst chaos, the little one would remain blissfully asleep. It was evident that Reina had meticulously planned this. With a breath that brushed against Lin Feng's ear, Reina declared, "This goddess has taken a liking to you and has graciously decided to marry you. Consider it an honor." Lin Feng was rendered speechless, doubting whether his ears had deceived him or if Reina had suffered a blow to her head. Reina then turned to straddle Lin Feng, her cheeks flushed as she boldly proclaimed, "From this moment forth, you are mine." Had the room not been shrouded in darkness, Lin Feng would have surely noticed that Reina's face was blushing to the point of appearing as if it might bleed. Lin Feng timidly inquired, "Reina, did you just misread your lines?" Although he felt that, sooner or later, he would inevitably share an extraordinary story with this enchanting goddess in black stockings. The suddenness of the moment left him utterly bewildered. Yet, those trivialities were of no consequence. Reina, flustered and irritated, retorted sharply. Before Lin Feng could finish his thought, he was abruptly silenced, his eyes widening in disbelief. Goodness, he had been unexpectedly kissed. Strange occurrences abound each year, yet this year seemed particularly rife with them. Could it be that his striking handsomeness had stirred the attention of the higher-ups? Or perhaps the brilliance of his protagonist aura was now attracting all manner of delightful maidens from different realms? It appeared that Reina's peculiar behavior this evening was not due to her monthly cycle, but rather a sign of her burgeoning affection. As Reina kissed Lin Feng, Her mind went blank, nearly overwhelmed with embarrassment. She was unsure of what to do next, clumsily concluding her first kiss. This could not continue. Being unexpectedly pursued by a girl while reclining would surely bring humiliation beyond measure. Lin Feng turned around, holding Reina closely, and pressed her beneath him, lowering his head to kiss her. Although he had only practiced with the adorable little girl a few times over the past few days, he was still far more experienced than Reina, who was utterly oblivious. For Lin Feng, despite the challenges presented by the cute little girl, the opportunity presented by the alluring woman in black stockings was simply irresistible. There was no psychological burden or emotional weight. Moreover, this enchanting lady possessed a beauty that could only be described as goddess-like in his past life. It seemed that aside from her striking looks, Reina lacked other notable qualities. Her carefree demeanor and somewhat naive personality were evident. However, with such an opportunity laid before him, Lin Feng had no intention of backing down. A man should never shy away from challenges. Admittedly, Lin Feng acknowledged that Reina's captivating appearance, particularly her alluring legs clad in black stockings, stirred his imagination. Had it been a less attractive woman, he might have reflexively kicked her away without a second thought. After a prolonged moment, Lin Feng finally released Reina, just as she was on the brink of breathlessness. "Ah, you will regret this, Reina," Lin Feng exclaimed, holding her tightly. "No." Reina bit her lip and replied in a delicate tone, "Once I have made a decision, no one can change it. From the moment you kissed me for the first time, you have belonged to me." Lin Feng gently caressed Reina's exquisite leg, playfully nibbling her earlobe as he declared, "I am not solely devoted to you, my dear. However, you shall forever be my woman. Do you comprehend?" A hint of reluctance flashed in Reina's eyes as she inquired, "Are you referring to that haughty little girl?" Though she may be somewhat oblivious, she was certainly not a fool. She discerned the underlying implications in Lin Feng's words. Indeed, not a single man could be trusted. Lin Feng touched his nose and smiled faintly, saying, "Apart from the little lowly, I have another woman, albeit one I took by force." The adorable little lowly, Annie, had naturally become a possession of Lin Feng. As for the other woman, she was none other than the demon queen Morgana, who had recently arrived in this dimension and sought to castrate him. Well, from a certain perspective, it could be argued that Morgana was indeed violated by Lin Feng. However, had Morgana not been a virgin, Lin Feng might have treated the encounter as a mere dalliance. To his astonishment, he had taken her innocence. Thus, regardless of Morgana's consent, she had become his woman. Reina, feeling jealous, pinched the soft flesh at Lin Feng's waist and scolded indignantly, "You were such a scoundrel. How could you engage in such despicable acts?" Lin Feng did not provide an explanation. Instead, he released Reina and smiled gently, saying, "So, you still have a choice. I truly am not a good person." Reina embraced Lin Feng and, surprisingly, began to weep softly, saying, "What am I to do? Who asked you, you scoundrel, to entice me? You belong to this goddess. I intend to take you as my husband." Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, from that moment he defeated the proud Reina. His image became indelibly etched in her mind. Initially, Reina harbored a fierce hatred for Lin Feng, wishing to kick his insufferable face, or even better, to obliterate him in a massive flare. After all, he had publicly humiliated her. She was indeed stunningly beautiful, albeit with a rather fiery temperament. This phrase lingered in Reina's memory. Whenever she recalled it, her cheeks would flush, and her heart would race as if a little deer had collided within. Since that fateful morning days ago, when Lin Feng had stealthily kissed her, everything had changed. Reina found herself profoundly in love with this rogue, and if she were to articulate a reason, it could only be summarized as a peculiar attraction, a turtle taken with a mung bean. Chapter 44. Oh my. The full moon. Lin Feng was taken aback by Reina's words. He had never anticipated such an endearing side of her. Although her response was rather vague and reluctant, it nonetheless indicated her unwillingness to withdraw. Lin Feng was not foolish enough to wait for Reina to take the initiative. He understood that she had already stretched herself to her limits. Thus, he transformed his passive approach into an active one. "Ah." Reina's face flushed crimson, and she let out a soft whimper. While not comparable to Suna's impressive 36E, her attributes were still formidable in their own right. This chapter originally comprised 3,000 words. For those wishing to hear from Lord Isia, please join the reader group. The author has uploaded this chapter to the group files. To join, simply search for the group. Thank you to all the brothers for your support over the past few days. In just a moment, Reina's face turned beet red, and she suddenly felt a chill envelop her entire body. At that moment, she stood before Lin Feng like a lamb ready for slaughter. Lin Feng grasped Reina's slender legs adorned with black stockings. Reina, with a hint of indignation, exclaimed, "You scoundrel! No wonder you constantly fixate on my legs. It appears you are a foot fetishist." However, Lin Feng was aware that Reina was still. A soft hum escaped her lips as she slightly furrowed her brow. Feeling a twinge of fear and anxiety within her, Lin Feng, unhurried, paused his actions and softly said, "Do not be tense, relax your body a little." Reina nodded in agreement. Having made her decision, she resolved to surrender herself entirely to him. With this thought, she gradually began to relax. As the narrative continued, an abundance of ellipses filled the space. This chapter has omitted numerous details. For those wishing to delve into the tales of the benevolent master, please join the reader group. The author has uploaded this chapter to the group files. To join, simply search within the group. Thank you for the support over these past few days. Reina stifled a sound, biting her teeth to suppress any noise, yet it proved to be an arduous task. With a gentle exhale, Lin Feng prepared to commence the final culmination. Suddenly, Reina struggled slightly and whispered, "Lin Feng, no matter what happens in the future, please do not abandon me." Lin Feng smiled gently and said, "As long as you do not choose to leave me, I shall guard you like an angel, unwavering and steadfast. Bound together through life and death. Feng, I am ready, love me." Reina closed her eyes, and tears of happiness cascaded down her cheeks. Lin Feng was poised to deliver the final blow when an unexpected interruption occurred. To craft this chapter, the author has truly abandoned all semblance of restraint. How innocent and pure-hearted the author is. Do you still consider yourselves human? The author is but a child, and the torment inflicted upon them will surely invoke divine retribution. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed outside, abruptly halting Lin Feng's actions. Just 2 minutes earlier, while Lin Feng and Reina were deep in contemplation about their aspirations in the dormitory, a surge of magical energy rippled through the night sky. A figure materialized on the rooftop, clad in an alloy armor of extraordinary capabilities. Wielding a massive hammer, the Hammer of Mercury. Indeed, this was none other than Jess, the military instructor of the Super God Squad. Jess approached the edge of the rooftop, raising his colossal hammer and aiming it at the balcony of room A2010. The head of the hammer emanated a blue magical orb, which coalesced before being unleashed towards its target. Boom. In the tranquil night, the explosion resounded with a shocking intensity, rousing all the students in the dormitory. Room A2010 was left in utter disarray, accompanied by the anguished cries of its occupants. "Damn it! How could this happen so quickly?" Safe landing on the 3rd floor, Galen shouted, coughing in the dust. "What on earth is going on?" Javan exclaimed, his expression one of bewilderment. He had been in a deep slumber, only to be propelled out of bed and sent crashing to the ground below. Fortunately, past experiences of being blasted away had fortified his composure. In room A305, Catherine awoke from her slumber, groggily questioning, "What happened? What's going on?" Clad in her pajamas, Duchangi approached the balcony, only to discover the chaos on the eastern side of the dormitory. There lay the trio of misfits, lamenting amidst the wreckage. With a sigh of resignation, Duchangi muttered to herself, "Why is it always those 3 useless fools?" Downstairs, in room A205, Lin Feng found himself in the most exasperating predicament of all. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with Reina. He gently draped a light blanket over her, barely concealing her form, and said, "I shall go and investigate what is happening." Reina replied, her cheeks flushed, emitting a sound akin to that of a tiny mosquito. Reminiscent of a young wife awaiting her husband's return, Lin Feng, feeling despondent, could not muster the energy to don any clothing and simply stepped out onto the balcony in a state of undress. It was then that he detected the lingering magical essence left behind by Jess on the nearby rooftop. As for that unfortunate trio of friends, Lin Feng felt no inclination to glance their way. He could hardly fathom their foolishness. According to the original narrative, was it not Jess who intended to tease those 3 unfortunate souls tonight? Cursed be it all. Was this all for such triviality? Lin Feng nearly cursed himself into impotence, chastising his own foolishness. Inside, Reina, noticing Lin Feng standing on the balcony, curiously inquired, "Lin Feng, what has happened?" "Oh, it's nothing much. Just the ruckus caused by those 3 fellows." Lin Feng replied, abruptly interrupted from his contemplative discussion with Reina about life. Feeling a surge of frustration, he inhaled deeply, allowing the fresh air to cleanse his troubled spirit, and lifted his gaze to the starry sky, seeking solace from his inner turmoil. Indeed, the night was enchanting. The stars shimmered brilliantly, and even the moon appeared exceptionally large and round tonight. By the heavens, Is the moon truly so round? A sense of foreboding welled up within Lin Feng, yet his body felt as though it were frozen in place, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the luminous full moon above. Chapter 45. The night of the full moon. Rena, observing Lin Feng motionless on the balcony, blushed and playfully chided, "You fool, why are you just standing there?" However, met with silence, she soon sensed something was amiss with Lin Feng. Suddenly, a tempestuous force erupted from within him. "What is happening?" Rena exclaimed in astonishment, her pupils widening as she stared at the balcony, doubting her own eyes. Before her, Lin Feng's form began to swell, growing larger for nearly 10 seconds, until he ultimately transformed into a colossal gorilla. With a thunderous crash, the balcony could not withstand Lin Feng's newfound bulk, resulting in a devastating collapse that shattered half the wall of the dormitory. A deafening roar reverberated throughout the entire academy, the sound so intense it threatened to shatter eardrums, awakening all students and faculty alike. Alarms blared throughout the campus, red lights flashing ominously. The startled students peered out of their dormitory windows, only to be met with the sight of a towering gorilla standing several meters tall, nearly causing them to faint from fear. Good heavens! A monster! Run! What on earth is that? Where did this gorilla come from? Why is everyone just standing there? Escape for your lives! Panic ensued, chaos erupting within the dormitory as many students, some unable to even don their pants, hastily fled, for their lives were of utmost importance. At that moment, Rise's voice crackled over the academy's intercom. "Attention, everyone! Evacuate the dormitory immediately." Rena, coming to her senses amidst the shock, found herself frantically pacing, uncertain of what to do. What should I do? Why did Lin Feng suddenly transform into a gorilla? What now? Then it struck her. I must leave this place. Rena swiftly leapt from her bed, hastily dressing before preparing to exit the dormitory and devise a plan. Yet halfway out, she turned back, remembering that little Annie, having been deprived of her hearing, was still fast asleep in her bed. With no other option, Rena hurried back, wrapping the little girl in a blanket to escape the chaos. Fortunately, Lin Feng, having lost his sanity in his gorilla form, was oblivious to his surroundings, aimlessly wreaking havoc upon nearby structures without directly attacking the dormitory itself. This provided precious time for the students and faculty to evacuate, leaving only the enormous gorilla to rampage within the vast grounds of the academy. Half an hour later, armed forces had gathered at the academy gates, dispatching ordinary students back home, while only the core faculty remained. Boom. Once again, a building within the academy has been reduced to ruins by a rampaging gorilla. Nearly 30 minutes have passed, and nearly 1,000 square meters of the Super Academy lie in shambles, with nary a single structure remaining intact, all transformed into chaotic debris riddled with gaping holes. Miss stands at the school gate, gazing into the distance at the destructive beast, pondering, where on earth did this gorilla come from? I have no idea, Sona replied, her brow furrowed, as a fleeting thought crossed her mind. A man with a monkey's tail. Could it be him? Just then, Lena emerged, cradling a small girl wrapped in a blanket, her expression laced with worry. That gorilla is Lin Feng. You mean Lin Feng has transformed into that gorilla? Everyone present was taken aback, astonished by the revelation. While they had witnessed transformations into Ultraman before, this was their first encounter with a metamorphosis into a gorilla. The tardy Rui's finally arrived, slightly embarrassed and stammering. Well, actually, I haven't told everyone, but Lin Feng is not human. He is a Super Saiyan from the planet Sharada. A Super Saiyan? Miss furrowed her brow, questioning. Isn't that a warlike race that was thought to be extinct long ago? Rui's cast a deep glance at the rampaging gorilla within the academy, sighing. Indeed. Thus, Lin Feng may very well be the last Super Saiyan in the universe. Hiding in the grass, the trio from Daban observed the chaos. Zhao Xian scratched his head, saying, though I don't quite grasp the situation, it certainly feels impressive. Garen exclaimed, this is unbelievable. Who would have thought Lin Feng was an alien? Javen, stroking his chin, remarked with a serious demeanor, from the very first time I encountered Lin Feng, I sensed his extraordinary potential. Suddenly, 3 whistling sounds pierced the air as 3 flying knives zipped through the air, narrowly missing the trio's nether regions, leaving them petrified with fear. Duchangi glared icily at the trio, admonishing, what time do you think this is? You still have the leisure to fool around. If you truly wish to tempt fate, I shall personally escort you to meet your maker. Lena, her patience worn thin, disregarded her refined image and shouted in anger, if you keep prattling on, I shall turn you into 3 roasted pigs. Please. We promise to be silent from now on. We shall be mute. The trio from the band, sensing the wrath of the crowd, begged for mercy. Fearing that a few flying knives might rob them of their greatest joys or leave them as charred remnants of their former selves, severely injured and crippled for life, Lena entrusted the still sleeping Annie to the previously silent Catherine, saying, "Catherine, could you please help me take care of this little girl?" The young girl remained unconscious, having had her senses sealed by Reina. It was evident that Reina had no intention of awakening Annie, as the outcome would only lead to more anxiety regarding Lin Feng. Oh, exclaimed Catherine as she cradled the little girl in her arms. The events of the night had surpassed her understanding, and she had only just begun to realize that the world was rife with secrets unknown to ordinary people. Chapter 46. The grief of a severed tail. Duchangi stepped toward the school gate and inquired of Wrights. "Teacher Wrights, what should we do now?" Wrights turned to the group and explained, "There are actually two solutions. First, we can wait for the moon to vanish, and Lin Feng will naturally return to his original state." Miss, however, furrowed her brow and interjected, "But there are still 3 or 4 hours until moonset. What if that gorilla makes its way to Grand Canyon City? That would truly be problematic." Wrights nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "Thus, we must resort to the second solution. Sever the gorilla's tail, and Lin Feng will likewise revert to his former self. Report. Allow me to assist." A man clad in super alloy armor emerged before the crowd. He was indeed Jess, summoned from another star system. The trio of friends, who had been silent until now, could no longer contain their curiosity and asked, "Who is this person?" Wrights clarified, "This is Jess, a superhuman I summoned from another star system, who will also serve as the military instructor for the Super God Squad." Reina, visibly anxious, urged, "Teacher Wrights, enough talking. Quickly devise a plan to restore Lin Feng." After a brief moment of contemplation, Wrights began, "Miss and I will use a magic array to restrain the gorilla. Jess will provide support from the periphery as circumstances dictate. And as for you, Sona, you will also assist from the outside to tend to any injured parties." Finally, Wrights turned to Reina and said, "The task of severing the gorilla's tail will fall to you, for your divine body renders you impervious to ordinary physical attacks. Thus, you are the most suitable candidate." Reina nodded solemnly, "I understand." Teacher Wrights, "What about me?" Duchangi hurriedly inquired, feeling as though she had been overlooked in Wrights' strategic deployment. Wrights glanced at Duchangi and the others, stating, "The rest of you should remain where you are. Indeed, the truly capable individuals are those few I just mentioned. After all, Lin Feng, transformed into a gorilla, is devoid of consciousness and possesses tenfold combat strength. Should these untrained students encounter the gorilla, it could result in either death or severe injury, so it is safer for you to stay put." Roaring, the colossal gorilla stood several meters tall, rampaging and destroying everything in its path. In that instant, Wrights and Miss acted simultaneously, their hands forming intricate seals as they shouted, "Magic array, 5 elements binding." A colossal white magic circle materialized out of thin air, enveloping the gorilla above its head and trapping it within a radiant array inscribed with countless runes. Roar. The gorilla, ensnared by the formation, immediately went into a frenzy, desperately attempting to break free from the invisible restraints, emitting thunderous roars that reverberated through the air. "You must act swiftly," urged Re-Eyes and Miss, as they fervently channeled the magical energy within themselves. With each struggle, the gorilla expended a significant amount of their magical essence, and if this continued, it would likely break free within 10 minutes, making it increasingly difficult to manage. Reina suppressed her chaotic emotions and exclaimed, "Blade of Dawn." The sword, a legacy of the sun god, radiated a dazzling golden light in her grasp. Magic cannon. Outside, Jace brandished a hefty iron hammer, initiating a barrage of magical attacks upon the gorilla. Although the attacks inflicted no real damage, they successfully captured the creature's attention. "Feng, my apologies, endure for a moment." Reina's gaze sharpened as she seized the opportunity, gripping the hilt of the Blade of Dawn tightly, soaring into the air toward the gorilla's rear, aiming for its fluffy tail, and striking down with precision. The gorilla let out a pained howl that resonated like thunder, silencing everyone present. With a resounding thud, its half-meter-wide tail was severed and fell to the ground, dust settling around it. All eyes turned as the gorilla's form began to diminish visibly, ultimately transforming into a human shape, none other than Lin Feng, who now lay unconscious on the ground. The group hurried over, with Reina cradling the unconscious Lin Feng in her arms, her voice laced with worry. "Feng? Feng, are you all right?" From behind, the wandering Re-Eyes reassured, "Do not fret. This lad is fine. He has merely fainted." Upon seeing Lin Feng on the ground, Miss and Sona instinctively turned their heads away, a blush creeping onto their faces. For Lin Feng lay completely bare, devoid of any clothing, and notably, unlike before, he no longer bore a monkey's tail. My beloved academy has been utterly destroyed by this rascal. Riai's approached, draping his robe over Lin Feng. Indeed, with such a commotion tonight, it's not just a matter of repairs. The academy will need to be rebuilt, which will undoubtedly take considerable time. Thankfully, the list of the first batch of graduating super soldier recruits has already been finalized. You insufferable scoundrel, you've caused me such distress, Reina lamented, tears welling in her eyes as she held the unconscious Lin Feng, her heart heavy with concern. Tonight was meant to be the moment she fully embraced her bond with him, and now, what was this situation? Duchangi hurried over and, seeing Reina embracing the unconscious Lin Feng, approached with a dazed expression, asking, Lin Feng, is he all right? Reina cast a vigilant glance at Duchangi, furrowing her delicate brows as she declared, he is now my husband. I shall take good care of him. Husband? The others present exchanged bewildered glances. Perplexed by the incongruity of the situation, Ruiz chuckled softly, shaking his head. It seemed that Lin Feng had encountered a stroke of romantic fortune. The goddess of dawn had only recently arrived at the academy, yet this young man had managed to win her over. Even the notoriously aloof assassin, Duchangi, seemed to exhibit a hint of interest in him. Ruiz found it baffling. Apart from his handsome appearance, what other merits did this fellow possess? Chapter 47. A Day and a Night Ding. Initiating examination of host's physical condition. Status, excellent. Ding. Automatic defense system deactivated. Two mechanical voices resonated within Lin Feng's mind. He surveyed the vibrant world around him, a sight that felt familiar. Indeed. Was this not the realm of the Dragon Ball system? Lin Feng inquired. System, how did I end up here? The system replied, Ding. It seems you have not forgotten me, host. How can you be here if you are not here? Kiki. Lin Feng could only respond with an awkward chuckle. For the tranquility and comfort of his life at the academy had indeed led him to forget the existence of the system for a span of 10 days to half a month. Lin Feng silently reminded himself that an overly comfortable life could render one lazy, dull, and foolish. System, I sense that I am in a rather poor state right now. Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. Indeed, he felt as though his mind was enveloped in fog, as if he were dreaming, unable to concentrate, and his thoughts were stagnant. The system responded, Ding. Host, you are currently in a state of unconsciousness. Simply exit the system space and return to the real world, and everything will return to normal. Is that so? Lin Feng habitually rubbed his nose and exited the system, returning to the realm of reality. In the outskirts, at the new recruit training base. Within the infirmary, lying on the hospital bed, Lin Feng, who had been in a coma, slowly furrowed his brows and opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was the white ceiling, followed by a face that bore signs of worry and fatigue, yet also held a glimmer of joy. Reina, with a furrowed brow, anxiously asked, Darling, you're awake? How do you feel? Reina, what are you doing here? Lin Feng, upon recognizing the person before him, felt his mind clouded and blank, unable to recall what had transpired. Reina, with gentle concern, helped Lin Feng to sit up and asked, Do you not remember what happened? What happened? Lin Feng pondered deeply, murmuring as he struggled to grasp the events that had led to his current state. His last recollection was standing on the balcony, gazing at the full moon, and then everything else faded into obscurity. Ah, the full moon. Lin Feng vaguely surmised what had transpired. A heaviness settled in his heart as he anxiously grasped Reina's delicate hand and inquired, Did something happen to me? Reina scrutinized Lin Feng with utmost care and timidly replied, Last night, you suddenly transformed into a gigantic gorilla. Indeed, Lin Feng was not taken aback. Instead, a wave of concern washed over him as he asked, What happened in the end? Were there any casualties? Reina shook her head gently and whispered, No. Teacher Ruiz managed to evacuate the students from the dormitory in time. So there were no casualties, though the academy was left in utter disarray due to your rampage. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief and said, That is good. After a brief pause, he recalled something and inquired, How did I ultimately return to my original state? Reina, feeling somewhat guilty, lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her garment, and replied, That teacher, Rise, mentioned that your tail had to be severed in order to revert to your former self. And then Lin Feng quickly turned to the side, his hand reaching towards his rear, and indeed, he found nothing but smoothness. The monkey tail that had been growing from his backside had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. It appeared that Reina had executed the task rather skillfully. Lin Feng thought to himself with a twinge of regret, seeing Lin Feng's stern expression into silence. Reina felt a surge of guilt and apologized, saying, "My dear, I am truly sorry. It was I who severed your tail. If you must place blame, let it be upon me." Lin Feng brushed his nose, cast a glance at Reina, and said calmly, "Very well, I shall impose a punishment upon you. Step in front of me and close your eyes." Although Reina was uncertain about the nature of Lin Feng's punishment, she obediently approached him, her heart fluttering with trepidation as she shut her eyes, awaiting the impending consequence. With her eyes closed, Reina was suddenly pulled down, landing gently in Lin Feng's embrace. And without hesitation, he leaned in to kiss her. Reina's eyes flew open wide. Though bewildered by the unfolding situation, she instinctively responded with fervor. Lin Feng tenderly kissed Reina, his heart aching at the sight of her haggard face marred by blood vessels. How could he possibly bring himself to punish her? Moreover, that monkey tail could indeed be deemed a weakness of the Super Saiyan. Severing it seemed trivial, as it posed no significant threat, though he would surely miss its presence. After a considerable time, just as Reina was on the verge of breathlessness from his kisses, he gently released her. A rosy hue blossomed on Reina's cheeks as she buried her head in Lin Feng's embrace, softly inquiring, "My love, do you not hold it against me?" Lin Feng gently caressed Reina's long black hair, a mixture of laughter and tears in his voice as he said, "I can hardly find time to love you. How could I possibly blame you? My dear wife, you are truly wonderful." A wave of emotion surged within Reina's heart. Before Lin Feng fell unconscious, she had feared that this incident might create a rift between them. Chapter 48. Completely unaware of where they are, Lin Feng rubbed his nose and inquired, "How long have I been unconscious?" Reina, rising from Lin Feng's embrace, replied, "Approximately a day and a night." Lin Feng, filled with concern, gently caressed Reina's weary face and remarked, "So, you have been by my side for an entire day and night, haven't you?" Reina blushed, her gaze flickering, and stammered, "And no. Not really. I just happened to pass by, and you coincidentally woke up." "Oh, what a remarkable coincidence indeed," Lin Feng teased, reaching out to lightly stroke Reina's delicate nose, playfully adding, "Do you know? A liar's nose grows longer. Look, yours seems to have elongated a bit since earlier." "Really? Is that true?" Reina gasped in surprise, hastily touching her nose to see if it had indeed grown longer due to her fib. "Haha, you are adorably naive." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh, realizing how blissfully innocent Reina truly was. How had he never noticed her charming simplicity before? "You scoundrel. Indeed, you are a scoundrel," Reina huffed, playfully delivering a few light punches to Lin Feng, which were more akin to tickles than anything harmful. "All right, enough of that." Lin Feng enveloped Reina in his embrace and inquired, "By the way, where is little Annie?" "Annie is still unaware of what transpired last night. She is likely with Sona right now," Reina replied, her eyes half closed as drowsiness began to envelop her. She had not slept a wink since the previous night, her anxiety stretching beyond 24 hours. Lin Feng inquired curiously, "How could Annie be unaware?" To his surprise, Reina playfully stuck out her tongue at him, feeling a bit embarrassed as she confessed, "Last night, when I carried her to my bed, I used my divine power to seal her sensory perception, so she remained undisturbed." "I see. But where exactly are we now?" Lin Feng glanced around the unfamiliar infirmary, realizing that it was certainly not the Academy's medical facility. Moreover, the Academy must have been in disarray since the incident when he transformed into a gorilla. It would likely be more sensible to rebuild than to renovate. Reina replied, "This is the new recruit training base on the outskirts of the city." Lin Feng nodded, gently caressing his growling stomach, and suddenly exclaimed, "Shall we go dine? I feel as though I might faint from hunger." To his surprise, Reina did not challenge him as she had in the past. Instead, she obediently replied, "Yes. I too am on the verge of starvation." Lin Feng cast a surprised glance at Reina, realizing now why something felt amiss. It dawned on him that, almost unknowingly, Reina seemed to have undergone a significant transformation. Noticing Lin Feng's peculiar gaze, Reina, flustered and slightly annoyed, retorted, "Why are you staring at me, dear? Have you lost your mind from hunger?" "You're the one who's lost your mind." Lin Feng swiftly flipped over, pinning Reina beneath him, playfully teasing her until her cheeks flushed crimson. After their playful banter, Lin Feng donned his attire and led Reina out of the infirmary. Glancing up at the sky adorned with twinkling stars, he noted that it was approaching the midnight hour. This military training base was nearly as expansive as the Super God Academy, heavily guarded with patrolling soldier squads encountered almost every 10 minutes. and numerous watchmen lurking in both overt and covert positions. Lin Feng and Reina wandered around the base. Although they encountered patrolling soldiers a few times, no trouble arose. Likely because the soldiers were aware of their identities. After some time, Lin Feng lamentably realized that he had no idea where to find food. At that moment, Reina, who usually had a rather blunt demeanor, suggested, "Darling, why don't we ask others in the dormitory?" Since the academy had been destroyed, Rui's announced a suspension of the semester. Some ordinary students returned home, while others naturally came to the training base, becoming the new recruits of this advanced graduation super squad. Indeed, Lin Feng exclaimed with excitement. Only to deflate moments later, admitting, "But I have no clue where the dormitory is." Reina burst into laughter and, with a coy smile, replied, "Darling, I know where it is." "Oh, you do? Then let's hurry." Lin Feng eagerly pulled Reina along as they departed. The dormitory at the base was designated as room D009. As Lin Feng and Reina arrived at the door of the room, they heard the voice of little Annie emanating from within, causing Lin Feng to pause momentarily. "Sister Suona, where has Brother Feng gone?" Annie's anxious tone was unmistakable. Suona, feeling a bit overwhelmed, gently replied, "Nini, didn't I tell you that Brother Feng had some matters to attend to?" "Sister Suona, you're a big liar," Annie retorted, her disbelief evident. If Brother Feng had something to do, he would have informed Nini beforehand. Suona, feeling somewhat awkward, continued to pacify the little girl. "That's because you overslept. When Lin Feng left, no matter how he called you, you wouldn't wake up." Chapter 49. The terrifying appetite. The proud little girl felt a twinge of embarrassment and asked, "Is that really the case?" Indeed, Annie had woken up only to find it was already noon. The truth was, it wasn't until midday that Reina remembered she had inadvertently sealed off the little girl's senses. Naturally, the first thing Annie wanted to do upon waking was to seek out her Brother Feng. However, no matter how she inquired, no one would reveal where he had gone. Just when everyone thought Annie had been successfully soothed by Suona, she suddenly spoke with a quivering voice, "Sister Suona, does Brother Feng not want Nini anymore?" Outside the door, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl was truly adorable. Inside, Suona kept a vigilant eye on the door and called out, "Who is there? Who's outside?" "It's me, Lin Feng." "Ah, it's Brother Feng," Annie exclaimed with delight, rushing to open the door barefoot, not even stopping to put on her shoes. Indeed, her Brother Feng stood outside. "Brother Feng, where have you been? Nini missed you so much," she cried, throwing herself into Lin Feng's embrace and softly weeping. "Nini, don't cry. Your brother is back now," Lin Feng said, picking up the little girl and entering the room. He cast an apologetic glance at Suona before gently placing Annie on the bed. After some effort, Lin Feng finally managed to coax a smile back onto Annie's face. This was truly a headache. Reina followed Lin Feng into the room, now realizing how attached this little girl was to him. With half-closed eyes, Annie nestled in Lin Feng's arms and chirped, "Brother Feng, Nini is hungry and wants to eat." Annie had been so worried that Brother Feng might not want her anymore that she hadn't thought about food, leaving her little tummy pitifully empty. "Then let me take you both to have a meal," Suona said, approaching and affectionately ruffling Annie's hair, a clear indication of her fondness for the little girl. Lin Feng cast a glance at Suona and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." He had completely dispelled his previous unfavorable impression of her. "No need for thanks. Let us be off. It is time for a meal, and I find myself somewhat hungry as well," Suona replied with a gentle smile. Although she felt that she had not been of much assistance, having merely looked after the little girl for a day. It was the incessant inquiries from the child about Lin Feng's whereabouts that left her feeling quite overwhelmed. Lin Feng crouched down, affectionately brushing off the dust from the little girl's tiny feet before adorning her with shoes. Rising to his feet, he declared, "Shall we be on our way?" "Brother Feng, let us hasten," exclaimed the sweet little Annie, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. "I am absolutely famished." With that, she eagerly tugged at Lin Feng's arm. Leading the way, in the stillness of the night, the cafeteria staff had long since departed. Just as Lin Feng resigned himself to the prospect of a fruitless endeavor, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Suona had taken it upon herself to cook. After nearly 40 minutes, she had prepared a sumptuous feast, replete with a delightful array of dishes. The table was adorned with a dozen or so culinary creations, meat, vegetables, soups, and an assortment of stir-fried and braised delicacies that tantalized the senses and stirred the appetite. Lin Feng gazed at the table laden with dishes. Unable to fathom the sight before him, he fixed his incredulous stare upon Suona and inquired, "Suona, did you prepare all of this?" Startled by his intense gaze, Suan Na felt a shiver run down her spine. Though perplexed, she replied, "Yes, indeed. Is there a problem?" Seated beside Lin Feng was the petite young girl, Annie, who eagerly picked up her chopsticks and exclaimed, "Nini is about to dig in." Beneath the table, Raina discreetly reached for Lin Feng's waist, playfully pinching the soft flesh while beaming at him. "Darling, you needn't gaze at me so unabashedly. If you wish to eat, I too shall learn to cook." Lin Feng could only muster a series of wry smiles, feeling that silence was the most appropriate response at that moment. Thus, the three of them were graciously treated to a feast by Suona, devouring their meal with fervor. Annie, the little girl, had grains of rice adorning her cherubic face, prompting Suona to occasionally reach out and wipe them away. Raina, who had not eaten for nearly a day and a night, disregarded any semblance of ladylike decorum as she hungrily indulged. Among them, only Suona maintained an elegant pace, savoring each bite. While Lin Feng's behavior was nothing short of exaggerated, he devoured his food with the voracity of a starved spirit, swiftly shoveling rice into his mouth and eagerly sampling every dish on the table without so much as a blink. In mere moments, the plates and bowls were stacked high. Both Raina and Suona were taken aback by Lin Feng's voracious appetite, while little Annie, accustomed to such displays, mimicked him, joyfully devouring her delicious meal. Although Lin Feng's renowned capacity for food was already legendary at the academy, witnessing it firsthand was still a revelation. Consequently, Suona had prepared a meal sufficient for 3 ordinary individuals, yet it appeared to be insufficient for Lin Feng's insatiable hunger. With no choice left, Suona retreated to the kitchen to reignite the stove and prepare several more dishes. Lin Feng let out a satisfying belch, reflecting, "The feeling of being full is truly delightful." Little Annie echoed, imitating him with a contented sigh, "The feeling of being full is truly delightful." Raina stared in disbelief at the mountain of dishes piled high on the table, awestruck by the sheer volume of food consumed. Surely, it equated to the daily intake of 10 oxen. She cast a sympathetic glance at the nearly exhausted Suona. Chapter 50. Could you be a bit gentler? After indulging in a hearty meal, Lin Feng found that dawn was approaching. It was not that Lin Feng ate slowly, but rather that Suona was leisurely serving the dishes. Lin Feng felt as awkward as a shy young girl, hesitating to express his gratitude to Su Na once more. The main reason for his embarrassment was the exquisite flavors of the meal she had prepared, which nearly caused him to lose track of time as he devoured it with unrestrained enthusiasm. It was only when he regained his composure that he noticed Su Na was utterly exhausted. After bidding farewell to Su Na, along with Raina and the little girl, Lin Feng took his leave and returned to his dormitory. Room D0001, designated for Lin Feng at the training base, was assigned not only to him but also to other members of the Super Divine team, all of whom had received their accommodations in advance. Inside the room, the little girl, Annie, lay contentedly on the bed, her eyelids growing heavy as she drifted toward slumber. Unlike the dormitories at the academy, this training base offered single occupancy rooms, so there was only one bed within the space. Fortunately, this bed was nearly 1.8 meters wide. Lin Feng drew Raina into his embrace, whispering warm breaths into her ear. "Raina, let us retire for the night." Raina blushed, her voice barely a whisper. The masculine aura emanating from Lin Feng caused her heart to race. Were it not for that insufferable Jess and the wretched full moon, she and Lin Feng would have long since consummated their bond. Annie suddenly sat up, pouting in discontent. "Brother Feng, why do you still let her sleep here? There is only one bed." Lin Feng pondered for a moment and decided it was necessary to speak to the little girl. He said, "Nini, from now on, Raina will also be your sister, you know?" Annie, becoming quite agitated, exclaimed indignantly, "Nini doesn't want any sisters. Nini only needs Brother Feng." Lin Feng's expression grew somber, his brows furrowing in seriousness as he said, "Nini is my woman, and naturally, she is also your sister. What is it? Have you decided that you no longer want me as your brother?" Annie, noticing Lin Feng's stern demeanor and his drawn-out face, felt an overwhelming sense of grievance as she said, "Brother Feng, please don't look at me like that. Nini feels frightened. Having one more sister is not such a big deal, after all." Lin Feng's lips curled into a gentle smile as he affectionately ruffled Annie's little head, softly assuring her, "Do not worry, dear sister. I shall always remain by your side." He understood the reason behind Annie's initial agitation. It stemmed from a subconscious fear of Raina potentially usurping her place. Nini is such a good girl. Please do not dislike me, Brother Feng," Annie said, her eyes blissfully shut, reveling in Lin Feng's tender ministrations. Meanwhile, Raina stood nearby, her expression marred by a myriad of dark lines. sensing the rather unconventional bond shared between the siblings. Although she had surmised their closeness prior, the distinction between mere speculation and actual observation was palpable. As she witnessed Lin Feng holding the little girl so intimately, an inexplicable heaviness settled in her heart. Lin Feng looked up to find Reina standing there in a daze. He reached out, pulling her into his embrace, gently nibbling on her earlobe while whispering, "What's the matter? Are you feeling jealous?" A blush rose on Reina's face as she defensively retorted, "I am not." With that, she stood up from Lin Feng's arms, glancing down at her soiled appearance, and said, "I will go take a shower first, then rest." Meanwhile, little Annie also sat up, pouting as she remarked, "Nini wants to take a shower too. So that I can be a little whiter, then Brother Feng will like me." Lin Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he scratched his nose and said, "Indeed. How about we all take a bath together before going to sleep? Shall we?" Reina's cheeks flushed even deeper. Previously, the darkness of night had granted her the courage to face Lin Feng, as nothing could be seen. However, the mere thought of being honest with him now made her feel so bashful that she wished to find a place to hide. The bathroom was enveloped in a veil of steam. Fortunately, the bathtub was spacious enough for Lin Feng, Annie, and Reina to soak together without feeling cramped. Lin Feng lay with his eyes half closed at the edge of the bathtub, while little Annie diligently scrubbed his back. Although Lena felt somewhat anxious, the situation was far better than she had anticipated. Lin Feng, with his eyes closed, languidly remarked, "Reina, could you assist me with a bath?" Oh, very well." Reina hesitated momentarily before acquiescing. After all, she had already shared intimate moments with him. Aside from that final step, she was wholly his. What harm could there be in helping him bathe? Reina took another white towel, seated herself behind Lin Feng, and prepared to wash his back, emulating Annie's technique. However, Lin Feng opened his eyes, pulled Reina into his embrace, and gently nibbled on her earlobe, whispering, "Do not be so tense." Reina, her face flushed, emitted a sound akin to a mosquito. She approached with the towel and began to wash Lin Feng. "Reina, would you recount the events of last night?" Lin Feng inquired, prompting Reina to briefly describe the occurrences. She mentioned how, when he transformed into a gorilla, he was ensnared by rides and missed teacher using a magical array, and how she had severed his tail in the process. Annie, the petite girl, was momentarily taken aback, slowly grasping the unbelievable events of the previous night. Eager to stir up chaos, the little girl regretted not witnessing Lin Feng's transformation into a gorilla. Lin Feng and Reina exchanged bemused glances, silently observing Annie. "Ah," Nini exclaimed, "how peculiar. So it was you, Brother Feng, who lost your tail." Annie cried out, hastily reaching out to verify whether Lin Feng's monkey tail had truly vanished. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly as a thought crossed his mind. Could this little loli possibly possess an even more carefree disposition than Reina? Chapter 51. Solar Power. Feng. Hold on for a moment. Reina let out a cry, realizing that the pain was far greater than she had anticipated. It seemed as though her body had been cleaved in two, while simultaneously, a crimson hue, symbolizing purity, spread through the waters of the bath. Lin Feng looked at the stubborn Reina with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, pondering how she was so intent on sitting down despite her condition. His heart ached as he observed her pale face. Just as he was about to utter a few comforting words, a voice resonated in his mind, momentarily startling him. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the power of the sun, earning a reward of 200,000 points. What? Lin Feng was left utterly astonished, pondering the peculiar turn of events. This scene felt strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the moment when he first claimed the first blood from Morgana, during which the system had also announced the acquisition of a demonic form. Now, it spoke of solar power? To this day, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the true significance of these occurrences. However, it was abundantly clear that this was not the moment to seek clarity on such matters. Noticing Lin Feng's sudden stupor, Reina feared she had dampened his enthusiasm. Gritting her teeth, she hurriedly exclaimed, "My love, I am fine now. You may commence." Lin Feng was certainly aware that Reina had misunderstood, yet he chose not to offer any explanations. Instead, he merely shifted slightly in response to her words. "Ah, how painful," Reina exclaimed, unable to contain her cries. Tears glistened in the corners of her eyes. Having been born of divine essence, she had never endured any harm. As the pampered princess of the Radiant Sun clan, she was unaccustomed to suffering such excruciating pain. Lin Feng gently reached out to wipe away the tear stains from Reina's eyes, understanding that she could not be blamed for her distress. It was akin to stabbing someone and then expecting them not to cry out in pain. Was that not an act of cruelty? Although Lin Feng had not merely stabbed Reina, but had struck her with a blunt object, the pain was nonetheless excruciating. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air. Not from Reina, but from the little observer, Annie, who had silently watched the unfolding drama between the two. At that moment, the small girl's eyes widened in realization as she pointed at them, her voice tinged with jealousy. "You both are so cunning. I can't believe you indulged in such secretive behavior. I want to join too. I want to join too." Reina found herself at a loss for words, feeling embarrassed. She had forgotten about Annie's presence in her fixation on Lin Feng. It struck her as amusing that before meeting Lin Feng, she could never have imagined that during such a significant moment in her life, a little girl would be watching and cheering. Go. Go. Annie. Be a good girl and listen. Right now, your brother is busy with Sister Reina, Lin Feng said, helplessly rubbing his forehead. He had not anticipated that the little girl would choose this moment to create a commotion. Was it a sign of her sluggishness in response, or merely her innocent naivety? "I don't care. I want to be with Brother Feng," Annie retorted, her jealousy flaring. "Enough of this nonsense," Lin Feng admonished sharply. At any other time, he would have indulged the little girl's whims, but given the current circumstances, he feared that if Reina were to be left with any emotional scars from her first experience, she might later seek solace in the arms of another woman, which would surely break his heart. Startled by his sudden sternness, Annie fell silent. After all, she had never seen Lin Feng express anger towards her before. Reina, noticing the little girl's timid demeanor, pinched Lin Feng's side playfully, chiding, "Look, you frightened her." Lin Feng gazed upon Annie's pitiable expression, and his heart softened in response. Who had he truly offended? Was it not merely his desire for a fleeting encounter? Why must there be so many complications? Annie murmured softly, "Brother Feng, please do not dislike me. I promise to be good." Lin Feng could only comfort the little lowly for the time being. He gently patted Annie's small head and said, "How about you watch for now, Nini? Let Sister Reina practice once for you, and then it will be your turn, all right?" Reina felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Is such a thing really suitable for practice? Annie waved her adorable little fists and declared, Brother Feng, you must teach Sister Reina a good lesson." Reina, feigning anger, gritted her teeth and retorted, "You little lowly are truly insufferable." Annie innocently stuck out her tiny tongue at Reina, which nearly made Reina leap from Lin Feng's embrace in frustration. However, Lin Feng was not about to grant Reina's wish. He held her tightly, and fortunately, Annie's antics diverted Reina's attention considerably. Now it is my time to shine." Lin Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he leaned down to kiss Reina. Chapter 52. The identity of the little lowly Annie nestled like a well-behaved kitten in Lin Feng's arms, her lips curving into a crescent as she asked, "Brother Feng, is it my turn now?" Indeed. Lin Feng inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from the little lowly, and the previously quelled mischief within him flared back to life. As for Reina, she had already fainted nearby. After merely half of the match, she surrendered, lamenting her defeat and pleading for mercy. This was partly due to Lin Feng's inexperience, as he was not adept at close combat. This was merely his first attempt. The encounter with Morgana was not counted, as Lin Feng had been in a daze then, unable to recall the experience or the positions employed. Annie's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink, her enchanting innocence shining through as she softly urged, "Brother Feng, come on. Nini is ready." Lin Feng gently pinched the delicate, exquisitely sculpted face of the little girl, affectionately inquiring, "It will hurt quite a bit later, won't it? Are you not afraid, Nini?" "Nini is not afraid at all," she replied confidently. Annie stubbornly remarked. Yet her tone betrayed a palpable lack of conviction. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, Lin Feng was still engaged in a final struggle. Was he truly destined to commit the heinous act of violating an innocent young girl today? There is undoubtedly a distinction between Reina and Annie. To draw an analogy, Reina resembles a fully ripened, sweet grape, ready to be savored at any moment after being harvested and cleaned. In contrast, little Annie is akin to an immature apple. While it may not be labeled as sweet or delicious, it undoubtedly possesses its own unique flavor. Observing Lin Feng's indecision, Annie inquired with curiosity, "Brother Feng, do you find this difficult?" To which he replied, "Well, to some extent, yes." Lin Feng hesitantly spoke, revealing that the predominant feeling weighing on him was guilt. On the surface, little Annie appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old. The question lingered, should he indulge or refrain? Perhaps he should surrender to temptation. "It feels as though I have descended into moral degradation, unable to spare even a little girl. I cannot bear to partake. That would be even worse. I feel as though I am being foolish." The young girl has mustered her courage with great difficulty and we must not squander her hard-won determination. Thus, Lin Feng finds himself in a state of considerable perplexity. The seemingly innocent and naive little girl, Annie, is, in fact, fully aware and comprehending of everything around her. While Lin Feng often perceives only her innocent and pure side, there are certain secrets that Annie has long kept hidden within her heart. However, as she is on the verge of truly becoming Lin Feng's woman, Annie has resolved to lay everything bare. The once adorable and bashful expression on her face has vanished, and she slowly calls out, "Brother Feng." Lin Feng remained oblivious to the subtle changes in Annie. He gently tousled her little head and softly inquired, "Nini, what is troubling you?" Suddenly, Annie asked unexpectedly, "Brother Feng, are you familiar with the fire dance sorceress?" Lin Feng paused for a moment before regaining his composure. Nodding as he replied, "Indeed. I heard Sona mention it during my time at the academy. Although I'm uncertain why Annie is asking this, she must have her reasons." Annie gazed at Lin Feng with a somber expression and, after much hesitation, said, "That fire dance sorceress is actually Nini's mother." "What?" Lin Feng exclaimed in shock, involuntarily twitching the corners of his mouth before forcing a laugh. "That can't be true. Nini, you mustn't say such things. It would upset me." Annie shook her adorable little head and, with earnestness in her eyes, said to Lin Feng, "I am not joking. I am the daughter of the fire dance sorceress, and she is my mother." The sweet, innocent smile that usually adorned Annie's face vanished without a trace at that moment. "Nini, is that truly the case?" Lin Feng asked, feeling a sense of unease. The image of the little girl he knew had completely disappeared, replaced by a stranger who appeared both foreign and frightening. Annie cast a glance at Lin Feng and explained calmly, "Billions of years ago, a host of true gods banded together to seal my mother within the void. At that time, to protect me from being implicated, she sealed me within a rift in time and space. Just recently, a fool named Karsus from the Dark Star opened a temporal wormhole on Earth, which allowed me to awaken from my seal and arrive here." Lin Feng, filled with disbelief, inquired, "Is the dark curse truly real?" "Fake," Annie retorted coldly, her small face turning icy. "It's all the work of those avaricious individuals, claiming to be divine, who will stop at nothing to seize the dark flame within my mother. Little do they know that when my mother sealed me, she passed the dark flame on to me. Yet, my mother—" Annie's eyes dimmed, her expression sorrowful. The fire dance sorceress, Annie's mother, had bequeathed her dark flame to Annie and sealed her within a rift in time and space. Subsequently, she engaged in a cataclysmic battle against the powerful entities of the cosmic alliance of true gods. Due to the transfer of her dark flame to Annie, her strength was considerably diminished, leading to a series of defeats against the divine onslaught. Ultimately, feeling cornered and desperate, she detonated the magic essence within her, shattering the very fabric of space, which became fragmented and chaotic. All were engulfed by the endless ruptures of space, leaving their fates, life or death, shrouded in mystery to this day. The notion of uniting forces to exhaust their lifeblood to seal the fire dance sorceress was merely an attempt to obscure the heinous crimes committed against Annie and her mother by the cosmic populace. Merely a faade to drape this grotesque affair in a veneer of grandeur. Lin Feng released Annie and stood up, saying, "So, you came to Earth with a purpose?" A cold smile crept onto Annie's lips as she casually replied, "The dying wish of my mother is to initiate the destruction of Earth, allowing fear to spread and annihilate the entire universe." Lin Feng took a few deep breaths, his clenched fist cracking ominously as he forced himself to regain his composure. He inquired, "So you approached me with ulterior motives? In other words, you have been deceiving me all along? Everything was merely an illusion, a fabrication. Heartache? Heartbreak? No. It hardly seemed worth it. Yet, why did his heart ache so fiercely, as if pierced by a dagger, suffocating him with its intensity?" "Of course." Annie rose to her feet, staring blankly at Lin Feng, and replied, "Certainly not." Tears cascaded down Annie's face like pearls slipping from a broken string, falling incessantly onto the floor. Chapter 53. Eternal lowly Lin Feng gazed at the small girl, her tears cascading like rain, resembling a pear blossom drenched in sorrow. And he was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him, indeed, if Annie intended to deceive him, why would she now choose to reveal such truths? How foolish, truly foolish. Lin Feng stepped forward and embraced Annie, his face filled with remorse as he said, "I am sorry. I have betrayed your trust. Forgive me." Yet, inexplicably, a sense of joy blossomed within him. Was it due to the fear of losing this adorable little girl? Annie buried her head in Lin Feng's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Brother Feng, how could you doubt me?" In her eyes, Brother Feng was above all else, How could she ever bring harm to someone so dear to her? Lin Feng gently cupped Annie's petite face, tenderly wiping away the traces of her tears. With a tone of contrition, he admitted, I had a moment of lapse earlier. Would you kindly forgive your brother? Humph. Now you realize your mistake, don't you? Annie exclaimed triumphantly through her tears, yet her tear-streaked visage bore an amusing charm. Lin Feng suddenly pondered a question and inquired, Why do I feel, Nini, that you possess no remarkable strength? You seem completely ordinary. Indeed. He recalled the first time he stumbled upon the little lowly in that impoverished neighborhood. He had employed the system's analytical capabilities, which revealed that Annie's combat power did not exceed single digits. Annie, rubbing her nose, expressed her confusion. Nini herself is unaware that, after the seal was lifted, all of her inherent strength vanished. It was rather obvious. Had Annie retained her original prowess, even if only a fraction of it, there would have been no opportunity to pick up this little lowly. In a distracted manner, Lin Feng lowered his gaze, inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from the little lowly, successfully steering the conversation away. He noted how naive this little lowly was, oblivious to the treacherous nature of humanity. However, to his surprise, Annie's behavior was even more troublesome. She directly smeared her tears and snot onto Lin Feng, laughing through her tears. Brother Feng, you are such a naughty boy. Why is that? Coughing, she added. Nini must understand that a brother is a normal man. Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed, having previously found it strange that every time he held the soft, jade-like little lowly, it inexplicably stirred primal desires within him. He had blamed his own lack of self-control. But now it seemed the issue lay with the little lowly herself. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Annie stood on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's neck, and bashfully declared, I like you, Brother Feng. Let me be your woman. Lin Feng lowered his head and pressed his lips against Annie's. At that moment, he finally comprehended why she had chosen to confide in him earlier. It was because she did not wish to conceal her true self or leave any regrets about becoming his woman. Yet, he cursed himself for doubting Annie, as it would not have been excessive to execute him for 10 minutes. However, that discussion would have to wait, for now. Lin Feng was focused on dealing with the little girl. He must not digress or embellish the narrative to deceive the readers and inflate the word count. Such actions were absolutely intolerable. Lin Feng almost suffocated Annie before he was satisfied enough to release her. Brother Feng, Annie exclaimed, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. Her entire body weakened. Had it not been for Lin Feng's support, she would likely have collapsed to the ground. Lin Feng touched his nose and, with a mischievous smile, remarked, Were you not just contemplating the annihilation of the earth? Then allow me to first obliterate you. No, please, don't. The little lowly, Annie, finally pleaded for mercy. Lin Feng would not heed Annie's words. Her current insistence merely served as a subtle prompt to hasten his actions. Coupled with the fact that Lin Feng had long been troubled by Annie's youthful appearance, the revelation of her true identity only intensified his confusion. Had it not been for Annie's prior confinement within the rift of time and space, one could deduce that, based on her actual age, she would far surpass Lin Feng by countless millennia. Thus, his previous apprehensions were rendered moot. With this newfound understanding, Lin Feng immersed himself even more fervently in the moment. What did you say? Annie is still just a little girl? He scoffed. Do you comprehend the concept of an eternal lowly? It implies that regardless of age, one's exterior will perpetually retain that youthful guise. If Lin Feng were to delay his actions any further, when would he choose to act? Should he wait until his hair has turned gray and a beard has sprouted? At that point, while Lin Feng resembles an old man, Annie would still appear as the same little girl, a situation that would undoubtedly elicit laughter. Therefore, such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. Ugh, that hurts. Annie let out a muffled groan, struggling to hold back tears. Drops of crimson, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, fell silently onto the floor, quietly narrating the unfolding events. Lin Feng, tenderly caressing the tear-streaked corners of Annie's eyes, spoke with heartfelt concern. Is it still too much to bear? No. Please don't stop. Nini belongs to Brother Feng. Annie, this little lowly, uttered through her pain. Despite her small face, reminiscent of Raina's before, being drenched in cold sweat and pale with agony, a subtle trace of happiness lingered upon her features. Lin Feng was just about to speak when his movement abruptly halted, an exasperating sensation washing over him. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Dark Flame, earning a reward of 200,000 points. What in the world is this nonsense? Is it really the case that after an encounter with a young lady, a chime sounds? followed by a congratulatory message for successfully engaging in an intimate act, along with a reward of 200,000 points? What a ridiculous system this is. Is it a Dragon Ball system or a flirtation system? Annie, noticing Lin Feng's sudden stillness, opened her eyes in confusion and inquired, "Brother Feng, why have you stopped?" "It's nothing." Lin Feng replied with an awkward smile, compelled to maintain a sense of tenderness. Chapter 54. The Expressionless Man. Jess. The next day, the morning sun danced upon the windowsill like a fiery sprite. Inside the room, Lin Feng was not asleep. Instead, he was tenderly embracing the two girls beside him who were fast asleep. Fortunately, the bed was spacious enough to accommodate 3 individuals. After the tumultuous events of the night, dawn had already broken. Reina and Annie were utterly exhausted, collapsing into slumber. Although Lin Feng had been intimately involved with both women, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued. Perhaps this was the benefit of indulging in such pleasures. Yet, it was the two girls who bore the brunt of the experience. However, to transform from girls into women, one must inevitably pay the price and endure the pain of breaking through. Lin Feng closed his eyes and entered the system space, seeking to comprehend the true utility of the solar power and the dark flame. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows in astonishment and exclaimed, "What? You mean to say you are unaware?" The system replied, "Ding. Indeed, host. The specific function of these auxiliary skills, plundered from others, remains undisclosed until they are awakened." Lin Feng opened his personal panel and, indeed, under the category of auxiliary skills, the status of the 3 skills he had plundered was displayed. Demon Body, unawakened. Solar Power, unawakened. Dark Flame, unawakened. Lin Feng habitually touched his nose and inquired, "How can I awaken these auxiliary skills?" After a lengthy pause, the system finally responded, "Ding. The host must awaken them on their own. The specific method is unknown to the system." All right, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. He realized his mistake. Indeed. How could he expect anything from this unreliable system? Lin Feng glanced at his remaining points. After adding the 50,000 points awarded for defeating Reina, along with the 200,000 points he received last night for plundering the sun's power and the dark fire, his total came to 450,255 points. Lin Feng was instantly filled with exuberance, nearly drooling at the prospect, experiencing a sensation akin to a peasant suddenly transformed into a landowner. However, he refrained from hastily utilizing these precious points. Instead, he took a moment to compose himself before exiting the system's space. Lin Feng emerged from the system's realm, gently withdrawing his arm from around Reina's delicate shoulder. He bestowed a light kiss upon her smooth forehead. In her slumber, Reina slightly furrowed her brows before surrendering once more to the depths of sleep. With utmost care, Lin Feng navigated around the little lowly Annie as he descended from the bed. He began to don the garments that had been carelessly cast aside. Once attired, Lin Feng gazed with gratitude at the two girls, Reina and Annie, resting upon the bed, feeling thankful for their presence in his life. After Lin Feng exited the room, he wandered aimlessly down the corridor. Having been unconscious for an entire day and night, he felt surprisingly invigorated, especially after having ridden 2 vibrant horses the previous day. However, it was evident that his gait was somewhat awkward and uncoordinated, a consequence of having lost the tail that had previously helped him maintain his balance. Lin Feng could only manage a wry smile at this predicament, having adapted to a new way of walking with the presence of the tail. He now found himself needing to recalibrate once more without it, a rather exhausting ordeal. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, a voice suddenly called out to him. "Captain, wait a moment. Are you calling me?" Lin Feng turned around, a look of confusion on his face as he regarded the individual who had stopped him. Dressed in sleek black hyperalloy armor, with a stern expression and impeccable posture, Lin Feng recognized him immediately, even without the large iron hammer in his hand. "Jace." "Indeed, Captain." Jace approached, saluting sharply and reporting loudly, "My name is Jace, the military instructor of the Super God team." Lin Feng waved his hand, interrupting, All right. There's no need for such theatrics. There's no one else here, so why be so serious?" Jace cast a glance at Lin Feng, managing a stiff smile, scratching his head in uncertainty over what to say. Enough with the laughter. Where are the other members of the Super God squad? Lin Feng rolled his eyes, remarking that this expressionless fellow looked far more unappealing when smiling than when frowning. With a snap, Jay stood at attention like a spear and exclaimed, reporting to the captain, "The members of the Super God squad, Garen, Zhao Xin, Jarvan, Duchangi, Catherine, Big D." and Diwudria have all taken the day off to return home and will report back to the base tomorrow. As for the last member, Lena, she is currently asleep in your room, Captain, having not returned all night, which is a violation of the dormitory regulations. One is not permitted to be out past 9 in the evening. At this revelation, the patrolling soldiers passing by turned their heads in unison, their eyes fixed on Lin Feng with a look that said, "Brother, you are truly impressive," playfully teasing him. Lin Feng, with a tempestuous temper, suddenly erupted, delivering a sharp blow to Jess's head. His rigidity was exasperating. What did it mean to return home late, to be absent from one's own room throughout the night? Jess intended to speak up, yet was horrified to realize he had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng struck him forcefully, causing Jess to grimace in pain. With a look of grievance, he inquired, "Captain, why have you hit me?" Lin Feng imitated Jace's stern expression and spoke in a deep voice, "Because you deserve it." "Oh," Jace lamented, clutching his aching head, his tone reminiscent of a wronged young bride. Observing this, Lin Feng rubbed his nose, shook his head, and chuckled softly. Jace, indeed, was rather rigid. Perhaps his prolonged time in the military was to blame. To put it charitably, one might call it dedication. Less charitably, it could be viewed as obstinacy. Should Jace's disposition remain unchanged, it would likely be difficult for him to genuinely integrate into the close-knit circle of the Super God team. The other members would perceive Jace merely as an instructor, a figure of authority, rather than a confidant or a brother who shares in both trials and triumphs. Lin Feng extended his palm towards Jess, his expression grave and earnest as he proclaimed, "Jess, on behalf of all members of the Super God team, I warmly welcome you to our ranks. Henceforth, we shall stand together through thick and thin as brothers, united in our efforts for the peace of Earth." "Indeed, Captain," Jess responded with unwavering determination, instinctively raising his hand to salute Lin Feng. However, upon noticing Lin Feng's hand suspended in midair, he awkwardly lowered it and instead offered a clumsy handshake. Chapter 55. Caring for the two ladies after bidding farewell to Jess. Lin Feng wandered around the vast training base to familiarize himself with the surroundings. The pathways were lined with ordinary soldiers either patrolling or engaged in physical training. None were loitering like Lin Feng. Unlike the academy, where conversations and laughter echoed, this place exuded a strict military discipline, instilling a sense of seriousness and a vigorous spirit of determination. After aimlessly wandering for a while, Lin Feng felt a wave of drowsiness and returned to his dormitory. Room D0001. He collapsed onto the bed, flanked by Annie and the little girl, drifting into a deep slumber that lasted until the afternoon, only to be awakened by the little girl's plaintive cry of hunger. "Brother Feng, Nini wants that eggplant with meat. And extra rice," Annie declared, her small fists raised in determination. She had sustained quite an injury and was resolute in her need for ample nourishment. Rena, roused by the sounds of Lin Feng and Annie's chatter, promptly chimed in, "Feng, I want stir-fried fish tofu with bok choy. And don't forget, I need extra rice too. Oh, and a bottle of juice for this goddess." Like Annie, Rena was also nursing an injury and, with an opportunity to exploit the one responsible for her predicament at hand, she certainly would not let it slip by. Annie, the spirited little girl, was not to be outdone, exclaiming, "Wow, Sister Rena is so cunning. Brother Feng, I want a bottle of juice too." All right, my esteemed ladies. I shall take care of it," Lin Feng replied with a courteous bow, eliciting laughter from both girls. Annie, in her playful charm, even stuck out her adorable little pink tongue at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had no choice but to splash his face with cold water to rouse himself. And then he dressed and descended to the cafeteria to fetch meals. He patiently awaited the return of the two young ladies in this room, diligently attending to their needs. After all, if he did not cherish the women in his life, who else would? The thought of another suitor was unthinkable. Such an intruder would likely find themselves swiftly dealt with by Lin Feng, as it pertained to matters of loyalty. After half an hour, Lin Feng returned to the dormitory with the meals in hand. The cafeteria was conveniently located not far from the dormitory buildings for the ease of the personnel stationed at the base. As Lin Feng entered the room, Annie, who was engaged in conversation with Rena, transformed into a charming little kitten. She inhaled the delightful aroma wafting through the air and urged Lin Feng, "It smells so good. Brother Feng, hurry up. Nini is starving." "All right, I'm coming," Lin Feng replied with a gentle smile. He set the dishes aside and moved a small table next to the bed, then placed the food upon it. "Oh yay, finally, we can eat," Annie exclaimed joyfully. Momentarily caught up in her excitement, she stood up abruptly. "Ouch, that hurts," Annie cried out, as her movement inadvertently tugged at her injury. Had it not been for Reina's timely support, she would have surely toppled to the floor. Reina gently spread Annie's little legs to inspect her wounds, which were indeed slightly red and swollen. She looked at Lin Feng with a reproachful expression and said, "Feng, how could you be so careless? Look at what you've done to the little lowly." Yes, it's all my fault." Lin Feng apologized profusely, realizing he had no grounds for rebuttal. Not only had he hurt the little girl, but Reina too bore the marks of his negligence. Annie, nestled in Reina's embrace, pouted and said, "Brother Feng, you didn't show any pity for Nini yesterday. All right, let's eat," Lin Feng said, ruffling Annie's hair as he unveiled the dishes and arranged them on the small table. Reina released the little lowly from her arms and sat up to prepare for the meal, only to make the Lin Feng observe the two ladies in such a predicament and said, "Never mind, you both stay seated and allow me to feed you." With that, he unceremoniously picked up the dishes and began to alternate feeding them. "Lin Feng, it is you who is taking the initiative to feed this goddess. I have not compelled you." Reina mumbled around her mouthful of food, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng, feeling deeply touched by this unspoken expression of affection. "Indeed, it is a privilege for me to serve the magnificent goddess of dawn," Lin Feng replied, dutifully offering Reina a bite of rice. Beside them, the little girl Annie eagerly devoured her meal, tugging at Lin Feng's sleeve and pointing at the braised pork on the small table. "Brother Feng, I want to eat this." "Very well," Lin Feng exclaimed, picking up some braised pork to feed the little girl. Annie, true to her nature as a foodie, messily gobbled it up, her face smeared with grease and grains of rice, a sight that was both amusing and endearing. The entire afternoon passed with Lin Feng attending to the two ladies. Once they had their fill, he finally turned to his own hunger, only to realize he had completely forgotten to purchase his own meal. Even the leftovers from the two ladies barely filled him a tenth. "Lin Feng, you haven't eaten yet, have you?" "Nini and I are both full," Reina said thoughtfully. Annie, sticking out her little tongue, chimed in, "Brother Feng, hurry up and eat. Nini wants to hear your stories later." Reluctantly, Lin Feng returned to the cafeteria for a hearty meal. Afterward, he spent time with the two ladies in the dormitory, recounting stories until nightfall. However, he refrained from telling any ghost tales, opting instead to share the wonders of the world from his previous life. As night settled in, Lin Feng once again attended to the two ladies, treating them as a gentleman would. Once they were satisfied, they succumbed to their weariness and fell asleep. Throughout the day of Reina and Annie's injury, Lin Feng had not allowed them to leave the bed, except for necessary trips to the restroom. It must be said that he was a truly considerate man, caring for the women he loved. After a flurry of activity, Lin Feng finally took care of his own needs and climbed into bed, embracing Reina and Annie as they drifted into slumber. Although he felt a stir of desire while holding them, he understood that they needed to recover fully before he could indulge such impulses. Naturally, if he wished for it, the two ladies would not refuse, but that would not be a matter of joy, rather an act of sheer cruelty, which held no appeal for him. And so, a night of silence passed. Chapter 56, Who Has Objections? 2 days later, Lin Feng instructed Jace to gather everyone at the training ground to commence the customary briefing. In fact, the members of the Super God Squad had returned from their leave the previous day, yet although Reina's wounds had healed and the swelling had subsided, her gait remained somewhat unsteady. Thus, Lin Feng, feeling a pang of sympathy, decided to postpone the assembly until today, granting Reina an additional day to recuperate. At the training ground, Jace noticed that he and the others had been assembled for nearly 10 minutes, yet Lin Feng had yet to arrive. It would be inaccurate to assert that Lin Feng was late. Rather, it appeared that Jace had inadvertently advanced the meeting time. Regardless, the stoic Jace, maintaining a serious demeanor, announced, "The captain has not yet arrived. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jace, and from this moment forth, I shall serve as your military instructor. Henceforth, I shall oversee your training." Observing the somber expressions of his comrades, who seemed as if they were mired in ineptitude, Jace began to embellish his own accomplishments. "The world-shocking Abrailer operation was commanded by none other than myself. Have you heard of it?" To his surprise, everyone shook their heads in unison, indicating they had not. Ah well, Jace felt a twinge of embarrassment, but quickly regained his composure, remembering that he was on Earth and not his homeland. He then jogged over to Garen and exclaimed, "Let us commence roll call. What is your name?" Garen, seemingly unimpressed by Jace, furrowed his brow and replied, "I am Garen." Jace barked, "Louder." Garen raised his voice, "I am Garen." Jace persisted, shouting, "Sir." Sir. Garen echoed back, "Sir." Once more. Sir. Everyone, repeat. Jace continued, his expression unyielding. Garen obediently repeated, all over again. Add SIR at the end. Yet Jace remained relentless, commanding, incorrect. State your name, add SIR, and begin anew. Garen, exasperated, declared, I am Garen. Sir. Very well. Jace nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Jarvan, demanding, what is your name? Jarvan, finding Jace's rigidity somewhat tiresome, exclaimed, SIR. Must we go through this? Indeed. Jace replied earnestly, I am Jarvan, SIR. Jarvan conceded, recognizing that with Jace's obstinacy, this could continue indefinitely. I am Iwujia, SIR. Announced the last figure in line, donning a mysterious night vision device, the sword Saint Iwujia. Jace nodded in satisfaction at Iwujia's response. Just as he was about to return to his position, Lin Feng's voice resonated. Jace, I see you have already begun. My sincerest apologies for my tardiness. Lin Feng approached with Reyna from a distance. Unexpectedly, on the very first day of the Super God Squad, he made a mistake. It is well known that soldiers place great importance on punctuality. The crowd turned to glance at Lin Feng, and indeed, the monkey tail behind him was absent. It seemed that they were still skeptical about the night when Lin Feng would whoosh into a colossal gorilla. However, within the ranks, Duchangi observed Lin Feng and Reyna with a complex expression. She had felt something was amiss earlier when she noticed Reyna was not in formation. And now she realized that Reyna was accompanying Lin Feng. For reasons unknown, a sense of inexplicable annoyance began to stir within Duchangi, seeing the disarray among the group. Jess's obsessive-compulsive tendencies flared up, and he bellowed, What are you all doing? Stand properly, no whispering. Subsequently, Lin Feng, upon arriving, saluted Jess and reported, Captain. The Super God Squad is assembled. Please provide your instructions. Lin Feng approached the crowd and addressed Jess, saying, Jess, please return to your team. Yes. Jess complied with the command, standing at the forefront of the line like a javelin. Lin Feng turned back to glance at Reyna, softly saying, Reyna, you should rejoin the team. All right. Reyna nodded in agreement and returned to the ranks. From this moment onward, I, Lin Feng, shall be the captain of the Super God Squad. Anyone with objections may voice them. Lin Feng casually rubbed his nose, a faint smile adorning his face. The three friends from Daban were taken aback by Lin Feng's smile, their hearts racing with trepidation. They dared not express any dissent. Objections? They would have to brace themselves for a lifetime of self-sufficiency if they did. Having witnessed Lin Feng's formidable abilities, discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Reyna in the ranks. After all, even the goddess summoned by the academy had been thoroughly subdued by Lin Feng. Who was he to voice any complaints? Not just but Catherine, Duchangi, and Iwujia shared the same sentiment, having no objections whatsoever. As for Jess, the steadfast and stoic soldier, he believed that obeying orders was a soldier's duty. Lin Feng's position as captain was sanctioned from above, and thus, he too held no dissenting views. As for Reyna, she had even less reason to object. Given their close proximity, what could she possibly say? Excellent. It appears that you all accept me as your captain, Lin Feng remarked with a hint of surprise. He had anticipated that there might be some dissenters among them, considering they were all former classmates from the same academy. Yet, to his astonishment, unanimous agreement prevailed. How regrettable! He had initially intended to set an example to quell any potential insubordination. Lin Feng pointed at Jace, who stood like an immovable statue, and stated, This, I believe, is known to all. Jace will be your training instructor, and we shall all heed his guidance in matters of training. As for other directives, they shall come from me. Is that understood? Understood. The crowd replied in a disjointed and lackluster manner, though Jace's voice naturally overshadowed all. Lin Feng coldly admonished, Haven't you all eaten? Let's start over. Do you understand? Understood. The crowd shouted in unison, with the three friends from Durban particularly straining their voices, fully aware that Lin Feng's gaze had been laced with a hint of menace. Should he take offense, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 57. Relentless Training, all right. If there are no further matters, prepare for training, Lin Feng began, but was interrupted by an intensely resentful gaze from the ranks. Upon glancing at Reyna, he suddenly realized something and added, I almost forgot. Reyna will be appointed as the captain of the Super God team. Reyna could no longer contain herself and indignantly exclaimed, Feng, why am I the captain? However, before she could finish her thought, Lin Feng's cold reprimand cut her off. If you wish to speak, you must first report. Add captain after that. Do you think this is a marketplace? Without rules, there can be no order. Lin Feng understood the importance of maintaining structure. It It would not be fair to make exceptions for anyone, as this could lead to discord within the Super God team. Feeling a wave of unjust grievance, Reina knew she had to uphold her man's dignity at this moment. Thus, she sweetly called out, "Report, Captain." "Speak," Lin Feng replied, casting a grateful glance at Reina for her understanding. He had feared she might adopt an aloof demeanor and disregard his authority. Reina, still dissatisfied, pointed at Jace beside her and protested, "Captain, why is he the instructor while I am merely the captain?" Lin Feng touched his nose and smiled gently. Although Reina sometimes exhibited a rather blunt demeanor and a vivid imagination, she was always remarkably clear about when to take action. Occasionally, she would reveal a tender side. Yet at times, she could stubbornly fixate on trivial matters like a child, a trait she shared with the expressionless man, Jess. Lin Feng remained silent, instead conveying his intent with a significant glance towards Jess. Understanding the unspoken message, Jess turned to Reina and inquired with utmost seriousness, "Have you undergone military training?" "No," Reina replied succinctly. The stoic Jess pressed on, "Is your mental fortitude robust?" "Not particularly," Reina answered candidly. Furrowing his brow, Jess exclaimed, "If you do not assume the role of squad leader, then who will?" Reina found herself momentarily speechless, perplexed by the illogic of the situation. "Very well. Jess will now impart his knowledge to you," Lin Feng declared, as he stepped into the ranks as well. "Indeed," Jess affirmed, stepping forward to address the assembly. "Do you see the wormhole in the sky?" At his words, the group instinctively gazed upward. "Do not move," Jess suddenly shouted, startling everyone momentarily. His abruptness nearly induced a heart attack among the onlookers. Maintaining a stern demeanor, Jess continued in a grave tone. "We shall be the inaugural cadre of super soldiers for the Super God Academy. Are you all confident in facing any potential crisis?" "Yes," the crowd responded in unison. "Excellent. Now right turn," Jess commanded. "Advance 5,000 meters, run." The group collectively gasped, some nearly collapsing to the ground in disbelief. Could they have misheard? 5,000 meters. 50 kilometers? By any ordinary standard, that would require a continuous 5-hour run to complete. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and exclaimed loudly, "Everyone, follow me and run." As the captain, he had to set an example. Otherwise, who would respect Jace, the military instructor, in the future? With their leader starting to run, the members of the Super God squad had no choice but to obediently follow suit. On the very first day of training, they were tasked with an arduous 5,000-meter run. For an average person, this would be utterly exhausting, but who among the Super God squad could be considered ordinary? Indeed, the fatigue was palpable. Yet Lin Feng felt relatively untroubled. His confusion ultimately led him to attribute his stamina to his scion physiology. It was not until later that Lin Feng realized that physical training could also enhance his combat strength. He had long been under the misconception that only by spending points in the system shop could he improve his abilities. However, it now became apparent that physical training could effectively augment his foundational power. This revelation brought him immense joy, and he scolded himself for his previous ignorance, lamenting the days wasted at the academy. Nevertheless, it was not too late to begin training. So Lin Feng entered the system shop and spent 5,000 points on weighted gear, commencing his rigorous training regimen. In the following days, Lin Feng's unusual behavior perplexed the members of the Super God squad, including Jace himself. Not only did Lin Feng, as captain, train alongside his comrades every day, but he also doubled his efforts in physical training. While others were required to perform 1,000 push-ups, Lin Feng would do 5,000. When others needed to complete 2,000 sit-ups, he would undertake 8,000. His commitment to training became increasingly extreme, bordering on reckless, which caused Reina to feel a twinge of concern as she wondered why Lin Feng was pushing himself so relentlessly. Lin Feng addressed the crowd with a calm demeanor, articulating, "In the future, our planet will confront an immense crisis. Possessing greater strength equates to having more capital for survival. You may choose to relax and take it easy, but I cannot afford such luxuries. As the captain of the Super God team, I must shoulder responsibilities that you cannot bear. Our mission is paramount." In the days that followed, Lin Feng immersed himself in relentless physical training, fully aware that time was of the essence. The insidious forces of the universe were beginning to invade Earth, and the flames of conflict were rapidly approaching. Lin Feng could not afford to slacken his efforts. Should anyone discover the weight of the burdens he bore, they would undoubtedly be astounded, perhaps even biting their tongues in disbelief, for the weight would increase daily. Witnessing Lin Feng's unwavering dedication to training stirred the hearts of those around him. Each time they recalled his exhausted, disheveled state, barely able to rise. only to return to training the next day like an indomitable cockroach. They felt a profound stirring within. They gritted their teeth and resolved to push themselves in their own training. What does it mean to persist? To strive tirelessly, undaunted by any challenge. That is the essence of perseverance. Lin Feng's actions continually influenced them, a constant reminder of their own potential. Chapter 58. The adorably clumsy Rui Mengmeng. Several days had passed since the Super God team commenced their training. The aging leader, Ruizi, had been preoccupied with the reconstruction of the academy, leaving him frazzled. Today, however, he finally found a moment to visit the training base. In the conference room, Ruizi and Miss Teacher were present, along with a silver-haired girl clad in a snug brown leather outfit. With an innocent, somewhat oblivious expression, she fidgeted on the sofa, revealing her restless nature. This girl was exiled Blade Rie Meng. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Ruizi spoke up. Come in. Lin Feng pushed the door open, accompanied by the members of the Super God team, entering the room. The first sight that greeted them was Rui Mengmeng, who was seated on the sofa. He rubbed his nose and cast a glance at her, while Rui Mengmeng blinked her eyes curiously, surveying Lin Feng. Upon entering, Jace was taken aback upon seeing Miss Teacher in the room, furrowing his brow in bewilderment. Miss? He inquired. Miss Teacher flashed a sweet smile at everyone, tilting her head playfully. Why, surprised to see me? Jace squinted as he scrutinized Miss Teacher, pondering aloud. But I recall that the last time I saw you, you were already 180 years old. The members of the Super God team were astonished by Jace's remark, staring at Miss Teacher as if she were an alien. Observing her delicate, porcelain-like skin, as smooth and flawless as that of a newborn, it was hard to believe she could possibly be over a century old. Hiki. Miss Teacher laughed lightly, pressing her lips together. That was in your timeline. Rise then rose from his chair, interrupting the conversation. All right, everyone, please find a place to sit. Lin Feng and the members of the Super God team found their respective seats, their gazes converging on Rui Mengmeng, who was seated on the sofa. Who is this individual? It seems she has not been seen in the academy before. Ahem. Rise pretended to cough a couple of times and approached Rui Mengmeng, addressing the group. All right. Now I shall introduce our new member of the Super God team. Before Rise could finish his statement, Rui Mengmeng abruptly stood up, a hint of nervousness in her demeanor as she spoke to everyone. Hello everyone. My name is Rui Mengmeng, and I wish to join the Super God team to train together and save the world. Laughter erupted among the group. Not out of mockery, but rather in response to Rui Mengmeng's adorably naive charm. Her endearing clumsiness was genuinely amusing, evoking uncontrollable laughter. Rui Mengmeng, unaware of the reason behind their laughter, stood there, perplexed and somewhat embarrassed. Lin Feng rose and extended his hand towards Rui Mengmeng, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he said, I am Lin Feng, the captain of the Super God team. Welcome to our ranks. Rui Mengmeng shook his hand and, with an adorably naive demeanor, replied, Hello, Captain. I am Rui Mengmeng, destined to become the Super God King. The Super God King? Well, do your best. Lin Feng encouraged with a subtle smile, although he was uncertain about what the title truly entailed. Catherine, intrigued, inquired, May I ask what the Super God King is? Well, Rui Mengmeng scratched her head in confusion, clearly at a loss. Never mind. In any case, I am determined to become the Super God King. The stoic Jace maintained his usual serious expression and asked in a low tone, May I inquire why you wish to become the Super God King? In an instant, Rui Mengmeng's playful demeanor vanished, as if she had transformed into a different person. With unwavering resolve, she declared, Only the most formidable individuals can attain the title of Super God King, and it is through this that I can protect everyone and safeguard our planet. Lin Feng and several others were momentarily taken aback, aware that Rui Mengmeng's words were not to be taken lightly. In a critical moment, she would not hesitate to sacrifice herself for her comrades and for the Earth. Lin Feng mused to himself, Is this truly the exile's blade, Rui Mengmeng? Jess's face softened slightly as he bluntly exclaimed, You've genuinely moved me. The others shuddered at Jess's remark, realizing that his forthrightness was as raw as ever. Could he not be a tad more tactful in expressing his sentiments? Ahem. Ruizi cleared his throat, interrupting the group. The reason for today's gathering is to enlighten you on matters that exceed your current understanding. Stepping forward, Ruizi spoke with gravity. Do not underestimate the potential threats that may emerge from that wormhole. Among them could lurk incomprehensibly powerful dark deities. He turned to Reina, who was among them. And with magic swirling from his hands, he gestured slightly, enveloping her in a cascade of blue energy. Instantly, Reina found herself lifted off the ground, her body involuntarily buoyed by the azure magic. Ruizi-sensei, you need not use me as an example. Reina exclaimed in alarm, feeling unsteady in midair. Ignoring her protests, Ruizi continued his explanation to Garen and the others. Divine bodies are impervious to damage, equipped with various antibodies that grant immunity to radiation, yet they are not invincible. As Ruizi retracted the blue magic, Reina plummeted back to the ground with a sudden thud. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat exasperated, gently rubbed his forehead, utterly perplexed by what was going on in Reina's mind. In a swift motion, he caught her just before she could fall to the ground. As Reina opened her eyes, she found herself enveloped in Lin Feng's embrace. However, before she could fully appreciate the moment, he remarked, "You truly are quite foolish." Reina's cheeks flushed a rare shade of crimson, and feigning indifference, she struggled slightly and retorted, "You are the foolish one. Hurry and let me down." Lin Feng glanced around, only to find that everyone was regarding him and the blushing Reina with a somewhat ambiguous gaze. Ruizi, in particular, stared at Lin Feng with an expression that seemed to suggest, "You've done well, young man. You remind me of my former glory." Chapter 59, Impressive and Dominant. Are you still dazed? Hurry up and put me down, Reina said, her voice barely above a whisper, filled with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Under the teasing glances of the crowd, she felt as though she might wish to disappear into a crack in the ground, revealing that even our goddess of dawn had a rather delicate disposition. Oh, Lin Feng gently set Reina down, feeling quite indifferent. After all, she was entirely his, both body and soul. What was the harm in a brief embrace? Cough, cough. Ruizi cleared his throat, deliberately resuming the previous topic. Among you, there are 3 individuals capable of destroying such a divine body. 3 individuals? The members of the Super God group exchanged glances, their hearts racing with excitement, wondering if they might be among those 3. 3 individuals? Lin Feng squinted, stroking his chin in contemplation. If memory served him right, there were only 2 in the original tale. One was D, the Hand of Noxus, and the other was Vayne, the Night Hunter. Ruizi scanned the crowd before his gaze settled on D. The first is D, the one who possesses the power to slay gods. Goodness. Ha ha. Me? D exclaimed, standing up and flamboyantly waving to the crowd as if addressing an audience, his face beaming with a foolish grin. Hey, did you all hear that? Ha ha. I possess the power to slay gods. Ruizi looked at D with a mix of amusement and exasperation, asking, "You? With such lofty ideals, what do you intend to do with that power?" D scratched his head in distress, nervously responding, reporting to the teacher. No, reporting to the leader. Sir, I am D. Although I may be speaking nonsense now, I assure you I have never committed any heinous acts." As he spoke, D grew increasingly animated, not knowing if it was guilt or something else that made him stumble over his words. Fighting, extorting, asking for a bit of pocket money. Those don't count, right? Garen stared at D with a deadpan expression, seemingly recalling the first time he encountered D, when he witnessed D making things difficult for Lin Feng. That incident involving a brick was still etched vividly in his memory. Feeling the intensity of Garen's gaze, D's mind raced, and he waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "It was just that time I tried to tease that little girl, but I ended up getting beaten by the captain, crying for help. In the end, I was the one who got extorted out of 20,000. The little girl he referred to as undoubtedly Annie." The women in the group burst into laughter at DS words. 20,000? Extortion? Their eyes turned towards Lin Feng, who wore an innocent expression. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. A disingenuous smile plastered on his face as he addressed the crowd with a rhetorical question. Could such a thing truly exist? Is it so? As he spoke, he turned to face D, his expression dark and unfriendly, and remarked with a sardonic tone, D, have you perhaps misremembered? It seems there has never been such an occurrence, has there? Yes. It is indeed my mistake. I must have confused the individuals. D, quick to grasp the situation, sheepishly admitted, nodding like a chick pecking at grains, his legs trembling in fear from Lin Feng's imposing presence. Lin Feng gently patted D on the shoulder, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Well done. This is quite impressive. Young man, you possess great potential, and I have high hopes for you." The members of the Super God team, including Rise, were momentarily taken aback, genuinely feeling that Lin Feng was too talented to not take on the role of a formidable antagonist. D, filled with pride, thumped his chest and boisterously declared, "In the future, I will serve my country dutifully and become an outstanding warrior, a valiant soldier, a true man." "All right, sit down." Rise gestured dismissively at D. This straightforward fellow seemed to lack awareness, likely oblivious even if betrayed by his own To put it bluntly, he was somewhat naive, yet in a more flattering light. One could say he was loyal and honest. Thus, the D was destined to be a capable general rather than a charismatic leader. Rise approached Lin Feng and mimicked his earlier gesture, patting Lin Feng's shoulder, saying, "You are also one of them." "Me as well?" Lin Feng pondered, furrowing his brow, realizing he was included among the trio. "Indeed," Rise affirmed. "You might very well be the last Scion. Thousands of years ago, the terror of the Scions was known throughout the cosmos. The Super God Academy cannot guide you in your training. This understanding must come from within." At this moment, the members of the Super God team were not as surprised, for they had witnessed Lin Feng's formidable prowess firsthand. There was a time when Lin Feng, during physical training, pushed himself to the point of exhaustion and fainted. It was only when Jace discovered him that he realized Lin Feng was burdened with an exceedingly heavy-weighted vest, which proved exceedingly difficult to remove. Eventually, several members, including Garen, had to assist in carrying Lin Feng back to the dormitory, nearly exhausting themselves in the process. As the weight he bore was no less than 2 tons, Rise brought everyone's focus back, saying, "Lastly, there is one more girl who qualifies." Catherine eagerly pointed to herself and asked, "Could it be me?" Rise shook his head, replying, "Not you. It is your classmate, Vane. However, she has been assigned to the next graduating class." Garen, astonished, inquired, "The frail Vane also possesses the power to slay gods?" Rise looked at Garen seriously and replied, "Do not underestimate anyone. Furthermore, Garen, you are quite special." Garen stood up, elated. "Finally, is it my turn?" After spending so much time at the Super God Academy, even Jarvan had awakened his earth manipulation abilities, yet Garen remained unaware of his own capabilities, aside from the mindless brain-dead slash he could execute. Was he truly meant to fight without weapons, merely resorting to insults? Rise returned to his seat, stating matter-of-factly, "During this period, I have been testing your resilience. And you possess a hardness approaching that of a divine body." A hardness of a divine body. Garen, perplexed, scratched his head in confusion. Chapter 60, The Potential of the Crowd. "Miss, this matter is best articulated by you," Rise remarked, addressing the elegantly seated Mississippi. She nodded, rising gracefully to stand before everyone, and began her explanation. "In a certain sense, Garen, you possess a strength that surpasses even the power to slay gods. Yet in another sense, you do not. As for the final judgment, I cannot provide a satisfactory explanation at this moment. Not even the principle of time could elucidate it." With a wistful sigh, Miss continued, "This transcends our comprehension of technology. The universe has existed for 13.7 billion years, and our civilization is situated within that timeline. However, there may be other civilizations that emerged at the 10 billion year mark, of which we remain utterly unaware. Therefore, whether it be Reyna or yourselves, you must be fully prepared. Regardless of the circumstances, we must steadfastly defend our world." Listening to Mrs. words, Lin Feng and several others were utterly bewildered, especially Garen, whose mind was completely blank after hearing for so long without grasping any reasoning. Although he was unsure of the situation, he felt an impressive aura surrounding it. It appeared that his resilience might very well surpass the hardness of a divine body in the future. Zhao Xian, noticing that Rise had not called his name, could no longer contain himself and stood up to inquire, "What about me? What about me?" Rise looked at Zhao Xian with a puzzled expression and asked, "And who might you be, dear student?" Zhao Xian, akin to a young girl who had just been overwhelmed by numerous burly men, complained with indignation, "Aren't you the ones who summoned me?" "It's me, Zhao Xian. I am Zhao Xian." "Oh, Kiki." "Zhao Xian, my dear fellow, do not be anxious." Rise raised his hand and, suddenly pointing sharply at Zhao Xian, declared in a commanding voice, "You are destined to be an extraordinary warrior. A pure warrior. A warrior with unparalleled combat prowess." With a mournful expression, Zhao Xian muttered, "I can't shake the feeling of being duped." Rise clapped his hands to regain attention and interrupted, saying, "All right, everyone, please hurry to the warehouse to collect your equipment." "But what about us? Rise, how can you do this?" "It is utterly unfair." Indeed, Rise had focused solely on Lin Feng, who was capable of destroying divine bodies, and on Garen, wielding the power of the galaxy, while Zhao Xian was merely acknowledged as someone who had provided some guidance. The other members of the Super God team, who had not been mentioned, voiced their discontent, feeling overlooked and insignificant. Rise felt somewhat awkward and at a loss for words, admitting that he lacked a comprehensive understanding of the qualifications of the Super God team members. He had addressed those with unique abilities, such as the power to slay gods and the power of the galaxy. But he truly did not know what potential abilities might awaken within them, as such revelations could only be discerned through prolonged training. At this moment, Lin Feng slowly spoke. Catherine, you are currently the only ranged ADC in the Super God team, with exceptional marksmanship. When enemies reach a certain range, you can shoot with pinpoint accuracy. But should they close in, you will become like a tiger stripped of its teeth, utterly powerless. Therefore, Catherine, it is imperative that you maintain distance from your foes. Yes, Captain, Catherine replied, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she shyly adjusted her dress, surprised by her own perceived prowess. Rose. Lin Feng glanced at the distracted Duchangi. Captain. Duchangi snapped back to reality, confused as to why everyone was staring at her. Lin Feng touched his nose and, with utmost seriousness, remarked, Jiangwei. You are a swift and agile assassin, the finest choice for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering within the Super God squad. With a single dagger, you can inflict grievous wounds or, in the most dire of circumstances, claim a life in an instant. The execution of your skills occurs with such subtlety that it generates minimal disturbance, allowing you to silently take your adversary's life. Captain, are you truly referring to me? Duchangi inquired timidly, her confidence wavering, as she seemed to feel she had yet to reach such a level of lethality. Lin Feng smiled faintly, offering no explanation, and turned to look at the attentive Jiawen, saying, Jiawen, you have awakened the Earth Escape technique, allowing you to manipulate a certain amount of soil at will, trapping enemies within a defined area. You can coordinate with other team members to launch surprise attacks, swiftly eliminating foes, or provide cover and support for your comrades. Truly, you are the support soldier of our extraordinary team. I understand, Captain, Jiawen replied solemnly, nodding in acknowledgement of Lin Feng's words. And you, Iwujia. Lin Feng approached Iwujia. Iwujia slightly bowed, attempting to speak in somewhat awkward Chinese. Thank you, Captain. I will heed your guidance. Lin Feng patted Iwujia on the shoulder and, with an unusual seriousness, remarked, You are a martial artist and a master of swordsmanship. When you cultivate your sword skills to their utmost pinnacle, you will possess the power to transcend the heavens and the earth. However, do exercise caution to avoid colliding with walls. Beside them, Zhao Xian could not help but smirk, finding the words strikingly similar to what Rise had just told him. Iwuji bowed slightly and, still struggling with his Chinese, replied, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Captain. Not only Rise, but even Miss Teacher was taken aback, completely unprepared for Lin Feng's profound understanding of the members of the Super God team. Could it be that this was the result of Lin Feng's observations during just a few days of training? If so, Lin Feng was indeed formidable. Lin Feng contemplated the forthcoming scenario from the original text, a future where Earth would face defeat, besieged by the overwhelming forces of the void. It was now the opportune moment to administer a precautionary measure to this group of idlers. Suddenly, Lin Feng proclaimed, Super God Squad, assemble at once. Jace, demonstrating his military background, promptly stood and commanded, all present, commence roll call. Although the members of the Super God Squad were uncertain of Lin Feng's intentions, they submitted to his formidable presence and lined up obediently to announce their numbers. Chapter 61. Always prepared Rise and Miss Teacher exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by Lin Feng's antics. Yet they refrained from intervening, curious about the true nature of his stratagem. Jay stood at attention, saluted Lin Feng, and declared, Report, Captain. The Super God Squad is fully assembled, awaiting your orders. Excellent. Lin Feng approached the formation, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, After my conversation with Teacher Rise, do you all now feel quite formidable? Observing your eagerness, I am almost ashamed as your captain. Lin Feng retracted his usual languid smile, standing tall and declaring with fervor, Do you understand? You are utterly feeble. In the not-so-distant future, an evil force from outer space will invade Earth, and with your current caliber, you would fall in battle within a minute. Lin Feng took a deep breath and spoke in a somber tone. We have failed, and all that awaits us is death. However, the Earth will suffer at the hands of foreign enemies. Countless innocent lives will perish in the flames of war, and many may even become accomplices to the invaders, transforming into monsters. Our brothers, sisters, and fellow countrymen will face displacement, devastation, weeping, starvation, freezing, and disease. Countless souls will rest uneasily, and the Earth will become a hell on earth, with its inhabitants in anguish. We cannot afford to fail. We must not fail. We shall be the most formidable line of defense for our planet. Even if it costs us our lives, we will not retreat an inch. Lin Feng concluded, raising his voice in a passionate rallying cry. Are you with me? The crowd stood resolutely, shouting in unison, yes. Yet, to their surprise, Lin Feng shook his head while touching his nose and declared, "No, you are not ready." After a brief pause, he asserted firmly, "But I will expedite your growth. The training ahead will be arduous and painful. Are you afraid?" "Not afraid," they responded, standing tall like arrows. In that moment, they comprehended why Lin Feng had pushed them so relentlessly in training, enduring injuries without hesitation. They realized the immense pressure he bore, and those who had previously harbored resentment towards his leadership began to understand that leading the Super God team was not merely a position of glory, but a weighty responsibility. Only Lin Feng could shoulder this burden and defend the Earth from external threats. Reina gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes glistening with tears, realizing at that moment the unique charm he exuded and how undeniably handsome he truly was. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy with an unspoken tension, as the members of the Super God team wore solemn expressions, as if the Earth were on the brink of an enemy assault. As Lin Feng observed the palpable tension among everyone, he chuckled softly while rubbing his nose and said, "Even in death, I shall fall before you. So there is no need for such apprehension." Death? Apologies. Lin Feng had yet to embrace the notion of mortality. Thus, he resolved to confront every challenge without fear. Determined to persevere, the members of the Super God team gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment, unaware that his seemingly nonchalant remark had stirred tumultuous waves within their hearts. A subtle change flickered across his face, and the astute among them recognized this as Lin Feng's unspoken promise to them. Reina, in particular, was moved to tears by Lin Feng's words. "All right." Lin Feng scanned the faces of the Super God team members, extending his fist as he proclaimed, "To defend our homeland." Understanding his sentiment, the group rallied around Lin Feng, forming a circle as they all raised their fists in unison, exclaiming loudly, "To uphold the dignity of the Earth." Lin Feng proclaimed loudly, "We are always prepared." Following his declaration, the crowd echoed, "We are always prepared." Riz and Miss, the teacher, looked on with satisfaction at Lin Feng and his companions. At that moment, this extraordinary team finally established its true identity, wholeheartedly recognizing Lin Feng as their captain. It was Lin Feng who illuminated the weight of their responsibilities. A dark force would indeed threaten the Earth in the future, and they might face perilous consequences. Everything they did was for the sake of survival, always prepared. After Lin Feng led the members of the Super God squad out of the conference room, he guided them to the base warehouse to collect their equipment. As they entered the warehouse, they were greeted by the sight of a fighter jet stationed at the entrance. The three friends from Durban were immediately filled with excitement. Their curiosity piqued as they stealthily stole glances at the aircraft. Garen quietly inquired, "Is that a real fighter jet?" Zhao Xian, with a mischievous gesture, asked in a rather cheeky manner, "Captain, may I touch it?" This was also the first time for Big D to see such a plane up close, and with a look of exhilaration, he asked, "Captain, may I go up and take a look?" Lin Feng spoke in a leisurely manner. "All right. We have come to the warehouse to retrieve our equipment. It is important to note that our gear is 100 times superior to this scrap metal." Instantly, Garen and the others' eyes gleamed with a sinister green light, their thirst for anticipation palpable as they inquired, "Our equipment? Where is it? Where is it? Who wants to try on the armor first?" Lin Feng chuckled while touching his nose, completely unbothered by the hint of mischief that flickered in his eyes. "I will go first," Garen exclaimed eagerly. Lin Feng's lips curled into a devilish smile as his figure vanished in an instant. Garen suddenly felt an ominous premonition, yet he seemed to have forgotten it entirely. In a swift motion, Lin Feng delivered a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the air. Then, the onlookers beheld multiple apparitions of Lin Feng in the sky, not a result of any cloning technique, but rather the manifestation of his unparalleled speed creating afterimages. Lin Feng began hurling fragments of armor towards Garen, piecing together a formidable suit. "Ah!" Garen exclaimed in terror as he was bombarded by the flying armor pieces, leaving him disoriented. Ultimately, he descended from the heavens clad in a brand new suit of superalloy armor. Zhao Xian gazed at Garen's imposing attire, his excitement bubbling over. "That looks incredible, Captain. I want one too." Lin Feng let out a sinister chuckle, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the spot, violently sending Zhao Xian soaring into the sky. Boom! In an instant, Zhao Xian, clad in his adamantine armor, plummeted from the sky, crashing down with such force that the ground was indented with 2 deep craters. He writhed in convulsions, frothing at the mouth and rolling his eyes back. Next, it was the turn of Javen, the mighty D, and Yi Wujing. Chapter 62, Duchangi's Confession. After the entire team of super gods received their respective equipment, they gathered in the training ground, standing in a neat row. Lin Feng, adorned in black superalloy armor and draped in a white cloak, sauntered towards us with an air of gravitas. While his armor bore a resemblance to that of others, it exuded a sense of confidence that set him apart. He did not appear timid, nor did he resemble a prince in dragon robes. Instead, Lin Feng embodied a remarkable composure and an extraordinary commanding presence, his black rocket-style hair reflecting a rebellious audacity. At that moment, in the eyes of all the female members of the Super God team, Lin Feng appeared strikingly handsome and effortlessly charming. "Wow, Captain, you look so dashing," Catherine exclaimed, her tone laden with admiration. Upon hearing her words, everyone turned their heads to look. Duchangi cast a seemingly indifferent glance at Lin Feng, yet an involuntary blush crept onto her cheeks as she silently mused, "Indeed, he is quite handsome." Reina, filled with pride, thought to herself, "Of course, he is the man of this goddess. Let them all envy and resent me." Lin Feng stepped before the crowd, remaining silent as he pondered deeply, occasionally sighing in distress, as if grappling with a matter of grave importance. Observing Lin Feng's anxious demeanor, Jess inquired with curiosity, "Captain, what occupies your thoughts?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow as he gazed at the crowd, his voice grave and serious. "I am contemplating a matter of utmost significance." "What issue?" The members of the Super God team ceased their playful banter, their expressions turning serious as they inquired with furrowed brows, all of them beginning to feel the tension alongside Lin Feng. Lin Feng touched his nose and grinned, saying, "Do you think I look incredibly dashing in this armor?" Boom. The crowd was struck, their hearts filled with countless metaphorical grazing horses. Lin Feng's lips twitched as he noticed the lifeless stares directed at him. He inquired, "Isn't it funny?" In unison, the crowd shook their heads, earnestly declaring, "Not funny." Ahem. Lin Feng feigned a cough, his face flushing with embarrassment. He swiftly changed the subject, stating, "All right, there's nothing much to do today. Feel free to engage in your own activities for the time being." "Understood, Captain." The crowd responded in unison. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and addressed Jace. "The others can disperse. Jace, please accompany me to the office." "Shall we play basketball?" Garen suggested, eliciting a wave of excitement among the group. After days spent in the base solely focused on rigorous training, everyone was eager for a respite. How could they not feel elated at the prospect of an afternoon off? "Just don't overindulge. Make sure to rest early. Tomorrow's training will be quite demanding," Lin Feng remarked with a smile, glancing at his companions before leading Jace away. Suddenly, someone called out to Lin Feng, "Captain, wait a moment." What is it, Qiangwei?" Lin Feng turned to find Duchangi hastening toward him. With a furrowed brow and a troubled expression, Duchangi stammered, "Well, Despite her hesitation, her gaze remained fixated on Jace, silently signaling him, even resorting to subtle intimidation in the end. Confused, Jace looked at Duchangi and asked, "Qiangwei, is there something wrong with your eyesight?" Although Jace possessed a high intellect, his emotional quotient was notably lacking. It could be said that if he were to pursue romantic interests, he would likely find himself at an insurmountable disadvantage. Lin Feng smiled quietly and said to Jess, who was behind him, "Jess, please head to my office first. I will join you shortly." Now, as the captain of the Super God team, Lin Feng held a position of some significance, complete with a designated private office. "Understood, Captain," Jess replied promptly, turning to leave, leaving Lin Feng and Duchangi standing in place. Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed, yet he spoke up. "Well, is there anything you wish to say now?" After several moments of hesitation, Duchangi nervously stammered, "Captain, I like. This is impossible." She found herself unable to articulate her feelings, inwardly cursing her own lack of courage. Had she not prepared herself before approaching Lin Feng? Why, at this crucial moment, had she faltered? What's wrong with you?" Lin Feng, oblivious to the underlying tension, noticed that Duchangi's face was growing increasingly flushed. He stepped closer and gently touched her forehead, murmuring to himself, "Why is it so hot? Could you be running a fever?" Duchangi stared blankly at Lin Feng, who was touching her forehead, and stammered, "And no, it's just that I feel a bit warm." "Oh, I see." Lin Feng withdrew his hand and, reflecting on Duchangi's recent peculiar behavior, inquired with concern, "Qiangwei, what has been troubling you these past few days? You seem so distracted." "And nothing." Duchangi cast a forlorn glance at Lin Feng, her heart brimming with resentment as she thought, "It's all your fault." Since the day Lin Feng carried her back to the dormitory, it was the first time an opposite sex had touched her delicate foot. Ever since that day, Lin Feng's visage would occasionally flicker in her mind, and every time she closed her eyes to sleep, It felt as if he was right beside her, holding her precious foot. Have you been worn out from training? Would you like me to give you a break? Lin Feng scrutinized Duchangi closely and realized that she had lost considerable weight and appeared rather haggard. No need. Duchangi muttered, her head bowed in sorrow. Every time she saw Lin Feng intimately close to Reina, her heart ached with discomfort. Learning that Reina lived with Lin Feng only intensified her anguish. It felt as though a cherished possession had been snatched away. The accommodations at the base were starkly different from those at the academy, with the base offering single rooms containing but a single bed. Moreover, Reina had her own room. Yet she still cohabited with Lin Feng, which implicitly indicated the nature of their relationship. After a long silence, Duchangi suddenly asked softly, "May I inquire about the relationship between you and Reina? Reina is my woman. Is there a problem with that?" Lin Feng scratched his nose, perplexed by Duchangi's demeanor. Chapter 63, A Successful Confession? So it is true. Duchangi fell into a deeper silence. Although she had anticipated this answer, she had foolishly chosen to evade it. Now she could finally resign herself to reality. Indeed, Duchangi realized she had fallen for Lin Feng, but alas, it was too late. Before she could even embark on a passionate romance, it had already withered away. This bitterness and sourness were not as enticing as the natural tang of a lemon, nor did they possess the alluring bitterness of Brazilian coffee, which held a hint of fragrance that could be addictively pleasurable. That sensation is characterized by a blend of pain intertwined with sourness, bitterness interspersed with agony, a torment so profound it nearly renders one breathless, as though the entire sky has lost its hue. No, that is not correct. Duchangi suddenly realized that at present, Reina is merely Lin Feng's girlfriend. They have not yet partaken in a wedding ceremony, which signifies that she still has a chance. Lin Feng looked at Duchangi with a face full of confusion and asked, "What is wrong?" It is not that Lin Feng is dull, rather. For the past few days, his mind has been occupied with thoughts of Reina and the little girl Annie. The grueling physical training at the base has left him utterly exhausted, causing him to overlook Duchangi's feelings for him. Just then, the next moment, Duchangi's words left Lin Feng utterly stunned. "Lin Feng, I like you. I want to be your girlfriend." Lin Feng's expression turned blank as he glanced around, feeling somewhat guilty, and asked, "Qiangwei, what did you just say?" "Lin Feng, I like you. Let me be your girlfriend." Duchangi gazed deeply into Lin Feng's eyes, and as their gazes intertwined, she felt her heart begin to race. Lin Feng's initial reaction was to think that Duchangi was joking with him. However, upon seeing the earnest expression on her face, it was evident that she was not jesting. Moreover, which girl would make light of such matters? Astonishingly, he found himself being confessed to by a girl. This was an unprecedented experience for him. Furthermore, Duchangi possessed both beauty and figure. Truly a goddess of the highest order. Noticing that Lin Feng was staring blankly at her, Duchangi met his gaze without flinching. Having already disclosed the most embarrassing truth, she resolved to embrace her mistake fully. She was aware that her actions could be deemed distasteful, as she was effectively positioning herself as a third party, perhaps even a homewrecker. Yet, Duchangi felt no remorse if she lacked the courage to confess her feelings in front of Lin Feng. How could she ever prove that she once loved him? She was a woman unafraid of love and hate, and regardless of the correctness of her decisions, she would never regret them. After a prolonged silence, Duchangi broke the tension, looking at Lin Feng with a calm demeanor and asking, "So, have you reached a conclusion?" Although her exterior appeared composed, her heart raced with anxiety. "I'm sorry," Lin Feng replied apologetically. While Duchangi's confession did inflate his male ego, he could not abandon Reina for this fleeting sense of pride. He genuinely could not bring himself to do so. At one time, Lin Feng had felt somewhat smug, believing that girls flocked to him, yet faced with this situation, he realized how complicated it truly was. Although he had good fortune in romance, should it turn into a calamity, even possessing 9 lives would not spare him from the dire consequences. "Why? Am I not good enough for you? Tell me what I can change." Duchangi's face turned pale as she looked at Lin Feng, tears welling in her eyes. "No, you are a wonderful girl," Lin Feng said, feeling conflicted, unable to bear witnessing her distress. Tears streamed down Duchangi's face as she spoke. "I know you like me too. Otherwise, you wouldn't have carried me back to the dormitory at the academy, would you? You do like me, don't you?" Indeed, Lin Feng had initially held some feelings for Duchangi, but as time passed, his affections had waned due to Reina and the young girl Annie's presence. Lin Feng gently wiped away the tears from Duchangi's face and spoke in a low voice. "In truth, I am a rather sentimental person. There are not only Reina and you in my life. Duchangi looked up at Lin Feng with a sense of grievance. Her voice trembling as she asked, "Are there others besides Reina?" "Indeed, including Reina, there are 3 in total." Lin Feng recalled his past with Morgana. Although the narrative was somewhat melodramatic, Lin Feng had undeniably taken Morgana's innocence. Despite the myriad of other factors, he was a selfish yet not arrogant individual, possessing a strong sense of possessiveness. Therefore, regardless of Morgana's feelings, Lin Feng was destined to bring her back to his side, resolutely determined to make her his woman. Lin Feng let out a deep sigh, gazing up at the azure sky adorned with white clouds. He was acutely aware that Morgana would soon descend upon Earth, accompanied by her legion of demons. How could he prevent her from wreaking havoc on the world, just as depicted in the original tale? Power. Power. He needed formidable strength. If he possessed such might, he could capture Morgana. She was the first woman in Lin Feng's life, the one who ended his 2 lifetimes of being a virgin. He would not relent. After a long moment, Duchangi pushed Lin Feng away, her tear-filled eyes reflecting sorrow as she said, "Then why do you still seek to provoke me? Haven't you already found the woman you adore?" Lin Feng gently grasped Duchangi's fragrant shoulders, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "It is because from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was quite taken with you." Boom. Duchangi felt as though struck by lightning, her mind blank and unable to process his words. Lin Feng leaned closer to Duchangi's ear and exhaled a warm breath, saying, "You may be my girlfriend, but I cannot forsake the other women in my life." After speaking, Lin Feng released Duchangi and, with a playful touch to his nose, smiled lightly and added, "All right, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Duchangi stood frozen in place, her gaze lingering on Lin Feng's departing figure, until, after a considerable time, her spirit returned to her. With furrowed brows, she murmured to herself, "Does he mean for me to share him with others, to be one of his many women?" Every girl yearns for a fairy tale romance, eagerly anticipating the day when her Prince Charming will arrive. However, the notion of sharing Lin Feng with others, as he suggested, renders this love incomplete and flawed. Chapter 64. Training Plan. When Lin Feng arrived at his office, the stoic man, Jess, had already been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Jess rose from his chair and said, "Captain, you are here. It's all right. Please, take a seat. I merely summoned you to discuss a matter," Lin Feng replied, gesturing for Jess to sit as he settled into his own chair, exhaling slowly in relief. Jess resumed his seat and, noticing Lin Feng's demeanor of someone who had just been acquitted, inquired with curiosity, "Captain, is the situation regarding Duchangi quite challenging?" "Ahem. It's nothing." Lin Feng responded somewhat sheepishly, aware that his desire to play both sides was far from honorable, especially given that he had already exceeded that threshold. Jess refrained from pressing further and asked, "So, Captain, what did you want to discuss? You can simply call me by my name in private." Lin Feng lowered his head and opened the drawer of his desk, retrieving a document which he then stood up to hand to Jess. "Understood, Captain." Jess quickly stood to accept the document. "All right, take a look at this training plan," Lin Feng said with a wry smile. Realizing that persuading Jess to drop the title of captain was likely a futile endeavor, after all, Jess was a man of rigid principles who would stubbornly hold on to his beliefs. As Jess opened the document and began to read, he was met with the title, "New Recruit Training Plan for the Super God Team." This was a meticulously crafted plan that Lin Feng had spent the previous night contemplating. As Jess flipped through the pages, he found an exceedingly detailed outline of the training regimen, specifying daily activities and adjusting the workload for each team member. However, the more he read, the more his brow furrowed. The training was set to commence at 5 in the morning, with a mere 10 minutes allotted for meals. The morning would be devoted entirely to physical conditioning. Each member had different fitness goals based on their physical attributes, including the trio of Deban and the imposing figure of Big D. The intensity of the training seemed almost insurmountable, with exercises prescribed such as lifting a 100-kilogram dumbbell 1,000 times, using a 100-pound resistance band 1,000 times, performing 5,000 sit-ups, 3,000 push-ups, and 4,000 pull-ups, among others, all aimed at enhancing physical strength and fitness. While Duchangi and Catherine would also partake in the same training activities, the standards for them were considerably less stringent. Moreover, there were additional training components, including weighted cross-country marches, helicopter drops, 10,000-meter skydiving, and 10,000-meter freestyle swimming, which left one feeling dizzy and astonished. The final, particularly unique component was a 7-day wilderness survival exercise, during which participants would also be required to follow orders from superiors, execute counter-surveillance maneuvers, gather intelligence on the enemy, and engage in climbing exercises. After finishing the document, Jess looked up at Lin Feng and hesitantly remarked, "Captain, do you think this might be too demanding?" Lin Feng clasped his hands together and gently remarked, "This is precisely what presents a challenge." The training regimen was meticulously designed in accordance with the training protocols of the Chinese Special Forces, albeit with the performance standards set to double. "I fear that no one will be able to endure this," Jess expressed his concerns. The training plan was so daunting that it sent shivers down his spine. Even during his time in the military, he had never endured such grueling exercises. If the members of the Super God team were to adhere strictly to Lin Feng's training schedule, completing all tasks within a single day would require no less than 16 hours. Excluding time for meals and personal needs, they would barely have 6 hours left for rest, let alone any additional personal time. Absolutely not. Lin Feng instinctively rubbed his nose, leaning back in his chair with a serene smile. It is precisely through such rigorous training that one truly excels. Human potential is boundless, and it is only in adversity that extraordinary capabilities are unveiled. Moreover, they possess the potential of the super gods. Jess stood rigidly, his face taut, remaining silent. It was evident that he disapproved of Lin Feng's approach. To put it bluntly, this was not training, it was sheer and unadulterated cruelty toward them. Lin Feng seemed to comprehend the thoughts swirling in Jace's mind at that moment. He spoke in a measured tone, "I shall also train alongside you, and my training workload will be double that of yours. Surely, this will suffice?" Jace hastily responded, "Captain, that is not what I meant. I understand your intention." Lin Feng rose to his feet, interrupting him, and approached Jace, gently patting him on the shoulder. "However, the time left for us is limited. In order to enhance the capabilities of our members, I have no choice but to proceed in this manner." Jace, bewildered, inquired, "Time?" Lin Feng spoke in a solemn tone. "Do you recall what I mentioned to you all in the conference room this morning?" After a brief pause, he continued with a weighty expression, "What I said is indeed true. In the not-so-distant future, adversaries will invade Earth, and we may truly confront death." Jesse lowered his head, pondering for a moment, then inquired, "How much time do we have left?" "At most, no more than 3 months." Lin Feng replied with unwavering certainty. Although the original text did not specify when Morgana would reward Earth, Lin Feng estimated that even under the most optimistic circumstances, it would not exceed 4 months. Jesse rose to his feet and assured, "Understood, Captain. I will follow your instructions." "Oh?" Lin Feng expressed unexpected surprise and asked with a smile, "You trust my words so readily?" Jesse gazed seriously at Lin Feng and replied earnestly, "Because you are the captain of the Super God Squad. As a team member, it is only natural to place unconditional trust in you." At that moment, Lin Feng truly realized that this seemingly stoic man possessed a warm heart. After bidding farewell to Lin Feng, Jesse left, and Lin Feng returned to his office chair, enveloped in silence once more. Lin Feng rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight headache. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent some time in this world, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts and a vague sense of melancholy. Suddenly, memories of Morgana flooded back to him. Moments he had cherished, such as the time he clandestinely observed her bathing by the lake, or when he found himself bound to a tree. Ultimately, he had awakened to discover her, naked and bloodied, having become his beloved. "My queen. I wonder what expression would grace your face if you were to see me now," he murmured lazily as he rested his hands on the desk, gradually succumbing to drowsiness, until he drifted off into slumber. Chapter 65, Is the Little Loli Ill? As the sun began its descent, the clouds quietly retreated, and the last vestiges of twilight vanished beyond the horizon. "Lin, wake up." The voice of Reina pierced through his slumber. He opened his eyes to find her before him, realizing with surprise that he had fallen asleep. Noticing Lin Feng's dazed expression, Reina playfully scolded him. "What's the matter? Have you become foolish from sleeping?" She had noticed the encroaching darkness and, unable to find him, had searched the base only to discover him dozing in her office. Lin Feng stretched lazily and yawned, exclaiming, "I accidentally fell asleep." Reina affectionately tapped Lin Feng's forehead, reproaching him. "Who told you to neglect proper rest these past few days? You train so tirelessly every day, showing no regard for your own well-being." Lin Feng nodded in assurance and said, Yes, I understand." Reina grasped Lin Feng's hand and led him towards the door, saying, "Then shall we go for a meal?" Lin Feng gently took Reina's small hand in his palm and said, "Let us invite the little loli to join us." Reina, feeling the warmth of Lin Feng's grasp, slightly struggled and, with a delicate pout, replied, "Is it really appropriate for others to see us like this? What could possibly be wrong?" Lin Feng chuckled, playfully brushing his fingers against Reina's crinkled nose. "All right then, Let's go. Reina nodded softly. Although military regulations forbade romantic relationships, she found herself unconcerned, especially since Lin Feng seemed unfazed. After becoming Lin Feng's woman, she had tempered her once boisterous demeanor, yet she remained a spirited soul, unbothered by gossip. Let them talk as they wish, she cared little for their opinions. As they returned to their dormitory, the plaintive cries of little Annie reached their ears. Lin Feng and Reina exchanged a glance and swiftly opened the door to their room. There, they discovered Annie curled up in the corner of the bed, hugging her knees. Her face streaked with tears, resembling a little calico cat. Lin Feng swiftly cradled the little girl in his arms, his voice laced with concern as he inquired, "Nini, why are you crying? Please tell your brother who has upset you." A chill flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Witnessing the little girl's sorrow ignited a fierce rage within him. Regardless of who dared to harm his proud little sister, Lin Feng would ensure they deeply regretted their existence in this world. Reina also sat down, gently stroking Annie's tiny head, suppressing her own anger as she asked, "Little sister, who has been tormenting you?" "I promised to make them pay." Given Lin Feng's influence, the bond between Reina and Annie was naturally strong. Now that her sister was in distress, how could Reina refrain from intervening? Annie, the little girl, looked up at Lin Feng and Reina, her voice faint as she said, "It's not like that." With that, she lifted a corner of the blanket, revealing the bed sheets stained crimson, adorned with blooming peach blossoms. Lin Feng gently wiped away the tear stains from Annie's delicate face, and, filled with compassion, asked, "Nini, are you still not feeling better?" He inwardly chastised himself for being overly reckless, fully aware that it had been Annie's first time that night. Now, he had unwittingly caused the little girl significant harm and considerable distress. It was all due to his own clumsiness. After all, Nini was still just a child. Reina, with a playful pout, scolded him and pinched the soft flesh at his waist. She remarked that it took her a couple of days to recover completely. And although she was of divine essence, that particular area was not invulnerable. It was akin to those who practiced ironcloth techniques. Even the most fortified defenses had their vulnerabilities. Hiss. Lin Feng feigned pain, inhaling sharply, and sheepishly grinned. "My apologies. It's all my fault." His face flushed slightly with embarrassment, recalling how anxious he had been that night, which led him to be rather heavy-handed. Reina cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Feng and said, "Let us see if you dare to repeat that in the future." Suddenly, Annie, the little girl, burst into tears, her voice quivering as she interjected, "It has nothing to do with Brother Feng. Nini was already better yesterday. It didn't hurt at all." "What could that possibly mean?" Lin Feng inquired, his confusion evident as he glanced at Reina, seemingly seeking her insight on the matter. Reina shrugged innocently and gestured with her hands, indicating her own lack of understanding regarding the situation. "Nini doesn't know either," Annie lamented, burying her small head against Lin Feng's chest in search of comfort. "When I took a nap, my tummy hurt so much, and then it ended up like this." Lin Feng and Reina exchanged glances, frowning as they inquired, "Is your stomach in great pain?" Lin Feng gazed at Reina, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, and inquired, "Could it be?" Reina nodded affirmatively, responding, "Given the circumstances, it is highly likely." Annie, witnessing their cryptic exchange, became distraught, tears streaming down her cheeks as she sobbed. "Is it that Nini is ill and on the brink of death?" "Absolutely not." Lin Feng chuckled, ruffling the little girl's hair. "Nini is perfectly healthy. She has no ailments whatsoever." "Haha." Reina laughed heartily. "Little one, it's not that you are sick. Rather, your Aunt Flo has come to visit." Annie tilted her head in confusion, asking, "What is Aunt Flo?" "I'll explain." Lin Feng gently placed the little girl on the bed and stood up to head towards the bathroom to prepare a bath. It was essential for the little one to bathe before heading to the dining hall. Reina, equally fond of the motion of patting Annie's head, chuckled softly. Aunt Flo is something every girl experiences, and she visits once a month. Following this, Reina proceeded to share a plethora of insights regarding the matters girls should heed during their menstruation, such as avoiding cold and spicy foods and steering clear of overly greasy meals, among other things. Note: the author has limited personal experience with this topic and thus may not possess extensive knowledge. After Lin Feng prepared the bathwater in the Yv tank, he entered the room and lifted little Annie into his arms, saying, "Come on, Miss Annie, let brother give you a delightful bath." "Feng, I'll go buy a little cotton jacket for the little girl," Reina announced as she stood up and left the room. However, one must wonder, does the convenience store at the base even sell such items? Yunao was indeed keen to let her little girl use one, but the sizes simply did not match. Chapter 66. Brother Feng's little girl in the bathroom. Lin Feng carefully undressed the petite Annie before gently placing her into the tub. He then sat on a stool, picked up a towel, and began to wash her. Annie sat up, her tiny hands wrapped around Lin Feng's neck, pouting as she said, "Brother Feng, you should come in and wash with me too." Lin Feng affectionately pinched Annie's little nose and softly remarked, "Brother will wash up after dinner. Otherwise, if we delay, there may be nothing left but the remnants of the meal." Annie stuck out her tiny tongue at Lin Feng, making a face of discontent as she exclaimed, "Oh, so it turns out that Brother Feng is just a glutton." Indeed, I am a glutton," Lin Feng replied, both amused and exasperated, as he gently lathered the shower gel onto Annie's petite frame, meticulously attending to her bath, leaving no part unattended, even the sensitive areas. How should one put it? This bathing service was astonishingly thorough. Annie's little face flushed a deep crimson as she pouted, saying, "You naughty boy. Even now, when I'm like this, Brother Feng still has the audacity to tease me." Lin Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he playfully addressed Annie, gesturing towards the bubbles surrounding her. "This is simply an unavoidable circumstance. It is something every girl experiences. Indeed, girls endure a few days each month when the arrival of menstruation renders them vulnerable and irritable. It can be quite challenging to be a woman. When menstruation arrives, girls feel utterly frantic, yet when it is delayed, they are often driven to the brink of despair." Annie stood up and leaned closer to Lin Feng, her voice laced with a pitiful sweetness. "But my tummy hurts so much. I really dislike this monthly visitor." "Is it feeling any better now?" Lin Feng gently asked, rubbing Annie's abdomen. The onset of her first menstruation had taken quite a toll on the little girl, leaving her delicate face pallid and causing Lin Feng to feel a pang of sympathy. Annie, relishing her time in the bathtub, smiled softly, her lips curving into a crescent. "With you rubbing it, Brother Feng, it really feels like the pain has eased considerably." Lin Feng continued to gently massage Annie, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "By the way, Nini, I have something to tell you." Annie tilted her little head and inquired, "What is it, Brother Feng?" Lin Feng glanced at the little girl, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Tomorrow, Brother will take you to live with Suna. All right? Living with Sister Suna?" Annie, adorably pouting her lips, indignantly replied, "Brother Feng, is it because Ni has gotten her period that you wish to send her to Sister Suna's place, so that you and Sister Lei can secretly engage in those naughty activities?" Lin Feng, caught between laughter and tears, gently poked Annie's little head and said, "Nini, where are your thoughts wandering off to? Am I truly that wicked?" Annie, with a serious expression, scrutinized Lin Feng for a moment before earnestly declaring, "It's not a matter of resemblance. Rather, Brother Feng is unequivocally a big bad egg." Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly as he gently patted Annie's small head, saying, "All right, enough of the mischief. The reason I asked you to stay with Sister Sona is that starting tomorrow, the Super God Squad will commence rigorous and demanding training. As the captain, I must lead by example. So," Annie tilted her little head, gazing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng touched his nose and said thus, "In the days to come, I shall be exceedingly occupied, leaving me no time to attend to our little lowly. I must entrust her care to Swana." The 1-month physical training regimen devised by Lin Feng is undeniably arduous, with scarcely enough time for rest. How could he possibly spare any moments to look after the little lowly? Upon observing the little girl's despondent expression, Lin Feng pondered for a moment before saying, "Nini, spending each day alone in the dormitory must be rather dull, don't you think? Therefore, living together with Sister Shauna would be a delightful change." "It wouldn't be boring at all," Annie, with a look of sorrow and grievance, replied, her small pouting lips almost glistening with oil. The little girl, apart from her daily meals, indulged in long slumbers in the dormitory. When she eventually awoke, she seldom ventured outside. Instead, she would sit on the balcony, humming a gentle tune while perusing the many books that Lin Feng had brought her. Thus, she would pass the time, eagerly awaiting her beloved brother's return. To Annie, this little girl, Lin Feng represented her entire world. Lin Feng gently ruffled Annie's little head and said, "Sister Swana's dormitory is not far from here. Whenever I have the time, I will come to visit you, all right?" Naturally, Lin Feng was reluctant to part ways with Annie. Starting tomorrow, he would need to rise before dawn for training, and sometimes he would be engaged in strenuous activities late into the night, leading the Super God team on a grueling 50-kilometer trek while carrying heavy loads. Even mealtimes were unpredictable, leaving him with little opportunity to care for the little girl. He recalled an instance at the academy when he was delayed by an urgent matter, resulting in Annie being left alone in the dormitory, hungry for an entire afternoon. The memory of her distress tugged at his heart. Therefore, entrusting Annie to the capable care of Swana was undoubtedly the most fitting solution. All right. Since Brother Feng has said so, I reluctantly agree, Annie mumbled, her little face displaying reluctance. She was not a frivolous girl unaware of the gravity of the situation. Being Lin Feng's woman, she naturally chose to silently support his decisions. Lin Feng placed a gentle kiss upon the smooth forehead of the little girl, tenderly pinching her small face as he remarked, "Indeed, my little darling is the most obedient." Annie removed Lin Feng's hand from her face, placing her hands on her petite waist with an air of confidence as she proudly declared, "Umph. Of course, Nini is the favorite little girl of Brother Feng." Lin Feng chuckled, unable to contain his amusement, and agreed with Annie, saying, "Indeed, Nini is my favorite little loli." By the way, Annie pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Isn't Sister Reina also a member of the Super God team? Why is she allowed to live with Brother Feng?" Lin Feng lifted the little girl, who was sulking with jealousy, out of the water, wringing a towel to dry her off as he spoke. "Tomorrow, Brother will help you move back to his dormitory." "Oh, is that so?" Annie replied cutely, nodding her head. Chapter 67. The Thoughts of a Rose Knock. 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 The bathroom door was being rapped upon from the outside, and Reina's voice echoed, "Feng, are you not done yet?" Lin Feng opened the bathroom door and said to Reina, "I finished my shower long ago. I was merely waiting for your return. Did you manage to find what you were looking for?" Reina raised a small bag in her hand as she entered the bathroom and replied, "There are no such items available at the base shop. I exerted considerable effort to venture outside and procure these." Lin Feng was naturally aware of the contents of the small bag in Reina's possession, which was none other than the legendary little cotton jacket. Approaching the petite girl, Reina glanced curiously at Lin Feng, who stood by the door, and inquired, "What is the matter? Aren't you planning to step outside? Why should I go out?" Lin Feng replied, puzzled. Reina lifted the little cotton jacket in her hand and remarked, "At this moment, it would be wise for you to venture out. Isn't it true that men are particularly averse to such matters? After all, the arrival of the monthly visitor is a man's greatest adversary." It seemed there was some truth to her statement. Lin Feng rubbed his nose thoughtfully and, before departing, kindly closed the bathroom door, allowing Reina to focus on instructing the little girl on the proper usage of the legendary little cotton jacket. Lin Feng waited in the room for a while, until Reina brought out Annie, who had encountered a stroke of bad luck today. The three then departed from the dormitory, discussing what dishes to choose when they arrived at the cafeteria. The gluttonous little girl, hindered by her monthly cycle, lamented her inability to indulge in the greasy braised eggplant with meat, which left her in a state of frustration for quite some time. As night fell, the starry sky shimmered, and the cold, desolate moonlight spilled onto the windowsill. In room B0005, the lights had been extinguished, and in the darkness, Duchangi tossed and turned in her bed, unable to find rest. Why does that guy always come to mind? Duchangi sighed in exasperation, her thoughts consumed by Lin Feng, nearly driving her to madness. Hadn't she resolved to forget him? Yet, why did he so effortlessly intrude into her thoughts? Was it her heart's reluctance to let go? Why have I developed feelings for that guy? Duchangi sat up, murmuring in perplexity, the thin blanket slipping away to reveal her skin, smooth and exquisite like mutton fat. Indeed, why do I have feelings for that guy? She hugged her knees, lowering her head as she engaged in self-reflection. Just look at his exaggerated rocket-like hairstyle. It's clear he is a person of extreme arrogance and vanity. Furthermore, he believes himself to be quite handsome, flirting indiscriminately and attracting attention, clearly cut out for a life of luxury as a pretty boy. Moreover, he is particularly lewd. It seems that among the three women he mentioned, the little girl living with him is included as well. Is he truly so desperate that he would not discriminate even against such a small girl? He must be a pervert, absolutely a pervert without a doubt. She recalled the first time he saw her, his expression akin to that of a pig, his fiery gaze fixated on her long, beautiful legs, as if his eyes might pop out. And if I were to become his woman, it would certainly mean sharing a bed with him. But what if he were to suddenly transform into a wild gorilla, just like that night? Wouldn't he that put me in grave danger? If Lin Feng were to discover the thoughts residing within Duchangi's heart at this moment, he would undoubtedly be so infuriated that he might cough up blood and perish. Can he truly be blamed for his hairstyle resembling a rocket launcher due to his Saiyan heritage? Moreover, when did he ever indulge in flirtation and attract unwarranted attention? Moreover, he is truly not a pervert. Annie is no ordinary little girl, but an eternally youthful loli. Had Annie not been sealed within the rift of time and space, Even 1,000 or 10,000 Duchangi's combined would not surpass Annie's actual age. Let me reiterate once more, he is absolutely not a pervert. For a considerable time, Duchangi engaged in self-hypnosis regarding Lin Feng, condemning him to the point of rendering him utterly flawed and devoid of merit, nearly transforming him into an irredeemable, bloodless fiend of murder. Indeed, one must distance oneself from that individual as much as possible. Duchangi stared blankly at the ceiling, her eyes devoid of focus. Muttering to herself, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity. Yet I still hold affection for him, Duchangi exclaimed in despair. Her heart in turmoil as she pondered within herself, what should I do? What am I to do? Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls released from a broken string. A manifestation of her profound unwillingness. An overwhelming sense of discontent consumed her. This is her first love, when love came knocking at her door. It cruelly demanded that she let go. I'm sorry, but she, Duchangi, simply cannot do it. With unwavering determination, Duchangi wiped the tears from her face and coldly reassured herself. Yes, I shall not be outdone by those other women. Lin Feng, you are mine. I shall never let you go, not for a moment. Having finally made up her mind, Duchangi felt a profound sense of relief enveloping her body and spirit. She reclined back onto her bed, closing her eyes. However, it was not long before the detestable visage of Lin Feng, with his subtle yet mischievous smile, resurfaced in her thoughts. Could this insufferable fellow truly be her nemesis? Alas! Suddenly, Duchangi let out a soft moan, her delicate face flushed with a rapid crimson hue. Recalling the moment when Lin Feng had tenderly caressed her dainty foot, she found herself overwhelmed by an unexpected rush of emotions. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Duchangi tentatively reached beneath herself, and indeed, it was true. She possessed a remarkable talent for poetry. In the depths of darkness, Duchangi raised her hand and glanced upward. Through the silvery moonlight, she could faintly discern the shimmering droplets above. Am I, too, a wicked woman? Duchangi said somewhat indignantly. Is there any young girl who does not harbor feelings of spring? Duchangi let out a cry, her face flushed crimson as if it were bleeding. For she felt herself sinking deeper into despair. At that moment, she was engulfed by an unbearable sensation, akin to being scorched by flames. Although the room was shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to see even one's hand in front of them, Duchangi glanced around with a guilty conscience. After biting her lip and hesitating repeatedly, she slowly extended her hand downward, embarking on a course of action that led to further omitted details. To access the chapters on river crabs, kindly join the author's reader group. Open the group and search for the book title Super God Academy, Long Pearl System to gain entry. Author, girls should not emulate Rose. If there are any issues, feel free to consult the author. Let us discuss philosophy and share our life aspirations. Chapter 68, The Uses of Divine Power. Room D0001. Achu. Lin Feng. Soaking in the bathtub, inexplicably sneezed. Lin Feng rubbed his nose, pondering aloud in wonder, who could possibly be thinking of me at this late hour? As Lin Feng and Reina accompanied the little girl to the cafeteria, his astonishing appetite once again shattered everyone's perception of reality. It was only a matter of days before Lin Feng's extraordinary capacity for food and his whirlwind eating pace would become the talk of the entire recruit training base. With a click, the bathroom door swung open, and Reina stepped in from the outside. Lin Feng glanced at the entering Reina and, with a hint of unease, inquired, "Is the little loli asleep?" Reina playfully winked at Lin Feng and replied, "Rest assured, that little loli is sleeping soundly like a tiny pig." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, a small shadow stealthily emerged from the room, quietly making its way to the balcony. It tiptoed, peering through the crack of the bathroom door to observe the situation within. This shadow, of course, belonged to Annie, the little loli, who Reina had described as sleeping like a pig. The proud little loli smirked mischievously, thinking to herself, "It seems that Brother Feng and Sister Reina are indeed up to no good. This is going to be entertaining." Inside the bathroom, Reina began to remove her clothing piece by piece, leaving only her black thigh-high stockings, as she gracefully approached Lin Feng with feline elegance. Lin Feng gazed at the approaching Reina, his breath involuntarily quickening. Her graceful figure, with skin as fair and delicate as milk, was devoid of any excess flesh, boasting an exquisitely proportioned S-shaped silhouette. Particularly captivating were her long, black stockings that clung to her beautiful legs, rendering Lin Feng utterly mesmerized and struggling to breathe. As Reina stepped into the bathtub, she playfully tapped Lin Feng's forehead, feigning annoyance as she teased, "Haven't you had enough to look at?" Whether it was the steam or the anticipation of what was to come, a flush had already spread across her cheeks. Outside, the little girl Annie, who was surreptitiously observing them, clenched her tiny fists and silently urged, "Brother Foam, you must hold on." However, the atmosphere within the bathroom began to stir with fervor, and Reina's voice, resembling a blend of weeping and laughter, gradually escalated. Annie, witnessing the scene, felt her face flush crimson, occasionally exclaiming in awe, "Wow, he can actually do it in that position. Brother Foam is truly impressive." After watching for an extended period, Annie felt a wave of heat wash over her, even experiencing a sensation akin to needing to relieve herself. When her small hand brushed against her little cotton coat, she was incensed, grinding her teeth and stamping her feet in frustration. This wretched monthly visitor is so annoying, she thought. Now, she could only helplessly watch Reina indulge while she herself had nothing to savor, leaving this proud little girl utterly exasperated. Time passed, and eventually, the commotion in the bathroom subsided. Reina lay languidly in Lin Feng's embrace, utterly spent, lacking even the strength to wiggle her toes. Lin Feng gently caressed Reina's smooth back and spoke slowly. "Reina, tomorrow you should return to your own dormitory." "Why?" Reina asked in astonishment, completely unprepared for Lin Feng to bring this up. Lin Feng helplessly touched his nose and recounted the reasons to Reina. It was a matter of appealing to her emotions and reasoning with her. Initially, Reina reacted just like the little loli, unwilling to part from Lin Feng. However, upon understanding the necessity of the training, she reluctantly acquiesced. Nevertheless, given that their training would occur together daily, allowing her to see Lin Feng every day, it was likely that she would not have consented otherwise. "My revered goddess, I am grateful for your understanding." Lin Feng lowered his head and captured Reina's lips, kissing her until she nearly gasped for breath before finally releasing her. "Huh?" Reina panted, flustered and indignant, exclaimed, "You scoundrel, do you wish for more?" Lin Feng turned over, with Reina pinned beneath him, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he said, "Of course. Such matters can never be overdone. Please, no? Spare me," Reina pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears. "Is that truly the case?" Lin Feng inquired, rubbing his nose as he raised his hand before Reina, revealing a few delicate strands of translucent silver. "Mind you, this is certainly not the bathwater from the tub." Reina, blushing with indignation, swatted Lin Feng's hand away and lamented, "You despicable scoundrel. You showed not an ounce of mercy just moments ago." Lin Feng retorted with an air of confidence, "Just a moment ago. You were the one incessantly urging me, insisting that I should not cease and to exert more effort. How is it that now you cast blame upon me? Feng, can you not afford to yield a little to me?" Reina, overcome with embarrassment, found it difficult to raise her gaze. It seemed she had indeed uttered such words earlier, but at that moment, her mind was a blank canvas, leaving her unaware of the humiliating remark she had made. "Do not take it to heart, my dear. I was merely jesting with you." Lin Feng chuckled heartily. The sight of Reina, embodying the demeanor of a delicate woman, possessed a unique charm that he could no longer resist, leading him to navigate through the clouds of uncertainty towards a path illuminated by blooming flowers. Once the storm had settled, tranquility ensued. Lin Feng gazed at Reina with a perplexed expression, questioning, "Nana, what are you doing?" At that moment, he observed Reina with her eyes closed, emanating divine energy, seemingly engaged in some mysterious endeavor. In the next instant, to Lin Feng's astonishment, Reina harnessed her divine power to expel all of Lin Feng's countless descendants from her body. It was only then that Lin Feng comprehended Reina's actions. He had been so preoccupied with comfort that he had not considered this aspect. However, he never anticipated that divine power could be utilized for such a purpose. Reina opened her eyes and, with a hint of irritation, exclaimed, "What do you think I am doing? What if I were to become pregnant?" "Well, you have worked hard." Lin Feng gently embraced Reina, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her hair. Indeed, he realized that now was not the right time for children, as the impending turmoil on Earth would not allow him to provide a peaceful and stable life for his offspring. The following day, before dawn, with the mist still lingering in the air, Jess, following Lin Feng's instructions, began to knock on doors throughout the dormitory, calling out, "Everyone, rise immediately. Assemble at the training ground in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, at the training ground, members of the Super God Squad stood in a disheveled line, many still groggy and yawning, dressed haphazardly. "Captain, why are we assembling so early today?" Garen inquired, his eyes resembling those of a panda. Indeed, it was likely not even 5 o'clock yet. Even for physical training, this seemed excessively early. "Feng, why did you call us together at such an hour?" Reina echoed, her sleepiness evident. She had engaged in close combat training with Lin Feng until midnight, and had it not been for Lin Feng pulling her from her bed, she likely would have remained in slumber. Lin Feng gazed at Reina with an impassive expression, sternly commanding, "Here, you shall address me as captain. Do you comprehend?" Reina, feeling a hint of grievance, replied, "Oh, understood, captain. Have you all yet to awaken?" Lin Feng inquired with a mischievous glint in his eye, surveying the group. The others, oblivious, nodded in agreement, their expressions akin to that of chicks pecking at grains, almost longing to collapse onto the ground and succumb to slumber. Ahem. Lin Feng feigned a cough and directed his attention to Jess. "Jess, assist them." "Yes, captain." Jess saluted with military precision before promptly jogging away. The members of the Super Divine team watched Jess leave, bewildered, yet their heavy eyes rendered them too lethargic to ponder his whereabouts. Among them, Duchangi gazed at Lin Feng with a weary yet affectionate expression, causing Lin Feng to feel somewhat overwhelmed by her gaze, which seemed to convey a silent yearning. Before long, Jess returned, dragging a fire hose, indeed, a fire hose that had valiantly served for 30 years. Remarkably, the usually stoic Jess revealed an uncharacteristic mischievous grin as he activated the hose. Whoosh! With the fire hose in hand, Jess unleashed a torrent upon the drowsy members of the Super Divine team, showing no mercy. What the hell? Ah, my goodness. Arg. Oh no. Instantly, chaos ensued. As the group, caught off guard, scrambled in disarray, drenched and flailing about. While Jess's accuracy might not rival that of Catherine, his fondness for the fire hose and keen expertise ensured each spray found its target, leaving not a single member of the Super Divine team unscathed. All soaked to the bone. Moments later, the team, bewildered, found themselves struck by a singular thought. They were truly wide awake. Not only awake, but also refreshingly invigorated. Lin Feng touched his nose and, with a rather mischievous grin, remarked, "I suppose no one is feeling drowsy now, are they?" The members of the Super God team all wore expressions akin to that of lifeless fish, gazing at Lin Feng with a heavy air of lethargy. Their demeanor suggested a fervent desire to strip Lin Feng of his garments and employ various implements such as candles, whips, and chains to administer a thorough chastisement. However, upon reflecting on the vast disparity between their own abilities and Lin Feng's formidable strength, such thoughts remained confined to the depths of their minds. As Lin Feng observed the silence, he tilted his head and remarked to Jace, who stood nearby, "It appears that everyone is still half asleep. Let us proceed with the dishes." Suddenly, the members of the Super God team exclaimed in a flurry, "Captain, no. We were wrong. We beseech your mercy." "Indeed, Captain." The stoic Jace once again wore a mischievous grin. Noticing that Lin Feng did not rescind his command, he proceeded to comply, opening the valve and brandishing the fire hose, unleashing a torrent upon the startled crowd. As they scrambled in disarray, Jace delighted in executing the order. After a considerable time, the members of the Super God team stood in a line, resembling drenched chickens. They cast glances at Lin Feng, whose gaze was imbued with a melancholic air, akin to that of a young girl who had just been beset by a throng of burly men, feeling utterly aggrieved. Ahem. Among them were several individuals who, having inhaled a few mouthfuls of icy water during the onslaught from the fire hose, were now coughing uncomfortably. Lin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, raising his chin and gazing at the crowd, inquiring, "I trust you all feel invigorated now?" A brief silence ensued, devoid of immediate response. Lin Feng then addressed Jace, who stood behind him, saying, "There's no need, Jace." The members of the Super God team, startled, quickly interjected, fearing that the stoic man would once again unleash his frenzied antics with the fire hose. Lin Feng furrowed his brows, casting a dubious glance at the group as he inquired, "Are we truly awake?" "Captain, there's no need for that. We are indeed quite alert." The others fervently nodded, each tapping their temples, anxious that Lin Feng might utter a command to Jess to bring forth the dishes. Lin Feng continued to gaze skeptically at everyone, inquiring, "Is that true?" Catherine nodded vigorously, reiterating, "Indeed. Truly." Big D scratched the back of his head, feigning an innocent grin as he said, "Oh, really, it's unnecessary. Captain, you are far too gracious." A chill ran through Lin Feng and the others. It felt as though Big D was celebrating the new year with gifts. Such excessive courtesy indeed. Reina, with a cunning glint in her eyes, delivered a sharp kick to Zhao Xian, while the others regarded him with unmistakably menacing expressions. The force of Reina's kick nearly sent Zhao Xian to his knees. Under the weight of their piercing gazes, he felt a sudden chill and his heart raced. He sprang to his feet, exclaiming loudly, reporting to the captain, "I feel utterly adorable. The food is delicious, my spirits are high, and my health is splendid. Even if you were to strike me, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. Goodness gracious. Was this not a blatant instance of speaking nonsense with eyes wide open? A wave of despair washed over those present. One could only wonder if Zhao Xian had spent the previous night indulging excessively, as he bore the unmistakable signs of fatigue. Reminiscent of Garen's two prominent dark circles, Lin Feng stifled his laughter as he regarded Zhao Xian with a serious demeanor, stating, "Indeed, you possess great potential." Zhao Xian clasped his hands in salute, exclaiming, "I shall dedicate myself wholly to the captain, willing to toil until my last breath." His gaze was fiercely resolute, radiating a sense of fearless determination. However, the truth was rather inconsequential. Everyone knew that if push came to shove, he would likely be the first to turn tail and flee. Chapter 70. A husband must have his wife. Following the earlier commotion, dawn began to break, casting a pale light across the horizon. Jess distributed copies of the training regimen, meticulously crafted by Lin Feng to suit each individual's physical capabilities. Though the recipients were oblivious to the specific contents at first, their expressions soon morphed into a spectacle of disbelief. Garen lifted his gaze to Lin Feng, his lips twitching as he queried, "Captain, are you trying to push us to our limits?" Duchangi set down her training plan. Her own targets significantly reduced compared to others, yet she fixed Lin Feng with a gaze imbued with deep-seated resentment, sending chills down his spine. Rena, examining her own training regimen, raised her brows in astonishment and exclaimed, "Why are my training targets even higher than Garen's?" "Ah, because you possess a divine physique. Ordinary training would hardly suffice." Lin Feng scratched his nose, offering an explanation. Rena snatched Garen's training plan and compared it to her own, casting an incredulous glance at Lin Feng, reproaching, "But it shouldn't be double theirs, right?" "Double?" The trio of Daban exchanged glances. Realizing that the training volume Lin Feng had assigned them was already pushing them to their limits, yet Rena's targets exceeded theirs by twofold. What did that even signify? D was completely absorbed in his training plan, his face alight with excitement as he bellowed, "Excellent. This is the way to truly push ourselves to the brink. That's what invigorates me." Despite his lack of literacy, he could still recognize numbers, and the plan was filled with daunting figures. 2,000 repetitions, 3,000 repetitions. Lin Feng gazed at D with a look of disbelief, then glanced at Rena, whose expression had darkened considerably. Her face was as stoic as Jess's, and D's words had only fanned the flames of her already simmering anger. Had it not been for Lin Feng, she would have likely unleashed her fury on someone else. With a sinister smile, Rena addressed D. "You seem to relish the idea of pushing yourself to the brink, do you?" "Well, I believe there may be a misunderstanding." D waved his hands dismissively, weakly inquiring, for the words he had just uttered were indeed a reflection of himself, a mere slip of the tongue. However, with his limited intellect, it was unlikely he would ever comprehend where the true problem lay. The members of the Super God group promptly distanced themselves from D, fearful of being ensnared in the ensuing chaos, casting sympathetic glances in his direction. I practice your sister," Rena, infuriated, exclaimed, advancing toward D to unleash a flurry of blows. She targeted the more resilient parts of his physique with precision, showing no restraint, leaving him utterly dazed. "Spare me, sister. I shall never dare again," D pleaded, cradling his head in his hands, submitting to Rena's onslaught without a hint of resistance. To even consider opposing her would be a fool's errand. Not only would he likely be no match for her prowess, but he also understood that should he dare to fight back, he would be met with dire consequences. After all, Rena was the beloved of Lin Feng, and he could easily envision Lin Feng intervening, leading to a brutal mixed confrontation, leaving D with no hope of survival. Having navigated the complexities of social life for so long, D possessed a modicum of understanding. Lin Feng clapped his hands, his expression inscrutable as he addressed Rena in a low voice. "Enough. Cease your actions." Upon hearing Lin Feng's command, Rena relented, brushing off non-existent dust from her attire, nonchalantly returning to her position as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, D had transformed considerably, his visage marred and bruised, barely retaining any semblance of his former self, his body speckled with footprints and dust. Grimacing in pain, D managed to rise to his feet. Suddenly, Rena cast a curious glance at D and inquired, "What has happened to you, D?" Rubbing his aching cheek, D replied with irritation, "Isn't it obvious? It's because of you." Yet, before he could finish, he felt the piercing chill of Rena's gaze, sharp as a blade, fixated upon him. Her smile laced with a cryptic meaning. D's mind raced, and he hastily added, "I simply stumbled earlier. No need to worry. No need to worry. Meanwhile, tears welled up in his heart, questioning who he had offended to deserve such treatment. Was he not allowed to complain of pain after being assaulted? This left Dee's fragile heart shattered into pieces. Reina, satisfied, chuckled lightly and replied, "Ah, splendid. Young man, you have great potential." This remark struck a familiar chord. Wasn't this an old trick of Lin Feng's? The members of the Super God team were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances between Reina and Lin Feng, silently acknowledging that indeed. Like husband, like wife. Lin Feng's lips twitched twice, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. From now on, if anyone were to call Reina thick-skinned. Lin Feng vowed to take drastic measures. Enough of this. He could not afford to waste any more time. Lin Feng turned to Jess behind him and commanded, "Assemble." Jess immediately understood and called out to the members of the Super God team, "Everyone, fall in and assemble." Upon hearing this, all members, including Jess himself, lined up neatly in a row and began to report their numbers in order of their positions. Once the roll call was completed, Jess stood straight, saluted Lin Feng, and declared, "Report to the captain. The Super God team has assembled, awaiting your instructions. You may return to your position," Lin Feng replied to Jess nonchalantly. After pacing a few steps, he looked at the neatly arranged team and remarked, "Do you feel that the training tasks I have set for you are too severe? Perhaps excessively demanding?" The members of the Super God team did not respond, but it was evident that they tacitly agreed. Lin Feng approached the crowd, unfurling the training schedule in his hands. With a smile, he addressed them, saying, "If anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to exchange it for my training plan, though I would not recommend it." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the group cast curious glances at the training schedule he held. Jiawen, standing closest, felt his heart race and exclaimed, "What the heck? 10 times? If I'm not mistaken, Lin Feng's training targets are tenfold compared to mine." Each physical training indicator listed was, at the very least, in the thousands. The others were equally taken aback by Jiawen's remark. Yet recalling Lin Feng's relentless and grueling training sessions at the base a few days prior, the notion of tenfold seemed utterly plausible. Who would be foolish enough to swap? Only a fool would dare to switch. Rui Mengming gazed skyward, marveling at the azure expanse and the pristine whiteness of the clouds. Catherine, with a heavy heart, scrutinized her delicate hands, counting the lines on her palms, pondering whether she was aging. The masked man, Iwuji, nonchalantly lowered his head, wiping his night vision goggles, and began to examine the anatomical structure of an ant on the ground. In contrast, Duchangi looked at Lin Feng with concern, her expression betraying an unspoken apprehension. Lin Feng, with a stern expression, gazed at them and inquired in a low voice, "Did you not all express your dissent just moments ago? Why has silence fallen upon you now?" The collective silence enveloped them, and a sense of shame began to stir within their hearts. They understood that Lin Feng's intentions were indeed for their benefit. By sweating more on the training grounds, they could shed less blood on the battlefield. Lin Feng approached Reina, raising the training schedule in his hand, and remarked, "Reina, were you not just expressing significant dissatisfaction with your training targets?" Reina, feeling a wave of grievance wash over her, lowered her head once more and, almost inaudibly, like a whisper of a mosquito, pleaded, "Feng, I was wrong, please forgive me." During training, Lin Feng was indeed somewhat unyielding, showing no leniency due to their relationship. Nonetheless, this very aspect of Lin Feng was perceived by Reina as exceptionally charming and captivating. Lin Feng returned to his position and coldly admonished the crowd, "I am the captain of the Super God team. What I say is a command, and you are to execute it unconditionally. Do you understand?" The crowd stood upright and responded in unison, "Understood." Lin Feng raised his head, standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back. He addressed them sternly, "You did not come here for leisure or tourism. You are here for training. War may strike at any moment, and to prevent the tragic loss of your lives due to folly, it is my duty as your captain to ensure your safety." Lin Feng raised his voice significantly, admonishing, "Now, if you timid and cowardly individuals are afraid of exhaustion and hardship, you may promptly gather your belongings and depart." Jace stepped forward, standing tall and proclaiming loudly, "Report. I, Jace, am no timid coward. To defend the dignity of Earth, I am ever prepared." The crowd echoed resolutely, declaring, "We are not timid cowards. To uphold the dignity of Earth, we are always ready." Lin Feng gazed at them with an impassive expression and calmly replied, "I cannot hear you." The crowd, undeterred, raised their voices in unison, exclaiming, "We are not weaklings or cowards. We are always prepared to defend the dignity of the Earth." With that, they followed Lin Feng as he turned and led the way. Although the members of the Super Divine team were uncertain of Lin Feng's destination, They silently followed in his footsteps. Lin Feng unexpectedly led the group to the basketball court. However, their purpose for being there was certainly not to engage in a game of basketball. The onlookers gazed at the court, which was adorned with an array of training equipment. Each set of apparatus was standardly equipped, adorned with independent serial numbers and electronic counters. Moreover, due to the varying physical capabilities of each individual, the weight of each training device had been meticulously adjusted. Lin Feng addressed the members of the Super God team, saying, "You all should proceed with your training. The equipment is labeled with your respective numbers. Should you fail to meet the training benchmarks, be aware that severe consequences await." A chill ran through the hearts of the assembly as they gazed into Lin Feng's indifferent eyes, a sense of dread inexplicably rising within them. Further heightened by the chilling notion of the punishments he had alluded to, Lin Feng approached the basketball court and made his way to his designated equipment, commencing his rigorous internal training. Observing Lin Feng's determination, others began to seek out their own numbered apparatuses, diving into their arduous practice. As 4 to 5 hours elapsed, the sun reached its zenith, casting down its fierce rays. "Time's up, everyone," Lin Feng called out, drenched in sweat as he held the scoreboard, diligently noting the training progress of the Super God group and others. Unsurprisingly, not a single individual had completed the morning's training tasks, including Lin Feng himself. Gasping for breath, utterly exhausted and covered in dirt and sweat, he persevered in recording the electronic counts on each person's equipment. Lin Feng was nearly exhausted to the point of collapse, and the others were no better off, each one drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued. At last, they heard the welcome news that a break was granted, and they all collapsed to the ground, motionless. Huffing and puffing, Jess wiped the sweat from his brow, struggled to his feet, and approached Lin Feng, saying, "Captain, allow me to take the notes." Lin Feng lowered his head to check the electronic timer on Duchangi's training equipment, jotting down notes as he spoke. "No need. You should rest." Duchangi, feeling a twinge of concern, gazed at the sweat-drenched Lin Feng. Rising from the ground, she approached him and knelt down, rolling up her sleeves to wipe the perspiration from his brow. Fortunately, this tender scene went unnoticed by Reina. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have been consumed by jealousy. However, it seemed that Reina was not in the mood for such feelings at that moment, as she was utterly exhausted, feeling as if she had endured hundreds, if not thousands, of relentless exertions from Lin Feng. Lin Feng was intently recording the equipment in use at that moment, neither hindering Duchangi's actions nor uttering a word, as he was simply too fatigued to spare the energy. Apart from Lin Feng himself, among the male members, the standout performer was undoubtedly Jace, followed closely by Garen, Jarvan, D, and E, with Zhao Xian bringing up the rear as the coward. Among the female members, leading the pack was naturally the divine-bodied Reina, followed by Rumingming, Duchangi, and Catherine. Chapter 72, The Advance of the Rose. Lin Feng meticulously recorded each individual's training metrics before seeking refuge in a shaded area to rest for a brief moment. Once his stamina was restored to some extent, he rose and proclaimed to the group, "All right, our training session for this morning concludes here. Let us all proceed to have our meal." The members of the Super God team, utterly exhausted, rose from the ground with expressions akin to that of bitter gourds. Among them, the most peculiar sight was the trio from Durban, who, covered in dirt, lay asleep on the ground, blissfully unaware, with drool nearly pooling around them. Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint, elusive smile as he touched his nose and called out, "Jess." Although Jess was unaware of Lin Feng's intentions, he nonetheless replied, "Here." Lin Feng's smile grew even broader as he exclaimed, "Prepare the fire hose." Before Jace could react, the once reluctant members of the Super God team sprang to their feet in unison. Big D, grinning with a hint of mischief, turned to the others and chuckled. "By the way, it's time for dinner. Let us hurry before the food gets cold." "Indeed, if the food gets cold, it could make us sick. And if we fall ill, it would surely delay our training." Reina wiped the sweat from her brow, subtly hinting to Lin Feng that if he wished to spare them from an upset stomach, he should refrain from the fire hose antics. Yet, her remark was rather simplistic, lacking depth, as their robust constitution would hardly succumb to such trivial matters. Javen, startled, shook off his drowsiness and suddenly realized, "Oh, I forgot to collect the clothes from the balcony. We should finish our meal and head back. I also brewed a pot of tea in the dormitory that I haven't had a chance to enjoy," Yaren added, though his reasoning was rather flimsy. Rui Mingming gazed at everyone with a naive curiosity, sensing that something significant was unfolding, even if she couldn't fully grasp it. Catherine timidly suggested, "Then let us hurry to dinner." Despite their words, none dared to leave the basketball court without Lin Feng's permission. It was unthinkable to act recklessly in his presence. All right, everyone, let us head to dinner and not waste any more time, Lin Feng said with a hint of amusement in his voice. With that, the Super God team collectively exhaled in relief, relieved that Lin Feng hadn't added, Jace, serve the dishes, which would have certainly led to some amusing chaos. They began to stretch their stiff limbs and followed Lin Feng out of the basketball court. Where is Alavaxi? Iwij inquired, speaking in an intricate form of Chinese. Lin Feng and the members of the Super God team turned around for a glance, only to find Zhao Xian, that coward, sprawled on the basketball court. Blissfully lost in slumber, he slept so soundly that drool cascaded from the corners of his mouth, pooling around him. Lin Feng approached the basketball court and crouched beside Zhao Xian, gently shaking him while calling out, Master Xian, wake up. It's time to eat. Indeed. Among the trio of friends, Zhao Xian possessed the frieliest constitution, and subjecting him to the same intense training regimen as Garen and Jarvan was somewhat excessive. Zhao Xian swatted Lin Feng's hand away, still in a daze, and muttered, Stop fooling around. It's not even dawn yet. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly, and then he executed a move that sent chills down everyone's spine. He grasped Zhao Xian by the back of his collar and dragged him away as one would a lifeless pig. Jay stepped forward and said to Lin Feng, Captain, allow me. Without waiting for a response, he hoisted the unconscious Zhao Xian onto his shoulder. Let us go, Lin Feng instructed, leading the group towards the cafeteria. Duchangi hurriedly squeezed her way to the front, unexpectedly wrapping her arm around Lin Feng's, her cold, exquisite face flushing with warmth as she softly remarked, Captain, you were quite rough just now, but I must admit, I like it. This scene left the other male comrades dumbfounded. Duchangi, who usually resembled a proud blue rose, cold as ice and impenetrable to strangers, was now smiling and shyly embracing Lin Feng. Rena, witnessing this from behind, was momentarily stunned before she nearly burst with indignation. How dare they flirt with her man in broad daylight? It was utterly outrageous. Rena stepped forward, yanking Duchangi away from Lin Feng and scolded, Jiangwei, you little minx, how dare you entice my man? He belongs to me. Duchangi stumbled slightly from the sudden pull, her icy demeanor rising to the surface as she retorted, Rena, since when did the captain become yours? I was unaware. Rena huffed, looking at Duchangi, still clinging to Lin Feng's arm like a victorious little swan, and declared, Feng, tell her you are mine. Lin Feng was at a loss for words, casting a pleading glance at Jace, hoping for assistance. However, Jace, the stoic one, unceremoniously replied, Captain, I'm hungry. I'm leaving. Captain, we too shall head for a meal. Galen and a few others, sensing the tension, tactfully followed Jace's lead, leaving Lin Feng to grapple with his predicament, filled with envy and disdain. After all, they were all single men, wondering why no beautiful women were fighting over them. Catherine hesitated, her eyes on the troubled Lin Feng, wanting to intervene but unsure of what to say, standing there in a state of confusion. Rue Mengmeng scratched her adorable red-haired head, feeling that it would be best to stay put with Catherine. Duchangi, noticing Lin Feng's silence, coldly remarked to Rena, do you see? The captain doesn't want to hurt your fragile feelings. Rena looked at Lin Feng with pleading eyes. Feng, please say something. Lin Feng glanced at Duchangi, and then at Rena, who still held onto his arm. He had never anticipated that Duchangi would confront Rena at this moment. It seemed she had made her decision clear last night. For today she was decidedly bold and direct. Chapter 73, a bit impressive, a bit impressive. Rena, feeling aggrieved, clung to Lin Feng's arm and implored, Feng, please tell her swiftly that you are mine. Lin Feng's lips twitched twice, and he could no longer contain himself as he exclaimed, I am not an object. Had these two women completely disregarded his feelings, treating him as mere merchandise to be pushed about? However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a strange dissonance and instinctively corrected himself. No, wait. I'm an object. Was he truly an object? Damn it. Lin Feng was filled with a surge of anger. He raised his hand and playfully smacked Reina's pert backside a few times before turning to embrace Duchangi, leaning down to plant a deep kiss on her delicate lips before finally releasing both of them. You are both my women, Lin Feng declared with an air of dominance, his powerful presence exuding an aura of a king as he pulled both women into his embrace and strode away without looking back. Astonishing, absolutely astonishing. Catherine and Rue Mengmeng stood frozen, utterly taken aback by the unexpected conclusion of such a farcical scene. Was this not too liberal, too audacious, too avant-garde? A three-way? The term suddenly flashed in Catherine's mind, and if she were aware of Annie and Lin Feng's relationship, she might even consider it a four-way. In the cafeteria of the base, the trays of the Super God Squad lay empty, save for a few pieces of beef jerky and a cup of some indistinguishable beverage. Duchangi and Reina each wrapped their arms around Lin Feng, exchanging fierce glares that ignited sparks of competition in the air. With a simultaneous cold huff, the two women turned their heads away. An unspoken battle had commenced, with the prize being none other than Super Saiyan Lin Feng himself. Duchangi, lost in thought as she gazed at Lin Feng, felt a blush rise to her otherwise icy face as memories of his kiss flooded her mind. It left her momentarily speechless. Had her first kiss truly been stolen by him? Rather than feeling regret, she found herself secretly reveling in the thrill of it all. Lin Feng stood up between the two women, picked up a piece of specially prepared beef jerky from the dining table, and addressed the members of the Super God Squad, explaining, "From this moment forth, your sustenance will consist of this unique beef." "Captain, why are we eating beef jerky?" Catherine inquired with a puzzled expression, her small hand grasping the dark, unappetizing jerky on the table. "Is this truly edible?" Lin Feng continued to elucidate. "Our daily energy consumption now surpasses the limits of an ordinary individual by several folds. Hence the food we consume is specially formulated." As he spoke, Lin Feng set down the beef jerky in his hand and picked up a specially crafted beverage from the dining table. Addressing the group, he remarked, "This drink has been developed by the military center. It alleviates physical fatigue, accelerates metabolism, enhances blood circulation, and effectively prevents muscle tissue strain and necrosis." Garen, with a mournful expression, picked up the beef jerky from the table and inquired, "Captain, do we eat it raw?" Jace, meanwhile, began to munch on his own piece of beef jerky, speaking indistinctly, "The stronger the body, the greater the consumption. Processing this supply from Earth is quite challenging. Just 1 or 2 pieces of this specially crafted beef jerky are sufficient to sustain your energy expenditure." Rena, taking a pair of chopsticks from the table, picked up a piece of beef jerky and, with a hint of confusion, asked Lin Feng, "As a divine being, must I also consume this?" As it was considered a moment of respite, Rena felt comfortable enough to address Lin Feng in such an informal manner. Before Lin Feng could utter a word, he heard Zhao Xian, the coward, exclaim in astonishment, "Reina, aren't you powered by solar energy? How dare you jest with this goddess? Truly, you know not the peril you invite." Reina's expression darkened at such audacity. As Lin Feng's woman, she naturally held the status of the captain's wife. Indeed, Zhao Xian must undergo a profound self-reflection. Earlier that morning, the unfortunate D, who had been reprimanded by Reina, sensed impending doom and swiftly distanced himself from Zhao Xian, eager to avoid being caught in the crossfire. With a playful smile, Reina gazed at Zhao Xian and commanded, "Flame strike." The hapless Zhao Xian trembled in fear, his limbs quivering as he pleaded, "Sister, spare my life. I was wrong. I shall never dare again." Boom. In response, an explosion resonated through the air. As the dust settled, the cafeteria returned to tranquility. However, Zhao Xian had vanished from his original position. Having met a grim fate as a lifeless body hung from the cracked beams of the wall, his limbs twitching sporadically, indicating that he had not yet succumbed entirely. The onlookers appeared unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. Garen raised his head to Lin Feng, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Captain, Professor Rise once mentioned that I too possess divine qualities. Must I partake of this as well?" Lin Feng could only explain, "I must say, the resources of Earth cannot sustain the ultimate form of your team. You are all a bunch of supreme-level gluttons." He chuckled. Not only Garen, but others also forced to smile, feeling indignant within, secretly thinking, "If we are gluttons, then you must be a gluttonous pit." One must acknowledge Lin Feng's terrifying appetite collectively. They could scarcely match his consumption. Each of them had merely 2 pieces of specially prepared beef jerky on their tables, while Lin Feng's table was piled high with over 10 pieces of the delicacy. Naturally, these thoughts remained unvoiced, for they dared not show a hint of dissent, fearing the dismal fate that had befallen the unfortunate Zhao Xian. Moreover, facing Lin Feng would likely result in an even more tragic and calamitous end. Rui mimicked Jace, adorably munching on beef jerky, and mumbled, "I can understand this. The more one eats, the more one can accomplish. Without consuming energy, how can one invoke divine power?" "Captain, may I have another piece?" At that moment, Reina, having dealt with the coward Zhao Xian, gracefully returned to Lin Feng's side. Brushing off non-existent dust from her hands and bashfully said, "Phone, I apologize. I have made a mistake." "A mistake? What mistake?" Lin Feng, feigning ignorance, turned to the others and inquired, "Do you know what mistake Yuna has made?" Chapter 74, The punishment of drawing faces? No. Absolutely not. How could the goddess Reina ever make a mistake? That is simply impossible. The members of the Supreme Team fervently nodded like chicks pecking at rice, their seriousness palpable. If anyone dared to utter a negative word about Reina at that moment, it was likely that this group would swarm and subject that person to a gruesome fate. As for the unfortunate Zhao Xian, he had been mercilessly cast aside. Who was Zhao Xian? Never heard of such a person. Lin Feng playfully pinched Reina's delicate nose. Chuckling, look, what mistakes could you possibly have made? At that moment, a discordant voice pierced the air. Zhao Xian, who had been hanging limply from the beam, slowly extended his hand, his voice choked with sorrow as he lamented, Captain, I must report that Reina assaulted a comrade. Before Zhao Xian could finish his complaint, a shriek escaped his lips as a flying bench struck him, rendering him utterly incapacitated. To everyone's astonishment, the culprit was none other than the icy Duchangi. Noticing the bewildered stares directed at her, she awkwardly explained, I apologize. I'm so accustomed to throwing knives that I miscalculated my strength with the bench. The onlookers were left in a state of dumbfounded disbelief, thinking, what kind of world is this? It seemed that even Duchangi was now in cahoots with Lin Feng and Reina. Lin Feng gently touched his nose, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he inquired of the gathered crowd, what did you all witness? The members of the Super God team, exhibiting remarkable cleverness, collectively feigned ignorance with their bright, innocent eyes. His expression a mixture of confusion, elaborated, moments ago, the sky abruptly darkened. We saw nothing at all. Without a moment's hesitation, Iwujia, equipped with night vision goggles, chimed in, indeed, we truly saw nothing. One could not help but question the efficacy of the device perched atop his head. Garen, equally perplexed, posed the question, yes. Captain, what transpired just now? Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile as he turned to the members of the Super God team, saying with a gentle grin, indeed, you all possess great potential. In Lin Feng's private office, members of the Super God group were gathered closely together. The modestly sized room was evidently a bit cramped. Lin Feng pointed to the scoreboard on the wall behind him and addressed the crowd, stating, the number of uncompleted training objectives will be recorded here daily, with the leaderboard updated every 7 days. The individual at the bottom will face severe consequences. Jess, holding the notebook Lin Feng had previously maintained, diligently noted the numerous tasks they had failed to accomplish that morning. As Jess completed the entries, the members of the Super God team leaned listlessly, teetering on the brink of slumber, for the morning's physical training had been nothing short of hellish for them. The male members reported, Jess, 2,160 incomplete. Garen, 1,568 incomplete. Jarvan, 2,650 incomplete. Zhao Xian, 3,200 incomplete. Big D, 1,908 incomplete. Iwujia, 2,105 incomplete. The female members followed suit. Reina, 1,980 incomplete. Duchangi, 1,253 incomplete. Catherine, 1,520 incomplete. Rui Mingming, 1,051 incomplete. The disparity in data between the male and female members was strikingly evident. The female members clearly held the advantage. This was not to imply that the male members were inferior, but rather that their training volume and the weight of the equipment they utilized were often double, if not more, than that of their female counterparts. Lin Feng glanced at the scoreboard and inquired of Jess, where's my name? Jess hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to include Lin Feng's record as well. Lin Feng has yet to complete 21,063 sessions. Goodness, is this not utterly terrifying? Everyone was momentarily stunned, but they quickly regained their composure, for it is well known that Lin Feng's training regimen is indeed tenfold that of theirs. Lin Feng retrieved several colorful gel pens from the drawer of his desk and addressed the bewildered crowd before him. I would like each teammate to take one of these colorful pens and either draw a design or write a word on their face. The quantity of designs or words should correspond to the number of times you have been unable to complete a task, rounded to the nearest multiple of 500. The members of the Super God team exchanged glances as they gazed at the scoreboard hanging on the wall, mentally calculating their own tallies. Upon noticing Lin Feng's staggering count of 20,000 unfinished tasks, they instinctively turned their eyes towards him. Goodness, with such a staggering figure, could Lin Feng's small face possibly accommodate that many designs? Jace glanced around at his teammates before speaking up. The captain's training volume is 10 times greater than ours. He is an exception. Therefore, his multiplier stands at 5,000. If anyone has an objection, now is the time to voice it. No objections here, came the unanimous response. Who would dare to voice dissent? After all, if Lin Feng were to quip that those with objections could swap their training volumes with his, that would indeed turn the situation into a farce. Lin Feng spread several gel pins on the table and addressed Galen. Galen, step forward. Now. Galen stood up and walked over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng cast a glance at the others and said, Garen, 3 strokes on the face, 1 for each of you. A total of 173 times. Who will take on the challenge? Reina eagerly stepped forward, joining the excitement, and exclaimed to Lin Feng, Feng, I'll do it. I want to play. Lin Feng, caught between laughter and exasperation, remarked, Play? When it's your turn, you'll find it quite unenjoyable. Reina, with an air of nonchalance, responded, It's fine. I can simply wash it off in the dorm later. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that the design painted on your face can only be removed at midnight. Lin Feng casually touched his nose and continued. What? The group exchanged astonished glances, each envisioning the absurdity of sporting a face adorned with peculiar symbols. Enough chit-chat. Reina, aren't you going to paint? Hurry up. Lin Feng urged her. Oh. Reina selected a red water-based marker from the table, staring at Galen for a considerable time, unsure of what to draw. After much deliberation, she finally inscribed a single character on Galen's face. Fool. Laughter erupted among the group as they beheld the bold red lettering on Galen's visage. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, addressing the others. Next, Zhao Xian raised his hand and said, Captain, I volunteer. Ready. Chapter 75. A diminished reputation. A wave of laughter erupted in the office once more. At that moment, Garen resembled a mere plaything for everyone. His left cheek bore the glaring inscription of the word fool in red, while his right cheek displayed the word goods in the same hue. These words were so strikingly visible, even from a distance. Yet, the most peculiar sight was the third eye inscribed between his brows, reminiscent of the legendary Erlang Shen. Garen struggled to suppress his fury, yearning to unleash a thunderous roar that would instill fear and leave his adversaries in ruins. However, considering the vast disparity between his abilities and those of the godlike members of the team, he ultimately chose to concede, tears of despair streaming down his face. Alas, he had failed to fulfill the training task set by Lin Feng. Lin Feng cast a glance at the scoreboard on the wall and muttered, Zhao Xian, 6 times. Why is it my turn so soon? Zhao Xian, appearing flustered and bewildered, stammered in response. Hey, enough chatter, get up here at 25 points. Garen let out a series of chilling, sinister laughs that sent shivers down the spine. It was he who had just drawn the third eye of Erlang Shen on Zhao Xian's face, a spectacle that was simply intolerable. Zhao Xian clasped his hands together, gazing at Lin Feng with a pitiful expression. Captain, won't you let Garen spare me? No way. Lin Feng promptly rejected the plea without a second thought. Garen wasted no time, seizing a pen from the table and, with little regard for Zhao Xian's protests, began to draw on his face with fervor. Brother Garen, I was wrong. For the sake of our camaraderie, please stop. Zhao Xian's cries echoed like those of a tormented soul, prompting the others to turn away, unable to bear the sight. After about 10 minutes, the members of the Super God team bore faces adorned with grotesque drawings, including the likes of Reina and Duchangi, who glared at Lin Feng with resentment. It was well known that women naturally cherish their beauty and take great care in their appearance. Being transformed into such ghastly figures was certainly a source of frustration for them. Fortunately, they had painted each other. As no male member dared to lay a hand on their faces, doing so would result in a swift and merciless retaliation. Even Jess, the military instructor, was not exempt from this playful torment. His face bore the characters for expressionless on either side, with a tiger insignia drawn on his forehead in dark, bushy whiskers etched at the corners of his mouth, giving him an imposing presence. It was unclear which 4 hands had created this masterpiece. Though Jess maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, the tension in his furrowed brow hinted at a potential eruption of wrath. Lastly, the most egregious sight was that of Zhao Xian, whose face was a chaotic canvas of vibrant floral patterns, utterly unbecoming and grotesque, akin to the appearance of a native tribesman. How could such a dashing and suave individual face the world like this? Of course, these were merely Zhao Xian's personal musings. In the end, the only one left unscathed was Lin Feng, whose face remained pristine and normal amidst the comical chaos. Lin Feng scratched his nose and, with a hint of exasperation, addressed the crowd. All right, who among you will step forward? He had yet to complete over 20,000 training repetitions that morning, and the multiples of 500 would require him to endure the face painting 4 times. Upon hearing that Lin Feng was to be painted, Zhao Xian, the timid one, immediately raised his hand, eager to volunteer. However, Upon meeting Lin Feng's dark gaze, he quickly lowered his hand and, with a forced smile that failed to conceal his discomfort, remarked, "Perhaps I shall abstain. Our captain, so deeply understanding and caring for his team, deserves to be treated like a beloved brother, and I could not bear to lay a hand on him." The members of the Super God team regarded Zhao Xin with disdainful glances, muttering among themselves that if he was afraid, he should simply admit it. A subtle smile flickered at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth as he urged the crowd, "Hurry. Let us not squander time." It must be said that at times, the authority of this captain proves to be quite advantageous. Instantly, the group exchanged glances, each hesitant to take the lead. None dared to step forward, fearful of Lin Feng's potential retribution during their training sessions. Lin Feng gently touched his nose, as if he had anticipated this situation long ago. His lips moved, ready to speak, but he was interrupted. "I'll take it from here." Reina stepped forward, speaking with a hint of shyness. Lin Feng cast a glance at Reina, his lips twitching uncontrollably. "My goddess, why do you insist on undermining your husband's dignity?" Reina, noticing Lin Feng's expression akin to that of a dead fish, blushed deeply and replied, "Feng, do not worry. I shall be gentle." With that, she stepped forward, grasping a blue ballpoint pen, and, after a moment of hesitation, she focused on Lin Feng's face and boldly inscribed the character for fool upon it. Next, Lin Feng sighed, surprised that such a day had come for him. "Since it has come to this, let us be straightforward." Reina tiptoed closer, whispering into Lin Feng's ear, "Darling, you may punish me as you wish tonight. Any position is permissible." Following her words, she provocatively cast a glance at Duchangi behind her, as if to say, "You are far too inexperienced to challenge a goddess like me." Humph. Duchangi, unwilling to concede, shot a glare back at Reina, biting her lip before stepping forward and declaring, "Feng, I wish to join in." She, too, altered her manner of addressing Lin Feng, and sparks ignited in the air as she exchanged glances with Reina. Lin Feng observed the palpable tension between Duchangi and Reina, scratching his nose as he pondered to himself, "It seems I must find a moment to harmonize their relationship, which should improve matters significantly." Harmonize? How to achieve such harmony? Naturally, it involves disrobing them and placing them upon a bed, awaiting Lin Feng's intervention. Following Duchangi, Rui Miming and Catherine also joined the fray, delighting in teasing Lin Feng's exceptionally handsome visage. Lin Feng addressed the members of the Super God Squad, declaring, "Disband. We have just over an hour. Let us rest for a while. The training this afternoon will be no less demanding than that of the morning." "Indeed," the group replied, their faces flushed with laughter, ultimately unable to contain themselves as they burst into a chorus of giggles. The sight of Lin Feng was simply too amusing. The words "fool" were inscribed on both of his cheeks, and he sported two exaggerated mustaches resembling those of a turtle. Most hilariously, Rui Miming had boldly written the character for cute on his forehead, which, coupled with Lin Feng's flamboyant and unruly rocket hairstyle, rendered him a figure of such absurdity that it brought tears of laughter to the eyes of onlookers. Lin Feng shook his head repeatedly, lamenting inwardly, "Alas, the twilight of my career is in jeopardy." Author's note: a few days ago, I faced an unfortunate setback, but after a brief respite, I regained considerable vigor, and today I shall unleash a torrent of creativity. Chapter 76. The Little Loli's Distress. As night descended, Lin Feng, weary from the day's rigorous training, found himself utterly exhausted. Despite being as resilient as a scion, he felt as if he had been brought to the brink of collapse. The morning had been consumed by intense internal training, followed by a brief respite in his dormitory. The afternoon commenced with a grueling 200-kilometer weighted cross-country course, helicopter drops, parachuting from 10,000 meters, and 10,000 meters of freestyle swimming, among other challenges. By the end of the day, everyone felt utterly spent, as if they might collapse at any moment. Although the members of the Super God group voiced their complaints, the overall situation was not dire. Despite not meeting the standards, they all persevered and did their utmost during the arduous training of the first day. Lin Feng numbly walked towards the eastern side of the base, which was in the opposite direction of where Suona lived and their dormitory. During the lunch break, he had already delivered, and the proud little Loli, to Suona. Despite pouting and reluctantly parting from her brother Feng, she ultimately acquiesced, only clinging to Lin Feng for a brief moment before settling down. On the eastern side of the base, where the staff accommodations were located, the corridors were eerily silent as those who had toiled throughout the day had long since succumbed to slumber. Upon reaching room B1026, Lin Feng halted his steps, hearing the familiar voice of and emanating from within. He paused, hand raised, just about to knock on the door. Sister Swana, please tell me quickly, will you? It was evident that, and, in her characteristic spoiled manner, was sweetly coaxing. Lin Feng was utterly defenseless against her charm, succumbing easily. Inside the room, Swana, clad in a short blue skirt and a low-cut top, sat on the bed with her long, smooth legs exposed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she struggled to respond. And, donned in an adorable pink nightgown, tugged playfully at Swana's arm with her tiny hands. Her lips puffed adorably as she urged, Sister Swana, please tell me. Flustered, Swana stammered, I don't know. And cherubic face gleamed mischievously as she teased, Oh? You don't know? With a startled gasp, Swana exclaimed, and inclined onto her lap. With her tiny hands placed on her own waist, she looked down at Swana and asked, Sister Swana, why is your chest so large? Outside the door, Lin Feng nearly choked on his breath, initially curious about what Anne was asking, but now realizing the nature of her inquiry. Though he felt compelled to intervene and tell Anne to stop, he couldn't help but be intrigued by how Swana would respond. I don't know. It just grew this way. What can I do about it? Swana's face turned crimson, resembling a ripe crab, as she shyly replied. Although she sometimes reveled in her 36y figure, drawing the attention of every man on the street, over time, it became burdensome. Nevertheless, she was certain that her future children and husband would appreciate it immensely, and gazed at Swana's ample figure with a mix of envy and admiration, then glanced down at her own flat chest, scrunching her adorable little nose as she lamented, Now I'm really doomed. With that, the proud little lowly nearly burst into tears. Swana, puzzled, asked, Nini, what's wrong? And extended her petite hand towards Swana's bust, playfully giving it a little squeeze, marveling, Wow, that's amazing. Once more, she looked down at her own chest, feeling utterly disheartened by the stark contrast between the two. Like the distinction between Mount Everest and a mere pebble, it is a presence that can only be gazed upon from afar, eternally unattainable. With tear-filled eyes, Annie lamented pitifully, Brother Feng, he must surely dislike me now. A playful smile graced Swana's lips as she affectionately ruffled Annie's adorable little head, replying, How could that be? You are so sweet and charming. Lin Feng would only adore you more. Annie's face contorted with grievance as she pouted, But every time Brother Feng sees you, Sister Swana, he stares at your ample bosom. My chest is so flat, he will certainly find me unappealing. In an instant, Swana's expression shifted. A flurry of crimson and azure crossing her features, revealing a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Outside, Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly. When had he ever been caught staring at Swana's bosom? While it was true that her 36y figure was indeed captivating, he had merely cast a few casual glances during lunch, never anticipating that little Annie would catch him in such a moment. After a pause, Swana gently smiled at Annie and softly remarked, You must have seen it wrong. How could Lin Feng be such a frivolous person? Annie, the little sprite, suddenly sat up, her face unusually grave as she looked intently at Swana and earnestly warned, Sister Swana, you must be cautious. When Brother Feng acts casually, he is utterly unpredictable. Even I, a cute little girl, could fall prey to his whims. Just as she was about to elaborate further, a knock on the door interrupted. Knock, knock, knock. Outside. Lin Feng hastily rapped on the door, anxious about what absurdity the little girl might utter next. Swana, it's me, Lin Feng. It's Brother Feng. Annie exclaimed with delight, rushing to the door barefoot, unable to even put on her shoes. Upon opening the door, she noticed Lin Feng momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and was enveloped in her embrace. Closing her eyes, she inhaled the unique scent that lingered on him and murmured, Brother Feng, I thought you wouldn't come to see me so late. I will always keep my promises to you, Annie, Lin Feng replied with a smile, lifting the little girl into his arms and stepping inside the room. He cast a glance of apology towards Swana as he gently placed Annie on the edge of the bed. Swana, upon seeing Lin Feng enter, also paused in surprise. Noticing the makeshift mustache and scribbles drawn on his face with a pen, unable to contain her laughter, she playfully inquired, Lin Feng, what has happened to your face? Yes. Brother Feng's face looks so silly. Annie doesn't like it, she remarked, sitting on the bed, her little white feet joyfully swinging back and forth. Cough, cough. This is a punishment for not completing today's training, Lin Feng said, his face slightly flushed with embarrassment. Realizing he had completely forgotten about it after a grueling day of training, who could possibly remember such trivial matters amidst exhaustion? Recalling this afternoon's training feels surreal, as Lin Feng surprisingly led the Super God team and others on a complete circuit around the city of Juxia. The chaotic Ink-smeared faces of the group attracted countless curious glances from passers-by. Even Lin Feng himself felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, akin to being shamed in front of his grandmother. Yet, this was precisely the desired effect. Anyone who fails to complete their training in the future must be prepared for the scrutiny of the citizens of Juxia. Lin Feng grasped Annie's small foot, brushing off the dust with a gentle yet feigned anger. "Nini," he admonished. "Didn't I tell you that you must wear proper shoes when walking on the ground?" With a playful innocence, Annie stuck out her tongue at Lin Feng. Making a charming face, Lin Feng addressed Suona with a tone of apology, saying, "I truly appreciate your assistance. It seems I must trouble you to help care for the little girl during my training." Suona replied softly, "It's no trouble at all. I often find myself with little to do, and having Nini around makes the time much less dull." As she gently lowered her head to tidy the somewhat disheveled hem of her dress, Lin Feng followed Suona's gaze and was captivated by her fair and slender legs, which were undeniably alluring. He swallowed hard, for Suona was clad in a low-cut nightgown, and as she lowered her head, her ample bosom nearly revealed itself. Annie, with a hint of jealousy, pointed at Lin Feng and exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Feng, you naughty boy, you're staring at Sister Suona's chest again." The moment Annie uttered these words, not only Lin Feng but also Suona felt a wave of embarrassment, and the atmosphere became somewhat suggestive. "Oh right. I just remembered I haven't collected the clothes from the balcony." Suona's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes darting away as she dared not meet Lin Feng's gaze. After speaking, she hurriedly slipped on her shoes and fled the room, akin to a startled deer. Lin Feng gazed at the graceful silhouette of Suona as she departed. Fully aware that her excuse was merely a fabrication, he pinched Annie's cherubic cheeks with a mix of exasperation and amusement, exclaiming, "Nini, look what you have done. You've made your sister Suona feel embarrassed." Annie playfully swatted away Lin Feng's hand that was pinching her cheeks, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth as she retorted, "Who told you, Brother Feng, to keep staring at Sister Suona's ample bosom? You're such a naughty boy." Lin Feng had no intention of continuing the discussion with Annie. Instead, he shifted the topic, saying, "Well, it's quite late now. Nini needs to go to sleep." On the balcony, Suona leaned against the door, her heart racing, her hands covering her ample bosom. Looking down, she was indeed astonished. Her figure completely concealed her toes. Could it be that he truly admired her 36y curves? The thought startled Suona, causing her to exclaim internally, "What am I even thinking about?" A wave of inexplicable turmoil washed over her. Why had she fled outside? Should she reprimand Lin Feng and shoo this lecher out of the room? Inside the room, Annie obediently nestled into her blankets, gazing up at Lin Feng and said, "Nini wants to hear Brother Feng tell a story." Lin Feng gently stroked Annie's adorable little head and said with a smile, "Brother will tell you a story about a little match girl." Annie pouted and replied, "No." Lin Feng scratched his nose and remarked, "The tale of the 7 little Snow Whites and the Dwarf Prince." Annie, however, pouted and replied, "No." That Sundara Little Loli was not genuinely interested in any story. She merely yearned for a bit more conversation with Lin Feng. Before long, a sweet smile graced her lips as she drifted into slumber. Room D0001. After gently lulling the little girl to sleep, Lin Feng returned to his dormitory, took a refreshing shower, and turned off the lights early, preparing to retire for the night. Before drifting into slumber, Lin Feng closed his eyes and entered the system space. The system chimed, "Ding. Welcome back, host." Lin Feng first opened his personal panel. After days of physical training, his combat prowess had indeed seen a notable enhancement. Host, Lin Feng skills, level 3, first stage Super Saiyan, duration of use, 180 seconds. Base time, 60 seconds, with each level increase adding 60 seconds. Level 2, instantaneous movement. Level 2, ki blast. Level 2, flight technique. His passive skills remain in an unawakened state, namely the body of a demon, dark flame, and solar power. Base combat power, 6101 points. For 30255, Lin Feng first advanced his Super Saiyan form by 2 levels in the initial phase, expending 200,000 points, thereby extending its duration to 300 seconds or 5 minutes. He then upgraded the 3 skills, flight technique, instant transmission, and ki blast, by 3 levels each, totaling an expenditure of 135,000 points. Though it pained him somewhat to part with such a sum, he acquiesced for the sake of enhancing the potency of his abilities. Remaining points, 95,255. Perhaps I should procure some other items, Lin Feng murmured to himself as he opened the system shop. Ultimately, he purchased 10 weight-bearing items, each costing 800 points, amounting to a total of 88,000 5,000 points. These weight-bearing items resemble the type of jacket and could adjust their weight, with a maximum load capacity of 2 tons. A few days prior, Lin Feng had acquired one such item for himself, finding it simple and convenient for use, deeming it an indispensable tool for physical training. Remaining points, 7,255. Lin Feng opened the skill shop and gazed longingly at various techniques, such as the King's Fist, Spirit Bomb, and Ultimate Flash. The allure was overwhelming, yet the prices were exorbitant. He sifted through the more basic skills and decided to purchase the shield, a supportive ability, for 5,000 points. He subsequently upgraded it by 1 level, leaving him with a mere 255 points remaining. In a moment of extravagant indulgence, Lin Feng found his points reverted to their original state. However, while the loss of points could be rectified, fortifying his team's strength was of paramount importance. By the way, system, I have a query. As Lin Feng prepared to return to the real world, a thought suddenly struck him. The system responded, "Ding. Please proceed, host." Lin Feng pondered for a moment and inquired, "Is it possible for the inhabitants of this world to learn and master the skill of void dance?" The system responded, "Ding. The power systems of you and the inhabitants of this world are distinct. However, this simple auxiliary skill can be learned through the utilization of their innate super abilities. Theoretically, there should be no issues." Lin Feng continued, "So, the protective shield I just purchased can also be mastered by others, correct?" The system cautioned, "Ding. Simple auxiliary skills are permissible, but you must heed this warning. The inhabitants of this world cannot cultivate active skills, or else they may experience energy fluctuations within their bodies, leading to catastrophic consequences." Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had been contemplating such matters earlier. If the Super God team were to all master the Kamehameha, it would indeed be formidable, such a pity that it cannot be. Chapter 78, Cultivating the Void Dance today due to a series of power outages. The author wasted a couple of hours, nearly resulting in a fit of rage. Originally planning to release 10 updates today, it now seems there may only be time for 6. 7 days later, as dawn began to break, the training grounds were filled with the Super God team. Each member's face streaked with tears. After days of training, the once restless energy within them had been tempered, replaced by composure and steadiness. Although they still fell short of their daily physical training benchmarks, the incomplete targets diminished day by day. Consequently, after a day of rigorous training, each member found it a struggle to rise in the morning. Had it not been for Jess kicking down doors, none would have awakened. Just yesterday, Jess had kicked the door to shambles in his attempts to rouse everyone, yet they remained undisturbed. To add to Jess's frustration, Lin Feng had deducted a portion of his allowance, claiming it was for the repairs of the dormitory door. Very well, since this is the case. The stoic male is indeed cunning and unscrupulous. The base warehouse is stocked with various items, particularly an abundance of smoke bombs and tear gas grenades. Today, Jess mischievously tossed tear gas grenades into the dormitories, holding onto the doorknob with great fervor, ensuring that they were suffocated by the gas for quite some time before emerging. "Hey, why are you all crying?" Lin Feng inquired, scratching his nose in confusion, although he was well aware of the situation. Zhao Xian's tears flowed freely as he sobbed. "Woo-woo, Captain, it's all Jess's fault." At that moment, Jess interjected with a threatening tone, "Ahem, fire hose." Instantly, Zhao Xian fell silent, resembling a young girl who had just suffered a painful mishap. Truly, one is influenced by their companions. Even Jess had become rather foolish. With a mischievous grin, Lin Feng remarked, "Jessie, you haven't served them their meal. They appear quite disheartened. Perhaps a jolt will awaken them." Jessie, initially taken aback, quickly grasped the implication. Casting a sly glance at the crowd, he responded, "Understood." A sense of foreboding arose among the members of the Super God team. Indeed, it wasn't long before Jessie appeared, brandishing a fire hose. "Run for your lives!" The group exclaimed in panic. Though clad in the heavy jackets Lin Feng had provided, their escape was rather limited. With a dramatic flourish, Jessie opened the water valve and unleashed a torrent upon the Super God team. This was a familiar maneuver for him. Having mastered the art of wielding the fire hose with precision, each blast was perfectly aimed. The group resembled a flock of enraged birds, drenched and disheveled. Particularly unfortunate was Zhao Xian, who had intended to file a report. This hapless soul became Jessie's primary target. The stoic Jessie bore no grudges, swiftly retaliating on the same day, never allowing grievances to linger. "Help! Oh dear! Captain, we were wrong. We shall never dare again." The training ground descended into chaos. A cacophony of shouts and laughter. Had it not been for Jessie's ability to maintain some semblance of order, the super god team might well have devolved into a fray. Anyone attempting to escape was met with Jesse's relentless onslaught of high-pressure water, leaving them unable to maintain their footing. With a faint smile, Jesse particularly relished the opportunity to douse the trio from Durban, finding great satisfaction in their drenching. Observing Jesse's delight, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took several steps back. Surely, this stoic individual would not turn into a vengeful figure, would he? One could only wonder if the Durban trio would emerge as mere shadows of their former selves. After a prolonged moment, the super god team stood thoroughly soaked, their expressions akin to that of a disgruntled spouse, frustrated yet voiceless. Nonetheless, the outcome was undeniably effective. Drenched by the fire hose, their tears ceased, their aches vanished, and they felt invigorated and lively once more. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, raising his chin and addressing them. Do not be anxious. Relax a little. There will be no physical training this morning. What? No training at all? The members of the super god team exchanged incredulous glances, questioning whether they had misheard. Could such a fortunate occurrence truly be real? Had a pie genuinely fallen from the sky rather than a meteor? Indeed, today I shall teach you the art of hovering. Lin Feng smiled gently. You all must master it within 3 days. It seemed that they had been thoroughly exhausted over the past few days. Training must strike a balance between intensity and ease. One cannot remain taut like a rubber band indefinitely, lest it snap. Catherine gazed at Lin Feng with stars in her eyes, her admiration evident as she exclaimed, The art of hovering? Captain, is that the flying skill you possess? Precisely. It is that very skill. As he spoke, Lin Feng began to levitate slowly off the ground. In the days prior, he had privately experimented with Jess. Although he initially struggled to grasp the concept, by applying the cultivation methods of the hovering art and substituting Jess's superpowers with his own energy, he had successfully made progress in his training. Well, is that true? Captain, I want to learn. I want to learn. Rui Miming exclaimed dramatically, for she aspired to become the super god queen. Captain, I want to as well. I want to. Zhao Xian, ever the timid one, boldly approached and clung tightly to Lin Feng's leg, fearful that he might suddenly disappear. Lin Feng forcefully kicked Zhao Xian far away, indifferent to his fate, and began to elucidate the principles of the void dance technique to the crowd, as well as the methods for channeling their extraordinary powers, to ensure thorough understanding. He also invited Jess to share his insights on practicing the void dance technique. The timid individuals hastily emerged from the earth, settling down alongside others, embodying the eager and diligent spirit of earnest learners. After approximately 4.5 hours in the training ground, the members of the super god team sat cross-legged, eyes closed, attempting to harness their inner extraordinary abilities, following Lin Feng's guidance to practice the void dance technique. However, it was likely that mastery would require at least a day or two, as Jess himself had taken 2 days to learn it. At that moment, an incredulous voice from Reina suddenly exclaimed, It's true, I really am flying. Lin Feng gazed at Reina in astonishment, hardly believing that merely an hour had passed since she had mastered the art of aerial maneuvering. The members of the super god team, seated in a meditative posture, opened their eyes and looked up at Reina, their expressions imbued with profound yearning. Each of them began to practice fervently, eager to experience the exhilarating sensation of soaring freely through the skies. Chapter 79. Simulated Training After Enjoying a Meal. The super god team took a brief respite of an hour before embarking on their afternoon training session. The morning had not been spent on physical conditioning, but rather on the leisurely practice of aerial techniques. As a result, the group was not particularly fatigued. Only Reina had successfully grasped the aerial maneuvering technique. This was not surprising, considering her innate ability to harness divine energy for levitation. Upon discovering the nuances of the technique, she quickly mastered it. However, Reina's exuberance led her to frolic in the air, and inadvertently, she interrupted the continuous flow of divine energy, plummeting from a great height. Had it not been for Lin Feng's swift use of teleportation to catch her mid-fall, it is likely that even her divine physique would have suffered a grievous impact. This incident only served to infuriate Duchangi further. Their covert rivalry had been ongoing, and now it seemed Reina had gained the upper hand. In the training ground, the members of the super god team stood in a neat row. Even in Lin Feng's absence, silence pervaded the air. They were no longer the unruly street brawlers of yore, but had transformed into disciplined soldiers, warriors. For the first time in their training history, their faces were devoid of chaotic markings and graffiti, giving them a sense of renewal, as though they were witnessing the light of day once more. Lin Feng approached slowly and, without any unnecessary preamble, addressed the crowd directly. This afternoon, we shall conduct a simulated combat training session. You will be divided into 2 teams. Team 1 will be led by Reina, consisting of Jarvan, Garen, Zhao Xian, and Catherine. He then glanced at Jace and continued, Team 2 will be led by Jace, comprising Didi, Duchangi, Iwujie, and Rue Meimeng. Lin Feng addressed the crowd with authority. Do you all comprehend? We understand. The assembly replied, standing tall and projecting their voices with vigor. The sound of military helicopters reverberated in the sky as 2 helicopters descended gracefully onto the training ground. Jess, Reina, I leave the rest to you. Lin Feng instructed Reina and Jess before departing decisively. Reina and Jess swiftly organized the group into 2 teams, guiding them into the helicopter cabins. Inside the cabin, Reina, experiencing the role of a leader for the first time, announced, Our combat strategy will be for covering 1. Employing sniper tactics. Humph, do you really understand tactics? Scoffed Zhao Xian, who was notorious for his cowardice, embodying the quintessential target for ridicule. Reina, feeling a tinge of insecurity, retorted, Hey, I am a goddess. My knowledge far exceeds yours. Zhao Xian shot her a disdainful glance, smirking in disbelief. Moments later, Zhao Xian emitted several yelps as the helicopter's fuselage rocked violently. Spare me. Spare me. Oh, goddess. Reina returned to her seat, observing Garen and others, including Catherine, who regarded her with skepticism. Emulating Lin Feng, she scratched her nose and declared, All right, initiating professional tactical mode. As she spoke of past wars, Reina suddenly realized that the time dimensions of Earth were vastly different from her home galaxy, prompting her to amend, in your future conflicts. Individual sniping and breakthrough capabilities are the predominant directions of military development. Noticing her audience's serious demeanor, Reina felt a sense of satisfaction swell within her. Clearing her throat, she elaborated, the special operations teams consist of 3 to 5 members, nearly omnipotent. Among them, there will be an ADC, referred to in your era as a sniper, akin to a long-range magical output specialist. At that moment, the cabin's intercom crackled with the pilot's announcement. We have arrived at the destination. Super God Team 1 may commence descent. The cabin doors opened, and a fierce gust of wind rushed in, making them shiver. As they were at an altitude exceeding 10,000 meters, Reina stood up, urging her comrades with urgency. Prepare for descent, quickly. Noticing their hesitation, she began calling out names. Garen, you're first. Move swiftly. Garen hesitated, standing up and approaching the cabin's edge, the howling wind stinging his face. Glancing nervously at the dizzying height, he faltered, feeling a surge of trepidation. Reina shot him an exasperated look and said, Don't be afraid. What is there to fear? It's not a real battle. Move it. Garen gritted his teeth, hesitated for a moment, and then leaped from the cabin. This was a hurdle every individual had to overcome. If only he had learned the airwalking technique like Reina had in the morning. Reina continued calling names. Zhao Xian. You're next. Hurry, hurry. Mom, I'm going to die. Zhao Xian approached with a mournful expression, his legs trembling in shock. Reina furrowed her brows and, without hesitation, delivered a kick to Zhao Xian. The entire team of the Super God squad had landed, rising with a flourish. Reina confidently announced their training mission, to provide cover for the sniper and eliminate a watchtower. Exuding an aura reminiscent of Lin Feng's authority, she continued to direct, instructing everyone to maintain formation, with Galen and Zhao Xian guarding the flanks and providing mutual support. Upon her command, the team retrieved their weapons from the wormhole, while Reina armed herself with the Dawn Shield and the Blade of Dawn. Zhao Xian, vigilant and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, timidly inquired whether wielding knives and clubs would be effective against foes armed with submachine guns. Reina chuckled and reassured him that opponents with submachine guns were not their concern. The military would handle them more efficiently. Galen, covering the rear, turned to ask their purpose. Suddenly, Reina shouted for caution regarding a high-energy threat on the left. A piercing sound cut through the air, and Zhao Xian was sent flying by a large wooden stake. He landed unceremoniously, grumbling about the necessity of traps. Galen, overhearing Zhao Xian's complaints, replied sternly, What do you understand? If we were truly facing super soldiers, or even gods, they would be far more terrifying. Among those present, only he and Reina had encountered real deities. Galen yanked Zhao Xian to his feet, asserting, They can't be tracked, can phase through walls, and can deploy nuclear strikes. You would likely be paralyzed with fear. Reina, in a crouched defensive stance, remarked, Finally, someone understands. The best strategy against such foes is a super god operation. A decapitation strike. With that, She stood and commanded, "Advance." In the distance, a stealth drone hovered, silently monitoring the unfolding events. Author's note: I recommend a book. Super God Academy, Dragon Ball System, which is exceptionally well written, and the author is remarkably talented. Chapter 80, a beautiful poem recited training base, control room command center. Lin Feng, cradling the petite figure of Annie, sat in the foremost chair, his gaze fixed upon a massive LCD screen adorning the wall. The monitor displayed the status of the squad led by Reina, revealing their cautious demeanor as they navigated the simulated training grounds, which were surrounded by unmanned reconnaissance drones silently observing every facet of the exercise. It appeared that the training regimen of the Super God team was rather arduous. Sona, clad in an azure palace gown and sporting twin azure ponytails, sat beside him, her attention also captivated by the unfolding events on the monitor. Lin Feng scratched his nose and remarked, "It's not too bad." The proud little lowly, Annie, sat quietly in Lin Feng's embrace, savoring the lollipop that Su Na had purchased for her, thoroughly enjoying her treat as a true gourmand. The control room fell into silence, to speak of it. There was hardly any connection between Lin Feng and Su Na, leaving them with nearly no topics to discuss. On the immense LCD screen, Reina, while exploring, discovered a watchtower ahead. With a subtle wave of her small hand, she signaled everyone to conceal themselves. Galen and the others swiftly found cover, hiding behind the walls. Reina whispered instructions, addressing Catherine behind her. "You, Catherine, left flank go." Reina cautiously peeked out, surveying the situation ahead, and quietly informed her companions. Target detected, distance 296. 99 meters, height 33. 58 meters. She proceeded to analyze the enemy's conditions, stating, "We can detect all electromagnetic spectrum data within a radius of 300 meters. This will establish a three-dimensional reconnaissance range for our target, which is to eliminate it." Hearing Reina's words, Galen pondered for a moment, gripping his chin, and inquired, "Did you just say we are 296 meters away from it?" "Indeed," Reina responded, perplexed, unsure why Galen was questioning her when she had been quite clear. Catherine, aiming her sniper rifle, looked up at Reina and timidly asked, "Its reconnaissance radius is 300 meters? Reina nodded calmly, affirming, "Yes." "What would happen then?" Jarvan asked. And he and his companions were left astounded. Reina contemplated for a moment, tapping her delicate chin, and then declared, "I have a premonition that a wave of missiles is approaching." Zhao Xian cautiously peeked around the corner, startled, and shouted, "Damn it, an aircraft is coming. Run." Boom. Helicopters launched several shells, heading straight for them. In the training base's control room, Lin Feng observed the monitor, twitching the corner of his mouth, sometimes. Reina could be adorably foolish. Annie pointed at Reina on the screen, pouting playfully as she giggled, "Hee hee, Sister Reina is truly clumsy." Su Na, also gazing at the monitor, sighed with a sense of bewilderment. "Ah, this is youth." Lin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment, somewhat defeated by Reina's bluntness. Just how expansive was her imagination? This truly required further investigation. On the surveillance screen, helicopters hovered above, relentlessly bombarding them with artillery fire, causing Garen, Jarvan, and others to panic and rise, attempting to flee. Reina, however, remained remarkably calm, commanding with a loud voice, "Why are we running? Jarvan, provide cover." What accounted for her composure? It was simply because she possessed divine attributes. Even if the shells exploded overhead, she would remain unscathed. "Earth escape," Jarvan declared solemnly, raising his hand to summon a wall of earth from the ground, erecting a protective barrier around the group. As for the absent Catherine and Zhao Xian, they had already retreated to the opposite side of the watchtower. However, Catherine soon discovered, much to her dismay, that the surrounding walls created a shooting blind spot. With no other option, she halted and turned to Zhao Xian behind her, saying, "Zhao Xian, lift me up." Zhao Xian, inheriting the prowess of his ancestor Zhao Yun, quickly understood, assuming a firm stance with his hands clasped between his legs, urging, "Hurry." Catherine sprinted and stepped onto Zhao Xian's hands, who then propelled her into the air, allowing her to soar over the wall. In midair, Catherine gripped her sniper rifle tightly, aiming at the distant watchtower. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. With resolute determination, she pulled the trigger, and a bullet erupted from the chamber. How should one express it? One could only say that her aim was impeccable, hitting the mark unfailingly, executing a graceful maneuver as she struck the electronic core of the watchtower with that single shot. In another simulated training ground, the stoic Jace led his team, ensuring they would not make the same blunders as Reina. Having been on the battlefield, Jace's experience far surpassed that of anyone in his group. The objective of the training was primarily to enhance team cooperation, and Jace adeptly leveraged the strengths of Rui Mingming, Di, and Yi Wuji, ultimately leading them to effortlessly dismantle the watchtower. As night fell, the day had swiftly passed, marking the end of events in room D0001. As Lin Feng emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed and on the verge of extinguishing the lights to retire for the night, a faint knocking resonated at the door. Tap. 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 Who is it? Lin Feng inquired, yet no reply came from the person outside. Lin Feng rose and donned a pair of shorts before striding towards the door, which he opened to reveal Duchangi standing hesitantly outside. Changwei, what brings you here? Lin Feng inquired, perplexed about why she would seek him out at such a late hour. I have something to discuss, Duchangi replied, clad in a short-sleeved, off-shoulder nightgown. The tips of her deep red hair were clearly damp, indicating she had just emerged from a recent bath, her entire being exuding a faint, delicate fragrance reminiscent of purity. Ah, please come in. Lin Feng gestured for her to enter, closing the door behind them. As Duchangi observed his action, her heart raced like a startled deer. Why did he close the door? Did he have intentions of a more intimate nature? Moreover, Lin Feng was only dressed in those shorts, his upper body showcasing a flawless physique. While not overly muscular, his build radiated vitality, particularly the 8 sculpted abdominal muscles that captivated Duchangi's attention. It is often said that men are drawn to beautiful women, yet it is equally true that women appreciate handsome men. Duchangi gazed at Lin Feng with longing, pondering whether he was the future husband she had envisioned in her dreams. Lin Feng habitually scratched his nose and smiled faintly. Jiangwei, what brings you to me at such a late hour? Duchangi, seemingly lost in thought, gazed at Lin Feng, her mind captivated by the subtle smile that danced at the corner of his lips. Suddenly, her face flushed a deep crimson, and she instinctively pressed her legs tightly together, feeling an unusual sensation beneath her. Overcome with embarrassment, she felt on the verge of tears, fully aware without needing to look that she had once again composed a beautiful poem. Chapter 81, The Ominous Tiger. Lin Feng, with a semblance of understanding, cast a glance at Duchangi. He stepped forward, enveloping her from behind, leaning down to whisper in her ear, Duchangi, are you so eager to become my woman? Ah, no, that's not it. Duchangi replied, her eyes cast down, her cheeks flushed. She attempted to push Lin Feng away, but found herself utterly incapable of doing so. To her surprise, a hint of joy flickered within her heart, prompting her to muse silently if she might indeed be a wicked woman at heart. Then, what brings you here? Lin Feng inquired, drawing closer to her ear. He inhaled deeply, captivated by a unique and alluring fragrance emanating from her, one he had never encountered with Reina or Annie. This intimate embrace naturally elicited a reaction from him. I came to ask you to teach me the art of aerial dance. Duchangi gasped, her breath quickening. Despite her relentless efforts to master the technique, she had yet to succeed in taking flight. This realization disheartened her. Could it be that Reina's talents surpassed her own? This could not be, which is precisely why she sought Lin Feng's guidance. Forget about cultivation for now. Let us instead delve into the realm of philosophy and discuss the essence of humanity. Lin Feng remarked with a playful grin, aware that he was far from the chaste figure of Lu Xiaowei, his hands hardly able to remain innocently around Duchangi. Feng, please, don't do that. Duchangi protested softly, her face flushed as she felt utterly weak, collapsing against Lin Feng's embrace. She was acutely aware of what lay behind her, and although she remained untouched by worldly affairs, she was not entirely ignorant, understanding full well what Lin Feng represented. Was she truly destined to become a woman tonight? Yet, she had heard it could be painful. A sense of trepidation mingled with anticipation stirred within her. What do you mean? Lin Feng asked teasingly, his hand venturing further, a devilish smile dancing on his lips. Duchangi gasped, startled by Lin Feng's actions. Blushing, she hesitantly murmured, Isn't this happening too quickly? Lin Feng, holding the struggling Duchangi, smiled gently and said, Is it too fast? Not at all. I prefer to board first and settle the fare later. After a brief pause, he furrowed his brows in contemplation and asked with a hint of confusion, Are you unwilling? No, that's not it. I'm just a bit frightened. Duchangi hurriedly clarified. Women are inherently reserved. She merely feigned a struggle. Little did she realize that Lin Feng misunderstood her intentions. If she truly disliked him, why would she allow him such audacity to tease her? Lin Feng smiled gently and said, Oh, is that so? It seems that all girls harbor some trepidation regarding their first experience. Unbeknownst to him, the unique fragrance emanating from Duchangi intensified, enveloping the air around them. As Lin Feng shifted his focus, he was startled upon entering. It felt as if a deluge had occurred. Her undergarments appeared as though they had been thoroughly soaked. It was only then that Lin Feng noticed the shimmering essence cascading down her exquisite thighs. Initially oblivious, he now realized how easily Duchangi could be stirred to emotion, with that rich and peculiar scent emanating from her being. Suddenly, Duchangi gasped in surprise, and in a moment of embarrassment, she instinctively pressed her lovely legs together. Trapping Lin Feng's hand, biting her lip, she hesitated briefly before recalling her earlier resolve. Coming to terms with her feelings, she relaxed her legs, ceasing to resist and allowing Lin Feng to take the lead. However, the realization of her current vulnerability only deepened the crimson hue of her cheeks. Lin Feng, puzzled, withdrew his hand and gazed at the shimmering liquid on his palm. It truly was a mystery. How could this be? There was no trace of the expected substance. Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing his heart to race. Could it be that Duchangi still harbored such peculiar tastes? Lin Feng gazed at Duchangi, who struggled to swallow, and spoke in a low voice. "Changwei, have you perhaps shaved?" Upon hearing this, Duchangi's face flushed with embarrassment, as she shyly retorted, "I did not shave at all. It has always been this way." Lin Feng gazed incredulously at Duchangi, his eyes reflecting the astonishment one might feel when encountering a rare creature. Indeed, she resembled an extraordinary being, akin to a white tiger. The blade of the unfortunate? The tiger of the unfortunate? Throughout history, myriad rumors have circulated regarding such white tigers, believed to be harbingers of misfortune. It is said that those who encounter this celestial white tiger often face calamity, bringing misfortune to husbands and offspring alike. Should one's fate lack resilience, it is likely they would be swiftly consigned to a coffin. Lin Feng has finally come to understand the source of Duchangi's alluring fragrance, which is indeed a characteristic of the white tiger. Whenever one is moved by emotion, this musk-like scent emanates from within. With this realization, Lin Feng felt his mind clear significantly, and the sinful fire in his lower abdomen subsided considerably. Observing Lin Feng's dazed gaze upon her, Duchangi's eyes reddened. Glistening with tears as she spoke, "Feng, do you find me repulsive? I cannot help it. It is simply how I was born." Duchangi had, of course, perused numerous online resources regarding this matter and was well aware of the legends surrounding the white tiger. She had once been troubled by the prospect of not developing certain traits, and now she feared that the concerns she had long harbored had finally materialized. Would Lin Feng, like others, come to disdain her because of her association with the white tiger? Lin Feng regained his senses, gently patting his own cheek, cursing himself for being a fool. Duchangi was undeniably a stunning beauty, and she even seemed unperturbed by his other romantic entanglements, readily offering herself without reservation. Yet, he dared to disdain her allure, likening her to a white tiger. Although one might ponder whether pretentiousness could attract divine retribution, committing such a morally reprehensible act would undoubtedly result in being struck down by the heavens. Chapter 82. The Events of 2 Months. Lin Feng embraced Duchangi gently, offering solace. "Who said they disliked you? It's merely that you possess a certain uniqueness." Duchangi lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears, and inquired softly, "Is that truly the case?" Lin Feng gently pinched the exquisite nose of Duchangi, smiling softly as he said, "Of course it's true. I adore you too much to ever find fault with you." With that, Lin Feng leaned down and kissed Duchangi, though she felt somewhat inexperienced. She eagerly reciprocated his affection, and soon, their garments were strewn across the floor. After a while, Lin Feng and Duchangi lay quietly together on the bed. "Lin Feng, why haven't you taken me completely?" Duchangi shyly murmured as she nestled in his embrace. At that moment, she harbored no secrets from him. They had shared everything, save for that final step. Lin Feng gently caressed the smooth, unblemished shoulder of Duchangi and remarked, "This will delay tomorrow's training. I shall indulge in you only after the session concludes. By then, even if you wish to flee, escape will be futile." Although Lin Feng yearned to embody the valiant hero at this moment, he recognized that training held paramount importance. The act of devouring Duchangi could be postponed indefinitely. It was certain that she would accommodate any position he desired, yet such thoughts could easily waver Lin Feng's resolve. Well, these considerations seemed trivial. What truly weighed upon his mind was the knowledge that Duchangi was the white tiger star, leaving him in a state of unease. How to articulate this? In any case, this matter could be addressed later. He resolved to let it unfold naturally. Duchangi blushed slightly and, with a hint of conflict, expressed, "But I sense that you appear to be in some discomfort." Lin Feng murmured, "It's nothing. It will settle down in a while. Feng, allow me to assist you. Duchangi whispered softly in Lin Feng's ear as she delicately slid her fair, slender fingers beneath the covers, gently grasping Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng's concerns tonight were not unfounded, and this led Duchangi to lend him significant assistance shortly thereafter. Reflecting on the events of the evening, Lin Feng could not help but sigh at his wise decision to refrain from indulging in Duchangi. However, these matters can be set aside for the time being. Author's note: yesterday, I inquired whether to support Xiangwei, yet only 2 or 3 individuals expressed their endorsement in the comments, while the remaining brethren chose to remain silent. Time has swiftly passed, and over 2 months have elapsed before one could even notice. In addition to the punishment for failing to complete the internal training, which involved the humiliation of being drawn on the face, there exists the most severe punishment administered once every 7 days. What constitutes this harshest punishment? All members of the Super Divine team have witnessed it, including Jess. Undoubtedly, the most tragic and tear-jerking experience fell upon Zhao Xian. After the conclusion of the first week of training, Zhao Xian found himself at the bottom, and the same fate befell him at the end of the second week. Ultimately, under the heavy threat of Lin Feng's punishment, Zhao Xian was compelled to undertake an unforgettable act, one that would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. It was a day nearing dusk, with the last glimmers of sunlight still lingering in the sky. Zhao Xian was completely bare, his face adorned with heavy makeup. Clad only in women's lingerie and boxers, and donning magical girl fan boots. The most repulsive sight was the long stockings he wore, coupled with a large red bow atop his head. In this magical girl costume, Zhao Xian ran around the new recruit training base for a full 10 laps, igniting a frenzy among all those present at the training base. Remarkable! This is truly impressive. Incredible, indeed! Exclaimed the onlookers, soldiers who gathered to witness the spectacle. As Zhao Xian continued to run, he sang exuberantly, his voice resonating with fervor. The king summoned me to patrol the mountains, hey. The sun winks at me, the birds sing for me, hee hee. I am a diligent little sprite, not clingy at all, ugh. All the soldiers experienced a tumultuous churn in their stomachs as they beheld Zhao Xian, clad in the garb of a perverse magical girl. Even if one were to liken him to a fairy, he resembled a grotesque frog spirit with an inclination for cross-dressing. To add to the spectacle, an onlooker recorded this moment and shared it online. Astonishingly, within a mere 20 minutes, the video amassed over 10 million views and garnered millions of comments, eclipsing even the fame of the renowned novel Dragon Ball system from the Super God Academy. Zhao Xian's fans showered him with adoration, and his reputation soared to new heights as the enchanting title of the adorable magical girl dominated the digital realm. Following an inhumane punishment that Zhao Xian endured, the remaining soldiers were spurred to train with fervor. The mere thought of being the last in line and facing a similar fate, dressing up as a magical girl and racing around the base while singing, "The king summoned me to patrol the mountains, hey. I am a diligent little fairy, not clingy at all," sent shivers down their spines. Lin Feng opted not to impose physical punishment but instead devised these torturous tasks, subjecting them to mental anguish. Surprisingly, this method proved effective. By the third week, every soldier met their training benchmarks. This success was largely attributed to Lin Feng's astute training methods, with Zhao Xian playing a significant role as well. Thus, the 2 months passed, one day after another, with the Super God team developing a disciplined routine of training by day and resting by night. The most arduous moments were during the intense morning workouts, while the most joyous times occurred at noon when they exchanged silly faces over lunch. The most mortifying experience was parading through the streets of Giant Gorge City with their faces adorned in chaotic drawings under Lin Feng's guidance. The happiest moments were when they could savor warm, fragrant meals in the cafeteria after a rigorous day of training, while the most comforting times were when they could collapse into bed at night without a care in the world. Over this period of more than 60 days, the soldiers' physical fitness improved tremendously, and each individual's training metrics were met. Lin Feng consistently increased their training tasks, and the Super God team gradually acclimated to this life in the base. Throughout these 2 months, Lin Feng trained alongside the Super God team, sharing in their trials and tribulations, all in preparation for the impending challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 83, Lin Feng's Flesh and Blood in the Evening, outside Giant Gorge City. A meteor streaked across the sky, trailing fiery sparks. Within the blaze, a dark silhouette could be discerned, rapidly descending to the ground. Boom! A fireball struck the ground, creating a substantial crater and raising a cloud of dust. A woman clad in a revealing black leather bodysuit gracefully emerged from the pit, striding with the poise of a feline. Behind her, a pair of black demonic wings unfurled, and her face was adorned with captivating makeup, exuding a beguiling charm that was unmistakably sinister. This woman was none other than the demon queen Morgana. Morgana surveyed her surroundings and, speaking into the interstellar communication device nestled in her ear, coldly inquired, "Karthus, is this truly the world?" In the dark realm, Karthus, adorned with a crown and draped in a crimson robe, wielding a scepter, responded with an elegant smile, "Indeed, with your capabilities. It would be effortless for you to establish your own kingdom of freedom here, would it not? You imbecile, you brainless fool," Morgana retorted scornfully, clearly not one to be underestimated. She continued with a sardonic smile, "Thank you for bringing me here, but I refuse to be your pawn." Karthus remained unfazed, still exuding an air of sophistication as he replied, "Did I ever suggest that I intended to use you as a pawn?" Morgana scoffed derisively, "You, who call yourself the Reaper, have transported me, a fallen libertarian, to this primitive era for what purpose?" With a sneer, she added, "Do not jest, fool. What is mine, and all that I achieve is rightfully my own, for I am a great angel." A playful smirk danced on Karthus's lips as he remarked, "That was once the case." Morgana furrowed her brows in ire, exclaiming, "Damn it, now I am indeed the great angel." After a brief pause, she directed her ire once more into the communication device, sternly admonishing, "Listen closely, Karthus, you imbecile, do not contest me, just leave. Oh, and by the way, the person I asked you to find, are you certain he is on Earth?" The image of Lin Feng, that detestable human, flashed in her mind. Despite her calm tone, her heart brimmed with rage. That despicable scoundrel had abandoned her after their tryst, leaving her to search for him in vain. Morgana had dispatched her demonic minions across the entirety of the demon realm, nearly digging to the Earth's core. Yet Lin Feng remained elusive. The pretentious Karthus, with his genteel demeanor, assured her, "Rest assured, Queen Morgana, my intelligence is never erroneous." Morgana's brows knitted together in concern as she pressed, "Then how do you know he is on Earth? It seems you do not even know what he looks like." Karthus offered no further explanation, simply stating, "I only know that he has arrived on Earth. As for his precise location, that is for you to discover." Morgana switched off the interstellar communicator, gazing into the distance at the city of Grand Canyon, a cold smile gracing her lips as she vowed, "I shall find you. You may have abandoned me, but you will undoubtedly pay the price." Morgana lowered her head, her expression tinged with melancholy, gently caressing her slightly rounded abdomen. With a tender voice, she murmured, "Darling, Mother has arrived on Earth. I believe it won't be long before we find your father. Are you not delighted?" A subtle movement emanated from her belly, harboring a nascent life, yet to grace the world. "Indeed, you have not erred. This is the progeny of Lin Feng." Their passionate union had lasted an entire day and night, sowing countless seeds. Yet, being a perennial virgin, Morgana was oblivious to the necessity of addressing the aftermath of their encounter. Consequently, months later, she lamentably discovered that her beloved monthly visitor had long ceased to grace her presence, only to tragically realize that she was with child. All of this stemmed from Lin Feng, who had indulged and then vanished without a trace. With a face full of affection, Morgana gazed at her gently swelling belly and chuckled softly, "Fear not, my darling, Mother will teach him how to be a devoted father." In that moment, she bore little resemblance to the cold, cunning demon queen she once was. The power of maternal love is indeed profound. That night was unlike any other. It lacked the usual tranquility and softness. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and fierce winds howled, heralding an impending storm, while the air was thick with moisture. At last, a brilliant flash of silver lightning cleaved the heavens, followed by the resonant rumble of thunder. Soon after, a torrential downpour descended from the heavens. In the training base, room D0001, a startled cry escaped Annie's lips as the proud little girl was startled by the thunder. Instinctively burrowing her small head into Lin Feng's embrace, too frightened to peek out, Lin Feng chuckled softly as he gently ruffled the adorable little head of Annie in his arms, murmuring, "Nini, are you very frightened by the thunder?" Annie timidly lifted her head, and once she was assured that the thunder would not roar again, she pouted in dissatisfaction and replied to Lin Feng, "Of course. That thunder is so loud and frightening. Naturally, I am scared." In the room, besides Lin Feng and Annie, Duchangi and Reina were also present. Ever since the Super God team had stabilized their training this month, Lin Feng had granted each of them a day off every week, allowing them to unwind, as constant training could be overly taxing on their nerves. Reina, seated by the windowsill, reached out and affectionately ruffled Annie's little head, soothingly saying, "Nini, don't worry. Your sister is here with you." To Reina's surprise, Annie, quite unabashedly, wrapped her tiny white hands around Lin Feng's neck and cutely declared, "No, Nini only likes Brother Feng. She doesn't want to engage in Yuri with Sister Reina." Reina nearly erupted with indignation. When did she ever suggest engaging in Yuri with the little girl? Even if the little one wanted to, she wouldn't entertain such notions. Meanwhile, Duchangi, feeling somewhat sidelined, cast a lingering, melancholic glance at Lin Feng. Observing the intimate camaraderie among the three, she felt as though she were an outsider, an uninvited guest in a family gathering. Since that intimate encounter, the subsequent days had been filled with rigorous training. Even during moments of respite, Annie and Reina were always by Lin Feng's side, resulting in a complete lack of private time between Duchangi and Lin Feng. Each time she reflected on this, a pang of regret surged within her. If only she had surrendered herself to Lin Feng that night, she could have rightfully claimed her place as his woman. The subtle rivalry between Reina and Duchangi lingered, each secretly vying for an edge over the other. A woman's intuition is notably acute, and Reina sensed the delicate relationship between Duchangi and Lin Feng. It was evident that they had developed feelings for one another, yet she was perplexed by the fact that Duchangi remained a maiden. However, with Reina's carefree disposition, she could not fathom the intricacies of the situation. The sound of rain outside grew increasingly torrential, with the windows creaking under the relentless assault of raindrops, washing over the earth. Little Annie, resembling a placid kitten, nestled in Lin Feng's embrace and pouted, "It's so boring." Lin Feng gently pinched Annie's little nose, smiled softly, and inquired, "What can we do to keep you entertained, dear Nini?" After tilting her small head and pondering earnestly, Annie replied, "Nini wishes to hear a story from Brother Feng." Upon hearing this, Reina and Duchangi exchanged glances, their faces marked with exasperation, their lips twitching in disbelief. Indeed, when has Lin Feng ever told a story worth listening to? Lin Feng chuckled as he gazed at the three individuals and said, "Then I shall tell a tale of an ugly duckling transforming into a magnificent phoenix." To his surprise, the three women exclaimed in unison, "Not that one." Lin Feng thoughtfully stroked his chin before solemnly declaring, "Let me tell you the tale of 3 little gray wolves and an old, cunning pig." What kind of story could possibly unfold between these 3 little gray wolves and the old pig? Could it be something scandalous? The old pig in a fit of rage confronting the 3 wolves? However, Reina, Duchangi, and the proud little lowly Annie simultaneously shook their heads in disapproval, exclaiming, "Let us hear something else." "Very well. I shall narrate a story about a landlord who hires a bodyguard," Lin Feng said, gently rubbing his nose. This time, the 3 young ladies had no objections, as the title of the tale sounded quite reasonable. Lin Feng, seeing that the 3 women had no objections, began to narrate a tale. Once upon a time, there was a wealthy landlord who employed 3 bodyguards. The landlord's estate was abundantly prosperous, and he hired these bodyguards to guard the storerooms, which included a treasury for gold, a vault for silver, and a chamber for copper. At that moment, the landlord sought the opinions of the 3 bodyguards. The first bodyguard succinctly declared, "I will guard the gold." The second bodyguard then stated, "I will guard the copper." Duchangi, Lina, and little Annie listened in bewilderment, pondering what sort of story this could possibly be. Lin Feng observed the puzzled expressions of the 3 women, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Now, the question arises, what will the 3rd bodyguard say?" "It's obviously I guard silver," Duchangi replied, regarding Lin Feng with an incredulous stare, as if his answer were exceedingly apparent. "Oh," Lin Feng responded, his gaze lingering on Duchangi with a deeper meaning. "So, it turns out you enjoy guarding silver." Duchangi was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson, realizing that this fellow was finding ways to tease her. Reina, with a mischievous grin, playfully teased Duchangi, her expression seemingly conveying, "Oh, so you really do enjoy guarding silver." Meanwhile, the proud little lowly, Annie, tilted her small face in confusion, gazing at everyone with innocence. She innocently asked Lin Feng, "Brother Feng, does this guarding silver have any special meaning?" Lin Feng stifled a smile, adopting a serious demeanor befitting an elder brother, and admonished Annie, saying, "Developing a habit of hoarding silver is indeed a most undesirable trait. You must not follow suit, Nini." "Understood, Brother Feng," Annie replied earnestly, nodding her little head. Nini has no interest in hoarding silver. What Nini cherishes most is Brother Feng. As she spoke, Annie tilted her head and gazed at Duchangi, urging, "Sister Qiangwei, you heard Brother Feng's words, didn't you? You should also refrain from that hoarding business, or else Brother Feng surely will not favor you." "Ah, ha. Forgive me, I cannot contain myself," Reina exclaimed, bursting into laughter, clutching her abdomen. Nearly brought to tears from her amusement, Duchangi, feeling a wave of embarrassment, nearly wished to vanish into a crack in the ground. She cast a reproachful glance at Lin Feng and pouted. "Feng, how could you say such a thing?" Lin Feng gently set down the little girl in his arms, donned his shoes, and approached Duchangi. He embraced her tightly and softly whispered in her ear, "What's the matter? You are my woman. There is no need to feel shy in my presence." Duchangi's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, her heart racing like a startled fawn. She never anticipated that Lin Feng would embrace her so openly in front of Reina, especially since the nature of their relationship had yet to be explicitly defined. Reina observed the affectionate pair with a tinge of envy. Although she was already aware of their connection, witnessing it firsthand stirred a different kind of emotion within her, causing her heart to overflow with jealousy. Meanwhile, Annie, the proud little girl, sat sulking on the bed. She had been quite comfortable nestled in Feng Ji's arms. But now she felt that Duchangi had intruded upon her territory, inciting feelings of envy and resentment. The small vessel of jealousy within her shattered, leaving her young heart in turmoil. Duchangi, feeling flustered, extricated herself from Lin Feng's embrace, her eyes flickering as she said, "Feng, I have something to attend to. I must take my leave." Without waiting for Lin Feng's response, she hastily opened the door and exited the room, fleeing as if driven by urgency. Lin Feng gently closed the door that had not been properly shut, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "It appears my skin is still too thin. It requires some fortitude. Whenever the opportunity arises, I must gather Duchangi, Reina, and little Annie together for a grand night of shared slumber, indulging in a delightful four-person revelry until dawn." Surely, Duchangi would no longer be shy after that. Chapter 85. Lin Feng as compensation. What troubles you? Upon returning to his room, Lin Feng was taken aback to find Reina and Annie glaring at him with furrowed brows, their jealousy palpable yet unspoken. The proud little lowly Annie donned her adorable shoes, and with a graceful leap, she dove into Lin Feng's embrace, revealing her charming little fangs as she playfully bit down on his shoulder, mumbling, "Brother Feng, I absolutely detest it. Does that sister Qiangwei possess cuteness as delightful as little Nini? Oh, are we feeling jealous?" Lin Feng chuckled, pinching Annie's rosy cheeks affectionately before placing the little lowly on the bed. The goddess herself was extraordinarily beautiful, with a figure that was breathtaking, her curves pronounced, and her legs long and slender. Yet, that insufferable woman Qiangwei did possess a waist that was indeed a tad slimmer than his own. Meanwhile, Reina sat nearby, murmuring in a tone thick with envy. Lin Feng gently embraced the proud little lowly and Reina, softly saying, "All right, didn't we agree not to get angry? It is entirely normal for a woman to feel jealous. It signifies that both Reina and Annie harbor profound affection for Lin Feng. If they were indifferent to him, why would jealousy taint their moods? Does Reina love Lin Feng? Without a doubt. If she were not fond of him, would she engage in intimacy with him? Certainly. This love must be accompanied by boundless tolerance, for Lin Feng is not solely hers to possess, yet he is the only man she desires. As for Annie, the proud little lowly, to her, Lin Feng represents her sky, perhaps even her entire world. Without him, the heavens would lose their hues, and the world would fade to monochrome. She relishes this carefree existence, cherishing moments spent in Lin Feng's company, yet she does not cling to him. She enjoys nestling in his embrace without overwhelming him, appearing as a proud little lowly, yet she simply wishes to remain by his side for eternity. Reina feigned a stern expression, fixing her gaze on Lin Feng, and declared seriously, "I don't care. You must compensate this goddess." Annie, the little lowly, also raised her face and pouted at Lin Feng, saying, "Exactly. Nini wants compensation too. What do you wish for?" Lin Feng chuckled, particularly fond of pinching Annie's adorable rosy cheeks. "Ah, don't pinch me, brother Feng. Nini's cute little face will become ugly," Annie protested, pulling his hand away from her face. Suddenly, Reina sat up, leaning closer to Lin Feng, her face mere inches from his, and with a cold smile, said, "Feng, I want the guanyin sitting on a lotus pose." Annie, the proud little lowly, also emerged from Lin Feng's embrace, shaking his arm, her face flushed with shyness as she said, "Brother Feng, Nini wants that old. What was it? The pushcart. All right. You two little fairies dare to tempt me." Lin Feng grinned at Reina and Annie. It must be noted that due to daily training, the time they spent together in tender moments was almost non-existent after their first intimate encounter. It was as if fish were out of water. How could they survive? Lin Feng's desires had long been unquenched. What is this desire, you may wonder? It is a magic staff that can expand or contract, thicken or thin, capable of bending or straightening. What else could it be? Thus, an astonishing and intense close combat battle was about to unfold. It was Reina who took the lead as the vanguard of the female legion, launching the initial offensive against Lin Feng, completely engulfing him without leaving a trace. However, soon after, under the fierce assault from Lin Feng's troops, Reina began to retreat in disarray, nearly leading to her own downfall. Annie, the mischievous little girl, exacerbated the situation by assisting her brother Feng in attacking Reina, which led to Reina's unfortunate plight, caught between Lin Feng's forces and Annie's relentless attacks. As a result, both fronts fell into chaos. The restless little girl, while bombarding Reina, waved her flag and cheered, "Go, brother Feng. Keep going." The scene quickly spiraled out of control. Had it not been for the room's exceptional soundproofing, it likely would have drawn the attention of others in the base. Reina, overwhelmed and bereft of any means to counterattack, lamented her earlier decision to provoke Lin Feng. No. She cried out in despair, having been utterly defeated, her forces collapsing like a house of cards. At that moment, Annie found herself in a rather unfortunate situation. The proud little girl was splattered with Reina's essence. Looking down at her small hands, glistening and sticky, she marveled, "Brother Feng. How amazing. Sister Reina is completely overwhelmed." Author's note. Ahem. Some have remarked that the author's writing lacks decorum and is utterly devoid of moral integrity. The author timidly inquires, "Is this truly the case?" Upon finishing this chapter, let us chant together, Bodhi, Bodhi. The moon descended behind the western mountains, and a pale light appeared on the horizon, heralding the dawn. Lin Feng, Reina, and Annie fought until destiny beckoned them. The primary reason for their prolonged battle was the relentless downpour that night, leaving no alternative refuge. But perhaps this is merely an excuse, for Lin Feng found great pleasure in the experience. No wonder it is said that the gentle embrace is the grave of heroes. In bed, Lin Feng held Reina's delicate figure in one arm, his gaze unfocused as he stared at the ceiling, while on the other side, Annie, resembling a docile kitten, clung tightly to Lin Feng's arm, lost in slumber. Naturally, her stamina paled in comparison to Reina's, and having frolicked with her brother Feng throughout the night, she felt utterly exhausted yet immensely satisfied. Chapter 86, A Wrath from Heaven. Another day had passed, and the wandering Rise arrived at the training base, summoning Lin Feng, Jace, and others to the conference room. In attendance were Lin Feng, Reina, Jace, and besides the elder blue-haired Rise, Miss Teacher and Sona were also present. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and inquired of Rise, "Old Blue, has something happened?" A sense of unease began to rise within him. Rise, stroking his balding head in distress, sighed and replied, "My boy, I sense that darkness is about to descend. A demigod of evil has traversed through a wormhole, and its terrifying power is something we cannot withstand at present." Seeing the serious expressions on both Rise and Lin Feng, Lena spoke up, "Am I not capable as well?" Rise sighed deeply, saying, "You are not your grandfather, and you are still just a child. How can you face such an evil spirit alone?" Lena furrowed her delicate brows and glanced at the distracted Lin Feng before asking Rise, "What then shall we do?" Rise rose to address the group, declaring, "I know what this malevolent spirit intends to spread." Sona, with a grave tone, questioned, "Is it disease?" Rise shook his head and explained, "No. What I witnessed in my nightmare was a fallen angel, one who has been reborn from an angel to a demon. Their realm is likely several million light years away from ours. Is this scientifically plausible?" The taciturn Jace interjected. Lena nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. What can a dream possibly signify?" Rise elaborated, "In truth, my brain has long since established a microwave connection with military satellites." Miss, the teacher, softly added, "Indeed, this is the result of military satellite reconnaissance." Rise resumed his seat, casting a curious glance at the distracted Lin Feng, and asked, "Hey, boy, what are you pondering?" However, he received no response from Lin Feng. Lena, concerned, waved her hand in front of him, asking, "Phone, what's wrong?" "Phone? Oh." Lin Feng snapped back to reality, noticing everyone's gaze upon him, and asked, "Is something the matter?" Rai scrutinized Lin Feng with intrigue and jested, "Boy, you aren't afraid, are you?" "Afraid? Huh. Fear is not my style." Lin Feng chuckled, touching his nose. With half-closed eyes, Rise regarded Lin Feng and suddenly asked, "Boy, do you know something?" "Indeed. I just didn't expect it to arrive so swiftly." Lin Feng responded decisively, revealing his surprise that Morgana would descend to Earth so much earlier than he had anticipated, by roughly a month. "Oh, then do share what you know." Rise gestured, for since Lin Feng had entered the Super God Academy, Rise sensed that Lin Feng was different from everyone else. Yet he could not quite articulate what felt amiss. Lin Feng approached the windowsill and gently drew up the curtains, stating, "Old Blue is not mistaken, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The malevolent deity arriving on Earth is none other than the Demon Queen, Morgana." As the curtains were lifted by Lin Feng, raindrops pelted against the window. This torrential downpour had persisted since last night and showed no signs of abating. In fact, it seemed to intensify with each passing moment. "How do you know this?" Swana inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "The decision to divulge this information rests with me, while your belief in it is entirely up to you," Lin Feng replied. Turning back to face her, he was uncertain of how to articulate his knowledge. Was he to confess that he possessed foreknowledge of the events to unfold from his previous life? Rise squinted, scrutinizing Lin Feng with a penetrating gaze, as if attempting to discern every facet of his being. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine under that piercing gaze, and he coldly remarked, "Hey, old bluehead, why are you looking at me like that?" Rise, maintaining a serious expression, ominously replied, "Kid, do you possess knowledge of the events that are to unfold in the future?" Lin Feng cast a glance at the others and spoke with an enigmatic tone, "Indeed, that is correct." Upon hearing this, everyone gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment. Reina, incredulous, turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Feng, can you truly foresee the events of the future?" As Lin Feng observed the crowd gazing at him with expressions of eager discontent, he smiled playfully and remarked, "The secrets of the heavens must not be divulged, otherwise I may incur divine retribution." In truth, Lin Feng wished to impart knowledge to them. Yet he understood that such revelations would be futile. The events that were to unfold were beyond anyone's control, and given the current military capabilities of Earth, there was little that could be done to avert them. Rather than allowing them to remain in a state of anxiety and fear, it would be far better for them to remain blissfully ignorant and let things take their natural course. "It appears you also have your own burdens. I shall not press you further," said Ruiz, choosing not to dwell excessively on the matter. Ruiz then turned to Lin Feng and inquired, "Well then, can you at least share something about that malevolent deity? The one you mentioned earlier, Morgana. Don't tell me you are unaware." Lin Feng gazed pensively at the raindrops outside the window and slowly remarked, "Morgana, the queen of the Demon Legion, a proponent of fallen angelism, and the sister of the angelic Queen Kale. As for her purpose for coming to Earth, I remain in the dark, even in the original narrative. The reasons behind Morgana's arrival on our planet are not thoroughly elucidated. It is only known that following her descent with the Demon Legion, her sister, the angelic Queen Kale, also descended with the angelic legion to pursue Morgana. Subsequently, the shadowy world Escarthus led his voracious army to invade Earth, culminating in a chaotic upheaval." Lin Feng consoled Rise, saying, "Do not be overly concerned, my old blue-headed friend. After all, we have the Super God Squad, do we not?" Sona also addressed Rise, "Indeed, we are not without our fighting chance. Some adversaries can be vanquished with missiles, while those from the nuclear aftermath, immune to such harm for millennia, pose a different challenge." Turning her gaze to Lin Feng, Sona smiled gently, "These foes must rely on you and the Super God Squad. Yes, all of us in the Super God Squad shall exert every effort, even at the cost of our lives." Lin Feng's eyes, deep and contemplative, gazed out at the rainbow on the horizon as the rain began to subside. Jace and Rena stood tall, their voices ringing out, "We are always prepared." Rise rose, surveying the trio of young warriors before him, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as he declared, "No, you cannot perish. The nation has invested immense resources and manpower in training your squad. Each of you is of unparalleled importance to the country. Therefore, none of you may die without the nation's consent." Chapter 87. The storm approaches. As the day progressed into the afternoon, the Super God Squad gathered for training. Standing in a neat row, after 2 months of intensive training, they had successfully transformed into a razor-sharp blade, ready to emerge from its sheath. Lin Feng approached the members of the Super God team and spoke in a calm tone, "This afternoon there will be no training. We will commence with simulated confrontations. Just as before, Reina and Jess will each lead a group. That is all. You are dismissed." Suddenly, Catherine shouted loudly, "Report." Lin Feng, who was about to leave, paused and turned to glance at Catherine, saying, "Speak. Captain, did something happen last night?" Catherine asked timidly, gazing at Lin Feng. She had keenly noticed the unusual circumstances at the base. Even the ordinary soldiers stationed there had diminished significantly, vanishing without a trace. It seemed evident that a grave incident had occurred. Lin Feng cast a glance at the crowd and spoke in a deep voice, "Catherine is indeed correct. Just last night, in Huang Village outside of Giant Gorge City, it vanished without a trace, reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing this, the members of the Super God team were left in utter astonishment, their faces reflecting shock, with the exceptions of Reina and Jess. What on earth? Is this real? Is it a hoax? Could it be that we are facing an extraterrestrial invasion? Lin Feng furrowed his brows in displeasure and exclaimed, "Silence." The members of the Super God team were taken aback, unsure of why Lin Feng had suddenly erupted in such fury. Indeed, how could they comprehend the immense pressure weighing upon his heart? Sometimes, knowing too much, especially foreseeing future events, imposes an invisible burden. Sighing melancholically, Lin Feng rubbed his nose and said, "I ought not to disclose this to you, but since you possess capabilities that transcend the era, you must learn to shoulder responsibility. Is there anything you wish to express?" The members of the Super God team exchanged bewildered glances, feeling somewhat at a loss. Garen scratched the back of his head and, with resignation, remarked, "To be honest, I don't understand my abilities at all. What am I truly capable of? I never intended to save the world when I arrived here. It's all rather confusing." Amidst this special training session, Garen was the only one in the Super God team still unaware of the true nature of his skills. With the exception of the aerial technique and shield that Lin Feng had taught them, Zhao Xian, wearing a troubled expression, chimed in, "Indeed, I feel as if I've been led into a trap. For so long, all I've done is endure beatings and training. I've accomplished nothing else." With a serious countenance, the silver-haired Rui Mingming declared, "I must go. I aspire to become the woman of the Super God King. I am determined to protect everyone and safeguard the Earth." Catherine, moved by Rui Mingming's words, added, "I will also go. After all, I am a police officer." "What about you, Reina?" Reina glanced at Catherine and replied, "As the class leader of the Super God team, it is only natural that I must participate. There is nothing more to discuss." Duchangi furrowed her brows. Her face clouded with a hint of despondency as she said, "Among you, aside from Reina, I fear I am the only one who has truly encountered a deity. In comparison, we are indeed lacking." "Javon, what about you?" Zhao Xian inquired of Javon, who stood nearby. Javon took a moment to reflect before stepping out of the line. His voice steady as he stated, "The Earth has reached a critical juncture." Lin Feng had yet to utter a word when Jess, positioned at the forefront of the formation, could no longer contain himself. With a furrowed brow, he barked, "Has the captain summoned you? Return to your place." Jess was intolerant of any insubordination. As a soldier, failing to adhere to unwavering discipline rendered one no different from those ruffians on the streets. Javen felt a twinge of embarrassment and rejoined the ranks, attempting to compose his expression once more. He gravely proclaimed, "Earth has reached a perilous juncture. I can no longer afford to remain inconspicuous. Step back." Just commanded again. Unbeknownst to him, Javen gradually stepped out of line once more, making his pretense appear utterly futile. Indeed, a complete failure. Lin Feng glanced at Didi and softly inquired, "What about you? Ren2 go?" Didi was momentarily taken aback, entirely unprepared for the captain's question. He quickly responded, "I am a warrior. My country requires me, and I shall unhesitatingly position myself at the forefront of the battlefield." As he spoke, Didi turned to the others and continued, "I am aware that, aside from the captain, you all regard me as a scoundrel and a failure. You do not understand, and I shall not argue. Indeed, while Didi may have only completed elementary school and appeared to be a rough character, his intellect was not lacking. He could sense the disdain that others held towards him, a sentiment stemming from his past life as a notorious thug before arriving at the Super God Academy. It was only Lin Feng who treated him with genuine kindness, truly considering him as a friend and brother. Lin Feng approached Didi, gently patting his shoulder with a smile and remarked, "Very good, this is quite impressive." The usually taciturn Iwuji interjected, "Kushio, Alewa is a proud warrior. Alewa will join you in the quest." At a critical moment, Uncle Xian's reliability was in question. His poor command of Chinese was enough to induce discomfort. Catherine inquired with astonishment, "What kind of reasoning is that?" Iwuji, unfazed and composed, replied, "Kushio, what reason is needed to save the world? If you wish to go, go. If not, then leave. All right, everyone prepare yourselves. The drills for confrontation are about to commence." Lin Feng commanded the group. The members of the Super God team stood upright, responding in unison, "Understood. Now, Jezrina, I leave the next part to you. Explain." With that, Lin Feng turned and departed. In the dark realm of the abyss, an ominously shadowed altar stood. Karthus, wielding his staff, approached the platform, scoffing as he declared, "As for Morgana, I see no reason to be wary. Sooner or later, she will be bested by her sister. However, we must summon something entertaining. I shall call forth their demon king." With those words, Karthus waved his staff, unleashing a surge of malevolent magic that ascended into the heavens. Chapter 88. Moral Decay. Lin Feng walked towards the eastern side of the base. Arriving at the staff dormitory building, room B-1026, which belonged to Suona. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he noticed that it seemed slightly ajar. He entered the room and closed the door behind him. Where could Suona and the little girl have gone? Lin Feng wondered. Upon entering, he discovered Annie, the somewhat proud little girl, lying on the bed, soundly asleep, her rosy lips nearly drooling. At that moment, the sound of water splashing emerged from the bathroom on the balcony. Lin Feng's expression momentarily froze. Could it be that Suona was taking a bath? Lin Feng, feeling somewhat parched, swallowed hard and approached the bedside. He pinched the delicate, porcelain-like face of the little girl with a playful yet firm grasp. In her slumber, Annie furrowed her tiny brow, swatting away Lin Feng's hand that had grasped her cheek. Pouting in discontent, she exclaimed, "Brother Feng, you are so naughty." Lin Feng initially believed that Annie had awakened, yet to his surprise, this little girl showed no signs of stirring. How outrageous. Is this not a blatant attempt to create an opportunity that would compel him to commit a crime? To go or not to go? Lin Feng felt a moment of restrained conflict within himself, yet ultimately resolved to go. Who could possibly resist the allure of Suona's 36E figure? To abstain would be an act of cowardice, akin to a lifelong affliction of impotence. Lin Feng quietly departed from the room and made his way to the balcony. He cast a furtive glance back, feeling a twinge of guilt as he confirmed that the little girl on the bed was indeed sound asleep. Only then did he feel reassured enough to stealthily approach the bathroom. Lin Feng sensed that his breathing had become somewhat erratic, and his heart raced with a blend of anxiety and exhilaration. It was a thrilling sensation, akin to that of a thief, as this was the first time in both his past and present life that he engaged in such an endeavor. What Lin Feng remained unaware of was that, just as he departed from the room, the originally peaceful and abruptly sat up, gazing at the fading sound of Lin Feng's presence. With an innocent smile gracing her delicate face, her lips curled into a crescent moon shape, exuding a hint of mischievous triumph. On the balcony, indeed, Lin Feng was engaging in an act akin to thievery, a flower thief of sorts. Undertaking such endeavors demands a considerable level of skill. First and foremost, one must possess audacity beyond measure, and secondly, one must not waver in fear. However, such expertise is typically innate to any individual endowed with masculinity. Lin Feng gently leaned against the crack of the bathroom door, and through the narrow opening, he caught a glimpse of the scene inside, causing his pupils to constrict suddenly. What the hell? Lin Feng, trembling slightly, steadied himself against the wall as a fiery sensation surged within him, fearing that he might suddenly succumb to an overwhelming urge. From this vantage point, he had an unobstructed view of the scene within. In the bathroom, a delicate mist enveloped the air, where Suona luxuriated in a bubble-filled bathtub. Her bare body relaxed and at ease. She hummed a light and airy melody, her soft, almost boneless hands tenderly caressing her skin, leaving no inch unattended. As if each contour were fragile and precious, she lavished particular attention on her voluptuous figure, cherishing her curves as treasures destined for her future husband and children. It was imperative that she nurtured them with utmost care. This perspective afforded Lin Feng a feast for the eyes, providing him with a clear and thorough view of Suona's enchanting form. As Lin Feng indulged in his clandestine observation, he incessantly berated himself within the confines of his conscience, lamenting the depths of his moral decay. Under the bright light of day, this upright man found himself furtively gazing upon the innocent maiden bathing, a deed so depraved that it seemed to strip away his humanity, rendering him a pitiful wretch devoid of virtue. Yet, he could not deny the allure it held for him. As Suona delicately cleansed her fragrant shoulders, she lifted her head, revealing a swan-like neck, while her ample bosom nearly escaped its confines. It was a sight both captivating and commanding. If only her hands could rise a little higher. Lin Feng admired the alluring figure of Suona, with her slender waist and graceful curves, while he himself was already aroused, a fire of desire igniting within him. Just then, a voice from behind startled him. It was Annie, the little girl. "Brother Feng, what are you doing?" she innocently inquired, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Lin Feng was taken aback and, upon turning around, discovered it was Annie. His taut nerves relaxed slightly as he quickly signaled the little girl to be quiet, whispering, "Nini, do not speak, otherwise, brother might be in peril." Oh, the proud little girl, Annie, gazed at Lin Feng with a knowing look, suddenly scrunching her adorable nose and huffing. "Brother Feng is such a bad egg, peeking at Sister Suona while she bathes. Goodness, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine, hastily crouching down to cover the little girl's mouth. How audacious she was. It was over. Surely, Suona in the bathroom must have heard that. Indeed. A voice laced with mild irritation emanated from the bathroom. Lin Feng, what are you doing out there? Well, Lin Feng was at a loss for words, only managing to chuckle awkwardly. Inside the bathroom, Suona had already wrapped a towel around herself and gracefully stepped out of the bathtub, opening the door with a frosty glare directed at Lin Feng, demanding, "What are you doing here?" Lin Feng found himself momentarily speechless, typically so clever and articulate. He could not muster a single word at this moment. It seemed his audacity had led to his capture. To be caught in such an embarrassing act on his very first attempt was indeed awkward. Behind Lin Feng, the little girl Annie leaped onto his back, lamenting, "Brother Feng, you are such a scoundrel. Even if Sister Sona's bosom is slightly larger than mine, you should not have peered at her while she bathes." Ah, so Sona's bosom is merely a tad more ample than Annie's? This haughty little girl could utter such insincere words without fear of her adorable nose growing longer. A faint blush gradually crept onto Sona's icy countenance. To be honest, she was at a loss for what to do or say. Should she loudly confront Lin Feng about his indiscretion, or perhaps unleash a magic spell to send him tumbling off the balcony? Chapter 89. Too much melodrama. Lin Feng turned to Annie, who was clinging to him like a koala, and with a wry smile, said, "Nini, could you please come down?" "No way. No way." Annie stubbornly replied, her small fist raining down on Lin Feng like a flurry of raindrops. "All right, Nini, stop messing around." Lin Feng reached back to pull Annie down, but the defiant little girl refused to relent. Her tiny, chubby hands clutched tightly to Lin Feng's collar, yanking him forward and causing him to grimace in discomfort. Off balance, he stumbled, desperately trying to grasp onto something for support. The distance between him and Shauna, who was already quite close, was about to close even further. Then, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. Lin Feng abruptly yanked the modest bath towel from Sona, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Before him stood Sona, utterly unclad, her voluptuous 36E figure captivating his entire attention. It was a stark contrast to the mere glimpse he had caught through the door crack. Peering in had been akin to witnessing the enchanting visage of a goddess obscured by a delicate veil. Akin to the sensation of holding a condom while standing at a distance, yet feeling as if one were on a long-distance call. Now, however, there was no veil. No barrier at all. Sona was completely exposed. As the towel slipped from her, a chill coursed over Sona's body. Upon noticing Lin Feng's unabashed gaze, she was momentarily frozen, only to snap back to reality with a sharp scream, hastily attempting to cover her bosom with her hands. Yet, as she shielded her upper half, she was left vulnerable below. In her fluster, she tried to cover both, but her single hand could not suffice for her ample curves. "You naughty rascal, stop staring," Sona exclaimed, her face burning with embarrassment, nearly brought to tears by the intensity of his gaze. In her agitation, she raised her long, elegant leg to kick Lin Feng. However, in her flustered state, she had forgotten her own vulnerability. As she attempted to strike him, her other foot slipped on the wet tiles, having just emerged from the bathtub. Her delicate feet left traces of water on the pristine white floor. With a startled cry, Sona instinctively closed her eyes, realizing that she had made far too many mistakes that day, even forgetting that she possessed extraordinary abilities. Lin Feng, with remarkable agility, swiftly caught Suna, one hand grasping her leg as she attempted to kick, while the other supported her delicate waist. With a soft thud, Suna collapsed onto Lin Feng, her generous curves pressing against him, nearly rendering him breathless. Such a situation felt overwhelmingly intense and overwhelming to Lin Feng, who instinctively gasped for air. In that moment, both Lin Feng and Suna found themselves momentarily frozen in time. As Lin Feng opened his mouth, he felt as though a small cherry had found its way inside. And, in a reckless moment, he gently bit down. A soft gasp escaped Suna, as if in pain, her strength evaporating as she languidly succumbed into Lin Feng's embrace. "Brother Feng, you truly are a rogue," exclaimed Annie, the little girl who had somehow descended from Lin Feng's side, shyly covering her eyes with her small hands. Lin Feng hastily released Suan-na, assisting her to her feet, and sincerely expressed his regret, saying, "I am truly sorry, it was not my intention." Suan-na lifted her delicate head, her face flushed crimson, and gazed at Lin Feng with dreamy eyes, remarking, "You have taken such advantage of me. What shall you do now?" Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. After a moment of composure, he suggested, "Could we perhaps put on some clothes? It feels rather awkward for me to see you like this." "Awkward? You are the one in this position with me." Do you not feel awkward? Su Na retorted with a statement that left Lin Feng utterly speechless. Lin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face flushing as he awkwardly explained, "This truly cannot be blamed on me." As he spoke, he shifted his position, but this only exacerbated the situation. Meanwhile, Suona's cheeks burned with a deep crimson hue as she let out a soft whimper, her delicate head once again resting weakly against Lin Feng. Breathing heavily, Suona playfully scolded him in a whisper by his ear, "You naughty rascal, how dare you steal a glance while I bathe? I suppose you have had your fill now?" Indeed, not only had Lin Feng seen her in her entirety, but he had also taken a daring bite at a private area, and it was likely that traces of his saliva lingered there still. Lin Feng gently hooked his left arm around Su Na's beautiful leg, lowering it as he sheepishly remarked, "This is entirely accidental, purely accidental. I originally came to find Ni, but upon arriving here, I discovered the door ajar, so I entered. And then, well, what transpired next, Su Na is already aware." "Nonsense. Before I entered the bathroom, I distinctly noticed that the door was securely locked. How could it possibly have been open?" Su Na questioned, her voice laced with indignation. Lin Feng murmured in confusion, "How is that even possible? When I arrived, the door was not only unlocked but barely closed." In an instant, both Suona and Lin Feng turned their heads towards Annie, who was watching the scene with keen interest. Oh no, the little girl, Annie, appeared startled and swiftly donned an innocent expression, cutely exclaiming, "Oh, by the way, Nini hasn't eaten the lollipop hidden beneath the pillow yet. That's simply one do. If it melts, it would be a disaster. Nini absolutely cannot waste it." With that, the proud little girl hurriedly left the balcony and returned to her room, seemingly to eliminate the lollipop she had mentioned. Lin Feng seemed to comprehend the situation, yet he refrained from articulating it, harboring a sense of perplexity over the little girl's motives. Upon noticing Annie's departure, Su Na found herself alone with Lin Feng, becoming somewhat flustered and uneasy. Lin Feng picked up the towel that had fallen to the ground, gently patting away the non-existent dust, before carefully draping it once more over Suona, whose form resembled that of a tender lamb. Suona gazed at Lin Feng with a hint of melancholy and remarked, "What is the point of covering up now? You've seen everything already." Indeed, in a moment of anger earlier, she had raised her leg to kick Lin Feng, and in that fleeting moment, he had seen her in all her entirety. Now, was there any part of her that Lin Feng had not already beheld? Lin Feng lightly touched the tip of his nose and smiled faintly. "What? Do you perhaps have a penchant for exhibitionism, Suona? You are the one with such tendencies." Suona retorted, biting her lip, a mysterious blush rising to her cheeks. Chapter 90. The Principles of the Little Loli in the Command Center of the base. The Super God team, led by Jess and Reina, was engaged in a counter-exercise. The LCD screens mounted on the walls were meticulously monitoring their every move. Lin Feng sat in the prominent chair, while Annie, the petite little girl, nestled in his embrace. Her delicate legs, adorned in purple and white-striped stockings, swayed joyfully as she half reclined against him, contentedly licking a lollipop. Beside them, seated on another chair, was Su Na, clad in a turquoise palace gown. She was somewhat distracted, her gaze fixed on the surveillance screen, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Feng and the little girl in his arms. Following their recent encounter, the dynamics between Su Na and Lin Feng had grown rather intricate. With a heavy heart, Su Na lowered her head, feeling a flutter of unease within. She pondered. This rogue has already seen everything. Aside from an apology, does he not know to say something else? What should I do now? Suddenly, lost in thought, she felt a gentle tug on her small hand. Looking up, she realized it was Lin Feng holding her hand. Her eyes flickered as her fair hand slipped from his grasp, and she retorted, "Why are you holding my hand? Do you not think you have tormented me enough?" A hint of melancholy tinged her tone. Lin Feng smiled lightly without uttering a word, merely grasping tightly the delicate, almost boneless hand of Su Na. As Su Na realized her struggles were in vain, she surrendered to the moment. Her small hand enveloped within Lin Feng's, she felt an inexplicable absence of resistance. Rather a peculiar sensation. Could it be that she, like Duchangi, had also succumbed to the stirrings of spring? At that moment, Annie, who was blissfully indulging in her lollipop, suddenly noticed the entwined hands of Lin Feng and Su Na. This revelation displeased the haughty little girl, who pouted and exclaimed in irritation, "Brother Feng, you naughty rascal. It seems you indeed prefer those with ample bosoms." Lin Feng scratched his nose and, with a hint of meaning in his words, remarked, "It is of no use if it is merely what my brother likes." Upon hearing this, Shona lowered her head, her heart entangled in a chaotic web of emotions. What was Lin Feng implying with his words? Was he hinting at something directed towards her? Truly a mischievous rogue. What business did a grown man have with such insinuations? Could it be that he desired her to confess her feelings, to engage in a playful exchange? Meanwhile, Annie turned around and nestled in Lin Feng's embrace, her small hands encircling his neck as she pouted. Nini doesn't care. Brother Feng must compensate Nini. What a delightfully proud little loli. Lin Feng gently patted Annie's adorable little head, amusedly inquiring, Nini, what compensation do you desire from your brother? Surely, you do not wish for something akin to the last time, demanding some whimsical pose like old man pushing a cart, do you? Can this little loli truly withstand such a thing? I recall her previous outcry. Naturally, such thoughts remained confined to Lin Feng's mind, as Suona was still present, rendering them unspeakable. Suona lifted her head, a charming smile gracing her lips, and addressed the little loli with a playful grin. Sister, how about I buy you some lollipops if you forgive your brother Feng? Would that suffice? Perhaps even Suona herself was unaware of why she felt compelled to speak on Lin Feng's behalf. Absolutely not, Annie declared with unwavering conviction. Nini would never compromise her principles for a mere lollipop. The proud little loli was not so easily swayed. Lin Feng gently pinched Annie's scrunched-up little nose, a smile gracing his lips as he waved 2 fingers before her, solemnly stating, then how about 2 lollipops? Upon hearing this, the little girl, Annie, immediately became indignant, her sparkling eyes glaring at Lin Feng. After a brief pause, she, with a hint of persuasion in her tone, replied, 10. Lin Feng gently shook his head, expressing his dissent as he said, no. Annie, with her small face looking pitifully at Lin Feng, pleaded, 8. Lin Feng shook his head and replied, no. Consuming too many sweets will lead to cavities. Annie, with her tiny hands clasped around Lin Feng's arm, sweetly implored, Brother Feng, how about just 5? This is Nini's absolute limit. Shana, observing from the side, was left in disbelief, her expression marked by frustration as she thought to herself, so, little loli, your principles in life are merely worth 5 lollipops? Lin Feng feigned a hint of reluctance as he said, all right, just 5. Oh yeah, Brother Feng is the best, exclaimed Annie, the little loli, who successfully tricked him into giving her candy, her joy evident as she planted a kiss on Lin Feng's cheek. Meanwhile, Sona, observing the two, felt a twinge of discomfort. She was acutely aware of the relationship between Annie and Lin Feng. As a healer, she possessed a profound understanding of human anatomy and could easily discern that Annie was no longer a maiden. The same applied to the goddess of dawn, Lena. And it seemed that Lin Feng's relationship with Duchangi was also rather ambiguous. Of course, Sona was oblivious to the fact that her own connection with Lin Feng was similarly unclear. Having previously conducted a physical examination on Annie, Sona had discovered the true nature of Annie's vitality and skeletal structure, realizing that Annie was not merely the 12 or 13-year-old girl she appeared to be, but rather an eternal loli who would never grow up. Moreover, would an ordinary young girl invite Lin Feng in to peek at her while she bathed? Although the motives behind Annie's actions remained a mystery, one thing was certain, she would never harm herself or her beloved brother Feng. Beneath Annie's seemingly innocent exterior lay a mature and composed heart, a lowly in form, yet an elder sister in spirit. Lin Feng entrusted Annie to Su Na's care. During these 2 months, Annie typically sat quietly on the balcony, absorbed in the books that Lin Feng had brought her, resembling a delicate fairy untouched by the mundane world. Occasionally, her small face would reveal a look of longing, unmistakably thinking of her beloved brother Feng. Only when she was with Lin Feng did Annie transform into that adorable, innocent little girl, relishing the moments spent in his embrace. Perhaps, in the eyes of this little girl, Lin Feng constituted her entire universe. Su Na often pondered why this little girl was so enamored with Lin Feng. What could possibly make him so extraordinary, aside from his lecherous nature? Chapter 91. Deception and Warfare. The confrontation between the 2 teams of the Super God Group had officially commenced. In the first training ground, the trio from Daban stood like a barricade in the middle of the path. Garen lowered his head and asked Jarvan and Zhao Xian, what should we do to pass the time? At that moment, distant footsteps echoed, and the Daban trio looked up to see Rui Meng Meng, Iwuji, and Didi approaching with weapons in hand, their expressions menacing. They're coming! They're coming! Jarvan exclaimed, a hint of panic in his voice, though a subtle smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. Garen and Zhao Xian were equally flustered, unsure of what to do. What now? What now? Seeing the Daban trio falter, Rui Meng Meng and her companions felt a surge of pride. Uncle Iwuji laughed heartily, exclaiming, finally, I can showcase the might of my limitless swordsmanship. Di arrogantly cracked his neck, boasting, "My blood is boiling. I am the force that slays gods." Noticing that Rui Mingming had yet to finish, Iwuji inquired, "How about you, Rui Mingming?" Me? Ha ha ha," Rui Mingming stammered, forcing a series of awkward laughs. Regaining her composure, she pondered while pinching her cute chin. "I'm doing well. Well, I aim to become the woman who reigns as the super god king." Garen, leaning towards Jarvan and Zhao Exine, whispered, "Are we sure this is the right course of action?" Jarvan patted Garen's shoulder earnestly, saying, "Enough of the chatter. Remember, you are no longer that hapless street brawler." Zhao Exine mirrored the gesture on the other shoulder, his expression serious as he added, "Indeed, one must never underestimate the power of deception." "Very well," Garen declared, drawing his grand sword from the ground and shouting towards Rui Mingming and her companions, "Then let them come." Charge." Rui Mingming tightened her grip on her short sword, while the D raised his long axe, and Iwuji followed closely with his katana. However, the Daban trio halted midway, their faces breaking into lewd smiles. A sense of foreboding surged within Rui Mingming and her companions. Though they were silly and naive, it did not imply they were foolish. They had fallen into a trap. At that moment, a gunshot echoed from afar. Bang! A golden bullet erupted from the chamber, hurtling towards its target. Thud! The unfortunate Uncle Iwujing fell to the ground, lifeless after taking the hit. Rui Mingming cast a glance towards the distant artillery, where Catherine was poised with her sniper rifle, a true embodiment of treachery. Who would have thought that the Reina team had laid such a cunning trap? Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and poor D was caught in the crossfire. Collapsing to the ground, limbs convulsing, eyes rolling back, foam spilling from his mouth, Rui Mingming, seething with indignation, glared at the trio of Daban. Her small fist clenched in fury, exclaiming, "No, absolutely not. How can I, Mingming, be defeated by such despicable tactics? I will not allow it." Bang! Catherine pulled the trigger once more, a golden bullet slicing through the air, and inevitably, Rui Mingming too succumbed to the onslaught. "Is it truly this simple? Have we won?" The Daban trio exclaimed joyfully, showing no concern for their underhanded ambush, as long as they emerged victorious and survived the battlefield. What did it matter if their methods were ignoble? At the training base, in the Control Center's command platform, Lin Feng gently touched the tip of his nose, his heart heavy with sorrow as he remarked, "It seems their combat experience is still insufficient. This is my fault." In the midst of the battlefield, where deception is rampant and strategy is paramount, it is imperative to be astute. Soldiers must embrace cunning. Firstly, the presence of Catherine, a ranged ADC, in Reina's squad is glaringly evident. Secondly, how could the trio of mischievous fellows from Daban brazenly stand in the middle of the road, seeking confrontation? Moreover, when Iwujin was the first to be struck, the remaining Rumingming and D stood frozen in place, utterly oblivious to the necessity of seeking cover. Ultimately, were the techniques of void dance and the protective shield, which Lin Feng imparted, learned in vain? In the face of an uncertain enemy, failing to cast a protective shield upon oneself renders its acquisition pointless. Was it merely intended to shield against the rain? Such an idea is rather amusing. Perhaps Lin Feng should consider applying for a patent. Noticing Lin Feng's exasperated demeanor, Suona chuckled softly and said, "Lin Feng, they are still quite immature, their wings yet unformed. This requires the passage of time for growth, or perhaps a baptism of iron and blood to facilitate their metamorphosis." Indeed, Lin Feng nodded in agreement, gently stroking the sleeping head of Annie, the little girl who had long since dozed off in his embrace, indifferent to the unfolding events. "By the way, Suona, please connect me to Jace's communicator." Lin Feng addressed Suona. "Certainly," Suona replied softly, operating the control panel to link the microphone before Lin Feng to Jace's communicator. Lin Feng spoke into the microphone resting on the table. "Hello, Jess, can you hear me, Captain?" Jess's tone was somewhat surprised, but he quickly responded, "Reporting to you, Captain." "I can hear you." Lin Feng inquired, "Are you aware of the foolish antics that Rui Mingming, Iwuji, and Di just engaged in?" It is certain that the three of them acted independently, for had Jace been present to command, the outcome would undoubtedly have been different. "They mentioned their intent to gather intelligence on the enemy, and I acquiesced, yet they have yet to return," Jace elucidated. Subsequently, Lin Feng recounted the recent events to Jace. After absorbing Lin Feng's words, Jace fell into a moment of contemplation and admitted, "Captain, this is my fault. No, your intentions were commendable, yet the choices made were misguided." Lin Feng replied, thoughtfully rubbing his nose. "Indeed, Had Jace dispatched someone other than Rui Miming and her companions, such as the assassin Duchangi, his team would not have suffered the loss of 3 members. Yes, Captain, I comprehend. Jace humbly accepted Lin Feng's admonition. Now, regarding Rui Miming and her associates, you know what must be done? Understood. Chapter 92. During the drill in the primary training ground, Jace was imparting a profound lesson on military strategy to Rui Miming, Didi, and Iwuji. With an expression as stern as stone, he reprimanded, "It appears you have watched too many cartoons. In warfare, one cannot simply charge forward wielding hammers and axes indiscriminately. Warfare demands unwavering discipline and high execution efficiency, as human resources are precious. Future conflicts will continue to emphasize non-contact combat, asymmetrical strategies, and non-linear warfare. Instructor, I may acknowledge my mistakes," Rui Miming said, lowering her silver-haired head. Iwuji, struggling with his Chinese, added, "Instructor, sorry, I too recognize my errors. Indeed, we all understand our mistakes. Please show us mercy." Didi lamented, his brow furrowed, fearing he might drown in Jace's reprimands. Jace, embodying the role of a stern mentor, was determined to deliver a rigorous political education to these 3, who found themselves thoroughly chastised. Within the Fortress of Battle 25, Reina led her team in a meeting. Addressing Galen and the others before her, she stated softly, "The operational requirements have now escalated. Individual line control, GNK support, and comprehensive team combat will be the objectives of this exercise. Now, let us proceed." Catherine and the others responded in unison. Understood. Excellent. This is quite assertive. Reina, with striking features and an air of determination, declared, embodying the spirit of a formidable leader. She donned a helmet from the table and announced to the assembled members, including Javan and Galen, "I shall establish the main vantage point at mid D4, serving as the primary attack route, while Galen will secure vision at top D4. Understood." As such, the entire team, led by Reina, launched into action. In the D4 brush, Garen, feeling somewhat anxious, scanned his surroundings and placed a sentry from his pocket on the ground, murmuring, "This thing can just be left here, right?" The communication device in the helmets of Reina's team crackled to life with Reina's voice advising, it would be best to conceal the sentry in a hidden spot, like within the brush. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian, the timid one, obediently tossed the sentry into the underbrush. However, after a moment's deliberation, he deemed it somewhat unreliable and crouched down to dig a small hole in the foliage, burying the reconnaissance sentry within. Dusting off his hands, Zhao Xian chuckled. "Burying it shouldn't cause any issues, right?" Meanwhile, Jace's team convened for a meeting. Jace glanced at Duchangi, Rui Miming, and the others, inquiring, "If anyone has any uncertainties, feel free to voice them." Didi scratched his head and asked in a gruff voice, "Instructor, I would like to know the effective range of the sentry you provided us." Jace looked around at the team and explained, "This sentry is the Type 77 electromagnetic spectrum reconnaissance sentry, with a detection radius of merely 100 meters. Upon hearing this, Duchangi furrowed her brow in concern, stating, "However, in my analysis, Reina can leap up to 115 meters, and Zhao Xian possesses sprinting capabilities, which certainly exceeds that 100-meter range. Our training over the past 2 months with the Super God team has given us comprehensive insights into Reina's team's abilities." Jace nodded in agreement, stating, "Precisely. Thus, we must strike Reina preemptively, locking onto her and successfully eliminating her. This way, the system will declare Reina defeated, granting us victory. Therefore, we must establish visibility in various locations, track Reina's movements, and lure her into our gank circle, ensuring our triumph." Rui Mingming suddenly appeared somewhat perplexed and timidly asked, "May I inquire, what exactly is a gank circle?" Jace glanced at Rui Mingming and replied, "The gank circle is a focal point for joint elimination comprised of different warriors with varying abilities. In essence, it can swiftly eliminate any unsuspecting fool who enters the gank circle." "Oh, I see." Rui Mingming nodded, though it was unclear whether she truly grasped the concept of the gank circle. Jace cautioned the group earnestly while on the battlefield. "Always remember that the situation can change in an instant. The outcome is uncertain. Instances of turning the tide, defeating the numerous with the few, and the weak overcoming the strong are not unheard of. Therefore, until the very last moment, you must remain vigilant and never let your guard down." "Understood," responded Rui Mingming, Duchangi, and the others in unison. Jace hoisted his mighty iron hammer, declaring, "Now, let us commence the establishment of visibility. Be exceedingly cautious. In the F3 zone, Rui Miming had reached the designated spot and softly spoke into her helmet's communicator. Instructor, I have arrived at F3. May I proceed to deploy the sentry? In District D4. The elusive Rose hidden in the shadows cautiously spoke into her communicator. Report. Mid lane, D4 has detected Reina's presence. Please advise. Meanwhile, in District K8, Zhao Xian, a cowardly member of Reina's team, cowered in a corner, panting as he spoke into his communicator. Report, squad leader. Wild K8 is in position. At that moment, just a wall away, Iwujia appeared, gripping his katana tightly, his face etched with confusion. Instructor, the guard indicates there is a target nearby, yet I cannot see anyone. In District D4, atop the tower, Catherine, with her sniper rifle, spotted the silhouette of the elusive Rose through her scope. She reported into her communicator, Squad leader. I have located the Rose in District D4, at the corner of the courtyard. Please advise. Reina's voice came through the communicator, directing her team. Everyone, pay attention. Catherine has identified the Rose. Prepare to encircle her in mid-lane D4. She added a cautionary note. Remember, do not approach Katarina within a 100-meter radius and be wary of counterattacks. Receiving the orders, the trio from Deban hurried towards District D4, inadvertently revealing their positions. Jace chimed in over the communicator. Listen up, everyone. 3 targets have come into our line of sight. Garen, Zhao Xian, and Jarvan. They are all moving towards D4. Rose. Exercise caution. The Rose replied solemnly. I will be vigilant. Jace frowned and cautioned. Rose, if Reina launches an assault on you, do not engage her. Catherine will undoubtedly be waiting at a vantage point to take you out. Seek out Catherine and eliminate her from behind. Understood, Rose. Thus, both teams readied themselves. Tension mounting as the battle loomed on the horizon. Chapter 93, The Solitude of Subconsciousness Base, Control Center Command. Lin Feng gazed absently at the surveillance screen of the training ground, suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable sense of unreality. It felt as though he were not truly himself, and the world surrounding him was merely a fleeting dream. The events unfolding on the training field mirrored those from the original narrative of his past life, evoking in Lin Feng a sensation akin to watching a film replay. This elicited a profound sense of disconnection from reality. Could it truly be nothing more than a dream? He cast a glance down at the slumbering little girl in his arms, then turned his gaze to the enchanting Sona beside him. If these occurrences were indeed a mere figment of his imagination, then the dream was astonishingly vivid and disturbingly unsettling. Noticing Lin Feng's dazed expression into silence, Sona curiously inquired, Lin Feng, what's wrong? She instinctively wiped her cheek, wondering if there was something amiss on her face. Lin Feng habitually scratched the tip of his nose and shook his head, saying, Oh, it's nothing. Sona cast a puzzled glance at Lin Feng and gently inquired, You seem completely unconcerned about which of the 2 groups, Jess and Reina, will emerge victorious. Lin Feng gently shook his head and spoke. The focus of today is not here. Indeed, today's emphasis does not lie in this moment. Rather, it is in the night when Karsus shall summon the demon king Sun Wukong to descend upon Earth. That will be the pivotal moment, heralding the onset of chaos on our planet. Upon hearing this, Sona was left in a state of confusion and curiously inquired, Aren't you at all interested in which team will triumph, Jace's or Reina's? Lin Feng gazed steadily at the surveillance screen, cradling the little girl in his arms, and softly remarked, This confrontation exercise will yield no results. I believe it will conclude shortly. Sona cast a bewildered glance at Lin Feng, sensing an underlying meaning in his seemingly nonsensical words. If this exercise is destined to have no outcome, why then assert that it will soon come to an end? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, sensing a cool and sticky sensation enveloping him. He instinctively lowered his gaze into his embrace, his lips twitching slightly. To his surprise, it was Annie, the drowsy little girl nestled against him. It seemed she was either in an awkward sleeping position or had succumbed to the comfort of slumber, or perhaps a combination of both. In this state of utter relaxation, the rosy corners of her mouth had begun to drool, leaving a trail of saliva that stained Lin Feng's chest and dampened his clothing. Lin Feng tenderly pinched the delicate, porcelain-like face of Annie. To his surprise, this proud little girl furrowed her brows and slowly opened her eyes, awakening. As soon as Annie came to consciousness, she noticed Lin Feng pinching her cheek. Pouting in annoyance, she exclaimed, Brother Feng, I've told you not to keep pinching Nini's little face, or it will become misshapen and ugly. Lin Feng wore a subtle smile. Pointing at the considerable stain on his collar, he remarked, This is a punishment for your drooling while sleeping. Annie, delicate and petite, nestled comfortably in Lin Feng's embrace. Upon glancing at his shirt, she realized it was indeed soiled, and instinctively wiped her little face, confirming that there was indeed drool at the corner of her mouth. At that moment, the proud little girl, Annie, found herself in an uncharacteristically bashful state. However, she quickly retorted, "That's not true. Nini doesn't drool while sleeping." Lin Feng gently brushed the small lowly's wrinkled nose, suppressing the laughter bubbling within him, and spoke with an air of seriousness, "Nini, if you tell a lie, your nose may indeed grow longer." Annoyed, Annie swatted Lin Feng's hand away and pouted, "Brother Feng, you big liar. Nini is not Pinocchio, my nose 1T change." However, despite her dismissive words, the little lowly anxiously touched her nose with both hands, wondering if it might indeed elongate as Lin Feng suggested. Nearby, Suna observed the intimate exchange between Lin Feng and the small lowly. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a sudden heaviness in her heart, an unsettling discomfort that surpassed even the irritability of her monthly cycle. Suddenly, Lin Feng adjusted his hold on the little lowly, positioning Annie to face him. And with a furrowed brow, he inquired, "Nini, who do you think I am?" Annie tilted her little head, responding with innocent certainty, "You are you, my brother Feng." "And who are you?" Lin Feng asked, bewildered. Annie blinked her eyes at him, her lips curling into a crescent smile. "I am of course brother Feng S. Nini. Forever and always, I belong solely to you. Indeed, you are my beloved little lowly." Lin Feng realized, affectionately ruffling Annie's adorable head. At this moment, he acknowledged that he was indeed himself. There were no dreams, no illusions. His former self had perished. The present Lin Feng was a reincarnation, a brand new individual with no ties to his previous existence. "Lin Feng, what is amiss with you today?" Suna furrowed her brows, observing his unusual demeanor. "You seem a bit off. Could it be that your nerves are frayed? Or perhaps, like women, do men also have their peculiar days each month?" Lin Feng planted a firm kiss on the cheek of the little girl Annie, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he addressed Sona. "It's nothing. Merely a realization I've come to." During his time traversing this unfamiliar realm, Lin Feng had frequently been plagued by an inexplicable sense of dread, indeed, fear, confusion, and even panic. He feared that everything unfolding around him was but an illusion, that this existence was merely a fleeting dream, and he panicked at the thought that one day, upon awakening, all of it would vanish into nothingness. In truth, every traveler through dimensions harbors profound loneliness within, for they do not belong to this world. Yet, Lin Feng found solace in the presence of not only the proud little Annie, but also Reina and Duchangi, whose companionship alleviated his solitude and nurtured a burgeoning sense of belonging in this strange world. Chapter 94, The Out-of-Control Fighter Jet. At this moment, the teams led by Jace and Reina had commenced their battle. Reina unleashed the Dawn Blade and the Shield of Daybreak, charging forward with determination. Zhao Xian, wielding his chrysanthemum spear, followed closely behind, while Garen, brandishing his mighty sword, provided support. Meanwhile, the ADC of their group, Catherine, remained stationed at a vantage point, ready to snipe any enemies that crossed her line of sight. In District D4, Reina stealthily approached with a leap, swiftly reaching the concealed Duchangi. Sensing the shift in the air behind her, Duchangi reacted quickly, but Reina had already ensnared her, raising the Dawn Blade to deliver a swift end. Just then, reinforcements from Jace's team arrived just in time. Big D brandished his axe, aiming at Reina, and a mechanical claw shot forth to grasp Reina around the waist, freeing Duchangi from her perilous predicament, who had narrowly escaped a swift demise in the initial round. With a strong pull, Big D retracted the mechanical claw, sending Reina soaring toward him. With a resounding thud, Reina was forcefully wedged between the wall and a window frame. Big D hastily shouted into his communicator, "Hurry, engage the fight." In Reina's group, Zhao Xian, brandishing his chrysanthemum spear, spotted Reina trapped in the distance and shouted, "Sister, do not panic. I shall come to your rescue." With that, Zhao Xian propelled himself skyward using the sky dance technique, soaring into the air. A glimmer of cold light preceded him, followed by his spear, swift as a dragon. However, Zhao Xian's execution was tragically flawed, lacking control over his strength and with his mastery of the technique being only mediocre. He soared past his target, crashing headlong into the building ahead, leaving it in ruins. Thus, Zhao Xian knelt in defeat, having soared 1,000 miles only to deliver the first blood to the enemy. Trapped, Reina heard the command center's notification through the communicator and exclaimed in disbelief, "How did Zhao Xian fall?" In District D3, Jace ascended to the rooftop with his massive hammer. Addressing the communicator, I shall commence the attack now. Big D. Be sure to protect yourself. Upon completing his incantation, Jace wielded his massive iron hammer, channeling a formidable magical sphere. A barrage of magical projectiles surged forth, targeting the ensnared Lena. Hearing Jace's command, D promptly retracted his mechanical claw and sought refuge in a corner. A relentless stream of magical missiles followed closely behind. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed as Lena's location was enveloped in dust, with several large craters formed around her, reducing nearby structures to mere ruins. Coughing violently from the choking dust, Lena emerged from the debris, remarkably unscathed due to her divine constitution, though her mind was certainly in disarray from the blast. Garen, on the verge of reaching Zone D4, spoke urgently into his communicator, "Sister, hold on. I, Garen, am on my way." Suddenly, a voice rang out, commanding, "Garen, stop and don't run." Stop and don't run? Who would stand still? Garen was sprinting for his life, glancing back to see Rumingming, her expression fierce. Pursuing him with a dagger in hand, her eyes filled with a desire to strike. Garen quickly inquired over the communicator, "Hey, am I providing support or facing Rumingming in a duel?" In pursuit, Rumingming also asked the communicator, "Hey, instructor, should I support you all or confront Garen?" "Support, come immediately. Zhao Xian has already fallen. Lena's team is at a disadvantage," was the urgent reply. Naturally, Lena opted for assistance. Jace's team, seizing the opportunity, urged, "Rumingming, hold back Garen. Delay him." "Understood," Rumingming affirmed. However, at that very moment, an unexpected incident occurred. A fighter jet plummeted from the sky, trailing black smoke, its propellers producing a deafening roar. Everyone was momentarily stunned, gazing at the unfolding scene above. Jay snapped back to reality, shouting, "Garen, get out of the way." Still dazed, Garen found himself in the path of the out-of-control aircraft, realizing it was already too late to evade. With both hands braced against the jet's sharp nose, he struggled against the immense force, digging his feet into the earth to stabilize himself. The Super God team rushed in to save Garen. Garen roared, his powerful frame quaking as he somehow managed to halt the uncontrollable fighter. Zhao Xian hurried over, scrambling and shouting, "Garen, are you alive? You can't die. You haven't introduced me to your sister yet. You mustn't perish." Jace arrived at the scene, assessing Garen's condition. He appeared to have fainted from exhaustion, but suffered no significant injuries. He coldly rebuked Zhao Xian, who was still wailing nearby. "What are you crying about? He is not dead yet." Garen, is he all right?" The members of the Super Divine group hurriedly made their way over. In the training base, within the command center, Sona furrowed her brows and stood up, her voice cold as she inquired, "How did this fighter jet come to the training ground?" She called out towards the door, "Guard." An ordinary soldier, upon hearing the command from the command room, rushed over, saluting both Sona and Linfeng. He exclaimed loudly, reporting, "Medical Officer Sona, please instruct." Sona pointed at the monitoring screen of the training ground, commanding, "Go investigate why the fighter jet has arrived at the training ground." The soldier glanced at the screen, startled by the sight of the fallen jet, and promptly replied, "Understood. I will check immediately." With that, he turned and hurried away to dispatch soldiers to assess the situation at the training ground. In contrast, Linfeng remained remarkably composed, leisurely seated in his chair, playfully teasing the proud little girl Annie nestled in his arms. Annie, sensing that something was amiss, felt unconcerned since her brother Feng seemed unperturbed. Thus, she clung to him, demanding a lollipop with her charming antics. Chapter 95. A feast in the cafeteria. The members of the Super Divine group gathered together, their eyes filled with longing as they gazed at the table laden with an array of delectable treats, dried fruit platters, shrimp chips, French fries, fried chicken, ice cream, and an assortment of beverages including beer, juice, and coffee, resembling a lavish banquet. Jess, casting a glance at the dazzling spread before him, recalled the events that transpired at the training ground that afternoon. He turned to Linfeng and asked, "Captain, how did a fighter jet fall from the sky during our exercise this afternoon?" Upon hearing Jess's words, the members of the Super Divine group snapped back to attention, their gazes fixed on Linfeng, eagerly awaiting his explanation. It was crucial to understand how the sudden descent of a fighter jet had disrupted their competitive exercise. Especially since they had established a wager beforehand, the losing side was to wash the winner's clothes for an entire month. Linfeng had yet to utter a word when his companion, Sona, rose from her seat and addressed the assembly, explaining, "The base is currently dispatching forces to investigate this matter. It can be confirmed that the fighter jet was downed by an unidentified object. As we have not yet located the parachuting pilot, the specifics of the situation remain unclear. Zhaowen stroked his chin and remarked solemnly, I hope that the parachuting pilot is safe. An inexplicable silence enveloped the atmosphere. Big D cast a glance at Garen, exclaiming in astonishment, Garen, I never imagined your strength to be so formidable. To catch that fighter jet with your bare hands. It seems you are on the verge of achieving greatness. I, too, find this utterly astonishing, Garen reflected as he gazed at his hands. He had indeed managed to catch a fighter jet unassisted. In that fleeting moment when he grasped the sharp nose of the aircraft, he felt as though his arms would surely shatter. Yet, in the end, an unexpected surge of power coursed through him. Although he could not comprehend what had transpired, he was certain that his strength had multiplied exponentially. Could this be his own superpower? Zhao Xian looked at Garen with a mix of envy and admiration, commenting with a hint of jealousy, Garen, you are on your way to becoming a true superhero. Catherine, is something troubling you? Duchangi inquired, casting a puzzled glance at her companion Catherine, who, under normal circumstances, was the most talkative among them, yet now appeared anxious and withdrawn. Upon hearing Duchangi's words, the group's attention turned to Catherine. She slowly lifted her gaze to meet theirs, her voice laced with a tinge of panic as she uttered, I saw something. Lin Feng adjusted his posture, cradling the petite girl in his arms, and spoke softly, Oh, what have you seen? Catherine surveyed the group before slowly replying, I witnessed a fiery entity, radiating golden light, surge into the sky, reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters, and it brought down a fighter jet. 10,000 meters? Jace inquired hastily, Catherine, are you certain you did not misjudge? Can you truly see clearly from such a height? Catherine sighed, I wish I had been mistaken. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Feng tapped the table and declared, All right, let us postpone this discussion until the investigation yields results. For now, let us indulge in the meal. In an instant, the members of the Super God team cast aside their tumultuous thoughts and redirected their focus to the bountiful feast before them. Strangely, despite their ravenous appetites, none dared to sample the delicacies laid out on the table. Something amiss, perhaps? Rui Mingming gazed longingly at her fingers, tearfully exclaiming, There's my favorite pizza. Catherine, equally eager, chimed in, Yes, yes. So many delicious treats. How could there be such an abundance of scrumptious food? The three friends from Daban were nearly overwhelmed by the spread before them, perplexed by what occasion warranted such a lavish feast prepared by Captain Lin Feng. Iwuji, donning peculiar night vision goggles, maintained an air of seriousness, yet found himself unable to resist the allure of the culinary delights, occasionally stealing glances at the enticing fried chicken on the table. Even the stoic Jace felt his mouth water, swallowing hard. For over 2 months of training, the Super God team had endured a diet of military-issued specialty food, special beef, special beverages, special rice, all uniformly bland. Perhaps during the development of these specialized rations, the military prioritized nutritional value over flavor, resulting in a dry and uninspired dining experience. It was not inedible, but prolonged consumption left their palates yearning for something more vibrant. Lin Feng, cradling the petite in his arms, inquired with a gentle smile, Do you wish to indulge in a meal? Upon hearing this, the members of the Super God team collectively nodded their heads like chicks pecking at grains. However, after a moment of hesitation, they all began to shake their heads in unison. Crack, crack. Annie, the petite little girl, crunched on potato chips, producing a crisp sound with each bite. With a bag of chips clutched in her small hands, she mumbled indistinctly to the crowd, Rest assured, if none of you partake, I can finish it all by myself. Upon hearing this, the members of the Super God group felt a chill run down their spines, their faces adorned with dark lines of disbelief. How could such a small girl possibly consume all of this? What a gluttonous little girl. The robust and sturdy D inquired, Captain, why are you being so kind to us today? Zhao Xian cast a timid glance at Lin Feng and remarked, Pray tell, is this not some sort of treacherous banquet? Catherine, with a mournful expression adorning her delicate features, lamented, Captain, you are truly most insidious. Lin Feng, with a bemused expression, remarked to the crowd, It seems I haven't done anything at all, have I? Sitting beside him, Suona chuckled softly and replied, Lin Feng noticed how arduous your training has been lately. So he has specially come to reward everyone today. Is that true? The members of the Super God team responded, somewhat skeptical. Lin Feng let out a bitter smile and said, What do you all think of me? If you don't want to eat, so be it. No. I want to eat. I want to eat. Rui Mingming eagerly picked up the pizza on the table and began to devour it hungrily. The other members of the Super God team also joined in, voraciously indulging in their favorite foods. In Chapter 96, titled Something Strange, the trio of friends from Durban, each clutching numerous cakes, resembled famished ghosts as they relentlessly stuffed their mouths. Reina was particularly eccentric, tearing open several bags of chips and dumping them all into her mouth at once. Iwujie and Didi were mercilessly dismantling fragrant fried chicken, while Annie, nestled in Lin Feng's arms, quickly hopped down and approached them. Ultimately, this proud and adorable little girl managed to snag a gigantic chicken leg, while the remaining pieces were divided between Didi and Iwujie. Duchangi elegantly opened a bottle of beer while snacking on sunflower seeds, and Catherine appeared somewhat distracted as she sipped her juice. Rue Meng Meng, the glutton, stuffed piece after piece of meat-wrapped pizza into her mouth, disregarding her capacity, determined to keep pushing it in. After a considerable amount of physical training, the Super God team had transformed into insatiable foodies. After a hearty feast, they swiftly annihilated an entire table laden with food, leaving the surroundings strewn with scraps of fruit and remnants of their meal. Everyone lay back in their chairs, feeling a sense of unfulfilled desire, rubbing their now rounded bellies. Annie, the little girl, had oil smudged all over her face and exclaimed, "Nini is so full. What a tremendous satisfaction, truly a tremendous satisfaction." Lin Feng took out a piece of napkin and gently embraced the gluttonous little girl, meticulously wiping away all the greasy stains from her rosy cheeks. Lin Feng settled down, cradling the little girl in his arms, and inquired of the crowd, "How is everyone? Have you all had your fill?" "Indeed, we are quite satisfied. It is an immense delight." The members of the Super God Squad echoed, mirroring Annie's earlier tone. Lin Feng smiled gently and said, "As long as you are full, there is a task for you all to undertake next." "What? Is it truly a trap?" The members of the Super God team all displayed expressions akin to bitter melons. However, to their surprise, Lin Feng continued, "Once we return, everyone must have a good night's sleep and rest, understood?" Zhao Exine, startled and incredulous, asked, "What? Garen, did I hear that correctly? Did the captain just tell us to rest well?" Garen raised his hand and swiftly delivered a slap to Zhao Exine. "Ouch!" Zhao Exine exclaimed in pain, his temper flaring as he retorted, "Garen, why did you hit me?" Garen, feeling a slight numbness in his hand, murmured, "So it wasn't a dream after all." Zhao Exine, in his heart, was swarmed by 1,000 frustrations, thinking, if this were a dream, why would I be struck? The remaining members gazed at Lin Feng in bewilderment. Could it be that he had undergone a transformation? How could he be so kind to them? Not only treating them to a delightful meal, but now instructing them to return and rest. Under normal circumstances, a mere hour of rest would be followed by a grueling 200-kilometer weighted run, coupled with various sit-ups and push-ups for physical training, activities designed to stretch their muscles and alleviate the fatigue from a day's training. It was simply unthinkable to return to the dormitory before midnight. Yet now, with the sun still shining and the clock reading merely 6 or 7 in the evening, Lin Feng was actually instructing them to sleep? Lin Feng gently set Annie down and stood before the members of the Super God team, speaking in a solemn tone. "Wait. Once you return, make sure to take a warm bath and enjoy a restful sleep. This is an order." The members of the Super God team exchanged puzzled glances, questioning. "But Captain, we have not yet." Lin Feng abruptly interrupted their conversation, exclaiming loudly, "What nonsense is this? Immediately return to your dormitories and get some sleep. Do you understand?" The members of the Super God team swiftly rose from their seats, standing upright as they responded in unison, "Understood." Although they were perplexed by Lin Feng's actions, they recognized that any further delay would likely provoke his ire, leading to dire consequences for themselves. Lin Feng picked up the delicate and petite Annie, turning to leave the cafeteria. He addressed the members of the Super God team behind him, saying, "Make sure to clean this place thoroughly." "Yes." The members of the Super God team exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered, unsure of what Lin Feng was up to. In room D0001, within the bathroom, Lin Feng languidly closed his eyes, submerged in the bathtub, while little Annie diligently scrubbed her dear brother Feng, tilting her small head. Annie gazed at Lin Feng and exclaimed, "Brother Feng, what is the matter, Nini?" Lin Feng responded. With her tiny hands splashing the water, Annie pouted and inquired, "Is something going to happen tonight?" "Why do you say that, Nini?" Lin Feng opened his eyes and gently patted Annie's adorable little head. With a proud posture, Annie puffed out her small chest and, displaying her charming little canines, declared, "Of course. Nini's little head is as sharp as ice and snow." Lin Feng raised his hand and playfully pinched Annie's exquisitely delicate little face, bursting into laughter Is it really necessary to be so roundabout in praising oneself? Ah. Annie furrowed her brows, hurriedly swatting Lin Feng's hand away, pouting in a huff. Brother Feng mustn't pinch Nini's face. At this rate, Nini's adorable little face will surely become misshapen. Lin Feng gently ruffled Annie's hair and said casually, if anything happens tonight, stay with Sister Sona and do not wander around. Understood? Sitting up, Annie replied in a sweet tone, Nini understands. Nini will be obedient. The astute Annie refrained from asking further questions, knowing that Lin Feng had his reasons for such instructions. Hiss. Lin Feng inhaled sharply and said in a low voice, Nini, are you trying to stir up trouble? Leaning closer to Lin Feng, Annie pouted and said, Brother Feng, Nini will indeed be good. A little punishment is necessary. Lin Feng playfully seized the delicate little feet of the young girl and began to tickle her gently. Giggle, that tickles. Brother Feng, please stop. Oh, hee. There is something even more dreadful. Before long, the little girl could no longer endure it and began to plead for mercy. Brother Feng, Nini was wrong. Please spare me. Chapter 97. Level 4 alarm in the stillness of the night. Under a hazy starry sky and a moonlight that draped the earth in a cold sheen, an abrupt, piercing alarm echoed throughout the training base, its blaring red lights awakening countless soldiers from their slumber. Room D0001. Lin Feng immediately opened his eyes, awakening to the realization that his intervention had not induced a butterfly effect upon this world. Was it true that what was destined to occur would inevitably unfold? Nestled in his embrace, the delicate and entirely unclothed and a charming little girl slept soundly. It was worth noting that she had been thoroughly exhausted from the events of the night. Being a knight was no easy feat as and slowly opened her drowsy eyes. She murmured in a sleepy haze, Brother Feng, why is it so noisy? Lin Feng gently patted Annie's small head and said, Nini, your brother has some matters to attend to now. Please stay obediently in your room, all right? Oh, Nini understands. Annie replied, nodding her little head, and after finishing her words, she stifled a yawn, her eyes still hazy with sleep. Lin Feng swiftly rose from his bed and began to don his attire. Once dressed, he opened the door, ready to summon the members of the Super God team for assembly. As Lin Feng stepped out of his room, he coincidentally encountered the members of the Super God team. The base had issued a level 4 danger alert, prompting everyone to rise without Lin Feng needing to summon them. Upon seeing that everyone had gathered, Lin Feng deemed it unnecessary to squander any more time. He turned to Jace and said, Jace, please escort them to the conference room. I shall join you shortly. Understood. Captain, Jace replied succinctly, leading the Super God squad and the others away. Although the current circumstances were unclear, he knew that awaiting orders was undoubtedly the correct course of action. Lin Feng arrived at the command center, where Suan Na was diligently collecting various intelligence materials. Upon noticing Lin Feng's presence, Suan Na greeted him softly, saying, Lin Feng, you have arrived. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, what is the current situation? Shana shook her head, expressing a sense of helplessness as she replied, I am not entirely sure. Even the military satellites are unable to detect any sign of the enemy. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the communication device in the command room began to sound. Lin Feng approached and picked up the communicator, saying, Hello, new recruit training base. Greetings. I am General Duchangi. You are the commander of the Super God squad, Lin Feng. Correct? A commanding and robust voice of a middle-aged man resonated from the communicator. Lin Feng declared, Indeed, I am Lin Feng. Duchangi intoned solemnly, Excellent. Now, I require the assistance of your Super God team. Please depart immediately with the Super God team to the Super God Academy. Understood. Lin Feng nodded, aware of the urgency of the situation. With that, the communication was abruptly severed as Duchangi ended the call. Sana gracefully approached and inquired, Did General Duchangi call? Lin Feng gently touched his nose and said, Indeed, I will take the Super God team back to the academy shortly. Then you should go quickly. Be cautious in all matters. Swana remarked with concern, her eyes filled with worry. Yes, I will. By the way, I entrust the care of the little lowly to you. Rest assured, I will take good care of her. With that, Lin Feng, almost impulsively, embraced Swana, pulling her into his arms and whispering in her ear, You needn't worry so much. Before Swana could react, Lin Feng swiftly departed from the command room. Everyone, follow me. Upon returning to the conference room, Lin Feng offered no explanations and directly led the Super God team, driving a military truck away from the training base. Jess, who was at the wheel of the military vehicle, inquired, Captain, how's the situation? Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat, rubbing his forehead in discomfort, and remarked, I am unsure. It's all so chaotic. Behind the military truck, the members of the Super God team sat in 2 rows within the cargo area. Jiawen stroked his chin thoughtfully and said in a low voice, a level 4 alert. Something significant must have occurred. Garen slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I knew the captain's order for us to retire early was not without reason, but I didn't anticipate it happening so swiftly. Could this possibly be an exercise? Zhao Xian, with a mournful expression resembling a grieving soul, lamented, Is this the rhythm of heading to the battlefield? Reina shook her head slightly and replied, That's impossible. If it were an exercise, a level 4 alert would never be issued. It represents the highest state of alert. Duchangi was lost in thought and speculated. It might be related to the fighter jet that crashed this afternoon. Rooming Ming turned to Catherine and inquired, By the way, what exactly did you see today, Catherine? Catherine shrugged and waved her hand, saying, I do not know. That vague shadow was enveloped in golden light, and I couldn't see it clearly. Wearing night vision goggles. Iwujia sat upright, astonished as he spoke. Could it be those individuals? The large D sitting beside him pressed for clarification. Old E, who are you referring to? The others also turned their attention to Iwujia, eagerly awaiting his next words. Iwujia, with a serious expression, addressed everyone slowly, in the land of the rising sun. There has long been a myth about a certain type of person who radiates light and can ascend to heights of 10,000 meters. For them, it is an everyday occurrence. However, it seems they have all returned to the cosmos. The Super God team was left in astonishment. Could such beings truly exist? Capable of breaking through the Earth's atmosphere to venture into space? Only Zhao Xian stared at Iwujia with a deadpan expression, asking, Old E, you aren't talking about Ultraman, are you? Iwujia nodded earnestly and replied, Indeed. The members of the Super God team were taken aback, their faces filled with disbelief. When did the typically serious and stoic uncle begin to indulge in dark humor? However, unbeknownst to them, this time it was not Ultraman, but something akin to it. While Ultraman is a myth from the land of the rising sun, Sun Wukong is a legendary figure in Chinese folklore, with myriad tales surrounding him. The great sage equal to heaven, the Monkey King, wreaking havoc in the heavens, and journeying to the west has made him a hero in the hearts of countless children. Yet, this time, this Sun Wukong was not the same as the one they knew. Chaos was about to unfold. Chapter 98. I want to confess to you at the Super God Academy, on the 2nd floor, in the corridor. Rise and Decao hurriedly made their way to the conference room on the 3rd floor. As they walked, Rise anxiously asked Decao, Sir, what exactly has happened? Decao, with a grave expression, responded, Numerous military forces are en route to the incident site. However, this rescue operation will require the military strength of the Super God team. Having spoken, Decao shifted his tone, solemnly declaring, As for the matter at hand, even I am still in the dark. There are no eyewitnesses, satellites cannot track it, and all video recording methods have failed to capture the target. Is it certain that we require the power of the Super God Squad? Reese inquired with a hint of concern. Decao nodded and replied, This has transcended the conventional scope of our objectives. Our soldiers are valiantly struggling against the adversary. Reese nodded in understanding and proceeded to push open the doors of the conference room. Lin Feng observed the entrance of Rise and Decao, commanding, Stand up. Upon his words, Lin Feng and those behind him rose to their feet. Duchangi cast a glance at the individual beside Rise, momentarily taken aback. Perhaps surprised to find her father had also arrived. After entering, Decao saluted Lin Feng, his voice steady as he remarked, Major Lin Feng, your efforts during the training of the Super God team have been truly commendable. Lin Feng promptly returned a military salute and reported, General, this is what I ought to do. Duke Ao approached the podium, gesturing for everyone to take their seats. Once the crowd settled, he cast a glance at Duchangi in the corner and spoke, Aside from Major Lin Feng, I believe this is your first encounter with me. He then introduced himself to the assembly. I am General Duke Ao, the chief commander of the Super God Squad. Pausing for effect, he continued. The Super God Squad is a monumental undertaking, initiated a decade ago by your esteemed teacher, Rise, in a bid to safeguard our nation against future threats. Duke Ao surveyed the audience, his tone grave as he declared, We have designated you with a unit number, the heroic soldiers. The implication is heroic warriors. With a knowing smile, he added, However, heroes are not merely proclaimed, they are forged through action. Thus, you are not yet heroes, nor shall you be referred to as the heroic squad. Shifting his tone to a more serious note, he stated, Now, let us return to reality. We have a brother unit that encountered an unknown monster during their mission. Yes, Monsters, to be blunt. Is there anyone afraid? No. The members of the Super God Squad responded in unison, though their voices lacked conviction. Their collective strength falling short of Lin Feng's singular declaration. Lin Feng rose to his feet and turned to face the crowd. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Are you all afraid?" Jace promptly sprang up, exclaiming loudly, reporting to the captain, "I am not afraid. Even in the face of monsters, I will not retreat a single step." The members of the Super God Squad also stood upright, echoing in unison, reporting to the captain, "We are not afraid. Even confronting monsters, we shall not step back." Clap, clap, clap. On the podium, Duchangi applauded, smiling as he praised Lin Feng, Captain Lin Feng. "It seems your team is exceptionally brave. I have faith in you all." Duchangi then lowered his hands, his expression turning solemn as he declared, "Now, our brothers, though lacking our abilities, share the same desire to protect our homeland. They are currently embroiled in peril, bleeding and sacrificing at the front lines. Do you wish to lend them a helping hand?" The crowd responded in unison, "We do." Duchangi gestured emphatically, urging, "Louder." The crowd roared back, "We do." Their voices reverberated through the conference room, likely audible hundreds of meters away across the academic building. "Haha." Dukas laughed heartily, waving his hand as he commanded, "No matter what kind of monsters we face, let us set forth." The basketball court was now filled with military-grade trucks, heavy armored vehicles, and even tanks and military helicopters. The Super God Squad, with Reina and Jace, was divided into two groups, standing in neat, straight lines. Lin Feng stood before them, speaking with an air of calmness. "Reina, Javen, Garen, Zhao Xian, Catherine, you will board helicopter number 1. Jace, Big D, Duchangi, Riven, Iwujia, you shall accompany me on helicopter number 2. Understood." The Super God group responded loudly. Lin Feng extended his right hand, and the others, in perfect harmony, gathered around to form a circle, each extending their right hands. Palms stacked atop one another. Rui Mengmeng, with a naive expression, proclaimed, "I aspire to be the woman of the Supreme God King. Let us go." Zhao Xian exchanged knowing glances with Garen and remarked, "Garen, you better not die, or I would be heartbroken." Garen felt a twinge of emotion at Zhao Xian's words. But before he could regain his composure, Zhao Xian added, "But if you do die, make sure to repay the money you owe me first." The group looked at Zhao Xian with incredulous expressions, their faces adorned with dark lines, bewildered by his eccentricity, a peculiar character indeed. The stoic Jace glanced at everyone and solemnly declared, "As we enter the battlefield, we must always prioritize our safety above all else." Suddenly, Duchangi directed her words at Lin Feng, saying, "Lin Feng, when we return victorious, I will confess my feelings for you in front of everyone." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's face registered surprise. Although he did not understand why Duchangi made such a declaration, he smiled and replied, "All right." The other members of the Supreme God Squad regarded Lin Feng and Duchangi with eyes that resembled those of dead fish. Thinking that even if it was a display of affection, it was rather blatant. Duchangi sensed the ambiguous gazes of the others, despite her outward demeanor of icy calm. Her heart raced like a startled deer, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Reina, filled with indignation, simmered with fury at Duchangi's brazen declaration of affection, wondering if she intended to steal Lin Feng away. The goddess would not allow that. After all, Lin Feng belonged to her. Thus, Reina, consumed by jealousy, turned to Lin Feng and, in a coy voice, said, "Lin Feng, when we return victorious, you must declare your love for me in front of everyone." Chapter 99. The Supreme God Squad sets out this tactic was indeed brilliant. It inflicted a critical blow to Garen and the others, who were still single. Not only did they have their goddess snatched away, but to have two of them taken brazenly was a dream come true for all men. In an instant, the single men cast envious, jealous glances at Lin Feng, feeling a mixture of admiration and frustration that left them speechless. Lin Feng gazed at the corner of Reina's mouth as it curled into a subtle smile, and he gently replied, "All right." Duchangi's eyes fixed coldly on Reina, her heart heavy with sorrow. Sharing Lin Feng with her felt like a bitter pill to swallow for Duchangi, who had longed for an ideal love. She had made numerous concessions, yet Reina seemed intent on complicating matters further. Was she deliberately seeking confrontation? Like a victorious swan, Reina arched her pristine neck towards Duchangi, her expression playful, as if to say, "You are still too inexperienced to challenge me, my dear." Lin Feng observed that Reina and Duchangi were on the verge of a quarrel, and he couldn't help but wonder why these two ladies were still causing a commotion at such a time. Lin Feng swiftly waved his hand. addressing the crowd with a resounding voice. Excellent. Let us embark. Subsequently, the members of the Super Divine Team joined their hands together, exuberantly shouting, Super Divine Team, Super, Super, Super. Now, everyone, let us board the aircraft promptly. Upon finishing his words, Lin Feng turned and proceeded towards the cabin of the Super God 2 helicopter, with others following suit to board their respective cabins. Super 1 and Super 2, check weapons, fuel, and equipment. Super 1 ready. Super 2 ready. Super 1 has boarded. Requesting takeoff. Super 2 is boarded. Requesting takeoff. Super 1 and Super 2, please prepare for takeoff. The signalman stationed ahead waved his signal flag as the rotors of the two helicopters whirred into action and slowly ascended. Salute, the signalman shouted, drawing the attention of all nearby soldiers who raised their heads to watch the two helicopters soaring into the sky. The soldiers collectively rendered a solemn military salute to the aircraft above. In the distance, Ruiz bowed his head, wiping the corners of his eyes with a trembling hand. They were still just children. Beside him, Du Cao firmly patted Ruiz on the shoulder. Inside the Super 2 helicopter, Jess stood up and approached the group. Speaking with a gentle smile, everyone, do not be anxious, relax, just unwind. The crew, including Big D and Iwujia, were momentarily taken aback. Had the stoic man actually smiled? This seemed to be an unprecedented occurrence. Unbeknownst to them, Jess's radiant smile nearly shattered the nerves of Big D and the others. Iwujia gazed out the window at the multitude of fighter jets flying by, murmuring in awe, So, this is the beginning of our quest to save the world? Rumingming, clasping her small pink fists, repeatedly motivated herself, chanting, I am Rumingming, the super adorable Rumingming, destined to become the Super God King. I cannot falter. I must not falter. I am certainly not afraid, yes. I am definitely not afraid. In contrast, Lin Feng and Du Qiangwei sat quietly in a corner, with Du Qiangwei blushing slightly as she nestled in Lin Feng's embrace. Just glanced at the nervously fidgeting Big D and Rumingming, then turned his gaze to the corner where Lin Feng and Du Qiangwei were immersed in their tender moment, concluding that indeed, there are distinctions in human experiences. Lin Feng wrapped his arms around Du Qiangwei's slender waist, inhaling the subtle fragrance of her deep red tresses, and softly remarked, Qiangwei, you seem quite anxious as well. Du Qiangwei's delicate form trembled slightly, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of crimson as she retorted coldly, I am not. Oh, yet I can distinctly sense your tension. Lin Feng replied with a mischievous grin, his hands growing somewhat restless around Du Qiangwei. She shot him a captivating glance, playfully scolding, It's all your fault. Although Lin Feng's embrace carried a hint of frivolity, she had willingly surrendered herself to him, save for that final step. Lin Feng's lips curved into a faint smile as he gently lifted Du Qiangwei's delicate chin with his hand, scrutinizing her with keen interest. Her long, deep crimson hair cascaded to her shoulders, and her strikingly cold eyes bore a hint of disarray. Her refined nose and petite, ruby-red lips added to her allure. Despite the scar that marred her left eye, it did not detract from her beauty. Rather, it accentuated the mesmerizing chill of her appearance, reminiscent of a deep red rose in full bloom. Noticing Lin Feng's unwavering gaze upon her, Du Qiangwei instinctively covered the scar on her eye and, with a hint of trepidation, asked, Feng, do you think I'm unattractive? A sense of unease settled in her heart, pondering whether Lin Feng found the scar on her eye displeasing. Lin Feng, noticing this, gently removed the small hand that Du Qiangwei had been trying to conceal, and with a tender touch, brushed his lips lightly against it. A smile graced his face as he said, You are overthinking this. Indeed, your beauty is astonishing, and I find it utterly delightful. A rosy hue blossomed on Du Qiangwei's cold, elegant visage as she buried her delicate head deeply in Lin Feng's embrace, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to having tasted honey. Lin Feng gently caressed Du Qiangwei's deep crimson hair, softly saying, You must protect yourself on the battlefield. Do you understand? I understand. Du Qiangwei whispered, her hands wrapped around Lin Feng's neck. It was indeed a blissful feeling to be cared for by someone one deeply admires. Inside the helicopter cabin, Reina was reassuring everyone, urging them not to panic and to remain calm. Breathe gently with me, come on. Reina felt a tinge of resentment, regretting her decision to become the class leader. For had she not taken on this role, she could have been in the same cabin as Lin Feng. Who knows? That detestable Du Qiangwei might be cozied up with him right now. It was infuriating. The trio of friends from Class 3, along with Catherine, followed Reina's advice, practicing relaxation techniques that surprisingly eased their tense nerves considerably. However, Zhao Exine, resembling a scorned lover, took deep breaths while his calves trembled vigorously, his expression filled with distress. What on earth? This isn't how it's supposed to be, right? Although I dream of saving the world, it's certainly not like this. Zhao inquired. Then how is it supposed to be? Zhao Xian replied earnestly. It should be a direct laser wave obliterating the enemies. Although Zhao Xian's joke was indeed amusing, no one had the heart to laugh at that moment. Catherine regarded Zhao Xian with disdain, remarking, "Have you been watching too many cartoons?" Flattery. Flattery. Zhao Xian chuckled awkwardly. Though his thick skin was akin to a city wall, he was hardly capable of feeling embarrassed. Chapter 100. The battle begins. Garen, who had been silent, lifted his head and asked Reina, "May I make a phone call home?" Reina nodded. "Of course, as long as you have your phone." Garen magically produced his mobile device, dialing a number before gently placing it to his ear. It was late at night. He wondered if anyone would answer. Zhao Xian, ever the curious one, leaned forward to poke at Garen's armor, mumbling, "Where on earth did you pull that phone from?" Garen swatted Zhao Xian's hand away, irritably responding, "Stop it. I'm making a call." Zhao Xian, with a mock expression of a dead fish, gave Garen the middle finger before settling back into his seat. After a considerable pause, the phone emitted a busy signal, leading Garen to believe no one would pick up. Just then, a gentle voice belonging to a middle-aged woman came through. "Hello. Is this you, Xiaoluan?" The cabin was quiet enough for everyone to hear the conversation. Garen paused momentarily before speaking. "Mom, it's me. It's 25. I hope you haven't gone to bed yet." Garen's mother chuckled warmly. "I just lay down not long ago." "Xiaoluan, are you out of money again?" Hearing his mother's caring tone, Garen felt a slight tug at his heartstrings, responding, "No. We have a mission this time." Garen's mother, filled with concern, inquired, "Is that so? Is there danger?" Garen forced a smile and replied casually, "It's merely a simple task. There is nothing to worry about. Mother, rest assured." "Oh." With such words, "I feel at ease." Garen's mother visibly sighed in relief. After a moment of hesitation, Garen earnestly advised, "By the way, Mother, take good care of your health. Don't overexert yourself for work, and encourage Father to drink less when he has the chance." Garen's mother chuckled, "I understand, dear. By the way, when will you return?" Garen, with a silly grin, assured her, "Mother, you need not worry. I will certainly come back when I have the time. That's all for now. Do sleep early." His mother, filled with warmth, remarked, "Little Lewin, you are truly becoming more considerate." Garen cleared his throat and said, "All right, Mother. I must hang up." His mother cautioned, "Yes. Take care of yourself as well. Since I am not beside you, you must learn to look after yourself." "I understand, Mother." With that, Garen ended the call, lowering his head to gaze at his phone in silence. In this world, there is but one person to whom you will always owe a debt of gratitude. At 3, she labored tirelessly, nurturing you through the messiness of childhood. At 5, she celebrated each birthday with you, ensuring that, regardless of their financial situation, you enjoyed a delightful meal. By the age of 10, you began to feel burdened by schoolwork, leading to occasional quarrels with her. At 14, distracted by online games, you faced her wrath for neglecting your studies. At 16, in your rebellious phase, you disregarded her feelings and even dropped out to work. Now, at 25 or 26, you return home, weary and unaccomplished. Yet, the aging woman with silver strands still lovingly assures you, "It's all right, my son. We are not in a rush. Whether we have money or not is trivial. Your health is paramount. Everything will turn out fine." But in this materialistic society, is it truly so? Nevertheless, regardless of circumstances, there remains one person in this world to whom you will always owe a debt: your mother. Author's note: this was merely a late-night musing. Feel free to consider it a ploy for word count. Reina glanced at the silent Garen and smiled gently. "Oh, I didn't realize Garen was such a devoted son." Garen looked down at his phone and murmured, "My mother's health is not very good." "Zhao Xian." Garen suddenly called out to Zhao Xian. What is it?" Zhao Xian asked, puzzled. Garen lowered his head and quietly said, if I were to pass away, please ensure you tell my parents that it was never my intention." Beside him, Javen gently patted Garen's shoulder and spoke in a solemn tone. "Garen, you must realize that you are no longer that mere street brawler. You have undergone rigorous training and have become exceptionally formidable. It can be said that even the thought of defeat seems elusive now." Suddenly, the communication device of the Super God team crackled to life with the voice of the Super 2 pilot. "We are about to enter the combat zone. Everyone, please prepare yourselves. Super 2, maintain vigilance. I can already see the smoke billowing ahead," came the voice of the Super 1 pilot. Before them, The ground was a chaotic tableau of relentless warfare, pockmarked and strewn with ruins, a vivid testament to the fierce battles that had previously transpired. "I can't believe such a calamity could befall our world," exclaimed the Super 2 pilot in disbelief. "Super God Unit 1 has arrived at the destination. Please provide coordinates for the ground forces." Arrived at the designated location, prepare for descent. Lin Feng gently released Duchangi from his embrace and addressed everyone through the communicator. "All personnel, prepare for aerial deployment." In the command center of the Super God Academy. Within the corridor, Duca and Riais hurried toward the command center. Duca turned to Riais and inquired, "Riais, how is the construction of the command system progressing?" Riais, somewhat distracted, replied, "Some heavy equipment is ready and operational." Noticing Riais' somber demeanor, Duca smiled softly and remarked, "It seems you are quite concerned about the children." Riais sighed and nodded. "Indeed." Duca chuckled, giving Riais a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Rest assured, my daughter is among them. I have faith in you, my ancient friend." Riais rubbed his blue bald head, exasperated. "Here we go again. You are quite the peculiar one." After a moment, Riais took a deep breath to steady his emotions and said to Duca, "You are right. I should trust them, trust Lin Feng, trust the Super God team." Duca laughed heartily. "Of course. You must know that my daughter has been swept away by Lin Feng. I hope he doesn't let me down." As Duchangi is Duca's daughter, he could hardly neglect her. Duca was well aware of the unspoken bond between Duchangi and Lin Feng. "I understand," Riais affirmed with a nod. The two of them proceeded to the command room. "Attention! All staff members in the command room stood up with precision." Duca approached the command platform and announced, "Please be seated." He surveyed the surrounding equipment, the various databases in front of the Super God team, and the control panels at each station. However, his gaze suddenly fell upon Sona, and he noticed a small girl by her side. Duca inquired curiously, "How did this little girl end up here?" Riais glanced at Annie and then asked Sona, "Sona, how is she here?" Sona gently patted Annie's little head and apologized. "She is Lin Feng's sister. He asked me to look after her." Originally, Sona intended for Annie to stay quietly in the dormitory. But upon learning of the unusual events planned for the night, Annie was determined to cling to Sona. Duca chuckled and said in a serious tone, "In that case, let it be. But Sona, you must ensure she does not cause any trouble." Annie timidly looked at Duca and replied, "Nini will be good." Duca scanned the room, his voice firm. "Now, everyone prepare for battle." On the battlefield, the air was filled with cries of alarm. Zhao Xian emitted a wail akin to that of a creature in agony, plummeting from the heavens. Catherine gracefully employed her aerial technique, landing effortlessly on the ground. Observing Zhao Xian sprawled on the ground in a most undignified manner, she scoffed, "You can't even manage a proper jump from an aircraft." With tears silently streaming down his face, Zhao Xian felt utterly despondent. His calves trembled with a certain numbness, having leapt from the plane. He had not even the chance to turn around or utilize his aerial technique. By the time he regained his composure, he had already touched down. It was worth noting that during training, he had leapt from heights exceeding 10,000 meters. Now, this was scarcely 1,000 meters. Indeed, such a blunder was uniquely his to claim. Reina and the others also descended with poise, employing their aerial techniques to land securely on the ground. At that moment, their communicators crackled to life, and Lin Feng's voice resonated. "Reina, lead your team in establishing formation and scouting the area. Jess and I will descend in 30 seconds. "Understood." Reina responded promptly. Jarvan adjusted his helmet, brandished his spear, and addressed Reina, "Team leader, I will prepare to establish a vantage point." "Go ahead." Reina waved him off and turned to the others, commanding, "Zhao Xian, scout to the 12 o'clock position. Garen, cover the 9 o'clock. Catherine, prepare to observe at 3 o'clock. Garen, Catherine, and the others nodded in agreement, affirming, "Got it." Thus, Reina's team moved to their designated positions, ready to conduct reconnaissance and secure their field of vision. Reina spoke into her communicator, reporting, "Captain, the area is secured and visibility is established." Inside the Super 2 helicopter, the cabin awaited. Lin Feng rose to his feet and addressed the members of the Jace team, commanding, "Everyone, prepare for aerial deployment." "Yes," replied Jace and the others. Just as Lin Feng and his team were poised for descent, he suddenly sensed an unidentified object imbued with fiery attributes hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed. Matching his own, a roar echoed from the skies, prompting everyone to instinctively look up. They beheld a golden streak of fire slicing through the heavens, directly striking the descending Super 2 helicopter. "Super 2 has come under attack. Super 2 has come under attack." The Super 2 helicopter, struck by the blow, lost control as its cockpit instruments malfunctioned, and flames began to erupt from its body as it plummeted towards the ground. Boom! The Super 2 helicopter crashed into the ravine, unleashing a tremendous explosion. Garen and his companions were left in stunned silence. Zhao Xian cradled his adorable yet shocked head, exclaiming, "Ah!" Catherine, equally astonished, blurted out, "No way. This is a disastrous start. We haven't even engaged the enemy and we've already lost a military helicopter. Feng, he must be all right, right?" Reina felt a twinge of concern for Lin Feng and his team, specifically for Lin Feng's safety. Though she knew he was unlikely to be harmed in such a minor explosion, love often renders a woman blind. At that moment, an enraged roar erupted from the mountaintop, reverberating like thunder and echoing through the clouds, leaving many ordinary soldiers on the battlefield temporarily deafened. Reina and the others turned towards the source of the sound, and in that instant, they were all left aghast, with the exception of the oblivious Reina. The cold moon hung high, casting its chilling light upon the earth. Despite the feeble illumination filtering through the moonlight, Reina and the others discerned a figure slowly emerging from the mountaintop. This individual had crimson eyes, donned a golden crown with phoenix wings, wore a suit of golden chainmail, wielded a golden staff, and stepped gracefully in cloud-soled shoes. Upon closer inspection, his features were sharp and simian, with a face adorned with hair resembling that of a monkey. Isn't that the Monkey King? Atop the mountain, Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff and let out another thunderous roar. A fierce storm erupted around him, sending all ordinary soldiers on the battlefield sprawling helplessly. They were utterly powerless against Sun Wukong. Reina, not being from Earth, was merely struck by the imposing presence of Sun Wukong. However, Garen and Zhao Xian, both natives of Earth, felt a tempest of emotions stirring within them. Why is the Monkey King here instead of journeying to the west? In the ravine, not far from where the Super 2 helicopter had fallen, smoke billowed as it lay in ruins, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Lin Feng turned to Jess and the others behind him and inquired, "Is everyone all right?" Jess and the others exchanged glances and replied, "We're all fine." In the moment of the helicopter's explosion, Lin Feng and the others had all summoned their protective shields and utilized their aerial escape technique to break free from the cabin. Although the shield skill may seem somewhat inadequate when confronted with formidable bosses, it can prove invaluable in certain situations, such as with Big D, emerging from the nearby bushes. Big D carried the two helicopter pilots on his shoulders, grumbling, "I knew these two couldn't withstand this chaos. I had to quickly pull them under the shield and leap out." Just commended Big D, saying, "Well done, Big D." After placing the pilots gently on the ground, Big D sighed in relief, exclaiming, "Oh, when I get back, I'm definitely going to indulge in a few more drinks." Lin Feng gently touched the tip of his nose and, with a faint smile, inquired, "Big D, are they all right?" Big D crouched down and patted the unconscious pilot's face, replying, "They must have been momentarily knocked out by the force of the explosion. These two pilots are merely ordinary individuals, and their physical capabilities cannot be compared to those of the Super God Squad." Lin Feng nodded in agreement and said, "Very well. Soon there will be someone to address this matter. Let us rendezvous with Reina's team." "Understood," responded Jace and the others, following Lin Feng as they departed. On the battlefield, beneath the shelter of a combat fortress, Garen plunged his mighty sword into the ground and knelt on one knee, bowing his head in profound silence. Zhao Xian, perplexed, scratched his head and inquired, "Garen, why are you kneeling? Isn't the captain still alive?" At that moment, Lin Feng and Jace's team arrived just in time to overhear Zhao Xian's words, causing Lin Feng to feel a twinge of embarrassment, his face adorned with dark lines of concern. Seeing Lin Feng's arrival, Reina anxiously asked, "Feng, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong?" Lin Feng replied with a light-hearted smile, turning to glance at Garen and asking, "What are you doing, Garen?" Garen slowly rose to his feet and, gazing at Lin Feng, spoke softly, "Captain, are you familiar with the Knights of the West?" He then cast a glance at D, continuing, "D has accomplished much. Although I possess no particularly formidable abilities, the heavens have bestowed upon me the power of the galaxy, allowing me to stand at the forefront of battle and bear the brunt of pain for my comrades." Zhao Xian felt a flicker of emotion in his heart but feigned indifference, muttering, "Garen, are you feeling particularly heroic today?" Garen turned to Zhao Xian and replied, "You do not understand. Being a knight is a spirit, a calling." Before Garen could finish his thought, a stone came hurtling from a distance, striking him down. Thud! Garen stumbled and fell to the ground. Reina, beneath the military fortress, remarked exasperatedly, "Watch out. You fool." Garen's temper flared, and he quickly rose to his feet. Zhao Xian cautioned, "Hey, Garen, don't stand up. Be careful." He certainly did not wish to commemorate the anniversary of his friend's demise next year. But Garen paid no heed to such warnings, standing up to angrily shout towards the mountaintop. "What the hell? Are you a sniper? Just showing your head and getting blasted." Jace, leading Rumingming and Duchangi into the military fortress, spoke into the communicator, "Captain, based on my observations, the current situation is dire. The enemy possesses tremendous strength and moves at supersonic speeds, capable of leaping from over a kilometer away in an instant. Furthermore, their attack power exceeds 50 tons. Utilizing a metal rod, the impact upon landing can launch an ordinary soldier over 3 meters into the air. Additionally, they can conceal themselves. But the extent of their maximum attack power remains uncertain." Lin Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he inquired, "Is there any additional intelligence?" "Indeed." Jace was unlike the others. While everyone else was momentarily stunned by Sun Wukong, they hardly had time to attend to such details. Jace pondered for a moment before solemnly stating, "The one who shot down the fighter jet was also him. He does not rely on his own flying capabilities, but rather employs ultra-long distance leaps. If I am not mistaken, it can be understood as him traversing vast distances with a single somersault." Garen, who had entered the military fortress, exclaimed, "Is it really Sun Wukong?" Although he had previously speculated that the enemy was Sun Wukong, a sense of wishful thinking had lingered within him. Now, with the confirmation of his suspicions, he found himself astonished once more. Reina observed the astonished expressions of the others and curiously asked, "Who exactly is this Sun Wukong you speak of?" Lin Feng touched his forehead and asked helplessly, "You don't even know who Sun Wukong is?" "Just mentioning the somersault cloud that travels a distance of 108,000 miles, or the golden staff weighing 13,500 pounds, would likely make even a 3-year-old aware of his identity." Reina, with a myriad of charms, cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng and replied gloomily, "I am not from your world, so how would I know who Sun Wukong is?" "Oh, right." Lin Feng suddenly recalled. Reina is not a resident of Earth, but a member of the radiant race from the planet Liang. It seems that Earth's mythology has not reached outer space. Duchangi pondered for a moment and spoke into the communicator, estimating, "If we are referring to the mythical Sun Wukong, his attack power is impossible to gauge. Just that metallic staff alone weighs 13,000 pounds. Jiez also chimed in through the communicator, stating, "In Earth's measurement system, that translates to approximately 7 tons. Reina, astonished, exclaimed, "Goodness, can your mythology be any more bizarre? Why not have a giant bird soaring 10,000 meters instead?" To her surprise, the trio of Daban responded in unison, "There is, but Sun Wukong defeated it." As Lin Feng observed that the discussions among the group had concluded, he inquired, "What are everyone's thoughts?" After a moment of hesitation, Reina spoke up, "Captain, I would like to propose a test to evaluate the offensive power of Sun Wukong." Chapter 103, Testing Offensive Power. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and declared, "Approved." He then addressed the battle channel via the communicator, instructing, "Please ensure the command center is prepared for assistance." At the Super God Academy, within the command center, Duchangi issued orders to everyone, stating, "All personnel, prepare for support." With a hint of concern, Jess inquired, "But if it is the legendary Sun Wukong, can Reina truly withstand it?" Lin Feng touched the tip of his nose and spoke in a deep voice. "Reina possesses an indomitable divine body. Sun Wukong's weapon relies on physical attacks. Even if it cannot withstand them, it poses no real danger to Reina. If we are to assess the potency of Sun Wukong's strikes, Reina, with her divine physique, is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate." At that moment, the communication device crackled to life with Sona's voice. "Attention, all teams. Activate the storm defense system and prepare for Ghana's support. The eye of the storm is primed and Reina's condition is stable." The device then emitted a melodious tone, revealing that the woman referred to by Sona was indeed Ghana. Lin Feng was acutely aware of this enchanting woman, Jana, the fury of the storm. Some sorcerers, in their relentless pursuit of nature's primal power, willingly relinquish the magic they have painstakingly mastered. Jana is such a sorceress. Do not be deceived by her captivating beauty. She stands but a step away from devastation, much like the wind itself. Reina emerged from the military stronghold and arrived upon the battlefield, pointing towards the mountaintop where Sun Wukong had recently appeared, and called out loudly, "That one, that one." In her absent-mindedness, Reina could not recall Sun Wukong's name. In exasperation, she turned to Lin Feng and inquired, "Who was that just now?" Lin Feng's lips twitched as he reiterated, "Sun Wukong." "Ah, indeed." Reina suddenly recalled and shouted towards the mountain peak on the horizon, Sun Wukong. Yet, no response was forthcoming. A chilling breeze swept through the air. Undeterred, Reina called out once more, Sun Wukong, you shall emerge before this goddess. Still, silence reigned from the distant summit, leading one to wonder if Sun Wukong had departed from this place. Turning back to her companions from the Super God Squad, Reina inquired, is there a name that could incite his fury? Garen muttered softly, by Mawin. What? Reina could not quite catch Garen's ant-like whisper. Garen, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced around nervously and raised his voice slightly, repeating, by Mawin. Oh. Reina pivoted, hands on her hips, one finger pointed defiantly at the distant peak, and boldly proclaimed, by Mawin. The members of the Super God Squad exchanged anxious glances, swallowing hard as they assessed their surroundings. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble. Rocks tumbled down the hillside, and the commotion grew increasingly intense. The ground shook, and when silence was broken, it was with astonishing force. A golden staff erupted from the horizon, soaring into the sky, instantly transforming into a formidable golden rod weighing 500 pounds, hurtling towards Reina with the fury of thunder. Reina stood in shock, transfixed by the roaring golden staff above, immobilized by its overwhelming presence. Activate the Eye of the Storm. Reina invoked as a powerful magical shield, bestowed upon her by Janna, enveloped her in a vast wind-based magic. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng hurriedly addressed the members of the Super God team, instructing everyone, immediately provide a protective shield for Reina. Internally, he cursed himself for underestimating the formidable power of Sun Wukong's attack. Upon hearing Lin Feng's command, the Super God team swiftly reacted, channeling their psychic energy to augment Reina with 10 layers of protective shields. For added safety, Lin Feng also enveloped Reina in an additional shield, unwilling to allow any harm to befall his beloved. It was known that if the protective shield was cast on another, the energy consumed would exceed threefold. Dawn Shield. Reina hastily summoned her own protective barrier. The anticipated assault soon followed. Boom. A resounding thud echoed through the air. The communication devices crackled to life with the voice of Kana from the command center, declaring, Defense system breached. Defense system breached. Reina is damaged. Reina is damaged. Duchangi promptly issued orders, commanding Sona immediately initiate repairs for Reina. Despite Lin Feng and the Super God team's efforts in fortifying Reina with multiple shields, Sun Wukong's golden staff shattered them all. Fortunately, unlike the original narrative, she did not suffer grievous injuries. Nevertheless, the overwhelming backlash left her dazed and unconscious from internal injuries. At that moment, Sun Wukong's mocking voice echoed across the horizon, taunting, not even my single staff can be withstood. Is this what you call a deity? He continued, jesting, before me, the great sage equal to heaven, everything is but a fleeting illusion. Concurrently, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback as a long-dormant system prompt resonated in his mind. Ding. Mission issued. Defeat Sun Wukong. Mission reward, 200,000 points. Mission failure, annihilation. Lin Feng's face was adorned with a series of dark lines, his lips twitching incessantly. Here we go again. This wretched system had issued a mandatory task. As if that wasn't enough, failure meant his obliteration? This was utterly infuriating. However, the task's reward of 2 million points was undeniably tempting. At that moment, the figure of Sun Wukong gradually materialized atop the mountain peak. Lin Feng addressed the system internally. Initiate character attribute analysis. A chime echoed as the system commenced its analysis. Name, Sun Wukong. Occupation, Victorious Buddha of Combat Power, 265, 874 Danger Level, S-Class after 2 months of rigorous training. The combined combat power of the Super God group averaged around 40 to 50,000, with the highest being Jace at approximately 60,000. Of course, Reina's extraordinary abilities do not factor into this average. Although none could defeat Sun Wukong in a one-on-one confrontation, their combined strength might provide a semblance of resistance. Chapter 104. The battle intensifies. Conversely, it is worth noting that the member with the lowest combat power in the Super God group was none other than Lin Feng. Indeed, after 2 months of extensive training, Lin Feng's combat prowess had only risen from 8,000 to 16,000. He rose earlier than the roosters and retired later than the dogs, tirelessly training day and night, yet his power only increased so marginally. Could it be that the transformation into a Super Saiyan inherently limits power enhancement? Nevertheless, it is evident that Lin Feng stands as the strongest among Jace and the others. The first stage of the Super Saiyan transformation can amplify base power 50-fold, yet it is hampered by a time constraint, much like the hero Atman, who faces limitations when battling minor foes. All personnel, attention. The battle commences. Lin Feng commanded through the communicator. Although they faced Sun Wukong as an adversary, this marked the Super God Group's inaugural battle in a true sense. While the system had issued a task for Lin Feng to vanquish Sun Wukong, it did not stipulate that he must do so alone. Engaging in solitary combat did not align with Lin Feng's principles in the battlefield. There is no room for the bravado of a lone hero. Even when confronting a monkey, one should not hesitate to employ numbers. Understood. The members of the Super God Group began to fan out in a strategic formation. Lin Feng advised everyone through the communicator. Judging from the force of Sun Wukong's recent strike, his attack power is exceedingly formidable. Everyone must remain vigilant for their safety. Lin Feng directed Jace with authority. Jace, at once, unleash a barrage of long-range magical artillery upon the source of the golden cudgel. Understood. Jace acknowledged with a nod. Leaping from the military stronghold, brandishing his massive iron hammer as he unleashed a series of magical projectiles towards Sun Wukong's position. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions echoed from the distant mountaintop, yet Sun Wukong stood undeterred, wielding the golden cudgel to deflect the incoming waves of magic, sending them crashing against the cliffs and raising clouds of dust several zhang into the air. With a dismissive smile, Sun Wukong twirled his golden cudgel and proclaimed, "With such feeble firepower, you cannot even graze a single hair of this old monkey." Lin Feng's directive to Jess was rather straightforward. He merely sought to ascertain the location of Sun Wukong. To his surprise, Sun Wukong exhibited a degree of arrogance, though his prowess indeed justified such confidence. "Catherine, do you see?" Lin Feng inquired through the communicator. From the control tower, perched at a vantage point with her sniper rifle, Catherine nodded and replied, "I have already detected the enemy's presence and stand ready to engage at any moment." Lin Feng declared resolutely, "Attack immediately." Understood. Through the scope of her sniper rifle, Catherine aimed at the head of the monkey Sun Wukong perched atop the mountain. She accurately assessed the distance and the fluctuations in wind speed before decisively pulling the trigger 3 times in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. 3 specially designed armor-piercing rounds whistled towards Sun Wukong's face, targeting his blind spots with a remarkably acute angle, ensuring a successful hit. On the mountaintop, Sun Wukong sensed the incoming bullets and swiftly wielded his golden staff to block. Clang, clang, boom. He successfully deflected 2 of the armor-piercing rounds. Yet one bullet ultimately struck him in the waist. Although Sun Wukong possessed an indestructible body, the impact of the armor-piercing projectile was still excruciating, considering it could easily penetrate even an ordinary tank. "Yes." Reporting to the captain, "Target successfully hit," Catherine exclaimed, waving her small fist in celebration. Lin Feng did not celebrate prematurely. Instead, he promptly addressed the communicator, instructing, "Withdraw immediately and seek a new vantage point." Understood. Although Catherine was unaware of the reasons behind this command, she swiftly stowed her sniper rifle and complied with Lin Feng's orders. Roar. At that moment, the mountaintop echoed once more with Sun Wukong's roar, unmistakably infused with a hint of anger. Subsequently, Sun Wukong leapt into the air, appearing before the onlookers with his crimson eyes, adorned in a golden crown and draped in shimmering chainmail, wielding the formidable Rui Jingu Bang. The moonlight reflected off his armor, casting a radiant silver glow and enhancing his imposing presence. He resembled the legendary Sun Wukong of myth, clearly indicating that the recent attacks from Jess and Catherine had inflicted no harm upon him. As Lin Feng beheld Sun Wukong finally appearing on the battlefield, a subtle smile graced his lips. He commanded through the communicator, "Garen, take the lead and charge head-on. Jarvan, flank him and use Earth Escape to trap Sun Wukong. Rui Mengmeng and Didi seize the opportunity for a pincer attack, while Iwuji prepares to provide support. Catherine, seek a vantage point and ready your fire support." Received. Understood. The members of the Super God Squad declared with fervor, for this was their inaugural battle against the legendary Sun Wukong. Garen was no longer the mere street brawler he once was. Wielding his great sword, he swiftly vaulted over the earthen walls, racing towards the grounded figure of Sun Wukong. Rui Mengmeng and Didi followed closely behind, while Iwuji maintained a slight distance, poised to assist Garen should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Jarvan, brandishing his halberd, leaped into the thicket, stealthily approaching Sun Wukong, before emerging to bellow, "Demacia." The earth trembled as walls of soil surged up around Sun Wukong, imprisoning him within. Garen, Didi, and Rui Mengmeng soon arrived, witnessing Jarvan's successful entrapment of Sun Wukong. Without hesitation, Garen launched an assault. Leaping into the earthen enclosure and unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Sun Wukong with his greatsword, Rui Miming and Didi swiftly followed suit, wielding their weapons and joining the fray within the walls. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing blades echoed as Jarvan continued to restrain Sun Wukong's movements from the side. Dust billowed within the confines, a cacophony of chaos unfolding, as the battle raged with an intensity that shook the very ground. The odds seemed to favor Garen and his companions, momentarily suppressing Sun Wukong, but this was merely a superficial impression. Catherine, anxiously adjusting her communicator by her ear, reported, "Captain, the dust within the walls is obscuring our target." Sun Wukong, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration, found himself unable to retaliate. He blocked Garen's onslaught, while Didi and Rui Mingming attacked from behind. Infuriatingly, Jarvan's earth escape had ensnared his legs, severely limiting his mobility. "I can't hold him any longer," Jarvan exclaimed, as he exerted all his energy into restraining Sun Wukong's movements, his own strength waning. At last, Sun Wukong broke free from Garen and the others' clutches, leaping into the air and transforming into a streak of golden light, preparing to flee the battlefield. Lin Feng promptly commanded Yiwujie on the flank. "Yiwujie, intercept Sun Wukong at once, prevent him from escaping." "Understood." Yiwujie nodded and swiftly charged towards Sun Wukong. Intoning, "Alpha, execute a surprise attack." At that moment, Sun Wukong had already leaped into the air, soaring more than 2 zhang above the ground. He cast a disdainful glance at the approaching Yiwujie, thinking, "Can these mere mortals compare to me, the great sage?" However, to his astonishment, in the next instant, Yiwujie also ascended into the air, brandishing a katana as he surged towards him. The aerial technique taught to Yiwujie by Lin Feng proved to be significantly advantageous. "Hiki, this is rather interesting." Sun Wukong chuckled, raising his golden staff to strike at Yiwujie. Yiwujie, clad in night vision goggles, regarded Sun Wukong with indifference, boldly proclaiming, "Prepare to experience my ultimate sword technique." Clang. The clash of sword and staff ignited sparks that resonated with a thunderous sound. Yet, to everyone's disbelief, Yiwujie was defeated in a single blow, his body hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. The battlefield communicator crackled to life with the voice of the intelligence analyst, Jinna, declaring, "This is untenable. Sun Wukong's power has exceeded Yiwujie's capacity for defense. The enemy's weaponry is far too formidable to withstand." Lin Feng spoke into the communicator, urging calm. "Catherine, provide fire cover immediately." Zhao Xian, launch an attack on Sun Wukong. "Understood." Catherine replied, steadying her sniper rifle as she targeted the airborne Sun Wukong and decisively squeezed the trigger, firing multiple rounds. Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of armor-piercing rounds soared towards Sun Wukong. On the battlefield, Sun Wukong sensed the approaching sounds of bullets and swung his golden staff to block. Yet the sheer volume of incoming fire still resulted in several hits from the armor-piercing rounds. Observing this, Catherine swiftly reloaded her weapon, taking aim once more to unleash a barrage of fire. Bang, 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 boom. At last, Sun Wukong was struck down by Catherine's armor-piercing round. Despite his indestructible form, the tremendous force of the bullet stung him, causing him to grimace in pain. While it did not inflict direct harm, it certainly irked him, akin to a relentless mosquito buzzing around, irritating but not lethal. In that moment, seeing Sun Wukong fall, Zhao Xian raised his chrysanthemum spear and launched himself into the fray. A glimmer of cold light heralded his strike, followed by the spear's swift release. Though Zhao Xian often appeared foolish, he never faltered at critical moments. With a powerful shout, he proclaimed, "Super invincible chrysanthemum spear." Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned, taken aback by Zhao Xian's so-called spear. Throughout the annals of history, no legendary hero had ever wielded a weapon by that name, though the Sunflower Manual did come to mind. Catherine, however, did not hesitate. She had to seize the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot, accurately pulling the trigger multiple times. Bang, bang, bang. Each armor-piercing round whistled through the air. Sun Wukong, sensing the bothersome mosquito's assault once more, roared and lifted his golden staff, charging at Zhao Xian with a ferocious swing, disregarding the bullets for the moment. Zhao Xian, recognizing the imminent threat, smirked coldly. Confronting an enemy head-on was not his style. In a flash, a stunning scene unfolded. With a fearless charge, Zhao Xian executed an evasive maneuver, leaping behind Sun Wukong and thrusting his spear forcefully into the monkey's rear. A howl erupted from Sun Wukong, a triumphant yet furious cry. unmistakably not one of pleasure. Damn it. The monkey has been defeated. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly, and a chill ran down his spine. Realizing that the most depraved and self-deprecating individual indeed belonged to Zhao Xian, who was focused on his lewd pursuits. The members of the Super God team were left utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe that their comrade, Xian, had audaciously invaded the sanctity of the monkey's rear end. This was nothing short of an upgraded version of the legendary Millennium Kill. The stoic Jace, emulating Lin Feng's tone, commented, "Excellent. This is quite forceful. Xian truly is formidable." Garen, filled with admiration, nearly prostrated himself in reverence to Zhao Xian. Javan, cradling his head in disbelief, exclaimed, "You nearly scared me to death." In the command room of the Super God Academy, everyone wore expressions of disbelief as they gazed upon the battlefield screen, their hearts filled with trepidation. This infamous rear-end shooter lived up to its notorious reputation, striking with unerring precision. Duchangi laughed heartily, declaring, Splendid. This lad is quite audacious and holds great promise. Let us commend him after the battle." Among those who witnessed this spectacle most clearly was Catherine. Perched with her sniper rifle, through the magnified scope, she observed every detail, even the shifting hues of the monkey's face, alternating between pale and flushed. Quickly, Catherine lowered her rifle, covering her eyes, lamenting, "You've blinded my delicate eyes." Both Lena and Duchangi turned their heads away, feeling a sense of shame for having such a despicable teammate as Zhao Xian. Yet, the one most humiliated was Sun Wukong, who stood petrified in place. His eyes ablaze with fury, and overwhelming wrath surging within him, causing every hair on his body to bristle with indignation. Chapter 106. Lin Feng to the rescue. Lin Feng immediately shouted into the communicator, "Zhao Xian, are you trying to get yourself killed? Retreat at once." Zhao Xian, still in a daze, swiftly regained his senses and attempted to flee, realizing he had unwittingly provoked the wrath of the great sage, Sun Wukong. If this monkey regained his composure, not only would Zhao Xian face death, but he would also suffer immensely. To stay would be to invite doom. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong threw his head back and unleashed a fierce howl that pierced the heavens, sending forth a tempestuous wave of energy that shattered the eardrums of all ordinary soldiers present. His eyes, blood-red with fury, locked onto Zhao Xian as he coldly mocked, "Your sins are unforgivable. Prepare to descend into hell and repent." In an instant, the Rui Jingdubang in Sun Wukong's grasp expanded to colossal proportions, swinging down towards Zhao Xian, who was desperately attempting to escape. "Zhao Xian, be careful," cried the members of the Super God team. But it was too late for them to provide any assistance. Lin Feng composed himself and shouted into the communicator by his ear, "Catherine, provide immediate fire cover for Zhao Xian." "Understood." Catherine responded, swiftly positioning her sniper rifle to aim at Sun Wukong, and commenced rapid-fire shooting. Bang! Bang! The armor-piercing round struck Sun Wukong with unerring precision, causing him to stagger momentarily. He turned his blood-red, wrathful eyes towards Catherine. Catherine was startled as she met the terrifying gaze of Sun Wukong, cold sweat beading on her forehead, utterly taken aback. Sun Wukong bellowed, "You are all but ants. I stand at the pinnacle, traversing the primordial chaos. Who dares to obstruct my path?" Before anyone could react, Sun Wukong's golden staff visibly expanded, slicing through the air as it hurtled towards the tower where Catherine stood. Catherine let out another scream, paralyzed with fright as the colossal staff descended upon her. Instinctively shutting her eyes, forgetting to activate her shield or evade. Boom! A thunderous impact resonated across the sky. Slowly regaining her senses, Catherine opened her eyes and looked down, astonished to find herself completely unharmed. She raised her gaze, only to see Lin Feng standing before her, his hands braced against the enormous golden staff. A trickle of blood escaped Lin Feng's lips. In a fleeting moment, he had teleported beside Catherine and erected a protective barrier around himself. But he had underestimated Sun Wukong's strength, and the staff shattered his shield, forcing him to absorb the brunt of the attack with his own body. Fortunately, the barrier had diminished some of the force, sparing Lin Feng from severe injury. On the battlefield, Sun Wukong, astonished, retracted his golden staff and sneered, "Well done. I never imagined there would be someone in this world capable of withstanding my strike." The communicators crackled to life with Kana's voice. "Lin Feng is injured. Immediate medical attention is advised." In the command room, Sona urgently exclaimed, "Lin Feng, I will treat you right away. Stay where you are." She began to play her guqin, remotely healing Lin Feng's wounds. Nearby, Annie, the proud little girl, sat quietly, having remained silent throughout the battle. Her small face etched with worry as she gazed at Lin Feng on the screen. Upon seeing Sun Wukong on the battlefield, a shadow flickered across her innocent eyes. How dare that damned monkey harm her brother Feng? Regaining her composure, Catherine hurriedly approached Lin Feng, her expression a mixture of concern and uncertainty. Captain, are you all right? Lin Feng sat on the ground, his arms feeling a bit numb, and with a helpless smile, he said, It's nothing, just a little tingling in my hands. Catherine, deeply moved and with tears in her eyes, exclaimed, You say it's nothing, yet you've coughed up blood. Lin Feng, caught between laughter and tears, said to Catherine, Do not weep, am I not still alive? Spitting lightly, Catherine, with tears like pear blossoms, retorted, Captain, I would never succumb. Soon after, Sona commenced her remote healing for Lin Feng. A vibrant green magic, brimming with life, enveloped him as a refreshing energy coursed through his body, instilling a warm sensation throughout. His numbed arms swiftly regained their sensitivity. Before long, the healing was complete. Lin Feng stood up and stretched his body, marveling at the complete restoration of his previous injuries. He felt invigorated, filled with an overwhelming sense of strength, all thanks to Suan Na's miraculous healing magic. Lin Feng touched his nose and said nonchalantly, It seems that I must take the stage after all. Initially, Lin Feng believed that under his command, the super god team would effortlessly defeat Sun Wukong, just as depicted in the original narrative, allowing him to simply enjoy the spoils and receive the system's reward of 2 million points. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from Lin Feng's body, radiating a golden light. His wild, golden hair stood in a defiant rocket-like style, while his once dark pupils transformed into a vibrant emerald green, and his muscles swelled with impressive definition. Catherine stared in awe at Lin Feng. Now transformed into a Super Saiyan, her cheeks flushed as she murmured softly, So incredibly handsome. Lin Feng's transformation into a Super Saiyan, however, was bound by a temporal limitation. He swiftly executed the void dance technique, soaring from the tower, disregarding Sun Wukong below him. With a chilling tone, he inquired, Do you have anything to say regarding your arrival on Earth? Hee, I have nothing to say, Sun Wukong replied, surprisingly sensing a hint of pressure emanating from Lin Feng, prompting him to question whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, rather than fear, a fierce battle spirit surged within him, stirring emotions that had lain dormant for countless millennia. Humph! Lin Feng scoffed, and in an instant, his figure vanished, a mere illusion created by his extraordinary speed. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before Sun Wukong, executing a swift kick that sent his adversary flying a considerable distance, crashing into a building and reducing it to rubble. The onlookers were left in astonishment. With just a single move, merely one, such a formidable warrior as Sun Wukong had been rendered utterly defenseless against Lin Feng. This was to be expected, as Lin Feng's battle prowess had escalated to an astounding 50-fold, surpassing Sun Wukong's already impressive combat strength of 260,000 by more than double. Suddenly, a figure erupted from the debris, hurtling towards Lin Feng with alarming speed, intent on delivering a strike. Lin Feng cast a disdainful glance at the approaching Sun Wukong, who flaunted his snail-like speed before him. It was akin to flaunting a broadsword before Guan Gong, wielding an axe in front of Liu Ban, selling melons before Wang Pe, or displaying lewdness in front of a tavern maid, utterly ridiculous, lacking self-awareness, and courting disaster. Chapter 107. Unilateral abuse. In an instant, Lin Feng's figure dissipated, only to reappear unexpectedly behind the rapidly advancing Sun Wukong. Pointing at him, he intoned with gravity, Jihi Pao. In that moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Lin Feng's fingertip, coalescing into an enormous spherical energy entity that shot forth towards Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated, striking Sun Wukong squarely, sending him plummeting to the ground as if rendered utterly helpless. Thud! When Sun Wukong's body collided with the earth, it unexpectedly transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. It was merely a decoy. A hint of coldness lingered at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth as a ripple of spatial distortion manifested behind him. The concealed Sun Wukong emerged, raising his Rui Jingu Bang and delivering a swift strike towards Lin Feng's neck. The attempt of the ant to shake the tree is utterly laughable. As Lin Feng's figure vanished once more, he reappeared behind Sun Wukong, delivering a swift kick to the monkey's rear. Ah! Sun Wukong cried out in pain. Plummeting from the heavens, a wave of humiliation washing over him, igniting feelings of rage and resentment. The ensuing battle was undeniably one-sided, with Lin Feng effortlessly overpowering Sun Wukong, who had no means of retaliation. Although members of the Super God Squad had witnessed Lin Feng's transformation at the Super God Academy, they were once again taken aback. Having never realized the extent of his formidable strength, Garen gazed at the golden-haired Lin Feng hovering in the sky, exclaiming, "Captain, you look incredibly cool." Zhao Xian fidgeted with his clothing, bashfully remarking, "Captain, you can do anything you want to him from now on." Duchangi picked up a stone and, with a swift motion, hurled it at Zhao Xian's forehead. "Ah!" Zhao Xian screamed, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth in convulsions. "How disgusting!" Duchangi huffed, brushing the dust from her delicate hands, turning to watch Lin Feng as he effortlessly dominated Sun Wukong. Her typically icy demeanor softened as a blush crept onto her face. At this moment, Feng is truly captivating, she mused dreamily. Lena, hands placed defiantly on her hips, gazed up at Lin Feng with pride, declaring, "That is my man." In the command center of the Super God Academy, intelligence analyst Jana scrutinized Lin Feng's data sheet and announced, "Report, General. Lin Feng's combat power has surged dramatically. Our equipment cannot detect the exact value, but it is certain that his strength has multiplied several times over." Duchangi observed the battlefield monitor, turning to Rise in disbelief. "Is this what you referred to earlier, the power of a Super Saiyan?" Rise stroked his blue bald head, chuckling. "What do you think? Isn't it extraordinarily powerful?" Sona sat at the control panel, her gaze lost in admiration of the golden-haired Lin Feng, her thoughts unknown. That's under a little girl Annie, with her porcelain doll-like face, radiated excitement, waving her tiny fists in silent support for Lin Feng. Exercising caution, they would not let their guard down until the final moment. Jace communicated through the comms to the command center, "Sir, we need to conduct a detailed analysis of Sun Wukong to ensure we are not engaging in a blind confrontation." Rise, equally perplexed, asked, "Sir, is it scientifically sound to summon Sun Wukong? To conjure a substance that does not inherently exist?" Duchangi furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Based on my analysis, there are only two possibilities. First, there exists a realm within the cosmos known as Dongxing Shenzhou. Or, the summoner has modified the form and consciousness of a certain super warrior. This technology may not be beyond feasibility, as Principal Kirin's Grand Clock contains data from countless worlds. With a slight adjustment, it could potentially replicate a super warrior akin to Sun Wukong." Kanna expressed her thoughts, and Sona, gazing at her in confusion, inquired, "Are you suggesting that this Sun Wukong is not the Sun Wukong from Earth's mythology?" Kanna nodded gently, responding, "Not necessarily. For Teacher Wu's Sun Wukong may very well be a master of precise data control." Rise contemplated while stroking his blue bald head, stating, "We cannot dismiss the possibility that Teacher Wu, much like Principal Kirin, is a genuine deity. If this interpretation holds true, then it would be feasible for the Great Clock to siphon Teacher Wu's data and create a super warrior." Duchangi asserted gravely, regardless of the circumstances. "Our current objective is to demonstrate to him that we possess the capability to safeguard this world." On the battlefield, Lin Feng mercilessly tormented Sun Wukong, who struggled for breath. Covered in dirt, Lin Feng disdainfully asked, "Are you truly the Sun Wukong? How did you arrive in this world?" It was evident that this Sun Wukong was not the legendary figure, if he were indeed the one who wreaked havoc in the heavenly realms. Capable of summoning countless monkeys with his 36 transformations, then Lin Feng and his companions would have been reduced to mere remnants long ago. Sun Wukong, in a somewhat disheveled state, scoffed, "Someone has liberated me from the confines of mythology, and henceforth, I shall no longer be bound by any restraints." He. "Oh, even so. You cannot act as you please on Earth," Lin Feng retorted coldly. Sun Wukong smirked derisively and challenged, "Look at you with your iron fixtures, your colossal steel frames. Reeking of gunpowder, I, Sun Wukong, cannot abide by such sights and shall retaliate." Lin Feng completely subdued Sun Wukong, much to the delight of the onlookers, who reveled in this moment of triumph, finally able to lift their heads high. Sun Wukong, having previously flaunted his prowess, now faced the bitter consequences of his arrogance. There is a saying, "He who boasts excessively often finds himself in disgrace." In this moment, Lin Feng emerged as the sole protagonist of the battlefield. However, this was merely the surface perception held by the crowd. At present, Lin Feng was enduring considerable hardship. His transformation into a Super Saiyan was not without limitations. Although Sun Wukong's battle power was a mere 260,000, he possessed an indestructible physique, rendering Lin Feng utterly helpless against him. Chapter 108. This is quite awkward. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng relentlessly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon Sun Wukong, his breath slightly hissing as he executed such fervent attacks. However, despite the ferocity of his onslaught. No direct harm was inflicted upon Sun Wukong. The blows merely left his armor battered and in tatters. Should Lin Feng's Super Saiyan time limit expire, the ensuing chaos would be truly delightful. Whoever flaunts their prowess might find themselves on the receiving end of ridicule. Sun Wukong, having been bombarded numerous times by Lin Feng's energy blasts, lay dazed in a large crater, surrounded by similar pits scattered about, a scene of unrelenting torment. Were it not for Sun Wukong's indomitable physique, he might have been reduced to tears by Lin Feng's merciless assault. Lin Feng instantly teleported back to the military fortress and inquired Garen, where is your greatsword? Although Garen was uncertain of Lin Feng's intentions, he nevertheless produced his cherished sword and replied, here it is. Lin Feng unceremoniously snatched his precious possession from Garen's hands and declared, let me borrow it for a moment. Duchangi gazed at Lin Feng with concern and inquired, Feng, have you not yet resolved everything? Lin Feng gently caressed Duchangi's exquisite face and chuckled, Jiangwei, it will soon come to an end. Suddenly, Ducang's voice erupted from the communicator, indignantly exclaiming, kid, hurry and take care of Sun Wukong. Do not linger here to toy with my daughter. A hint of jealousy laced his tone. After all, Duchangi had never shown such tenderness even towards her own father. Indeed, a daughter grows beyond her father's grasp. The members of the Super God team were taken aback by Ducang's words. It dawned upon them that Duchangi was the daughter of Ducangi, with the exception of Lin Feng, who already knew. Now, Lin Feng found himself in a rather awkward position. When had he ever toyed with Duchangi? Lin Feng provocatively smiled at the unmanned reconnaissance drone hovering above, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. He then leaned towards Duchangi, bestowing upon her a deep, affectionate kiss. Du Cao, in a fit of anguish, let out a howl, his fury towards Lin Feng igniting like wildfire. This young man seemed to act with deliberate intent. Had it not been for the necessity of Lin Feng's assistance in subduing Sun Wukong, Du Cao would have certainly commanded a battalion of tank soldiers to teach Lin Feng a lesson he would not soon forget. Lin Feng released Duchangi, who remained silent, gazing at him with deep affection, utterly indifferent to the ambiguous and teasing glances of those around them. Lin Feng spoke into the communicator nestled by his ear, Sona. Amplify Garen's weapon to a force of 1,000 tons. I am poised to deliver the final verdict upon Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, the crowd nearly choked on Lin Feng's words. A weapon of 1,000 tons? Is this truly grounded in science? Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blasts directed at Sun Wukong, his breath slightly hissing as he exerted himself. Despite the ferocity of his onslaught, no direct harm befell Sun Wukong. The only consequence was the severe damage inflicted upon his armor. Should Lin Feng's Super Saiyan time limit expire, the ensuing chaos would be truly delightful, revealing who would be left humiliated. Sun Wukong, disoriented after countless energy blasts from Lin Feng, found himself sprawled in a massive crater, surrounded by numerous other craters, a scene of brutal, one-sided torment. Were it not for Sun Wukong's indomitable physique, he might have been reduced to tears under Lin Feng's relentless assault. Lin Feng swiftly teleported back to the military fortress and inquired Garen, where is your great sword? Although Garen was uncertain of Lin Feng's intentions, he nonetheless retrieved his beloved, treasured great sword and replied, here it is. Lin Feng unceremoniously took his precious possession from Garen's hands and said, let me borrow it for a moment. Duchangi looked at Lin Feng with concern and inquired, Feng, have you not finished dealing with it yet? Lin Feng gently caressed the exquisite face of Duchangi, chuckling softly, Jiangwei, it shall soon come to an end. Suddenly, Ducao's voice erupted from the communicator. Irate as he exclaimed, young man, hurry and deal with Sun Wukong. Do not linger here to flirt with my daughter. His tone betrayed a hint of jealousy, as it was well known that Duchangi had never shown such tenderness towards her own father. Indeed, the adage holds true, daughters grow up and do not remain at home. The members of the Super God team were momentarily taken aback by Ducao's words, realizing for the first time that Duchangi was his daughter. With the exception of Lin Feng, of course. This revelation left Lin Feng feeling somewhat awkward. When had he ever flirted with Duchangi? Lin Feng provocatively smiled at the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft in the sky. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he planted a deep kiss on Duchangi's tender lips. Ducangi let out a heart-wrenching howl, infuriated by Lin Feng's audacity. This young man seemed to be doing it on purpose. Were it not for the necessity of having Lin Feng subdue Sun Wukong, Ducangi would undoubtedly have ordered an entire battalion of tank soldiers to teach Lin Feng a lesson about the consequences of his actions. Lin Feng released Duchangi, who remained silent, gazing affectionately at him, completely disregarding the suggestive and teasing glances of those around them. Lin Feng spoke into the communicator nestled by his ear, saying, Sona, please amplify Garen's weapon to a strength of 1,000 tons. I am about to deliver the final judgment upon Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, the others nearly choked on Lin Feng's words. A weapon weighing 1,000 tons? Is that truly feasible? The communicator crackled to life, and Sona's voice echoed back. Asking once more, Captain Lin Feng, are you certain you wish to increase the weight to 1,000 tons? Lin Feng gazed at the colossal sword of Garen in his hands and nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Let us save time and conclude this swiftly. Duke Ao, with a grave demeanor, remarked, even if we augment Garen's weapon by 1,000 tons, there remains a probability of failure in adjudicating Sun Wukong, and ultimately, we can only render judgment once. Lin Feng, are you certain you wish to proceed with this judgment? Absolutely. Lin Feng reiterated. Uncertain? What nonsense. The transformation time is rapidly approaching its limit. And I suspect that Sun Wukong, that monkey, will seize the first opportunity to torment him. In the original tale, Garen was able to adjudicate Sun Wukong with 10 tons of force. Now, with 1,000 tons, he surely cannot fail to do so. Very well, Janna. Increase Lin Feng's weapon weight by 1,000 tons. Duke Ao commanded Janna. Understood. Janna began to operate the control panel and spoke into the communicator, Captain Lin Feng. We are about to augment the weight of your weapon by 1,000 tons. Please prepare yourself. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 109. The flower monkey explodes. Lin Feng stumbled, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. Such a mishap would undoubtedly be quite embarrassing. With a face marked by lines of distress, he gripped his great sword tightly. He had anticipated that the weight would increase gradually, but to his astonishment, it surged instantaneously to a staggering 1,000 tons, leaving Lin Feng utterly unprepared. Lin Feng's forehead was lined with prominent veins as he struggled to lift the colossal sword, making his way towards the battlefield. Sun Wukong, bewildered after emerging from a deep pit several meters below, was taken aback to see Lin Feng approaching him, causing his fur to bristle with indignation. Today was a profound humiliation for the Monkey King. The voice of Janna resonated through the communicator, declaring that the weapon was fully charged and ready to deliver judgment upon Sun Wukong. With a fierce roar, Lin Feng raised the immense sword, pointing it towards the heavens. Thunder rumbled, and the skies darkened as a tempest brewed. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, a divine light descending from above, enveloping Sun Wukong. At this instant, the hearts of the 25 individuals present raced in their chests, yet Lin Feng remained composed. He knew how the original tale unfolded and yearned to return home soon to embrace the charming little linger in slumber. However, just as he was about to execute his judgment upon Sun Wukong, an unexpected twist occurred. Sun Wukong retrieved a fist-sized, luminous red gem from beneath his armor, within which sparkled a golden star. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the one-star Dragon Ball? How could it possibly be in Sun Wukong's possession? At that moment, the sound of the system's notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind, announcing, Ding! Main quest released. Seize the one-star Dragon Ball. Reward, 1 million points. Failure penalty, annihilation. At this moment, Lin Feng had no time to pay attention to the system's notifications. For Sun Wukong had executed an astonishing act. He opened his mouth and swallowed a one-star Dragon Ball. Lin Feng's mind was tumultuous, as if 1,000 furious steeds were galloping through it. How could Sun Wukong possibly consume a one-star Dragon Ball? That was 1,000,000 points. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the fact that after ingesting the Dragon Ball, an overwhelming aura erupted from Sun Wukong, who had transformed into a wholly demonic being, his body now radiating an ominous golden glow. With a fearsome roar, Sun Wukong's visage twisted in rage as his head astonishingly split into 3, accompanied by 6 arms and 3 monkey tails. The once sacred golden light morphed into a chilling blood-red hue, and from his form, a crimson beam surged skyward, piercing the heavens. The once luminous moon began to turn blood-red, casting a sanguine glow upon the earth. The crowd was left in shock, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets, unable to fathom that Sun Wukong, after swallowing a peculiar orb, had undergone a complete transformation into a demon. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, as a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Analyzing character attributes. Name, Six-Eared Macaque, Sun Wukong. Profession, Demonized Battle God Buddha. Combat Power, 915210. Danger Level, Super S Class. Friendly reminder, it is advised that the host flee immediately. Otherwise, there is a significant risk of demise. 910,000 in combat power? What has become of the trust between man and system? Can they still engage in joyous play? Lin Feng's lips twitched uncontrollably, exclaiming in frustration that this time his attempt at bravado had backfired spectacularly. The unfolding events deviated drastically from the narrative established in the original text. Indeed, this insufferable system had led him astray. When the system had issued the main quest, Lin Feng was already filled with skepticism, for defeating Sun Wukong promised a staggering reward of 2 million points. When had this insidious system ever shown such leniency? It was only now that he realized he had fallen into a trap, a monumental one at that. Was this truly a scheme to obliterate him? He could have concluded the mission smoothly, yet the final act introduced a formidable antagonist, an unexpected twist that left him aghast. This was not the time for yielding. Lin Feng addressed the communicator. Command Center, can we ascertain the situation surrounding Sun Wukong? Super God Academy, Command Center, Duke Ao responded to Kana. We need to determine the nature of that red orb immediately. Understood. Kana swiftly began to operate the console, initiating an investigation into the Dragon Balls through the cosmic database. The results, however, left her utterly stunned. Report. General, it's the legendary Dragon Balls. What? The Dragon Balls, indeed? Duke Ao exclaimed in disbelief. How could the legendary Dragon Balls be in the possession of Sun Wukong? Kana utilized military satellites to probe into Sun Wukong's data, relaying to the Super God team, attention. Super God team, Sun Wukong has fully transformed into a demonic state and poses a grave threat. Please exercise utmost caution. Simultaneously, having completed his transformation and absorbed the crimson moonlight, Sun Wukong unleashed a deafening roar, triggering a violent and terrifying storm centered around him. Boom. The resounding explosion echoed. And Lin Feng, who had been tasked with confronting Sun Wukong, was the first to bear the brunt of the horrifying assault. The judgmental light enveloping Sun Wukong was shattered, allowing him to escape unscathed. Unfortunately, at that moment, Lin Feng was caught in the aftermath of a transformation limitation of Super Saiyan, reverting him back to his original form, a mere black rocket head, with the brilliant golden aura dissipating into nothingness. Coughing violently, Lin Feng expelled a mouthful of blood, tainted with fragments of internal organs, as blood poured from his 7 orifices, painting a gruesome portrait of his plight. The tempest swept him off his feet, leaving him lifelessly sprawled amidst the debris. Moreover, the storm's residual force overturned everything on the battlefield, reducing countless ordinary soldiers to mere flesh and blood, meeting a tragic end, their bodies unrecognizable. In an instant, the battlefield was awash with blood. The Super God team, too, was disoriented by the storm's aftermath, collapsing to the ground, only to awaken to the harrowing scene that ignited their fury. At that moment, the communicator crackled to life with Kana's voice. Report. Captain Lin Feng's life signs have vanished. He has fallen. Those words struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in stunned silence, their minds blank. Lin Feng was truly gone? Author-chan feels exhausted and wishes to conclude here. However, if that were the case, it is likely many readers would send Author-chan letters of complaint. The next chapter is of utmost importance, as the plot will take a dramatic turn, and in the chapter thereafter, the much-anticipated Morgana shall make her entrance. Chapter 110. Who will save the day? How could this be? No, this is undoubtedly a fabrication. Jess, straining against the communicator, stated, Command Center, do not jest. Where is the captain? Ghana, a shadow of despair upon her face, replied, I understand that this is difficult for you to accept, but he truly is. Sona, her face ashen, gazed at the screen displaying Lin Feng's database, where his life points were rendered gray, murmuring in disbelief. No, it cannot be. Brother Feng, do not abandon Nini. Annie cried out in anguish, ultimately collapsing into Sona's embrace. On the battlefield, the Super God team was thrown into disarray. This is unacceptable. Utterly intolerable. This was merely the first battle for the Super God team, and the captain has been taken down? What kind of farce is this? Jess steadied his tumultuous emotions and calmly addressed the communicator. Command Center, please provide us with the captain's coordinates. Ghana hurriedly typed on her keyboard. But Lin Feng's life points had vanished, and his data information had also disappeared. Fortunately, she could still retrieve Lin Feng's last known position. Ghana spoke solemnly. BF 205145. Approximately in your 12 o'clock direction, around 800 meters away. The Super God team members turned their gazes toward the location reported by Ghana, only to find that the small hill had been leveled to a desolate wasteland. Was Lin Feng truly there? Just address the group. I will temporarily take command. We must relocate the captain to a safe zone. Understood. The Super God team members replied grimly, their expressions frighteningly tense. Rena wiped her tears and approached the distraught Duchangi, who was streaked with tears, and sharply admonished, "You foolish girl, why are you still standing here?" Duchangi, her face pale and devoid of color, looked at Rena with a quavering voice. "Feng Feng is dead." Slap. Rena raised her hand and delivered a sharp blow to Duchangi, sternly retorting, "Nonsense. That is merely a data error. We must go and rescue the captain. Will you remain here as a corpse, or will you join us?" A red handprint blossomed on Duchangi's pale face, abruptly awakening her from her stupor. Indeed, how could she assert, based solely on data, that her beloved Feng had perished? No, this is absolutely unacceptable. With determination, Duchangi wiped her tears away and resolutely declared, "Yes, I will also join. We shall bring Feng back together." Jess glanced at Duchangi and Rena, saying, "You two will stay behind. Catherine will provide fire support on site, and the rest will follow me into the fray." Duchangi and Rena exclaimed in unison, "Why must we stay behind?" Jace bore a stoic expression as he declared, "Your current condition is ill-suited for the battlefield. Should Duchangi and Rena be thrust into combat now, who can fathom the chaos that might ensue? A woman's fury can be terrifying, particularly that of Rena, the goddess of dawn. While others may be unaware, Jace is acutely aware of Rena's formidable danger. The mocking voice of the demonized Sun Wukong echoed across the sky, taunting, "Kiki, have you forgotten about me, old son?" Upon hearing Sun Wukong's voice, the members of the divine team were engulfed in fury. This was not the true Sun Wukong, but a summoned fiend. At that moment, the demonized Sun Wukong had transformed into a grotesque figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, sprouting 3 monkey tails from his back. His eyes glowed with a sinister light as he grinned wickedly. What does despair truly feel like? A sense of foreboding surged within Jace and his companions. They beheld as Sun Wukong embraced his golden staff, which rapidly elongated to nearly 100 feet, radiating a brilliant red light that cleaved through the sky. This dazzling glow flooded the heavens, eclipsing everything in its path, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. Cackling maniacally, Sun Wukong's eyes blazed with a frenzied light as he leapt into the air, swinging the immense golden staff towards the ruins of a small hillock. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled, dust soared, and stones scattered. The once flattened hillock was obliterated by Sun Wukong's onslaught, reduced to a colossal crater. Duchangi and Rena, their faces streaked with tears, cried out in anguished despair, "No." The remaining hope of the divine team shattered completely. It was likely that Lin Feng's body had been reduced to mere fragments, buried deep beneath the earth, intermingled with soil and debris. "Ha ha ha ha. Your so-called captain is utterly feeble." Sun Wukong howled, his insane laughter echoing in the air, seemingly deriving immense pleasure from the carnage. Sona's face turned pale, her spirit crushed, rendering her like a puppet, sobbing in her seat. Meanwhile, Annie, the proud little girl, awoke from her stupor, silently weeping in Sona's embrace, her once adorable eyes swollen like peaches. In the command room, the only sound was the desperate cries of the little girl. Takeo, having endured countless battles, possessed a resolve that surpassed ordinary men. His fists clenched tightly, cracking audibly, as he gritted his teeth and declared, "You are a brave one. I will not allow your sacrifice to be in vain." Rise gazed sorrowfully at Lin Feng's data screen, where the gray life force indicated the last vestiges of a once mighty lineage had now perished. Taking a deep breath, Takeo turned to the personnel in the command room and inquired, "What means do we have left to vanquish Sun Wukong?" Rise sighed deeply, replying, "It is no longer possible. The combat prowess of the demonized Sun Wukong has surged exponentially. With our current military strength, we lack the power to strike even a single blow." Suddenly, Kana stood up and said, "General, perhaps we should allow Reyna to utilize the ultimate radiance." Du Cao interjected, "No, we cannot employ any such catastrophic abilities on Earth. It is against the highest regulations. Should Reyna fail to control the ultimate radiance, it is likely that the entire planet would be obliterated." Du Cao cast a glance at Kana and solemnly inquired, "Kana, are you still unable to let go of that incident from a millennium ago?" Kana, her expression devoid of emotion, looked at Du Cao and replied, "I am merely providing an objective analysis of the data and intelligence available. In this desperate predicament, who will come to our rescue?" Author's note. Ahem, my apologies. The protagonist's revival has been postponed for yet another chapter. There will be another update shortly, so please stay tuned. Chapter 111. Breaking the cocoon and rebirth amidst the boundless darkness. Lin Feng found himself ensnared, unable to utter a single cry, enveloped in a suffocating silence. Where was he? Had he traversed yet again into another realm? Suddenly, a resonant chime pierced the shroud of obscurity, illuminating the space gradually. The restoration of the host's injuries had failed. Establishing communication with the host was unsuccessful. Ding. The passive skill, demon body, has awakened. Ding. The transformation of the host into the demon body is in progress. In the vast night, even the heavens seemed to resonate with the sorrow of the masses, weeping cold, fine rain. The members of the Super God team stood in solemn silence on the battlefield, allowing the frigid raindrops to cascade down their cheeks. They recalled the days when Lin Feng lightly touched his nose and, with a gentle smile, reassured them, "Fear not, even in death, I shall be the first to fall." The earth was on the brink of devastation from foreign enemies. Countless innocent souls would perish in the flames of war, some even becoming pawns for the adversary. Morphing into monsters, our brothers, sisters, and compatriots would face homelessness, mourning, starvation, freezing, disease, their souls restless in the afterlife. As the entire planet transformed into a hellish realm of suffering, we cannot afford to lose. We cannot falter. We shall stand as the most formidable line of defense for Earth, resolute in our resolve. Even unto death, we shall not retreat a single step. Tears welled in the eyes of the Super God team. Lin Feng's words echoed in their minds, a haunting reminder of their naivety in the face of mortality. In confronting the specter of death, they recognized their impotence and cowardice. A surge of self-loathing engulfed them. Had their strength been greater, they might have vanquished Sun Wukong, and Lin Feng would not have perished in battle. Silently, they stood in the rain, as Jess gazed sorrowfully towards the horizon, allowing the cold droplets to pelt his face. He murmured, "Captain, he was truly remarkable." The rain intensified, rendering it indistinguishable whether it was rain or tears that graced their faces. It was indeed hard to fathom the sight of a burly man weeping in despair. Rena, stifling her tears, cried out to the night sky, "Feng, please return swiftly. Do not leave this goddess alone." "Feng, he is gone." Duchangi's eyes glazed over, collapsing to the ground. Her long crimson hair matted with mud as the rain battered her. In that moment, she realized the fragility of her own heart. She could not withstand the blow of losing Lin Feng, and her heart shattered in that instant. Rena let out a wail of anguish, her voice cracking as she scolded the heavens. "Lin Feng, you scoundrel. You promised to marry me after the war. You wretched fool." Just as despair threatened to consume them, a sudden upheaval occurred in the debris of the hillside. Boom. A resonant clap of thunder reverberated across the horizon, startling everyone in its wake. In an instant, a brilliant crimson radiance surged skyward, dispelling the dark clouds and transforming the atmosphere, illuminating the heavens as if the celestial firmament itself roared in fury. Suddenly, a tempest arose, fierce enough to blind the onlookers, while the red light blazed forth, revealing a malevolent power that obscured the stars and eclipsed the moon. As the gates of hell swung wide open, unleashing countless specters that swirled around the crimson glow. In the command room, Duke Ao gazed at the battlefield screen, his expression one of alarm as he exclaimed, "What is this sinister power?" A shiver ran through Rise as he replied, "This malevolent force seems to herald the rebirth of a formidable vengeful spirit into a demon lord." Kana, filled with concern, queried, "Could it be that an extraterrestrial evil force has invaded Earth once more?" Sona, her delicate features etched with worry, trembled as she interjected, "No, it's not that. Look at Lin Feng's database." At her words, every gaze in the command room turned towards Lin Feng's personal data screen, and shock coursed through them as they beheld the miraculous sight of Lin Feng, once deemed lifeless, gradually regaining vitality. What could this possibly mean? At the control console, a soldier analyzing the data exclaimed in disbelief, "Report, General. Captain Lin Feng's life force is experiencing a sharp increase." Another soldier, equally astonished, shouted, "Report, General. Captain Lin Feng's superpower is surging exponentially." In that moment, everyone was rendered speechless, their eyes wide in astonishment at Lin Feng's personal data screen, which displayed the astonishing rise of his superpower. It was utterly unfathomable. Kana gasped in shock, fully aware of the implications of such a surge. Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered the air as the LCD screen erupted into fragments. "No way. Is this for real?" The command room, including Duke Ao, was left in utter disbelief. Annie, with her small hands cradling her face, looked utterly adorable yet tear-streaked as the screen displaying Lin Feng's data had exploded. Elsewhere, within the confines of a demonic castle, Morgana, who had been peacefully slumbering, suddenly awoke, sensing the surge of this dark power. Her previously aloof demeanor shifted, and she murmured, "To think someone can willingly descend into darkness and transform into a demon. How peculiar." Morgana rose from her bed, the delicate sheet slipping away to reveal her flawlessly sculpted figure. Her complexion as fair and smooth as cream, rivaling even Sona's 36E form. Carefully, she donned her attire, mindful of her slightly rounded abdomen. Before stepping out of her chamber and onto the castle grounds, addressing the demon soldiers training outside, Morgana commanded coldly, "Hurry and summon Otto to see me." The demon minion nodded respectfully, "Understood, Your Majesty." Morgana turned away and entered the command room of the castle, gently settling into a chair. She caressed her slightly protruding abdomen. Her expression somber as she sighed, "My dear child, it has been nearly a week, and your mother has yet to find your father. Am I truly so inept?" Chapter 112. The power of the underworld god. In recent days, Morgana had been secretly dispatching demonic soldiers to various cities across China in search of Lin Feng's whereabouts. Yet her efforts had yielded no results. Indeed, locating Lin Feng amidst the vast sea of humanity was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, she believed that once she seized control of Earth, she could reincarnate and send forth legions of demons to find Lin Feng. She held on to the hope that one day he would be found. The sword demon, Atrox, entered the command room and inquired, "Your Majesty, you summoned me for a purpose?" The gentle expression on Morgana's face vanished without a trace, replaced by a frigid demeanor as she replied, "What is the nature of that sinister power outside the city?" Atrox explained, "It appears that a vengeful spirit is undergoing rebirth, transforming into a fallen demon of its own accord." Morgana furrowed her brow, her voice icy as she scoffed. "Is it that Sun Wukong?" Atrox's heart sank, and he nodded in affirmation. "It seems there is indeed a connection." Fury ignited within Morgana as she clenched her teeth. Coldly rebuking, "That wretched Karthus summoned the Demon King to Earth without my consent. It is utterly unforgivable." She turned her gaze to Atrox and commanded, "Establish a remote video connection to the battlefield. I must see for myself what is transpiring." "Yes, my queen," Atrox replied respectfully, initiating the remote projection technology to connect to the battlefield. On the battlefield, the blinding crimson light vanished, and the multitude of vengeful spirits from the abyss disappeared without a trace. The sensation of death was indeed terrifying. A deep voice echoed from the depths, reminiscent of countless wails from the abyss, sending shivers down the spine. Could this be the captain? The members of the Super God team exchanged alarmed glances, their eyes widening in disbelief as they beheld a figure ascending into the sky. In midair, Lin Feng soared, propelling himself with 8 pairs of 16 black wings. His expression was devoid of emotion as he floated majestically, his once black rocket-shaped projectiles transformed into silvery forms. Even more astonishingly, 2 horns resembling those of a demon sprouted from his forehead, and his eyes glowed with an eerie crimson hue. Duchangi, tears streaming down her face, covered her mouth in shock, exclaiming, "Feng, what has happened to you?" Lena stood frozen, tears cascading down her cheeks as she joyfully wept. Feng is alive." Sun Wukong laughed menacingly, mocking, "Who would have thought you would fall and transform into a demon? Truly, you have embraced your own degradation." "What does Sun Wukong mean? Captain, has he truly become a demon?" The members of the Super God team exchanged bewildered looks, their minds clouded with confusion. What on earth was unfolding? Lin Feng, with an expression devoid of emotion, coldly gazed at Sun Wukong and uttered with a chilling intensity, "Wherever the blade of my king points, there shall you meet your demise." The faces of the onlookers paled in horror, and an inexplicable tremor coursed through their souls, a profound dread stemming from an invisible, soul-crushing oppression. Sun Wukong, stricken with terror, looked at Lin Feng with fear evident on his face, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he stammered, "What do you intend to do?" Suddenly, the night sky erupted with silver lightning and thunder, deafening the ears of the crowd. While countless residents of the city of Juxia had already been roused from their slumber by the night's ominous occurrences, hastily shutting their windows and curling up in their blankets, trembling in fear. "Ha! Let death embrace you." Lin Feng laughed maniacally, his face twisted with fury as torrents of crimson magical energy surged from him, gradually coalescing into a colossal, translucent red figure, an apparition wielding a scythe, resembling the god of the underworld. The power of the underworld. Sun Wukong, nearly shedding his fur in fright, leaped into the air, soaring 3 feet above the ground before making a hasty retreat. The battle god Buddha, surprisingly, had yielded. Although the members of the Super God team were uncertain of the unfolding events, they could sense the overwhelming might radiating from Lin Feng. "I shall send you to the depths of hell, Kneel before the abyssal demon lord and repent. Lin Feng, reveling in the moment, closed his blood-red eyes. A sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips, as the side of the red underworld deity enveloped him, the malevolent power swelling even further. Lin Feng opened his blood-red eyes, gazing at the soaring Sun Wukong, and solemnly declared, "You shall accept the judgment of the god of the underworld." At that moment, a colossal figure enveloped Lin Feng, the god of the underworld, brandishing a scythe that struck towards Sun Wukong, unleashing a blinding radiance. Buzz. In an instant, everyone's vision was obscured, rendering them oblivious to the unfolding events. Once clarity returned, it became apparent that Sun Wukong had reverted from his demonic state. His 3 heads and 6 arms vanished, and his golden chainmail lay in tatters. Gush. Blood surged within Sun Wukong, and he violently spat out a mouthful of crimson. Crack. Crack. A sound of shattering slowly resonated. Sun Wukong stared blankly at the fractured Rui Jingu Bang in his hand, and with a resounding pop, the magical staff disintegrated into fragments. He raised his gaze, lifelessly fixing it upon Lin Feng, declaring, "I, old Sun, shall return." Boom. With those words, Sun Wukong transformed into a wisp of white smoke, leaving behind a radiant Dragon Ball. Had Sun Wukong fled? The members of the Super God team, recovering from their stupor, erupted into joyous tears, exclaiming, "We have won. We have triumphed." Reina and Duchangi swiftly employed their flight techniques, soaring to Lin Feng's side, their eyes brimming with concern as they asked, "Feng, are you all right?" However, Lin Feng had succumbed to unconsciousness. The 8 pairs of wings behind him dissipated into black feathers. The 2 horns on his forehead vanished, and his once silver hair reverted to its original black, styled like a rocket. "Feng." Reina and Duchangi cried out in alarm, hastily catching the plummeting Lin Feng. The rest of the Super God team rushed over, anxiously inquiring, "Captain, is he all right?" A voice crackled through the communicator, revealing Su Na's reassuring tone. "Everyone, do not worry. Lin Feng is merely in a state of unconsciousness and should awaken soon. Brother Feng, as long as you're fine," little Annie said, wiping her tears and gazing longingly at the battlefield's monitor, yearning to be beside Lin Feng. Su Na gently ruffled Annie's hair, chuckling. "This battle has concluded. Your brother Feng will return shortly." Annie looked at Su Na with suspicion and suddenly remarked, "Sister Su Na, do you also have feelings for brother Feng?" Su Na's expression turned awkward, her face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, "I do not." Chapter 113. The curtain falls on battle in the Demon Castle's operations room. Morgana stood up, her emotions surging as she observed the remote images within the magical crystal, exclaiming, "It's him. It truly is him." Aatrox, channeling demonic energy to manipulate the crystal, inquired with confusion, "Your Majesty, who do you speak of?" Morgana, trembling with excitement, struggled to articulate her words, stating, your king is about to return." "Our king?" Aatrox gazed intently at the magical crystal containing Lin Feng, murmuring to himself, "Could this person be the one whom the queen has sought so desperately? What should he do? What should he do?" Morgana, feeling utterly at a loss, paced anxiously, her heart racing. The events that transpired between her and Lin Feng were nothing short of a fateful twist, with the root of the error lying squarely with her. Did he harbor feelings for her? Did he care for the child growing within her? Would he come to resent her? What course of action should she take? Should she reveal to him that he was about to become a father? Yet, what if his feelings towards her were not as she hoped? Morgana cautiously returned to her seat, delicately caressing her slightly rounded belly, silently beseeching, "Oh, dear child, guide your mother on what to do." How could he have fallen into darkness and become a demon? Morgana never imagined that the Lin Feng she had sought so fervently would be found by such serendipitous means, as if she had stumbled upon him without effort. Yet now that she had located him, she was engulfed in uncertainty, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. On the battlefield, Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes, emerging from the depths of unconsciousness. Upon seeing him awaken, Duchangi's eyes glistened with tears as she asked with deep concern, "Feng, you're awake?" Reina, fighting back her own tears, gently inquired, "Feng, are you all right?" "It's nothing, just a slight heaviness in my head," Lin Feng replied as he sat up from the ground, shaking his still somewhat vacant mind. Lin Feng turned back to gaze at the chaotic battlefield, exclaiming in astonishment, "By the way, where is Sun Wukong?" Upon hearing this, the members of the Super God team exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions reflecting their confusion towards Lin Feng. Reina paused momentarily before inquiring, "Feng, do you not recall what transpired?" "I'm not certain. My mind feels quite muddled," Lin Feng responded, lowering his head in contemplation. His memory seemed fragmented, rendering him unable to recollect the events that had just unfolded. Duchangi suddenly dashed into Lin Feng's embrace, her voice trembling as she wept. Feng, as long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Jace picked up a fallen Dragon Ball from the ground and approached Lin Feng, stating, Captain, this is something Sun Wukong left behind before his escape. Dragon Ball? Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise, accepting the Dragon Ball Jace handed him. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed a one-star Dragon Ball. At that moment, a series of alerts resonated in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating Sun Wukong. You are awarded 200,000 points. Ding. The one-star Dragon Ball will soon be retrieved to the system space. Please be attentive. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a one-star Dragon Ball, earning an additional 100,000 points. Lin Feng stared blankly at the Dragon Ball in his hand, and with a flash of white light, it vanished, stored away in the system space. Yet, Lin Feng couldn't shake the feeling that this stroke of fortune had come rather abruptly. Had he truly just earned 3 million points? Zhao Xian, the timid fellow, noticed the sudden disappearance of the Dragon Ball and curiously murmured, Huh? Where did the Dragon Ball go? He crouched down and began rummaging through Lin Feng's belongings. Seeing Lin Feng appear somewhat dazed, Reina inquired with curiosity, Feng, what's wrong? It's nothing. Hey, Zhao Xian, what are you doing? Lin Feng snapped back to reality, only to realize that Zhao Xian, in his foolishness, was rifling through his clothes, nearly tugging down his pants in the process. Zhao Xian stood up, scratching the back of his head in confusion, and asked, Captain, where did you hide that Dragon Ball? Lin Feng's expression darkened as he said with annoyance, the Dragon Ball has manifested and flown off into the universe. Zhao Xian, with his small fist striking his palm, exclaimed in sudden realization, so that's how it is. Duchangi picked up a brick from the ground and, with a swift motion, struck Zhao Xian on the head. Her face contorted in disgust as she exclaimed, Fool. Zhao Xian cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, struggling to extend his hand as he pleaded, Help me. I am dying. However, not a single member of the Super God team paid him any heed. Tears of sorrow streamed down Zhao Xian's face as he lamented the absence of compassion among people. Lin Feng rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He embraced both Duchangi and Reina, softly murmuring, I apologize for making you worry. The two women nestled affectionately in Lin Feng's arms, their once tumultuous hearts gradually finding solace. The events of the night had left them in a state of emotional upheaval, filled with anxiety. In the command room of the Super Divine Academy, Suona gazed with a tinge of jealousy at the battlefield monitor, where the sight of Lin Feng entwined with Reina and Duchangi stirred a tumult of emotions within her, akin to a jar of mixed flavors spilled haphazardly. Meanwhile, the petite Annie seized the communicator on the console, pouting with a pitiful expression, Brother Feng, please come back soon. Nini misses you dearly. Lin Feng heard the words of the little girl from the communicator and smiled gently, saying, Brother will return shortly. Takeo, feeling somewhat melancholic, remarked with deep emotion. The battlefield arrives so abruptly. By the time you regain your senses, it has taken everything from you. Rise glanced at Takeo and, with a faint smile, replied, Regardless of everything, we have emerged victorious in this battle, have we not? Takeo lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and said in a somber tone, The battle has concluded. Everyone, prepare to tidy the battlefield and account for the personnel. Lin Feng and the members of the Super God group gazed upon the battlefield, where Sun Wukong's stand had resulted in significant casualties among the ordinary soldiers, many of whom had perished in the ensuing chaos. The soldiers on the battlefield fell into a somber silence as they began to restore order, tending to the wounded and comforting their critically injured comrades, while also gathering the remains of their fallen brethren, still warm beneath the rubble. Lin Feng gazed at the unfolding scene, feeling a weight in his heart. He turned to the members of the Super God team behind him and, with a hint of melancholy, suggested, Shall we lend our assistance? The fear of death, shrouded in the unknown, renders one devoid of everything upon the loss of life. Chapter 114. Have you abandoned the baby? In the Devil's Castle, within the operations room, Morgana inwardly chastised herself for her newfound indecisiveness. Resolute in her decision, she addressed Aatrox, saying, Atro, connect me to the remote call at the scene. Aatrox momentarily froze, quickly regaining his composure to respond, Understood. Though I do not comprehend why you wish to establish a remote call, I shall proceed as you instructed. On the battlefield, as everyone organized the area, ripples in space manifested, and a luminous screen appeared in midair. The first to notice the anomaly was an ordinary soldier, who pointed skyward and exclaimed, "Everyone, look up." All eyes turned skyward, where they beheld a striking figure adorned in vibrant makeup, clad in purple attire. With a pair of black wings unfurling behind her, it was Morgana. How could it be her? Lin Feng marveled, lifting his gaze to the projection of Morgana, who, unbeknownst to him, was silently observing him in return, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. In the command room of the Super God Academy, Jana scrutinized the battlefield monitoring screen and remarked, "This remote projection technology must be at least 3,000 years more advanced than Earth's civilization." Duchangi, frowning as he observed the remote projection materializing on the battlefield, inquired, "Who is this individual?" Rise, stroking his chin in contemplation, speculated, could it be her? Duchangi cast a glance at Rise, asking, "Who?" Rise slowly elucidated, "It can hardly be mistaken. She is the powerful evil deity who previously descended upon Earth. The Queen of the Demon Legion, Morgana." Sona furrowed her brows in confusion, questioning, "But why has she suddenly appeared on the battlefield?" Rise shook his head and sighed. "I am not omniscient. How could I possibly know?" Morgana gazed at Lin Feng with a mixture of complexity and bitterness, feeling at a loss for words to express her sentiments. In that moment, everyone exchanged bewildered glances, each wearing an expression of confusion, pondering to whom this woman was speaking. Lin Feng was filled with profound confusion. Although he was somewhat perplexed by the intentions of Morgana, he nonetheless spoke up, "The Earth is my home. Where else could I possibly go?" At that moment, everyone suddenly realized that Lin Feng and Morgana were indeed acquainted. "Feng, who is this woman?" Reina inquired. A hint of jealousy tinged her voice. Her innate intuition as a woman led her to believe that the bond between Lin Feng and Morgana was anything but ordinary. "Feng?" Morgana gazed at Lin Feng with a hint of melancholy, remarking, "This queen still does not know your name." Lin Feng first gestured for Reina to remain silent, then addressed Morgana, stating, "My name is Lin Feng." Morgana fell into a daze, murmuring to herself, "The surname is Lin? Quite intriguing. What name should I choose? What scheme lies within this riddle?" Duchangi linked her arm with Lin Feng's and, with a slight pout, inquired, "Feng, what on earth is going on here?" Lin Feng felt a flush of embarrassment, repeatedly forcing a bitter smile as he said, "I truly do not comprehend what is happening." He had often envisioned the scenario of meeting Morgana: anger, curses, hatred, disgust, and despair. Indeed, Morgana would wish to slay him. These emotions seemed fitting for such an encounter. However, what was the cause of this strange atmosphere? After a moment, Morgana gazed at Lin Feng with hopeful eyes and resolutely declared, "Husband, you are the new emperor of the Demon Legion. Join me in conquering the world." "Husband?" Lin Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He could never have imagined that Morgana would address him in such a manner. In the command room of the Super God Academy, Duca and his companions stared in astonishment at the dramatic scene unfolding on the battlefield screen. This demon queen was indeed Lin Feng's wife? Annie, the proud little loli, was engulfed in a tempest of jealousy, furiously clawing at the air as she exclaimed at Morgana on the monitor, "That wretched woman must be lying. Filthy woman! Filthy woman! Filthy woman!" The members of the Super God team breathed a sigh of relief. Although they did not fully understand the situation, it seemed that Morgana was not an enemy. Alleviating their earlier tension, Zhao Exine, the coward, inexplicably produced a bag of sunflower seeds, plopping down on the ground to gossip with the others. There must be an affair going on here. Garen also sat on the ground, snatching the bag of seeds from Zhao Exine's hands, munching away as he remarked, "If there is no affair, I shall forfeit my life." Jace, equally intrigued, stroked his chin in disbelief, saying, "This woman is up to something. She actually wants the captain to conquer the world with her." Zhao Exine, still clueless, pulled out yet another bag of sunflower seeds, grumbling, "Why is no one willing to conquer the world with me?" Gawain swiftly snatched the bag from Zhao Exine, retorting, "Let us see if you can quit your five-fingered lady before we discuss that." What is the five-fingered lady? It refers to the act of using one's hand to indulge in oneself. Among the Super God team, only Duchangi and Reina showed signs of intense jealousy, their expressions darkening. Morgana looked at Lin Feng with eager eyes and softly inquired, "Husband, have you given it any thought?" Lin Feng shook his head gently and slowly remarked, "Power and desire, those are not my pursuits." Morgana felt a tinge of disappointment in her heart and continued to inquire, "What about me? Could it be for my sake?" Lin Feng remained silent, gazing at Morgana, unable to utter a word for an extended period. Was he truly on the verge of departing from the Super God team? embarking on a quest for corruption alongside Morgana to conquer the world together? Morgana's subsequent words struck Lin Feng like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly astounded. Gently caressing her slightly rounded abdomen, she spoke with a sense of desolation. Do you truly wish to forsake your own child? Her astonishing declaration left everyone in disbelief. Each member of the Super God team stood in stunned silence, casting furtive glances at the bewildered Lin Feng, while Reina and Duchangi wore expressions of profound distress. How audacious! This affair had escalated to the point of life itself. Chapter 115. Indeed, you are to become a father. Lin Feng gazed incredulously at Morgana's slightly protruding belly, stuttering as he inquired, what did you just say? A child? Morgana's face bore an expression of profound sorrow as she addressed Lin Feng. I am with child. You are to become a father. Am I to become a father? Lin Feng's pupils constricted violently, for this notion was nothing short of fantastical to him. Morgana gently reassured Lin Feng, her voice a soft whisper. Indeed, you are to become a father. Are you certain that I am the child's father? Lin Feng exclaimed, his complexion shifting dramatically. Morgana glared at Lin Feng with fury, exclaiming, You fool! I have but you as a man. If not yours, whose could it possibly be? Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. Could it be that after a single encounter with Morgana, he had unwittingly struck the jackpot and become a father? Such a notion seemed rather far-fetched. It wasn't merely a fleeting dalliance. One must remember that Morgana had compelled Lin Feng to consume a potion, and he had engaged with her for a full day and night. The sheer number of encounters over that span was staggering. Ultimately, after having taken advantage of Morgana, who had been a long-time virgin, Lin Feng departed from the Demon Star, leaving her behind. Morgana, in her naivety, failed to take any precautions, leading to the inevitable consequences of sowing what one reaps. Surely, this couldn't be real. Lin Feng stood in a daze, his thoughts a tumultuous mix. Had he truly become a father? Surely, tomorrow would not herald the apocalypse? Morgana placed a hand on her abdomen and sighed softly. I too wish it were impossible. Yet this is the reality we face. Lin Feng gazed at Morgana's gently rounded belly, where a tiny life was blossoming, a child bearing the surname Lin. A precious extension of himself. Morgana, with a rare and delicate smile that graced her features once in a century, turned to Lin Feng and inquired, How does it feel to know you are to become a father? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation, and slowly spoke. My first impression is that it feels utterly absurd, leaving me with a tumultuous heart, a whirl of conflicting emotions. My second impression, however, is the weight upon my shoulders, as if an inescapable responsibility presses down on me. Morgana, with a charming smile, extended her delicate hand towards Lin Feng and, with a playful grin, said, Our new demon king, my husband, let us depart from this place together. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat swayed, extended his hand towards Morgana, seemingly wishing to depart alongside her. Reina hurriedly approached and shook Lin Feng vigorously, tears glistening in her eyes as she scolded, You scoundrel! Are you truly intending to abandon me and leave with that vile woman? Duchangi gently wrapped her arm around Lin Feng's, whispering, Feng, wherever you go, please take me with you. In the command room of the Super Divine Academy, Duchangi gazed at the battlefield monitor screen, a frown etched on his face, involuntarily twitching at the corners of his mouth. What is the meaning of this? Even his daughter wishes to betray him? Little Annie, the spirited girl, was already infuriated, glaring with nostrils flared and teeth bared as she muttered, That wretched woman, how dare she incite my brother Feng? She must be eliminated, without fail. Sona, both amused and curious, patted the little girl's head and softly inquired, Do you truly wish to eliminate her? You must remember, Nini, you are about to become an aunt. It is noteworthy that Annie is, in name, Lin Feng's younger sister, but their true relationship remains unspoken. If Lin Feng were to become a father, wouldn't Annie also have to embrace the title of aunt? Annie scrunched her adorable nose, disdainfully pouting as she retorted, Humph, who wants to be an aunt? Yet, despite her words, her peripheral vision discreetly assessed Morgana's slightly rounded abdomen on the monitor. Am I truly destined to become an aunt? Rise rubbed his bald head and spoke into the communicator with a calm demeanor. Lin Feng, while I am unaware of the events that transpired between you and this woman, we respect your choice. Sona gazed steadily at the battlefield monitor, though her heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that Lin Feng truly intends to forsake Earth and leave with Morgana? The members of the Super Divine team, including Jace, looked towards Lin Feng and solemnly stated, Captain, we also respect your decision. Although you are the leader of the Super Divine team, you are simultaneously a father to a child. Indeed, humanity is inherently selfish. if Lin Feng chooses to depart with Morgana, potentially aligning himself with the new demonic legion against Earth, he may very well become their adversary. Nonetheless, every one of them honored Lin Feng's choice. Rena, her expression a mixture of emotions, softly uttered, "Feng, I too respect your decision." Duchangi clung to Lin Feng's arm, defiantly stating, "Feng, no matter what, please take me with you." Morgana looked at Lin Feng with a gentle smile and said, "Our king, come back soon. I need you. And our baby needs you even more." However, Lin Feng shook his head and replied solemnly, "No, I cannot leave with you. Earth needs me now more than ever. The planet is on the brink of peril, with several extraterrestrial malevolent forces invading. How could Lin Feng bear to turn a blind eye? It is essential to recognize that Lin Feng is, at his core, a native son of Earth. He is unwilling to witness the harrowing plight of countless innocent civilians, displaced, starving, freezing, and succumbing to illness, as depicted in the original narrative." Morgana, filled with disappointment, solemnly inquired, "Can you explain why?" "There is no reason," Lin Feng replied with a resolute indifference, lacking the inclination to elucidate the underlying causes. Although he may not be a paragon of virtue, he is certainly not a villain. Any individual with a semblance of conscience would choose to remain and safeguard the planet. This sentiment is not born from the will of a Super Saiyan, but rather from the inherent responsibility of being an Earthling, a member of the Huaxiao lineage. Lin Feng's choice astonished everyone. Only heaven knows how arduous it was for him to arrive at this resolution. Lin Feng gazed at Morgana, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "Would you disband the Demon Legion and stay by my side to defend the Earth together?" Chapter 116. The dawn of hope. Upon hearing this, not only Morgana but also the others present were taken aback, utterly astonished that Lin Feng would propose the dissolution of the Demon Legion. Morgana's expression was one of disbelief as she inquired, "You would have me disband the Demon Legion? Do you truly value these Earthlings more than me and the baby?" "Morgana, you are the invader, while I am the protector," Lin Feng replied, taking a deep breath. He slowly released the tight grip of his fists, crimson droplets of blood trickling from his palms. Morgana stared blankly at Lin Feng, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she remarked, "So, you have chosen to abandon both me and the baby?" Lin Feng weakly supported his head, shaking it as he said, "No, it is not like that." At that moment, his heart was engulfed in complexity, and his mind felt utterly vacant, rendering him incapable of thought. He truly did not know what to do. Morgana, observing Lin Feng on the brink of collapse, took a deep breath and said, "Very well. I shall not force you." After a pause, she gently placed her hand on her abdomen and gazed at Lin Feng with a melancholic expression, stating, "When the Demon Legion commander arrives on Earth, I will inform you that your current choice is misguided. These Earthlings are not worth your sacrifice." With that, before Lin Feng could respond, Morgana's projection began to dissipate in the wind. Jace addressed the members of the Super God group, saying, "Let us all assist in tidying up the battlefield." The members of the Super God group nodded in agreement, replying, "Understood." Meanwhile, Rena and Duchangi, being considerate, quietly distanced themselves from Lin Feng, aware that he needed solitude to gather his thoughts. Lin Feng moved with a mechanical gait, slowly ascending the mountain peak alone. With his head bowed, he gazed at his hands, and a wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over him. Why? What was the reason for this? What did he truly wish to pursue? Lin Feng, in a state of profound disarray, introspectively questioned himself, yet remained unable to discern an answer for an extended period. Was it that he was unprepared for the role of a father? Or perhaps he harbored an aversion toward Morgana? Did he feel a disconnection from her and their child? Or was it merely his subconscious seeking a feeble excuse to justify his reluctance to confront the responsibilities at hand, yearning to evade all that lay before him? Lin Feng gazed intently into the inky blackness of the night sky. No, it seemed, that was not quite right. Morgana was his beloved, and he bore the responsibility of caring for her and the little one growing within her. Yet, he had chosen to remain with the Super God Squad. What could possibly be the reason for this? Why, oh why, did he find himself in such a predicament? Lin Feng found himself in a state of perplexity, realizing just how little he understood himself. Ultimately, he lay on the grass atop the mountain, indifferent to its dirtiness, as the dew quickly soaked his tattered clothing, awakening his heavy head with a sense of clarity. Duchangi and Rena gazed at the summit, with Duchangi expressing her concern. "Rena, do you think Feng will be all right?" Rena, with a tinge of sorrow, replied, "Feng must be in great pain right now." Duchangi sighed deeply, speaking tenderly, "Indeed. Although he appears stronger than any of us on the surface, deep down, he is incredibly fragile. He longs for someone to understand him, someone who can truly read his heart. Reina turned to Duchangi, smiling gently. I never imagined you, little minx, would possess such insight. Duchangi shot a fierce glare at Reina, retorting coldly. Only someone like you, a clueless and insensible goddess, would be unaware. Both women huffed in unison, their gazes igniting sparks of contention. However, in each clash, Reina emerged victorious, leaving Duchangi to retreat in quiet defeat. The reason was simple. Duchangi remained untouched to this day, a fact she lamented repeatedly about Lin Feng, wishing he had taken her that fateful night. With a sly smile, Duchangi mused to herself, no, after this is over, I must wholly offer myself to Feng, even if it means forcing him into submission. In the command room of the Super God Academy, Takeo addressed Rize, saying, Rize, I leave this to you. I need to step out for a smoke and gather my thoughts. Rest assured, Chief, I shall handle the conclusion of this battlefield, Rize replied, stroking his shiny blue head. Jana stretched lazily and yawned, her fatigue evident as she remarked, indeed, staying up late is a woman's greatest adversary. Annie, the little lowly, nestled in Sona's embrace, buried her head amidst Sona's generous bosom, pouting with feigned annoyance. Sona, when will Brother Feng return? Sona gently held the restless little head in her arms, blushing slightly as she said, Lin Feng should be back any moment now. Just hang in there, Nini. The proud little lowly pouted, conceding fine. She then curled up and fell asleep in Sona's embrace, exhausted from her tears earlier that night. Sona affectionately ruffled Annie's hair while gazing absently at the ceiling, murmuring, You must be feeling quite distressed right now, huh? A girl can become a woman in just one night, but for a young boy to become a man, countless trials and tribulations are required. Lin Feng chose to remain in the Super God team. He did not abandon Morgana or his own child, did he? There exists no inherent conflict between the two, does there? Indeed, one must embrace their choices and the path they have selected. Even if it means crawling on one's knees, one must resolutely reach the finish line. Morgana is unwilling to disband the Demon Legion, is she? Very well. Lin Feng led the Super God Squad to utterly annihilate the Demon Legion, determined to bind Morgana to his side, along with the yet-to-be-born adorable little Lin baby. At this moment, a sense of security enveloped Lin Feng, as if the heavy stone within him had finally settled. A faint, elusive smile graced his lips. And as he suddenly turned back, regaining his composure, he inwardly chastised himself for being foolish, having been entangled in such a simple dilemma for so long. The horizon blushed with the light of dawn, a ray of morning sun piercing the sky and illuminating Lin Feng's face. He shielded his eyes from the glaring brightness, thoughtfully uttering 2 words, the future. Chapter 117. A Wish for One Heart in the Demon Castle. Within the war room, Morgana gazed flatly at the dawn on the horizon, gently caressing her abdomen, lost in her thoughts. Atrox, the sword demon, hesitated momentarily before finally speaking. Your Majesty, that man is not worth such devotion from you. Oh. Morgana's expression remained impassive, her delicate brows furrowing as she coldly inquired, What should be done then? Your Majesty, what is your status, and what is his? He is beneath your nobility. Atrox replied vehemently, his eyes betraying his jealousy and loathing toward Lin Feng. Morgana rose gracefully, gliding toward Atrox with feline elegance. Suddenly, a surge of potent dark magic emanated from her hands as she coldly mocked, Pray tell, in what manner is he beneath you? Atrox, intimidated by the icy killing intent radiating from Morgana, felt his heart tremble. His mind raced, and he dropped to his knees, bowing his head in supplication, Your Majesty, spare me. Morgana retracted the magic she had prepared to unleash, looking down upon the kneeling Atrox with a frigid tone. Lin Feng is your king, and he is also my husband. How dare you presume to speak against him? Atrox's gaze was filled with a ferocity that was terrifying, yet he kept his head bowed, murmuring, I understand, Your Majesty. Morgana, disinterested, dismissed him with a cold huff, Begone. Atrox placed his left hand on his chest in a gesture of respect, bowing deeply as he replied, Then, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. Morgana watched Atrox's departing figure with a cold gaze. Had it not been for her concern about disturbing the baby's tranquility, would this scoundrel's life still be spared? Those who insult my husband shall meet their end. Morgana carefully returned to her seat, lowering her gaze to caress her abdomen, speaking tenderly with a hint of reproach. My dear, your father truly is a rather disappointing fellow. However, once Mother breaks through Earth's defenses, he shall naturally return to us. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would surely have been astonished. Struggling to reconcile the image of the previously regal and cold demon queen, with that of a gentle and nurturing neighborly sister. "Ah, my dear, I almost forgot to name you. What shall we call you?" At this moment, Morgana suddenly remembered that she had been pregnant for nearly 3 months and had yet to bestow a name upon her unborn child. What would be a suitable name? Morgana pondered deeply, tapping her finger against her forehead, but after a prolonged contemplation, nothing felt quite right. She could only softly address her belly, saying, "Well, my dear child, perhaps it is best to leave such matters to your father." The radiant sunlight streamed through the window onto the floor. As Morgana rose to her feet and stood at the edge of the bed, gazing thoughtfully at the azure sky, murmuring with a hint of melancholy, "I never imagined you would be so stubborn. What is it about me that you find lacking? I possess beauty and grace in abundance." A day later, at the new recruit training base, in the lounge, Duchangi cradled her guitar, gently strumming its strings while softly singing, "The wind arrives here," lingering, capturing the thoughts of passing travelers. "The rain comes, intertwining, binding us to the mortal realm. Your presence signifies fate, a bond inscribed upon the stone of 3 lives. Love. Though but a fraction sweet, I would gladly embrace my eternal rest on this very day." The lounge was enveloped in tranquility as Lin Feng, holding the proud little lowly Annie in his arms, listened intently to Duchangi's heartfelt serenade. Annie, delighting in her lollipop, kicked her legs playfully, pouting in rhythm with Duchangi's melody. Suna also softly, who Lin Feng gently cupped his chin, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Your singing is quite impressive. Your voice resonates beautifully, truly delightful." "Really?" Duchangi inquired with evident joy. Little Annie interjected, her cherubic face adorned with exaggerated expressions. "Of course it's true. Sister Changwei sings exceptionally well." Reina, tilting her head with insincerity, huffed, "It's just mediocre, really." A teasing smile crept onto Duchangi's lips as she challenged Reina. "Then why not sing a song yourself?" "No. My throat is not feeling well today." Reina's eyes flickered, her cheeks flushing slightly. She had never been adept at singing, save for the lullabies her mother had sung during her childhood. Like a triumphant swan, Duchangi raised her neck gracefully and said with a light smile, "Oh, is that so?" Upon seeing the infuriating grin on Duchangi's face, Reina's eyes blazed with indignation, almost causing her to choke with frustration. "Humph, little vixen, I shall remain silent this time and generously allow you to win this round." Standing up, Suona picked up the guitar from the stage and said with a gentle laugh, "If Reina won't sing, then I shall perform a song." Annie, with a lollipop in her mouth, chimed in, "Yay, Sister Suona's singing must be wonderful too." Suona cast a playful glance at Annie, realizing that buying this little girl a lollipop had indeed yielded delightful returns. Cradling the guitar in her arms, Suona cast a deep gaze at Lin Feng, her lips parting as she began to sing softly. "The one who has vanished, the youth that cannot return, only those who have loved will take the past to heart. I wish for only one person's heart to never part. In old age, these simple words require immense courage. Never imagined losing you, yet I was deceiving myself in the end. You are deeply hidden within my song at this moment." Both Reina and Duchangi's expressions shifted dramatically as they simultaneously took a stand in opposition, casting hostile glances at the ethereal Suona, who sang. Only Annie, the little girl, had a crescent-shaped smile on her lips, casually nestled in Lin Feng's embrace, savoring her lollipop. Author's note: originally, I intended to unveil the protagonist's name tonight, so I consulted the readers in the group. The responses varied from Lin Ritian, Lin Mona, to Ailey, with the most absurd suggestion being a play on Morgana's name, which had previously used the name Li. Lin Feng languidly reclined in the bathtub, his eyes gently closed in a state of slumber. Meanwhile, Annie, the proud little girl, was diligently scrubbing her dear brother Feng with great effort on her cherubic face. Lin Feng gently embraced the petite figure of the little girl, Xiao Linglong, and softly inquired, "Nini, where would you like to go for fun tomorrow?" Due to the recent battle involving Sun Wukong, the new recruits of the Super God Squad had completed their training, and during the day, most members had returned home, leaving only Lin Feng and the little girl at the training base. Of course, Reina and Duchangi also remained at the base, not for any particular reason, but simply because Lin Feng was there as well. Upon learning this, Du Cao could not help but sigh, lamenting the misfortune of having such a daughter who could not be retained. It felt as if she could be whisked away by Lin Feng at any moment. Annie paused in her task of massaging Lin Feng's back, tilting her adorable little head thoughtfully before cheerfully declaring, "Nini doesn't want to go anywhere. She just wants to stay with Brother Feng." "Are you not going anywhere at all? Just staying in the dormitory?" Lin Feng chuckled, playfully pinching Annie's chubby cheeks and teasingly added, Nini, you wouldn't want to spend the entire day doing those embarrassing things with me, would you? Annie, flustered, swatted Lin Feng's hand away. Her cheeks flushed as she glared at him, indignantly retorting, Nini is not thinking about that at all. Lin Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he continued to tease the little girl. Have you truly not thought about it? Humph. Nini will no longer pay attention to Brother Feng. Annie pouted in a huff, her petite hands gently splashing the water, her little head turned away. Refusing to glance at Lin Feng cradled the little girl Annie in his arms, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, what has caused little Ni to feel upset? Though a crescent smile played at the corners of Ni's mouth, she feigned indifference and replied, I am not upset at all. Not at all. By the way, speaking of which, it seems that Reina and Rose are also quite displeased. Do you know why? Ni? Lin Feng asked, perplexed. Suddenly, he recalled that when he returned from the lounge with the two ladies, both Reina and Rose had huffed disdainfully at him, ignoring him completely. Upon Lin Feng's mention of the matter, little Annie, the adorable loli, became exceedingly agitated. With her tiny pink fists, she playfully pounded Lin Feng's head. Her nose wrinkled in indignation as she exclaimed, when Sister Sona was singing, who permitted you to gaze at her bosom so intently? It's no wonder that Sister Leona and Sister Rose are upset. Brother Feng, you naughty rascal. You naughty rascal. Lin Feng, caught between laughter and tears, attempted to defend himself, saying, how could I possibly be staring at Suan Na's bosom? Nini, you must not wrong me. Yet, deep within, Lin Feng felt a twinge of guilt. For Sona's azure palace attire accentuated her voluptuous figure, making it nearly impossible for him to avert his gaze. Meanwhile, the proud little loli, Annie, cast a scornful glance at Lin Feng and remarked, Brother Feng, you're such a liar. It's evident that your eyes were fixed on Sister Suan Na. Nearly popping out of their sockets, Lin Feng awkwardly touched the tip of his nose, his old face blushing for once as he inquired, is it that obvious? Annie, with her petite hand pinching Lin Feng's nose, pouted in a huff and remarked, Brother Feng, you naughty rascal, you just claimed otherwise. How could you betray my trust like this? Lin Feng gently pinched Annie's delicate face, offering a wry smile as he inquired, all right, it is all my fault. What does dear Nini wish to do? The little girl, seated upon Lin Feng's waist, wrapped her tiny hands around his neck, pouting as she declared, Nini wants compensation. More compensation? Lin Feng chuckled repeatedly, realizing that he truly had no way to contend with this adorable little girl. Lin Feng had no choice but to inquire, what compensation does Nini desire? Annie's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue as she gazed dreamily at Lin Feng, murmuring, Nini wishes for Brother Feng as compensation. You little loli are indeed quite greedy. Lin Feng tenderly kissed Annie, nearly rendering her breathless before gently releasing her. Annie, panting like a charming little kitten, languidly nestled in Lin Feng's embrace and softly implored, Brother Feng, please love Nini quickly. Nini will forever belong to you. A wicked smile crept across Lin Feng's face as he began to prepare for the task with the little girl. Brother Feng, be gentle. Annie, the adorable little girl, whimpered, taken aback by the abruptness of the situation. Did he not know to show a modicum of tenderness towards her charming innocence? Lin Feng spoke with a tone of regret. I apologize, my dear brother is a bit anxious. Annie playfully punched Lin Feng with her little fist. Pouting in mock reproach, Brother Feng, you are truly foolish. Now that Nini is ready, we can begin. Understood, my beloved little princess. Lin Feng responded. And upon receiving her command, he commenced working alongside the little girl on their cherished endeavors. Here, 1,000 words are omitted, as per the usual arrangement. A donation of 2,000 to the author will grant you an invitation to join the private group. Furthermore, to join the reader group, simply open the group search and directly look for the book title Super God Academy, Longju System. Note, the private group and the reader group are distinct concepts and should not be confused. Lin Feng carried little Annie out of the bathroom and gently laid her on the bed, then proceeded with his relentless advances. The young girl bit down on the quilt, silently enduring everything, her delicate face glistening with sweat as tears mingled with expressions of distress. Unbeknownst to her, this very demeanor only fueled Lin Feng's primal instincts further. His storm-like assaults were intoxicating, leaving no room for resistance. Only the telltale creaking of the bedframe bore witness to their passionate entanglement. Even the moon above seemed to blush, retreating behind the clouds in modest discretion. Upon the pristine white sheets, copious evidence of their intimacy silently told the tale of their fervent union. Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy for the little loli, questioning whether he had perhaps pushed her too hard. For the first time, he recognized that such prolonged exertion could indeed be troublesome. In pursuit of a resolution, Lin Feng hastened his pace, while Annie, the little lowly, found herself irresistibly drawn to continue. Chapter 119, The Demon Servant Contract. With a sigh of relief, Lin Feng finally completed the transport after numerous attempts. Annie, the little lowly, was utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to move her tiny feet. Suddenly, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing a disturbance in the energy within him. Indeed, it was the demonic essence. Following the battle with Sun Wukong, Lin Feng was uncertain about the nature of this phenomenon. Yet he understood that within him resided not only the energy of a scion but also another force, the essence of a demon, both energies coexisting harmoniously. Lin Feng's expression shifted as the magical essence within him surged uncontrollably, flowing downward and subsequently penetrating the depths of little Annie. "Ah, Annie, the petite girl," cried out in pain. "What is wrong, Nini? How are you feeling?" Lin Feng asked anxiously, lifting the delicate Annie to inspect beneath her, but everything appeared perfectly normal. What was the essence within him up to? Annie, with her small face contorted in agony, looked up at Lin Feng and, with a quivering voice, said, "Brother Feng, it hurts so much inside. It feels like something is trying to escape." Just as Annie finished her sentence, in that fleeting moment, a pair of black wings astonishingly sprouted from her smooth back, as black feathers began to cascade around her. At that moment, a notification resonated in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing the Demon Servant contract. Lin Feng's lips twitched in astonishment as he gazed at the black wings that had sprouted from behind Annie. Rendered speechless for an extended moment, it turned out that all of this was the creation of that infuriating system. Now, not only had he descended into the depths of demonic existence, but Annie, the adorable little girl, had also transformed into a minor demon. No. It should be said that any woman who would henceforth engage in intimacy with Lin Feng would automatically enter into a contract as a magical servant, ultimately becoming his devoted little demon servant. Is this a distortion of human nature, or a degradation of morality? Lin Feng merely wished to engage in a sacred and sophisticated sport with the young girl, yet how did such complications arise? However, it seems this is quite powerful and promising. Annie, the charming little girl, tilted her adorable head, curiously examining the unfamiliar black wings behind her. There was an inexplicable sense of spiritual connection. She tentatively attempted to flap the wings a couple of times, and to her astonishment, they indeed moved in response. Initially startled, Annie now beamed with delight as she turned to Lin Feng, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, look, look, it seems I can fly." Lin Feng gently caressed Annie's adorable little head and, with a hint of remorse, said, "Nini, do you not hold any resentment towards your brother? It is I who have transformed you into this. You are now my little imp, a mischievous little demon." "My brother's little imp?" Annie tilted her head, gazing at Lin Feng with confusion, utterly perplexed. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Indeed, Nini, look." With a swift motion, a pair of black wings unfurled from his back, broader and more imposing than Annie's. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a profound connection with Annie, surmising it was linked to their contract as magical servants. Annie, with her little finger tapping her head, tilted her head in curiosity and asked, "Brother Feng, I've always wanted to know, why did you suddenly grow wings? Moreover, you didn't look like this that night." Reflecting on the battle with Sun Wukong, she recalled that Lin Feng had sprouted 8 pairs of black wings on the battlefield, yet now he possessed only 1 pair. At a loss for words, Lin Feng struggled to explain, aware of the complexity of the situation. Instead, he offered a mischievous smile and leaned closer to Annie, whispering, "The previous brother Feng has perished, having turned and fallen into darkness as a demon. Nini, are you afraid?" Annie, with her delicate frame, nestled against Lin Feng, her bright eyes gazing up at him as she declared, "Brother Feng, no matter what you become, I will always belong to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a silent wave of emotion surge within him, and he affectionately tousled Annie's little wrinkled nose. At that moment, the little girl, Annie, suddenly recalled her question and hurriedly inquired, "Then, Brother Feng, why have I grown wings again?" Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed and, scratching the tip of his nose, said, "Because of my brother's connection to the demon. From now on, every time I engage in intimacy with him, I will automatically sign a contract to become his little demon servant." Little Anne, with her innocent and naive demeanor, tilted her head and asked, "Brother Feng, what does intimacy mean?" Lin Feng leaned closer to Annie, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he whispered, "Just like that, we went bang, bang, bang." Startled, Annie quickly covered Lin Feng's mouth with her tiny hand, Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "Brother Feng, you were such a naughty boy." "Really?" It seemed like Nini was quite fond of it just now. Lin Feng replied with an awkward chuckle. "Humph, not at all. Nini is ignoring you." Annie pouted in a huff. Just as the petite and delicate figure attempted to rise, she lost her balance and tumbled back into Lin Feng's embrace. Lin Feng embraced Annie, whose body felt as exquisite as soft jade, and feigned ignorance as he asked, "Nini, what troubles you?" With a pitiful pout, Annie replied, "Isn't it all because of you? Brother Feng, you were completely reckless just now, disregarding my well-being, and now my little bottom still aches a bit." Lin Feng gently touched his nose and chuckled, saying, "Then let me give you a few rubs, and it won't hurt anymore." Annie, with her sparkling eyes and tilted head, pouted and replied, "No, perverted Brother Feng. You big bad guy." Lin Feng, with a wounded expression, gently placed his hand over his heart and sorrowfully remarked, "Nini, hearing you say that truly hurts me." Annie, with her adorable demeanor, waved her tiny pink fists and haughtily declared, "Humph. Even if you say that, Nini would never compromise." Author's note: the remaining segment should be available around 6 o'clock or 8 o'clock this evening. Chapter 120, A Must to Take the Initiative in the Tranquil Depths of Night. As slumber enveloped the world, a serene stillness prevailed. The pure white angel gracefully descended from the night sky. The delicate snow danced in harmony with the nocturnal melody, while the silvery moonlight bathed the ground, accompanied by the gentle rustling of crickets. Annie, the proud little girl, nestled like a sweet kitten in Lin Feng's embrace, drifted into a dream. The corners of her mouth curled into a charming crescent, clearly lost in a delightful reverie. Lin Feng gently kissed the little loli's forehead, then closed his eyes and entered the system space. Ding. Welcome back to the system space, host. Lin Feng habitually touched his nose and opened his personal attributes panel. Flipping to the section on passive skills. Demon body, awakened. Solar power, unawakened. Dark fire, unawakened. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and spoke, "System, could you enlighten me about the events that transpired the night before last? How did the demonic form awaken?" He could only recall that when Sun Wukong was completely consumed by darkness, his consciousness vanished entirely. He remained oblivious to the occurrences in between, and upon regaining his senses, he learned that Sun Wukong had already fled. The system responded, "Ding. At that moment when you were on the brink of death, the demonic form successfully awakened, leading to your fall and rebirth as a demon. You had succumbed to a chaotic state of battle, unintentionally harnessing the power of the god of the underworld. And with a single strike, you defeated Sun Wukong, inflicting severe damage upon his soul." Defeated the demonized Sun Wukong with just one blow? Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. It was well known that at that time, Sun Wukong's combat prowess had reached a terrifying level. The notion that he could vanquish him with a mere strike while channeling the god of the underworld's power seemed implausible. The system replied, "Ding. Yet that is indeed the truth. As for the specifics, the system remains unaware." Lin Feng cast a glance at his personal attribute panel and murmured to himself, "Could this possibly be the power of the demonic physique? Yet, this seems rather absurd, does it not? The women with whom Lin Feng engages intimately will transform into his little demon servants. Let us set that aside for the moment. However, the most frustrating aspect is that this is, astonishingly, a passive skill. Does this mean that next time he must wait until he is thoroughly beaten before he can harness the inexplicable power of the underworld deity?" Lin Feng gazed at the two unawakened passive skills and inquired, "When will these two skills awaken?" The system replied, "Ding. Host, this system does not possess that knowledge. It relies solely on your own awakening." "Very well. I shall focus on my journey to becoming a Super Saiyan." However, despite the system's apparent shortcomings and lack of humanity, it holds great potential. With a mere clap, one can seize another's abilities, transforming them into one's own passive skills. In that moment, an insidious thought surged within Lin Feng. Should he not engage in some sacred, advanced pursuits with the myriad adorable maidens of the world, partaking in activities beloved by all? Nevertheless, considering that he possessed only 2 kidneys, he decisively abandoned this notion. He certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise. As night deepened and the moon dipped below the treetops, Duchangi tossed and turned in her bed, unable to find rest. She sat upright, hugging her knees, and lamented, "What am I to do?" Recalling the events of the afternoon in the lounge, she felt an intense resentment at Lin Feng's gaze fixed upon Sona, gnashing her teeth in frustration. "Look at that. What is there to admire? Isn't she only slightly older than I?" Duchangi expressed her grievances. glancing down at her own equally admirable figure. It is indeed true that women possess an innate sixth sense. It is likely that not only Duchangi but also the blunt-minded Reina sensed the affection in Suan Na's eyes for Lin Feng, a sentiment that perhaps even Suan Na herself was unaware of. Yet, as the saying goes, the observer sees more than the participant. How could Duchangi remain oblivious? The most infuriating aspect was that Suan Na, this vixen, had taken to serenading Lin Feng with an emotional performance. It was utterly maddening. It felt akin to brazenly tempting someone's husband in front of his wife. Despondently clutching her pillow, Duchangi resolved, I cannot remain passive. I must take the initiative. Though she spoke with conviction, she was at a loss for how to proceed. Should she approach Lin Feng and boldly proclaim, Feng, let us engage in some delightful pursuits together? That would be no better than suggesting a self-destructive act, setting aside whether Duchangi possessed such courage. The more pressing concern was how Lin Feng would perceive her. As a lascivious woman? As one devoid of shame? Duchangi felt on the brink of collapse. If she did not swiftly find a solution, she would surely suffer from insomnia that night. Sleep was trivial. What mattered most was that Reina and Suan Na, those enchanting temptresses, would undoubtedly snatch Lin Feng from her grasp, leaving her to fade into obscurity as if begging on the streets. Wait, I could call Miss to seek her advice. Duchangi suddenly realized with a hint of joy that her relationship with Miss was far more profound than that of a mere teacher and student. In truth, Miss had watched Duchangi grow up, and their bond was akin to that of sisters. However, recently, Duchangi had been preoccupied with Lin Feng and had not been in touch with Miss for quite some time. She took out her pink iPhone 18 and dialed Miss's number, holding the phone to her ear while hugging a pillow in quiet anticipation. After a brief period of busy signals, the call connected. Hello, Duchangi. Is there something urgent that you wish to discuss at this late hour? Miss, clad in a white nightgown, yawned softly and inquired. Miss, Duchangi hesitated, feeling a pang of guilt. Was she being a bit selfish for disturbing Miss at such an hour? Miss, gently tousling her disheveled short hair, chuckled warmly. What's the matter? Is there something that you're too shy to share with your sister? Duchangi stammered. Miss, I miss you. Upon hearing this, Miss burst into a delicate laugh, her laughter vibrant and charming. Oh, you silly girl. Tell me, does this have anything to do with that Lin Feng? Duchangi's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she exclaimed, Miss, how did you know? As the night deepened, tranquility enveloped the world, and a gentle angel descended from the night sky. The ethereal snow danced to the rhythm of the night, with silvery moonlight cascading onto the ground, accompanied by the soft chirping of crickets. Annie, the proud little girl, nestled like a kitten in Lin Feng's embrace, drifted into dreams, her lips curling into an adorable crescent, clearly lost in a delightful reverie. Lin Feng gently kissed the little girl on her forehead, akin to a dragonfly lightly touching the water, before closing his eyes and entering the system space. Ding! Welcome, host, to the system space. Lin Feng instinctively touched his nose and opened his personal attribute panel, flipping to the section for passive skills. Demon body, awakened. Solar power, unawakened. Dark flame, unawakened. Lin Feng furrowed his brows and spoke, System, could you enlighten me about the events that transpired the night before last? How did this demonic form awaken? He could only recall that when Sun Wukong was completely engulfed by darkness, his consciousness vanished entirely. He was utterly oblivious to what transpired during that time. And upon regaining his senses, he learned that Sun Wukong had already fled. The system responded, Ding. At that moment, when you were on the brink of death, the demonic form successfully awakened, resulting in your fall and reincarnation as a demon. You had succumbed to a state of chaotic consciousness during the battle and inadvertently harnessed the power of the god of the underworld, defeating Sun Wukong with a single blow, inflicting severe damage upon his soul. Defeated the demonic Sun Wukong with a single strike? Lin Feng exclaimed in disbelief, for at that time, Sun Wukong's combat prowess had reached an alarming level. To think he could vanquish him with the aid of the god of the underworld seemed implausible. The system replied, Ding. Yet that is indeed the truth. The specifics of the matter, however, remain unknown to the system. Lin Feng cast a glance at his personal attribute panel and murmured to himself, could this possibly be the power of the demonic physique? Yet, this seems rather absurd. Does it not? The women with whom I engage will become my little demon servants. Let's set that aside for now. However, the truly vexing part is that this is, quite unexpectedly, a passive skill. Must I then wait until I am thoroughly beaten before I can harness that inexplicable power of the underworld? Lin Feng glanced at the two unawakened passive skills and inquired, when will these skills awaken? The system replied, ding. Host, this system does not possess that knowledge. It is solely reliant on your own efforts to awaken them. Very well. I shall focus on my path to becoming a Super Saiyan. However, despite this system's frustrating and inhumane nature, it holds great potential. With a mere snap, one can seize the abilities of others and transform them into one's own passive skills. Suddenly, an insidious thought surged within Lin Feng. Should he partake in a sacred advanced activity with all the adorable girls around the world, engaging in pursuits that everyone loves? Yet, considering he only had 2 kidneys, he resolutely abandoned this notion. He certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise. As night deepened and the moon dipped below the treetops, Duchangi found herself tossing and turning in bed, unable to find solace. She sat up, hugging her knees, and lamented, what should I do? Recalling the events in the lounge earlier, she seethed at the memory of Lin Feng's gaze fixated on Suona, grinding her teeth in frustration. Look at that. What is so captivating? She is only slightly older than I am, Duchangi thought, feeling utterly wronged as she gazed down at her own equally impressive figure. It is indeed true that women possess an innate sixth sense. Not only Duchangi, but even the seemingly oblivious Reina must have sensed the affection lurking in Suona's eyes for Lin Feng, a sentiment that Suona herself might not even recognize. Yet, as the saying goes, those embroiled in the situation are often blinded, while outsiders see clearly. Could Duchangi be any more oblivious? The most exasperating part was that Suona, that enchantress, had the audacity to serenade Lin Feng with tender melodies. It was utterly infuriating. It felt akin to brazenly seducing someone's husband right in front of his wife. Disheartened, Duchangi clutched her pillow and sighed. I cannot remain passive. I must take the initiative. Though she proclaimed this, she was utterly clueless about how to proceed. Should she approach Lin Feng and, in front of him, flirtatiously proclaim, Feng, let us engage in some delightful activities together? That would be tantamount to inviting disaster, not to mention whether she even had the courage for such an approach. Most importantly, how would Lin Feng perceive her? As a lascivious woman? As one devoid of shame? Duchangi felt herself nearing a breakdown. If she did not swiftly devise a solution, she would undoubtedly spend a sleepless night. Sleep was trivial. Her foremost concern was that Reina and Suona, those beguiling vixens, would steal Lin Feng away from her, leaving her in a state of despair, as if she were begging on the streets, unnoticed. I could call Miss and ask for advice. Duchangi suddenly realized with a tinge of delight that her relationship with Miss was far from the mere student-teacher bond. Indeed, Miss had watched Duchangi grow up, and their bond was as deep as that of sisters. However, recently Duchangi had been preoccupied with Lin Feng, resulting in a period of silence between her and Mississippi. Taking out her pink iPhone 18, she dialed Miss's number, placing the phone to her ear as she embraced a pillow, quietly awaiting a response. After a moment of busy tone, the call connected. Hello, Duchangi. Is there something on your mind calling me at this late hour? Miss asked, dressed in a white nightgown, stifling a yawn. Miss, Duchangi felt a pang of shyness, questioning whether she had been somewhat selfish for bothering Miss at such an hour. Miss playfully brushed her tousled short hair aside, gently teasing, what is it? Are you too shy to share even with your sister? Duchangi stammered, Miss, I miss you. At this, Miss chuckled heartily, her laughter like a delicate bloom swaying in the breeze. Oh, you dear girl, is this about that Lin Feng? Duchangi's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes darting in surprise as she exclaimed, Miss, how did you know? Chapter 121. Mrs. Ingenious Strategy. Miss laughed lightly. Do you think I am oblivious to your little thoughts? Now, tell me, what is going on? With a bashful blush, Duchangi hesitantly admitted, Miss, how can I make our relationship more intimate? Miss suddenly inquired, to what stage has your relationship developed? Duchangi awkwardly replied, We haven't broken that barrier yet. Really? Miss said, somewhat astonished. Is it possible that Lin Feng is a man of virtue, remaining unaffected? After all, our Duchangi is a stunning beauty. Miss nodded seriously. It seems this Lin Feng is quite remarkable. Duchangi was so embarrassed that she nearly wept, exclaiming shyly, Miss, you just love to tease me. With a gentle smile, Miss replied, in matters like this, all you need is a little initiative. Duchangi hesitated, saying, but I can't bring myself to do that. Miss countered, do you wish for him to be taken by another woman? Duchangi quickly responded, of course not. Miss continued, Then follow your sister's advice. Remember, there's a mountain between a man and a woman, but a veil between a woman and a man. If you take the initiative, everything will naturally fall into place. Duchangi pondered for a moment, momentarily at a loss for words. Feeling somewhat awkward about what to say next, Miss Teacher reclined on the sofa and softly remarked, "How about this? Tomorrow, I will send someone to deliver some items to you. Just follow my instructions, and he shall undoubtedly fall into your grasp." Duchangi exclaimed joyfully, "Really? Miss Teacher?" Both amused and exasperated, replied, "Oh, silly girl, would I ever deceive you?" The night passed in silence. The following day, as the Super God team was preparing to relocate their base, most of the soldiers at the training facility had already been withdrawn, and many members of the Super God team had taken leave to return home. Lin Feng found himself nostalgically reminiscing about the days spent training alongside his teammates. After indulging in a hearty meal at the cafeteria with the haughty little loli, Annie, he returned to the dormitory. The proud little girl lay languidly on the bed, smacking her lips as she sighed. "Wow, Nini feels so full. Truly a great satisfaction, an immense satisfaction." Lin Feng gently grasped Annie's porcelain-like face and, with a chuckle, remarked, "Nini, you mustn't lie down and fall asleep immediately after a hearty meal, do you understand?" Annie sat up, lifted her little head, and with a pout, inquired, "Brother Feng, why is that?" Lin Feng tightly pinched Annie's little face and ominously remarked, "Because I just had a hearty meal. Lying down will surely cause my stomach to explode." "Ah, is that true?" Annie anxiously placed her tiny hands on her round, swollen belly, checking to see if it was indeed on the verge of bursting. Seeing the little girl in such a foolish manner, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Of course it's fake." Annie gazed at Lin Feng with a look of disdain, pouting in indignation. "Brother Feng, you big fool, you big fool." Lin Feng touched his nose and chuckled. Who could resist such an easily deceived Nini? One must wonder who the real fool is. Annie, with an annoyed glare directed at Lin Feng, tilted her small head and pouted. "That's not important. What truly matters now is that Nini deserves compensation." "Compensation again? I must admit, dear brother, I might not be able to handle it." Lin Feng replied, bemused. This little loli was undeniably quite the tsundere. Annie, with her lips pursed, insisted, "That's of no concern to Nini. All that matters is that Brother Feng must provide compensation." All right. I truly fear you." Lin Feng sighed in resignation, feigning the act of removing his clothing. Annie's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she hurriedly halted Lin Feng's movements, indignantly exclaiming, "Brother Feng, you naughty rascal. Where are your thoughts wandering?" Lin Feng suppressed a smile and asked with feigned seriousness, "Oh, isn't Nini asking for brotherly compensation?" Pooh. Annie spat several times in response, exclaiming, "Nini is not that lewd." Lin Feng gently embraced the little girl, whispering softly in her ear, "You mischievous little sprite, you mustn't tell any lies." Annie struggled, her tiny fists playfully pounding against Lin Feng, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, you big silly, you are the most mischievous one. It is you who has led me astray." Lin Feng gently grasped Annie's delicate little fist and smiled softly. "You see, you have admitted it yourself, haven't you?" Annie turned her head away, pouting in dissatisfaction. "I did not." After a moment, she added, "All right. What kind of compensation does Nini desire?" Lin Feng lifted Annie's petite, enchanting form into his embrace, inwardly sighing at the delightful softness of the little girl. Snuggling closely in Lin Feng's arms, Annie playfully tapped her adorable little head and said, "Nini wants to hear Brother Feng tell a story. Very well, then I shall narrate a tale of a wolf devouring a sheep." The proud little girl was adorned today, as she always was, in a charming, exquisite pink dress, complemented by purple and white striped stockings. Her slender legs swayed back and forth, captivating Lin Feng's attention and stirring a tumult of emotions within him. His hands, cradling the little girl, grew increasingly restless. Annie's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she pouted and playfully chided, "Brother Feng, you naughty rascal, where are your hands wandering?" Lin Feng, with a serious expression, said, "Nini, dear sister, I am merely observing whether you have gained any weight recently." Annie, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, murmured softly, "Brother Feng, you are such a pervert. It is evident that you are thinking of something indecent." Lin Feng whispered softly into Annie's ear, No, dear sister. I am now telling you how the wolf devours the lamb." "Ah." Annie's face flushed with embarrassment as she let out a soft whimper, collapsing into Lin Feng's embrace. The white sheets once again soaked by the young girl's innocence. Lin Feng gazed mischievously at the shimmering essence upon his hands. No matter how many times it occurred, the little girl remained blissfully innocent and endearing. Chapter 122. the peculiar rose. Knock, knock, knock. Just at that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Lin Feng hastily adjusted the disheveled appearance of the little girl and inquired, "Who is it?" And the little girl pouted in dissatisfaction. It was truly infuriating to have her moment with Brother Feng interrupted. Outside the door, the voice of Duchangi resonated. "Feng, it's me." Upon seeing that Annie was already dressed, Lin Feng finally got out of bed, opened the door, and addressed the charming figure standing outside. "Changwei, where have you been today? I haven't seen you all morning." With a hint of guilt, Duchangi peeked her head into the room and asked softly, "Is Reina in there as well?" "Reina? She's probably still snoozing away in her dormitory," Lin Feng replied, casting a suspicious glance at Duchangi, feeling that something was amiss with her today. As Duchangi followed Lin Feng into the room, she was taken aback to find Annie, puffing her cheeks in irritation, staring at her with a pair of lifeless eyes. "Nini, you're here too," Duchangi exclaimed, momentarily at a loss. How could she have overlooked this little lowly in her meticulous calculations? Annie pouted and muttered, "Nini, why can't I be here?" Duchangi chuckled awkwardly, her expression betraying her discomfort. The presence of the little lowly posed a significant obstacle to her plans. Lin Feng cast a puzzled glance at Duchangi and inquired, "Duchangi, what is the matter with you today? Why do you seem so distracted?" Duchangi glanced at the sulking Annie and softly replied to Lin Feng, "It's nothing. I think I shall return tomorrow." Lin Feng grasped Duchangi's delicate shoulders, compelling her to face him, and spoke in a low, serious tone. "What is it? Is there something troubling you that you refuse to share with me?" "Nothing. It's just that Duchangi stammered, nearly in tears. Wasn't this little girl supposed to be living with Swana? Logically, she shouldn't be here today. A wave of anxiety surged within Duchangi. If Lin Feng were to discover her plans for today, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Lin Feng released Duchangi and sat beside Annie, gently stroking her adorable little head. He said, "Nini, could you please go to Swana for a while? Brother needs to discuss a few matters with Changwei." Annie pouted and shook her head defiantly, replying no. Lin Feng gently held Annie's petite face, soothing her with tender words. "My little princess, why don't you go to Swana for a while? Brother will join you shortly, all right?" "Humph." Annie huffed in displeasure, turning her little head away in a feigned act of indifference toward Lin Feng. How could this insufferable Duchangi interrupt her precious moment with Brother Feng? The astute little girl was well aware that Lin Feng was attempting to send her away. It was utterly intolerable. Lin Feng had no choice but to continue coaxing Annie, and after a considerable amount of time, the little girl finally began to show signs of agreement. Annie pointed to her lips with her tiny finger and said to Lin Feng, "Brother Feng, you must give me a kiss before I will go to Sister Shona." Lin Feng lowered his head and bestowed a deep kiss upon Annie, smiling gently as he said, "Nini, is this sufficient?" Annie rose to her feet and generously replied, "Since you've gone to such lengths, dear Brother Feng, I shall graciously visit Sister Swana for a while. However, you must come over immediately afterward." "Indeed, I shall come right away." Lin Feng also stood, affectionately ruffling Annie's little head. Annie turned to Duchangi, her face alight with a sweet smile, and said, "Sister Changwei, I will take my leave now." Yes, Duchangi responded, her expression slightly awkward. Internally, she was nearly seething with frustration, fully aware that this little lowly had deliberately orchestrated the moment to have Lin Feng kiss her in front of her. It was truly infuriating. With a playful crescent-shaped smile adorning her lips, Annie cutely exited the room. Lin Feng habitually touched his nose and said to Duchangi, "Now it's just the two of us left. Can we talk?" Duchangi lowered her head, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothes, and replied, Feng, please wait a moment. I'll go to my room to fetch something. I'll be right back." Without waiting for Lin Feng's response, she hurriedly left the room. "Hey, Changwei, what on earth is going on?" Lin Feng furrowed his brows in confusion. What had Duchangi been up to today? Why did she seem so jittery upon returning? Duchangi returned to her dormitory, opened the door, and went straight into the kitchen. She had risen early that morning to buy a plethora of ingredients and had been busy in the kitchen for most of the day. Turning off the stove, she tasted the freshly cooked lotus seed porridge, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she murmured, "It's passable, not too bad." This pot of porridge was the fruit of Duchangi's labor over the day. Although it seemed less than delectable, the focus of her efforts lay beyond the porridge itself. Duchangi took out a bottle of colorless, transparent potion and murmured, "Does this potion truly possess the power of persuasion?" This potion, held in her hand, was the secret weapon that Miss had instructed someone to deliver to her the previous night. She had been told that if Lin Feng consumed this colorless potion, everything would fall into place. However, Miss had emphatically warned Duchangi that no one else should be present when Lin Feng took the potion, for the consequences could be dire. Duchangi opened the cap of the colorless potion and brought it to her nose, confirming, as Miss had said, that it was indeed tasteless and odorless. She pondered aloud, what exactly is this substance? Although she had inquired about its nature, Miss had merely smiled enigmatically without providing an explanation. Nonetheless, Duchangi trusted that Miss would never wish her harm. After serving herself a bowl of lotus seed porridge, Duchangi poured a little of the colorless potion into it. Is this perhaps too little? What if it doesn't work? She thought. And then she decided to pour the entire contents of the potion into the porridge, despite Miss S' advice that only 10 milliliters were necessary. Had Lin Feng seen the potion in Duchangi's hands, his expression would have been quite remarkable, for it was none other than the legendary fly water from the Demon Star system, a mere drop of which could drain the strength of a bull. Unbeknownst to Duchangi, she had unwittingly squandered all of the fly water. Who would ultimately bear the brunt of this folly? The outcome would soon be revealed. Lena, whom Lin Feng had just mentioned, was not indulging in a leisurely slumber within the dormitory, rather, in a rather peculiar manner. She had sought out a secluded spot at the base. There, beneath the warm embrace of the sun, she reclined on a verdant lawn, enjoying a delightful nap. As Lena herself would eloquently put it, even a goddess such as herself occasionally requires a replenishment of solar energy. Uncertain of the hour, Lena awoke with a yawn, stretching her graceful form, when a hollow rumble from her empty stomach interrupted her reverie. Gurgle. Stroking her famished belly, Lena, in a sulky tone, chastised, Lin Feng, you scoundrel. Can't you see that this goddess is upset? Is it so difficult for you to acknowledge me? Pouting, she muttered to herself, oh well. I suppose I should attend to my hunger first. As she rose to depart, she unexpectedly encountered Annie, who was passing by on her way to find Sona. Lena called out to the little girl, hey, little one, what troubles you? Who owes you a fortune? Annie, with a glum expression, lifted her head and upon recognizing Lena, mumbled, it's that detestable Duchangi. Duchangi? At this mention, Lena's eyes narrowed in suspicion, prompting her to inquire urgently, what has she done? Annie's expression grew even more dejected as she pouted. Nini and Brother Feng were just about to take a nap, but suddenly that Rose came looking for him, and I was unceremoniously sent away. What? Lena exclaimed, shaking the little girl vigorously. How could you allow Brother Feng and Rose to be alone together? Nini didn't want to leave either. Annie, feeling utterly wronged, lamented, if it weren't for fearing Brother Feng's displeasure, she would have stubbornly remained there. Lena's expression shifted as she slapped her forehead in realization. Right. We must hurry back. Perhaps we can still prevent them. Annie, tilting her head in innocent curiosity, asked. Prevent them from doing what? Lena, exasperated, pinched the little girl's adorable face and retorted, are you genuinely naive or merely pretending? Allowing that little vixen Duchangi to be with Feng, a solitary man and woman together, do you really think nothing will happen? Annie stared blankly for 3 seconds before exclaiming in alarm, oh no, Brother Feng, that scoundrel, will surely succumb. Thus, with determination, Lena swiftly lifted the little girl and they hurried away. Lin Feng waited in the room for about 10 minutes before Duchangi returned, carefully carrying a bowl of lotus seed porridge. With gentle, cautious steps, she placed the porridge on the table. Xiangwei, did you make this? Lin Feng inquired, gazing at the bowl of porridge, which undeniably appeared quite delectable. Could it be that Duchangi had spent most of the day busily preparing this? A warm current of emotion coursed through Lin Feng's heart. Yet if he were to discover the peculiar ingredient added to the lotus seed porridge, that warmth would undoubtedly dissipate. I put in a great deal of effort to prepare this, Feng. Please, do give it a taste. Duchangi urged, her eyes sparkling yet unfocused. Unable to meet Lin Feng's gaze due to her unease. I think I shall wait a moment to eat, Lin Feng replied gently, having just returned from the cafeteria feeling somewhat full after his meal with the little girl. Duchangi, striving to regain her composure, quickly shook her head and insisted, no. It won't taste good if the lotus seed porridge cools down. Lin Feng touched his nose and smiled, looking at Duchangi as he said, all right. Then you should sit down and let us feast together. Duchangi quickly waved her hand and replied, no, this porridge is meant for you alone. Lin Feng, puzzled, inquired, am I the only one who can partake? Yes, only you shall enjoy it. Duchangi replied as she settled down and lifted a bowl of lotus seed porridge. She took a spoonful and gently fed Lin Feng, who opened his mouth and began to savor it slowly. At that moment, Duchangwei's heart raced. Her gaze fixated intently on Lin Feng, pondering the effects of the colorless potion and whether it might bring him any harm. Lin Feng observed Duchangwei's anxious gaze fixed upon him and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, it is quite delectable. In truth, the lotus seed porridge bore a hint of a scorched flavor. Yet would Lin Feng truly allow Duchangwei to feel disheartened? However, had Lin Feng been aware that Duchangwei had intentionally burned it to mask the presence of the colorless potion, one wonders how he would react. Although it was said to be colorless and tasteless, what if Lin Feng were to discern the truth? Since it is enjoyable, let us not waste a morsel. Let us consume it all. With a sigh of relief, Duchangwei proceeded to feed Lin Feng several more spoonfuls. In no time, Lin Feng had finished the entire bowl of lotus seed porridge. Just then, with an air of authority, Reina burst into the room, forcefully kicking the door open while carrying the bewildered little girl. Lin Feng gazed at Reina and the little girl who burst through the door, perplexed as he inquired, "Reina, why are you so agitated? What on earth are you two doing?" Reina paused for a moment, noticing that both Lin Feng and Duchangwei were properly dressed and seated at the table. She had anticipated encountering a rather disheveled scene instead. Oh no, what to do? Duchangwei thought to herself, recalling Miss S' countless reminders that Lin Feng must not be in the presence of anyone else when consuming this potion. "I'm just drinking the porridge made by Duchangwei," Lin Feng stated matter-of-factly, but as he attempted to rise, he felt an unexpected weakness wash over him, his feet giving way. Had it not been for Reina's quick reflexes catching him, he would have surely collapsed to the ground. Reina sensed something was amiss with Lin Feng and coldly addressed Duchangwei. "What have you done to my phone, you little vixen?" "Jiangwei, is there something wrong with this porridge?" Lin Feng, too, felt the oddity. He lacked strength, yet a wave of heat surged within him, a tumultuous restlessness rising to the surface. Duchangwei, taken aback by Lin Feng's condition, hurriedly defended herself, saying, "Feng, you'll be fine. This potion was entrusted to me by Miss." Lin Feng, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, "Jiangwei, you wouldn't have slipped me a drug, would you?" "Feng, I am truly sorry. It seems I have made a mistake," Duchangwei said weakly as she stood up, producing an empty vial of the potion from her possession. Chapter 124. A Useful Resource. Lin Feng nearly spat out blood upon seeing the empty vial in Duchangwei's hand, as it appeared strikingly familiar. Goodness! Wasn't this the very same concoction he encountered during his first meeting with Morgana, resembling that wretched fly-repellent potion? Lin Feng desperately suppressed the effects of the potion coursing through his veins, his face contorted in despair as he asked, "Jiangwei, you haven't used up all the potion, have you?" Duchangwei, her head bowed, timidly replied, "I was concerned that there wouldn't be enough effect, so I used it all." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was left utterly dumbfounded, his lips twitching uncontrollably. It seemed that Duchangwei had truly gone overboard this time. One must remember that when Morgana administered this very potion to Lin Feng, it had resulted in an intense and unrelenting encounter lasting an entire day and night. Were it not for Morgana's formidable cultivation, which shielded her lower body, she might have been utterly overwhelmed by Lin Feng. It is essential to note that this is no jest. At times, an excess of such fervor transcends enjoyment, transforming into a perilous dance with fate itself. Lin Feng was engulfed in a feverish tremor, his eyes faintly tinged with crimson. In a low voice, he urged, "Quickly, go fetch Suna." Duchangwei, realizing her mistake, anxiously inquired, "Feng, what is wrong with you?" Lin Feng's consciousness was somewhat hazy as he shouted at Duchangwei, "Hurry up. Can't you hear me? All right. I'm on my way." Duchangwei, startled by Lin Feng's loud voice, quickly departed to summon Suna for assistance. Annie, the little girl, promptly grabbed Lin Feng's arm, her small face filled with concern as she asked, "Brother Feng, are you all right?" Reina supported Lin Feng and urgently inquired, "Feng, how can I assist you?" "I'm managing." Lin Feng managed to articulate with difficulty, as his body was already surging with energy. The images of Reina and Annie flickered persistently in his mind. Had it not been for his worry about their ability to cope, Lin Feng might have completely lost control, especially considering Annie, the little girl with no cultivation, who would likely be overwhelmed by his turmoil. "Reina, quickly use your divine power to restrain me. No matter what happens, you must bind me." Lin Feng freed himself from Reina's support, forcing his body to comply, his nostrils flaring with heated breaths. He felt an escalating intensity, as the fragrance of a woman lingered in the air, increasingly palpable, wrapping around his senses and ensnaring his spirit as if attempting to seize his very soul. "Understood," Reina replied anxiously, though she did not comprehend why Lin Feng instructed her thus. She obediently enveloped him with her divine power, binding him securely. Lin Feng gasped for breath. Indeed, the demonic fly water potion was authentic. A torrent of desire surged within his mind, devouring his will like a ravenous demon, ultimately leading him to succumb amidst the flames of fervor. Crack! Crack! Lin Feng's eyes turned crimson, and having lost his resolve, he let out a deep roar, tearing apart his garments in a frenzy. The Rui Jingu Bang, his formidable weapon, appeared terrifyingly fierce, as if it aimed to pierce a hole through the heavens. Reina was startled by Lin Feng's actions, casting a glance downward and spitting in disdain. Fortunately, both Reina and the little lowly Annie, being Lin Feng's women, were well acquainted with his nature. Although Reina had shared moments of intimacy with Lin Feng, she felt a flush of embarrassment, vaguely realizing the nature of the potion Duchangi had administered to him. This was perilous, for Lin Feng possessed the strongest physique among the super god team. She recalled a previous incident where, in a fit of mischief, she had provoked him, only to find herself pleading for mercy as he nearly brought her to her limits. Despite being a divine body, she was still vulnerable, just like any other girl. "Let me go," Lin Feng bellowed, his face contorted in rage, veins bulging ominously on his forehead as he struggled against Reina's grip, attempting to shatter the divine barrier enveloping him. Fortunately, in his current state of lost will, he could only rely on brute strength to contend with Reina. Had he employed his supernatural abilities, she would have likely been overwhelmed long ago. Yet Lin Feng's physical prowess was immense. Had Reina not restrained him beforehand, it would have been a daunting task to subdue him. "Feng, hold on a little longer. Suna will arrive soon," Reina urged through gritted teeth, intensifying her divine energy output to prevent Lin Feng from breaching her barrier. In his frenzied state, Lin Feng became increasingly agitated, rampaging within the confines of the divine shield, convinced that escape was merely a matter of time. But would Reina's assurance hold true? Indeed. It could be beneficial, although not in a healing capacity. Outside the base, Duchangi found Suna and, without further ado, dragged her away. As they traversed, Suna furrowed her brows in confusion, asking Qiangwei, "What is the meaning of this?" Duchangi, at a loss for how to explain, succinctly stated, "Lin Feng has been poisoned." "What?" Suna gasped in horror, quickly inquiring, "How could Lin Feng be poisoned?" "Let us discuss it later." Duchangi, in a state of urgency, had no time for further conversation. She scooped up Suna and soared back to Lin Feng's dormitory using her flight technique. As they hastily returned, they heard a series of muffled thuds emanating from within the room before they even entered. Bang! 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 Duchangi and Suna entered the room. Both young women instinctively averted their gazes, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Before them stood Lin Feng, in a state of frenzy, his bare form thrashing against the divine barrier that ensnared him, desperately seeking liberation. Suna's complexion turned crimson, her heart racing tumultuously, akin to a frightened deer. A fleeting glance at Lin Feng caused her to silently lament. "I never imagined he could be so robust. Could my delicate self withstand such a presence? No. What am I even thinking?" Startled by her own thoughts, Suna's embarrassment deepened. "Suna, please help Brother Feng." Annie, the little fairy, was at a loss, her anxiety bubbling to the surface, nearly bringing her to tears. Meanwhile, Reina, struggling to maintain the divine barrier, called out as Duchangi and Suna finally arrived, "Hurry. I can barely hold on any longer." At that moment, Reina's divine energy was nearly depleted. Had Duchangi and Suna arrived even a few moments later, Lin Feng might have broken free, and who could predict the chaos that would ensue? Regaining her composure, Suna fixed her gaze upon Lin Feng's alarming crimson eyes and furrowed her brows, inquiring, "What on earth is happening to him?" Duchangi was at a loss for words, presenting the empty vial of the potion to Suna, stating, "He drank this potion?" Suna took the vial, inhaling its scent, her expression shifting as she exclaimed, "How could it be this extraordinarily potent aphrodisiac?" "What? You mean this is an aphrodisiac?" Duchangi stammered, suddenly enlightened. No wonder when she had asked Miss about the potion's purpose, she had received such a knowing look and comments about everything falling into place. Now, Duchangi understood precisely how that would unfold. Suna, her demeanor serious, asked, "Did Lin Feng consume the entire vial?" Yes. Duchangi replied weakly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, concern etched on her brow, Suna murmured, "I'm not well versed in the characteristics of this potion and cannot ascertain if there is a way to reverse its effects." With resolute determination, Suna set the empty vial aside and gracefully approached Lin Feng, a wave of green healing magic enveloping her. Lin Feng? Lin Feng? Can you hear me? She called softly. Lin Feng, amidst his struggles, paused momentarily, his red eyes casting a puzzled glance at Suona outside the divine barrier, as if contemplating her words. Seeing this, Duchangi felt a surge of hope, calling out to Lin Feng with heartfelt urgency. Wonderful. Feng, please wake up. Meanwhile, little Annie blinked rapidly, her voice ringing out cheerfully. Brother Feng, please wake up. It's me, Nini. As Reina observed the efficacy of Sona's healing, a wave of relief washed over her, causing her previously taut nerves to finally relax. Suddenly, in the next moment, Lin Feng's actions left the women in a state of astonishment. The once composed Lin Feng erupted with fervor, swiftly shattering Reina's divine barrier before advancing to embrace Sona, who was closest to him. Lin Feng forcefully tore apart Suna's beloved Azure Palace attire, leaving it in tatters. The girls were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the occurrence of such a shocking and violent scene. Sona regained her senses, feeling a sudden chill envelop her. With a gasp, she instinctively raised her hands to shield her exposed bosom. However, Lin Feng showed no sign of restraint. He swiftly turned Sona around, positioning her to face the wall while her hands braced against it, directed towards him. With a swift motion, the tension escalated. With a single motion, Lin Feng tore apart the Azure Palace attire that adorned Suona, leaving her in a state of disarray. No, she cried out. Sona naturally understood what was about to unfold. With a pleading cry, she struggled desperately yet was pinned firmly against the wall by the overwhelmingly strong Lin Feng. Utterly incapable of breaking free from his grasp, Lin Feng, consumed by madness, his eyes bloodshot and his breath ragged, showed no trace of tenderness or mercy. Oblivious to Sona's innocence and maidenhood, he thrust forward without restraint, entering her completely in one ruthless motion. Sona let out a heart-wrenching scream. The experience was devoid of any foreplay, arriving with such swiftness and directness. The anguish of this shattered innocence was truly excruciating. Lin Feng paid no heed to such trivialities, his body driven by primal desires as he swiftly embraced Sona's slender waist with the force of a tempestuous storm. No. Lin Feng, please hurry and go outside. Sona let out agonized screams, her crystalline nails clawing deep grooves into the wall. Though she harbored genuine affection for Lin Feng in her heart, wasn't this progression far too precipitous? Love is a game that requires mutual nurturing and development between two individuals, rather than an immediate and uninhibited encounter. The pure essence of Sona, symbolized by her maidenly blood, gently flowed down her long, fair legs, narrating the events that transpired, and proclaiming to the world that a new woman had emerged. Reina and the other two women stood in bewilderment, gazing at the frenzied Lin Feng and the anguished Sona, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The room was enveloped in a chilling silence, save for Sona's cries that resonated like a lament. Note: further details cannot be disclosed. As per the usual practice, this narrative has omitted numerous words. For those interested in more, please join the author's reader group. Open the group search and directly look for the title of this book, Super God Academy, Long Pearl System, to join. Simply search for the title to gain access. Sona, on the verge of tears from the relentless torment, felt her beautiful legs weaken, nearly unable to stand. Seeing Reina and the other two girls heartlessly watching her from the side, with tears glistening in the corners of her eyes, she choked out. Why do you just stand there? Hurry and pull Lin Feng away. Unexpectedly, the three women, including Reina, remained motionless where they stood. Reina pinched her chin thoughtfully and commented with admiration, "This posture is rather impressive, exuding an air of formidable dominance." The little lowly Annie shyly covered her eyes with her tiny hands, yet couldn't resist peeking through her fingers at Lin Feng and Sona. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Feng is truly a pervert, a complete pervert." Duchangi's heart was filled with bitterness. Originally, she should have been Lin Feng's third woman, yet unexpectedly, she was surpassed by Sona. All her efforts today had unwittingly paved the way for Sona's triumph. Sigh, losing his sanity. Lin Feng let out a low growl as his attacks became swifter, like raging storms and thunderbolts. Sona naturally detected this drastic change in him, her face instantly paling with terror. She knew all too well what Lin Feng intended to do. Chapter 126. Truly unbearable. Sona's beautiful countenance twisted in horror, her voice trembling with desperation as she struggled and cried out, "Lin Feng, you mustn't do this inside. We might end up with a baby." In an instant, the battle had come to a close. Sona, drenched in fragrant sweat, leaned despondently against the wall, murmuring, "This truly is the end." However, none of these were the most pressing matter at hand. The paramount concern was that Lin Feng, who had initially emerged victorious, had once again launched a frenzied assault. This time, not only Sona but also Leona, Duchangi, and the little girl all visibly paled in unison. This was merely Lin Feng's first triumph. One must recall that in the past, he and Morgana had battled fiercely for an entire day and night. I can't go on. Truly I cannot. Sona's face was pale, drenched in fragrant sweat, utterly exhausted. It was truly a helpless situation. Seeing that Sona had reached her limit, Reina, with a calm demeanor, removed all her garments and approached Lin Feng from behind, whispering softly in his ear, "Feng, come to me quickly." Lin Feng, though in a state of confusion, seemed to comprehend Reina's words and relinquished the frail, gasping Sona, directly toppling Reina onto the bed, engaging in a fervent embrace. Reina let out a soft moan. Gazing deeply into Lin Feng's eyes, she remarked, "Feng, why the rush? Take your time." Fortunately, Reina had been observing the performance between Lin Feng and Sona for a while, and her own desire had already been kindled, so she did not feel particularly uncomfortable, merely sensing that the pace was rather swift and intense. Before long, Reina too succumbed to a passionate, almost tearful moan, even louder and more uninhibited than Sona had been. Casting aside any semblance of modesty, Duchangi's exquisite features flushed crimson, as if she might bleed from the embarrassment, leaving only her as the sole untouched maiden in the room. Upon witnessing Reina engaging with her beloved Feng, the proud little loli, Annie, immediately felt displeased and quickly stripped off her clothing, pouting as she climbed onto the bed to join the chaotic entanglement between Reina and Lin Feng. Sona looked on, wide-eyed in astonishment, softly exclaiming, "I never knew such positions were possible. What an enlightening experience." Suddenly, Sona let out a sharp cry of pain, attempting to rise only to be met with excruciating agony beneath her. Glancing down, she saw her form marred and swollen, blood oozing from the grievous wound. Inwardly, Sona lamented her unfortunate fate, realizing with dismay that her first experience had been so tragically lost. Duchangi approached, her gaze falling upon Sona's injury. Her tone laced with regret as she said, "Sona, I am truly sorry. This predicament is of my making. Please do not harbor any resentment towards Lin Feng." Sona, wincing in pain, managed a weak smile as she replied, "There is no need for apologies. Now, I too have a man to whom I can entrust my life, right? Since Lin Feng has claimed me, even if he does not hold affection for me, I shall remain by his side. Are you all right? Does it hurt terribly?" Duchangi inquired with concern, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had suspected Sona's feelings for Lin Feng during Sona's singing in the lounge yesterday, and now it was evident that Sona had become Lin Feng's third partner, while she herself remained untouched. Sona began to employ healing magic to mend her wounds, her face adorned with a light smile, yet she chided, "It truly hurts, Feng. This man shows no mercy, only knows how to hold me recklessly." Hearing Sona refer to Lin Feng simply as Feng deepened Duchangi's sense of melancholy, yet she could only blame herself for her predicament. Annie, the little loli, cried out in pain, her voice tinged with deep sorrow, "Brother Feng, you big fool, you've made Nini hurt so much. Be gentler, be gentler." Duchangi's face had been flushed since a while ago, and the sounds of Lena and the little girl's unabashed shouts echoed in her ears. As a member of the White Tiger Star, she was already remarkable in her peculiarities, and beneath her, a chaotic scene of glistening essence had unfolded. A particularly intense fragrance emanated from her body. After finally retracting her healing magic, Sona had healed her injuries and stood up with Duchangi's assistance. Duchangi removed her outer garment and draped it over Sona, her expression slightly awkward as she said, "Sona, let us step outside for a moment. Lin Feng and the others will likely require more time." Suna shook her head and said to Duchangi, "You have truly landed yourself in a grave predicament this time. The potion you made Feng consume is an exceedingly potent aphrodisiac. He will be restless and agitated for at least an entire day and night before he calms down." "An entire day and night?" Duchangi's expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed in astonishment, her gaze weakly darting towards the bed where Lin Feng had mercilessly toyed with both Reina and the little loli. In just this brief moment, they were already crying out for their mothers. How could they possibly endure such a day and night? "Sister Lilina, please help me. Nini is broken." Annie, the little girl, emitted a signal of distress. The incessant sound of clapping had persisted since the beginning. It is worth noting that among the girls, she possesses the friliest physique, managing to withstand even a single wave of Lin Feng's assault is already quite commendable. Come to me, Feng. Rena, entwined with Lin Feng, expressed her gratitude to the young girl for shielding her from Lin Feng's relentless assault. Consequently, the room was once again filled with the shy sound of claps. Shona removed her jacket and addressed Duchangi, stating that the two of them could not withstand Lin Feng's onslaught for an entire day and night. She felt compelled to assist them. No. Duchangi intercepted Swona and, with a sorrowful expression, said, "This matter is entirely of my making. Allow me to bear the brunt of Lin Feng's wrath." "Oh, are you truly capable of doing so?" Sana inadvertently cast a glance at Duchangi. Perceiving that she was still a maiden, Duchangi slowly began to shed her garments, resolutely declaring, "If it cannot be done, then it must be done." To my astonishment, it took but a brief moment for Rena to succumb to Lin Feng's relentless assault. In desperation, she cried out loudly, "Help! I am on the brink of death. I am perishing." The proud little lowly, Annie, hastily scurried away, raising her tiny hands in a gesture towards Rena, exclaiming, "Do not seek out Nini any longer. If Nini continues to be toyed with by Brother Feng, she will be utterly ruined." Chapter 127. A day and a night. Feng. Duchangi exclaimed in panic, startled by the unforeseen transformation of Lin Feng after he consumed that colorless potion. Yet, her alarm proved futile. Duchangi let out a pained cry, her eyes reddening, tears welling in the corners, an outcome she had never desired. As the tears streamed down her cheeks, her heart was akin to a chaotic blend of emotions, an indescribable turmoil. Swona's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she approached the bedside and began to employ her healing magic on Duchangi. This scene was undeniably peculiar. They were engaged in a rather intimate situation, while Swona, the healer, gritted her teeth, diligently channeling her energy to alleviate Duchangi's suffering. Little Annie, observing the scene, was momentarily taken aback, bashfully exclaiming, "Impressive, my brother." Meanwhile, Lena, with a carefree demeanor, remarked, "Quite formidable, indeed." As Swona toiled away, drenched in sweat from the exertion of healing Duchangi, Lena and Annie continued to exchange light-hearted banter, eliciting a pained smile from Swona as she implored, "Hey, could you two perhaps maintain a semblance of silence?" With a playful pout, Annie stuck out her tiny tongue, prompting both her and Lena to finally quiet down. A day and night passed. As night descended, Lin Feng gradually awoke, only to be startled by the scene before him. The aftermath of the battle was devastating, and his mind was still clouded. His memories halted at the moment when Lena had shielded him with divine power, leaving him with no recollection of what had transpired thereafter. In Lin Feng's embrace, the little girl Annie slumbered sweetly, though her countenance bore the marks of exhaustion, likely a testament to the day's tribulations. Nearby lay Rena, the goddess of dawn, also peacefully reclined in her nakedness, a sight deemed entirely natural. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, as Lin Feng turned his gaze. He was nearly startled to find Sona nestled beside him, equally unclad. To compound the surprise, Duchangi, too, lay asleep next to Sona. Remarkably, for women were present, just enough to form a complete set for a game of mahjong. Lin Feng's face fell into a mournful expression. Given the current circumstances, there could only be one explanation. He vaguely sensed what had transpired. Yet, what a ridiculous turn of events this was. Out of the blue, he had claimed the first blood of Duchangi and Swona. But the most bewildering aspect was that he had no recollection of the process whatsoever. Lin Feng observed closely as Suan furrowed her delicate brows even in slumber. Her body curled up like a tiny kitten, which stirred a pang of tenderness within Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng was at a loss for how to proceed. Although he had been awake for quite some time, he remained in a rigid posture, quietly gazing at Suan, who was so close at hand. After a brief interval, the little girl in his arms, Annie, slowly stirred from her slumber. Lin Feng tenderly stroked her adorable little head, softly murmuring, "Are you awake?" The little girl, gazing at Lin Feng with wide eyes, blinked in confusion and asked, "Brother Feng, are you all right now?" Lin Feng chuckled wryly and remarked, "It seems the effects of the potion have worn off, but you have truly suffered because of it." Annie, like a docile little kitten, nestled against Lin Feng's chest and pouted, saying, "Of course, Brother Feng, you must provide me with a tremendous compensation, an immense compensation." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a surge of amusement and laughed softly, responding, all right. Whatever you desire, dear sister, I shall grant it." The proud little girl smiled, her lips curving into a charming crescent, and said, "Very well, your attitude is quite sincere. I shall reluctantly forgive you, Brother Feng." Lin Feng, with a gentle fondness, pinched the delicate face of the little girl, resembling a porcelain doll, and asked with a soft smile, "Nini, could you share what transpired afterward?" The little girl pouted in a huff and replied, "The events have already unfolded. In any case, you must take responsibility for what happened with Sister Sona." Lin Feng nodded solemnly and said, "Of course, but this Duchangi." Annie, pouting in annoyance, murmured, "She brought this upon herself. She has no one to blame but herself." After a while, Lin Feng had keenly sensed that Suna's breath behind him had become somewhat disordered. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately, and even the dainty wings of her nose were subtly quivering. It was evident that Suna had regained consciousness. Yet she dared not open her eyes to face Lin Feng, as if she had wronged him in some way. Although the complexities of a woman's heart can be as elusive as a needle in the depths of the ocean, Lin Feng could still faintly discern the thoughts swirling within Suna at that moment. Lin Feng's lips curled into a solitary smile as he gently released the little girl from his embrace. Regardless of the circumstances, Sona had now become his woman, and he naturally would assume responsibility, ensuring that he would not let her down. Moreover, who among men could resist the allure of this ethereal, otherworldly goddess of music? Lin Feng turned around and gently lifted Suna's smooth, fair, oval face, pretending to mutter to himself, "She must still be asleep, right? Even if I were to steal a kiss, I doubt this exquisite beauty would notice." Suna, feigning sleep, fluttered her eyelashes, her heart racing like a startled fawn. It was crucial to note that Lin Feng's mind was quite clear, yet he dared to act so frivolously with her. Suna incredulously opened her eyes, and there, mere inches away, Lin Feng truly kissed her. However, before she could fully comprehend the moment, he swiftly released her. Lin Feng's lips curled into a playful smile as he teasingly inquired, "Oh, you've awakened so soon." Shana's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Yet she bravely met Lin Feng's gaze, retorting with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, "How could you not know whether I am awake or not?" Lin Feng suddenly wrapped his arms around Suna's slender waist, whispering softly in her ear, "I will take responsibility for 4-5. Suna, flustered, extricated herself from Lin Feng's embrace, seemingly indifferent yet carrying a hint of melancholy as she replied, "Who said you needed to take responsibility?" Lin Feng furrowed his brows in deep perplexity and inquired, "What? Having already been so thoroughly mistreated by me, do you still wish to marry someone else?" Suona, with her captivating charm, cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng and retorted with indignation, "What do you mean by mistreated? Must you express it in such an unflattering manner?" Lin Feng gently touched his nose and, with an apologetic smile, replied, "Indeed, indeed. That is not a waste. It is a scientific exercise." Chapter 128. Will they abandon me? The small bed in the room was quite pitiful, as it was forced to accommodate Lin Feng and the 4 ladies, totaling 5 individuals. Fortunately, Annie, the little girl, only counted as half a person, as she was nestled in Lin Feng's embrace and did not occupy much space. After a moment, Duchangi also awoke, turned over, and inadvertently stirred a painful spot, causing her to silently gasp in discomfort. Lin Feng sat up and got off the bed, glancing around. The floor was strewn with tattered strips of clothing, rendering it impossible to discern whose they were. Lin Feng had no choice but to retrieve a set of clothes from the wardrobe. Upon approaching the other side of the bed where Duchangi lay, he discovered that she was silently weeping. Lin Feng gently patted Duchangi's delicate shoulder, offering a comforting smile as he inquired, "Qiangwei, why are you in tears? Have I caused you pain? It is all my fault." With tear-filled eyes, Duchangi opened her gaze and shook her head, her voice choked with emotion as she replied, "No, it is not your fault. It is entirely mine. Had I not deceived you into consuming that peculiar potion, things would not have unfolded in this manner." Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly and retorted, "What is there to cry about in this situation?" Although his mind was somewhat hazy the previous night, lingering fragments remained. Moreover, Duchangi was unaware of what that concoction was and harbored no ill intentions towards him. Furthermore, had it not been for this incident, could Lin Feng have successfully won over both Duchangi and Sona? With tear-streaked cheeks, Duchangi gazed anxiously at Lin Feng and implored, "Feng, you truly wouldn't abandon me, would you?" Lin Feng gently wiped away the tear stains on Duchangi's cheeks, exclaiming both in exasperation and amusement, "You are indeed my woman. How could I ever forsake you?" He then leaned closer to her earlobe, playfully biting it and grinning mischievously. "However, your actions have been rather atrocious. Thus I must administer a fitting punishment." Duchangi cast a reproachful glance at Lin Feng and, with a hint of melancholy, replied, Feng, I admit my fault. Please. Punish me as you see fit. Lin Feng gently shook his head. At present, Duchangi was still nursing her injuries, with her wounds inflamed and throbbing with a pain akin to tearing. This sight filled Lin Feng's heart with deep compassion. He tenderly caressed Duchangi's long, deep red hair and chuckled softly. You are currently injured, so you must recover before I can exact my punishment upon you. He deliberately emphasized the word punishment, for Lin Feng was still hazy from the previous night and hardly remembered how he had won over Qiangwei. It was imperative that he make amends. Feng, whatever you wish to do, I shall comply. Duchangi replied, her cheeks flushed, fully aware of the implication behind Lin Feng's words. Oh, you two needn't be so affectionate. It's truly nauseating. Reina interjected, sitting up and casting a disdainful glance at Lin Feng. Yet, within her heart, jealousy brewed. However, since events had already transpired, there was no need to dwell on Duchangi's faults or missteps. Lin Feng noticed that Reina had also awakened. He approached the other side of the bed, enveloping her in his embrace, and gently murmured, I'm sorry for causing you pain. Fragmented memories flooded Lin Feng's mind, the vast majority belonging to Reina. After all, she was the one among the 4 women with the most robust constitution. Reina gazed at Lin Feng with eyes brimming with affection, pouting slightly as she said, It's good that you understand my pain. Even now, Reina's heart still trembled at the thought of that terrifying flywater potion. She had lost her way countless times on the path of life, truly feeling as if she had died and been reborn. Presently, she sensed that she might be carrying countless descendants of Lin Feng within her womb. Should she rise abruptly, it would undoubtedly lead to an overwhelming outpouring. Lin Feng gently tucked away the disheveled strands of Reina's hair, a playful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Of course I feel for you. You are my woman. Who else should I care for? Reina was thoroughly pleased with Lin Feng's response, a soft smile illuminating her face as she inquired, So, how do you plan to compensate this goddess next time? Following this, she playfully mimicked a little girl-esque tone, cheerfully declaring, It must be a grand recompense. Very well. I shall strive to fulfill your wishes. Lin Feng replied, humorously lamenting the influence of those around him, realizing that Reina, having spent so much time with the little girl, had also adopted a touch of her proud demeanor. Reina smiled sweetly, pursing her lips as she said, Your attitude is quite commendable. I shall let you off this time for the transgressions committed against the goddess last night. Lin Feng had never witnessed this side of Reina, the charming demeanor of a little woman, and he felt immensely grateful, thinking to himself, with a wife like this, what more could a husband desire? Lin Feng affectionately placed a gentle kiss on Lena's smooth forehead, and with deep emotion declared, I love you. And the little loli, feeling envious, quickly climbed onto Lena's petite frame and pouted at Lin Feng, exclaiming, Brother Feng, you are so naughty. Nini wants a kiss too. Lin Feng could only plant a gentle kiss on Annie's delicate face, helplessly inquiring, Is that sufficient, my little princess? Annie scrunched her adorable nose and, in a sweet and coaxing tone, replied, Nini wants to hear Brother Feng say I love you too. Lin Feng found himself utterly at a loss with the little loli. Gently stroking her adorable head, he softly murmured, Brother loves you, my dear little loli, more than anything. Annie tilted her head, her lips curling into a crescent moon as she replied, Now that's more like it. Sona sat up and tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, stating, Feng, I am hungry. The little loli, Annie, gazed at Lin Feng with a pitiful expression, cutely saying, Brother Feng, Nini's little tummy is feeling quite empty too. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Duchangi. Imitating the little loli's tone, Duchangi looked at Lin Feng with a sorrowful expression and said, Feng, Qiangwei's little tummy is also starting to feel quite empty. Reina, with a hint of annoyance, exaggeratedly remarked to Lin Feng, We've been accompanying you in this ordeal for an entire day and night, and we are utterly famished. Indeed, the group had toiled tirelessly without rest or nourishment for a full day and night. Had they been ordinary people, they might have been completely exhausted by now. All right. It's my fault. I take the blame. Lin Feng, adopting a humble demeanor, slightly bowed to the 4 ladies and, with a gentle smile, inquired, What would my dear wives like to eat? I shall personally venture to the cafeteria to bring you back something delightful. Annie's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pouted, saying, Brother Feng, Nini wants to eat eggplant with meat. After a moment's thought, Reina responded to Lin Feng, Feng, I'll have the same as the little loli. Chapter 129. Tireless and uncomplaining Lin Feng turned around to gaze at Sona and Duchangi, inquiring, And what about you two? Duchangi looked at Lin Feng with affectionate silence and replied, Feng, I can manage with something light. Suana also nodded gently, whispering Feng. I too would prefer something light. Both women had just taken their first steps into womanhood, their bodies still bearing the painful and swollen marks of their injuries. Additionally, having endured considerable distress at Lin Feng's hands, they naturally lacked any appetite, desiring only a modest meal. Lin Feng scratched his nose, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he replied, All right, I understand. I shall take my leave for now, but I will return shortly. Please bear with me. My esteemed wives. Reina swiftly called out to Lin Feng, unreservedly commanding, Feng, do remember to bring me a bottle of juice. Certainly. Lin Feng replied with a wry smile, acknowledging that he was destined to serve his 4 injured wives tonight. After all, he was the one responsible for their current state. Annie, the proud little girl, chimed in eagerly, Brother Feng, I also want a drink, and lots of lollipops. Lin Feng cast a bemused glance at the little girl, exasperately inquiring, Who on earth eats a lollipop while having a meal? Annie tilted her small head, gazing at Lin Feng with innocence, and replied, Nini wants to save it for tomorrow and the days to come. Lin Feng sighed and lightly tapped his forehead. This little girl was not only quite proud, but also a typical glutton. Annie's small face lit up with realization, and she hurriedly said to Lin Feng, By the way, Brother Feng, please bring me a few bags of gummy bear cookies, the chocolate-flavored ones. Lin Feng nodded in agreement and departed from the dormitory. By the time he stepped outside, it was already around 8 or 9 in the evening. After spending half an hour procuring meals for his 4 beloved wives, he passed by a convenience store and made sure to pick up the snacks that the little girl had requested. Lin Feng returned to the dormitory, carrying several large plastic bags. Upon entering the room, he found that the 4 young women had already dressed elegantly. Duchangi and Suona were both draped in Lin Feng's oversized coat, their every movement exuding an air of alluring charm, for beneath that coat, they were clad only in the barest of essentials. At that moment, Reina was using her divine powers to assist the little lowly in her endeavors, while Duchangi and Suona followed Reina's guidance, sitting cross-legged and channeling their inner abilities for the same purpose. Lin Feng placed the several dishes of food on the side, moved the table to the bedside, and arranged the fragrant and delectable food upon it. With a puzzled expression, he inquired of them, What are you all doing? Sona opened her eyes, gazing at Lin Feng with a hint of melancholy, and replied, What else could we be doing? We harbor within us a multitude of seeds of life. Must they not be eradicated? Duchangi also looked at Lin Feng with wide eyes and said, Indeed. Since it is you, Feng, we shall not desire what you do not wish for. Annie, the petite girl, touched her small belly and pouted, saying, But I really want to have a little baby from my big brother Feng. Earlier, when Lin Feng had stepped out, Reina had instructed everyone to proceed with the deactivation of the seeds, for she understood that Lin Feng did not wish for them to conceive at this time. He was unable to provide a stable life for the women and his future child. In a woman's life, there are 3 stages, being a daughter, becoming a wife, and ultimately, a mother. The fact that Morgana was pregnant with Lin Feng's child naturally incited feelings of envy and jealousy among his other women. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Lin Feng embraced the 4 women, gently saying, Shall we discuss this after the war concludes? At that time, I will surely bear you a chubby little baby. Duchangi replied bashfully, her cheeks flushed. Reina gazed at Lin Feng with eyes brimming with affection and whispered, I wish to bear you 2 little babies. Lin Feng smiled warmly and said to the 4 women, Shall we have our meal now? Lin Feng took out a bowl and began to serve rice, attentively passing dishes to his 4 beloved wives, carefully selecting the vegetables they desired. Suna and Duchangi both enjoyed a bowl of millet porridge, while Lin Feng chose to serve the delicate bok choy. The little lowly, meanwhile, was delightfully munching on the braised pork that Lin Feng had picked for her. Reina, unfazed by decorum, devoured her delicious meal with unrestrained enthusiasm, while only Suna and Duchangi savored their food with measured bites. Reina looked up at Lin Feng and commanded, Darling, I would like some juice. With a beaming smile, Lin Feng handed her a bottle of juice. Duchangi, emulating Reina, playfully pouted, Darling, my bowl is empty. All right, let me serve you. Lin Feng replied, taking her bowl to add more food. Not to be outdone, Suna, blushing yet hesitant, finally mustered the courage to say, Darling, I also want some vegetables. Lin Feng chuckled lightly and inquired, What did you call me? I couldn't quite catch that. At this, Suona's cheeks flushed crimson. She shot a playful glare at Lin Feng and shyly bit her lip, murmuring, Husband. Ah, my dear husband, here you go. Lin Feng accepted the bowl of rice from Swanna's hands. Being referred to as husband by three ethereal beauties filled him with immense satisfaction, and he dutifully attended to the needs of the ladies without a hint of complaint. Meanwhile, little Annie, with grains of rice adorning her face and oil smudged at the corner of her mouth, looked up at Lin Feng and exclaimed, "Brother Feng, I want another big bowl." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng turned to her, nearly bursting into laughter. He wiped the rice off her cherubic face and, amused yet exasperated, replied, "Why the rush? Take your time and enjoy your meal." Annie, swinging her petite legs, urged him, "Brother Feng, hurry up, please. Serve me some rice. I'm so hungry." After Lin Feng finished serving his bowl of rice, the little girl eagerly buried her head in her food, demonstrating that, aside from her sundering nature, she was also a quintessential foodie. Only after ensuring the satisfaction of the four ladies did Lin Feng begin to consume the leftovers, showing no disdain as he polished off every morsel. Although he was not yet fully satiated, he decided to make do with this meal for the evening, and, feeling her round little belly, lay back on the bed and sighed in contentment, exclaiming, "Nini is so full. What immense satisfaction, truly immense satisfaction." In Chapter 130, Who Will Come First? The four wives of Lin Feng were chattering away in the room, their rapport remarkably harmonious. It is hardly surprising. They all shared the same bed, and any underlying discord was swiftly resolved by Lin Feng's authoritative presence. It is often said that a woman is a drama unto herself, and indeed their conversations were never devoid of topics. However, somehow, they all gravitated towards discussions about Lin Feng. The little girl, adorably nestled in Shanna's embrace, seemed to favor her warmth just as much as she adored her brother Feng. Why, you ask? That is a question best posed to the proud little girl. For her admiration for Shanna's ample 36E figure might just be the reason behind her envy. After Lin Feng finished his meal, he tidied up the dining table and then filled the bathtub with water. Returning to the room, he addressed the four chattering women, saying, "All right. Who would like to go first?" The four women looked at Lin Feng in confusion and asked, "What do you mean by go first?" Lin Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he remarked, "Of course, it is your husband who will bathe you. Do you not feel the grime upon your bodies? I dare say, without a thorough cleansing, slumber may elude you." Raina retorted indignantly, "The filth upon us is entirely your doing, is it not?" Meanwhile, little Annie nestled in Swanna's embrace, languidly stated, "Brother Feng, my tummy is quite full now. Let us wait a while before you wash me." Lin Feng approached the bedside and casually selected a woman, lifting Duchangi, who was seated there, into his arms. "Ah!" Duchangi exclaimed in surprise as Lin Feng cradled her in a princess hold. He carried her towards the bathroom, where he began to remove the outer garment she wore, revealing her bare skin beneath. Soon, he had stripped her entirely. Duchangi instinctively let out a soft gasp, but upon realizing that she was already Lin Feng's woman, she gradually lowered her hands that had been shielding herself. Lin Feng smiled silently as he once again lifted Duchangi, gently placing her into the warm, soothing bath water. Noticing that Duchangi was gazing at him intently, Lin Feng, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Duchangi, why do you keep looking at me?" "It's nothing," Duchangi replied softly, shaking her head slightly. Deep within, she felt a sense of warmth. The world had transformed significantly, becoming increasingly patriarchal, a realm where men were revered and women subordinated. She never anticipated that Lin Feng would humbly lower himself to assist her in bathing. Lin Feng held a white towel and began to wash the exquisitely beautiful body of Duchangi. Despite the candid relationship they had established, an air of unease still lingered on her face. This was primarily due to Lin Feng's extraordinary meticulousness, which bordered on the excessive. As he tenderly cleansed every inch of her skin, as fair and smooth as the finest mutton fat, Lin Feng was washing Duchangi's body while asking, "By the way, Changwei, where did you obtain that fly-repellent potion?" Duchangi cautiously glanced at Lin Feng and timidly replied, "It's from Mississippi, miss." "You mean Miss Teacher? How could she give you such a thing?" Lin Feng inquired, surprised. He recalled that during their time at the Super God Academy, Miss Teacher had always struck him as an elegant and refined woman. It was hard to fathom her providing Duchangi with such a potent aphrodisiac. Realizing Lin Feng's misunderstanding, Duchangi hurriedly clarified, "I called Miss for help, and she gave me this potion. She specifically instructed that I should only use a small amount. It was my own fear of it being ineffective that led me to recklessly make you consume an entire bottle." Lin Feng, with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, said to Duchangi, "Rose, even without that kind of potion, I can still devour you entirely, leaving no trace behind." He understood that Duchangi was eager to offer her pristine self to him, which led her to resort to such desperate measures that resulted in the current situation. I fear you might think I am a woman devoid of shame, Duchangi replied dejectedly, her face shadowed with sorrow. It seemed she was deeply troubled by her identity as the White Tiger Star. Duchangi also longed for an adorable companion, yet the possibility eluded her, leaving her with no recourse. Lin Feng gazed at the inflamed wound beneath Duchangi, gently using a towel to cleanse the marks upon it. With a tinge of guilt in his heart, he softly remarked, "How could you think that? Am I not well aware of what my own woman is like?" Hiss. Duchangi furrowed her delicate brows, drawing a sharp breath, clearly pained by the injury beneath her. Lin Feng paused his actions and tenderly inquired, "Does it still hurt?" Duchangi forced a smile and replied, "Not really. It's just a bit painful." Lin Feng gently heated a white towel with hot water and softly placed it on Duchangi's swollen wound, asking in a tender voice, "Does this feel any better?" Tears glimmered in Duchangi's eyes as she wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck, lifting her face to deeply kiss him. At times, women can be easily satisfied, moved to tears by the subtle expressions of care and tenderness from their beloved. After sharing a moment of intimacy, Lin Feng dried the moisture from Duchangi's body and draped a bath towel over her before leading her back to the room. Raina gazed at the two with a teasing smile, remarking, "Why did it take you so long to take a shower? Feng, you didn't sneak a bite with Sister Changwei in the bathroom, did you? Do you think I am like you?" Duchangi replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Feng gently placed Duchangi on the bed. Just as Raina thought it was her turn, Lin Feng unexpectedly embraced Suan Na and exited the room. Raina, taken aback, wore a perplexed expression, unaware that Lin Feng's action was simply due to her positioning against the wall, allowing him to effortlessly lift Suan Na. There was no special implication in his actions. He treated all the women in his life with equal regard. After Lin Feng carried Su Na into the bathroom, he attended to her with the same meticulous care he had shown Duchangi earlier. He focused intently on cleansing Su Na's body, though he found himself slightly dazed by her ample curves. Whether it was the heat or some other reason, Su Na's cheeks were flushed a deep crimson. She pursed her ruby lips and softly inquired, "Feng, do you truly share the preference for voluptuous women as the little loli suggested?" Coughing lightly, Lin Feng felt his face grow warm. After gazing at Su Na for a considerable time, he honestly nodded and replied, "I believe that's about right." Leaning closer to Lin Feng, Su Na whispered in a voice as delicate as orchids, "So, larger is indeed preferable, isn't it?" Lin Feng awkwardly chuckled repeatedly, offering no response to Suan Na's inquiry. Wasn't the answer evident? Which man does not find voluptuous women appealing? Of course, eunuchs and those with peculiar preferences are the exceptions. Chapter 131, The Curious Little Loli. Lin Feng treated both Sona and Leona with the utmost care, cleansing them thoroughly like delicate roses, leaving no spot unwashed. Only then did he carry the proud little loli, Annie, into the bath. Lin Feng had been quite busy for a while, and now he found himself in the bathtub with the little girl. Annie, the adorable little girl, nestled in Lin Feng's embrace, pouted and said, "Brother Feng, you are so cunning. Why is Nini always placed last?" Lin Feng indulgently pinched the little doll-like face of the small girl, chuckling as he remarked, "Did you not say yourself that you ate too much?" Annie pouted and replied, "Brother Feng, you big silly." Lin Feng, perplexed, touched his nose, pondering what exactly he had done wrong. Annie, with a solemn expression, gently splashed the water with her small hands and murmured, "Brother Feng, why haven't Sister Suona and the others transformed into magical servants?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by the realization. Indeed, he had awakened that so-called demon body and had fallen into the role of a demon. Did the system not mention that any woman with whom he had been intimate would transform into his demonic servant? Little and unfurled her small demon wings behind her and joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Feng, is it true that only Nini possesses such uniqueness?" At a loss for words, Lin Feng could only feign a smile to mask his confusion, while secretly pondering whether it was indeed the case that multiple women could not become his demonic servants through a collective encounter. Perhaps it required individual, private encounters to establish such a bond. Or was it possible that the contract for these demonic servants had a cooldown period? The latter speculation seemed more plausible, as the former notion felt rather absurd. Suddenly, the adorable little and felt a wave of darkness envelop her, her ears ringing with a deafening roar. Losing her footing, she tumbled towards the water. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he swiftly lifted the little girl from the water, anxiously inquiring, "Nini, what happened to you?" After a considerable moment, the fainted little girl gradually regained consciousness. Gazing at Lin Feng's worried expression nearly shattered her heart. Yet her cherubic face was adorned with a playful smile. She playfully stuck out her adorable little tongue and teased, "Brother Feng, you big silly. I was just kidding." With a sigh of relief, Lin Feng pinched the little girl's cheek firmly and ominously warned, "If you ever pull such a prank on your brother again, I shall spank you soundly. Do you understand?" Due to the little girl's adept facade, Lin Feng remained oblivious to Annie's peculiar demeanor. Annie, feigning innocence, quickly pleaded in a sweet, melodious voice, "Brother Feng, please don't spank Nini's bottom. If it gets hurt, she won't be able to have little babies." Lin Feng tenderly cradled the little lowly in his arms, playfully brushing his fingers across Annie's wrinkled nose, and chuckled, "As long as you obediently listen to your brother, everything will be fine." Upon hearing this, the adorable little girl nodded her head enthusiastically like a chick pecking at the ground, exclaiming, "Yes, Brother Feng, I will definitely be good." Annie nestled her tiny head against Lin Feng's chest and, unexpectedly, let out a soft sigh. "Brother Feng, if there comes a day when I have to leave you, will you be very sad?" "Of course I would be saddened. After all, you are my favorite little lowly." Lin Feng tightened his embrace around her without noticing the sorrow etched on Annie's downcast face. A wave of anguish surged within her as she fought back tears and whispered, "But in the future, Brother Feng will lose me." Lin Feng smiled gently and said, "How could that be? Brother will always be with an I and I. And then an I and I will have a little baby for brother, all right?" Tears welled in Annie's eyes, like pearls slipping from a broken string, as she choked out, "Yes. And I wants to be with brother forever and ever." Lin Feng hurriedly wiped away the tears from Annie's small face, expressing concern as he asked, "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Annie repressed the sorrow within her heart, forcing a smile as she replied nonchalantly, "Brother Feng, I heard that having a baby can be very painful. So I'm a little anxious." Lin Feng gently ruffled Annie's adorable little head and smiled warmly, "What a silly little girl you are. Brother will always be by your side, so what is there for you to fear?" Annie replied absent-mindedly, her mind swirling with countless thoughts, cherishing every moment spent with Lin Feng. "All right, Annie, hurry and wash up so you can get a good night's sleep. You must be exhausted from yesterday," Lin Feng said to the little girl, his hands becoming somewhat restless. "How dare you, Brother Feng? I'm already hurt, and you still want to bully me," Annie exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she pushed away thoughts of sorrow and nestled in Lin Feng's embrace like a sweet little kitten. "Humph. If it weren't for your injuries, I would definitely have to punish you severely," Lin Feng said with a mischievous grin, deliberately emphasizing the word punish, making it clear what he meant. Annie, her face a shade of crimson, pouted playfully and scolded, "Brother Feng, you are such a big pervert, always thinking about doing those embarrassing things to me." After Lin Feng and the little girl had taken their baths, they returned to the room to extinguish the lights and prepare for sleep. Duchangi and Suona, both experiencing the tender nuances of life for the first time, were reluctant to retreat to their own chambers. Their unwillingness to part from Reina led them to stay together, resulting in Lin Feng sharing the bed with his 4 esteemed wives. Although the bed was somewhat cramped, it sufficed to accommodate Lin Feng and the 4 women. Following the events of the previous night, the ladies were thoroughly exhausted from Lin Feng's playful antics. After indulging in a soothing bath, they felt utterly relaxed and swiftly drifted into slumber. Reina, the goddess of dawn, was already worn out. As soon as her head touched the pillow, she surrendered to a deep and blissful sleep. Behind Lin Feng, the slumbering Sona rested, her voluptuous figure pressing gently against him, her soft, delicate hands draped over his shoulders as she succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the petite and dainty little Annie remained nestled in Lin Feng's embrace. Yet her cherubic face bore a hint of melancholy. As she listened to the steady rhythm of Lin Feng's strong heartbeat, she whispered to herself, "Brother Feng, I am truly sorry. I can no longer fulfill my promise. My life is swiftly approaching its end. However, I shall forever watch over you in silence. Brother Feng, you are my greatest affection." Chapter 132, A Countenance of Dark Lines. A day later, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the earth basked in the warm glow of the twilight hues. Groups of people leisurely strolled along the streets, while the gentle evening breeze carried the fragrant aromas of flowers and foliage, invigorating the spirit and enhancing the beauty of the setting sun. Lin Feng arrived alone at the Super God Academy, murmuring to himself, "What could that old blue-haired man, Rise, possibly want from me?" Lin Feng entered the campus, surveying the surroundings adorned with refreshingly new buildings. The last time he had been here, he had transformed into a gorilla, wreaking havoc on the academic buildings, leading Ruizi to forego renovations and instead opt for a complete demolition and reconstruction. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. marveling at how advanced the technology of this era was compared to his previous life. Constructing this vast academy, spanning nearly 1,000 miles, was undoubtedly a monumental endeavor. Even under the most rapid circumstances, it would typically require at least a year and a half. Yet, astonishingly, the entire reconstruction was completed in less than 2 months, leaving one in awe. At this moment, it was precisely lunchtime, and the students were bustling out of their classes. Lin Feng, in high spirits, hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled through the academy, reminiscing about the days he had spent as a student here. However, in an unfortunate turn of events, he soon realized that he had become hopelessly lost, as the reconstruction had altered many of the familiar pathways. Wandering aimlessly, Lin Feng found himself in the dining hall, pondering whether he was inherently destined to be a foodie. Inside, the air was filled with the lively chatter of students, each animatedly discussing a myriad of topics, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Although Lin Feng had enjoyed the dishes personally prepared by Sona at the training base, he couldn't help but reminisce about the meals he once favored in the cafeteria. Unable to resist, he made his way to the restaurant window to order a serving of his cherished cuisine. Lin Feng, carrying his meal and beverage, casually found a corner table to sit at, his brow furrowed in frustration. He couldn't help but feel annoyed, as if 1,000 flies were buzzing incessantly in his ears. Although he was oblivious to the content of their conversations, he vaguely caught snippets of his own name amidst their chatter. At that moment, at a nearby table, a portly student leaned towards 2 of his peers and conspiratorially whispered, "Have you heard the news?" The bespectacled student, looking perplexed, replied, "What news?" Meanwhile, a taller student interjected maliciously, "No way. You really don't know? It's because you're always hiding under the covers. Now the whole academy is aware except for you." The bespectacled student retorted irritably, "Get lost." Yet, his curiosity piqued, he continued, "What exactly has everyone been discussing these past few days? Do you know about the last batch of the Super God group graduating?" The portly student paused momentarily before continuing, "Yesterday, they had a skirmish with the legendary Sun Wukong. And rumor has it that Sun Wukong fled in fear. You mustn't know this, right?" "What?" The bespectacled student was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. How could the mythical Sun Wukong possibly appear? "You're not pulling my leg, are you?" The tall student clarified. It said that it wasn't the real Sun Wukong, but rather an evil super warrior disguised as him from outer space. With a thoughtful expression, the portly student chuckled. Indeed, if it were the real Qi Tian de Sheng, his Rui Jingu Bang would never have broken. That weapon is a divine treasure from the time of Du, used to save the people and uphold justice. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled student slammed his palm on the table, standing up in excitement. "What did you just say?" His outburst drew the attention of all the students in the cafeteria. Embarrassed, he scratched his head apologetically and resumed his seat. In the corner, Lin Feng shook his head with a smile, surprised that news of his battle with Sun Wukong had spread among the students of the Super God Academy. But where had this information originated? The portly student, now serious, stated gravely, "You don't understand. That Captain Lin Feng only used one move, just one move, and Sun Wukong fled in terror. Is that true?" The bespectacled student exclaimed. The portly student, pleased with his reaction, boasted, "You have no idea." At that moment, Captain Lin Feng unleashed his super ability, instantly transforming into a towering figure of 4 zhang in height, with 5 heads, 60 eyes, and 18 arms. The bespectacled student gulped and quickly interrupted, "Hey, fatty, are you even describing a human?" Lin Feng, who had been eavesdropping, wore a grim expression, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. When did he ever become a towering figure with 5 heads and 60 eyes? Was that even human? Indeed, rumors hold no credibility. The ancients have not deceived me. The surrounding students were also captivated by the conversation of the plump boy, yet they gazed upon him with disdain, listening as he continued to boast. Noticing the scornful looks directed at him, the plump boy hastily proclaimed, "You don't understand. Captain Lin Feng summoned a demon god, and with a single strike, Sun Wukong was brought to his knees." I was utterly astonished. The other students retorted with derision, "You speak as if you witnessed it firsthand." This incited the plump boy's anger, and he exclaimed, "What do you know? Lin Feng is my brother." That night, I just happened to be observing this grand battle from a helicopter. A wave of astonishment swept through the surrounding students. They had not anticipated that this chubby lad had any connection to Captain Lin Feng of the Super God Squad. In the corner, Lin Feng twitched his eyes. He seemed to have never met this plump student. The boy's boastful claims were rather ridiculous, yet he reveled in the attention and continued to exaggerate. "You might not know, but Lin Feng and I were once roommates before his graduation. He graduated early and invited me to dinner that night, but then out of nowhere, Sun Wukong appeared. No one knows what happened better than I do. Chapter 133, Can I have your autograph? A female student wearing black-framed glasses chuckled softly to the girl beside her, Fiona. This person is a master of deceit. This fat boy seems to have just joined last month, right? The girl named Fiona, clad in a blue jazz dress, with golden hair and captivating phoenix eyes, replied with a calm demeanor, Indeed. Vane adjusted her black-framed glasses and sighed softly. This time, we are on the graduation list. Destined to work under Lin Feng. I hear training in the Super God Squad is particularly arduous. Fiona glanced at Vane and remarked, Did we not come to this academy to become super soldiers? Vane furrowed her brows and nodded. That is true. Fiona tugged at Vane's sleeve. A hint of surprise in her voice. Vane, why does that person seem somewhat familiar? Who? Vane lifted her gaze in the direction Fiona pointed and spotted the chubby boy devouring food, beside whom stood none other than Lin Feng. Lin Feng approached the plump student, patted his shoulder, and smiled lightly. Young man, not bad. You have potential. I believe Lin Feng already knows you. The plump boy looked perplexed at Lin Feng and queried, Who are you? Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile as he shook his head, laughing silently. Once, he too was youthful and impetuous, engaging in frivolous banter and whimsical antics with his classmates and friends. Ah, the bliss of youth. The chubby boy and the other trainees exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions reflecting their bewilderment at the peculiar individual before them. Had he perhaps lost his mind? Just as Lin Feng was about to depart, a woman's voice urgently called out to him. Lin Feng, why have you returned? All the trainees were momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at him in unison. Lin Feng? Which Lin Feng? Lin Feng turned to face the approaching Vane and Fiona, scratching his nose thoughtfully before exclaiming, Ah, you must be Vane, right? Previously, Lin Feng and Vane had shared the same classroom in Durban. Vane assessed Lin Feng with a playful smile, saying, Well, I never imagined that the illustrious captain of the Super God team would still remember me. Fiona, with her striking phoenix eyes, fixed her gaze upon Lin Feng. Being a recent addition to the academy, she was unfamiliar with him. Ever since Lin Feng had transformed into a colossal gorilla and wreaked havoc upon the academy, most of the original students had been left utterly terrified, scarcely daring to return to their studies. The onlookers were left astounded, clutching their heads in disbelief, their faces contorted with shock. Was this figure, with the peculiar black rocket-shaped hairstyle, truly the Captain Lin Feng of the Super God team? The very same individual who had recently bested Sun Wukong? In that moment, the previously raucous crowd fell into an eerie silence, where even the sound of a needle dropping could be distinctly heard. Lin Feng gazed apprehensively at the throng of students surrounding him, their eyes glinting with an eerie green light. The air was thick with an unsettling energy, akin to the stillness that precedes a tempest. The final dawn before a harrowing night descends. Suddenly, the cafeteria erupted in chaos. Ah, is that really Lin Feng? One exclaimed. Is this truly the legendary Lin Feng? He seems so different from what I've heard. Indeed, wasn't he described as towering, with 8 heads and hundreds of eyes? A freckled female student scoffed. Come on, you must be talking about a monster. By the way, how did Sun Wukong sever his golden rod? Another added, perplexed. Well, he appears rather frail. He seems quite weak, remarked a delicate-featured female student with disdain. You envious losers are simply jealous of our esteemed Lin Feng. Several male students, upon hearing this, sneered dismissively. Humph. What's there to be jealous of? Yet, deep down, they were consumed by envy, recalling how the soul of the renowned senior sisters, Wan and Fiona, nearly fell for Lin Feng's allure. It was common knowledge that Wan and Fiona were the college's most celebrated beauties. What suitor wouldn't yearn for a moment of intimacy with them? A girl with a heart-shaped face laughed derisively. You bunch of misfits cannot possibly compare to my dashing Lin Feng. Truly, you are overestimating yourselves. Is he truly handsome? Look at that hair. It's practically falling apart. Handsome? Another chimed in. And how did Lin Feng suddenly become your lord? What's it to you? We simply enjoy calling him Lord Lin Feng. So what? The cafeteria soon resembled a bustling marketplace, with the previous discussions devolving into a verbal melee. Male and female students divided into factions, engaging in a fierce battle of words. Lin Feng stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by their reactions. When did he acquire such influence? At that moment, a sweet-looking female student squeezed her way through the crowd, hurriedly approaching Lin Feng. With a bashful blush adorning her cheeks, she extended a pin towards him and timidly asked, Your Highness Lin Feng, could you please grant me an autograph? Lin Feng was taken aback, caught off guard by the fact that someone would request his signature. The female studentess face flushed a deeper shade of crimson as she shyly repeated, "Could you please sign for me?" Lin Feng took the water-based pen from the female studentess' hand and inquired, "Where should I sign?" The female student, feeling anxious, gazed at Lin Feng and raised the hem of her white garment, asking, "May I have your signature here?" Although Lin Feng could not comprehend the thoughts of the female student, he nonetheless inscribed his name with a black water-based pen on the hem of her white garment. The sweet-looking student, upon receiving his autograph, rose onto her tiptoes and bestowed a quick kiss upon Lin Feng's cheek before hastily departing, as if in a flurry. Lin Feng stood in a daze, gazing at the departing female student. He instinctively smiled, a gesture that instantly captivated the surrounding female students. Some even shouted excitedly, expressing their desire to marry the esteemed Lin Feng. Overwhelmed with pride at their admiration, Lin Feng turned to the source of the commotion, nearly losing his composure at the sight. "Your Highness Lin Feng, I wish for your autograph." "Me too." "And me." Lin Feng was nearly frightened to death as all the female students lunged towards him. As for Wayne and Fiona, they had long been squeezed into some corner by Lin Feng's fervent admirers. Chapter 134. A resounding slap. Lin Feng fled from the cafeteria in a state of disarray. Clutching his head, are the girls in this world truly so bold and unrestrained? Lin Feng truly found himself at his wit's end. Initially, signing autographs on the collars, sleeves, hems, and corners of skirts seemed manageable. However, as time progressed, some audaciously lifted their skirts for a signature. The act of signing left Lin Feng's lower abdomen aflame with an insatiable desire. He inwardly lamented that although the allure was undeniable, it was genuinely overwhelming. In a state of disarray, he fled from the cafeteria, yet those fervent fans were unwilling to relent. All at once, a whirlwind of yellow dust surged forth. Lin Feng glanced back, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, and swiftly employed the technique of void escape to flee, leaving behind a group of disheartened female students who had yet to obtain their autographs. Lin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and at this moment, he finally comprehended the tribulations faced by public figures in his previous life. The saying "fame is a double-edged sword" encapsulates this sentiment perfectly. Sigh. As Lin Feng hurriedly rounded the corner of the staircase, his mind elsewhere, he inadvertently collided with another individual, both losing their balance and tumbling onto a soft, fragrant form. Lin Feng was acutely aware that it was his own fault, and he quickly expressed his apologies. "I am truly sorry. I accidentally knocked you down, Mississippi." Indeed. The person beneath him was none other than the gentle and lovely Mississippi. As she looked up and saw that it was Lin Feng who was pinning her down, she exclaimed in annoyance, "Lin Feng, why don't you get off me at once?" Lin Feng initially intended to rise, but suddenly recalled the incident involving Duchangi, which caused him to remain atop Mrs. form. Miss let out a soft moan, her face flushing with an unnatural hue, and in a vexed tone, she exclaimed, "Lin Feng, will you not hasten to get up?" Lin Feng smirked mischievously, resembling a roguish libertine as he leaned closer to Mrs. Hare, inhaling the fragrance of jasmine emanating from her. He remarked, "That potion was given to Rose by you, was it not?" Mrs. Eyes flickered with uncertainty as she denied, "What potion?" Lin Feng leaned in close to Mrs. Earlobe, exhaling warm breaths as he whispered, "I never imagined you could be such a mischievous teacher. Even with that kind of potion." Unbeknownst to him, the warmth of his breath caused Miss to suddenly feel weak, rendering her powerless. Internally, she cursed, "Rose, you little minx, how dare you betray me? I truly regret being so fond of you." Miss was adorned in a pink off-shoulder tank top, paired with a flirty pink miniskirt, and brown sandals that showcased her playful toes. Lin Feng, of course, quickly responded. The mischievous stirrings from earlier in the cafeteria surged within him. Miss, acutely aware of Lin Feng's reaction, bit her lip in embarrassment and indignation, exclaiming, "Lin Feng, will you not release your hold on your teacher?" Lin Feng was acutely aware that he could not overstep his boundaries. Rising to his feet, he intended to assist Miss Teacher, yet he found himself rooted in place, his gaze fixed upon her without so much as a blink. Miss Teacher, sensing Lin Feng's scrutiny, was initially oblivious to the reason behind it. However, upon realizing that she was clad in a short skirt, her exquisite legs directed towards him, she quickly comprehended the nature of his gaze. Ahem. Lin Feng, akin to a thief caught in the act, cleared his throat twice in an attempt to mask his unease as he helped Miss Teacher to her feet. She stood, her expression as frigid as ice, brushing off the dust from her skirt. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained lost in thought, reminiscing about the scene he had just witnessed, possibly contemplating some other unsavory notions. Miss Teacher, noticing the lewd expression etched across Lin Feng's face, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. She raised her delicate hand and struck Lin Feng's handsome visage with a swift motion. The sharp crack of the slap resonated through the air, leaving no one to anticipate the immense strength concealed within Miss Teacher's seemingly fragile hand. Lin Feng was taken aback by the sudden slap from Miss, his lips twitching slightly as he innocently inquired, "Miss, why did you hit me?" With a sidelong glance at the tent Lin Feng had erected, Miss coldly reprimanded, "Who permitted you to engage in such despicable behavior towards your teacher? You deserve that." Lin Feng touched his flushed cheeks and, feeling aggrieved, said, "Teacher, what you have done to me is even more despicable." Miss, with a stern expression, replied, "Then tell me, what have I done?" Lin Feng's face was etched with lines of frustration as he indignantly exclaimed, "You gave that potion to Duchangi, and she made me consume the entire bottle." "What?" Miss gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at Lin Feng in disbelief. "You drank the whole bottle? That would surely spell disaster for that girl Duchangi." Lin Feng gently touched his aching cheek, pondering that a true gentleman should never engage in conflict with a lady. Moreover, the one who had suffered moments ago was Mississippi. Thus, receiving a slap from her did not incite much anger within him. A man must possess a magnanimous spirit. Otherwise, how could he accommodate his several esteemed wives? "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, as that old blue-haired rise is likely awaiting my return," Lin Feng remarked as he prepared to depart. However, Miss called out to him, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, and with a hint of anxiety in her heart. She inquired, "Did you happen to see what just transpired?" Lin Feng wore a perplexed expression and retorted, "What did you see?" Upon noticing the confusion etched on Lin Feng's face, Miss felt a sense of relief and replied, "It's nothing. It's just as well that you didn't see anything. I shall take my leave now." Lin Feng turned to depart, a faint, elusive smile playing at the corners of his mouth, for there were certain matters he would never admit to, no matter the circumstances. At that moment, Miss, standing behind him, inexplicably inquired, "What color was it?" Lin Feng felt a surge of pride and instinctively blurted out, "The one with the black lace trim." "Oh no," he thought to himself, realizing he had let it slip. Panic set in as he contemplated fleeing, but Miss had mysteriously appeared before him, her delicate, alabaster hand striking his cheek with a resounding slap. The sharp sound of the slap echoed in the air. Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. In an instant, his temper flared. How could a grown man endure being slapped twice by a woman? Was this not a blatant provocation? Humph, deserved it. Miss, with a disdainful snort, turned her back on Lin Feng without sparing him a glance and departed. Lin Feng was instantly enraged upon witnessing this. He swiftly embraced Miss, who was about to leave, and pressed his lips against her delicate mouth. Chapter 135, the new member of the Super God team. Miss was taken aback by Lin Feng's actions, momentarily forgetting to push him away, allowing him to tease her freely. Her mind became a blank, and she stared foolishly at Lin Feng, who was so close, kissing her. It was uncharacteristic of Lin Feng to take advantage of the situation. Lin Feng was also taken aback by himself. When did his words and actions become so depraved? Resembling those of a morally corrupt individual? How could he dare to force himself upon a woman in broad daylight? Yet, I find it rather intriguing. As Lin Feng observed Miss, who was still in a state of shock, he seized the opportunity to act without restraint. At that moment, if he did not flee, when would he? Was he to remain and endure a slap? Though such an act would not inflict any real harm upon him, the humiliation of a grown man being struck by a young lady was simply intolerable. Consequently, by the time Miss regained her composure, Lin Feng had long since vanished without a trace. Her mind was consumed by the memory of Lin Feng's relentless advances, and she could still faintly feel his audacious touch lingering upon her. With her cheeks flushed and her ears burning, Miss exclaimed in exasperation, "That wretched Lin Feng has audaciously stolen my first kiss." Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in relief, occasionally glancing back with a twinge of anxiety, wondering if Miss would unexpectedly erupt and seek him out in a fit of rage. Even when he arrived at the office of Ruiz, he found no sign of Mississippi. Lin Feng shamelessly inhaled the lingering fragrance on his hand, which still bore the unique scent of jasmine that belonged to Mississippi. His mind wandered into fanciful realms, for it was well known that Miss was an S-class goddess. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Feng knocked twice lightly on the office door before boldly pushing it open. Seated at the desk, Ruiz squinted at the incoming Lin Feng and jestingly scolded, "Young man, you have finally arrived. I thought I would have to wait until the New Year's Eve dinner." Lin Feng comfortably settled onto the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at the old blue-haired Rise. He absent-mindedly touched his nose and inquired lightly, "Old man, spare me the pleasantries. What brings you to seek me out? Pleasantries?" Rise replied, his expression darkening. He retrieved several files from his desk and approached Lin Feng, stating, "It pertains to the graduates of the Super God Academy." Realizing the matter at hand, Lin Feng recalled his earlier encounter with Vane and Fiora in the cafeteria and further questioned, "Aside from Vane and Fiora, who else is there?" Rise handed over the files, explaining, "Due to the battle involving Sun Wukong, the Super God team is in urgent need of reinforcements. Our academy has only Fiora and Vane available. The other 3 members have been directly recruited from outside." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, accepting the file from Rise and lowering his gaze to peruse its contents. Aside from Vane and Fiora, there was another individual named Draven, indeed, the very Draven who was the younger brother of the renowned D. The other special recruit was the nine-tailed fox, Ari, whose extraordinary ability seemed to revolve around an enchanting charm. As for the photograph in her file, she was undeniably as breathtakingly beautiful as depicted in the original work, exuding a captivating allure that could ensnare the very soul. Lin Feng merely cast a fleeting glance. Yet he felt as if he had been struck by a jolt of electricity. The final special recruit was the Piltover enforcer, Vi, who belonged to the upper echelon of the district's police force and had previously collaborated with Catherine, sharing the bond of former colleagues. Lin Feng gazed at Wei's personal profile photo, her tousled pink hair framing a visage of icy composure, her piercing gaze emanating an aura of unmatched elegance. A formidable presence not to be trifled with, a remarkable woman who stands tall amongst men. Heh. Ruiz observed Lin Feng's reaction and remarked with a smirk, "In this graduation list, aside from that little D, all the members are female, each one strikingly beautiful and exceptionally talented. You better not engage in any beastly behavior in the future." Lin Feng's lips twitched, fully aware of Rise's veiled insinuations. With irritation, he retorted, "You, an old man lacking respect, what unspeakable acts could I possibly commit?" Rise, with a heart full of anguish, gazed at him while counting on his fingers, Duchangi, Reina, Sona, and the most despicable of all. "You Haven't even spared that little lowly, Annie. You, my lad, are quite the libertine. I fear the new female students will fall victim to your charms once more." Clearing his throat, Lin Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as he feigned a cough, swiftly redirecting the conversation. "Old Blue, you Haven't summoned me to recruit these special students. Have you?" Rise, with a cunning smile, replied, "What can I do? You've granted leave to the others in the Super God team, and now it falls upon you to bear the burden. Besides, I've noticed you idling away at the training base. So I thought this task would provide you with a change of pace and some activity." Lin Feng stood up, raising the documents in his hand, and said helplessly, All right. Old Blue Head, you are indeed impressive." Coughing lightly, Ruiz turned around and pretended to clear his throat before continuing. "Why do you think that way, young man? I am doing this for your own good, fearing that you might suffer from exhaustion at the training base." Lin Feng nearly choked on Ruiz's words. This old blue had truly dared to say anything, his essence exuding a rather lewd and lascivious vibe. "Well, if there's nothing more, I shall take my leave." Lin Feng had no desire to linger with this lascivious old man any longer, and after speaking, he turned to depart. "By the way, I need to tell you something," Ruiz called out to Lin Feng, who paused momentarily. Ruiz then continued, "Yesterday, General Dutso decided to relocate your Super God team's base to an aircraft carrier at sea." "At sea? I understand," Lin Feng replied, while internally reflecting that this development was indeed identical to the plot in the original narrative. He wondered what changes his involvement would bring about in the future. Ruiz took a sip of tea from his desk and smiled faintly. "Aren't you at all curious?" Lin Feng casually remarked, expressing mild curiosity. However, General Dutso's actions must surely be justified. After all, he is an ancient being who has lived far longer than you. "When will the formal relocation of the base take place?" Rise chuckled heartily and replied, "Initially, we intended for you to relocate the base tomorrow. However, since you granted the Super God team a reprieve, this matter has been postponed until the day after tomorrow." Chapter 136, Nine-Tailed Ari understood. "I shall take my leave." Lin Feng nodded and exited, but upon reaching the threshold, he was called back by Rise. With a mysterious smile, Rise remarked, "Young man, Mrs. Tofu is not so easily savored." Old man, how do you know that?" Lin Feng responded awkwardly, surprised that Rise was aware of his earlier indiscretions. Seated in his office chair, Rise waved his hand dismissively, boasting, "I have wandered for a millennium. Discovering such matters is trivial for me." You remain unaware of my past. Suddenly, Rise realized the door was empty. Lin Feng had slipped away without a sound. Sipping his tea thoughtfully, Rise mused with a faint smile. After all these years, it seems Miss has found her place. Though this young man may be flirtatious, he is not frivolous. It is only natural. Youth without romance is a travesty, indeed. In the urban district of Giant Hero City, a luxurious apartment stood. In the elevator, Lin Feng perused the documents in his hand. Naturally, Ali's personal file contained her detailed address, and he was eager to resolve this matter swiftly, as he was aware that his 4 beloved wives were awaiting him at the training base for dinner. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and he had arrived at the 9th floor. Following the room numbers, he located Suite 901. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Feng rapped on the door, furrowing his brow. Despite the superior soundproofing of the upscale apartment, he could still hear the thumping dance music seeping through the cracks. Bang, bang, bang. He knocked again with more force. But there was no response. Touching his nose, he smiled faintly and thought, well, this is not my fault. With a swift kick, he forcefully kicked the door open. Inside, Ali, who had been dancing, was startled and quickly turned off her computer speakers, raising her hands to shield herself in alarm. Who are you? Feeling somewhat awkward, Lin Feng rubbed his nose. The frightened expression on Ali's face made him appear as if he were a burglar. He took a moment to observe her. She was even more stunning than in her profile picture. With a captivating figure, short black hair adorned with a pair of cute fox ears. She wore a pink sleeveless top paired with an ultra-short mini skirt that accentuated her perfect curves and elongated legs. Her facial features, eyes, nose, lips, ears, skin tone, and physique were all strikingly perfect, as if a jade statue had come to life. Her beguiling eyes and slightly raised eyebrows, along with her pouting red lips, exuded an innate charm. Indeed, she was a fairy. Lin Feng marveled inwardly, feeling his composure wavering. Clearing his throat, he adopted a serious demeanor and said, Ahem. You are Ali, correct? I am from the National Security Agency's Supernatural Division. The National Security Agency? Ali gasped, her gaze shifting nervously to Lin Feng. I didn't realize it had escalated to that level. But I'm just making videos and dancing online. That shouldn't be illegal, right? Lin Feng was not particularly familiar with the tricks of persuasion, so he could only mimic the original text, stating, this has nothing to do with it. If given the opportunity to save the world, would you take it? He chuckled lightly, finding the line so familiar, as if recalling how most of his companions in the academy had been lured in by such words. Save the world? Are you certain you're not joking with me? Ali laughed, casting a skeptical glance at Lin Feng, and cautiously inquired, You claim to be with the National Security Bureau. Where is your identification? I actually didn't bring my credentials with me, Lin Feng replied, somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. He then approached the window, gesturing toward the wormhole in the sky, and said, Do you see that space-time wormhole? Ali glanced at the dark wormhole above, unfazed, and replied, So what does that signify? It appeared over a year ago. Lin Feng turned to gaze at Ali's charming face and slowly spoke, If I were to say that in the near future, the Earth would face destruction from an invasion by malevolent extraterrestrial forces, would you believe me? Upon hearing this, Ali felt a chill run down her spine. Yet she retorted with a cold smile, Even if you say so, can I truly prevent the annihilation of the Earth? Lin Feng could only continue to tease Ali, gazing out at the ceaseless flow of vehicles and crowds beyond the window. In a solemn tone, he remarked, A year ago, a wormhole appeared in the sky, granting many individuals extraordinary abilities, and you are one of them. Thus, you now bear both the responsibility and the capability to save this world. Ali pointed to her own face, chuckling at herself. How could someone like me, with this appearance, possibly save the world? Lin Feng turned to Ari and spoke. In response to the nation's call, join the Super God Academy and become a warrior of the Super God team. The nation's call? You speak to me of the nation's call. Forgive me, but this country does not cherish me. Ari replied with a cold smile, shaking her head. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, How can you not realize that the nation does not cherish you? Ali, somewhat impatient, retorted with irritation, Okay. I don't love it, is that acceptable? I want to go, nor do I wish to, and I lack the capability to wield a weapon and engage in battle. All right. No. The Earth is currently in peril. You cannot remain indifferent. This is the land that nurtured you, and your parents would take pride in you. Lin Feng truly endeavored to persuade him with both emotion and reason, having exhausted his eloquence. Has his persuasive ability diminished? Parents? Ali chuckled, reclining in his chair, and remarked, My mother is a prostitute, my grandmother is a mistress, and I have never heard of my father or grandfather. Would they take pride in me? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. It was then that he recalled Ali's tragic background. She must surely harbor a painful past. Lin Feng never anticipated that persuading others to join the super god group was also a skillful endeavor, although Ari was indeed quite attractive. Lin Feng lacked the patience to engage in lengthy discussions with her. It was evident that without a compelling approach, Ari would not willingly accompany him back. Was he to resort to some form of coercion? A mischievous smile curved at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth as he regarded Ali, who was oblivious to his presence. He thought darkly, one should not push him to the brink, for when provoked, even he could descend into actions more beastly than human. Actions that would wholly disregard morality. Chapter 137. Are you a monkey? Suddenly, Ali regarded Lin Feng with suspicion, circling around him while her little nose sniffed intently. She murmured, "No wonder I felt something was amiss just now. Ali, what are you doing?" Lin Feng scratched his nose, perplexed by her strange behavior. Ali gazed intently at him and abruptly remarked, "You're not human, are you?" Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. What was happening? He had never anticipated that Ali would pose such a question. However, reflecting on his recent acquisition of the system, he realized he had inherited the bloodline of a Super Saiyan. Moreover, having recently fallen and transformed into a demon, he was undeniably no longer an ordinary human. Seeing Lin Feng at a loss for words, Ali, filled with excitement, tugged at his clothing and exclaimed, "Are you really a monkey?" Lin Feng, feeling flustered and adorned with a myriad of dark lines on his face, thought to protest that he was not a monkey, but then reconsidered. As a Super Saiyan could indeed be classified as a member of the monkey tribe. "That's wonderful." "Woo-woo," Ali exclaimed, enveloping Lin Feng in an embrace. He felt awkward, unsure of where to place his hands, and ultimately settled on gently patting her back, offering a wry smile as he said, "Please don't cry too loudly, or others might think I've harmed you." "All right." Lin Feng's words, intended to comfort, only seemed to amplify Ali's sobs. It is often said that women are made of water, and indeed, as Ali's tears thoroughly soaked Lin Feng's shirt, her cries began to subside only gradually. Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, "How peculiar. Could it be that this Ari truly possesses a monkey obsession, as depicted in the original text? Has she fallen in love with herself at first sight?" Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly as he cautiously said, Could you please stop crying, Ali?" Ali, who was shorter than Lin Feng by half a head, lifted her delicate face, streaked with tears. She obediently nodded, her voice choked with emotion. "I understand. Look at you. Such a grown person, crying like a little raccoon," Lin Feng remarked, as he took several tissues from the box on his desk and gently wiped the tear-stained face of Ali. "I am not a raccoon. I am a fox." Ali earnestly corrected Lin Feng's slip of the tongue. All right. You are a fox, not a raccoon," Lin Feng responded with a hint of amusement. Wiping the tears from her face, he turned to dispose of the tissues in the trash can, only to discover that Ali was still clinging to him. Suddenly, as he moved, Ali lost her balance, and they both tumbled to the ground. "Ah!" Ali exclaimed, and Lin Feng instinctively turned to catch her. However, in an unexpected twist of fate, Ali fell towards Lin Feng, and at the very moment he turned, their lips met. In that instant, time seemed to stand still for Lin Feng, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Ali, who was so close, kissing him. Ali's mind went blank, staring at Lin Feng, and after what felt like an eternity, she finally regained her senses and quickly stood up from Lin Feng's lap. Lin Feng also stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and awkwardly explained, "Well, this was an accident." Ali was on the verge of tears again, feeling quite wronged as she exclaimed, "You scoundrel! You did this on purpose. With my unparalleled beauty, you must have orchestrated this." Lin Feng was taken aback, wondering if anyone could genuinely praise themselves in such a manner. However, upon seeing the tears welling up in Ali's eyes, he pleaded, "Ali, please don't cry. I truly did not intend for this to happen." Ali sniffed, glaring at Lin Feng as she retorted, "Scoundrel, I don't care. You must take responsibility." "Responsibility? All right. How do you want me to take responsibility? Just so you know, I already have 4 wives. Lin Feng waved his hand, feeling somewhat helpless. Upon hearing this, Ali immediately ceased her tears and exclaimed in surprise, "You're married?" Lin Feng touched his nose and chuckled wryly. "Well, that has yet to happen, but it might in the future." Hearing this, Ali was filled with joy and exclaimed, "That's wonderful. After all, you already have 4 wives. Having one more makes no difference. We can start dating, and then we can have little babies." Lin Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. He stammered, "Hey, Ali. Please don't joke around. Truly, in such a vast world, one can encounter all sorts. Ali stepped closer to Lin Feng, intimately wrapping her arm around his, and gazed at him earnestly. Do you truly believe I am jesting? Lin Feng's lips twitched violently for a moment, perplexed as he remarked, what is it about me that is so commendable? Is it that my protagonist's aura shines so brightly, attracting countless beauties? Indeed, the moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten at first sight. Therefore, I implore you to be in a relationship with me. Ali gazed at Lin Feng with great anticipation, her cheeks gradually flushing with a rosy hue. A flicker of disdain inexplicably surged within Lin Feng, prompting him to furrow his brow and inquire, what leads you to such a conclusion? Understanding the unspoken thoughts of Lin Feng, Ali responded in a soft tone, my mother is a prostitute, and my grandmother was a mistress. They both lived their lives this way, which is why I aspire to find a trustworthy partner to share my later years. Moreover, I can discern that you are not an ordinary individual. With your striking appearance and evident potential, you are destined for greatness and success. Lin Feng habitually rubbed his nose, offering a wry smile as he said, is that so? Ali, with tears glistening like pear blossoms, spoke in a quavering voice. Do you disdain my origins? Do you find me filthy? I am still a maiden. All right, it's all in the past. I hold no grudge against you. Lin Feng, feeling a dull ache in his head, patted Ali's back, unsure of how to provide comfort. Ali nestled into Lin Feng's embrace, choking back sobs as she insisted. Truly, none of that was my fault. With a sigh, Lin Feng found himself overwhelmed, choosing silence as he gently continued to pat Ali's back, allowing her to weep freely. Lin Feng was truly exasperated. Women seemed to be made of water. As Ali cried, her tears flowed continuously until noon, ultimately leading her to fall asleep in his embrace. What on earth was happening? With a wry smile and a shake of his head, Lin Feng carefully lifted Ali's delicate form and gently laid her down on the bed. Chapter 138. Devotedly in love with me. With a sigh, Lin Feng wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead, feeling an involuntary sense of relief wash over him. Lin Feng gazed at the slumbering Ali upon the bed, noting a diminishment of her enchanting allure, replaced instead by an aura of fragility. Nonetheless, he found his heart stirred with desire, prompting him to swiftly divert his gaze, internally chastising himself for falling prey to the charms of this beguiling vixen. Certainly, Lin Feng did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. Yet he would never exploit another's vulnerability. Since Ali was in repose, he resolved to return at a later moment. As Lin Feng was about to depart, Ali unexpectedly opened his eyes and grasped Lin Feng's arm, pleading, please don't go. Lin Feng gazed at the awakened Ari with a perplexed expression, exclaiming, oh, were you not asleep? Ari, seemingly oblivious to Lin Feng's words, elegantly stretched her delicate waist and murmured, how infuriating. So foolish. Such a waste of my extraordinary abilities. Although her voice was barely above a whisper, Lin Feng discerned her words clearly and inquired, what is the matter? Ari, flustered, promptly attempted to conceal her feelings, replying, nothing. By the way, did you not mention something about me attending a certain super academy? Yes. Lin Feng replied, rubbing his nose, while observing the inexplicably perplexed Ari, reflecting inwardly how the complexities of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Then I shall pack my belongings and accompany you, Ari declared, rising to gather her things. However, she paused to ask, by the way, darling, what should I bring along? A cough escaped Lin Feng as he was momentarily taken aback by Ari's words, and it took him a moment to regain his composure before stammering. What did you just call me? With an air of composure, Ari raised her delicate brows in curiosity and replied, darling, of course. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly as he awkwardly remarked, when did I become your husband? Ali, with a hint of curiosity, responded, when I asked you to date me just now, you didn't reply, so I took it as your tacit agreement. Even if I agreed to date you, you cannot call me husband. Lin Feng, somewhat taken aback, realized he had been completely outmaneuvered by Ali. With evident delight, Ali exclaimed, so, does this mean you are indeed agreeing to date me? Oh. Lin Feng suddenly recognized that he had unwittingly been ensnared by Ali. When a particularly beautiful girl confesses her feelings to you, would you dare to refuse? If so, then you are quite foolish. All men are equally flawed. Who among them is devoid of desire? Except, of course, for eunuchs and those afflicted with impotence. The age-old adage holds true. A man pursuing a woman is akin to crossing a mountain, while a woman pursuing a man is merely a delicate veil separating them. Ultimately, they convey the same sentiment. Lin Feng touched his nose, a mischievous smile spreading across his face as he said, "All right. If you don't mind me, then I have no objections. Do you not believe me?" Ollie declared with unwavering conviction, her tiny fists clenched. "Rest assured, within a month, I will make you fall hopelessly in love with me." Lin Feng shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Very well. I am quite looking forward to it." At this moment, Lin Feng realized that Ari was, in fact, a rather charming girl. Ari approached Lin Feng, affectionately grasping his hand, and sweetly said, "Then it's settled. Darling, please help me pack my luggage." Lin Feng touched his nose and said casually, could you refrain from calling me husband? It might not be well received by others." Ali stifled a laugh and replied, "Then what should I call you?" "Oh, my name is Lin Feng." It suddenly dawned on him that Ali seemed unaware of his name. Upon hearing this, Ali obediently nodded and sweetly said, "I understand, Lin Feng. Well, I don't mind it too much." Lin Feng chuckled helplessly and added, "All right. Why don't you tidy up your clothes and belongings? Yes, let's find some real fun." Ali nodded enthusiastically, finally no longer feeling alone. After she finished packing her luggage, Lin Feng took her suitcase and led her to the Super God Academy. Upon arriving, he helped settle Ali into her dormitory, B307, where she would be sharing with Vane and Fiona. Ali took the initiative to hold Lin Feng's hand and asked, "Husband, where are we going now?" "To the dormitory building, to arrange your accommodations." Lin Feng had grown accustomed to Ali's affectionate term and was now immune to being called husband. Ali blushed slightly and whispered, "Husband, are we really going to live together so soon?" "Not quite. This time, you are also on the graduation list. So you will soon be at the Super God Group's base for new recruit training." Lin Feng explained as he guided Ali to the third floor of the dormitory building. "Then where are you going, husband?" Ali asked, her tone tinged with a hint of anxiety. Lin Feng could sense her grip on his hand tightening. He softly remarked, "Of course, I am at the base. Do you really find it hard to part with me?" Ali, being quite honest, nodded and replied, "Of course, I do not wish to leave you." Lin Feng smiled quietly, remaining silent. Why did he get the impression that Ari seemed somewhat dependent on him? At last, they had arrived. Lin Feng came to a halt and knocked on the door of dormitory B307. "Just a moment, I'll be right there," came Vane's voice from within. After a short while, the door swung open, revealing Vane, who, upon seeing Lin Feng, inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Lin Feng, what brings you here?" Lin Feng scratched the tip of his nose and smiled gently, "Vane, this is a new student who will graduate alongside you." After speaking, he turned to Ari and said, "If you have any matters, feel free to seek out Vane. If there is anything you do not understand, do not hesitate to ask her." Ari obediently nodded and replied, "Husband, I understand." "Husband?" Vane was taken aback, glancing back and forth between Lin Feng and Ari with surprise. Lin Feng offered no explanations. He merely yawned and said, "All right. I'll trouble you, Vane. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Vane, coming back to her senses, replied assuredly, "No worries, I understand." Ari, with a playful tone, added, "You've worked hard, dear." After saying this, she planted a gentle kiss on Lin Feng's cheek, sensing his lingering fatigue. "Well then, farewell." Lin Feng affectionately patted Ari's head before departing. By the time he returned, the sky had nearly darkened, and his 4 wives at the training base awaited his return for dinner. Should he arrive late, the consequences might be dire, perhaps even resulting in being denied entry to bed. Chapter 139, Internal and External Use at the Training Base, Room D0001. The night enveloped everything in profound silence. Yet within the confines of the room, the bed creaked rhythmically, vibrating with fervor, while the moon shyly concealed itself behind the clouds. After an extended period, tranquility finally descended upon the space. On the bed lay Lin Feng nestled with his 4 beloved wives, who were huddled closely together. Duchangi and Suona, who had recently experienced a significant event, were flushed with the warmth of newfound intimacy, their cheeks glowing with a radiant hue, reflecting a sense of being cherished. "Lin Feng, are you satisfied now?" Reina, her cheeks still aglow, teased, "You could have been a bit gentler." Suona, feeling bashful, burrowed into Lin Feng's embrace, her face once again warming at the thought of their earlier escapades. In the throes of passion, who could truly distinguish between them? The 4 wives clung to one another, engaging in delightfully wicked acts, reminiscent of blooming lilies. Lin Feng cradled the delicate little girl in his arms, feeling quite wronged as he exclaimed, "Hey, you cannot blame me." Just now, it was Reina who kept shouting at the top of her lungs. Reina, with her hands on her hips, retorted in embarrassment, you fool. Always taking advantage and then pretending to be innocent. Meanwhile, Annie, resembling a well-behaved kitten, pouted in Lin Feng's embrace and chimed in, Exactly, exactly. Brother Feng, you're such a big pervert. A big pervert. Lin Feng planted a soft kiss on the delicate porcelain-like face of the little girl, chuckling lightly. Isn't it all your fault? You are the ones who have indulged me so. The four girls simultaneously fell silent. Upon observing the disdainful gazes of the four women, Lin Feng felt an immediate surge of displeasure. Are you all engaging in a cruel act of betrayal? He lamented. With tears streaming down his face, he mournfully expressed, Do you not realize that a single drop of a man's essence is worth 10 drops of blood? And 1 drop of blood equates to 10 meals. Pray tell, how many meals must I consume to replenish what I have lost? Furthermore, its external application can prevent premature aging, while internal consumption bestows beauty and radiance. I have treated you all with such kindness, and yet you choose to look down upon me. Just look at your expressions. My heart feels utterly shattered. Lin Feng's performance was so vividly poignant that it tugged at the heartstrings. However, the four women were only further chilled by his theatrical display. Upon mentioning Lin Feng, Duchangi could not help but recall the misdeeds he had committed against her, igniting a fire of indignation within her. She retorted vehemently, If it is indeed for beauty and rejuvenation, why have you not partaken in it yourself? Even now, Duchangi still felt a lingering discomfort in her teeth, a consequence of Lin Feng's crude and relentless antics. Lin Feng, with an audacious and shameless grin, remarked, Qiangwei, women tend to develop wrinkles when they are angry. Perhaps you should consider undergoing another internal treatment? Duchangi glared at Lin Feng, shaking her delicate fist as a threat, exclaiming, Feng, if I strike you with this fist, I will surely beat you to a pulp. I swear, I can be exceedingly cruel. Truly, I can be very, very cruel. As she spoke, she continued to brandish her petite fist in a display of defiance. Lin Feng appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, expressing his grievances to the little lowly nestled in his arms. Nini, you are the only one who truly cares. Those three merely delight in bullying me. Upon uttering these words, he exchanged mischievous glances with the other three women, as if to assert that he and the little lowly were united against any opposition. However, to his surprise, the feisty little lowly opened her small mouth, revealing 2 adorable little fangs, and bit down on Lin Feng's shoulder, ominously declaring, Brother Feng, you are nothing but a big pervert. How could you have us all endure that thing? In an instant, Lin Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, left bewildered and disheveled. It seemed the little lowly had indeed borne a grudge from their earlier escapades. Yet, in moments filled with passion, Lin Feng scarcely considered the consequences. It appeared that all 4 of his beloved wives had already undergone the so-called treatment. He. Sona's tinkling laughter rang out, her voluptuous figure causing Lin Feng to feel dizzy, for it was this rascal who had insisted on dragging her into that peculiar procedure. Lin Feng also smiled, embracing the 4 women closely, inhaling deeply the distinct fragrances that emanated from their bodies. The room fell into a serene silence, with each of them savoring this moment without uttering a word. After a while, Lin Feng spoke softly, once peace is restored to earth, I shall grant you a wedding of unparalleled luxury and romance. The tender visage of Lin Feng filled Swona's heart with an abundance of blissful sweetness. However, she maintained a facade of indifference, retorting, Who would want to marry you? You fool. In contrast, Duchangi was not like Swona. Tears of emotion had already traced down her cheeks as she softly declared, Feng, no matter how long it takes, I will wait for you. Little Annie, filled with exuberance, chimed in, Hooray, hooray. Nini also wants to marry Brother Feng. Lin Feng inexplicably broke into laughter, realizing that fate had indeed favored him. In his past life, he was but a mere underdog, yet now he found himself in a position of abundance, embracing the best of both worlds, a truly astonishing turn of events. Tomorrow, Lin Feng and his companions would commence the relocation of the Super God Team's base, stirring a sense of melancholy within him. For this signified the impending commencement of another battle to defend Earth. Lin Feng gently caressed the back of the little girl, Wan, nestled in his arms, and sighed softly. I wonder when this war will come to an end. Shona gazed at Lin Feng with tenderness, her voice soothing as she said, Feng, regardless of what happens, you must take care of yourself. Even if you do not think of your own well-being, you must consider ours. Lin Feng gently kissed Suana's face like a dragonfly skimming the water, chuckling as he said, Rest assured, I haven't even married you yet. Nor have you all blessed me with little ones. How could I possibly meet an untimely demise? Little Annie, with her petite fist raised, quickly retorted. Brother Feng, you silly fool. Why do you speak so recklessly? Lin Feng grasped Annie's delicate, fair hand and pressed a gentle kiss upon it, affectionately declaring, Brother will forever be your foolish big brother. Upon hearing such heartfelt words, the little lowly Annie nearly burst into tears, yet her cherubic face flushed a deep crimson. And she pouted, saying, Brother Feng, you great weirdo. If only your hands could behave, I might have almost believed you. Lin Feng's face was as thick as a city wall, having already rested for the better part of the match. How could he possibly remain seated in such a placid manner? Humph. The consequences of angering me can be quite severe, Lin Feng declared with righteous conviction, showing no sign of embarrassment whatsoever. Beside him, Duchangi's cheeks flushed crimson, fully aware of Lin Feng's intentions. Lin Feng touched his nose and grinned wickedly, saying, All right, miss. Let us not dwell on such matters. Instead, let us engage in activities that everyone delights in. Feng, this is not good for your health. Sona, fully aware of Lin Feng's insinuations, blushed deeply as she spoke. You underestimate me too much, Sona. What just transpired was merely the first half. We are now only at halftime. Ah, you annoying brother Feng. Why did you have to target Nini first? Lin Feng chuckled and immersed himself in his work. Chapter 140. The new base of the Super God team is night deepened. In a secluded village on the outskirts, the demon castle loomed. Hey, I'm looking for your leader, Karsus. So, you are the so-called death god? From the attic, Morgana's cold voice echoed, followed by her sharp reprimand. What? Still not awake? Tell him to come to me this instant. Morgana, growing impatient, gazed at the starry sky from the attic. Karsus, indeed, was quite the character, after a long wait. His voice finally came through the communicator. Hello. You urgently need me at this late hour? Morgana replied slowly. Karsus, did you once say something in this world? That you'd go to him even if you died? Although Karsus was puzzled by Morgana's inquiry, he responded graciously, It seems so. Can you speak normally for once? Morgana cursed. But considering her pregnancy, she suppressed her emotions. Karsus, unsure if Morgana had lost her mind, replied, All right then. What do you wish to do? What I wish to do? Morgana furrowed her brow and continued to berate him. I am trying to recruit some cannon fodder here, but they refuse to cooperate, claiming that having done wrong, they would rather die to meet you. You fool. Humph. Karsus snorted, yet he did not lose his temper, responding politely, Actually, I no longer think that way. Morgana sneered, Karsus, you dimwit, are you intentionally toying with me? After glancing at the humanoid crocodile, Rek'Sai, who was tossing two axes in the air, she added, But that is all right. I have something even more useful. Approaching Rek'Sai, Morgana patted his shoulder and said, Come, Rek'Sai. Say a few words to your grandson. Is that how we converse? Rek'Sai took the communicator from Morgana, cleared his throat, and said, Hello, Karsus. What should I say? Morgana, somewhat impressed by his lack of intellect, waved her hand wearily. Just tell him to blow it out his rear. Rek'Sai nodded in understanding and yelled into the communicator, Hey, grandson, blow it out your rear. A day later, thousands of kilometers away from Giant Hero City, a colossal aircraft carrier stood prominently in the Mediterranean, majestic and imposing, quietly resting on the sea while surveying the surrounding fleet of warships. Tap, tap, tap. In the distance, the resonant thrum of helicopter rotors filled the air. Tower, tower. Super 1, Super 2, requesting landing. Received, landing coordinates BF 123225. Super 1, Super 2, acknowledged, prepare for descent. The voice of the pilot crackled through the communicator, and soon, the two helicopters gracefully touched down on the colossal aircraft carrier, the Giga Canyon. The hatches opened, and Lin Feng led the Super God team out into the open. After a week of respite, Jace and his companions exuded vitality and exuberance. Wow, this is quite the affair. They've even brought an aircraft carrier. Among the Super God team, Big D had the loudest voice, his gaze darting about with the curiosity of a child entering a grand estate. Duchangi observed Lin Feng's retreating figure and, hearing Big D's exclamation, smiled softly and remarked, If one is to play, one must play with professionalism. Don't you feel out of place lingering in that small base? Beside Galen, Zhao Xian, who was peering around with a mischievous grin, chimed in, This is indeed a level of professionalism like no other. This place is truly remarkable. Indeed, this aircraft carrier is exceptionally unique. Jace nodded, surveying the surrounding military apparatus. Roman looked at the immense Giga Canyon with awe, exclaiming, Though I may not fully grasp the situation, it certainly appears impressive. Lin Feng touched his nose, listening to the discussions of the crowd behind him, and couldn't help but chuckle as he spoke. From now on, this will be our new base, the aircraft carrier, Giant Gorge. Captain Lin Feng was indeed correct. This giant gorge would serve as the central hub for your super god team. Here, you shall train and engage in battles. Takeo, who had been waiting ahead, smiled and continued, look, these warships surrounding the giant gorge are part of the protective battle group. Unlike other aircraft carriers, the giant gorge possesses unique features, which I shall not elaborate on now. You will come to understand it in due time. All right, follow me. I will guide you through the giant gorge. After Takeo finished speaking, he took the lead, and Lin Feng, along with Jess and the others, followed in his footsteps to explore the magnificent giant gorge. After a brief familiarization with the aircraft carrier, Takeo had to attend to other matters and departed. Lin Feng has also arrived with Jace and the others. They have now convened in the meeting room they just passed. Inside the meeting room, on the podium, Lin Feng gazed down at Catherine, perplexed. Catherine, why have you been staring at me? Is there something on my face? He had noticed earlier on their way here that Catherine frequently fixed her gaze upon him. What could be the reason for this? In the corner, Catherine sat seemingly lost in thought, her eyes fixated on Lin Feng without a blink. Beside her, Duchangi gently prodded Catherine with her hand, murmuring, Catherine, the captain is calling for you. Huh? Oh. Startled from her reverie, Catherine quickly rose to her feet. A hint of fluster in her voice as she exclaimed, Captain, I was just daydreaming. My apologies. Lin Feng regarded Catherine with a hint of curiosity, perplexed as he inquired. Catherine, why do I sense something peculiar about you? You seem to be staring at me, lost in thought. Is there something on my face? This, that. Catherine stammered, her words tumbling over each other, yet ultimately she could not articulate her thoughts. At the podium, Lin Feng suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Oh, I understand now. Catherine exclaimed, her voice rising in surprise, and then faltered, could it be that you know? Her gaze flickered, and she lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Feng's eyes. Chapter 141. Handsomeness as a flaw. Seated nearby, Jess, Galen, and others observed Catherine, who appeared flustered. They noted, to their astonishment, that her cheeks had taken on a rosy hue. Rena cast a knowing glance at Catherine, her expression contemplative, as if she had discerned something significant beneath the surface. Women often possess a more acute observational prowess in certain matters compared to men. Not only Rena, but Duchangi had also noticed, observing Catherine's blush. She inwardly lamented how easily her husband attracted the attention of women. Lin Feng, however, did not comprehend the intricacies of Catherine's situation. Yet, he feigned an air of worldly wisdom, his expression imbued with profound seriousness as he proclaimed, I know I am undeniably handsome. Alas, after uttering this, Lin Feng sighed once more, striking his chest with great fervor as he lamented, it is truly a travesty. A man as handsome as I could surely face execution if captured. Rena, Jace, Galen, and Zhao Xian exchanged bemused glances, their lips twitching in disbelief as they observed Lin Feng. It dawned upon them that he was, in fact, a rather narcissistic individual. How had they failed to recognize this facet of his character before? In contrast, the silver-haired and adorably naive Rui Mengmeng, seated in the corner, stood up with enthusiasm. Her tiny fist clenched in excitement as she exclaimed, Captain is the most handsome man in the world. From now on, I shall strive to be as handsome as the captain. Lin Feng and the members of the Super God team were utterly stunned by Rui Mengmeng's words. Ahem. Lin Feng was choked by Rui Mengmeng's remarks, causing him to cough uncontrollably. He gazed at the adorable Rui Mengmeng, whose face was now brimming with enthusiasm. Was she complimenting herself? Or was she truly praising herself? Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly as he cleared his throat. Ahem. Well, Rui Mengmeng, I must say your aspirations are indeed lofty. However, may I kindly ask you to take your seat? Seated in the front row, Rena timidly gazed at Lin Feng and remarked, Captain, I've come to realize that compared to you, Zhao Xian is utterly insignificant. Utterly insignificant? Lin Feng was perplexed by Rena's statement. The oblivious Didi chuckled, Indeed. I too have noticed, Captain, you are far more shameless and self-absorbed than Xian. Exceedingly lewd and utterly brazen. Didi's words were astute and left everyone in the Super God team astonished. Lin Feng awkwardly scratched his nose and replied, Am I truly as remarkable as you claim? Garen, along with the others, nodded in agreement. Javan is right. In your presence, Zhao Xian appears as a mere novice, completely defenseless. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian stood quietly to the side, silently shedding tears. Am I to interpret this as a compliment? amidst the laughter echoing through the conference room. Spurred by Lin Feng and the others, it became evident that Lin Feng had subtly ingrained himself in the hearts of the Super God team during the battle with Sun Wukong. He had become the true backbone of this small ensemble. It could be said that each member of the Super God team held a sincere admiration for Lin Feng, without any particular reason, simply because he had earned their respect. This topic was swiftly set aside. Catherine, her face devoid of color, felt a sense of relief mingled with a tinge of disappointment as she resumed her position, silently observing Lin Feng. She couldn't help but ponder whether Lin Feng was genuinely oblivious to her feelings for him or if he was intentionally diverting the conversation. After the light-hearted banter subsided, Lin Feng cleared his throat once more, signaling that it was time to address serious matters. He gazed down at the members of the Super God team and said slowly, "All right, it is time to discuss the arrival of the second batch of warriors at the Giant Canyon. Now, I shall assign duties. Garen will be the squad leader for the new recruits, with Zhao Xian as the vice squad leader. Your primary responsibility will be to train these new soldiers." As Lin Feng had yet to finish his words, Zhao Xian's displeasure became evident. With a look of melancholy, he turned to Lin Feng and exclaimed, "Captain, why is it that I am merely the vice captain?" Without a shred of mercy, Reina retorted, "Garen is nothing but a loser." Zhao Xian, incredulous, pointed to himself and asked, "Am I not a loser as well?" Reina, resting her chin in thought, eventually replied, "Not only are you a loser, but you are also a despicable man, embodying both traits." Zhao Xian was left dumbfounded, innocently cradling his adorable little head, and stammered, "Reina, if you want to insult me, just say it outright. Why beat around the bush? After all, I'm still a model young man." No sooner had Zhao Xian finished speaking than he heard Jace and the others chime in with malicious glee, agreeing, "Reina is right. You are indeed a loser." Furious, Zhao Xian sprang to his feet, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to retaliate, declaring, "My ancestors were renowned generals. Zhao Yun. I refuse to accept this." Garen, witnessing Zhao Xian's fury, could not help but praise him, saying, "Master Xian, how imposing. Truly magnificent. You are indeed a brave little superhero." After this, Garen casually inquired, "But tell me, Master Xian, are you planning to take us all on single-handedly, or shall we each take turns challenging you?" Zhao Xian, realizing that everyone was calmly observing him, felt a surge of cunning. He quickly transformed his demeanor to that of an innocent and aggrieved child. Turning to Lin Feng with a soft voice, "Captain, being excessively handsome is a crime in itself. I am merely a tad handsome, somewhat elegant and charming. And yet they openly bully me. Captain, won't you do something about this?" Zhao Xian's affected demeanor sent shivers down the spines of not only Lin Feng but also Jace and Garen, causing goosebumps to rise and nearly prompting them to regurgitate their dinner from the previous night. Overwhelmed with disgust, Jace could no longer contain himself. He stood up, clenched his fists, and marched towards Zhao Xian, declaring, "I shall rid the world of this scourge." With Jace leading the charge, not only Garen and Jarvan, but others also rose in unison, their faces twisted with mischief as they approached Zhao Xian, fists cracking ominously. They relished the prospect of a good brawl. "Ah, help, mother, please, no face punches," echoed Zhao Xian's cries, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, throughout the conference room. After a while, once Jace and the others had vented their frustrations and stretched their limbs, they returned to their respective seats. As a person of high moral standing, Lin Feng chose not to intervene in their antics, relishing the moment, for he too was eager to witness Zhao Xian receive a well-deserved beating, given how insufferably he had overshadowed Lin Feng's own brilliance as the protagonist. As for Zhao Xian, who was now bruised and battered in the corner, they did not spare him a glance. Lin Feng touched his nose and smiled radiantly, declaring, "All right. As a warm-up exercise, let us refrain from any tomfoolery. It is now time to discuss serious matters." Upon hearing this, the members of the Super God group immediately straightened their postures and sat up attentively. This was the very expression Lin Feng would wear while training them, a sight that would instill a sense of trepidation in their hearts. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction and continued, "Afterward, our team will undergo reorganization. Reina will soon be transferred to the Goddess Squad." Before Jess could finish his words, Reina interrupted. "Captain, what do you mean? Are you saying I won't be allowed to participate?" Lin Feng touched his nose and explained to Reina, "You belong to a strategic unit. Therefore, you have been reassigned to lead the Goddess team." "Oh, I see." Reina nodded in understanding. Lin Feng cast a glance at the neatly seated Jace, noting that the team had temporarily divided into two groups. One was the Goddess group, led by Reina, while the other was designated as the Guardian Group, with Jace serving as the leader and Jarvan as the vice leader. Upon hearing this, Jarvan was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating his promotion to vice leader. However, he inquired, "Captain, who is the vice leader of the goddess group?" Lin Feng, feeling a bit awkward, rubbed his nose and chuckled sheepishly. "The vice leader of the goddess group is Rui Mingming." Had Jarvan not asked, he might have forgotten entirely. Upon hearing her name, Rui Mingming immediately stood up, pointing to herself in excitement, and asked, "Captain, is it really me?" Lin Feng gazed at the anxious Rui Mingming and encouraged her, "You can do it." His decision to appoint Rui Mingming as the deputy leader was made after careful consideration. Although she often acted clumsily, she was a girl imbued with a profound sense of responsibility and exceptional kindness. Rui Mingming continued to point at herself, her expression one of bewilderment as she asked, "Captain, can I truly do this?" Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile as he said, "I believe in you." Lin Feng's seemingly casual remark struck a profound chord within Rui Mingming's heart. "Captain, does he truly believe in me?" In an instant, the silver-haired Rui Mingming became fervent, tightly clenching her small pink fist and proclaiming loudly, "I will not betray the captain's trust. I shall undoubtedly become the mightiest super god king. For only in doing so can I protect everyone." Her heartfelt declaration resonated deeply with her comrades in the super god group, though she occasionally exhibited a playful demeanor. She was genuinely a person who cared for others. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at the door. Lin Feng approached and opened it, revealing the visitor, Duke Ao. Curiously, he inquired, "Is there something the general requires?" Duke Ao chuckled heartily. "Captain Lin Feng, I hope I am not interrupting your affairs. I come bearing delightful news." Lin Feng stepped aside to welcome Duke Ao, followed closely by the soldiers behind him. Duke Ao ascended the podium, casting a glance over the assembled members below. And with a deep, resonant laugh, he proclaimed, "Esteemed members of the Super God team, your efforts have been commendable. In the battle against Sun Wukong, each of you has displayed remarkable prowess. I have come specifically to confer upon you your military ranks." Upon hearing the announcement, Lin Feng finally understood that Duke Ao was there to bestow honors. At that moment, Duke Ao's guard entered, placing a red box adorned with the national emblem gently upon the podium before discreetly exiting the conference room. The members of the Super God group fell into a profound silence, their gazes fixed upon the red box on the podium. Any pretense of indifference or lack of excitement would be disingenuous. Their expressions betrayed their emotions, and even Duke Ao's daughter, Duchangi, looked on with eager anticipation. Garen, Jarvan, and the others were nearly drooling with excitement, while the most impulsive of them all, Zhao Exine, trembled with exhilaration. Catherine's demeanor was somewhat peculiar. The mention of Sun Wukong brought to her mind the time Lin Feng had shielded her from a blow. She gazed dreamily at Lin Feng, who happened to meet her gaze. Flustered, Catherine quickly lowered her head, her cheeks flushing, her heart racing uncontrollably. Duke Ao placed both hands on the podium, addressing the members of the Super God group with a solemn tone. "In your battle against Sun Wukong, you all demonstrated remarkable valor, successfully repelling him. You are all courageous warriors. Your dedication and resilience have earned the admiration of everyone, myself included. Now, on behalf of the 7th Battalion of the 6th Division of the directly governed 11th Military District, I hereby confer the rank of Sergeant to Iwuji, D. Duchangi, and Catherine, the rank of Corporal to Garen, Zhao Exine, Jarvan, and Ruaming, the rank of 2nd Lieutenant to Reina, and the rank of Lieutenant to Jace." Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily taken aback, likely surprised by their unexpected promotions. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Feng, standing beside the podium, began to applaud, smiling at the members of the Super God group. It was only then that they snapped back to reality, acknowledging the sound of applause. Garen, filled with joy, turned to Jarvan and exclaimed, "I can't believe I've also been promoted to corporal." Jarvan, maintaining his composure, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I've already told you. You are no longer that street-fighting nobody." Though D, Iwuji, and Catherine were puzzled as to why they had received the rank of sergeant, they felt no jealousy, instead admiring Jarvan and Garen. Each individual was brimming with happiness, particularly Zhao Exine, who, amidst tears and laughter, exclaimed, "Finally, after enduring endless beatings and training, I can finally shed this detestable private rank. I am now a corporal, aha." Reina then stood up, puzzled, and asked, "Why is my rank only 2nd Lieutenant?" Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at Reina and remarked, "Reina, as the leader of the goddess squad, you should at least hold the rank of a junior officer." With a gleeful smile, Reina settled back into her seat. Duke Ao approached Lin Feng, removing the lowly insignia from his collar and shoulders, and declared, in repelling Sun Wukong, "Your contributions have been invaluable. Congratulations, Major General Lin Feng." The members of the Super God Squad were left in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. "Major General? Is that for real?" They gasped, astonished that Lin Feng had skyrocketed from a lowly rank to that of a Major General in an instant. One must not underestimate this leap. It encompassed numerous ranks, from non-commissioned officers to junior officers, then to field officers, and finally to generals. With a total of 12 grades among 4 levels, Lin Feng had soared past 10 ranks, a feat that was nothing short of astonishing. It was noteworthy that Duke Ao himself was a general, which meant Lin Feng's rank was merely 2 levels below his. After removing Lin Feng's insignia, Duke Ao returned with the red box containing the Major General insignia and personally adorned Lin Feng with it. Lin Feng gazed at the rank of Major General adorning his shoulders, astonished as he exclaimed, "Sir, is this promotion not rather swift?" A bemused chuckle escaped through Kyle, who, with only their voices echoing in the air, replied, "Young man, this accolade is rightfully yours. Moreover, you must not fail my daughter. Should I discover even a single hair out of place on her, you shall find yourself in grave peril." Lin Feng was at a loss for words, his heart racing with anxiety. He never anticipated that Duchangi would choose this moment to whisper. Duchangi, suppressing his smile, firmly patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and remarked, "With greater power comes greater responsibility. However, Lin Feng, do not burden yourself excessively. Simply strive to do your utmost. If certain events are destined to unfold, no matter how hard you try to prevent them, they cannot be altered." Lin Feng lowered his gaze to the major insignia adorning his shoulder, his expression turning serious as he declared, "Rest assured, General, I vow to protect the ship Duchangi until its final moment, fighting for Earth until the very end." His rank had been elevated to that of a Major General, which naturally brought him some joy. However, he did not allow this elation to cloud his judgment. The Duchangi had now become the base of the Super Divine team, meaning that soon, both demons and angels would invade, leading to the potential destruction of Earth. Although the timeline for this catastrophe remained uncertain, Lin Feng suddenly recalled Morgana and their unborn child, wondering how she was faring during this time. Duchangi approached the podium and retrieved the sergeant insignia from a red box, smiling as he announced, "All right, next, we will present the ranks to everyone. Please stand," Duchangi commanded. And the members of the Super Divine team promptly straightened up. Subsequently, Duchangi adorned each of them with their respective insignias. After personally bestowing the ranks, Duchangi nodded at Lin Feng and exited the conference room. Each member of the Super Divine team gazed at the insignia on their shoulders, each experiencing a unique emotion. Ruaming playfully murmured to herself, "Don't be proud. Don't be proud. You are destined to become the Super Divine King." Catherine quietly contemplated her insignia, harboring thoughts known only to herself. She was a far cry from her former self, who thrived on chaos. Reina exhibited little emotion, as she had little understanding of military ranks. Nearby, Zhao Xian carefully removed the insignia from his shoulder, cradling it like a precious treasure. Tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "For this insignia, I've endured countless beatings and training. I am now a soldier of the nation." Garen stared blankly at the insignia in his hand, his feelings quite complex. Javen, ever the stoic, patted Garen's shoulder and remarked, "I have already told you. You are no longer that street brawler you once were. Brother Luan," Zhao Xian called out affectionately, releasing his insignia to embrace them tightly. Xian Ge. The trio of Javen, Garen, and Zhao Xian formed an exuberant huddle, dazzling those around them with their fervor. Iwujia and Didi discreetly stepped back, sharing a silent understanding. Such camaraderie holds no future. Jess observed the playful antics of Garen and Javen with a stoic expression, murmuring to himself, "With great power comes great responsibility." The others exchanged puzzled glances, with Garen scratching his head in confusion. "Jess, what's wrong? Feeling sentimental?" Jess glanced at the still youthful members, shaking his head in silence. One day, they too would have to mature, though the journey would be fraught with growing pains. At the podium, Lin Feng clapped his hands, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he announced, "Very well. There is nothing more to address, so feel free to engage in leisure activities." Upon hearing about the opportunity for leisure activities, Zhao Xian promptly proposed to the group, "How about we indulge in some drinks?" "Where's there to drink?" Di exclaimed, unaware of how long it had been since he last savored a sip of alcohol, his mouth watering with anticipation. "Jiawen." With a wave of his hand, spoke with an air of profundity. Perhaps only a man of my depth would have noticed that during our tour of the giant hero. There exists a bar on the deck. However, I shan't divulge this information to you. Rena cast a disapproving glance at Jiawen, shaking her head, thinking to herself that a loser is indeed a loser. Meanwhile, Roaming Ming, brimming with excitement, remarked, although I am not entirely sure what is happening, it certainly seems impressive. In a corner, Catherine silently gazed at Lin Feng on the podium, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Was he oblivious to her feelings, or was he deliberately avoiding her? Or was it a signal for her to take the initiative? Jess then chimed in. All right, let us proceed to the bar. Today, with everyone having been promoted in rank, spirits were notably high among the group. Lin Feng touched his nose and said, by the way, Dee and Catherine, if you both have some free time these days, please recruit 2 special students. Why should I be the one to go? Catherine asked in confusion. With so many people available, why specifically choose me? Lin Feng began to explain. You know this person well. He is your former colleague, a police officer named Wei. Relieved of her chaotic thoughts, Catherine joyfully exclaimed. So it's Wei. That is wonderful. This means we can work together again. Thank you, Captain. Wei was her dearest friend, and during her tenure as a police officer, they shared a remarkably close bond as colleagues. Chapter 144, The Ultimate Fear? Catherine, your gaze towards the captain seems rather different today, Zhao Xian remarked with a mischievous grin, casting knowing glances between Lin Feng and Catherine. If you keep being insufferable, I swear I'll make you wish you hadn't tea. I truly mean it. Catherine retorted fiercely, her face gradually flushing. Yet, was it due to anger or something else entirely? Suddenly, the D interjected, Captain, who was that special recruit you mentioned? Galen, Javen, and others also expressed curiosity about the nature of this special recruit. Lin Feng shook his head with a light laugh, saying, You know this person, Big D. He is none other than your brother. The crowd exchanged astonished glances at Big D, surprised to learn that he had a sibling. Could it be that his name was Little D? Not only were Jess, Galen, and the others taken aback, but even Big D himself expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, What? Captain, are you mistaken? My brother, with a scoundrel behavior? Catherine wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and disdainfully remarked, as if you were ever any better. Lin Feng surprisingly nodded in agreement, jesting, Indeed, Big D, not only does the nation require talents like you and your brother, but even the Super God team does. Goodness. This world has changed, and it has become utterly insane. Zhao Xian squatted in the corner, his face a portrait of despair, feeling as though his heart had shattered. He lamented that love seemed to have vanished from this world. Big D glanced at Lin Feng, then at Catherine, his lips twitching as he asked, Can I interpret this as a compliment directed at me? Lin Feng yawned and remarked, There is nothing else. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall return to sleep. He had expended a considerable amount of energy the previous day, approving matters related to Swona and Miss Teacher. He had hardly slept at all throughout the night. And for reasons unknown, Lin Feng had been feeling a persistent dizziness since yesterday. Captain, please don't. Zhao Xian lamented, clinging tightly to Lin Feng, unwilling to let him depart. Lin Feng forcefully kicked Zhao Xian aside, his face a mask of horror. I absolutely do not engage in that kind of behavior. Go seek Jace instead. With that, Lin Feng exited the conference room. Jace stood there, momentarily stunned, desperately wanting to shout. Am I really the one who engages in such behavior? As night fell, the outskirts revealed the Devil's Castle. Within its walls, a circle of demons gathered around a crackling bonfire. One demon addressed the others. Are you familiar with the concept of ultimate fear? The other demons shook their heads, collectively responding, No. The demon, taken aback, inquired, Then why do you follow the queen? Without hesitation, the demon on the left declared, Of course. We are in pursuit of a new emperor for our demon legion. Another demon scratched his head and added, to put it plainly, I hope to follow the queen in conquering the entire world. Haha. You certainly harbor grand ambitions. The other demons erupted in laughter at this remark. On the castle walls, Rek'Sai's gruff voice boomed, My queen, why do I sense that all your people are demons? Morgana, unfazed, replied calmly, Are you aware of ultimate fear? Rek'Sai, bewildered, asked, What is ultimate fear? Morgana gently caressed her slightly rounded abdomen, chuckling softly, Indeed, at your current level, you need not concern yourself with such matters. It holds no consequence. She then coldly added, But my sister, that fool, will inevitably be consumed by ultimate fear, all while believing she has established a remarkably orderly kingdom. Sister? Ah. Rek'Sai swayed his bulky form and turned to ask, What does your sister look like? Morgana snapped, What business is that of yours? Rek'Sai felt a twinge of embarrassment at the scolding. Morgana then turned her gaze skyward, disdainfully chuckling. I have already discerned what Karthus intends to do. I also suspect he will incite my sister Kael to eliminate me. Humph. He is far too arrogant. At that moment, Aatrox, who had remained silent, spoke up. So, my queen, what shall we do? Morgana contemplated her abdomen thoughtfully, responding, we must prepare for the impending war. While I may outwardly dismiss Kael, the truth is that we have engaged in countless battles over nearly 10 millennia. No one knows better than I the might of the Angelic Legion led by Kael. Turning her gaze to her demon legion below, Morgana smiled lightly. The leaders of this world are quite obstinate and foolish. None of them wish to employ nuclear weapons. It is, after all, a rather naive world. Shall we take the lead? Aatrox hesitated before asking, my queen, should we not utilize more advanced weaponry? Perhaps the Blade of Flames? Where would we even acquire the Blade of Flames? Kael safeguards it. Morgana rebuked, then continued, furthermore, the Blade of Flames is of little use for the evolution and transformation of humanity. Aatrox, taken aback, nodded repeatedly and said, yes, my subordinate is indeed ignorant. Morgana's lips curled into a slight smile as she softly laughed. What we seek is to find our desired subjects from the nuclear baptism. Suddenly, the foolish Rek'Sai interrupted. My queen, I do not concur with your nuclear plan. Morgana, puzzled, turned to Rek'Sai, but after a prolonged gaze, she could not discern the reasoning behind his words. How can one comprehend this crocodile visage? Rek'Sai continued solemnly, let us not forget, I am a deity of this world's mythos. Although I bear no responsibility for these lives, this is still my homeland. Morgana furrowed her brow and retorted coldly. Does that imply we must collaborate while engaging in treachery? Rek'Sai's expression remained stoic as he replied. My queen, that depends on your stance, not mine, for I am resolute. Very well, there are indeed numerous paths to evolution, nuclear baptism or a curse. Morgana chose to concede, realizing her power on Earth was still quite limited. Despite Rek'Sai's foolishness, his martial prowess was undeniable. He would serve well as cannon fodder in critical moments. Most importantly, it seemed her husband, Lin Feng, was genuinely concerned for the inhabitants of Earth. Should she proceed with this plan, it would likely create a rift between them. Rek'Sai, in a daze, remarked, my queen, you are undoubtedly more malevolent than I. I concede this point to you. Chapter 145. The little lowly fainted again on the deck of the Great Canyon. Melodious and enchanting singing resonated from the bar. Inside the bar, at the counter, Duchangi strummed her guitar and sang softly. The window that year blew through the treetops, leaves scattered and fell asleep. You smiled beautifully that year, slightly raising the corners of your lips, gently humming that ballad, dream shimmering in your eyes, as memories accompanied the familiar melody, slowly fading away. DD took a sip of the vodka in his hand and quietly remarked to Jace and others behind him, I never imagined that Duchangi could sing. Apart from Lin Feng and Lena, it was the first time the others from the Super God team had heard Duchangi sing, and they were astonished to discover that she could play the guitar so well. Jace lifted the wine glass from the table and said to Lin Feng beside him, Captain, I toast to you. Lin Feng raised his wine glass with a faint smile and inquired, oh, what prompts you to toast to me? The typically stoic Jace astonishingly revealed a smile, offering a reason that was not quite a reason. Because you are my captain. Because you are the leader of our extraordinary team. Garen, Zhao Xian, and Jarvan, along with Iwujia and Didi, promptly lifted their own glasses and declared, Captain, we too raise a toast to you. The oblivious Rie Mei Ming, undeterred by the atmosphere, poured herself a glass and naively exclaimed, Captain, I also wish to toast to you. This scatterbrained girl Rie Mei Ming was not alone. Even Catherine and Reina emulated her, pouring themselves a glass and stating, if we are to toast, let us do so together. Lin Feng cast a glance at them before turning to Ruming Ming, Catherine, and Reina, inquiring, are you able to consume alcohol? Catherine showed no intention of relenting. Instead, she provocatively replied, Captain, you must understand that women are just as formidable as men. Reina, curiously swirling the vodka in her glass, expressed her bewilderment. I am a divine being. Surely drinking should not pose any issue? Lin Feng, feeling a bit flustered, cautioned, perhaps it would be best if you refrained. Getting intoxicated could lead to considerable trouble. To his ears, Reina's words sounded alarmingly akin to contemplating the consumption of poison. Ruming Ming, with her small fists clenched, declared with a sense of bravado, although I cannot fathom the reason, I know that I must partake of this drink. Meanwhile, Duchangi, seated at the bar, set down her guitar and approached, pouring herself a glass, saying, "Count me in as well." Lin Feng ceased to persuade them further. However, he remarked, "Then let us simply enjoy this one drink." It was merely a glass of vodka, although its potency was considerable. Reina and her companions possessed physical constitutions far superior to those of ordinary individuals, enabling them to metabolize alcohol at an extraordinary rate. Lin Feng rose and raised his glass, proclaiming, "Cheers." The members of the Super God team rose in unison, lifting their glasses and echoing, "Cheers." With that, they tilted their heads back and downed their shots of vodka in one swift motion. Didi wiped his mouth and exclaimed joyfully, "What a delight." Afterward, he filled his glass once more and gulped it down in a single breath. Vodka, with its lingering potency, takes a moment to hit, and sure enough, it wasn't long before the effects began to manifest. Rui Mengmeng started to sway her head and declared, "Though I am uncertain if I shall become inebriated, I feel utterly adorable." It turned out that even a divine being could succumb to the effects of alcohol. Burp. After a hiccup, Reina expressed her dizziness. As for Catherine, she simply collapsed onto the table after finishing her drink. Not only did Catherine succumb after a single glass, but Jess also mirrored her actions, resting on the table in a similar state. Witnessing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. How could they dare to drink in such a manner? In contrast, Duchangi remained composed, her breath steady, though her cheeks bore a slight flush. Meanwhile, Garen, Zhao Xian, and Iwujia, who had already consumed a fair amount of alcohol, finished their vodka in one gulp and found themselves sprawled on the ground, lying in disarray. Ultimately, the only ones still standing were Lin Feng and Duchangi. Lin Feng, feeling a bit of a headache, remarked, "Take a look for yourselves. I advise against drinking. Yet, you still wish to show off your capabilities? I can still handle it. I feel utterly delightful." Rui Mengmeng, shaking her head, resolutely embraced the bottle of vodka on the table, tilting it towards her lips, ready to drink. Lin Feng was taken aback and swiftly snatched the wine bottle from Rui Mengmeng's grasp, playfully chiding, "Mengmeng, what's with the silliness?" At that moment, the bar door was suddenly flung open, and Lin Feng looked up to see Sana entering in a state of distress. Her face was etched with worry, almost to the point of tears, as she called out to Lin Feng, "Feng, the little loli is in trouble." "The little loli is in trouble?" Lin Feng immediately sobered up, his intoxication vanishing in an instant. He anxiously inquired, "What has happened to the young girl?" Sona, flustered and in distress, replied, "I am uncertain as well. You should come with me." Lin Feng had no time to ponder these matters and swiftly left, while Duchangi hurriedly followed upon hearing that something had happened to the little girl. In the room, Annie, the proud little girl who usually bounced about with energy, now lay in a state of serene unconsciousness on the bed. Lin Feng sat by the bedside, gently caressing the little girl's forehead, and calmly inquired, "Sona, what is happening?" Confused, Sona replied, "Just now, the little girl was engrossed in her reading when she suddenly fainted inexplicably. Is there a way to ascertain the cause of her fainting?" Lin Feng, filled with anxiety, recalled that just 2 nights prior, while bathing with the little girl, she seemed to have experienced a similar episode of sudden unconsciousness. Sona shook her head gently and said, "Feng, I have already conducted a comprehensive examination on the little girl using my abilities, and I found no anomalies." Lin Feng furrowed his brows in speculation, pondering whether there might be some extraordinary reason behind it. "It is quite possible." Sana, biting her lip, spoke restlessly, moreover. The little girl had already fainted twice before, yet she regained consciousness swiftly each time. Lin Feng, with a serious expression, exclaimed, "Why didn't you tell me?" Sona immediately felt tears welling in her eyes and explained, "It was because I examined the little girl and found no abnormalities. Furthermore, she assured me that she was fine, so I didn't think much of it." Although Duchangi was also anxious, she comforted Lin Feng, saying, "Feng, please remain calm. The most crucial matter at present is to ascertain the reason behind the little girl's fainting." Chapter 146, Soul Invasion. Lin Feng took a deep breath. One cannot blame Suan Na. After all, the last time, the little girl had also fainted right before him, and he had failed to notice any anomalies. Lin Feng stood up, cradling Suona in his arms, and apologized. "I'm sorry, Suona." Suona sniffed and shook her head, replying, "It's fine. I know you didn't mean it, Feng." Lin Feng, feeling a slight headache, rubbed his forehead and inquired, "Is there any way to determine the cause of the little girl's unconsciousness?" The medical officer, Sona, was unable to identify the reason for Annie's state, indicating that the girl's fainting was not due to any medical ailment. Duchangi suggested to Lin Feng, Why don't we take the little girl to find Teacher Rise at the academy? Sona nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, Teacher Rise is the guardian of Earth. He should be able to discern some underlying issue. Very well, let us not delay any further. We will return to the academy at once. Lin Feng declared solemnly, lifting the unconscious little girl from the bed and departing with Sona and Duchangi. At the academy, in the medical room, when Lin Feng arrived with the unconscious girl, Rise, though puzzled, promptly placed Annie in the medical facility. Miss Teacher also hurried over upon hearing the commotion, but the encounter with Lin Feng was undeniably awkward. However, in his frantic state, Lin Feng could hardly afford to dwell on such trivialities. The elderly Rise utilized his psychic abilities to examine Annie's condition and, as Sona had stated, found no anomalies. Her health was deemed normal. Yet, this raised the question, what could be the cause of her fainting? Elder, what do you think? Lin Feng gently asked as he noticed Rise lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, Rise finally responded, we have a significant problem on our hands. Lin Feng's heart sank momentarily as he spoke. Old man, do hurry up and tell us. Ruizi sighed with a bitter smile. The problem is, I cannot discern the cause of Annie's coma either. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and the others were left speechless, their expressions darkening, even at such a critical juncture. Ruizi still found time for idle banter, prompting the urge to deliver a few kicks to his aged visage. Miss Teacher gracefully approached the bedside and said, allow me to conduct an examination. She began to employ her extraordinary abilities to assess little Annie's condition, yet, like Ruizi, she found no anomalies. Furrowing her delicate brows in contemplation, Miss Teacher closed her beautiful eyes and commenced another thorough examination of the young girl. What is this? Miss Teacher exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, her fair face reflecting sheer shock. Lin Feng felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly inquired, what has happened to the little girl? Miss stood up and addressed the gathering, saying, since both Rise and Sona have mentioned that the little girl exhibited no abnormalities in her physical condition, I took it upon myself to examine her demeanor just now, only to discover Rise and Sona simultaneously experienced a moment of clarity. Realizing that the cause of the little girl's fainting spell was linked to her soul, Duchangi turned to Miss and urged, Miss, please tell us what the issue is. Feng is on the verge of despair. Miss glanced at the visibly anxious Lin Feng and replied, the little girl's soul has been invaded, and this is the reason for her unconsciousness. Lin Feng forced himself to calm down and inquired, what is soul invasion? Miss Teacher, observing Lin Feng's demeanor, sighed softly and shook her head, saying, Lin Feng, I am truly sorry. The soul of the little girl has been invaded by a profoundly dark and malevolent force. This situation is exceedingly complicated, and I am uncertain of any means to dispel it. Upon hearing Miss Teacher's words, Rise re-examined the little girl's soul and, with a grave expression, stated, Lin Feng, we are indeed in serious trouble. Rise rose and continued, it is certain that there was once a seal upon Annie, which has recently awakened, but it has begun to uncontrollably invade her soul, seeking to seize her body and gain dominion over it. The seal has awakened? Lin Feng fell into a deep silence, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Could it be the dark flame sealed within Annie? Yet, shouldn't this be a legacy sealed within her by her mother? Why then does it intrude upon Annie's soul? Could it be that her mother intends to harm her own daughter? Duchangi cast a glance at Lin Feng and addressed Rise, Teacher Rise, please refrain from being evasive and clarify the situation regarding the little girl. With a resigned expression, Rise replied, very well, to put it simply, Annie's soul is currently being invaded by the power that was originally sealed within her. Duchangi expressed her astonishment. Is that all? Rise looked at her with a wry smile. What more did you expect? Duchangi insisted, of course, we must resolve the anomaly within the little girl's soul. Rise candidly informed everyone, this is likely to be quite difficult. Such an invasion of the soul by external forces can only be resolved by the individual themselves. Outsiders can only stand by and watch. Lin Feng's expression revealed no trace of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness as he inquired, are we to simply watch helplessly? Rise firmly patted Lin Feng's shoulder, saying, my boy, I can empathize with your current feelings. However, you must brace yourself. For the dark power sealed within Annie is immensely formidable, far surpassing her own spiritual strength. Lin Feng inquired in a low voice, what will be the outcome? Rise sighed and replied, Annie's very soul will dissipate, while her body will be overtaken by that sealed force. In truth, the power sealed within Annie far exceeds her own spiritual strength by an overwhelming margin. The likelihood of the petite girl's body being usurped is a staggering 99.9%. However, should Lin Feng become aware of this, it is likely that he would lose control in an instant. With a heavy heart, Lin Feng stood up and inquired, "Is there truly no way?" Duchangi, anxiously clutching Lin Feng's arm, reassured him, "Feng, do not despair. We will undoubtedly find a solution." Suona gazed silently at the unconscious young girl. Fully aware of her condition as a member of the medical team, she understood that the soul is the essence of humanity. Without it, one is akin to a mere shell of a being. Chapter 147. The Luminous Crystal. After a long pause, Ruiz suddenly spoke, "However, there is still one method to save Annie." "Old man, do tell." Lin Feng urgently pressed, realizing today just how powerless he felt. With the young girl in peril, he found himself helplessly at a loss. Old Bluehead Ruiz slowly replied, "The Luminous Crystal." "The Luminous Crystal?" Miss Teacher suddenly froze, astonished. Could it be the unique mineral from the Angel Star system? Lin Feng murmured to himself, "Must I embark on a journey to Angel Star?" Rise elucidated, "Indeed. The Radiant Crystal is a sacred relic of the angelic race, possessing the extraordinary ability to purify souls and eradicate any dark energies that are not inherently part of one's essence. Furthermore, this Radiant Crystal is extraordinarily precious, as it is produced by the sacred well of light only once every 10,000 years. Sona expressed her concerns. "I fear that the angelic race may not be inclined to lend us the Radiant Crystal." "Lend?" "The Radiant Crystal is a consumable artifact. Once used, it cannot be returned." Rise sighed and shook his head. Miss, with her brows furrowed, added, "Moreover, with Earth's current level of civilization and technology, we are incapable of reaching the Angel Star system." Lin Feng gazed at Rise and inquired, "Old man, can't you use the magic circle to teleport me there?" Rise replied, "Youngster, do you believe that the teleportation circle is infallible? The receiving end of the teleportation also requires a meticulously inscribed magic circle. If we attempt a haphazard teleportation, it could very well cast you directly into a space-time rift, and then it would be too late to lament." Duchangi, filled with concern, asked, "What shall we do then? Are we to remain idle and watch as the little girl is left to her fate?" Rise sighed once more, remaining silent. Yet the implication was clear to all present. Lin Feng gently caressed the unconscious head of Annie resting on the hospital bed and spoke in a low voice, "Old man, tell me how I can locate the light crystal. I have a way to reach Angel Star." "What?" Rise exclaimed in surprise. "Are you certain that you can actually go to Angel Star?" Lin Feng chose to dispense with trivialities and stated directly, "All right, old man. Just tell me how to find the light crystal." Rise did not press further, replying, "Only the Angel Queen knows its whereabouts. If fortune smiles upon us, she may possess the light crystal herself." "I understand." Lin Feng nodded, his gaze drifting toward the unconscious little girl, lost in contemplation. "Feng, we shall accompany you." Duchangi and Sona exchanged glances, fully aware that their men intended to venture to Angel Star in search of the light crystal. "No. You both should remain here to care for the little one. I can manage this alone." Lin Feng addressed Sona and Duchangi, fully cognizant that bringing them to Angel Star would complicate matters. Should danger arise, he would prefer the option to retreat without concern for their safety. "By the way, what does the light crystal look like?" Lin Feng inquired, scratching his nose. For it would indeed be troublesome to arrive at Angel Star only to be unable to identify the crystal. Rise waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I cannot say." Miss Teacher gently interjected, "Due to the extreme rarity of the light crystal and the angel's proud disposition, they do not engage in communication with external star systems. Thus, few know what the light crystal resembles." At that moment, Sona spoke up, "I once encountered a description in a tome of magic. It is said that the light crystal is palm-sized, shaped like a diamond, and glows with a golden hue, containing immensely powerful sacred energy. Feng, if you happen upon it, you will surely recognize it." Duchangi looked at Lin Feng with a hint of concern, asking softly, "But, Feng, how will you reach Angel Star?" Lin Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he reassured Duchangi, "Fear not, my dear husband shall find a way." While venturing to Angel Star may pose a challenge for many, for Lin Feng, it was as simple as a mere flick of the wrist. Indeed, one could assert that traversing to any galaxy within the cosmos was a trivial endeavor for him, provided he possessed a sufficient number of credit points. He recalled, upon his initial departure from Demon Star, inquiring about the system's transportation fee, which amounted to 500,000 credit points per journey. Naturally, matters pertaining to the system were secrets he could never divulge. They would remain locked away within the confines of his mind. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's unwavering confidence, Ruiz cautioned. In that case, be wary, young man. Do not let the angel's resplendent beauty deceive you. Their haughty nature belies a rather malevolent disposition. Should they discover you, there is a high likelihood you would be regarded as an aberration and summarily executed. What? Is it truly necessary? Lin Feng exclaimed, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. Ruiz, observing Lin Feng's youthful bravado, chuckled derisively. Indeed, it is most necessary, particularly because you are a man. Lin Feng was taken aback upon hearing this. It suddenly dawned on him that angels were predominantly female, implying that the angel star was entirely inhabited by women. Miss gently admonished, indeed. Lin Feng, you must exercise caution. Angels are a proud race, intolerant of even the slightest imperfection, afflicted with a severe compulsion to judge and punish their foes. Enough of that. When will the little lowly awaken? Lin Feng redirected the conversation, gazing at the unconscious girl. Is it dangerous to venture to the angel star? Wasn't he that a given? Attempting to seize their sacred relics would undoubtedly entail peril. Those angelic beings would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Lin Feng. Borrow. The mere thought of the aloof angel Queen Kale, who could hardly part with a luminous crystal produced once in a millennium, was ludicrous. Did he think the angel queen was akin to a spouse? Riz advised Lin Feng. Young man, given the current state of the little lowly, it would be prudent to allow her to remain in slumber. Very well, Lin Feng replied, acknowledging that Riz, despite his age, offered remarkably sound counsel in critical moments. Lin Feng rose and addressed Sana. Why don't you stay here to take care of the little girl? All right, I understand, Sua Na replied gently and thoughtfully. She stepped closer, embracing Lin Feng, and whispered softly in his ear, Darling, please be cautious when you reach Angel Star. The little girl and I will be waiting for your return. Lin Feng gently kissed the smooth forehead of Sun Na, smiling softly as he reassured her, Do not worry, your husband is quite capable. It will not be long before he returns with the luminous crystal. Though their voices were barely above a whisper, Miss Teacher heard every word distinctly, turning her head away in mild annoyance, choosing to ignore them. Chapter 148. Preparing to depart, when Lin Feng returned to the Titan with Duchangi. The members of the Jace Super God Squad were still inebriated, sprawled haphazardly across the bar. Lin Feng shook the inebriated Jace, exclaiming, Hey, Jace, wake up. Jace, in a daze, managed to stir slightly, his entire being reeking of alcohol, revealing his inability to hold his liquor, truly a wondering wonder. Well then, I cannot be blamed for this, Lin Feng remarked with resignation as he hoisted the drunken Jace off the ground, much like one would lift a young chick, and began to carry him outside. Duchangi, intrigued by Lin Feng's intentions, decided to follow suit. Lin Feng, with one hand holding Jiez, arrived at the edge of the deck and said to his companion, Duchangi, have you heard that seawater can sober one up? Duchangi, puzzled, replied, Feng, who claims that seawater has such a property? A devilish smile danced upon Lin Feng's lips as he spoke with a light-hearted demeanor. Let us give it a try. With that, he abruptly cast the struggling Jess into the depths of the sea. Splash! The surface of the water erupted in a cascade of droplets. As Jess plunged beneath the waves, bubbles trailing upwards in his wake. Duchangi's expression darkened, and with an air of incredulity, she inquired, Feng, won't this lead to any trouble? Lin Feng smiled gently and reassured, Rest assured, everything is fine. Indeed, moments later, the once tranquil depths of the sea erupted as Jess burst forth, employing the art of aerial movement, and landed on the deck like a drenched chicken. Though Jess looked quite disheveled, he had regained some clarity. Despite still feeling a bit lightheaded, he was able to clearly see Lin Feng and Duchangi before him. Captain, how did you come to be here? Lin Feng nonchalantly remarked, Oh, I just happened to pass by. With a chuckle, Duchangi couldn't help but laugh, surprised by her husband's unexpected dry humor. The expressionless man, Jiez, felt a sense of disquiet, only then realizing that he was completely soaked. In a moment of clarity, he questioned, Indeed, wasn't I drinking at the bar? How did I end up in the sea? Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively and said, Those details are of no importance. Let us not dwell on them. Jess furrowed his brow in confusion as he glanced at Lin Feng, then turned to observe the barely contained amusement of Duchangi. What on earth was happening? Clearing his throat with a couple of coughs, Lin Feng stated, Jess, I may need to be away for a while. The training of the newly appointed members of the Super God team will be entrusted to you. Understood. Jess nodded in response, then inquired, Captain, how long do you anticipate your absence will be? Although Jess was curious about Lin Feng's destination, he refrained from pressing further. respecting his leader's discretion. Approximately 10 days, I would say, Lin Feng estimated, contingent upon the successful retrieval of the light crystal. Prior to his departure, Rise had cautioned Lin Feng that Annie, the young girl, was experiencing the onset of soul fragmentation. Time was of the essence for both Annie and Lin Feng. They needed to secure the light crystal swiftly, or else even if they were to find it later, it might be too late. After bidding farewell to Jess, Lin Feng returned to the bar, where he gently lifted the inebriated Reina and, accompanied by Duchangi, made his way back to his allocated dormitory aboard the giant gorge. At this moment, Lin Feng, having attained the rank of a major general, found his new living quarters to be significantly more spacious than his previous ones. The accommodation comprised 3 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen, complete with a balcony that offered a splendid view of the sea. The refrigerator, air conditioning, kitchen utensils, and various necessities were all readily available. As dusk approached, it was evident that Lin Feng could not embark on his journey to Angel Star in search of the luminous crystal just yet. After all, time was not pressing. Lin Feng carried the inebriated Reina into the master bedroom, gently removing her boots and placing them on the bed, which was indeed spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 7 or 8 individuals. After Duchangi entered the room, she anxiously addressed Lin Feng. "Feng, have you truly resolved to embark on this journey alone?" Lin Feng gently embraced Duchangi and spoke softly. "Do not worry. Are you not aware of your husband's strength? He once drove Sun Wukong away." Duchangi, with a hint of melancholy on her delicate face, replied, "I understand that it is because you believe my abilities to be inadequate that you are unwilling to take me along, is it not?" Lin Feng gently brushed Duchangi's furrowed nose and said, "Of course not. How could you think that?" Duchangi nestled in Lin Feng's embrace and replied, "Darling, I promise to train diligently from now on, so that when challenges arise, I will be able to assist you." Lin Feng chuckled lightly and said, "All right. Let's not dwell on that any longer. Shall we take a bath first?" Duchangi nodded almost imperceptibly, her delicate face soon flushed with a rosy hue. For she was well aware of the events that would unfold after bathing with Lin Feng. "But what about her?" Duchangi inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the inebriated Reina resting upon the bed. "Then let us include her as well." Lin Feng once again carried Reina into the bath alongside Duchangi. In her inebriated state, it was naturally Lin Feng who would cleanse her thoroughly. Fortunately, his prior experience in assisting them had rendered him quite adept at undressing. In a state of half-drunken stupor, Reina caught sight of Lin Feng using a towel to wash himself. Overwhelmed by the moment, she embraced him and began to kiss him passionately. Lin Feng, disregarding his own bathing, reciprocated her fervor, and soon Duchangi, caught in the whirlwind, joined in the impromptu escapade. As emotions intensified, the atmosphere became charged with an undeniable fervor. A grand spectacle was about to unfold as Duchangi, aware that Lin Feng would soon depart for Angel Star in search of the luminous crystal, became particularly forward that evening, nearly overwhelming him. Yet as a man, he found joy in the experience. As night deepened, the tranquil sea lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any ripple. Lin Feng gazed at the 2 women in his embrace, Duchangi and Reina, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. He had just exhausted them, and they were now peacefully asleep. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng entered the system space. Within that realm, he heard the familiar voice. "Ding. Welcome back to the system space, host." Lin Feng inquired, "System, how many points are required for a single spatial transfer?" "Ding. It requires 500,000 points for one transfer." Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly. The cost was rather exorbitant. He glanced at his own points balance and was relieved to find over 3 million points. Previously, through his battle with Sun Wukong and the acquisition of the Dragon Balls, he had amassed 3 million points. However, now, a single round trip to Angel Star would require 1 million points. Chapter 149, Truly a Ripoff. Lin Feng surveyed the system shop and inquired, "System, is there any equipment available that can conceal one's aura?" From the original text, Lin Feng was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the angelic race. Their civilization, in comparison to that of Earth, appeared vastly superior. In the narrative, as long as Angel Yin cast a glance at someone, she could retrieve their entire identity data from the cosmic server terminal. Although it remained uncertain whether every member of the angelic race possessed such an ability, Lin Feng deemed it prudent to equip himself with something that could enhance his stealth. "Ding. It is recommended that the host purchase an invisibility cloak." Lin Feng inquired with curiosity, "Is there really such a thing as an invisibility cloak?" The system replied, "Indeed. The invisibility cloak grants its wearer the ability to enter a state of ethereal concealment. As long as you refrain from employing any offensive measures, you shall remain in this hidden state, imperceptible to even the most formidable adversaries. It is truly an essential tool for executing covert operations, discreetly collecting intelligence, and for travel in everyday life. Lin Feng interjected, "All right, just state the number of points required." The system responded, "Ding. A total of 1,500,000 points are needed via Alipay." Lin Feng pressed his forehead in agony, fully aware that this system was exceedingly treacherous. The 3 million points he had just accrued were about to be drained completely. He resolved to purchase an invisibility cloak. Gritting his teeth, he determined that this expedition to Angel Star in search of the light crystal would undoubtedly necessitate infiltrating the Palace of Angels. Although the price of the cloak was rather steep, its utility was undeniable. Even if it proved unnecessary now, it could be saved for future use. If all else failed, Lin Feng could don the cloak and sneak a glance at girls while bathing. An undeniably significant use, indeed. Ding. Congratulations, host. The invisibility cloak has been successfully purchased and is now stored in the system space. Will wearing it truly render me invisible? Lin Feng opened the system space and, as expected, found the invisibility cloak, a deep black, resembling the cloak worn by Harry Potter. The system added, "Of course. By the way, host, please be advised that wearing the invisibility cloak incurs an additional deduction of 10,000 points for each minute of wear." Lin Feng was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed as he exclaimed, "What did you just say?" The system reiterated, "Host, while wearing the invisibility cloak, an additional deduction of 10,000 points will be required for each minute of use." Lin Feng's lips twitched incessantly as he realized that this system was not only a source of frustration but also a cunning merchant. He had already purchased an invisibility cloak, yet it felt like he was merely being given hindsight. To don the invisibility cloak for a mere minute required a staggering 10,000 points. And after deducting the 100,000 points needed for a round trip to Angel Star space, he was left with only 500,000 points. This meant he could utilize the cloak for just over 50 minutes. Truly, this was a most exasperating situation. Lin Feng was infuriated, nearly jumping in frustration. Had it not been for the system residing within him, he would undoubtedly have confronted it head-on. Taking a deep breath, he realized that with such a troublesome system, he was likely the most unfortunate protagonist among the throngs of those who had traversed worlds. Lin Feng, weary of the troublesome system, exited the virtual realm and gently extricated himself from the embrace of Reina and Duchangi. He bestowed soft kisses upon the cheeks of both women before rising from the bed and donning his attire. With a resolute heart, he addressed the system. Activate the spatial teleportation function. Beep. The system is establishing the teleportation function. Please select a planet. Angel Star. Beep. Success. Please choose a location. Random location. Beep. Success. Please select specific coordinates. Random coordinates. Beep. The system has successfully established spatial teleportation. Please prepare for the transfer. 3, 2, 1. As Lin Feng's figure gradually faded into nothingness, the surrounding space trembled and tore apart, until at last, his presence vanished entirely, leaving the room enveloped in tranquility. The sun rose, illuminating the day. Duchangi stirred from her slumber, instinctively reaching for the space beside her, only to find it vacant and devoid of any presence. Startled, she sat upright, all remnants of sleep dissipating. The space between her and Reina, where Lin Feng had lain, was now empty, leaving only the two of them behind. Recalling Lin Feng's words from the previous night, Duchangi understood that he had chosen to depart quietly, wishing to spare them the sorrow of parting while they were still asleep. Filled with concern, she murmured to herself, "Feng, please be careful." Reina slowly awakened, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she sat up, yawning and inquiring, "Changwei, what's happened to Feng?" Duchangi shook her head, attempting to conceal her worry, and replied, "Nothing. Nothing at all." "Oh." Reina, unsuspecting, got out of bed to put on her shoes and prepare for her morning routine. Pausing for a moment, she glanced around and asked Duchangi, "Where is my husband?" Duchangi also slipped on her shoes and explained, "Feng has gone on a mission. He won't be back for several days." "Is that so?" Reina paused, not realizing the implications, and instead expressed her frustration, "Honestly, that rascal didn't even bother to tell me." Duchangi could only respond with a wry smile. Lin Feng's quest for the light crystal on Angel Star was known to only a select few, and she would later report the situation to Dukio. As for Reina, Given her temperament, it was better to keep the truth from her to avoid causing unnecessary anxiety for the goddess of dawn. My head is killing me, Reina fumed. The hangover from the previous night compounded by Lin Feng's antics still leaving her disoriented. TSK. Duchangi began putting on her clothes from the bedside, chiding. If you can't handle your liquor, don't pretend to be tough. You want to learn if you don't face the consequences. Reina, feeling a bit embarrassed, explained. I've never had the chance to drink in the Solar Clan. How could I resist such an opportunity? All right, hurry up and wash up. The Super God team is welcoming new members today, Duchangi urged, noticing Reina still dazed. Oh, right. Reina, upon hearing this, began to dress but then asked, Jiangwei, where has that little lowly gone? Without looking up, Duchangi replied, the little lowly has gone on a mission with Feng. Oh, is that so? The naive goddess of dawn, Reina, accepted this without question. Chapter 150. Kidnapping Queen Kesha? In the celestial realm of Angel Star, there exists an immeasurably vast palace. Surrounded by towering ancient trees that provide ample shade, the structure boasts resplendent red walls and golden tiles, radiating magnificence akin to that of the capital of the northern star on Earth. This palace occupies a significant expanse of the area, embodying grandeur. Within its confines, aside from the melodious chirping of birds, an unusual tranquility prevails, devoid of the roars of magical beasts. Occasionally, one might catch a glimpse of a patrol unit of beautiful angels clad in armor. This majestic edifice is known as the Palace of Angels, serving as the dwelling place of the angelic race among the ancient 100 clans, hence its name. The angelic lineage, a member of the ancient 100 clans, is revered as the favored children of nature and its companions. Their longevity is remarkable. Even ordinary angels without training can live for over a millennium, making them quintessential embodiments of longevity. Members of this race are predominantly noble, elegant, intelligent, and beautiful, harmoniously intertwined with nature and possessing an extraordinary awareness of danger. Furthermore, they are proficient in wielding light magic, enabling them to commune with the elements of light. However, lurking several miles away from the palace, a figure conceals itself among the branches, none other than Lin Feng, who has journeyed from Earth to Angel Star. After a day spent tracking the soldiers of the Angelic Legion, he has finally located the residence of the angels. It is evident that Queen Kesha of the Angels resides within this palace. Yet, Lin Feng has no intention of barging in recklessly in search of the Crystal of Light. Such an endeavor would be tantamount to courting disaster. The palace is heavily guarded, and through system detection, Lin Feng is astonished to discover that each ordinary patrolling angel possesses a combat power exceeding 50,000. While one might seem insignificant, what of the countless multitudes? A swarm of ants can indeed fell an elephant, and Lin Feng stands alone against such odds. Moreover, Lin Feng is surprised to find that Angel Star appears to be inhabited solely by females. Thus far, he has encountered no male angels. The whereabouts of the crucial Crystal of Light is paramount. Could it be that only Queen Kesha holds the key to its location? This predicament leaves Lin Feng in a quandary, pondering how he might secure the coveted crystal. Should he truly consider approaching them for assistance? Such a notion seems absurd. What if the angels perceive him as an extraterrestrial spy and eliminate him on the spot? As twilight descends, he contemplates donning an invisibility cloak to infiltrate the palace, biding his time to locate Queen Kesha. But then what? What would he do upon finding her? What if she refuses to relinquish the Crystal of Light? Perhaps he could resort to kidnapping her, leveraging her as a bargaining chip to compel the Angelic Legion to grant him the crystal. The audacity of such a thought astonishes Lin Feng. Could it be that he possesses an inherent inclination for banditry? Certainly, this is a rather desperate measure. It is improbable to abduct the Angel Queen until the very last moment. Lin Feng contemplated deeply and ultimately decided that it would be wiser to infiltrate the palace under the cover of darkness. However, he pondered, why wait until nightfall? After all, did he not possess an invisibility cloak? Feeling somewhat guilty like a thief, Lin Feng cast a distant glance at the Angel Palace, observing the bustling patrols of angels. After some reflection, he resolved to exercise patience and wait until nightfall before taking action. Lin Feng gracefully employed the technique of aerial movement to depart from the treetops, soaring towards a distant forest far removed from the palace. With several hours remaining until dusk, he deemed it prudent to explore the forest for potential game to satiate his hunger. As the adage goes, man is made of iron, and rice is steel. A single missed meal can leave one in dire straits. Having barely dined adequately the previous day while searching for the palace where Kaisha resided, Lin Feng was now inclined to indulge in a hearty meal, as he had finally gleaned some promising leads. Lin Feng descended into the forest, causing the birds and beasts to scatter in alarm. It seemed that the ecosystem of Angel Star was quite thriving, as there was no shortage of delectable prey to satiate one's hunger. After about 10 minutes, Lin Feng spotted a small lake and halted his flight, for there was a herd of elk quenching their thirst by the water's edge. Concealed in the shadows, he watched with keen desire, his mouth watering at the sight. In both his past and present lives, he had never tasted venison, and it was rumored that elk antlers possessed extraordinary, unforeseen benefits. I must gather some. Lin Feng mused, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. After all, he had several wives to consider, though currently devoid of any pressure. He knew that in due time he would inevitably face demands upon his resources. Thus, procuring some elk antlers was a prudent endeavor, given his current prowess. Capturing a few elk was a trivial task. However, he refrained from a slaughter and instead caught 3 elk, all of which were males, each weighing around 300 to 400 pounds, ample sustenance for Lin Feng's appetite. Lin Feng hummed a cheerful tune as he watched 3 elk by the lakeside. Once he had attended to the elk, he began to kindle a fire, preparing to roast a whole deer. Naturally, he set aside the tail of the elk to dry, pondering whom to consult upon his return to Earth, as he was uncertain how to prepare it. Wasn't he Swona in the medical room? The elk tail seemed to fall into the category of medicinal substances. He could simply ask his wife Swona when he returned. Lin Feng voraciously devoured a roasted deer leg, and within a mere 40 minutes, he had consumed 2 out of 3 elk, leaving a scattering of bones around him while his mouth was slick with grease. After a hearty belch, he gazed at the remaining half of the elk meat, surprised to find himself so full that he could hardly eat another bite. Memories of the little loli, Annie, surfaced in his mind. He recalled how she would contentedly lie in bed after a satisfying meal, exclaiming, "Nini, I am so full." What immense satisfaction! Now, with Annie, the proud little girl, absent from his side, Lin Feng felt an unexpected sense of discomfort. Nevertheless, he believed that he would soon find the luminous crystal and return to Earth to rescue the little loli. At that moment, a delicate voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Who are you?" Chapter 151. Pretending to be captured. Lin Feng discovered that a stunning angel had appeared behind him without his notice. With her golden, spirited short hair, elegantly arched willow-like eyebrows, sparkling blue eyes, a delicate nose, and a charming little mouth, she was adorned in white armor with golden edges. Behind her, a pair of pure and sacred wings unfurled, truly embodying the essence of a mesmerizing angel. Lin Feng was evidently mesmerized by the stunning beauty of the angel before him. But he quickly regained his composure and tentatively inquired, "Are you Xin?" Indeed. The angel standing in front of him bore an uncanny resemblance to Xin from the original narrative, prompting Lin Feng to recognize her almost instantly. Xin, wielding a radiant sword, regarded Lin Feng with suspicion and demanded, "How do you know my name?" Lin Feng scratched his nose, a gesture that reminded him of the awkward moment he had encountered with Suan Na. Xin's brows furrowed slightly as she pressed the luminous sword against Lin Feng's neck. A resolute character, Xin remained steadfast in her beliefs, as evidenced by her unwavering attitude when confronting Kael'thas in the original tale. In the demon castle, within the queen's chamber, Morgana was deep in thought, incredulous that Lin Feng would so foolishly suggest disbanding the demon legion. A jest it was. How could this queen so easily relinquish her formidable weapon? Moreover, with the angels lurking nearby, she found the notion absurd. Just as Morgana pondered this, a report from her demon subordinates captured her attention. Lin Feng had ventured to Angel Star. Morgana felt a wave of dismay wash over her. It appeared that he held little regard for his wife and child, preferring instead the thrill of reckless adventure. "Summon Otto to the war room. We must devise a well-thought-out plan," she commanded, gently caressing her slightly rounded abdomen, her eyes narrowing as an ominous aura enveloped the castle. As the queen's guards, they may have appeared unreliable, yet they dared not act recklessly in Morgana's presence. Poor Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware that he had unwittingly been branded as unfaithful. On Angel Star, Xin securely escorted Lin Feng before the majestic Keisha, who rendered him momentarily speechless with her unparalleled beauty, truly a favorite of the cosmos. "Xin?" Keisha inquired, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng with curiosity, for she sensed a demonic essence emanating from him, something Xin, with her prowess, could not have overlooked. Upon hearing the queen's question, Xin recounted how she had discovered Lin Feng. Keisha stifled a laugh at the absurdity of the situation, having arrived at Angel Star. He had been lured by the temptation of elk meat, neglecting to consider the other beings present, which led to his detection. "Your name?" Keisha maintained her regal composure, lightly tapping the armrest of her throne with her left index finger. Lin Feng, he replied candidly. As Morgana's elder sister, Keisha was likely far more formidable than Morgana herself. At that moment, Lin Feng's primary concern was to preserve his life and locate the light crystal, hoping to escape this realm inhabited by avian beings. What is your purpose? Keisha inquired nonchalantly, her curiosity piqued by the demonic aura surrounding him. For one as powerful as she, Lin Feng's circumstances were already well understood. The severed tail serving as a testament to the Saiyan legacy. Individuals bearing demonic essences typically warranted little attention, yet Lin Feng compelled her interest. As it pertained to the cosmic balance, I have come in search of the light crystal. Lin Feng smiled as he remarked that he had intentionally allowed Xin to capture him merely to draw closer to Queen Keisha. Oh, you are quite candid. Keisha feigned impatience, twirling her hair playfully, evidently eager to observe Lin Feng's subsequent reactions. Of course, honesty is always commendable. With a half-smile, Lin Feng pondered whether he should don an invisibility cloak and traverse the entire palace, for such a precious item as the light crystal could hardly be stored elsewhere. Keisha nodded, seemingly in agreement with Lin Feng's assertion. She was well aware of the light crystal's significance. A scion, tainted by demonic essence. Seeking the light crystal, it was abundantly clear what his intentions were. However, understanding the primary objective was not what Keisha truly desired. If Lin Feng's actions proved worthy, she might consider bestowing the light crystal upon him, for an invaluable treasure loses its worth if not utilized. What do you need the light crystal for? Keisha inquired. Already having drawn her conclusions, yet choosing to ask again, the underlying meaning known only to herself. I require it to save my life, Lin Feng replied. This confirmed all of Keisha's suspicions. Splendid, the last survivor of the warrior scion race in the cosmos needed the light crystal for survival. This presented an excellent opportunity to win Lin Feng's allegiance, though whether he could indeed claim the light crystal would depend on his capabilities. I believe you are well aware of the light crystal's rarity. Keisha decided to broach the subject directly, the preceding banter having sufficiently acquainted him with the context. I am indeed well aware, Lin Feng acknowledged, feeling somewhat reluctant to refute her statement. He certainly understood the urgency of returning this item to Earth. You must undergo our trials to obtain it. Your fortune will determine whether you can take the light crystal with you, Keisha said with a smile, gently waving her hand. And a host of angels instantly appeared throughout the grand hall. Lin Feng's expression darkened. The beings outside could not be compared to this, not to mention their combat prowess. Even their mere appearance eclipsed that of the so-called angels by a considerable margin. Could it be that the strength of angels is directly proportional to their beauty? There is no need to panic. The trial is simply whether your power can safeguard the luminous crystal you wish to claim. Keisha snapped her fingers, and her angels surged forth like a tempest, launching an assault on Lin Feng. It seems they do not wish to lend aid, but rather to complicate matters for me. Truly, this is an extraordinary scheme. Let them come. At this juncture, there is no recourse but to engage in battle. I hope Keisha will reveal the location of the crystal, allowing me to seize it and return to Earth swiftly. The young girl did not afford him much time. This assemblage of angels, each boasting combat prowess in the range of 14 to 15,000, along with Xin and Yin standing at Keisha's left, presented a formidable challenge. Transforming into a Super Saiyan? That would be unwise. Revealing his trump card would only serve to disadvantage him further. Yet, without demonstrating considerable strength, Keisha would undoubtedly withhold the luminous crystal. Lin Feng found himself ensnared in a web of conflict for the first time. Keisha, you wretched creature, I shall make your existence a living hell. Just as the battle was poised to erupt, Morgana's voice intruded at an inopportune moment. Chapter 152. She is indeed my wife. It seems that only Morgana would dare to shout such insults at Keisha, a dynamic that Lin Feng could scarcely elucidate. Morgana's sudden appearance made it abundantly clear to Lin Feng that the luminous crystal was beyond his grasp. Keisha would never allow Morgana to acquire such an artifact. Given their tumultuous relationship in the original narrative, how dare you come to Angel Star? Keisha's voice, typically unwavering, betrayed a slight tremor of emotion. It was perplexing what scheme Morgana was concocting at this critical juncture. You wretched creature, why should I not be here? Morgana's obstinate nature would hardly permit her to engage in civil discourse with Keisha. When words failed, drawing swords was their customary recourse. Silence. How dare you insult the illustrious Keisha? Xin could no longer remain passive, although she had no rightful place in the discourse. You insolent wretch, I am speaking with your queen, so mind your own business, Morgana declared, her hand sweeping through the air, sending a steel wing crashing into Xin with formidable force. Lin Feng gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. It was utterly theatrical. Surely, you are not performing before me, are you? A pregnant woman exhibiting such violence is beyond comprehension. The fault lies not with my perception. What brings you here? Yet, Keisha remained unfazed by Morgana's actions. Her gaze fixated intently on Morgana's eyes, as if searching for something. I require the crystal of light. Morgana's declaration left everyone present astounded. Good heavens! The queen is truly extraordinary. Lin Feng, despite his meticulous calculations, never anticipated that a demon queen would audaciously demand the luminous crystal. Quite impressive indeed. Are you certain? For the first time, a different emotion flickered across Keisha's face. It was no longer the usual calm demeanor, but rather one of astonishment. Given her understanding of her sister, she could not fathom Morgana's motives for such an action. I am certain. Will you comply or not? Morgana's temper remained as volatile as ever. She cared not for your status, as long as her desires were fulfilled. As Lin Feng felt a mix of embarrassment and admiration for his formidable wife. The system presented him with an astonishing surprise, the acquisition of the radiant crystal, alongside a reward of 1 million points for task completion, with failure resulting in obliteration. Having previously been ensnared by his own system, Lin Feng was acutely aware of the gravity of this task. Last time, a mere Dragon Ball had nearly cost him his life, and now the stakes were raised to such heights. This was utterly excessive. I have already promised him, Kesha remarked, gesturing towards Lin Feng. Morgana furrowed her brow, fully grasping Kesha's implication. It was clear that the only way to obtain what she desired was to wait for Lin Feng to succeed. However, if he did succeed, what need would she have? The objective would be fulfilled. Yet, there lingered a fear that Lin Feng might not achieve his goal. Kesha was evidently casting a bait to gauge Lin Feng's true capabilities. So, what shall the trial be? Let it commence. Lin Feng's gaze hardened with resolve. Good luck. The ship, Giant Canyon, echoed. Rose gazed upon the small girl lying there. Her heart filled with an indescribable emotion. In order to rescue Annie, Lin Feng ventured to Angel Star in search of the radiant crystal, embarking on a journey fraught with uncertainty regarding his fate. Yet, she found herself powerless, unable to assist him, and even seemed to hinder his efforts. She had promised Lin Feng to take good care of the little girl, but Annie's condition was steadily deteriorating, a situation beyond her control. Suona could extend the little girl's time, yet it was merely a temporary reprieve. Hope lay solely in Lin Feng's timely return. Rose, do not fret. You are well aware of Lin Feng's capabilities, Suona reassured her, noticing that Rose had not found peace for quite some time. If this continued, Reina would inevitably notice the anomaly, and no one could guarantee whether she would decide to venture to Angel Star. I understand, but I will exercise restraint. Rose nodded in response. That is good. Quickly adjust your mindset and focus on training, Suona said with a smile, though it was tinged with apprehension. She harbored doubts about Lin Feng's ability to obtain the radiant crystal, considering that the ancient angels were not particularly accommodating in her eyes. Indeed, Rose nodded again, casting a glance at Annie before stepping outside. He will return safely, bringing back the radiant crystal, Suona declared, watching Rose depart. He most certainly will. Utilizing spatial transfer, Lin Feng swiftly dispatched the bothersome angels, yet he now faced the formidable challenge of facing Keisha's elite guards. Name: Angel Xin. Occupation: Right Guardian of Divine Keisha Combat Power, 360, 243. Name: Angel Yin. Occupation: Left Guardian of Divine Keisha Combat Power, 369. 256. The combat prowess of these two guardians surpassed that of the legendary Sun Wukong at his peak. Could it be that my brother monkey is so feeble? The crux of the matter lay ahead. Lin Feng, can you endure? Keisha inquired. Of course. I am undeterred by the strength of my adversaries. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Since Morgana had arrived, there must be a way out. Once he secured the crystal, he would don the invisibility cloak and conceal his whereabouts. Hey, Xin and Yin unleashed their relentless assault, a formidable barrage that few could withstand. Lin Feng is certainly not an ordinary individual. Clearly, he is no mere Super Saiyan. Without a moment's hesitation, he transforms into a Super Saiyan, employing the art of flight and spatial displacement to entangle his adversaries, enduring various suppressions. Kesha, achieving her aim, throws forth the crystal of light and unfurls her silver wings. What does this signify? Lin Feng is momentarily taken aback. He realizes Kesha intends to take action, evidently to retain Morgana. By the heavens! I knew the system harbored ill intentions. As Kesha confronts Morgana, would Lin Feng stand idly by while his beloved is mistreated? Clearly not. This is a matter between angels and demons. I hope you refrain from intervening, Kesha states, her graceful tone rendering her a victor. As if she has mastered the rhythm of battle with unparalleled finesse. Nonetheless, it shall not unfold as you desire. Placing the crystal of light within the Dragon Ball system space, Lin Feng offers a captivating smile. Why? Kesha is taken aback, since ascending to the throne. It is the first time her expression has shifted so dramatically. Do you believe I would allow you to mistreat my wife? Lin Feng proclaims with bold exuberance, positioning himself before Morgana. My child and I are of utmost importance, are we not? Morgana suddenly interjects, her tone laden with resentment, clearly indicating she still harbors anger from that time. Chapter 153. Are you willing to bet? How intriguing. A slight smirk appears at Kesha's lips the moment Morgana arrives. She perceives something unusual. Her sister is unexpectedly pregnant, and at 3 months, it is the prime time for nurturing the unborn. The only explanation for Lin Feng's presence here is that he is the father of the child. You deceitful wretch, what pretense of profundity is this? Morgana regards Kesha with displeasure, feeling irked. She has never concealed anything from her sister, and despite their millennia-long rivalry, this has not changed. Kesha regards her sister's choice with approval. Having found such a brother-in-law, she must surely find happiness. Your Majesty, just as this peculiar atmosphere begins to permeate the air, an untimely voice pierces through. Morgana recognizes this voice all too well. It belongs to the demon Otto. What is happening? As the queen, she must heed the words of every warrior on the battlefield, and Otto may have significant news to relay. The gluttonous legion has already mobilized. As per your instructions, we have been monitoring them and discovered that Kale that is covertly assisting them, with Earth as their destination. Otto's voice is grave. This operation concerning Earth is of paramount importance to the demons, and even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophe, hence his decision to report. Morgana falls silent. She is secretly entangled within enemy lines, and the so-called monitoring is merely a ruse to divert their attention. Receiving such news is indeed an unexpected delight. Lin Feng had been observing the movements of the surrounding angels. The points had yet to be credited, indicating either the triggering of a hidden task or the possibility that this luminous crystal was a mere illusion. In either scenario, the stakes were perilously high, as the phenomenon of ants overwhelming an elephant could easily manifest. He noted the change in Morgana's expression. Something unexpected must have transpired. Regarding the essence of anger, Lin Feng distinctly sensed that the life within Morgana remained unaffected. Feng, I may have to leave soon. The gluttonous legion is on the move, and I must return. You should be able to depart safely on your own, Morgana stated, her tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. The gluttonous legion? Goodness. Weren't they supposed to make their official appearance only amidst the black armor in the original narrative? Hadn't Kale mentioned that they were no match for Morgana's demonic forces? Why was Morgana so agitated? Lin Feng gently clasped Morgana's slightly chilly hand and reassured her, do not concern yourself with me. They have yet to pose a threat to my life. Lin Feng was not lying. With the 50-fold enhancement of the Super Saiyan and spatial transfer capabilities, he could maneuver freely amidst the encirclement of the angels. Moreover, he possessed an invisibility cloak that he had purchased at a considerable price within the system. Morgana, well aware of Lin Feng's character, knew he was not one to speak without reason. His audacity to come alone suggested he had some secret weapon for survival, after all. Had he not once surged in power to suppress her effortlessly? I understand now, Morgana nodded, unfurling her massive steel wings. Bitch, I have matters to attend to. Do not mistake my departure for fear. Regardless of the circumstances, she would not lose face. An early exit required a powerful statement. Was Morgana one to forego her dignity? Coughing to suppress such thoughts, she recognized the gravity of her mission, protecting Morgana's escape while safeguarding the light crystal. Just moments ago, the system informed him that the task would only be deemed complete once the light crystal left Angel Star. This frustrating stipulation was undoubtedly a concoction of his unreliable system. Furthermore, a side quest had been triggered to ensure Morgana's safe departure from Angel Star. It appeared that Morgana had ventured over without a meticulous plan, recklessly placing her safety in jeopardy. Morgana, once we reach a safe location, I shall certainly teach you a lesson. Humph. Being so playful while pregnant, does that not blatantly disregard your man? He thought to himself, when 9 months have passed, you shall experience the discomfort you once inflicted upon me. Kaisha, shall we make a wager? Lin Feng suddenly proposed as the angels fixated their gaze on Morgana. A wager? Kaisha regarded Lin Feng calmly. She had woven an intricate web of entrapment across Angel Star, ensuring that Morgana could not escape, regardless of her abilities. However, she overlooked a crucial detail. Lin Feng was not a man who could be measured by conventional standards. Indeed, Lin Feng replied with a smile, realizing that Kaisha had already fallen into his trap with her inquiry. Morgana, take this cloak. I shall buy time against Kaisha at that moment. You must leave the boundaries of Angel Star with utmost speed. Remember, you have only 50 minutes. He discreetly handed Morgana the invisibility cloak he had obtained, ensuring her safe escape while he would find a place to teleport back to Earth. If Morgana failed to escape within the allotted time, he would have to expend his points to return home. I understand. As a queen, Morgana would not indulge in sentimentality, especially when her men entrusted her with a means of survival, underscoring her and her unborn child's significance. Should she escape, she would undoubtedly lead her demon army to battle fiercely. Even if it meant sacrificing all her possessions, she would stand by Lin Feng's side. What do you wish to wager against me, Your Majesty? Kaisha inquired, amused by Lin Feng's confident demeanor. We wager on whether you can capture me within 50 minutes. Lin Feng shook his hand and remarked that the transformation would soon come to an end. The only reliable skills he had were the sky dance technique and the 4-5 space teleportation. It seemed he would need to exchange for a few more life-preserving skills upon his return. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be unable to maintain control in such a situation. Would I stand to gain? Kesha replied with an enigmatic smile. This was indeed a self-imposed entrapment. She had personnel set up across the entire planet from her base on Angel Star. What capabilities did Lin Feng possess to utter such words? Was it merely the power of the Saiyan transformation? Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. It turned out that our queen Kesha was also a person driven by self-interest. A revelation that was quite unexpected. Lin Feng chuckled, touching his nose. According to his agreement with Morgana, as long as he successfully captured Kesha's attention, the plan for escape would commence. Are you trying to buy time? Kesha, a figure of renown for millennia, stated with piercing clarity. Indeed, I do have such thoughts. But aren't you a bit too confident? No, how could that be? My gamble is Morgana. Dare to take the bet? Lin Feng declared with confidence. Interesting. For the first time, Kesha found the Saiyan before her to be quite intriguing. Were not the legendary Saiyans known for their volatile tempers and combative nature? If you wish to play, then let the games begin. Kesha, unperturbed by Lin Feng's antics, took pride in her position as a superior being, steadfast amidst his countless transformations. Then, let us begin. Before her words had even faded, Lin Feng transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? Is this truly a speed attainable by humans? The angels expressed in astonishment. Their arrogance had always led them to believe that humanity, as a primitive civilization, could not become formidable, even if they had changed names and gained a tail. No, it is not merely a matter of speed. It must be wormhole traversal. Angel Yin remarked, furrowing her brow. Initially curious whether this individual had lost his mind by challenging the entire Angel Star, she now understood that it was likely the space jump that had emboldened him. Interesting, but on Angel Star, there is nowhere for you to escape, Kesha elegantly declared, waving her hand, prompting the angels to spring into action. Very well, Lin Feng smiled indifferently as he observed the angels pursuing him. The next move would depend on Morgana. Why are you not leaving? Kesha inquired with a smile directed at Morgana. Leave? Morgana hesitated, truly unaware of Kesha's intentions. Your husband has provided you with such a splendid opportunity to escape. Do you not intend to cherish it? Kesha remarked. The first time she had spoken in such a tone since her falling out with Morgana. What are you scheming, you treacherous one? Morgana retorted. In the final utterance of Morgana, her tone unexpectedly transformed into one of tranquility. She could sense the warmth emanating from Kesha after years of enmity. The sisters suddenly displayed a gentler demeanor, which would arouse suspicion in anyone. Now that you have a child, do not act so recklessly. Depart quickly. I shall accompany you in this charade, as a means to alleviate my regrets, Kesha spoke with a sense of relief, feeling remorse for not having cared for her sister better. Now, the opportunity had finally presented itself. You will regret this. Morgana's heart was touched. Whether I will have regrets remains uncertain, but you must think not only of yourself but also for the baby, Kale said with a smile, turning to seek Lin Feng. I understand now, sister. Morgana suddenly felt that addressing her as sister posed no difficulty at all. How bothersome, she thought. Lin Feng utilized spatial displacement to leap continuously, aware that retaliating would only deepen the animosity, making the situation less enjoyable. He had no desire for the angel's revenge to descend upon Earth, wreaking havoc. Unlike others, he was acutely aware that he could obliterate Morgana and her demonic castle during the Grand Judgment. The angelic civilization undoubtedly stood above all others. Pursued by the Sword of Light was far from his preference, yet he felt the moment for counterattack had arrived. Lin Feng, will you concede? Or must I take matters into my own hands? Keisha unleashed her aura at that moment. Do you truly believe that is possible? Lin Feng scoffed, appearing behind an angel and swiftly incapacitating it with a single blow. Since I cannot kill, I shall let you slumber for a while. 50 minutes shall suffice. Flame sword. Keisha brandished her weapon, ready for battle at the slightest provocation, truly embodying an arrogant demeanor. Being relentlessly pursued is not my style, Lin Feng remarked, brushing his nose. And in an instant, he was behind Keisha, delivering a powerful punch. The collision resounded as his fist met the sword with a forceful clash. The flames enveloping the flame sword scorching the air. This level of heat is hardly painful, Lin Feng declared, pivoting to deliver a fierce kick. Since you wield a weapon, I shall unleash my full strength. With the transformation still active, he intended to showcase the terror of a Super Saiyan. Such audacity, Keisha retorted, her flame sword descending once more. A swift slash met only an afterimage as Lin Feng had vanished from sight. Your speed is lacking, he thought, delivering another decisive blow. Striking and retreating without hesitation, for being heavily encircled, he could not afford to be greedy in his attacks.